Good morning. Good morning. Hope you guys are still alive. Okay, so my name is Shashikiran. So I will be handling your paper 4, that is your business economics. So in the past 2 marathons, we had completed in-depth in the concept base. So this marathon, my logic was to go more with the MCQs. So I thought of covering all the previous year question paper, past 5 attempts paper. So right from June 2024, which is not available anywhere. June 2024 paper was not given to the students. So from November 2024, that is when ICI started to issue the question papers. Even the students can take out the question paper. So total 5 attempts. In 2025, there are 3 attempts. January, May and September. 2024, there are 2 attempts. June and November. So total 5 past question papers. We are going to understand chapter wise. Once I'm done with the revision of any particular chapter, and also I thought of taking at least past 5 attempts MTPs. So this is what my thought is, but half of the students said no, conceptual base is also what we need. So let us cover both. I will see how it can be balanced. And 2 things I needed from you guys. So if there is any specific topic, if you feel that I need to understand that once again or in detail, let me know which topic it is very well in advance, and I will be only doing those topics in detail. And remaining topics I will be revising. Clear? So let us get started. So there are 2 parts in your paper 4. That is part 1 is microeconomics, part 2 is macroeconomics. So in the part 1, there are totally 5 chapters, but to be frank, only the first 4 chapters is micro. Chapter 5 is more related to macro. So, but we consider even business cycle as a part of the micro in your syllabus. So first 4 chapters will be the micro part, and next 6 chapters, to be frank, it is going to be the macro part. And with respect to micro, have my own flow of teaching it. I don't follow like first I will go with chapter 1, next I come to chapter 2, 3. No. So I have my own method of following. First, I will start with demand. That is chapter 2, unit 1. After that, I go for chapter 2, unit 3. Supply is unit 3 as per ICI syllabus. Unit 2 is consumer behavior. And I will jump to chapter 4. After completing demand and supply, in chapter 4, unit 2, price determination. What is it? So if you want a proper clarity, write this down. First, we are going to start with demand. After demand, we start with supply. After this, we go for chapter 4, unit 2. That is price determination. Again, I come back to chapter 2, consumer behavior. We will finish. So this is the first set. What I'm going to finish. Clear? And after completing this, next I come to chapter 3. First, I will finish theory of cost, and later I will come to theory of production. It's a reverse order. First cost and then production. And after completing this, I will come to chapter 4. See, already chapter 4, unit 2 is done. So unit 1 and unit 3, market and its types, price and output determination in different markets. So that particular set, I'm going to finish after the chapter 3. So here chapter 3 will be completed. First is unit 2 and later unit 1. Later I will start with chapter 4. I will continue with unit 1 and unit 3. I will merge together. I don't do it separate. Unit 1 and unit 3, I will club it together and I will be doing it together. And after this, chiller chapters 1 and 5. Clear? So today's target until chapter 4. So total 3 days of marathon is there. Today, tomorrow and after tomorrow. Classes from 9 o'clock till 4 o'clock. Consider 4:30. Don't consider 4 because whenever Shashikiran takes, it is stretchable time. I say 4, sometimes it may go till 4:30, 4:45. Worst scenario 5 also sometimes, depends on topic. But better consider it as 4:30, not even 4. Clear? So usually we started today at 9:15. Supposed to start at 9:15 minutes because of technical issue. 9:15 to 11:15, 11:15 to 11:30 break, 15 minutes, 11:30 to 1:30, 1:30 to 2:30 break, 1 hour. Or by the way, any hostel students, you have to go specific at what time you have to go for lunch. Between 1 to 2. Then 1:15 I will give a break. I will try to give a break at 1:15, 1:15 to 2:15 break, again 2:15 to 4:15 or 4:30 respective. Total 6 hours of class and 1 hour 15 minutes of break. Clear? So this is the pattern for next 3 days. Today we'll complete till chapter 4. Tomorrow we'll take until the major part of macro. Last day we take the remaining portion and also whatever left out MCQs are there, RTP, MTP paper, whichever specific question you guys have a doubt or which you want me to explain once again, one more time you want me to, let me say, explain particular topic out of 1 to 10. All this will be finishing it. Clear up? So the main focus is concept. Along with the concept, past 5 attempts question paper. Along with that, MTP of minimum 2 years, 2024 and 2025. 25. That I will take it on the last day, 2024 and 2025. Clear up? Okay, let's get started. So very first topic which I will be starting is demand. What is it? Demand. So there are three simple conditions which has to be satisfied in order to call it as a demand. Desire to buy, ability to pay, willingness to spend. When all the three conditions are satisfied, then only we call it as a demand. Let's say, for example, I wanted to buy a bike, motor vehicle. I have a desire to buy a motor vehicle. After going to a showroom, I see a particular motorbike. I get to know about its features, everything. And finally, the commercial will come into a picture. Now, the salesperson says, sir, this bike is just to 5 lakh. How much? Just to 5 lakh. Now, ability to pay matters. Now, Shashikiran is like 5 lakh. I can buy one car only, man, with down payment of almost 50% over this money. No, I don't have ability to pay. Suppose if I had enough money with me, if I was willing to spend, then definitely only two conditions are satisfying. Ability to pay is not getting satisfied. Then we can't call it as a demand. All the three conditions has to be satisfied. Desire, ability, and willingness. Desire to buy, ability to pay, willingness to clear. This is the first way of understanding. Second way of understanding, any commodity, it can be anything at the given point of time. Now, at this present moment, given point of time for a given price. Now, I will say, I want to sell this cell phone for 10,000 rupees. Now, you know what's your name? Pramod. Now, Pramod is agreeing. Yes, I want to buy also your phone for 10,000. Now, Shashikiran is willing to sell a phone for 10,000 rupees. Now, at this moment, and even Pramod is willing to buy for rupees 10,000. See, any particular commodity, it can be any commodity at a given point of time for the given. If customer is ready to purchase, see, time, price, and readiness. Again, three conditions will come into picture. When all the three elements are satisfied. When camera is feeling the cold. One sec. Yeah. It's fine now? Okay. So now time, price, and readiness to purchase. Now all the three elements also matters a lot. So like desire, ability, willingness. You can also consider time, price, and readiness to pay. Only when all the three elements are satisfied, we call it as a demand. Next comes the most important concept of the demand, that is determinants of demand. What is it? That means those factors which will affect the demand. When I say affect, either it can make demand to go up or it can make demand to come down. So that particular topic has a shortcut. The shortcut to remember is called as PITCAT PCs. So 8 pointers I have explained. In this first point, P stands for price, I stands for income, T stands for tax, C stands for climatic condition, A stands for advertisement, T is taste and preference, P is population, C and S is complementary, and so kindly remember the shortcut. Based on this shortcut, I will be explaining all the other topics. So the demand concept or whatever interconnection from the demand concept, we will take this element of PITCAT PC. PITCAT PC is a shortcut to remember. P stands for price. Remember, price is an important determinant that will affect demand to a dash extent. Maximum extent. That means price affects demand to a maximum extent. Whenever price changes, that will lead to change in demand. That means first, which is going to change? Price. Next, which is going to change? So whenever price increases, demand will decrease. It's always negative relation. Which relation? And we are understanding from the normal good perspective. Which good perspective? Clear up. So whenever price is increasing, demand will be decreasing. That means price is the primary factor. Whenever I'm explaining you the concept, first importance should be always and always given to price. And the next importance should be given to. So that is the reason. Price is primary factor, demand is secondary factor. Whenever price is increasing, what is it? Whenever price is, demand will be decreasing. Price increases, demand. It's completely opposite next. Whenever price decreases, demand. So there is a negative relationship or inverse relationship. Which relationship? Inverse relationship. Clear up. And the graph. Whenever there is an inverse relation. Which relation? It is going to be a downward sloping curve. Which sloping curve? And remember, suppose if there is a positive relationship, or direct relationship, in such cases, graph will be upward sloping curve. So kindly remember this. Negative relationship will always have a downward sloping. Positive relationship will always have an upward sloping. Now, the price and demand is dash related, positive or negative. If it is negative, dash relation curve, downward sloping curve or negative relation curve. Whenever price increases, demand decreases. When price decreases, demand dash is dependent on dash. What do you mean by CA? Come again. We love your answer. If at all you give a wrong answer like this, CA means come again. So demand is dependent on. Whenever price changes, that will lead to change in demand. So don't get confused. Clear? First price will change. Later dash is going to change. And there is a dash relationship. So demand changes because of change in. So demand is dependent on. Clear? So don't say price is dependent on demand. That is wrong. So demand is dependent on. And the relationship between this price and demand can be expressed in the mathematical equation. And such equation is called as demand function. What is it called as? Demand function. D is equals to function of price. See, it is not just functional relationship with price. Demand is also functional relationship with PitCat PCs. What is it? That means it has a functional relationship with all the determinants, but demand gets affected maximum extent because of. That is why we in short write it as D is equals to F of P. And such functional relationship, for a time being, I will erase this or I will take this down. Now, this functional relationship is of two types. One is positive relationship, other one is same, direct and indirect. What is it? And already we spoke about the main thumb rule. The main thumb rule of demand chapter is dash related, negatively related. So what is the logic? Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Price decreases, demand increases. In most of the circumstance, which circumstance? We have the negative relationship. Only and only in few circumstances. What is it? Only and only in? We will be having a positive relationship. That means even though if price increase, demand still increases. Even though price decrease, demand still. And this concept is called as exceptions to law of demand. Exceptions to. We'll discuss that. Clear up. So remember, relationship between price and demand is expressed in the form of a mathematical equation called as demand function. Such demand function is of two kinds, direct and most of the circumstance, in 90% of the scenario, most of the circumstance, we have a dash relationship, indirect relationship or negative relationship. Only and only in few circumstances, we have a dash relationship, positive relationship. So price affects demand to the dash extent. The relationship between price and demand is expressed in the mathematical equation. Such equation is called as a demand function. Clear? And remember, demand function is not only with respect to price, it is also with respect to all the determinants. But we consider only price at the moment because price affects demand to the dash extent. Clear? Understood? Anyone having doubt? Okay, let's go. Next one, income. What is the second one? Paisa, money, money. So whenever we earn more and more income, demand for the product will also increase. When you go for a shopping, when you have more income in your hand, you will not remain silent. You will start buying multiple things. You went to buy product A. You will also buy product B along with A. Why? Because you have more money. Suppose if you have less money in your hand, will you buy both the products? No. So first of all, buying first product itself is a difficult task. On that, buy product B and all. No. Only one single product. Whenever income increases, demand will also. Whenever income decreases, demand will. So arrow marks are in same direction or opposite direction. So if it is in same direction, dash relation. And remember, income represents purchasing capacity. Which capacity? So what is this purchasing capacity? Let's take up an example. Now let's assume your parents have given 100 rupees to you. After class, they ask you to get tomato for 100 rupees. Let's assume today 1 kg tomato is 20 rupee. How much is 1 kg tomato? 20 rupee per kg. You have how much in your hand? How many kgs can you buy? 5 kg. Let's say tomorrow price increases to 25. You forgot to get tomato today. Now your parents will say, no worries, get tomorrow. Now today 20 rupee kg. Tomorrow? Now how many kgs can you buy tomorrow? Yesterday? Today? Tomorrow, let's say 3 kg. That means because of increase in price, your ability to purchase the goods keeps on decreasing. Same way, the income will measure how much goods and services can you buy at the given price level, at the given. So income always represents dash capacity. And we earn income to attain livelihood. And next comes Nirmala Aunty department. Tax. So simple. Whenever tax rate keeps on increasing, our demand keeps on decreasing. Simple. If Nirmala Aunty keeps on levying more and more taxes, we don't want to buy more and more commodity. So even in tax, there are two classifications: direct tax and indirect tax. So again, in chapter 6, we are going to speak about this. Clear up. So direct tax is regressive. What is it? Direct taxes? Regressive. Stupid fellows. Progressive. What is it? One round revision is also done, and you guys are in marathon. Intentionally, if I say something other way around, indirect tax is regressive. Yeah, regressive. CA means come again. Direct taxes, progressive. Indirect taxes, regressive. So direct tax is always paid on income and wealth. Indirect tax is always paid on goods and even under indirect tax, there are two more classification: production tax and product tax. So production tax example, license fees, clear up. Or when you want to start a new business, you should get that permission letters now, approvals. That is called certifications. That is called production tax. And product tax, your favorite part, GST. This is product tax. So indirect tax is always levied on goods and services. Direct tax is always levied on income and, well, in India, we have a slab rate system for that. Clear. So now we are focusing on this indirect tax. Direct tax, we focus in chapter 6. We call it as disposable personal income. Which income? Disposable personal income. Now we are focusing on the indirect tax. Whenever the tax rates on goods and services keeps on increasing, automatically our ability to buy such goods will decrease. So there is a negative relation with respect to indirect tax. When we speak about direct tax, we speak about disposable personal. It also comes in chapter 6. Whatever income you earn and whatever the tax you paid to the government. After that, whatever is remaining in your hand, that is called disposable. That is represented as YD. What is it? Whatever personal income you earn minus personal tax what you paid. That is called disposable income, or else this can also be represented in the another manner, YD. Either you consume or either you save. Whatever money you have in your hand after the payment of tax, either you will spend it on buying goods and services or you will save that money. So it can be represented in any of this formula. Clear? So third one is tax. If the tax rate keeps on increasing, then demand will automatically decrease. Next comes climatic. Best example, Bangalore. Morning, winter. Afternoon, summer. Evening, rainy. So we have different climate in one single day. So depending upon the different climate, the way you, let me say, have a commodities or you buy the product or consume the food, clothing, everything differs. So depending upon the different climates, demand for the goods and services will also change. Next comes your favorite point. Advertisement. When Katrina Kaif comes and holds mango in her hand, when droplet starts falling, then you feel like drinking sliced juice. And whenever Santur advertisement comes, mummy, then all the aunties in India feel like becoming once again young girl and they want to go and buy Santur soap. Only soap sales increased. They didn't become like a young girl. So advertisement will instigate people to buy the product and it will pass information. What does it pass? About the goods and services. And next comes taste and preferences. Clear? When you like the taste of a particular hotel, chat shop, you go repeatedly again and again, demand will increase. And next comes the preferences. Sunday mornings are who will eat vegetarian food? My mom will scold biryani. Sunday morning biryani we need. Vegetarians don't have an option. Upma. It is there. Normal standard food of Sunday. So preferences, sir, I need coffee. I don't want tea. I need non-vegetarian food. I don't want vegetarian. Preference of a person. Even because of preferences, demand for the goods and services will change. Next comes, if the nation's population is keep on increasing, if it is going high, demanding capacity will also increase. If the population keeps on going down, demanding capacity will also decrease. Next comes most important element, complementary and see goods which are consumed together, bike and petrol. What is it? Bike and pen and ink. When you can't use a one commodity without the another, where there is a derived demand. Which demand? So there is a derived demand. Demand for one product is dependent on the demand for the another product. That is called as complementary goods. Which goods? And next comes substitute goods. Instead of one product, you will go for an alternative product. Next best alternative. What is it called as? Which gives same level of satisfaction or similar level of satisfaction. Clear up? So remember, there is one logic here where usually students will go wrong. I explained about this positive relation and negative. Now, ICU students remain silent. The first timers, marathon students, I want answers from you guys. And my students have already attended my class. You know where exactly the drill comes. So remain silent. Now, the students who are attending the marathon class, complementary substitutes. Think, analyze, and then answer. Complementary goods, positive relation or negative relation. Substitute goods, positive relation or negative relation. Complementary. Substitutes. Paka. But usually we get other way around. Sir, complementary positive, substitute negative. That's wrong. So remember, substitutes are positive related. Substitutes are positively related. Let's take up an example. Substitute good. So tea and coffee. So tea and coffee. Let's assume if the coffee prices are increasing, people rather than consuming coffee, they will prefer to go and consume tea. So demand for tea will increase. See, both are in the same direction. Positive relationship. So substitute goods. Which goods? Substitute goods will have a dash relation. Positive relation. Clear? Next comes complementary goods. Which goods? Complementary goods. Now let's say, for example, petrol and bike. What is it? Petrol and bike. Let's say if the petrol price day by day it is going up, will people prefer to buy new motor vehicles? Will they buy more and more bike? No, automatically demand for bike will. See, arrow marks are in a different direction. So it is dash related. So kindly be careful. This is where you guys will go wrong, especially when you are solving a numerical problems. Complementary goods answers will always be in negative. Substitute goods answers will always be in. Substitute goods are dash related. Complementary goods are. Who is teaching you economics? First alphabet of Shashikiran. Substitute good. Both are. Shortcut to remember. Just self build up to make you people understand. Shashikiran first alphabet is substitute good first alphabet. If substitute is positive, complementary is negative. Clear up. So be careful. This is where you guys will go wrong. Commonly, this is the one area, even after teaching 100 times. Still same problem. When they solve a numerical problem for complementary goods, they would have got the end answer as 5. But answer is -5, not +5. Because substitute goods answers will be in positive, complementary goods answers will be in negative. Clear? So this is the concept of determinants of demand. PITCAT, PCs. So PITCAT, P, first alphabet, P stands for price. Second alphabet, I stands for. Third alphabet, T stands for. Fourth one, C stands for. Fifth one, A stands for. Sixth one, T stands for. P stands for. C and S stands for. Complementary goods are. Substitute goods are. So remember, demand function is not only with respect to price, it is also with respect to all the other determinants, that is PITCAT, PC. In your exam, there can also be a numerical problem from the demand function. Still, I have to explain elasticity of demand. This can also be represented like A plus B of P. What is it? A plus B of? Clear? A plus B of P. A minus negative relation, na? Negative relation. So there is a negative relation. This middle portion can also be the minus part. A minus B of P. Clear? So there is also an equation. Still, I will be explaining. Don't worry. Elasticity of demand concept has to come. And there will be numerical problems which will be asked in the exam. Even I will show in the question paper. There is a numerical problems from these areas. Clear? Understood? So this is the concept of determinants of demand. Next comes law of, according to ceteris paribus, which is the Latin phrase. Which phrase? And once that so stupid question has been asked. Wait, let me show that. Chapter 2, I think May attempt if I'm not wrong. Jan, chapter 2. Ceteris paribus, a Latin phrase says that all other elements are going to remain constant, that is equal. Now only and only price will change. Dash will change. Except price, other elements IT, CAT, PCs are going to remain constant. So in PITCAT PC, only and only dash will change. Remaining elements IT, CAT, PC will remain constant. Only and only if price increases, demand decreases. If price decreases, demand. This is the main thumb rule of a demand chapter. Just few minutes back, we discussed the same. Negative relationship. Same to same logic. So law of demand will only tell us the direction of change. That means if price increases, demand, it will never say how much price increased or how much demand decreased. It will just say if price goes up, demand decreases. If price decreases, demand. That's it. It will show us only the direction of change, not the quantity changes. It will only and only show us a dash change, direction of change. So law of demand is only showing us a direction of henceforth that is called as a qualitative statement. But every time this law of demand will not work. There are few areas. There are how many areas? Few areas. Just few minutes back we discussed now. There are few places where there will be a direct relationship or positive relationship. That is called as exceptions to law of demand. What is it called as? Clear? So which are those exception? Point number one, conspicuous consumption. Conspicuous refers to luxurious or prestigious consumption. In case of conspicuous goods like gold, diamond, your luxurious bungalow, favorite car, Rolls Royce, Ferrari, Bugatti, all this, even though price goes up, there are people who still demand that more and more because they feel if price of product increases, it will give more and more satisfaction. That is utility. What is it? Whenever price increases, the utility of the commodity will also increase. If the Rolls Royce car, which is 3 crore, suppose if it becomes 3.5 crore, they feel it is much more having a feature now. People will still buy. Who will buy? Prestigious goods, luxurious goods buying people. That means status seeking rich individuals. Which individual? Status seeking rich individual. Even though price goes up, they feel that utility will also increase. So demand will also increase. So remember utility and price as positive relationship with respect to dash goods. Conspicuous goods. By the way, what do you mean by conspicuous goods? Prestigious goods are luxurious goods. That is the first exception. Second exemption, given goods. There are two conditions in given. Dash in nature. Inferior in nature. See, this word in nature is important. That means every good cannot be called as an inferior good. Clear? Huh? Inferior means low quality good. Inferior means in comparison to something superior. What is it? In comparison to something? I will say, which is that something superior? How do you compare? And this is the first condition. And the second condition on which customer has to spend dash part of the income. Major part of the income. Best example, biryani rice and normal rice. In order to make biryani at your home, do they use a normal rice or basmati rice? At your home every single day, are you using basmati rice or normal rice? See, in comparison to basmati, normal rice looks a little inferior. That is what? It is not low quality. What your parents are getting on a daily basis, that is not a low quality, but it is considered as low quality. In the nature, something which is of superior. Something which is of clear. So remember, inferior goods are considered as a low quality goods in nature. Clear up? Because all low quality goods are not a given goods, but considered as low quality is given. All low quality is not a given, but given goods are low quality in nature. Another example, Puma, Poma. Puma original brand, superior. Poma duplicate brand, inferior. Even though if the Puma duplicate commodity, let's say 200 rupee t-shirt, if the price goes to 300, still people buy this 300 only. Original t-shirt is 2000 rupees. Puma, original. Puma, 200. If that Puma, 200 to 300, if price goes up, will you go and buy the 2000 rupee t-shirt? No. Even though price increases for low quality good, demand still. That is what? Exception to law of demand. What does law of demand say? If price increases, demand should decrease. But is it happening in inferior? In given goods logic, it is not satisfied. Clear? So remember, in case of given goods, there are two conditions. Inferior in nature. What is it inferior in? On which customer spends dash part of the income. Major part of the income. Remember, given goods are inferior in nature, but all inferior goods are not given goods. Now, let's say, for example, our government is going to give 1 rupee kg per rice. Fair price shops. I can't call it as a given. No, they are low quality in nature. But still, there are much more lower quality than comparison to superior. Normal rice, what your parents are getting to your home is given. But 1 rupee kg rice, what government is offering is not a given. That is low quality, inferior in nature. Clear? So Giffen's is inferior in nature, but all inferior goods are not Giffen's goods. Clear? Understood? Next, snob effect, Veblen effect. This I was supposed to do it in PitCat PC, but there it will not make more sense. But here it will make much more sense. See, in case of snob, what is it in case of? Best example, Zudio. Sir, I went to Zudio. I bought a new cloth. Full new design has come in Zudio. With excitement, I'm wearing it on a next day and I'm going to college. Like me, even 20 other people are wearing same shirt. How do you feel? Uniform. Will you wear that again? Even though if you're wearing once in a while, once in 3 months, once in 5 months, once in 6 months, that means when a product become common among all, some people decreases the consumption or altogether stop its consumption. That is called as a snob effect. But Veblen effect is nothing but a conspicuous consumption. Even though price increases for the product, I need the same product. Rolls Royce from 3 crore, if it goes to 3.5 crore, I want same car. I don't want to go with any other alternative. I need a same product. That is my prestige. I only use Rolls Royce. I only come by Mercedes-Benz G-Class. I only come by Mercedes-Benz AMG series. I don't want to buy any other car. Suppose, sir, if the car price goes down, AMG series, sir, from 1 crore, if the car price goes to 40 lakh rupee, I don't want to use that car only. Now it is no more called as prestigious. It has become affordable to everyone, right? Now I am not using it. If price goes down, even the demand will also go down. But if the price increases, demand will also. And especially this is for which kind of people? Status seeking rich people. Even though price goes up, demand will still increase because they are dash good. What do you mean by conspicuous? Luxurious or prestigious? And this is another favorite area to ICI. Every time they will confuse you guys. So be clear. Zudio example, snob effect. You went, you bought the bike. Let's say, boys, they will be having in common. Sir, I want to buy a new bike. Shashikiran will say, Royal Enfield. Sir, auto rickshaw it has become. Duke, auto rickshaw Pro Max. Everywhere you can find, I don't need that common bike and all. I want something different. Good. No one should have it. So that is snob. If product becomes common, I will not use it. Or even if I have it now, I will stop using it or I will reduce its consumption. That is snob. Clear? See, this is a comparison between normal goods and inferior goods with respect to price and income. See, just few minutes back, we discussed about PitCat. PC. Okay, let me take the same comparison for your better understanding. Normal goods. What is it? And inferior goods. Inferior means low quality in nature. Clear? This is with respect to price. This is with respect to income. Clear? So with respect to price, normal good. PitCat PC, we discussed already. If the price increases, demand decreases. Price decreases, demand. There is a negative relationship. Which relationship? Next, normal goods and income. When the income of a consumer increases, demand will also increase. If income decreases, demand will also. So there is a dash relationship. Clear. Next comes inferior goods, low quality goods, Puma, Poma, biryani rice, normal rice. Even though the price of Poma increases, demand for Poma will only. If that Poma price goes down, if it becomes 100 rupee and all, no, I know it is a low quality. Now it has become worst quality. I don't want that. So demand will also decrease. But with respect to income, now let's say you are earning more and more income. Your salary went up from 15,000 to 25,000. Now will you buy Poma or original Puma? Original Puma. That means what will happen to demand for low quality Puma? Decreases. That means when income increases, demand for low quality will. Next month, lockdown started. 50% salary you are getting. 25 divided by 2, 12,500 rupee. Now Puma or Puma. Income decreases, demand for low quality increases. So be careful with this area. Logic will become complete opposite. Price and normal good was negative, but inferior and normal good is positive. Income and normal good was positive. Inferior and income becomes negative. Income and normal goods was positive, but inferior and normal goods is negative. So be careful. Whatever we discussed in PitCat PC for normal good, it will be opposite for the inferior good. This is the another common area where you guys will go wrong. So if you want, kindly write this down. If anyone feels this table, if you want to write down, kindly write this down. Can you share? Not audible now. Online students, is it audible? Hey, 1 second, Kavya, you are not muted. Audible, yeah. Someone unmuted. What is that? Wait, mute all. Ah. Okay, chalo. So PDF, you can download it from ArivuPro app. My main material itself is available there. Okay, chalo, fine. Let's continue. Okay, so next, third exception, conspicuous necessaries. What is it? Also called as demonstration effect or bandwagon effect. Simple. Let's assume that your friend got a new watch. The watch is good. Even you want to buy the same watch. Even though price goes up, I want same watch. My friend bought a new iPhone, sir. iPhone 17. Even I want to buy the same iPhone 17. Price goes up because of tax. Still, I want same. That is called conspicuous necessaries. You saw someone else using that commodity. You liked it. Even you want the same commodity. So demand for the product is decided by usage of some other. Usage of. So that is called conspicuous necessaries. Also called as demonstration effect or bandwagon effect. Usually this happens in lifestyle commodities. Next comes expectation of dash change in price. In future, let's assume there is a Christmas coming up. Now there is New Year coming up. Prices are going to increase, especially all the kind of lifestyle commodity, or let's say festival is coming up. So next Pongal festival is going to come up. Shankranti festival is going to come up in next week. Let's assume. We know it very well. Prices of flowers, vegetables, fruits, everything is going to increase. Our parents are smart enough. They don't buy it on a festival day. 1 day, 2 day before the festival. We know that in future prices will. When will you buy? Now or future? Now, see, in future, if prices are increasing, demand will increase now itself. Price in future is increasing, but demand is increasing now. Arrow mark same direction. Same way, in future, if the prices are going to decrease, we will buy now or in future. Present demand. In future, prices will decrease, so present demand will also. Arrow marks are in same direction. Expectation of future change in price. What is that expectation of? And in case of emergencies like COVID virus or any kind of flood, famine, drought, law of demand will not work. Especially the prices of essential goods will automatically increase. Still, people will end up buying it. They don't say, no, no, I don't want. Next, in case of speculative activity, I will say, this is cricket bat used by MS Dhoni to win the 2013 ODI World Cup. Last ball 6. This is the bat. Now I want to put it for an auction sale. I will say 1 crore. You will say 1.5 crore, 2 crore, 3 crore, 5 crore, 6 crore, 7 crore. In case of auction sale, prices are also going up. Demand for the product is also going up. Law of demand will not work in case of betting, gambling, auction sale, and basic necessaries of life. Whether price increases, whether price decreases, we always quantity demanded is going to remain same. I will explain. Perfectly inelastic. What is it? I will explain this. Next comes trends and changes. Normal jeans pant 700 rupees. No one is interested to buy. Tear it and give torn jeans 1500. Everyone are interested to buy. There was a time people never used to buy the loose t-shirts, loose pant and all. Now that is a trend. Baggy t-shirt, drop shoulders. One more oversized t-shirt, oversized pant. Now for that people pay extra money and they will buy. What is that? Their actual size, 2 size extra. For that extra price. That is what they're ready to pay. See, in case of present trends and fashion, law of demand will not work. So these are the 8 points, like PitCat PC. These are the 8 pointers where law of demand will not work. First one, conspicuous, given, conspicuous, expectation of future change in, emergency, speculative activity, basic necessaries of life, and trends and. Is that clear? Understood. So this is most important topic of the demand. Year after what we discuss is a connection between whatever we have discussed till now. Clear? Next comes demand schedule and demand curve. Simple. Representing demand in the form of a table is called as demand schedule. In the two things are there, individual demand and market. See, let's say Batman, Superman, Iron Man. These are the customers. Let's say Shashikiran is a chocolate seller. Whoever will eat my chocolate, they will get superpowers. That is a superpower eating, superpower chocolate it is. Whoever eats the chocolate, they will get superpowers. Now, if the price decreases, no doubt individual demand will increase. That is a main thumb rule of demand chapter. But we will consider, okay, only Superman. How much did the Superman buy the commodity whenever price change? If I analyze only one individual customer column because of changes in, that is individual demand schedule. Rather than considering just one individual customer like Superman, Iron Man, Batman, total, everyone put together, what is the total demand made because of change in price? That is called as market demand schedule. What is it called as? Market demand. Is that clear? Next comes demand curve, representing that in the form of graph, representing demand in the form of, that is called as demand curve. And demand curve, negative relation, already I said it will be downward sloping curve from left to. But there is one hot favorite question to ICA here. What is the slope of demand curve? What is the slope of? Change in price by change in quantity. But here twister is there. Negative relationship with respect to price is a primary factor. So minus change in price. What is it? Minus change in price by change in quantity. Sir, don't you think in mathematics, when we are drawing it in the form of graph, the slope of the curve, don't you think first it should be x-axis, then it should be y-axis? Yes, that is in mathematics. Which subject are we studying? Dash is dependent on dash. Demand is dependent on dash changes first. Later dash changes. Now you got to know why I wrote change in price by change in quantity. So demand is dependent on price. Clear? So that is the reason first I wrote change in price. Clear? So change in price by change in quantity. So minus change in price. What is it? Minus divided by change in quantity. Clear? Understood? So slope of demand curve. What is the slope of? And in fact, once they have asked a question also, slope of demand curve, which at a May, in class, I've already done it. In my regular class, every topic, each and every concept, wherever the interconnection comes, we have gone back like this into the exam paper. May 25. Let's check. Chapter 2, chapter 2, chapter 2. We'll get anyhow. We'll solve it now. We will find that. September paper, September attempt. Yeah. They have asked about elasticity. Let's check. Not in September. Even before that only. It was maybe in the month of like September 24. Probably September 24. No, September 25 it was not there. But somewhere it is there. Don't worry. Anyhow, we will solve it now. Here only, man. It is in Jan 25 attempt. Slope of the demand curve. In class, most of them sets are option B. Wrong. Minus P divided by change in Q. Change in minus P. That is option D is the answer, not the option B. So minus change in price by change in quantity. So it is a negative relationship, inverse relationship. Clear? So slope of demand curve, option D. It is not B. Option D is the answer. Clear? And it is also clearly mentioned in the ICA material. They have also explained about it. Clear? Okay, let's continue. Next topic. Elasticity of demand. See, first understand what is this elasticity concept. See, in law of demand, which concept? It was only telling us a direction of change. If price increases, demand will. If price decreases, demand will. But it never said how much price will increase, how much demand will. That is the drawback. So to overcome that disadvantage of the law of demand, the concept of elasticity of demand is introduced. See, difference between law of demand and difference between elasticity of. See, law of demand will only tell us the direction of change in price and quantity. Here, along with the direction, it will show us a dash change, numerical change or percentage change. Clear up? So usually we represent it always in the form of percentage. Let's say if price increases by 10 percentage, what is it? Price increases by 10 percentage, price is increasing. How much percentage will demand decrease? That is the question now. So it is always a percentage changes or numerical changes. So law of demand was only showing the direction. So it was called as qualitative. But here it will show us a numerical change in the form of percentage. So it is called as quantitative. Clear? So remember, elasticity, there is a changes in the quantity demanded or response in the quantity demanded due to change in dash determinants. Due to change in dash determinants, some determinants. By the way, what are the determinants of demand? Pitcat, PC. So in that sum, which are those sum? Price, income, cross, advertisement. Sir, what is this cross? Complementary and substitute goods. Which goods? But when we are writing the formula, observe percentage change, that is delta in your statistics. But in economics, we call it as change. Percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in. Sir, how come? You said some determinants in the meaning, but formula says change in dash affects demand to the maximum extent. That's the reason straight away we are writing it as a price. So percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Is that clear? Understood. So remember, price affects demand to the maximum extent. And there are four types of four types of elasticity of demand. What is it? Four types of price elasticity of demand, income elasticity of demand, cross elasticity of demand, advertisement elasticity of demand. Your ICI's hot favorite question these are. So entire all the four types of elasticity is important. You can expect one or the other question in every attempt, and most hot favorite is. And after that, next hot favorite is cross. And usually you guys will go wrong with cross. I said now substitute goods answer should be in. Complementary answer should be in. But you guys, everything you will mark it in positive. And then you will say, hey, easy paper, sir. After coming out, you will call, hey, paper was chiller, easy. When you say that, I know what is your result. Because you have made blunder. See, paper cannot be easy. It will be little tricky. See, scoring 60 is the cakewalk. To be frank, I'm saying in economics, scoring 60 is the cakewalk. If you know the concept, for sure, guaranteed score is 60. And after going back home, if you have solved MCQs, if you have a proper conceptual knowledge, up to 80 to easy. 80 and above is your real talent. Because negative marking is there. If you do inky, pinky, panky, father had a donkey, on the result, you are monkey and your friend is Venky. That is partial. So inky, pinky will not work. You should know the concept. So up to 80, to be frank, if you have gone back home, if you have sat, if you have practiced, if you have a conceptual knowledge, up to 80 scoring is not at all difficult in paper 4. That is the most scoring area. 80 above, conceptual knowledge should be there. In-depth knowledge, interconnection between the chapters. If you have that, you can score up to 90. Sir, above 90, you are God. God is great. Theory paper, ICA exam, scoring above 90. You don't have knowledge in your brain. You have your knowledge of economics in pancreas, stomach, kidney, liver, eyes, everywhere. That means you have full in-depth knowledge, 1000% knowledge in economics. To be frank, I'm saying up to 90, definitely you can score. Above 90, you really need to have an advanced knowledge in economics, interconnection. Some tricky questions will come. You should know how to analyze the tricky questions and then mark it. Till date, highest score in my teaching is 98. And my students know that they have a challenge already. Whoever breaks it, they know what is the challenge. So that is one beautiful score, 98. Before 98, the highest was 93. Before 93, it was 92. Before that, it was 91. Before that, it was 89. 89 was 7 years back. Not now, 7 years back. Now 83, 93, 98. There is one more student who got 95, but stupid fellow, he didn't clear. In accounts, he failed. And there was one more guy who got 99. And even he was science student. He also failed in accounts. And next attempt he cleared, but he got 91. Second attempt he got 91. But first attempt he had got 99 in economics. Crazy it was. So fine, jokes apart, we'll continue with the topic. How many types of elasticity of demand is there? 4 types: price elasticity, income elasticity, cross elasticity, and advertisement elasticity. The very first one, price elasticity of demand. Same to same, percentage change in quantity demanded divided by. Whenever there is a change in demand because of change in, and there are 5 types of price elasticity of. All these 5 types are important. What is it? All the 5 types are clear. Very first one, relatively elastic, E greater than 1, and the nature of demand curve will be flat. In class, we have done this in detail, almost like 2.5 hours. We have taken numerical problems, graph, meaning, everything. There are 5 components. All the 5 components are important. We need to understand the meaning of the concept, numerical value of the concept. Formula to solve the numerical problem. Nature of demand curve. And there is extra information, more proportion, less proportion, same proportion, vertical, horizontal, all this additional information. All the 5 informations are important. Clear up. So there are 5 types of price elasticity. First one, relatively elastic. Second one, relatively. Third one, unitary. Fourth one, perfectly. Last one, perfectly. This last concept is myth, unrealistic. That is why we are taking this at last. So try to remember in the same order. Numerical values are also there. And sometimes they will give a straight away question from this numerical. Perfectly elastic. E is equal to infinite. In fact, they've asked this in September attempt. But 2 questions, see, chiller questions and all. If ICA wants to donate marks, this is how they will donate. See here. Wait, I will show. Demand is said to be elastic means relatively elastic. Inelastic means relatively inelastic. Clear? So if demand is said to be elastic, E is, man, bachu question, first standard level question it is. Sometimes ICA wants to donate marks. But if you don't want donation, you don't study. If you have studied topic now, you can accept donations. Such a silly questions will come. Up some 10 to 15 questions in the whole 100 marks paper will be silly questions. By just looking into question, stupid fellow, is it CA exam or first standard exam? That is how you will feel. Only for 10 to 15 question. How much? That is like donation of marks. IC is only donating marks. Enjoy. Because anyhow, you will lose that later in negative. So they are only donating little. Simple. Chalo, let's come back to the topic. So there are 5 types of price elasticity. Relatively elastic is E greater than. Relatively inelastic is E lesser than. Unitary elastic is equal to. Perfectly inelastic is E is equal to 0. Perfectly elastic is E is equal to. The very first one, relatively elastic, small change in price will lead to large change in quantity demanded. That means price only changes to some small extent. Okay, let me draw the graph for your understanding. Only first graph I will do it. Every graph it will be little impossible because time is a constraint now. So x-axis, y-axis. What is the general nature of demand curve? General nature of demand curve is a 45-degree downward sloping curve from left to right. Clear up. But in relatively elastic, it will not be a 45-degree downward sloping like this, but it will be downward sloping but sleeping curve like this. It is flatter curve. Which curve? Flatter curve. Let's say this is the initial price and this is the initial quantity. Now, what did we said the meaning of relatively elastic? Small change in price. What is it? It will lead to large change in quantity demanded. Clear? See, observe. Price is only and only increasing by some small extent. Let's say some 10%. But demand is decreasing by more than 10%. Let's assume by some 30%. How much percentage? So this is price, initial price. This was initial quantity. Now prices have gone up P1 and quantity has come down Q2. Price increase, quantity decrease. But small changes in price, large changes in quantity demanded. Now the nature of demand curve is dash curve. Nature of demand curve is flatter demand curve. What is it? Flatter demand curve. And E is greater than. And we also have a numerical problems which can be used to solve. Now let's take up a random example. Assuming the price of a chocolate was 10 rupee. Shashikiran used to sell 100 chocolates in a day. Now since I took increase in price alarm, now for numerical problem I will take decrease in price. Now let's say the prices have gone down to rupees 5. From 10 rupee prices have gone down to how much? Rupees. You tell me if price decreases, demand increases. Now let's say one single day demand has become 170 chocolates in a day. Now identify the type of price elasticity for the same. Now there is a 2 prices, initial price, new price, initial quantity, new quantity. Now there is a formula P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in price. This P is an initial price, that is 10. This Q is the initial quantity, that is 100. Change in quantity. What is it? Present minus previous. Present is how much? Previous is how much? 170 minus 100. That 70 is a change in quantity. Next, 5 is the present price. Previous price? 5 minus 10. minus 5. What is it? Minus 5. Clear? So observe. Now it is going to be 10 divided by 100 into 170 minus 100 divided by 5 minus 10. So this will be 10 by 100 into 70 divided by minus 5. 70 divided by. Now listen to this carefully. For a time being, ignore negative. For a time being, I will teach you what to do with the negative. See, without ignoring negative, you can't solve a problem because that is one of the major disadvantage of formula method. This is the formula. In the formula method, the biggest disadvantage is you can't solve a problem without ignoring negative. If you consider negative, answers will always be in negative. That means where is that e greater than 1? Every time it is e lesser than 1 only. Negative values are always and always lesser than 1. So that's condition of e greater than 1, e lesser than 1, e equal to 0, e equal to infinite. That will not at all satisfy. So ignore negative. What we should do? Ignore this negative at the moment. Is that clear? So ignore negative. One sec. Ah, we are ignoring the negative. Now it will be 10 ones are 10 tens are 5 ones are 5 14s are. So it is going to be 14 divided by 10. Answer is 1.4. See, in reality, answer is minus 1.4. Suppose in an exam, sir, they have given a same numerical problem. Options are like this. Option A, 0.6. Option B, minus 0.6. Option C, 1.4. Option D, minus 1.4. You asked us to ignore negative. Yes, we ignored negative. Answer is 1. Positive 1.4 is also there. Negative 1.4 is also there. Which one should I consider now? Negative 1.4. Clear. Suppose negative 1.4 is not given in the option, sir. Let's assume they have given none of the above. What is it? Now, which one do you consider? Positive 1.4. Only when the corresponding negative figure is given, you should consider that negative. Even if the word none of the above is given, don't consider none of the above. Corresponding positive should be the answer. Corresponding positive should be the answer. Clear? So without ignoring negative, we can't solve a problem. If you always consider negative, answer is always and always lesser than 0. Not even lesser than 1, lesser than 0. That means lesser than 1 only. Clear? So without ignoring negative, we can't solve. Clear? This is the first way of asking question. What is it? Yes, madam. Elastic. You have ignored negative, right? See, that is the biggest disadvantage of formula method. Without ignoring negative, we can't come to conclusion. Clear? So it is elastic. Only numerical. Only if the specified numerical value is mentioned, then only consider negative. If the particular negative is not mentioned, ignore that as you ignored negative symbol and consider the positive. Clear? Now, this is the first way of asking numerical. Clear? Second way, if you remember demand function, what is it? D is equals to F of P. If you remember, I also said this can also be written as A minus B of P or A plus B of P. Anything can be written. Now, instead of D, that is quantity demanded. Which demanded? Quantity demanded. So, instead of D, they will mention it as Q. What they will mention it as? Now, there is a numerical problem which appears like this. Now, how do I solve this numerical problem if they have given in the form of equation? If they have given in the form of... Okay, let me show the exam question itself. Why? Just only to say in words. 1 second. Now, this is about supply. Why? Don't want. Wait. Jan attempt, Jan 25 attempt. The vast, I will show it. Wait. Here also supply function. Wait, don't want. Demand function only will go. When we are doing demand now. May 25. Wait. We'll just check. There is a question. I will show that. Probably in Jan attempt only. 1 second. Okay, wait, I will only create one question. I have to just search here. Somewhere it will not be in the same series. That's the reason we have to search. June attempt, it was not there. Okay, we got it. We got it. Observe. Demand function. What is it? Demand of a product X is expressed as Q is equals to 1000 minus 50P. What is it? 1000 minus. Where Q is quantity demanded, P refers to the price, where X, that is price, of for the X is rupees 10. Its price elasticity will be dash. See, this is the second way of asking question. Now they have given in the form of a equation. What are they given in the form of? Now see there. What is that equation they have given? Q is equals to 1000 minus 50P. Even they have only mentioned the price. How much is the price? 10. So in the place of P, you have to mention it as 10 minus 50 of 1000 quantity. That means now it will be 1000. 50 into 10 is. So quantity demanded will be 500. See, we already have a price. So price is 10 rupees. Quantity demanded is 500. But what they're asking is price elasticity. What they're asking is, and just now I explained you a formula how to identify that price elasticity. P by into change in quantity divided by change in price. Now comes the confusion. So we are expressing in the form of equation. As per the mathematical equation, the slope of a curve is always change in quantity by change in price. That is as per mathematical equation. But when we represent it in the form of graph, in economics, we said it is minus change in P divided by change in quantity. That is when you are representing in the form of graph. But here it is an equation form. Which form? See, this is the slope. Change in quantity by change in price. And this change in quantity and change in price is called as a slope. Let's go back. Keynesian theory, chapter 6, unit 2. Slope is also represented as MPC, marginal propensity to consume. That is represented in the form of B. In this equation, Q is equals to A minus B of P. See, this B portion is nothing but 50. So that is the slope. That is nothing but change in quantity divided by change in price. If you don't remember this, gone. You can't solve this problem. That means now you need to identify elasticity of price. Now the formula will be P by Q into change in quantity by change in. This change in quantity by change in price is also known as B. That is slope. As per the equation, slope as per the equation is given here. How much is the value? 50. Clear. So in short, price. Already we know the value of price. They have only given the price. How much is price? 10. Quantity we identified. How much? Into 50. That is change in quantity by change in price is nothing but this. 50. How did we get to know? That is value of B. What is the value of B? 50. Now kindly solve this. -1, negative relation, price and demand. See, this is what I said. You will go wrong. Inverse relationship. We have ignored negative. What does it we have? But the end answer should be in negative, and that too. Observe. Now 10 into 50 is 500 divided by 500. So you will call it as 1. Now emotion. What you will do? Option A -1, option B positive 1. So our answer is option B 1. Stupidity. I asked you to ignore negative, right? If the corresponding negative value is given, what is the answer? Corresponding negative value. Got it? This is where you guys will go wrong. So don't be sentimental once you get the answer. Think from the logic point of view. Price and demand is inversely related. And moreover, we are ignoring negative. We are ignoring. Same thing we also did it while solving this numerical problem. See, we ignored here now minus 5. What was that minus 5? Change in price. What is it? So change in price is always minus change in price. What is it minus? We ignored it. We have ignored. So you should consider if the corresponding negative value, which value? Corresponding negative value is mentioned. Suppose, sir, if this minus 1 is not given, sir. Now then what is the answer? Got it? Understood? This is where you guys will go wrong. So two different ways of asking question. One, straight away, they will give the value of P, change in P, Q, change in Q. You need to straight away solve by using this P by Q into change in quantity by change in price. Or else the question can also come from the form of an equation. What is that in the form of? Or sometimes they will give the mathematical question like this. They will play around with you like this. They will only give the elasticity value. See here, they have given elasticity value 1.25. We know E greater than 1. They have given initial price, but they have not given the new price. They have given initial quantity and they said quantity is increasing by 20%. In 520 percentages, another 100. The new quantity is 600. That means we should identify the new price, missing figure. What is it? Missing figure. This is another way of asking. This is not even economics, basic maths. In economics paper, they're asking maths question. So this is called donation of marks. Literally, this is nowhere related to economics. This is more and more of mathematics. Hey, what is this man? Camera playing around with us, huh? It looks like it doesn't want to see my face. Ah, fine. Clear? See, this is the another way of asking question. See, this is related to supply question. Wait, let me search. Even there is a demand question related to that. Chapter 2, chapter 2, chapter 2. No, again, elasticity of supply. Supply. I've asked more from the supply man in this attempt. Solve this. Question number 29. What is it? Question number? See, a consumer buys 100 units of goods at the price of rupees 6. Suppose price elasticity of demand is minus. See, already they have given elasticity minus 3. At what price will he buy 80 units? Initial quantity is how much? New quantity is how much? Initial price is how much? New prices not given. But they have mentioned what? So simple concept. Now observe. First look at the board. First write this down. P and Q. Clear up? So initial price is given. How much is initial price? 6 rupees. Wait, let me increase the font size. Can you able to see last bench students? Okay, red color. Okay, price, quantity. So initial price is 6. Initial quantity is 100 units. Clear? New price is not given. New quantity is given and elasticity is given. What is the price elasticity? Minus 3. Minus 3 is already given. Clear? Now we should identify the new price. What we should do? Identify the new price. Now let us go. Straight away we can convert this into percentage. Now see 100 and hey, not 800 man, 80. 1 second. Yeah. That's not 800. It is 80. Now initial quantity was 100. Now it has dropped down to 80. How much percentage of quantity has gone down? 20%. See 80 by 100 into 100, 20. Clear? So 20 percentage has got down. So we got to know 20 percentage of quantity has decreased. And we know the main formula, percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in. See, now we are converting everything into percentage. Now percentage will make us life easier. See, we know price elasticity of demand is equals to percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Now we got to know price elasticity minus 3. Quantity changes how much? 20%. Now we need to identify the change in price. Simple logic. Change in price goes to LHS. Minus 3 will come to RHS denominator. So 20 by 3. What is 20 by 3? 6.67%. See, that is percentage. What is it? 6.67%. Now be careful. This is percentage. Now, what is the initial price? 6. For 6 rupees, you should add 6.67 percentage. What is it? 6.67 percentage. Now, how do you do that? See, simple. 6 rupees into 6.67 divided by 100. How much you will get the value? 6.4. Hey, 6 rupees we have into 6.67 divided by 100. 0. Hello, don't skip the steps. There are some backbenchers like Shashikiran. They will be wondering, oh. So 6 into 6.67 divided by 100. How much did you get? 0.402. That means 40 paisa. What is it? 40 paisa. That means already we have an initial price of 6 rupee. For that, add 40 paisa. That is 6.402. 6.4. We got the answer. See, this is the third way of asking question. Identify the missing figure. So 3 different ways of questions can be asked. Straight away P by Q into change in quantity by change in price. That is the simplest way of asking question. If they want to confuse your life, they will bring demand function. What they will bring? Demand function will be bought and they will ask a question from demand function. And if not, they will give values and they will only ask one missing figure. Clear? So 3 different ways of asking question. Anyone having doubt in this? Price elasticity calculation, numerical value calculation. Clear? So how many of them made this mistake in the previous attempts? Even there was a question in September also. Which one? All the 3. It's simple. First way of asking question. They will only give all the values like this. You didn't understood or you understood? Missing figure, that is less of economics, more of mathematics, sir. Which attempt was that, man? May. See, they have given initial price. Initial price is how much? 6 rupee. Initial quantity is how much? New quantity is how much? They have only identified elasticity. They have already given elasticity value. Minus. You need to identify the new price. What is identified? New price. Convert this into percentage. From 100, quantity has gone down to 20%. Demand has been decreased. And we know the formula. Main formula. Which formula? Percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Now quantity has gone down by how much? And they have only identified price elasticity. How much? So minus 3 will come to RHS denominator. This change in price will go to LHS. So 20 divided by minus 3. 20 divided by minus 3. 6 point. 20 by day. I don't have calculator here. Say it loud. 6.67. This is percentage. Clear? So we need to add 6.67 percentage to the initial price. How much is initial price? For 6 rupees, we should add 6.67%. Now, simple logic there. 6 rupees initial price. For that, I should add how much? 6.67%. So 6.67 divided by 100. 6.67 divided by 100. 0.4. That is 40 paisa approximately. For 6 rupees, add that 0.4. So 6.4 is the answer. Usually they will not play around in the third option like that. First of all, it is mathematics, not even economics. In the economics paper, they're asking you maths question. Clear? They will not bug you up your life so much. Initially, if they want to bug you up with the minus value, they will come with economics logic and then they will bug you up with the minus logic. Clear? So don't worry. Such kind of stupidity and all ICA will never do. Clear? Okay. Now let's go back. So same logic applies to all the other types of elasticity now. Second one is relatively Inelastic. Complete opposite. Large change in price, small change in quantity demanded. Full opposite. Now it will be dash demand curve. Steeper demand curve. And E will be lesser than next unitary elastic. So in unitary elastic, E will be equal to 1. That means if price increases by 10%, even demand also decreases by same to same 10%. Clear? And this concept is also called as equilateral hyperbola or rectangular hyperbola. There is another name for it, equilateral hyperbola or rectangular hyperbola. Next comes perfectly inelastic, basic necessaries of life. What is it? Or perishable goods. Which goods? So basic necessaries and perishable goods will come under the category of perfectly inelastic. Clear? So remember, now the quantity will remain unchanged. Now prices can go up or prices can come down, but quantity will never change. Quantity will. Is that clear? Next, last but not the least, myth. That is perfectly elastic. At the given price level, quantity demanded cannot be determined. That is infinite. What is it? Infinite. Clear? And these are the 5 types of price elasticity. Relatively elastic, E greater than 1. What is it? Relatively elastic? Flatter demand curve. And it is also called as more proportionate change. Which proportionate change? Relatively inelastic, E lesser than 1. It is a dash demand curve, steeper demand curve. Unitary elastic, E is equals to 1. Downward sloping demand curve, or also called as rectangular hyperbola or equilateral hyperbola. Next comes perfectly inelastic, E is equal to 0. Vertical demand curve, or is parallel to which type of goods will come under perfectly inelastic? Basic necessaries or perishable goods. Last but not the least, perfectly elastic, E is equal to infinite. Horizontal demand curve or parallel to which axis? Clear. All the 5 are important. See, meaning is important. Numerical value is important. Different alternative name, more proportion, less proportion, same proportion, rectangular hyperbola. All that important. Example important. How to solve the numerical value. 3 different ways of asking question. How many different ways? Now, straight away by using formula, that is P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in price. Or else they will give a missing figure. Which figure? Or they can give it in the form of equation. What is it? Quantity demanded is equals to like 1000 minus 50p. See here, it is minus symbol. I said na, negative relation. So minus symbol. In supply, there will be positive symbol. Clear? Understood? So this is 5 types of price elasticity of demand. Now, while calculating price elasticity, I only taught you one single method. That is formula method. Now, I also said there is a disadvantage for this formula method. Every time we should ignore negative. Every time we should. And there is one more disadvantage of formula method. So to overcome this disadvantage, now I will explain the second disadvantage also. To overcome the disadvantage of formula method, we have introduced which method? So there are total 4 methods to calculate price elasticity. How many methods are there? The very first method is formula method. Which method? And the second method is arc method. Third method is called as point method. Which method? See, point method. And this concept is illogical. It is totally myth. But the graph is important to understand chapter 4. And last but not the least, total. Another favorite area for your ICI to confuse you guys. Total outlay method. So total, how many methods are there? Okay, let me write it down here. Wait. First one is formula method. So already we have done this. P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in price. Already done. This is taken care. Second one is which method? Arc method. Now, due to the disadvantage of this formula method, to introduce the concept called as arc method. So what is arc method? Now, formula is very simple in arc method. Change in quantity divided by change in price into P1 plus P2 divided by. Clear. So there is a new formula. This is arc method formula. Which method formula? Okay, first let me explain what was that another disadvantage of formula method. Now, do one thing. Solve this problem under formula method. P, Q, 10, 100, 15, price increase, demand decrease, 70. Okay, solve both the problems. Do one thing, both the problems. Solve two problems. Both the problems under formula method and let me know the answer. Quick, quick. We have to be very quick. You have to solve it, not to look into the material what I've already made you to write in the class. Now solve it once again. See, the whole agenda why I'm taking the same numerical, same example is, I will also ask my regular batch students, if you want to quickly revise the topic once again after going back home, you need not to sit and watch the same recording 20 hours, 25 hours for every chapter. Go to YouTube, ArivuPro, marathon video, open it, same topic into 5x speed we have done. 1.28. So by the way, what is the formula methods formula? P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in price. With that respect, initial prices 10, initial quantity 100, change in quantity 30. Excuse me. So it was minus 30, but we need to ignore the minus 30. Next year it will be positive 5. So 10 ones are 10 tens are 5 ones are 5 6 are. So 6 divided by 10. So answer is, but someone said 1 point. First question I asked. Next, second problem. P is 15, Q is 70, change in quantity 30, change in prices 5. So it is 5 ones are 5 threes are 3 into 30 is 90, 90 by 70. Answer is 1.28. Now if you observe, we are getting a different answer for a same numerical problem. I didn't make many big changes in the numerical problem. I have just reversed it. I have reversed the first problem and I have given it as a second problem. When you reverse the problem in mathematics, even when you cross calculate, you should end up getting the same answer, right? But in formula method, you will not get. You will end up getting a different answer. So to overcome this disadvantage, and every time we are ignoring negative, what is it? We are ignoring. Without ignoring negative, we can't solve a problem under the formula method. So to overcome that disadvantage, we have introduced which method? Arc method. So what is arc method formula? Change in quantity divided by change in price into P1 plus P2. That is earlier price plus new price divided by Q1 plus Q2. Clear? So solve it. Any problem you solve it, you will end up still getting the same answer. Change in quantity 30, change in price 5, into both the price put together 25, both the quantity put together 170, 5 ones are 5 fives are 30 into 5 150, 150 divided by 170. Answer is 0.88. 0.88. That is E lesser than 1. Relatively inelastic. What is it? Relatively inelastic. Clear? Now, one superb duperb analysis. Now listen to this carefully. In exam, they have given a numerical problem. They have given what? Numerical problem. But they have not specified which method to use. What is it? Which method to use? Wait, I will show that. Wait. Which method to use? Now, what you are going to do it? Will you use formula method or will you use arc method? Which method? Formula method. Clear? Not arc method. First, you solve it under formula method. Usually, you will get answer. If the answer what you got and option if it is not matching, then go with the arc method. See, majority of the circumstance question will come from the formula method. See, this is related to supply, but still let me show. See, the price of a wheat increased from 1,800 to 2,200 per quintal, and consequently quantity supplied rise it from 2,000 to 3,200. Identify elasticity of supply. That's it. They have not mentioned whether formula, whether arc. In such a case, use it only and only which method? Formula method. Only when the answers are not matching, then only you go with the arc method. Clear? Understood. Sir, what if both the method answer is given? Very rare circumstances it will happen. What if both the method? Then how did you get to know both the method? That means I have solved in both the method. If both the method answer is given, for safer side, write arc method answer. Which answer? Arc method answer. But usually till date, they have never asked such question. But only there is one such question in your ICI material when you are solving the MCQs. In the book back, there is only one question in the ICI material like that. And there they have taken arc method answer. Which method answer? That is the reason why I'm asking you to, for a safer side, take the arc method. There is only one question in your entire syllabus. When you're practicing, they have given like that. Answer of both formula as well as the arc. Both are given. And they have considered arc method answer. Which method answer? But till date in the exam, they've never asked such question. By chance, if you get, then consider the arc method. Clear? Understood? Okay, let's go ahead. So next is point method. Which method? See, this point method explanation is myth. They say in order to identify extremely small changes, what is it? Extremely small changes, we will use the point method. Which method do we use? Sir, what is that? Extremely small changes. Let's say I bought a Rolls Royce car. Assumption. What is it? Rolls Royce car. 3 crore rupees. Now I have given it to a service. Now one of the spare part has been worn out. We have to replace. Now the spare part guy or the repair guy will say, sir, the cost of replacing that spare part is 10 rupees. How much? 3 crore car. Cost of replacing spare part is extremely small change. Now to identify such extremely small change, we will use a in real life, it is unrealistic in nature. This theory is unrealistic, but this graph is important, formula is important. The formula says lower segment on the demand curve divided by upper segment on the demand curve. So demand curve is a downward sloping curve. See, in general, it will never touch x-axis and y-axis. But in order to represent perfectly elastic and perfectly inelastic, just few minutes back we decided now, see, perfectly inelastic. This is how the graph was. And it used to touch which axis? X-axis. And in perfectly elastic, unrealistic myth, it used to start from which axis? Y-axis. So to only represent that perfectly inelastic and perfectly elastic, we are touching the graph from x-axis as well as the y-axis. Clear? So this is y-axis, this is x-axis. Clear? And remember, the middle point on the demand curve, which point? Will be always unitary elastic. Which elastic? Upper portion will be relatively elastic, lower portion will be relatively inelastic. And the point which touches y-axis will be perfectly elastic horizontal curve. And the point which touches x-axis will be perfectly inelastic, basic necessities of life. And now these points, A, B, C, D, E. Now between this point is called as a segment. What is it called as? See, between A and B, we have one segment. B and C, we have second segment. C and D, third segment. D and D, how many segments in total we have? 4 segments we have. And if you remember, I said middle point of the demand curve is unitary elastic. And the formula says lower segment divided by. Now, how many lower segments are there at point C? 2. How many upper segments are there? As per the formula, 2 divided by 2. End answer is, if end answer is 1, which elasticity is that? Got it. Next, at point B, how many lower segments are there? 1, 2, 3. How many upper segments are there? So 3 divided by 1. Answer 3 is E greater than. That is why I said upper segment is relatively elastic. Next, at point D. Where is that? At point D. How many lower segments are there? How many upper segments are there? So 1 divided by 3, 0.3. That is why lower portion is E lesser than 1. Got it? So middle point on the demand curve is always dash elastic, unitary elastic. Upper portion relatively elastic. Lower portion relatively inelastic. When the demand curve goes and touches x-axis, perfectly inelastic. If the demand curve touches the y-axis, perfectly elastic. And what is the formula for point method? Lower segment on the demand curve divided by. And next comes the favorite topic of ICI, that is total outlay method. Which method? So listen to this very carefully. This is important. Again, you will make a mistake. See, there is a concept called as TRARMR, total revenue, average revenue, marginal. This I haven't done. Usually, I will take the topic in chapter 4. Clear? Total revenue. That means total sales made. What is the total? That is nothing but price into quantity. And this is also called as outlay. What is it called as? And there is one more concept called as average revenue. That means per unit. What is the sales made by selling per unit? That means total revenue divided by quantity. And this is also called as, AR curve is also called as demand curve. Which curve? Clear? Huh? So AR curve has one more name, that is demand curve. And what is the formula for AR? TR divided by Q. And next comes marginal. There are 2 ways of understanding marginal. When output is continuous, when output is not continuous. And in chapter 4, third approach will also come. Clear? Huh? So continuous, not continuous, all are there. So at the time being, just understand the TR. This should be enough. TR is also called as what? What is the formula for TR? Price into quantity. So what does that mean? Thumb rule of a demand chapter. When price increases, demand decreases. When price decreases, now in this particular topic, I'm least bothered about the quantity. I don't consider the quantity. I consider outlay. What do I consider? What do you mean by outlay? TR. That means spending nature of customer. Which nature of customer? Whether customer is spending more money or whether customer is spending less money is what we are interested. Whenever price changes, whenever price, what is the spending nature of customer? What is the spending nature of? Okay, same example. Shashikiran is selling the chocolates. Superheroes are his customers. Batman, Superman. Now I'm not interested about the quantity. What am I interested on? Spending capacity of the customers. That is nothing but outlay. Now let's say, for example, see, when the price is rupees 6, Batman is buying 10 chocolates. 6 into 10, 60. Next 5 into 15. Next 4 into 20, 80. That means observe, whenever price of the product is decreasing, Batman is spending more money or less money? More money. Is he spending more proportion of money or less proportion? More proportion. There is one more name for more proportion. Relatively elastic. Relatively elastic is also called as more proportionate change. That means it is E greater than 1. That means Batman is spending more proportion of money. Which proportion of money? But here ICI loves to ask you the question between relationship between price and outlay. Relationship between. Observe, price is decreasing, but outlay is. Arrow mark is in same direction or opposite direction. So remember, in case of relatively elastic, relatively price and outlay will move in dash direction, opposite direction. Price and outlay will move in. Okay, let me write it down for you guys. First one, if E is greater than 1, if price increase, outlay, that is TR, decreases. Price decreases, outlay increases. That means price and outlay. What is it? Outlay move in dash direction. Move in opposite direction. Clear? Understood? Anyone having doubt? Next, Superman. Now 6 rupees is the price, 10 units he bought. 6 into 10, 60. Next 5 into 12, 4 into 15. That means, Shashikiran, whether you increase price or whether you decrease price, my budget is only, I will only and only spend same proportion of money. Which proportion of money? Same proportion is also called as E is equals to 1. Unitary elastic. Unitary. Next, Iron Man. If the prices is 6 rupees, 10 units he bought. 6 into 10, 16. Next, price reduced. 5 into 11. Next, 4 into 13. Now see, stupid fellow, Iron Man. If the price is decreasing, his spending capacity is also. Now, whenever he is spending less proportion of money, less proportion is also called as E lesser than 1. And observe the arrow mark. Price and outlay both move in a. In which elastic? Relatively inelastic. So, whenever there is a relatively inelastic, which elastic relatively? That is E lesser than 1. If price increase, outlay is also increasing. Price decreases, outlay is also. So price and outlay will move in dash direction. Price and outlay move in same direction. So this is the most favorite question for ICI because you guys will get confused. Clear? Understood? Especially the question from price and outlay. What is it? Price and? Now there you guys will go wrong. So be careful. Is that clear? Understood. So this is the concept of total outlay method. See, in this case, we are interested to understand dash nature of a customer, spending nature of a customer. See, as a result of change in price, whenever price changes, whether customer is spending more money or less money is what we are interested. So we are interested to understand spending capacity of a customer due to change in. This is outlay method. By this, price elasticity of demand comes to an. This is the biggest. So price elasticity was the biggest. Clear? Next comes income. Even this is important. Now, relation is not between price and demand. Relation is between income and demand. What is it? Relation is between what? So when I explain given goods, I also made you to write one table. See, now we are focusing on these two columns with respect to normal good and with respect to income and normal good was dash related. When it is positively related, graph upward sloping or downward sloping. But income and inferior good is dash related. Now graph will be, that's it. Normal good, positive relation, graph is upward sloping. Now y-axis income, x-axis quantity. And inferior good, there is a negative relation. If income increases, people stop buying low quality goods and they go for a better quality. So low quality goods demand will decrease. And the concept is very simple. Change in demand because of change in income of a consumer. So percentage change in demand divided by percentage change in income. Positive relation with normal good, negative relation with inferior good. Clear? Now, again, income elasticity also we have to quantify. There are two methods. How many methods are there? Formula method and arc method. Instead of P, we need to replace that with Y. Instead of P by Q, what is it instead of? We call it as Y by Q into change in quantity divided by change in income. Same way, change in quantity divided by change in income into Y1 plus Y2 divided by Q1 plus Q2. By using this formula, if the end answer is E greater than 1, what is it? E greater than? Then such goods are called as luxury goods. If E greater than 1 dash goods, if E becomes lesser than 1, normal goods are necessary goods. Suppose if E is equal to 1, what is it? E is either luxury or normal goods. That means simple concept. Here in E greater than 1, customer is spending more proportion of income. Which proportion? More proportion of income. So what is that more proportion of income? Okay, let me explain it with an example. Now look at the board. This is important. Let's say Shashikiran, he is earning an income of 15,000. How much is Shashikiran's income? 15,000. Clear? When I'm earning 15,000, I'm consuming. That means consumption, spending. Consumption is, let's assume 9,000. How much is the consumption? Okay, superb. Now my salary increased from 15,000 to 20,000. 15,000 to superb, amazing. Now when my salary increased from 15 to 20, now my consumption has become 16,000. Consumption has become 16,000. Now my question for you, how much did the income change? How much is a change in income? 5,000 rupees. Do you agree? 15 to 20. But spending 9 to 16, how much did the consumption increase? Now you tell me, how much did income increase? How much did consumption increase? More than change in income or less than change in income? This is called more proportion. What is it? More proportion. Usually this happens in case of luxury goods. Which goods? Clear? Huh? So this is called E greater than 1 in income elasticity luxury goods. Suppose, let me change the example little. Now instead of 16,000, let's assume I'm spending 13,000. How much am I spending? 13,000. Now you tell me, how much did the consumption change? How much did the income change? Less than change in income, right? So E lesser than 1. Usually normal goods are necessary goods. Normal goods are, suppose if the consumption has increased to 14,000, how much? Earlier it was 9, now it is 14. Income changed at 5,000, even consumption also changed by E is equal to 1. E is equal to either luxury or necessary. It can be anything, either luxury or necessary. Clear? Now, one more type of question can be asked. Your income increased from 15,000 to 20,000, but consumption is still remaining same. E is equal to 0. Only income has gone up, consumption has not gone up. That means entire money is saved. Entire money is, even in your dream, it is highly impossible. What is it? Even in your dream, it is highly impossible. As soon as income rises, consumption will increase. But suppose, if at all in income elasticity, E becomes 0. E becomes, there is no change in consumption even after increase in income. No change in consumption even after increase in. This is the first way of asking question. E greater than 1, E lesser than 1, E is equal to 0 or E is equal to 1. There is one more way of asking question in terms of proportion. What is it in terms of? Proportion means percentage. What is it? Proportion means what? Okay, let me take up an example. Assuming income, consumption, savings. Let's say I was getting 15,000 income. I used to spend how much? 9,000. I used to save how much? 6,000. Now my income increased to 20,000. Income increased to how much? 20,000. Superb. Amazing. Now I will spend, let's assume 12,000 rupees. How much I will spend? 12,000 rupees. I will save how much? 8,000. Now my income increased to 30,000. Wow. Amazing. Now let's say I will spend 15,000 rupees and I will save 15,000 rupees. Now my income became 50,000. My income became, oh, superb. I will spend 20,000. I will save. Now take out calculator. Take out calculator. Identify the percentage. 9 by 15 into 100. That means 9,000 divided by 15,000 into 100. How much? You are spending 60 percentage and saving. Next, 12 by 20 into 100. Same, huh? Okay, wait. I will do one thing. Here I will make it 11,000. For your better understanding, I will make it 11,000. Make it 11 and make it 9. How much, ma? And 45 percentage you are saving. Next, 30, 15 by 30, 50 percentage. Here it is, 50 percentage. Next, 20 by 30. Now observe, no doubt, as per the logic, whenever income increases, consumption is also, that means demand is also increasing, but proportion, what is it? What is happening to proportion of consumption? Decreasing. So when you are understanding the question, be careful. First read the question, analyze the question properly. They can also ask a question from proportion. What is it? And the same concept has a connection with chapter 6 unit 2, that is called average propensity to consume, Keynesian theory. Average propensity to consume. Clear, huh? So remember, whenever income increases, no doubt, demand will also increase. But the proportion of demand will decrease. But proportion of savings will. This is APC decreases. This is APS increases. Clear. So even in income elasticity, two different ways of asking question. They can merge with the chapter 6 concept in terms of proportion. What is it in terms of? Is that clear? Understood? This is income elasticity of demand. So two different methods are there to calculate. Formula method and next comes your favorite question. Cross elasticity applies to complementary and substitute goods. Which goods? Complementary and? So substitute goods are dash related. Complementary goods are. Now your formula is most important. Listen to the formula carefully. Percentage change in quantity demanded of good A divided by percentage change in price of. That means this good B prices are changing. Because of that, good A demand is changing. How? Let's take an example. Now price of coffee is increasing. What is the price of? Because of that, demand for tea will increase. Got it? Or else price of petrol. What is it? Price of is increasing. Because of that, bike demand is decreasing. Due to change in price of one commodity, there is a change in demand for another commodity. And remember, listen to this very carefully. In cross elasticity, there is no formula method, there is no arc method. In cross elasticity, there is no formula method, there is no arc method. Straight away, we need to use this percentage method. Which method? We should convert the values into percentage and then only we have to solve the problem. Is that clear? So kindly solve this question. Exam question only I will show. Question number 14. This is related to cross elasticity. Be careful. Complementary goods answers will be in negative. Positive. Who is that intelligent fellow? Positive. Complementary goods answers will be in. Substitute goods answers will be in. And we don't have formula method, we don't have arc method. Straight away, we should convert the elements into percentage. We should convert it into Kindly solve the 14 question. See there, the price of 1 kg of tea is rupees 50. At this price, 10 kg of tea is demanded. If the price of coffee rises from 30 to 40 rupees, the quantity demanded for tea rises from 10 to 15. What will be the cross price elasticity for tea? That means cross elasticity of demand. They're asking. First write down PQ for price and for coffee and tea. See what all information is given. First write that down. First copy that down. That is most important here. See coffee, price and quantity. What is the price of coffee, pa? Have they given price of coffee? Yes, na. 32, 40. Have they given quantity? No. No. See, first read the question. The price of 1 kg of tea is rupees. Okay, let me write down tea. Okay, tea price they have given it is rupees 50 and they are selling 10 kg. That is quantity. And if the price of coffee rises from 30 to 40, the quantity demanded for tea comes down from 10 to 15. What will be the cross? Now, for me, only two informations are important. See, observe. 1 second, look at the board. Due to change in price of coffee, due to change in price of, there is a change in demand for tea. That's it. I only need this two information. Now, convert both into percentage. What does it convert both into? What is the earlier price of coffee? What is the new price of coffee? What is the difference? 10. How much was earlier? 30. So 10 by 30 into 100. How much is that? 33.33 percentage. So prices have gone up by 33.33 percentage. Clear? Now T demand. From 10, it has gone up to 15. So 10 to 15, difference is 5. So 5 divided by 10 into 100, 50 percentage demand has increased because of increase in price by 33 percentage of coffee. What is the formula? Percentage change in quantity demanded for one good. Which good quantity demanded is changing? Which good price is changing? So it is nothing but T divided by coffee. What is it? T divided by? Now 50 percentage demand increased. How much percentage? So 50 percentage demand has gone up. 33.33 percentage price has gone up. 50 by 33.33. 1 point. Now tea and coffee complementary or substitute. Deira, என்னடா அது? Huh? Substitute. Substitute goods are positive or negative? Answer should be positive, 1 point. But most of the Mahan Bhav, sir, you only said no, sir, price and demand negative relationship. So minus 1.5. Stupid fellows, complementary substitute goods. Complementary negative substitute. Clear? See, exam question. Got it? Next. Sometime, rather than giving different values like this, they will only give it in a simple words. Which words? See, the price of ink went up by 25% and quantity demanded for pen came down by 20%. Calculate cross elasticity of demand. Let me know the answer. What is it? Wrong. Minus is the answer. Complementary good. Yappa, intelligent fellows. First, hello, most of them first set positive values. See there, complementary good, na? Price, pen and ink. Pen and ink is complementary. Complementary answer should be straight away. They have only given the percentage. So it is 20% of demand for pen has went down. Divided by price has gone up by 25. 20 divided by 25. Minus 0.8 because it is complementary good. Clear? Understood? Now this is most important. In cross elasticity, if the answer is E greater than 1 or E lesser than 1, that means positive values that applies to substitute goods. Which goods? If the answer is E greater than 1, they are close substitutes. Which substitutes? If the answer is E lesser than 1, not close substitutes. Not close. If answer is E0, most important, unrelated goods. If price of coffee increases, demand for bike decreases. What, you will put coffee to bike and you will ride, huh? Unrelated goods. And if answer is infinite, they are perfect substitutes to each other. Which substitutes? This is important. And if answer is in negative, answer is in positive. Clear. Understood. Anyone having doubt? Next comes one Bachu concept. Advertisement elasticity of demand. Which elasticity? Advertisement elasticity of demand. Simple. Percentage change in demand because of percentage change in spendings on advertisement. If this question comes ala jackpot. Donation of marks. Question number 15. If change in quantity demand is 60% because of change in expenditures of advertisement is 20%, what will be the advertisement elasticity? Demand by price. Simple. 60 divided by 20. Answer. Donation of marks. Clear? Huh? Simple concept it is. In advertisement elasticity. Which elasticity? There is a change in demand because of spendings on advertisement. And there is only formula, main percentage formula. That's it. If the question comes jackpot, easy question. That is easy and easy marks. And if answer is E greater than 1, what does that answer is? That means more proportion of demand has been got. Let's say I spent 10 lakh rupee on advertisement. I got demand worth 15 lakh. E greater than 1. More proportion. What is it? We got more proportion demand. Next, if E is lesser than 1, I spent 10 lakh rupees on advertisement. I got 7 lakh demand. E lesser than 1. Next, if E is equal to 0, E is equal to, that means, boss, I'm only spending money, no demand at all. What is that? No demand. See, sorry, E1 it should be. E1 is same proportion. What is it? E1 is clear. Huh? So E0 means, boss, I'm only spending money. I'm not at all getting the demand. Zero demand. What is it? Zero demand. Only money has been spent. That is E0. But E is equal to 1. What is it? E is equal to? I spent 10 lakh. I also got a demand worth of 10 lakh. That is E is equal to 1. Clear? By this, elasticity of demand concept comes to an end. Next, important area, expansion and contraction of demand. Increase and decrease in demand. And this is the another area you guys will go wrong. Because connection comes from chapter 4, unit 2. Where does the connection comes from? Chapter 4, unit 2. So listen to this carefully. What is the main thumb rule of demand chapter? Whenever price increases, demand decreases. Price decreases, demand increases. But actually we were saying it wrong. We cannot use a word called as increase and decrease. We should use a word called as expansion or. Remember, in PitCat PC, if at all only and only price changes, that is what? Price increase, demand contracts. Price decrease, demand expands. Only and only if price changes, that is called as expansion or contraction. In PitCat PC, only price changes. ITCAT PC is remaining constant. So the nature of demand curve is a downward sloping demand curve from left to right. So how do I get to know about expansion or contraction? That is because of x-axis. Because of which axis? See, simple. This black color line is the initial price and initial quantity. Suppose if price goes up, we know that quantity demanded has to come down. That means it is coming near to the origin. Coming what? Coming near to the origin, contraction. Going away from the origin, expansion. When price goes up, quantity comes near to the origin, so it is contraction. And this point E, reference point E, it is moving to the E1. What is it? It is moving. Clear up. And if at all price goes down, quantity is going away from the origin. So it is expansion. So concept is very simple. Price goes up, demand contracts. Price goes down, demand expands. And observe, we are not writing the new demand curve. There is only one single demand curve. This point E will either move towards E1 or move towards. So henceforth, expansion and contraction is also called as movement on same demand curve. What is the reason for movement on same demand curve? Because of only and only change in. Okay, sir, in PitCat PC, only price changed. So it happened with the movement. What if now ITCAT PC changes and price will not change? That is called increase and decrease. What is it called as? Now there is a change in other factors. What does it change in? Except price. What does it change in other factors? Except price. That means in PitCat PC, now price is remaining constant. ITCAT PCs are going to change. When other factor changes, if they are increasing, what is it if they are? We need to draw the new demand curve towards right side. We need to draw the new demand curve towards. That is called RHS shift. Right hand side shift or upward shift. Which shift? Sir, how do we get to know upward? Observe this black color. Observe this orange color. This orange color is it upwards to black or downwards to black? That is why I said upward shift. Whenever other factor increases, now you see, observe, price is still same. Price is not at all changing. Let's say income of a consumer income of a consumer increased. Taste and preferences increased. Advertisement increased. Other factors except price goes up. We will not adjust on same demand like this. There is no movement. There is a shift. What is that? We are drawing the new demand line altogether towards the right side when things are increasing. If things are decreasing, we will draw it towards left side. Demand increase, RHS. Demand decrease, LHS. Increase was upward. Decreases, downward. Decreases. So there is a downward shift. That means we are not adjusting on the same curve. We are drawing either a new curve towards right side or a new curve towards. So expansion and contraction was movement. Increase and decrease is called as shifting demand curve. What is it called as? So what is the reason for increase or decrease? Change in other factor except price. Now PitCat PC price will remain the same. ITCAT PCs are going to change. Clear. By this entire demand concept comes to an end. Only demand was the biggest. Now hereafter supply will get over in half an hour. Chapter 4 unit 2 will get over in half an hour. Consumer behavior will get over in another half an hour. So hereafter things will go in Shatabdi Express. Till now, normal express. Next Shatabdi, Vande Bharat will start. Clear? Huh? Understood? So this is demand. This is base. In every topic hereafter, I will be connecting with the demand. Clear? Understood? Okay, let's go to the exam questions from the demand concept. Okay, last 5 attempts. We'll go to the exam question. Okay, have a look here. The faster you solve this question, faster we are going to take the break. Demand. Demand questions. Chapter 2. Okay, consumer surplus. Kindly solve this question. Question number 55. Question number 55. Mr. X went to a stationery shop to buy the pen. The price of pen decreased from 5 rupees to 3 rupees. The price elasticity of demand is 2.5 and the original quantity of the pen is 20 units. What is going to be the new quantity of the pen? Now, new quantity has to be identified. Again, missing figure. Not even economics, mathematics. Solve it. Anyone finding it difficult, let me know. I will help you guys. That means now you need to mix match with the option. You need to take every single option and you should calculate and end answer should be 2.5. See, they have already given the price now. How much was the initial price? 5. New price 3. Initial quantity 20. We should identify the new quantity. Elasticity is given. We know the formula. Percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Now 5 to 3. How much is the difference? 2. 2 divided by 5 into 100. How much is 2 by 5 into 100? 2 by 5 into 100. 40. Clear? That means 40 percentage prices have decreased. Now we got to know 40. 40 divided by dash is equals to 2.5. 40 divided by dash is equals to 2.5. Every time you should put the options and you need to cross check now. See, 40 divided by 10. Is it 2.5? No. Hello, excuse me. I converted into percentage. So you should also convert things into percentage. But here the options are not given in the percentage. Options are given in the whole value. Clear? So analyze. Every time we can't convert things into percentage. So see the option. Is it in percentage? So that means I should identify this new quantity. That means I have to go with formula method. Which method? I can't convert that into percentage. Straight up. Clear? See, I thought someone will say, sir, why are you doing percentage? Options are not in percentage. Suppose instead of whole value, if the options were in percentage, then I should go with main formula. Which formula? So analyze. So we need to identify this new quantity. So in the place of new quantity, put to 10 here. Just assume option A 10. Now observe 20 and 10. Difference is 10. Change in quantity if it becomes 10. If it becomes, now it will be how much? 10 ones are 10 twos are. 2 into 2, 4. What is 5 by 4? 5 by 4. Is it 2.5 answer? No. Next, second option, 40. If I put 40 here, new quantity is 40, old quantity is 20. Difference between two is 20. Now it will be 20 by 2. 2 ones are, 2 tens are, 5 ones are, 5 fours are. What is 10 divided by 4? 2.5. We got the answer. Answer is 40. Clear? Every option you need to put over there and you need to cross substitute. Next, okay, this is related to budget line concept. Budget line concept. About still anyone having doubt in that problem? Solve it. Question number 74. The quantity demanded by the consumer at the price rupees 10 is 1250 units. When the price increased by 20%, price increased by, what is the initial price? 10. 20% to 10 is 2 rupees. That means new quantity is 12. The quantity demanded decreased by 200 units. That means 1250 minus 200. 1050. So we got new price, old price, new quantity, old quantity. They're asking us to identify price elasticity. Same formula method. P by Q into change in quantity divided by change in price. Do it. That's it. And ignore minus. And there is no minus symbol also. So no worries. 0 point. Able to get the answer? Anyone finding it difficult? Next. When the factors other than price changes, what is it? Factors and causes the supply curve to shift. But still, end of the day, shift means increase or decrease or expansion or contraction. Increase or decrease. Clear up. So here the factors, the question is related to supply. Leave it. When I come to supply, I will make you to okay. Here also it is related to supply. Question number 86. When the price of apple is 80 rupees per kg, the customer purchased 1 kg of apple. But when the price of apple fell to rupees 60, from 80 rupees, prices is decreasing to. We know that when price decreases, demand will. Now, when prices have become 60, customer is purchasing 2 kg. By the way, what is changing? Price is changing or other than price? Price. Whenever price changes, expansion or contraction. So when price decreases, demand expands. Expansion in the demand. Next. The consumption of highly priced goods by status-seeking rich people to satisfy their dash consumption. Veblen effect. Clear. Next. The quantity demanded for the coffee increased by. And the price of, by the way, coffee and tea. Substitutes are complementary. Answer should be in positive or negative. That means option A, option D ruled out. It cannot be the answer at all. And they have only straight away given in the form of percentage. I need not to convert things. Straight away they have only given. So the quantity is given 8. Price is given 25. So 8 by 25. See, donation of marks. And for those are economics difficult. What stupid difficult. Such a silly questions. That's it, I guess, from the demand. Next, September 24 attempt. Okay. Suppose the price elasticity of the demand of a firm is given as minus 1.2. For a time being, ignore minus. 1.2, greater than 1 or lesser than 1? Which elasticity? Relatively elastic. Now, the price of the product is increased by 5%. If the price increased by 5%, greater elastic, more proportion. That means definitely revenue is going to increase much more than 5%. What is the most probable outcome? See, outlay, total revenue, profit, total revenue, profit, total revenue, profit, outlay method. Which method? Now, by the way, E greater than 1, E greater than 1, price and outlay will move in a dash direction. Opposite direction. Which direction? We know that. Now, the price elasticity of a demand is 1.2. That means E greater than 1. If the price of the product is increasing by 5%. What will be the most probable when price is increasing? What is it? Prices by 5%. That is less proportion. Price changes by small extent. Demand changes by large extent. E greater than 1. Small change in price, large change in quantity demanded. Now, total revenue and profit. They're asking question from the which point of view? Profit point of view. Clear? Here, E greater than 1. Price changes by small extent. Profit changes by large extent. See, both TR and profit will increase. Here, they have said price increase it by 5%. Both. Total revenue and profit will decrease. No, definitely it will not decrease. Total revenue would be decreasing because negative relationship na price and outlay will move in a opposite direction, and but profits will, yes, possibilities are there, and moreover prices are, profit will increase but TR will decrease. Price and outlay will move in a dash direction, opposite direction in E greater than 1. I said na, ICA's favorite question. Price and outlay. Next, this question already we did in the class. Statement is false. Okay, indifference curve concept. Leave that. Next, supply concept. Yet to be done. Mr. X and Mr. Y are rich rivals, and in the party, Mr. X wears an expensive dress. By seeing that Mr. Y, who is also having the same dress, decides to reject using the same dress. Studio example. Next. If the income elasticity of a particular type of a good is greater than 1, income elasticity E greater than 1, which good? Next. Supply it as increase in consumer surplus. Okay, leave it. Consumer surplus question, indifference curve question. This we did in the class itself. Cross elasticity. This is income elasticity. Taken care. Done. Next, 2025 January attempt. Okay. When some people starts investing money in the share market, then many people starts following the same without considering its advantages. Someone is doing, even I will also do it. My friend did something, even I will do something. Bandwagon effect, or also called as conspicuous necessaries or demonstration effect. Clear? Bandwagon effect. Next, slope of demand curve minus change in price divided by change in quantity. Clear? Solve this question. Solve this. 84. Solve it. Let me know the answer. A shopkeeper sells two commodity A and B. They are dash substitute. 1 second. Common sense it is. I need not to even solve this question also. We know that in cross elasticity of demand, if E is greater than 1, close substitute. E lesser than 1, not close substitute. E is equal to infinite, perfect substitutes. And moreover substitutes. Answer should be positive. Option B and option D cannot be the answer. And moreover, they have given with substitute. Common sense. E greater than 1. 1 point. See, even without solving, we can still mark the answer. Common sense. But still, I know commonly lacking with people like you and me. Common sense. Solve the problem. It is observed that when the price of the commodity rises by 20%, the demand for the good B increases by 30%. What is the cross elasticity? So 30 by 20. 1.5. Clear? Next. Excess of price. Okay. Consumer surplus question. It does. Leave it. Indifference curve. Citrus paribus, Latin phrase. All other things will remain. Okay. Supply question. Supply. Done. Next. May 2025 term paper. This already we took care in the class. If total revenue for the good increases, what is it? Total outlay, TR, total revenue of the good increases when there is an increase in price is also increasing, TR is also increasing. Price and outlay move in the same direction in relatively. Total outlay method important. See, next. Which of the following statement is not true while determining the price elasticity of demand? What are they asking? Not true. Next, the greater the proportion, the income spent. Which spent? on the commodity, lesser will be the elasticity. No, boss. Greater proportion of income spent means greater will be the demand. Yes, it can be false. No. Goods which are having close or perfect substitute. Which substitute? Demand will be highly inelastic. Yes, sorry, highly elastic. That means E is equal to infinite. Highly elastic. Elastic means greater than 1. Highly elastic means infinite. Yes, true. Next, necessaries are generally price. Yes, definitely. Necessary goods are perfectly inelastic. Price may go up or price may come down. Next, the more possible use of the commodity, greater will be the price elasticity. That means if you are using the goods again and again frequently, prices will automatically increase. Greater will be the elasticity. Yes, definitely true. Option A is wrong. See, this is little tricky question. This is CA standard. Less other questions for donations. Donation of marks. This is the actual CA level question. Next, commodity for which the quantity demanded rises only up to the certain level of income, and later it starts decreasing. When there is an increase in income beyond that level, that means when your income increases, no doubt you will buy the commodity, but up to certain level you will buy the low quality good. But if your income increases beyond certain level, will you buy low quality? You will go for better quality, boss. That is inferior good. And this is the same to same statement is given in ICA material. Word to word is there in the ICA material. Commodity for which quantity demanded rises only up to the certain level of your income, and later it starts decreasing when your income goes beyond that certain level. When you start earning good amount of income, you will not buy low quality good, you will go for a better quality good. So after that certain level of income, you will not buy the low quality inferior goods. Next, highly priced goods are consumed by which people to satisfy their Veblen effect. Next, an expectation that price will fall in the what will happen to present demand? Price will fall in future. When will you buy? Future. So present demand and expectation of future change in price. What is it? Future change, not the present price. Future change other than price, na? If price changes, expansion, contraction. Other than price changes, increase and decrease. Increase and decrease means RHS shift or LHS shift. And in this case, price will fall in the future. So present demand will decrease. Decrease means LHS or RHS? Leftward shift of demand curve. Clear? Understood? How to analyze it? Next. Okay, this is related to law. Okay, marginal rate of substitution. That's it. 1 second. When two goods are complementary goods are dash related. Now very difficult question. This is very difficult. Next, supply. They have only mentioned ARC method. Which method? See, they have only mentioned here, but this is related to supply question. Next, September 2025. What will happen to the demand when the larger proportion of people belonging to the old age group relate to the younger age group? There are more and more people of old age group in the country comparing to the younger age group people. So there will be increase in demand for children's book. No. There will be increase in demand for geriatric care. That means old age cares and spectacles and walking sticks. Yes. There will be increase in demand for normal goods. No. There will be decrease in demand for goods and services. No. Option B is the answer. Next. This is also related to chapter 4. See, chapter 4, chapter 2 put together question as well. I will take this in chapter 4. Next. Demand for the good is elastic. Elastic means E greater than. Okay. Equal indifference curve concept. Okay. How does the increase in income of a consumer generally affects the demand for the whenever income increases, demand for normal goods will also. Next comes advertisement elasticity. Bacho question. When the company increases the advertisement expenses by 20%, demand increases by 40 by 20. That's it. Which of the following statement is true about the, by the way, what do you mean by given goods? Given goods are, but all inferior goods are not. Given goods are, all inferior goods are. Next, given goods are inferior goods with the No, given goods follow the exception to law of demand. Option A. Next, the concept of, okay, consumer surplus question. Okay, a budget line question. That's it. By this, entire demand concept comes to an end. Clear? So take a break. It's already like 2 hours, 15 minutes, 11:30 is the time. So 15 minutes break, 11:45, we are going to start back the class. Clear? Online student, one question is there, sir, when there is a use of price elasticity of demand percentage change and formula percentage. It depends upon option. Divya, what is it? Divya Sarathi. First, understand the question. Based on the question, what they have given, what is the option given? Is it in percentage or is it in numerical value? Based on that, you should consider. Okay, the next concept, supply. See, complete opposite of demand is going to be the supply. See, the whole concept of demand we studied from a consumer point of view. Whose point of view? But supply we are going to study from a producer point of view. And everyone remain silent. Break time is done. We'll continue. Settle down fast. Settle down fast. Okay. So the whole concept of supply, we are going to study from whose point of view? Remember, supply is a part of stock. What is it? Supply is a which is offered for sale. Now let's say, for example, boys, enough man, break is done. Listen. Now let's say I have 1 acre farmland. In this, I'm growing 100 bags of paddy. How many bags? This is stock. Total production, what I made is a stock. But out of this 100 bags, let's assume I'm only supplying 80 bags to the market. So this is supply. What is it? And this is stock. So supply is a part of stock. This 80 bag is a part of 100 bag, whichever is offered for sale. Clear? And same to same. Now supply refers to the amount of goods and services that producers are and able to offer to them at the various price during the given period of time. Clear? So remember, at the various period, at the various point of time where the producer should be willing and able to offer it to the particular. Already I explained about stock and flow concept. That means flow is a supply part. Stock is total number of units produced. We discussed about PITCAT PC, determinants of demand. Same way, determinants of supply. Very first one is price. Now, price and supply is positively related. As a producer, I would like to supply more goods when prices are increasing, when prices are going up. When prices are less, I will not supply more elements. And not just price, even price of related goods. Related goods means complementary and substitute goods. If my substitute good prices are increasing, I would wish to produce that substitute good rather than producing my good. Or if my complementary good derived demand. So if the complementary good prices are going up, I would like to produce that other complementary, not my product. Technology. Today, technology and business are highly interdependent. If technology gets advanced, production capacity will increase, automatically supply will increase. Now, this is important. Factors of. So how many factors of productions are there? 4. Which are those? Land, labor, capital, organization. So land is not available for free of cost. We need to pay. Labor will expect wages. Capital will has to get the interest. Organization. Now you tell me, as a business manufacturer, will you be happy to pay more rent or less rent? More wages or less wages? More interest to the banker for taking loan or less interest? More profit or less profit? Saddest fellows, only you want more profit. Yes, sir. Am I doing any charitable organization? No. What is the intention of running a business? To earn more profit. That means when the prices of other factors of productions are less, my profit will be more. I will produce more and I will also supply more. I only supply more number of units whenever I am able to earn more and more profits. And this is possible when prices of factors of productions are less. That means we also have a negative relationship in supply, but we don't focus much on negative. We only concentrate on. And next comes government policies. If government is too strict, rules and regulations are too stringent, now can you able to produce and supply effectively in the market? No, that is highly impossible. So we need to make sure that government is supportive. Government is not too stringent. Government is not having a harsh rules and regulations. Clear up. So there is also, see, still more pointers can be added. Expectation of future change in price. What is it? Let's assume next week there is a festival. In next week, prices will increase. When will you like to sell? Today or next week? So present supply. See, present supply decreases. In future, if prices are, see, negative relation is there now, but we are not focusing much on negative. We are only focusing much on, see, the relationship between price and supply expressed in the form of mathematical equation. Again, same supply function S is equals to function of. And it is not just with respect to price, even price of related goods, technology, factors of production, government. So that means with all the factors like PITCAT, PC, with all the other factors. But price affects supply to the dash extent, maximum. And what is law of supply? All other things remains. When price increase, supply increase. Price decrease, supply schedule. Representing supply in the form of table. Same to same. Individual supply schedule, market supply. I will consider only one individual producer and changes in price. That is individual. Rather than individual, total supply made in the market because of change in price. That is called as market supply schedule. And the main focus is positive relationship. Whenever price increases, supply will also. Whenever price decreases, supply will also. So when there is a positive relationship, graph will be dash sloping curve, upward sloping linear curve from left to right. This brings to straight away elasticity of supply. And remember, in elasticity of demand, some determinants. What was the concept? Which were those some determinants? Price, income, cross, advertisement. But here we don't use that word called as some determinants. Straight away we will say it as. That means whatever we discussed in price elasticity, 5 types of price elasticity: relatively elastic, relatively inelastic, unitary elastic, perfectly same to same are the types of elasticity of supply, including numerical value. Relatively elastic, greater than 1. Relatively inelastic, lesser than 1. Unitary elastic, equal to 1. Perfectly inelastic, equal to 0. Perfectly elastic, equal to infinite. Is that clear? And what is the nature of supply curve? Now same to same. We need to plot the graph. Flatter curve, steeper curve. But graph is not going to be downward sloping. Graph is going to be, see, relatively elastic. Graph is upward sloping, flatter. Upward sloping. But one more extra topic we should remember in supply concept. See, in general, supply will never go and touch the y-axis, or it will never go and touch the. Suppose if we extend, suppose if we, this flatter line, now it will cut which axis? Now it will cut the. So remember, in relatively elastic supply, when the supply curve gets extended, it will intersect at which axis? In relatively inelastic, it is steeper curve. Which curve? When you extend the line, now it will cut which axis? Meaning everything remains same. Relatively elastic, small change in price, large change in supply. In relatively inelastic, large change in price, small change in quantity supplied. Unitary elastic, same proportion. If price changes by 10%, supply also changes by same. And natural supply curve, upward sloping linear. Now, if you extend the supply line, it will intersect at origin. What is it? Intersecting at. Clear up. And last two graph also remains the same. Concept remains same. Perfectly inelastic. Basic necessaries of life and perishable goods. Whether price increase, whether price. Quantity supplied remains unchanged. Quantity supplied remains. Last but not the least, perfectly elastic. Concept is, at the given price level, quantity supplied is infinite. Quantity supplied is perfectly elastic. And if you remember in demand, there were 4 methods to calculate: formula method, arc method, point method, outlay method. But here only 2 methods: formula and arc. What is it? We only and only have formula method, and we only and only have arc method. Clear up. Next comes expansion and contraction of supply curve. Which curve? Expansion and, same logic, no difference. Only graph is the difference. Expansion and contraction occurs because of change in In the determinants, price of related goods, government policy, technology, factors of production, expectation of future change in price, in that none of the factors are changing, only and only. If that is the case, it is also called as movement. If price goes up, now see supply goes away from the origin. That means expand. If price comes down, supply is coming near to the origin. That is contract. Either expand or either contract. This is going to be the supply curve. And on the same supply curve, there will be movement. What will be there? And this is only and only when there is a change in. But other than price, if any elements other than price changes, there will be increase or decrease in. When other elements changes, RHS shift. Same to same. See, in demand curve, there was a downward sloping curve like this. And we used to write the new curve towards the right side. But in supply, it is going to be upward sloping curve from left to right. But we will also shift it to right side. When increase happens, right side. When decrease happens, that's it. By this, supply also comes to an. Whatever we did in demand, complete opposite is supply. Demand customer point of view, supply manufacturer point of view, demand general relation negative related, supply general relation. That's it. Nothing big difference. See, I said na demand alone will take a time to understand. After demand, things will go like Shatabdi Express. Clear? Understood? Any concept, any doubt in supply before moving into the chapter 4, unit 2. If you want me to explain any particular topic once again in detail, if you have any doubt in any topic of supply, let me know. Before moving to chapter 4, unit 2. Chapter 4, unit 2 is equilibrium concept. Government policy. See, government policies means rules, regulations, restriction, labor laws, all this. If government is coming with stringent rules and regulation, as a manufacturer, you are not in a favorable position to produce and supply more. That time, if government rules, regulations are too high, your production capacity will decrease. Supply will also decrease. Tanushree, clear? Okay. Let's continue. Okay, next, chapter 4, unit 2. What is the general nature of demand curve? Downward sloping curve from left to. What is the general nature of supply curve? Upward sloping curve from left to. Now remember, the point where demand and supply intersects, that is called as equilibrium. What is it called as? By the way, which equilibrium is that? Market equilibrium or industry equilibrium. Which equilibrium is that? Market equilibrium or industry equilibrium. And the price, whichever is getting established at this equilibrium level, equilibrium price is also called as dash price. Market clearing price. Which clearing price? That means at this point of equilibrium, this equilibrium price, what people are ready to buy and what as a supplier is ready to sell, both are matching. Buyer's plan is matching with seller's plan. What is it? Buyer's plan is matching with. And at this level, price remains constant. What does it happen? Price remains. But whenever there is an excess demand or excess supply, now let's take up an example. Shashikiran, you are a chocolate seller. I was ready to sell a chocolate for rupees 10. People used to buy 100 chocolates. How many chocolates? And this was the equilibrium level. Even people are ready to buy chocolate at 10 rupee. Even seller is also willing to sell it at 10 rupee. And people are ready to buy 100 quantity in a day. Even I am ready to sell 100 quantity in a day. But Shashikiran is a greedy fellow. Assumption. Greedy fellow. Now I don't want to sell at rupees 10. Intentionally, I will go beyond equilibrium price. I will make the prices of my product rupees 15. And we know it very well. Whenever price increases, demand contracts, supply expands, price changes, expansion and contraction. Clear up? Now, because of 15 rupee, now supply got expanded. Now, supply is 130 units, but people are demanding only and only 30 units. Sorry, 70 units. How many units? People are willing to buy only 70. But supplier is supplying 130 units is available in the market, but people need only and only. So this region, this shaded region, this is excess supply. What is that? More and more units are there in the market, but people are not ready to buy. To attract customer, now effect of price will decrease. Effect of price will, you need to reduce price now. That is what Big Billion Day, Amazon Festival sale, Munyama sale, Rangappa sale, Marappa sale, Independence Day sale, Black Friday sale, irritating Monday sale. Next they may come with that. Who knows? So whenever there is an excess supply, what is it? Whenever there is an effect of price will decrease. That means equilibrium price will decrease. There it is not operating at the equilibrium level. There is a excess supply in the market, so it has to move towards the equilibrium. So effect of price will decrease. Opposite, suppose Shashikiran, instead of selling at 10 rupee, intentionally he created a market more and more and sold it at 5 rupees. Now people wants to buy 130 units. General public wants to buy, but I'm supplying only and only 70. Shortage is there. Product available is only 70, but people are demanding 130. So this shaded region is excess demand. What is that? If there is an excess demand in the market, automatically effect of price will increase. See, if there is excess demand, effect of price increase. Excess supply, effect of price. But only and only at the point of equilibrium, price remains constant. Price remains. And such price is called as market clearing price or equilibrium price. So in short, what is the condition of this equilibrium? Total demand should be equal to total supply. What is it? Total demand is equal to, this is the point of market equilibrium. The whole market is in equilibrium or the whole industry is in equilibrium. At the point of equilibrium, price remains constant. What is it? Price constant. Now comes the beautiful questions hereafter. Now supply may increase, demand constant. Supply may decrease, demand constant. Or demand increase, supply constant. Demand decrease, supply constant. Or demand increase, supply constant. Any one element will change, other element will remain constant. Or Damaka, both will change. One will increase, one will decrease. One will increase more, one will decrease less. That is what chapter 4, unit 2, determination of price. What is it? Determination of price. So in the class, length and breadth, approximately some 20 graphs I have made students to write in the class. See here, change in demand. What is it? When supply is, which is remaining constant, but what is changing? So two possibilities are there. Demand can increase or else demand can, but supply is going to remain. Now observe, demand increases, supply remains constant. When demand increase and decrease in demand, RHS shift and LHS shift. Now demand increases, only demand is RHS. Supply same line. Now this new orange color demand line and supply line is intersecting at E1. Now price is also increasing, quantity is also. Now that means equilibrium price is also going up. Equilibrium. Now in the exam, this is what they will ask question. Equilibrium price, equilibrium. Now next up. Demand decreases, supply remains constant. Now demand decreases with side shift. LHS. So this is the new equilibrium. New demand line and older supply line. Now price and quantity both are decreasing. So equilibrium price also decrease, equilibrium quantity also decrease. And this happened only when demand was changing and supply was remaining constant. So usually in exam, the question comes from this area, price and quantity. What is happening? Next, if supply changes and demand remains constant. What is it? Supply, demand remains. Now two possibilities, supply can increase or supply can, but demand is remaining. Now supply increases, RHS shift. Only supply line, demand is still the same. So this is new equilibrium. Observe, price is decreasing, but quantity is. Price is decreasing, quantity is. Equilibrium price decreased, equilibrium quantity increased. Next, when supply decreases, but demand remains. Supply decreases, LHS shift. Demand is still the same. At the new equilibrium, price has gone up, but quantity has decreased. So equilibrium price increase, equilibrium quantity decrease. So in the whole concept of chapter 4, unit 2, you are playing around with the graph, identifying what is happening to the price and what is happening to the quantity. Next comes Dhamaka sale. Both are changing together. Demand will also change. Supply will also. See, previously, one was remaining constant. Only any one other parameter used to change. But now both are changing. What is it? Both are clear. Now observe. Demand increases more proportion than supply. What is it? Demand increases more proportion than supply. That means both are increasing. Demand is also increasing. Supply is also. That means both are having RHS shift. But which is increasing more? Let's say demand is increasing by 30%. Supply is increasing by 10%. That means see the orange line. Already we have a red color, black color line, normal demand and supply, but demand is increasing more. Can you see the gap here more? So RHS is having more gap with respect to demand, but with supply RHS, less gap. So demand RHS, more gap, supply RHS, less gap. So new equilibrium, price is also increasing, quantity is also, but which is increasing more, price or quantity? Quantity is increasing more than increase in price. That means equilibrium price is also increasing, equilibrium quantity is also increasing, but equilibrium quantity is increasing more than equilibrium price. Opposite. Demand and supply both are decreasing, but demand decreases more than supply. That means demand is also decreasing, supply is also, but demand is decreasing more. If that is the case, see, observe LHS towards demand is more, LHS towards supply is less. At the new equilibrium, which equilibrium? New equilibrium. Price is decreasing, quantity is also decreasing. Unable to understand? Paka, how many of them are not understanding? You want me to draw the graph? Once again, here you have to plot the graph. Wait, few people are already like, they are full confused. What is this guy doing? What is price happening? What is quantity happening? So, okay, listen, 1 second. Let me draw it and let me show one graph. What is the general nature of demand curve? What is the general nature of supply curve? Okay, now let's take an example. Supply increases more proportion than demand. What is it? Supply increases. That means what is happening? Both are increasing, but supply is increasing more, demand is increasing. Okay, now supply is increasing more. Okay, supply, RHS or LHS, increase means RHS. Now supply is increasing more. Now demand is also increasing, but demand is increasing less. Can you see the gap? So this was initial supply. This was initial demand. Now this is new supply. This is new demand. Now this is the new equilibrium, E1. Now at this new equilibrium, E1, what is happening to price and what is happening to quantity? Price is also decreasing, quantity is also decreasing, increasing. See, price is decreasing, but quantity is, but changes in quantity is more than changes in price. That means whenever, let me write this, supply increases more than demand. I will put one cap like this for more. What is happening to price? Price is decreasing. Quantity is, but quantity is increasing more than decrease in price. Clear? This is how the question comes. You need to plot the graph like this. And then you should come to the conclusion. You can't do imaginary lines and all. Highly impossible. So, like this, there are more than 20 circumstances. How many circumstances? See here, demand increases more proportion than supply, demand decreases more proportion than supply, supply increases more proportion than demand, supply decreases more proportion than demand. Next comes demand and supply changes in same proportion. What is it? Same proportion. That means both are increasing. Demand is also increasing. Both are increasing 10%, 10%. Same proportion. But here there is one twister in the exam. They will give the same question, but they will not mention this word. They will not mention this word. They will not specify about the proportion. At that point of time, you should assume it as same. What is it? Assume it as same. In exam, I will show that. I will show in the exam. Now, demand and supply is increasing. Demand and supply is, which will lead to dash. That means, boss, both are increasing. We assume both are increasing in dash proportion. At that point of time, listen to this carefully. Price, you cannot write it as constant because they didn't mention which proportion. So answer will be quantity increases, price remains uncertain. Price remains. In a question, if they have not specified the proportion, if they have not specified the whatever is considered as constant, whatever is considered as, that has to be written as uncertain because they didn't mention the proportion. They didn't mention the, wait, let me show in the exam question itself. Why to make you people feel bad? Chapter 4, Unit 2. I would have mentioned it somewhere. Wait. Chapter 4 question it is. Chapter 4, 1 second. Okay. See here, question number 31 and question number 32. What happens to equilibrium price when there is a decrease in supply? What is it when there is a, with no change in demand? Do it. Kindly draw the graph. Kindly draw the graph. So randomly you can draw the graph like this. So this is the normal supply, normal demand. This is the equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity. Now they are saying there is a decrease in supply. When supply decreases, which side shift? RHS or LHS? So there is the new supply line and there is no change in demand. This is new equilibrium. At the new equilibrium, quantity is decreasing, prices increasing. So equilibrium price goes down. Option A, no. Equilibrium price remains constant. No. Equilibrium price goes up. Yes. Equilibrium quantity increases. No. Option C. See, like this, you should plot the graph and then you should come to the conclusion. You can't straight away do inky, pinky, panky, monkey and all here. Next. In case of demand decreasing, what is it in case of? And supply increasing. What is the expected? See, they have not mentioned which proportion. Can you able to see any proportion here? No, we should consider same proportion. Which proportion? Now, that means, so let us draw the graph. See, this is the normal demand, normal supply. Okay, this is price, this is quantity. This is price, this is quantity, this is supply, this is demand. Now, demand is decreasing. Demand decreases means which side shift? LHS. Supply is increasing. Supply is increasing means RHS shift. 1 second. This is S1, this is D1. Now observe, quantity remains constant now. But if the question comes from quantity perspective, now see here, they are only asking question from which perspective? But if the question comes from quantity perspective, you should not write it as constant. You should write it as uncertain because they have not mentioned a proportion. They have not mentioned a proportion. Now what is happening to price here? Prices are decreasing. Prices are equilibrium price falls. Clear? See, usually two questions are going to come in every attempt from chapter 4, unit 2. See, question number 31, question number 32. Next, let us check if there is any extra question. In some attempt, they will give three questions sometime. You can't believe ICI. That's it. Next, Jan 25 attempt paper. Now you have to solve it. Now I'm not helping. In this question paper, I will show the question. You guys have to solve it and you guys have to let me know the answer. Superb. Question number 5. When both demand and supply is increasing. What is it? When both demand and supply is increasing, but proportion is not mentioned. Proportion is, that means constant. We consider it as a constant. And that means same proportion. 10% demand increase, 10% supply also increase. Now do it. Kindly do the graph and let me know what is happening. Quantity increases. Price uncertain. Don't write it as constant because they have not mentioned the proportion. See, quantity will increase. Equilibrium prices uncertain. Since they have not mentioned a proportion, Whatever comes as constant in your graph, that has to be mentioned as uncertain. But most of them did a mistake in the class. Yeah, that is what I'm saying. For such kind of question, you can't do inky pinky ponky. You should draw the graph. Then only. Which one? No matching and all. Here, no concept, no matching. You should draw the graph. Understand the question, draw the graph, and then come to conclusion. What happened? Okay, tell me.
Like if you draw the prices,
Wrong answer. Did they mention anything here about the price? Which proportion it is changing? Nothing. That is what I was saying. If nothing is specified about the proportion of change, about the when you are plotting the graph, see, this is technically, this is the same graph. 1 second. This is the graph. See here, when demand and supply changes, that is increasing in same proportion. What is it increasing in? Demand increase at 10%, supply also increase at 10%. Only consider orange color line. Don't ignore green. Only consider orange. See, price is still the same. Only quantity has increased. But you can't write as price constant. That is wrong. In the question, have they specified anything about the proportion? No. Since they have not specified anything about the proportion, we have to mention it as uncertain. But most of the intelligent fellows, they marked option B. See, increase constant. That is why wrong. CA means come again. First understand the question and then you have to mark answer. Clear? Still anyone having doubt in this? Abba.
if they mention that proportion like 10%, 10%, then they get mark.
Then answer is B. Clear? That is what I'm saying. If proportion is specified, then you can go with the word called as constant. If that word proportion is not specified, in the graph, whichever comes as constant, that you have to mention it as uncertain. Clear? Okay, one more question is there. Wait, I will show. Or else only one question they might have asked here. Chapter 4, chapter 5. Question number 19. Question number 19. If supply increases in a greater proportion, see, they have mentioned a proportion now. Supply increases in a than demand. Draw the graph. Kindly draw the graph. Let me know the answer. Price decrease. Quantity will. Now see the options. See, whenever they give such options, which kills your time, which kills your, always go from reverse order. Because I say know very well, you people are going to waste time. So they will keep answers between C and D. Observe when you're practicing at home also, whether RTP, MTP, book back question, whenever some particular questions like this, which takes a lot of time to cross check with every option, cross check with, usually answer will be between C and D. They will never keep the answer in A and B because they want to waste your time. So whenever such option oriented question comes, kindly go from the reverse order. Usually it will be between C and D. Observe, even when you're practicing, observe, whenever such question, even in mathematics, whenever such question comes, they want, ICA wants you to kill time. They want you to waste more time. Clear? Okay, what is the answer, by the way? Price, quantity. The new equilibrium price will be lesser than the original equilibrium price. Clear? Next, May 2025 term paper. Chapter 4, chapter 4. Okay. Question number 55. Question number 55. What will happen to equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity when demand decreases and supply, but proportion is missing? See, once again, proportion is missing. They just said demand increases, supply decreases. Consider same proportion. 10% demand is increasing, 10% supply is decreasing. Plot the graph. Whatever comes as constant in your answer, that should be mentioned as uncertain. Price will increase, quantity remains constant, but you can't mention it as constant. You have to mention it as, see, uncertain. Clear? Next question. One more will be there. Wait. Question number 59. Which of the following is not a condition of price determination? The seller should be able to divide. Okay, this is related to price. Okay, monopoly market. This. Wait. Maybe only one question has been asked in this attempt. May attempt. No, only one. Let's cross check once. There should be two, but sometimes they may also ask only one. Okay, price discrimination, second degree price discrimination question. Maybe only one question. Yep. Next, September attempt paper. Question number 29. Wait. Two questions are there. Do it off. 28 and 29, both. An increase in supply with unchanged demand. That means demand remains constant, supply will increase. Price will, quantity, both will increase. Pakka. Plot the graph and then come to the conclusion. Don't just randomly give the answer. Both are increasing. Price will decrease, quantity will. So price will go down, equilibrium quantity will go up. Next, assume that the supply of the car will remain constant and the price of the car are expected to increase in the future. See, supply is constant. In future, price of the car is going to increase. So present demand will increase. Present demand increases, supply is remaining constant. When demand increases other than change in price, this is expectation of future change. What is that expectation of? Other than change in price. Now demand is increasing. Increase means RHS or LHS? Demand curve will shift to the right. Kindly do the 37th question. Once again, proportion is not mentioned. Proportion is not mentioned. When both demand and supply decreases, equilibrium quantity decreases, price uncertain. Draw the graph and then come to the conclusion. Don't just randomly say the answer. Plot the graph. Quantity is decreasing, but price is uncertain because in your graph it remains constant. But in the question, proportion is not mentioned. So you should mention it as uncertain. But still, most of them went wrong. They marked it as option D. All Buddhiman GDs of the class. I know. Clear? Okay. Now, this is the major set of questions which you can expect in the exam from chapter 4 unit 2. But there is one more way of asking question. They will put one Rangole, full Rangole kind of graph will come. And from that, they will be asking a question. Wait, I will show that. First, I will ask you to solve it. Kindly write down this graph first. First, write down this graph. Later, I will show the question. Now, the students already attended my class, my regular batch class, remain silent. I want answers from others. And they know, even in the class, all of them went wrong. For all the 4 questions, even my regular batch students also went wrong. Write down this graph first. First, plot this graph. Plot this. Done. Completed. Okay. Observe this D1 and S1 is the initial demand and supply curve. What is it? Initial demand and D2 is RHS shift of demand. S2 is a RHS shift of supply. That means increase in demand, increase in supply. Same way, D3 is decrease in demand. D3 is decrease in demand. S3 is decrease in supply. So increase S2, D2. Decrease S3, D3. Initial demand and initial supply S1, D1. Clear? Now, these are the four beautiful questions. Read the question, understand it, and identify the new equilibrium points. I want you to give me the answer of new equilibrium points. That means out of this 9 different equilibrium points, which will be the new equilibrium point. Now demand, supply, that's changing. Whether it is increasing, decreasing, which is the new point. So my regular batch students who have attended the classes, I know you guys know the answer. You know how to do this. So remain silent. So other than my regular batch students, I need answers from you. Let's see, out of 80 students in the class, online plus offline put together, how many will answer proper? You have 4 minutes time. Done? Do it, all the four, all the four. Yeah, all the 4 questions. Even once in an exam, they've asked 3 questions out of this 4. Same to same questions, with just a change in year, change in name. Done, completed, finished. Done? Finished? Okay, first question. Who would like to answer? Yes, go on. Explain. Yeah. Okay. Income of the people are rising. So what happens? Okay, demand is increasing, so demand will shift to rightwards. Next, the price of factors of productions are increasing. Why? How? Supply decreases or increases? Supply decreases. How? Just a few minutes back, we also discussed on the same. Land, labor, capital, organization. What does land expects in return? What does labor expects? What does capital expects? Organization. So you tell me, when you pay more rent, are you happy? No. When you pay more wages, are you happy? No. When you pay more capital, are you happy? No. When you have interest on capital, that is clear. That means automatically your profitability will decrease. When profitability is less, you will not be interested to produce, so supply will also decrease. Suppose if the prices of factors of productions are less and profitability is more, then production will increase, supply will increase. But in the given question, prices of factors of production is, that means this area, then profit will, when profit is decreasing, supply will decrease. But how many of them wrote supply increases? Please raise your hands. Hello, madam, you have attended my class once. Still. So supply is going to decrease because when prices of factors of production go up, profitability will decrease. So when profits are less, I'm not interested to produce and supply. Clear? So supply will decrease. Many of them said 0.7. Initially, what is the answer? 0.7. So people, most of them said 0.7. Now, when I asked answer, what is the answer? 0.7. That means all those intelligent fellows, they took supply as increasing, but supply is decreasing. That is what logic matters. Understanding the concept matters. Clear? Understood? Anyone having doubt in the first question? How many of them got this correct? First question? Less than half of the class. Hey. Clear? Okay. Next, second question. Who would like to answer? Second question. Wait. Raise your hands. I will ask the person. You can explain. Yes, ma, hero. Go on. Explain. Why? How? So complementary goods are negative relationship. See, we are analyzing the market for goods and it's complementary good. Y prices are decreasing. If Y prices decreases, then demand for Z will. So demand is increasing. And next, continue, ma. There is technological advance in the production of goods. So if there is an advanced technology, supply also increases. Supply will also. So demand increase, supply increase. 0.7 is the answer. How many of them got both the questions correct? Both the questions correct. Hardly 20% of the class. Nice. Next, third question. Who would like to answer? Third question. Who would like to answer? Yes, madam. 2. How? Can you please explain? Wait. Let her explain. Yes, madam. Go on. How? There is a heavy rain in Maharashtra during 2005 and 6 has caused a havoc. Havoc means flood with the rice crop. Next. Others remain silent. Yes, madam. Be little loud. That's fine. You go. Whatever you feel, you answer it. Go ahead. Continue. Demand will increase. Supply will. So rice crop got destroyed. So supply will decrease and demand will increase. So as per the answer given by what's the name, madam? Raksha. So supply will decrease. Demand will increase. So supply, oh, sorry. Supply decrease, S3, demand increase, D2. So answer is 0.2. How many of them got 0.2 as an answer? Please raise your hands. How many of them got 0.2? Definitely most of you have got 0.2. I know it. Raise your hands. 8 years of teaching experience. I know where you guys will go wrong. Raise your hands. Raise your hands straight. 0.2. Raise your hands straight. Welcome to CA. Come again. Answer is wrong. Huh? 4. Who said 4? How man? Please explain how it is 4. Supply will. Okay, when supply decreases, yes, 3. Next, demand. Demand will also decrease. All intelligent fellows. There is no information given. And moreover, rise basic necessaries of life perfectly inelastic good. Whether price increases, whether price decreases, quantity demanded will remain unchanged. Remains leave about that logic. There is no information given in the question at all. Nothing. See here, there is a heavy rain in Maharashtra which has caused a havoc in the rice crop. What point in the figure is most likely to the new equilibrium price and quantity? That's it. No information about demand. They only spoke about supply there. Flood has occurred, crop has been destroyed. Supply will for sure going to decrease. When flood comes, you feel like eating more and more rice. Craving will increase. Demand increases. Supply decreases. Wow, amazing answer. So what is the answer now? 0.3. So in this case, demand remains constant. What is it? Demand remains. There is no information given. So demand remains constant, supply decreases. 0.3 is the answer. Okay, now let me select a student for the question number 4. Wait. I will only select. Madam, third bench corner girl. Yes, you only, madam. You only. Yeah. 0.5. How can you please explain? Others remain silent. Boys over there, last bench. I will come. No, don't worry. Still, there are many questions like this. Go on. Okay. Okay, demand for car will increase. Why? Because wait, she is explaining. Wait, have patience. I will come to you. Don't worry, I will come to you.
Increase in the price. So that,
When is it increasing? Which concept is that? Expectation of future change in price. What is it? Expectation of exception to law of demand. Even though price increases in future, present demand will increase. Hey boys. Hey, there only, full gang. Wait, remain silent when someone is answering. Don't worry, your turn will come. Next, madam, supply. Why? Why? What is happening to supply? What is happening to supply? Why? Who said nothing is mentioned? It is mentioned only from the customer point of view. That's it. Customer expects the price. See the question there? What is it? Customer? Very first line. Only from customer point of view. That means from demand perspective, the question is asked. So no information regarding the supply. So supply remains constant. Demand is. Answer is 0.5. How many of them got all 4 questions correct? Please raise your hands. All 4 questions correct. Other than my regular batch students. How many of them got all 4 correct? Raise your hands. Only one student. Hey. How many of them got 3 questions correct? Raise your hands. Other than my regular batch students, 3 questions correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only 7. Okay, 2 questions correct. Most of them. Hey, all Buddhiman Jivis. Same concept we discussed in the demand and supply concept. Determinants of demand, determinants of supply. Exception to law of demand. Now, same questions. You don't believe. June 2024 exam. They've asked. I said, na, question paper is not available anywhere. See here, same Rangole. Can you see that? See that question? Assume the end user expects the price of purchasing a new motorcycle will significantly increase next year. In my question, it was car. Here it is motorcycle. What point on the figure is most likely to be the new equilibrium price and quantity? Next, heavy storm in Tamil Nadu during 2011 and 12 caused a have on. In the class, we discussed about Maharashtra. Here it has become Tamil Nadu. Next, Mr. P visited the supermarket and was purchasing the normal good. First question, holding everything else constant, income, prices of factors of production decreases. Same question we did now. Same to same. Three questions has come. Same Rangole. Same three questions. Just the name year change. Instead of increase, one place there was decrease. That's it. This is the second type of asking question. Clear? Understood? By this chapter 4, unit 2 also comes to an end. Any doubt in chapter 4, unit 2 before moving to consumer behavior? Consumer behavior will take half an hour. That's it. It will not take much time. Any doubts? Online students. 33 online students are there. Looks like strength has increased in online. Done. Let's go to the next topic. Consumer behavior. Okay. Now, demand be understood from dash point of view, producer point of view or consumer point of view. Demand from consumer point of view. Supply from. Now, as the name itself says, consumer behavior. Whose point of view? So remember, in economics, we say every consumer is a rational consumer. Which consumer? Hey, not rascal, rational consumer. But in real life, you guys are rascal consumers only. See, who is a rational consumer whose choice are consistent with goals? Who is it? Whose choice are? So what is the choice consistent with goals? I thought of buying, sir, one plate idli. I will go to hotel. I will just buy that one plate idli and come out. I don't buy that extra vada. I don't buy that extra pongal. I don't buy anything extra. I wanted to buy a plain shirt, white color shirt, sir. I go to shopping. I only buy that white color shirt and I will come back. That's it. You will not buy anything in excess. But in real life, you thought of buying white shirt. You end up buying everything else other than white shirt. So you are rascal consumers. But in economics, we believe. In economics, that every consumer is a dash consumer. And in this whole topic, we are interested to identify consumer equilibrium. Which equilibrium? So there are two conditions of consumer equilibrium: maximum satisfaction and no change. What is it? Maximum satisfaction and clear up. Until we achieve maximum satisfaction, we don't change the commodity. Once we achieve maximum satisfaction, next we don't consume that commodity, we will change. So what is consumer equilibrium condition? Maximum satisfaction and no change. Now to identify this equilibrium, in this chapter, there are two methods, cardinal and cardinal approach was developed by Alfred Marshall. Who developed the cardinal approach? Who developed the ordinal approach? Are J.D. Allen and J.R. Hicks. Allen Hicks approach. Clear up. Now, cardinal approach says that we can quantify, we can measure satisfaction in terms of numbers. In terms of, that is in the form of, that satisfaction is nothing but utility. What is it? Okay, let's take up one example. Let's assume. What's your name, Ta? Call him. Pramod. Let's take the same example which I take in the class. Assume, Pramod, tomorrow is your birthday. Your parents are given 5,000 rupees to you. What will you do? Sir, first I should look good. I will go and buy cloth. Let's assume you spend 2,000 rupees. Still 3,000 is remaining. What you will do? Some accessories. Okay, accessories. After that, 1,000 you spend. Treat. Next comes treat. Only for friends. Best friends. I don't ask who is that. February 14th is also coming nearby. Okay. Chalo. Now, Alfred Marshall said. Who said? That is cardinal approach. Which approach? They said we can quantify satisfaction in terms of numbers. Now, let's say after buying cloth, I got some 80 utils of satisfaction. How much? After buying accessories, I got 120 utils of satisfaction. By giving treat to my friends, stupid fellows, they will not give, only I should give 10 utils of satisfaction. So Alfred Marshall said, like this, satisfaction can be measured in terms of numbers. The tool to measure the utility is called as utils. Like how we measure distance in terms of kilometer, liquid items in terms of liters, utility, want satisfying capacity. In short, in layman words, satisfaction. That can be quantified with a tool called as utils. Clear? Now, ordinal approach said, see boss, Alfred Marshall, what you said, Dalla, it is totally stupid. We can't actually give it in form of numbers. Rather, we can give a rank or preference. What can be given? See, my first preference is buying accessory, which will give me more satisfaction. My second preference is buying a cloth. Last preference is giving a treat. Like this, I can give rank or preferences. Now, you tell me which is practically possible, giving numbers or giving rank. That is ordinal. Clear? Satisfaction can be measured in terms of numbers. He said cardinal measurability of utility is possible. Now, under cardinal approach, two theories we will understand. Which are those two theories? Number one, LDMU. Second one, consumer surplus theory. And remember, utility is psychological concept. You can't actually quantify that always in terms of numbers. And clear, it will always and always depend upon intensity of want. Now, sir, today, my moment at this moment, attending economics marathon is my want. Tomorrow, stupid assumption always in the class. I will not attend at all. I will go write some mock exam. Attending mock exam is your want at the moment. So it depends. And it is a relative concept. It changes from person to person, place to place, time to time. And utility does not have any social or ethical implication. Your mom will say, don't cut your nails on Tuesday. Intentionally, will cut your nails on Tuesday. Because I get after taking bath, I want to cut boss. Nails will become softer. It is easy to cut. Whether it is Tuesday, Amvasya, Unme, Purnima, Chauthi and all, I can't keep on saying. But your mom will say slipper will come. See, but still, utility doesn't have any social or ethical implication. These are the characteristics of utility. So under cardinal approach, we will consider LDMU and consumer surplus theory. But cardinal approach has a disadvantage. Every time we can't measure it in terms of numbers. To overcome that problem, RJD Allen said we can give it in the form of rank or preference. And under ordinal approach, we study two theories, indifference curve and clear, understood. And after this, we have a basic concept, TU, AU, MU. Anyone in the class who has a doubt about TU, AU, MU concept, let me know. If not, I'm going to go to the next concept straight away. Basic concept is total utility. That means whatever satisfaction you are deriving from all the units. What is it? Clear up. And what are the formula? There are two formulas for total utility. U1 plus U2 plus U3 until UN, or else one more formula, summation MU. What is it? Summation. That means we will add all the marginal utility. So put together is called as total utility. Let's say I had first biscuit. I got 10 utils of satisfaction. Second biscuit, 30 utils. That means first and second put together 30. It is not second alone 30. What is it? First and second put together is. Now third unit, all three put together. All four put together. All five put together. All 10 put together. That is total utility. All the units. Clear up. It is not first unit alone, second unit alone, third unit alone. If it is alone, that is called marginal. That is called clear up. That means we are adding everything together. That is what summation MU. Next comes average per unit. Total divided by, that means total satisfaction by quantity. Next comes marginal. Two formulas are there. Output is continuous, output is not. When output is continuous, total utility of present minus total utility of previous. That means 10 minus 9. What is it? 10 minus. Clear up. That means it is MU of 10th unit. Clear up. TU of 10th. 10th is present, 9th is previous. Present minus previous. And if output is not continuous, delta TU divided by delta Q. Clear? Anyone having doubt in this basic concept? TU, AU, MU? Straight away we'll land into LDMU concept. Which concept? Law of diminishing marginal utility. See, concept is very simple. When you keep on consuming same commodity again and again, what is it? It looks like you are getting more satisfaction. Your favorite sweet, first sweet, wow, super. How was the first sweet? Super. Next, how was the second sweet? Ultimate. What is that? How was the third sweet? Extraordinary. How was the fourth sweet? Mind blowing. How was the fifth sweet? Out of the world. Out of the. It looks like this. Superb, ultimate, extraordinary, mind blowing, out of the world. After your tummy filled. Next, wake. What is it? Wake. I didn't get much satisfaction. Beyond that, if you eat, vomit. Clear up. See, initially, how does it look? It looks like you're getting more and more satisfaction. That means we are understanding cardinal approach now. Cardinal approach said we can measure satisfaction in terms of numbers. See, total utility. First sweet a person had 50 utils of satisfaction. How much? Second one, 75. Third one, 95. Fourth one, 110. Fifth one, 120. Sixth one, 120. Sir, still same. Yes, that means his tummy has filled. Okay. No extra satisfaction. Now, seventh one, vomit, come down to 100. But observe, initially it looks like you are getting more and more. But reality is you are not getting extra satisfaction. From the very first unit itself, satisfaction is decreasing. Sir, where? See 50, 75, 95, 110, 120. Satisfaction is increasing, right? Yes, boss, that is total. What do you mean by total? All the units put together. That means it is not second unit alone 75. First to second put together. You first to second, third, all three put together. All four put together. It is not individual unit alone. Now calculate individual unit alone. First suite alone, 50. Next, 75 minus 50. 95 minus 75. 110 minus 95. Next, that means first suite has given you satisfaction of second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one. That means your satisfaction is not increasing from the very first unit itself. It is. What is the concept name? Law of diminishing marginal utility. The concept heading itself will speak about the logic. Diminishing marginal utility. When you go on consuming more number of units, your satisfaction keeps on. This is LDMU, law of diminishing marginal utility. Clear? It looks like you are getting more satisfaction, but reality is you are not getting more and more satisfaction. From the first unit itself, satisfaction is decreasing. Clear? And we believe you are a rational consumer. Which consumer? Clear? And most important, there is a continuous consumption. Which consumption? Without any time gap. One after the other, you are consuming a commodity. Sir, I will eat first sweet now. After 1 hour, I will eat second sweet. After first, immediately second. After second, immediately third. After third, immediately. Like this, you are making a continuous consumption. And all these 7 sweets is from same shop, same size, same taste. Homogeneous goods. Which goods? See here, commodity should be provided for. But this assumption is not there in your ICA material. It is not there. But usually in LTMU, to make you people understand this logic, now we consider we are giving it for. Clear up. Next, you are a dash consumer, a rascal consumer. Next, there should be which goods? And as per Alfred Marshall, we can quantify satisfaction in terms of numbers. That is what, see, we are giving the numbers. Okay. Now, what did I said? In this entire chapter, we are interested in consumer equilibrium. Which equilibrium? What are the conditions of consumer equilibrium? Maximum satisfaction and no change. So remember, in this particular concept, the maximum satisfaction, no change is achieved whenever marginal utility becomes 0, total utility becomes maximum. MU0, TU, maximum. That is equilibrium of LDMU. What is it equilibrium of? When TU is maximum and MU becomes 0. This is the concept of dash equilibrium. Clear? Understood? But there is one more superb question which comes in exam. That is relationship between TU and MU. What is it? Relationship between TU and MU. Is that clear? Point number 1. What is it? Point number? Observe. Initially, TU is also increasing. MU is also increasing. MU increasing, decreasing. Be careful. Intentionally, I will say it wrong. Initially, TU increasing, but MU. Now, listen to this carefully. Stop speaking. When TU is increasing, MU is. Now, this is the twister. TU increases at diminishing rate. Which rate? Diminishing. So what is this diminishing rate? That means just now we understood total concept is a cumulative of marginal concept. What did I said? Now second unit, that is first and second put together. That means 50 plus 25 put together is 50, 25, 20. All three put together is 50, 25, 20, 15. All four put together is. That means when MU is decreasing, TU is no doubt getting cumulated, not in the faster way, slower way. Which way? See, instead of 50 plus 25. Just assume 50 plus 70. How much is 50 plus 70? 120. But here 50 plus 25. We are adding lesser number of units subsequently. That is what? Diminishing. What is that? So initially when TU is increasing, MU will be decreasing. That means TU is increasing at dash rate. So be careful. This will be exam question. I will show. They have asked. Relationship between TU and MU. The questions have come. Next. When TU is maximum. What is it? When? This is what equilibrium condition na. MU will be. Next, last but not the least. See, whenever TU starts decreasing from 120 to 100, MU has become. So when TU is decreasing, MU will become negative. So kindly mark this as important. This is an important concept. From TU MU relationship, you will be getting a lot of questions. Clear? Understood? By this, LDMU concept comes to an end. See, simple. TU should be. MU should be. This is equilibrium condition. And like how exception to law of demand was there now, there are few circumstances where LDMU concept will not work. What is it? LDMU concept will? In case of rare collections, like old stamp, old coins. Now, instead of giving sweet, if I give any person 100 rupee note, they will be like, sir, let's see your capacity, give. They will never say no. Money and wealth. Also, get your property papers also. Come and give your wealth also. I will never say no. Next, in case of harmful drugs and drunkard, especially all these drunkard fellows, you offer them, do you want drinks?
Yes.
One more? Another more? Full bottle? They will never say no, whether they consume immediately or not, but they will never say no. Next comes in case of prestigious, especially see all our females, my mom, my auntie, even my friends, my everyone, females. You want gold, one more chain? Yes. One more ring? Yes. One more necklace? Yes. One more? Yes. They will never say no, even though price increases. Yes. Prestigious goods. Very small units of consumption. Like say, for example, there is one small kid next to your home, his birthday is there. He will come with sweet box. You like that sweet, but small kid now you can't take. You will take little from the yet. By mistake, if you eat, cravingness will increase. Still more you want. Next, last but not the least, in case of hobbies. These are the 6 areas where LDMU will not work. Exception to law of demand. What is that exception to? Clear, huh? Sorry, law of diminishing marginal utility. Clear? Next, let's go to consumer surplus theory. One of the most interesting topic from examination point of view, as well as from the real life point of view. Now, best example. Any D-Boss fans in the class today? Movie has released now. Hey, why you did go? You built L sir, please cut put the I used to give the same example in the class. See, today, one of the major movie getting released. Hero is in jail, but film is getting released. History, man, history. See, all the fans will create history. Don't worry. They will make the movie super duper hit and they will bring him out to watch with him together. Okay, don't worry. Jokes apart, we'll come back to the topic. Okay, listen. Suppose if a person is a very big fan of XYZ actor, he wants to watch first day, first show movie at any cost. He is ready to pay even extra money to get the tickets. But luckily, he gets the ticket in the counter itself. Let's assume Nitin sir is owning one theater in Bangalore. Was it Nitin sir is owning one theater in? Assumption. Don't go and ask. He doesn't have. Let's assume Nitin sir is owning one. Hey, what's your name? Charan. Now let's say Charan is a very big fan of D-Boss. He wants to go and watch first day, first show movie at any cost. He know very well tickets is not available. He will go to the theater by bunking marathon class of economics. Who will go to Shashikiran class? Always assumption. Now he remembers, wow, Nitin sir said he wants one theater in Koramangala. I think this is the theater. He will call up Nitin sir. Hi sir, how are you? We are missing you so much. When are you coming? All Maska Chaska full will happen. And sir, one small help. You only said, na, student life is golden life. Sir, just one ticket needed for my favorite hero movie, sir, today getting released. Wait, I will call up Shashikiran, sir, even only personally come and give. Sir, somehow will convince. 500 rupees is the black ticket. But somehow we convinced Nitin, sir, owner, and he got a ticket at counter itself for 200 rupees. He was ready to pay how much? But he got it for how much? Potential price, actual price. What he was ready to pay? 500. What he actually paid? He paid only 200, but got a satisfaction worth of 500. Over and above, whatever he has got a extra satisfaction, that means he was ready to pay how much? 500. But he paid how much? So what is that extra satisfaction he got? This is called consumer surplus. whatever extra worth of satisfaction. What is it? Whatever extra worth of satisfaction the customer enjoys. That is called as consumer potential price minus actual price. Clear? Now, first time he will go for a movie. He was ready to pay 500. Next day, there is one problem. He will come to class. He will not remain silent. He will start speaking about, where do you know when Darshan hits a person like this, he went out of the earth only, giving competition to Balaya. When Balaya hits a person, he will go out of the earth. When he bangs the thighs like this, train will go reverse. Full competition to Balaya. He will give full build up in the class about the movie. And now everyone got excited. All his friends, hey, no, we will also come. We will also go tomorrow. He will say, see, yesterday I paid 500 rupees. Yesterday I paid for one ticket. Now, at least we 5 people are there. Now, we'll bargain little, somewhat. At least we'll get it for 400. At least we'll get it for. Now, entire gang, all 5 friends. Let's assume four or 5 friends. They are bunking the class again, second day of marathon of Shashikiran. They are going for movie once again. Now, after going there, what's your name, Dairo? Ritesh will say, hey, stupid fellow, yesterday you paid for this theater 500 rupees. I don't know. This theater belongs to Nitin, sir. Now you will call Nitin, sir. Hi, sir. How are you? We are missing you so much. When are you coming? All this maska chaska will happen. Somehow we will balance. And again, they will get a ticket for how much? Second time, he was ready to pay how much? 400. But he got it for. Now, how much is the consumer surplus? Fair. Now, after a few days, boys have one biggest problem. They have different set of friends. Nearby home also he has a friends. Now they will start teasing, ನೀವ್ ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ ದೊಡ್ಡವರು ನಮ್ ಜೊತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮೂವಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತೀರಾ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೊಸ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ನೀವು ಅವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ full emotional ಅತ್ಯಾಚಾರ is happening. Now once again they have to go for a movie. Now he is going, Rakesh, right? What is his name? Charan. Now Charan is going to a movie third time. Same movie on the weekend. But if he call Nitin sir once again, Pakka TC will come. So he can't call. So somehow he will go one day early to the theater. He will stand in the counter. He will somehow get the tickets in the counter. Now he's ready to pay how much? Also paid how much? Consumer surplus. This is equilibrium. When potential price and actual price both are equal, consumer surplus becomes. That is the level of equilibrium. See, in LDMU, product was given for free. But now product is not given for free. Product is not given for. You have to pay the price. Clear? Whatever we are ready to pay, potential price. Whatever we actually pay, actual price. Over and above the actual price, whatever we were willing to pay, that is called consumer surplus. Extra worth of satisfaction. Which worth? Clear up. Now, I have taken some other example at 20, 15, like 20 rupee, 10 rupee. Okay, movie ticket was 20, but real was 15. Zamana, 130 years ago. Not now. Clear up. So, whenever potential price and actual price both becomes equal, consumer surplus becomes 0. That is the level of equilibrium. What is it? Level of. But life cannot be so simple with ICAI. They want to complicate your life. Now, listen to this very carefully. Over there, last bench, all the three, get ready. Next question is coming for you guys. Now, the price which customer is ready to pay. What is it? Price which customer is? Potential price. That is also called as marginal utility. What is it called as? That is the real worth of satisfaction what the person has enjoyed. Now, he was ready to pay 500 rupees for movie ticket, but he only paid. By just paying 200, he got a satisfaction worth of. See, that is what? Whatever satisfaction they derive is nothing but the potential price. And whatever the price that we pay, that is actual price. Now, they say equilibrium is when price paid is equal to MU. What is it? Price paid is equal to? MU is nothing but potential price. MU is nothing but what? And price paid is nothing but an actual price. So, in case of single commodity, what is it in case of a single commodity? The concept of equilibrium in consumer surplus is price paid is equal to MU. Okay, sir, that is only when case of single commodity. What if he is consuming complementary good? Two commodities together like bike and petrol, or let's say pen and ink. Suppose if it is a two commodity, what is it? Suppose if it is a. So kindly remember this formula. Many a times the questions have come from this formula. MU of X divided by price of X equal to MU of Y divided by price paid for that Y. This is the formula in case of how many commodity? Two commodities. Clear up? And if it is more than two commodities, same formula. MU of X divided by price of X equals MU of Y divided by price of Y until MU of N divided by price of N. See this N, it can be any number. So more than 2. What is it? More than 2 commodities. So these 3 formulas are important. Kindly remember this formulas. Clear? In case of single commodity, price paid is equal to MU. MU of X by price of X equals MU of Y by price of Y. 2 commodity. Same formula until MU of N divided by price of N. That is more than 2 commodities. Is that clear? Understood. So this is the equilibrium concept under consumer surplus theory. There is one more logic to understand this. Now, first time he was ready to pay 500 rupees for a movie ticket. How much? 500 rupees. But he only paid how much? 200. Clear? Second time he was ready to pay 400. But he paid only 200. Third time he was ready to pay. He only paid 200. Now, after 1 week, his cousins will come from the native place. Even they want to go for the same movie. Hey, no, I'm not coming. I have test. That means he's not even willing to pay. Or let's say I only have 100 rupees, he will say. That means his intention to pay keeps on. For the same product or same services, when he is watching the same movie again and again, again and again, again and again. First time he was ready to pay how much? Next, 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 next. If anyone calls, I don't have money. Fifth time, 0. That means his intention to pay keeps on decreasing, but the real price of the product remains constant. So when we represent the same table, whatever the movie ticket example in the form of graph, this is how it looks. And this actual price is a horizontal line. Actual price is a, but potential price is a downward sloping line. Potential price is a, see this shaded region. This is the region of consumer surplus. Which surplus? So henceforth, consumer surplus is also called as welfare triangle. What is it called as? Whenever you represent consumer surplus in the form of graph, in the form of, it looks like a triangle shape. So it is called as dash triangle, welfare triangle. Is that clear? And now there is one more beautiful concept attaching to this. Remember, what is the general nature of demand curve? Supply curve. The point where demand and supply intersects is called as? Clear? Huh? Now listen. Below demand curve. What is it below? And above price line. This is called as consumer surplus. See, same to same. This is how the similarities to the graph. Can you observe? And one more logic is there. Above supply line, below price line, producer surplus. Which surplus? Kindly write this down if you have not written. Below demand, above price, consumer surplus. Below price, above supply, producer surplus. Apa? Below the demand, above the price, consumer surplus. Below the price, above the supply, producer surplus. Clear? Understood? Now, one more logic is there. Just below the demand curve. What is it? Area below the demand curve is called total utility. What is it called? Total utility. So kindly write this down. By this, consumer surplus theory also comes to an just consumer surplus, not consumer behavior. Cardinal approach comes to an end. Clear? Understood? Okay, take a break. I think our PG students have to go and have their lunch and come back. So 1 hour break. On dot, I'm starting at 2 o'clock, 12 minutes. On dot, I'm starting at 2 o'clock, 12 minutes. Okay, the next topic, indifference curve. So we finished with the cardinal approach. Now we are starting with the ordinal approach. See, in cardinal approach, we can quantify satisfaction in terms of numbers. But in ordinal approach, we cannot quantify satisfaction in terms of numbers. Instead, we can give a rank or preferences. So there are two concepts which we shall be studying in the ordinal approach. One is indifference curve. Second one is budget line. So indifference curve, most of the times the questions have been asked. Settle down fast. Stop discussing. Settle down fast. Look at the board. So combination of two commodities. What is indifference curve? Combination of which provides dash level of satisfaction, same level of satisfaction connected in the form of a curve, is called as indifference curve. See, this is how indifference curve will be. Downward sloping curve from left to right, which is convex to the origin. What is it? Which is convex to the origin. It is always a combination of two commodity. What is it? Combination of how many commodity? Two commodities. Clear up. And most important is characteristic features. So from the characteristic features, you will get a lot of questions. Indifference curve will always slope downwards from left to right. Why? Because of limited income. What is it because of? Limited income. Now I have, let's assume 100 rupees with me. I need to buy product A and product B. Now within this 100 rupee itself, I need to buy combination of both. Clear. So product A and product B, I need to buy both the units. It's not like only one single unit I need to buy. If I have to increase consumption of A, I need to sacrifice consumption of B. If I have to increase consumption of B, I should sacrifice consumption of A. Clear up. And point number 2 is most important. It is always dash to the origin. Now, what is the reason for convex to the origin? Diminishing marginal rate of substitution or diminishing rate of substitution. So what is this? Diminishing. That means we are sacrificing. Our intention to sacrifice will always and always be decreasing. Now, let's say I have 100 rupees. I'm buying a tea and biscuit. I bought, let's say, 1 cup of tea and 1 packet of biscuit. In 1 packet, there are 12 biscuits and 1 cup of tea. But after buying, after completely spending the 100 rupee, now I'm feeling I wanted more cup of tea. Now what happens? I need to find the person who is ready to accept biscuit and give me a cup of tea. That means after spending your entire income, the only left out option is barter system. Which system? See, we have limited income. Within that limited income, I need to buy combination of two commodity. What is it? Combination of? And not just that. If at all you have already spent your whole income, in order to change the components, you need to only conduct a barter system. That is the only left out option. Okay, I find a person who is ready to buy, let me say, biscuit and give me a cup of tea. Now I am having second cup of tea, but I only have 8 biscuit. How many biscuit did I sacrifice? Next, one more cup of tea. I have 5 biscuit. How many biscuit did I sacrifice? Next, one more cup of tea. Like alcoholic, Shashikiran is teaolic. Now I'm having 4th cup of tea. 3 biscuits are there. How many biscuit did I sacrifice? Next, one more cup of tea. How many biscuit? Observe. First I sacrificed 4 biscuit. Next I sacrificed 3 biscuit. Next I sacrificed. Next I sacrificed. My intention to sacrifice, will it be keep on increasing or will it be keep on decreasing? Decreasing. That is what? Diminishing rate of substitution. Or rate of substitution is also called as marginal rate of. So it is always and always diminishing. Since it is diminishing, indifference curve is also called as law of diminishing rate of substitution. What is it called as? Law of diminishing rate of substitution. Clear. And indifference curve can never be concave. It will be only and only convex. Why it is convex? Because of diminishing rate of substitution, and rate of substitution cannot be increasing. But there are two exemptions. In two scenarios, it will not be convex. Rather, it is going to be straight line downward sloping curve. That is in case of, and in case of perfect complementary, it will be L-shaped curve. So remember, general nature of indifference curve is dash to the origin. It is always and always. It is downward sloping convex to the origin. But in two scenarios, it will not be convex. Scenario number 1, in case of perfect substitute. Scenario number 2, perfect complementary. Clear? Point number 1, indifference curve sloping downwards. Point number 2, it is dash to the origin. Convex to the origin. Point number 3, there can be more than one indifference curve in a graph. We call it as indifference map. What do we call it as? Clear up. And indifference curve, whichever is away from the origin, will give higher level of satisfaction. That means indifference curve which is completely towards the right hand side. What is it? Completely towards the? That will give dash level of satisfaction, higher level of satisfaction. And indifference curve should never intersect with each other, because just we said, whichever is away from the origin will give higher level of satisfaction. How come? Before intersection, IC2 was giving more satisfaction. After intersection, IC1. Moreover, there are different level of income. Let's assume 100 rupee, 200 rupee. How come an 100 rupee give more satisfaction than 200 rupees of income level? So it leads to misconception of point 3. So indifference curve should never intersect with each other, and not just intersecting with each other. Even though if there are more than one indifference curve, they may be parallel, may not be. Even though they are not parallel to each other, they should never intersect with each other. And indifference curve should never touch any of its axis, because it is always a combination of two commodities. Clear? And from this characteristic features, you can expect exam questions, and multiple times they have asked. Clear? So remember, it is always a combination of how many goods, which will end up giving same level of satisfaction. And same topic when I come to chapter 3, there is ISO cost, ISO quant. Same concept, producer point of view. Clear? Next comes budget line. Which concept? Combination of two commodities which a customer can buy with the given income and dash level, with the given income and price level. Income, that means I have 100 rupee. Price of goods, let's say product A is 10 rupee, product B is 15 rupee. So income and price line is the another name of budget line. So when we have a proper budget, what is the maximum of product A I can buy, maximum of product B I can buy? I will write the inference. So we have drawn the line. So this becomes a budget line. Any point on the budget line, on this line, that will make me to spend my whole income. Any point below the budget line, yes, I can also spend, I can also save. That is underutilization of income. What is it? Underutilization of income. Any point beyond the budget line. What is it? Any point? That is over absorption. That is not at all possible. Overutilization, which is not at all possible beyond income level. What is it beyond? Like how demand and supply had RHS shift and LHS shift. Even in budget also we have a RHS and LHS shift. What is the reason for RHS shift in budget line? Simple. Income of a consumer increases or price of the product decreases. And what is the reason for LHS shift? Complete opposite of RHS is going to be the LHS. Now LHS shift, either income of a consumer decreases or price of the product increases. Clear? So this is the concept of budget line. So RHS, wherein which income of a consumer should increase or price should decrease. So your existing budget line will move towards the right hand side. Suppose if income decreases or price increases, existing budget line will move to the left side. And remember, there is no rule that both the commodity price has to change together. There is a possibility that only one product prices have changed, other product prices have not changed. Only to the one single side there can be RHS or LHS. So this is the concept of budget line. If you remember, when I started this unit, I said in this chapter we are interested in consumer equilibrium. What was the logic of consumer equilibrium? Maximum satisfaction. And now in cardinal approach, I spoke about equilibrium in LDMU concept. I spoke about equilibrium for single good, two good, more than two good in consumer surplus. But I never spoke anything about equilibrium in case of ordinal, indifference curve and budget line, because we will understand the concept together. Remember, there are two conditions for ordinal approach equilibrium. Which approach? Remember, budget line and indifference curve both should be tangent. Like this. See, this is the budget line, indifference curve, especially IC2. IC2 is just touching the budget line, but IC1 is cutting the budget line. So it has to be just a tangent. At the point of tangency, both the commodities are consumed in the equal proportion. Which proportion? And also, even if you are sacrificing, even you will sacrifice in the same proportion. Which proportion? So there are two conditions for ordinal approach equilibrium. Indifference curve and budget line should be, and at the point of tangency, dash should be equal. MRS or ROS should be equal. Is that clear? Understood. So this is the condition of ordinal approach equilibrium. By this, entire chapter 2 comes to an end. So let us go, let us finish with all the MCQ questions from the past 5 attempts, and then we'll get started with the chapter 3. Clear? Okay, let's get started. Chapter 2, all the MCQs will finish it off. Demand already we have done. Supply we should do, and consumer behavior we should complete it. Clear? Okay, chapter 4 unit 2 done. Chapter 4 unit 2 done. Chapter 4 unit 2 question it is. Again. Rahul is a fan of Apple Tab. He wants to buy it. Now Rahul is ready to pay how much? Rahul finds out MRP is, and Rahul also finds out there is a 20% on MRP. Rahul also received an extra discount of from the vendor. What is the total amount of consumer surplus? First question, what is the potential price? He was ready to pay, but he got to know 11,000 is the MRP. So automatically 1,000 lesser. So 1,000 rupees, we have got a consumer surplus on MRP, and also dealer discount of how much? On MRP, how much is MRP? What is 20% of 11,000? 2,000. So 1,000, 2,200 plus additional discount of 300. Total consumer surplus is 3,000. Clear. Next. Chapter 2. When the demand falls as a result of fall in income, income is decreasing, so demand is also decreasing, while the supply remains the same. Chapter 4, you need to question it is. That means demand is falling because of fall in income other than change in price. That means increase or decrease. So when income is decreasing, demand is also decreasing. Decreasing means LHS shift towards the left side. We have solved this problem already. We have taken care. Now, this is one of the most common questions. See, Raman's mother gave 750 rupees to him in order to get the muffins and pancake. Now they have also provided the graph. See, y-axis represents about muffins. X-axis represents what is the maximum muffins he can buy? 50. How much money they have? So 750 by 50. 750 by 50 da. 15 is the answer. That means what is the price of muffins? 15 rupee. Next 750 rupees Raman mother has given. Maximum they can buy is 25 units. 750 by 25. That means price of pancake 30, price of muffins 50. And see the question. Now you have to be very careful. On the basis of the above graph, what is the price of pancake and muffins? First, you should identify the price of pancake or muffin. Pancake. What is the pancake price? What is muffin's price? So answer is 30 and 15. But most of them wrote 15, 30. That is what. First is pancake. Next is muffins. Next. A point above the budget line. Above the budget line is overutilization. Boss, it is not possible. See, represents a combination of goods which is unattainable to the customer at the given level of income. Okay, this already we have taken care. Already we have solved. Formula method. Next, when the factors other than price changes, factors and causes the supply curve to shift to the, that means decrease in supply. Other than price increase or decrease, LHS shift is decrease, RHS shift is increase, donation of marks. Next, elasticity of supply. Now the price of the commodity is 20 and it will become 22. From 20 it has gone to 22 because of which quantity demanded, quantity supplied. Quantity supplied has increased from 200 to 300. Find out elasticity of supply. Formula method. What is formula method? Py into change in quantity divided by change in price. Now 20 by 200 into 100 by 2. 100 divided by 2. And answer 5. Got it? Next. I think that's it. This should, no, we have it. When the price of apple is rupees 80 per kg, consume. We did this, okay, expansion in demand. We have done this. Okay, Veblen effect is also minor. Both are substitute good. Substitute good being answer should be in positive. Done with the demand. We have done this. Okay, that's it. This is from June 24 attempt. Next, September 24 attempt. Demand question taken care. Demand question taken care. Indifference curve. With respect to the properties of indifference curve, which of the following is false? They are asking which is false. Higher indifference curve gives higher level of satisfaction. Yes. Whichever is away from the origin will give the higher level of satisfaction. Indifference curve is negative sloping. Yes. Downward sloping means negative sloping. Upward sloping means positive sloping. And next, intersection point of two indifference curve will give higher level. Wrong. Indifference curve is convex to origin. Yes. Option C. Next, supply. Solve this. The price of the commodity is rupees 10 per unit. At this price, quantity supplied is 500. Price elasticity of supply is 1.25. At what price the quantity supplied will be 20% more? That means they have already given elasticity. Old quantity is given, new quantity 20% higher. What is 20 percentage of 500? 100. So 500 plus 100, 600. So initial quantity 500, new quantity 600. Old price 10, new price has to be identified. And we have also given the elasticity. How much is elasticity? 1.25. Straight away, we have a percentage. Na? 1% is already given, 20%. So percentage change in quantity, 20 divided by percentage in price. This is what we should identify. Elasticity 1.25. So simple, 20 divided by 1.25. 20 divided by 1.25. 1.6. 1.6 percentage. What is it? 1.6? What was the old price? For 10 rupee, if you add 1.6 percentage, how much is that? 10.6 or 1.6? Day, I don't have calculator. See, my question, here it is in percentage form. First, we should identify percentage. So when you are answering, other 50 students are also there. With confidence, if you give wrong answer, others will go for full toss. So first convert it into percentage. Simple question. 20 divided by 1.25. Into 100. Into 100. Clear? Why into 100? It is 16. 1.6. It is not 16. 1.6. Converting into percentage. Values has to be converted into percentage. Na? Wait. I'm confusing. Wait. I'm intentionally confusing here. Wait. What is 20 by 1.25? But when I'm saying 1.6, 1.6. How much percentage is that? 16 percentage. Clear? That means now the prices are increasing by 16 percentage. Now for 10 rupee, if you add 16 percentage, first identify what is 16 percentage in 10 rupee. 1 rupee 60 paisa. 1 rupee. Clear? Old price is 10. For that, if you add 1 rupee 60 paisa, how much did it become now? 11 rupee 60 paisa. Answer. Clear? So remember, 20 divided by 1.25 is 16 percentage. So when you are calculating, say the answer very loud. Say the answer very. I don't have calculator here. Clear? So 16 percentage. So prices are increasing by how much percentage? What is 16 percentage of 10 rupee? 1 rupee 60 paisa. So 10 rupee plus 1 rupee 60 paisa total 11 rupee 60 paisa. Next, snob effect already taken care. Income elasticity taken care. Consumer surplus question. An increase in consumer surplus is likely to occur when? When will consumer surplus increase? See, common sense question. What is the formula for consumer surplus? Potential price. One second. What happened to the stylus? Potential price minus actual price. One second. Potential price minus actual price is equals to consumer. They're asking when will this consumer surplus increase? Two options. One, potential price should go up, or if not, actual price should come down. Any one scenario should happen. So there is a rise in price of the good. That means actual price, if it increases, will consumer surplus increase? No. There is a fall in price of the good. Yes. Demand decreases. No. Supply increases. No. What is the answer? Fall in price of the goods. Okay. Next. Which tool does the ordinal utility? Which utility? Ordinal approach. How many theories are there under ordinal? Which are those two? Indifference curve and budget line. Use it to analyze the consumer behavior, and it is based on LDMU. No. Elasticity? No. Consumer surplus? No. Which one is the answer? Already taken care. Taken care. That's it. Next, January 2025 attempt. Bandwagon taken care. Demand concept taken care. Cross elasticity taken care. Question number 85. Excess of price. Which price? Which a customer is willing to pay, whatever you are extra ready to pay, potential price, rather than go without, which is actually called as consumer. And somewhere we saw this graph now. Whichever is away from the origin will give. With representing the following indifference curve, whichever represents the high, which one is representing higher satisfaction? Oh, very tough question. Centrist paribus, already taken care. Supply, kindly solve it. No, this three we didn't solve. Solve it. This was supply, not demand. Solve it. When price of the wheat, price, quantity from 1800 per quintal to 2200, and consequently the supply rises from 2000 to 3200. Price initially 1800 divided by quantity 2000 into change in quantity 1200, change in prices 400, 4 ones are 4 threes are 2 point. Paka 2.7. Next, perfectly elastic supply, infinite. Perfectly elastic is equation question. 120 plus 6p. Find elasticity of supply when price is 10. In the place of p, 10. 6 into 10, 60. 60 plus 120, 180. So quantity is 180. Price is 10. Now we need change in quantity by change in price. That is induced portion 6. So 10 into 6, 60. 60 divided by 180. It is 1 by 3. Positive 1 by 3. Clear? Inonsalina? Okay. Wait, let me use a different color. See, price is already given 10. In the place of P, you should put it as 10. And then 6 into 10 plus 120. Enidu Q. Quantity. S one to quantity ga 180. So we got to know the quantity. Quantity is 180. Price is 10. Clear? Nam formula is P by Q into change in quantity by change in price. Now we already have price, we already have quantity, but how do you identify this change in quantity by change in price? Induced part, andre 6. Clear? So price 10, quantity 180 into 6. 10 into 6 is to 60. So now 60 divided by 180, andre 6 ones are 6 threes are. So this is ultimately 1 by 3. 1 by 3. That's it. Next, May 2025. Bandwagon, already taken care. Demand concept. Price, demand concept, taken care. Next, if total revenue, already taken care. Outlay method. This is also taken care. Price elasticity of demand. Commodities for which the quantity demanded already taken care. Demand concept. Now comes the rate at which consumer is prepared to exchange one product to the another product, that is product X and product Y, holding the level of satisfaction as the rate. The question is about the rate, marginal rate of substitution, or also called as marginal rate of substitution. Indifference curve concept. Answer, marginal rate of. So they're asking about the rate at which one commodity is prepared to exchange to the another commodity, holding the level of satisfaction as constant. That is called as marginal rate of substitution, or the meaning of rate of substitution. Now the form, okay, chapter 3. Cross elasticity, complementary negative. When total utility is increasing, relationship between TU and MU. Relationship between TU and Whenever total utility is increasing at decreasing rate, that means TU is increasing, MU is, but MU is still positive. MU decreases, but MU remains. See relationship between TU MU concept. Next, arc method. Which method? Solve it. Solve this question under the arc method. Solve it under the arc method and let me know the answer. What is the arc method formula? Change in quantity by change in price into P1 plus P2 divided by Q1 plus Q2. Done? 3 is the answer. Able to get? Anyone finding it difficult? I think that's it. This was the chapter 2 questions. Next, last September 2025 term paper. Taken care. Chapter 4 question it is. Taken care. The consumer is in position at the point where price level is tangent to indifference curve. That means they're asking about equilibrium position. Clear up. That means indifference curve and the budget. Budget line is also called as price line, income line. Most of them, sir, they are asking price line, sir. Budget line is also called as. This was the question after coming out of exam hall. I'm like, please don't say Shashikiran was your economics faculty. Like clear, like when I was doing the clear underline. What is it? Underline. 1 second. Where I will show. Wait. Here. Price line, income line. Clearly mentioned, but still, sir, they're asking price line, sir. Nice. Next. Okay, this is already taken care. Demand concept. Demand concept taken care. See, formula I said now. Formula important. Formula important. So single commodity, two commodity, more than two commodity. This is for two commodity. What is the formula for two commodity? Mu of x divided by price of x equals mu of y divided by price of y. That is the consumer equilibrium in case of two commodity. Next, Giffen's goods taken care. Demand concept taken care. The slope of budget line. What is it? Is determined by the relative price of two goods, and that should be equal. Again, equilibrium concept. Price ratio, price line, income line, budget line, price ratio between the two commodity. That means MRS should be equal. What is it? MRS should be. Second condition of equilibrium. Indifference curve budget line should be tangent. At the point of tangency, both the commodities MRS. What is it? MRS or ROS should be equal. That means their price ratio of both the goods should be equal. That's it. So this was the chapter 2 questions. Not at all difficult, man. You guys have struggled. Some of them are like, sir, they have given different name. It is not different name. Same concept. No, already we discussed this. Demand shifting to left. Done. So by this, entire chapter 2 comes to an. Let's go to the chapter 3. Yes or no, man? Okay, next. Theory of cost. So first I will be completing with the theory of cost and later we'll go with the theory of production. Clear. So what do you mean by cost? All those dash expenses incurred by whom? Incurred by the manufacturer is called as a cost. And there are mainly 12 types of cost. How many types are there? But out of 12, how many important are there? 8 important types of cost. Fixed, variable, total, average, marginal, opportunity, and accounting and economic incremental cost. Marginal as a continuation with the incremental cost. Clear? So let us go one by one. If you remember in the class, I had created one full story, bench manufacturer, per unit, all those things. Now we can't do that full on in detail, one story creation and connecting everything. Simple concept. Fixed cost, which is unavoidable, which are, let's say Shashikiran. Now let me take up the scenario of that example and based on that I will explain it. Now Shashikiran is a bench manufacturer. Now let's say I have taken this premises for rent. Every single month I'm paying a rent of 10,000. Rent of. That means whether I produce, whether I don't produce, it doesn't matter. Every month I should pay rent of how much? So irrespective of output, what is it? Irrespective of output, my rent payable is how much? Even though if I produce or even though if I don't produce, my fixed cost is going to remain same. So it is a horizontal curve. Which curve? Clear up. But variable cost is not like that. Let's say, for example, to produce one single unit, my raw material cost is 100 rupee. Just I'm taking an example. To produce 10 units, that means it will be 1000 rupee. To produce 100 units, now it will be 10,000. To produce 1000 units, it will be 1 lakh. Clear. That means if I'm producing more and more number of units, variable cost is also. Variable cost changes due to change in output. What is it? Variable cost changes due to change in. If output increases, variable cost will also increase. If output decreases, variable cost will also. Is that clear? Now, in variable cost also, there are two elements. When proportionate changes, in my example, this is equal proportion. That means for every unit, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100 getting added. But there is no rule that every time variable cost should only and only remain same. In my example, it was remaining same. For one unit, 100, two units, 200, three units, 300. That is when proportionate changes equal. Clear up? And there will be also situation where proportionate changes unequal. Proportionate changes. Suppose I'm not even producing anything, 0 units of output. Variable cost is also 0. Only when I produce, my variable cost will also increase. If proportionate change is equal, variable cost is upward sloping linear curve from left to right. What is it? Upward sloping linear curve from left to clear. But it starts from origin. But when proportionate change is not equal, inverted S in shape, which is observe, I'm not even producing 0. 1 unit, 100. 2 units, 3 units. It is not 100, 200, 300, 400. See, observe 100, 220, 380, 550. Proportionate changes unequal. Proportionate changes. If I have an unequal proportion, variable cost curve will be dash shape. And why is that inverted S in shape? Because of law of returns to scale, which is production function under, which we will discuss in unit 1 of chapter 3. After this unit, clear? I'm building the base for theory of production. So why is variable cost inverted S in shape? Because of law of returns to, which is production function under. Even that has 3 stages: IRS, increasing returns to scale; CRS, constant returns to scale; DRS. Now, whatever we discussed, E greater than 1, E lesser than 1, E equal to 1, E greater than 1, more proportion; E lesser than 1, E equal to 1. There it was customer point of view, price and demand. What is it? Price and. But here relationship is between input and output. Input and. Let's say, for example, if input is increasing by 10%, what is it? Input is increasing by. Now output is increasing greater than 10%. Let's say 30%. That is called more proportion. If input output changes in same, that means input is also increasing by 10, output is also increasing by. That is same proportion. Less proportion, input increases by 10%, but output increases only by 5%. The relationship between input and the output expressed in the form of proportionate, that is IRS, CRS and DRS. Due to the combination of all the three, IRS, CRS and DRS, variable cost is inverted S in shape. Which is in shape? IRS, CRS, DRS. Suppose if we are operating only and only at CRS, what is it? Again, it will be upward sloping straight line curve. That means when proportionate changes equal and when we are operating at CRS, it will be upward sloping straight line curve. But in general, variable cost will be always and always dash S in shape, inverted S in shape. And variable cost is of two types. One is semi-variable cost, stair-step variable cost. And this meaning is most important. Even in ICA material, they have also given little elaborated definition. What is it? Elaborated. Even that is important. Question can come from there. Clear up. Now observe. Semi-variable cost. Best example, auto rickshaw once upon a time. What is it? Auto rickshaw. Before Ola, Uber and all, which has entered the market. First 2 kilometer, even today in Karnataka state, there is a rule. First 2 kilometer, I don't know how much is that, 30, 35, how much is that? 30, yeah. That means first 2 kilometer, you should only and only charge how much? 30 rupees. That is fixed. Whether you get down in next road, whether you get down in next gully, whether you get down in 1 kilometer, it doesn't matter. First 2 kilometers. What is it? First term. It is rate is fixed, 30 rupees. Beyond 2 kilometer, if you travel, depending upon distance travel, variable. Meter starts ticking. But today people don't use meter at all. Ola, Uber. Whatever it shows in Ola, you give it. Now, even if you wave your hands and stop the auto rickshaw guy, he will say 300, 200. In Bangalore, it was never a culture. All credit goes to Chennai, Coimbatore. Chennai is far better. Coimbatore, next level. Round figure. If it shows 120 rupees Allah in Ola, this guy, give round figure 150. First of all, for 2 kilometer, 120 itself is the highest price. Upon that round figure, 150. Suppose if it shows 75, round figure 100. That is how literally. Chennai to at least better. If it is showing 130, they will come at 130 only. They will not ask for extra. Coimbatore, no. Coimbatore people will agree this. If anyone is there from Coimbatore, they know. No, minimum itself is 100. They will never come below less than 100. Sometimes we feel, I will be speaking to Rashid sir, Dilip sir, Karthik sir, Akhilesh sir. After Coimbatore class, we'll take one auto. Nice side income. One round we will put 100 rupees will come. Minimum is 100, nah? Just 10 rounds in a day, 1000 rupees. Side hustle. Anyhow, after 1 o'clock in the morning, after let's say morning batch is done, only CA inter goes morning, evening, morning, evening. CA inter faculty will leave it. Rest all the other batches, after 1 o'clock, we are free. From 3 o'clock to night 9 o'clock, 6 hours. Some 20 rounds, 2000 rupees. Nice. But Coimbatore, next level is there. The people of Coimbatore will be knowing this. And in Bangalore also now slowly it is becoming like that. Why all credit goes to Ola and Uber. Only to some extent cost remains fixed. Beyond that, cost starts varying. That means we have both fixed as well as the variable. Next comes stair-step variable cost. Every additional expenses is going to remain uniform. That means every one single unit, let's say 1 kilometer, Ola, 10 rupee. One more kilometer, 10 rupee. Suppose price increases from 10 to 15. Year after, 1 kilometer, 15. One more kilometer, 15. Every additional, what is it every? Expenses remains uniform. That is called as stair step. See, it looks like a staircase. Clear? So there are two types of variable cost. First one, semi-variable. Second one, kindly mark it as important. From this, many a times the questions have come, even in RTP, even in MTP, even in a main exam also. I will show. Next, total cost. Simple concept. Combination of fixed and variable. That means total fixed cost. Which fixed cost? And total variable cost. See, what is this total fixed cost? I might be having multiple fixed costs like rent payable, salaries payable to my employee. So multiple fixed cost, everything put together, we call it as a total fixed cost. Like for example, raw material expenses, electricity charges, multiple variable cost is there. Everything put together is called as a total variable cost. So what is the formula for total cost? Total cost formula is very simple. Total fixed cost plus total variable cost. It is a combination of both. Suppose if you need to identify only and only total fixed cost, yes, total cost minus total variable cost. If you need to identify total variable cost, yes, total cost minus total fixed cost. Clear? Total cost is a combination of dash and dash. Combination of. Now observe, fixed cost remains the same irrespective of output, whether you produce or whether you don't produce. Whether you produce 1 unit, 10 unit, 1000, 2000, 5000, 10,000. Fixed cost remains. But output 0, variable cost also. Now you tell me, as per the formula, total cost is TFC plus TBC. 100 plus 0 is 100. 100 plus 0 is. That means, listen, this is where you guys will go wrong most of the times. Whenever output is 0, whenever output is TFC is equal to TC. What is it? TFC is equal to? So remember, when output is 0, TFC is equal to TC. Is that clear? And rest remaining things is always the same. 100 plus 100. Next, 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 my question is proportionate change equal. If proportionate change is not equal, variable cost will be inverted. Yes, in shape. Variable cost starts from the origin, but total cost starts from TFC. Why? Because when output is 0, dash is equals to dash. That is the reason total cost starts from the point where total fixed cost starts. If proportionate change is unequal, even TC will be inverted. Yes. If things are in an equal proportion, which proportion? So this is how it is going to be. This will be TVC, this will be TC, this will be TFC. Is that clear? Understood? Next comes average cost. This is the biggest concept of theory of cost concept. What do you mean by average? Per unit cost. Which unit cost? Say simple logic. What is the cost incurred to produce every single unit of output? Let's assume I have incurred 20,000 rupees as a cost to produce 100 benches. How many benches? That means every single unit of bench, my cost is how much? 200 rupees. So this is average cost. That is total cost divided by quantity. That is the formula for average. Clear? But life cannot be so simple with ICAI. So ICAI said, boss, bifurcate this into two types. Average fixed cost, average variable cost. That means in this 200 rupee, how much is the fixed cost element and how much is the variable cost element? Let's take a random example. Fixed cost is 80 rupee, variable cost is 120. That means in this 200, there is a proportion of fixed cost element. Also, there is a proportion of variable cost element. What was the formula for average cost? It is total cost divided by quantity. Same way, average fixed cost will be total fixed cost divided by quantity. Average variable cost will be total variable cost divided by quantity. Is that clear? Understood. Now, average fixed cost. It is the proportion of fixed cost present in every single unit of output. In every single unit, how much of fixed cost is there? Now, my premises I have taken for rent. It doesn't matter whether I produce or whether I don't produce. My fixed cost, irrespective of output, remains same. But what is the formula for average fixed cost? Total fixed cost divided by quantity. Take out calculator. 100 by 10, 100 by 20, 100 by 40, 100 by 50, 100 by 100, 100 by 1000. Suppose 100 by 10,000, 100 by 1 lakh. That means, observe, whenever output is increasing, what is it? Whenever output is average fixed cost keeps on, but it will never become zero. At least some minute decimal element will be there. 0.001. What is that? 0.01, 0.001, 0.0001, 0.0001. Like this, some minute fractional element will be there. Whenever output keeps on increasing, whenever output keeps on, AFC keeps on decreasing, but AFC will never become zero. That means the graph will be downward sloping curve like this. It goes almost near to the x-axis, but it will never touch the x-axis. Can you see the minute gap? A slight gap is there. See here. It will never and ever touch the x-axis. It goes almost near to the x-axis, but it will never and ever touch. That is average fixed cost. Next comes average variable. Nike symbol. Initially decreases. It becomes minimum and then it starts increasing. So J in shape. What is the shape of average variable cost? J in shape. Clear? Initially it will decrease, it will become minimum, and then it starts increasing. Is that clear? Now, sir, how come initially decreases, then becomes minimum, then increases? Let's take example. In my bench manufacturing unit, every single employee, if he works for 1 hour, if he works for 100 rupees, I will pay him as a labor. Okay, I appointed first fellow. In 1 hour, he is producing 10 benches. How much wages should I pay him now? 100. Sir, you only said now 100. Okay, I appointed a second guy. Now both of them put together in 1 hour. Both of them put together in 1 hour. They are producing 25 benches. How much wages should I pay? 200. Two people working for 1 hour. 200. Next, I appointed third guy. All three put together, they're producing 33 benches. 1 hour, they're working 33 benches in 1 hour. How much wages? Now, what is the formula of average variable cost? Total variable cost divided by quantity. Wages paid is nothing but the total variable cost. Now, 100 by 10, 10. Next, 200 by 25, 300 by 33. Can you observe? First, from 10, it decreased to 8. From 8, it is again increasing to. That means this 8 is minimum. Initially, ABC will decrease, it will become minimum, and then it starts increasing. And average variable cost is also having 3 stages. How many stages? Clear? Huh? So, which are those 3 stages? SIR, SDR, SNR. All these 3 stages is a part of law of variable. That means average variable cost is J in shape because of law of variable proportion, that is production function under dash run. And there are 3 stages. Which are those 3 stages? SIR, SDR, SNR. SIR, SDR, SNR. In SIR, output increases, no doubt, but dash proportion. See, input 10%, output greater than 10%. Next, SDR, output will increase, but dash proportion. That means if input is 10%, output is less than 10%. But this is the most important. After certain point, what is it after? Output will not increase, rather output will only and only. But observe, in the first 2 stages, output was increasing. After the certain point, output started to. That is SNR, stage of negative return. In the whole logic, we need to understand this certain point. So what is that certain point? See, already I explained about AFC graph. Downward sloping, it will never touch the x-axis. AVC will be Nike symbol, J in shape. Now AC curve will be U in shape. What is it? AC curve will be? AC curve will be? What was the formula for total cost? Total fixed cost plus total. Same way, average cost can also be called as average fixed cost plus average variable cost. Now, due to the combination of average variable and average fixed, AC curve is also U in shape. AC curve is also. And there are 3 stages in the law of the average variable cost: SIR, SDR, SNR. In SIR phase, fixed cost, variable cost, both are decreasing. Hence, AC will also decrease. By end of stage 1, what is it by end of? Average variable cost will become minimum. Now, in the stage 2, fixed cost continues to decrease in a greater proportion. Which proportion? That means faster. AFC decreases faster, but ABC slowly starts increasing. ABC slowly starts increasing, but AFC decreases faster. AFC decreases. Henceforth, decrease in fixed cost is faster, increase in variable cost is slower. AC continues to decrease until AC becomes minimum. Until what? AC becomes minimum. Now comes a kahani mein twist. When AC becomes minimum, AFC and AVC both are equal. What is it? AFC and AVC both are equal. And that is what we call certain point. So what is the importance of this certain point? If at all we try to produce beyond this certain point, what is it beyond this? AVC increases faster. AFC continues to decrease, but it will become decimal like 0.1, 0.01. But ABC is increasing like 100, 120, 180. So variable cost is increasing faster. Fixed cost is decreasing slower. Hence, average cost will increase. Now, you tell me as a manufacturer, when your per unit production cost is increasing, when your cost of production is increasing, are you interested in producing? That is why we don't go beyond the stage 2. After the certain point, output should not increase. Output will decrease. Clear? Understood? And there is one more twister in this concept. There is also MC curve. Which curve? I have not written the MC curve. See, this is how MC curve comes. 1 second. It will be like this. See, these 2 points are important. Point 1, point 2. Clear? So we should also plot MC curve. But see, in reality, MC curve is U in shape. What is that MC curve is? See, it will be U in shape. For us, only the second part of the graph is important. First part of the graph is not important. Sir, by chapter 4. Clear up. We will explain that in detail in chapter 4. So for us, only second part is important. So MC curve is written as J-shaped curve. Which shape curve? Rather than writing it as U shape, for us only second part of the graph is. So we write it as dash shape curve, J shape curve. So that is the reason. See these two pointers. This is the point 1. This is the point 2. Now these 2 points are important along with MC curve. Along with which curve? Listen to this carefully. Twice the questions have come. 2 times, not even one single time. Twice. MC curve. What is it? Will cut ABC and ATC. What is it? MC curve will cut ABC and ATC. ATC means average total cost. That is nothing but average cost. MC curve will cut ABC curve and ATC curve from their below and minimum. What is it? MC curve will cut ABC and ATC from its dash and dash, below and minimum. This is the one way of asking question. And they have asked one more superb Katarna question. Little bouncer question once. They have asked, why will ABC curve come near to the AC curve? What is the reason? Average variable cost curve is going near to the average total cost curve. Wait, let me show the question. I think Jan attempt. I have to just check which attempt it was. But one question is there. Wait, I will show that question itself. Chapter 3, chapter 3, chapter 3. Look at the board. At higher level of output. What is it? At the higher level of average total cost curve. Which total cost curve? Average total cost curve and average variable cost curve comes closer. Comes. That means once again with September 24 attempt. Okay. At the higher level of output. By the way, what do you mean by higher level of output? This third stage. At the higher level of output, average total cost comes near, or average variable cost curve goes near to the average total cost curve. Why? Because variable proportion is more, fixed proportion is less. In this average cost, fixed proportion is lesser, variable proportion is more. That was the reason. Which attempt was that? September 24 attempt. Yeah. See here, at the higher level of output, average total cost ATC curve and average variable cost curve is coming closer. Why? Because average fixed cost accounts only for a smaller percentage in the average total cost. That means in the entire AC, AFC is lesser, AVC is more. That means if you remember, I have taken one example here. 1 second, wait, yeah. There are 200 rupees for 1 unit single cost. Clear? In this, let's assume fixed cost is only 10 rupee. Variable cost is 190 rupee. That is why this ABC is coming almost near to the AC. Fixed proportion is lesser. Which proportion is lesser? Fixed proportion is lesser. This was little tricky question. Yes, like this, the questions will come. You should be knowing, at least you should know how to interpret that question. Clear? Understood? So this was the concept of average fixed cost and average variable cost. So what is the nature of AC curve? AC curve is U in shape. Why it is U in shape? Because of combination of AFC and AVC. See, we should also plot MC curve. Which curve? But we didn't plot MC curve because if I also write this MC curve, you will get confused. But one simple logic you should remember. MC curve will cut dash and dash from below and minimum. Average variable cost and average total cost from below and minimum. And this whole concept of law of variable proportion. What is it? Law of starts when AC is minimum. What is it? When? Sorry, MC. Thanks. So this entire concept of law of variable proportion, entire concept of what? Law of variable proportion starts whenever MC is minimum. What is it? Whenever MC is clear. So in this, there are two different ways of asking question. One already I have shown, little tricky question. Why AVC is coming closer to the AC? Or else they will ask about the certain point. At the certain point, what is it? At the dash will be minimum. Average cost will be minimum. That means per unit production cost will be minimum. By the way, what do you mean by certain point? AFC and AVC both are equal. AFC and AVC both are. That means as a manufacturer, when you're producing a commodity, per unit production cost is minimum. What is it? Per unit production cost is? At that minimum level, fixed component, variable component, both are equal. What is it? Both are clear. Understood? Day, I will leave at 4 o'clock. Da response, stupid fellows. Clear? Next. There is one more beautiful topic called as tortoise shell. This is the shortcut to remember. What is it? Clear. Once again, I will explain the same topic in theory of production. Which concept? See, there are two elements in this. First element, rate of increase and rate of decrease. What is the rate of increase or rate of? See, I explained about AC curve. AC curve is dash in shape. AC curve is U in shape. Still, I'm yet to explain AP curve. AP curve is inverted U. What is it? AP curve is? Or it is bell-shaped curve. Which shape curve? Inverted U or bell-shaped curve. AC curve is U shape. Inverted U is AP curve. Now remember, initially AC decreases. What is it? Initially AC? Next AC becomes minimum. AC becomes, and then AC starts increasing. See, initially AC will decrease. AC becomes, and then AC starts increasing. Is that clear? Same way, initially AP will increase. AP will become maximum. Then AP starts decreasing. Now, the concept is rate of increase or rate of decrease. What is it? Rate of increase or rate of decrease. So what do you mean by that? Rate of increase or rate of decrease? Now, let me take one random example. AC curve, MC curve. Let's say 20, 16, 12, 8, 20, 18, 14, 10. Now, no doubt both are decreasing. AC is also decreasing, MC is also decreasing. But which is decreasing faster? Which is decreasing faster? AC. That means whenever AC is decreasing, whenever AC decreases greater than MC. Do you agree? Clear? Whenever average cost is decreasing, whenever, hello, repeat, average cost is dash decreases faster than dash. AC decreases faster than MC. Whenever AC is decreasing, AC decreases faster than. Next, you need to also remember one more beautiful topic which I just explained. MC cuts dash and dash from below and minimum. That means whenever MC is cutting AC from below and minimum, at the minimum point of AC, what is the minimum point of? AC is equal to MC. AC is equal to, whenever AC is equal to MC, dash is minimum, AC is minimum. At that level, MC curve will cut AC curve from below and minimum. What is it? Below and minimum. The dash cuts dash from below and minimum. MC curve will cut AC curve from below and minimum. Is that clear? So this will be the question. Be careful. AC MC relationship also questions have come. I will show. I will show in the exam paper. Next, last but not the least, third stage. Whenever AC is, MC increases faster than AC. What is it? MC increases faster than. Clear? Now, I need your response here. If you guys don't respond, you will not understand. Clear? First phase, whenever AC decreases, whenever AC dash decreases faster than dash. Next, when AC is minimum, dash equal to dash. And third phase, whenever AC starts increasing, dash increases faster than dash. Clear? Now, I haven't done still theory of production, but still I will explain it together because there is a shortcut to remember. AP initially increases. Next, AP becomes maximum. Next, AP starts decreasing. That means complete opposite of AC. Now, initially, whenever AP increases, what is it AP? MP increases faster than AP. What is it? MP increases faster than? Clear? Understood? Your logic is wrong. Don't worry. When AP becomes maximum, she was teaching, see, ಇಲ್ಲೇನಿರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲೇನಿರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರ wrong. ಅದನ್ನೇ shortcut. Listen. Whenever AP increases, dash increases faster than dash, MP increases faster than AP. Next, whenever AP is maximum, what is it? Whenever AP is same to same, AP equal to MP. Now, MP cuts AP from above and maximum. What is it? MP cuts AP from above and maximum. But now, kahani mein twist. Whenever AP is decreasing, whenever AP is, I know your instigation is, sir, average should be greater than marginal. Wrong. Marginal is only greater than. Now confusion starts. So what is the shortcut to remember? Only and only when AC decreasing. Only and only when AC average is greater than marginal. In remaining three corners, marginal is always greater than average. Let me repeat it. Only and only whenever average cost is decreasing. Only and only when average cost is average concept is greater than marginal concept, whether it is cost, whether it is product. I will call it as concept now. Whenever average cost is decreasing, average concept is greater than marginal concept. In remaining three corners, what is it remaining? Marginal is always greater than average. This is with respect to rate of increase and rate of. And there is one more concept, value concept. There, kahani mein ek aur twist. Diagonal opposites we have to remember. So I will explain that in theory of production. If I also do the same today, you will be like, goodbye, Katam, Gaya, Tata. We are Rahul Gandhi best friends. From tomorrow, we are not coming to economics class. We'll go and meet Rahul Gandhi, you will say. So I will not do both the things together. Even in my regular batch also, I will never take both the things on a same day. By chance, if I take it on a same day, 2 white, 1 red fix. Old days concept. So that is the reason. So remember, today I'm only doing with rate of increase and rate of. Clear? In rate of increase and rate of decrease, one area we should be careful. That is when AC decreasing. When AC decreasing, average is greater than marginal. In remaining three corners, what is it remaining? Marginal is always greater than average. Clear? Understood? Kindly write this down somewhere in your book. Next concept is Rangole competition. ಮತ್ತೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ರಂಗೋಲೆ. One mini ರಂಗೋಲೆ, one ರಂಗೋಲೆ Pro Max. First write this down. Divya Sarathi, clear? You want me to explain it again? Okay, Karthik and Jyoti, listen. Only when AC decreasing, we have to be careful. Only while AC is reducing, average concept is greater than marginal concept. In all the three remaining corners, marginal concept will always be faster or increasing or decreasing. It will be more faster than average concept. Marginal greater than average. Only at this one place, average greater than marginal. Clear? Karthik and Jyoti. Why, what happened? You are batch students, huh? Done? Let's continue. Okay, let us continue. Finished? Okay. Now, welcome to one mini Rangoli competition. Concept called as LAC and SAC. To be frank, this concept is very much easy. But you guys are going to get it confused and you guys will be like, why did I study this? But to be frank, it is most easiest concept. Remember, SAC, what is it? Plant curve. What is another name of short run average cost curve called as? LAC has three different names. Long run average cost curve is called as planning curve, least cost combination curve, and envelope curve. See, in the past attempt, September 25 attempt, they've asked this bunch of questions, silly questions. But I will show. Question number 17. Which of the following curve is called as a? What is another name of plant curve? Short run average cost curve. Is that clear? So such kind of donation of marks will also happen. Such a silly question, such a basic concepts are also going to come. So remember, average cost curve is called as U in shape. Do you clear? Do you see? AC curve is U in shape. Clear up. Now let me take one example. Now Shashikiran. Now I want to produce, let's say, 100 benches in a month. How many benches? Now I will think about using a small machinery. Now Shashikiran is a bench manufacturer. Now I have three different machinery. How many machinery? Three different machinery. Clear up. Now SAC1 is a small machinery. SAC2 is a medium size machinery. SAC3 is a large machinery. Now the small machinery. Okay, let's take an example. Okay, 1000 benches I can produce with small machinery. How many benches? With medium size, I can produce 3000 benches in a month. With a large machinery, I can produce 5000 benches in a month. This is full capacity. Which capacity? Full capacity. Now, let's say I got an order to produce 500 benches. How many benches? Which machinery should I use? Small, medium, large. So, if I take small machinery to produce 500 bench, even my cost is minimum. Its full capacity is 1000. I'm not using full capacity. I'm using 500. That is cost is minimum. Okay, my benches are becoming famous, popular. Now demand has gone up to 800. What is it? Demand has gone up to how much? Now I am at the point A. Where am I at the moment? Now it is a decision time. If I still continue in the small machinery, going further, cost will increase to point N. Rather than still producing in the small machinery, if I go to the medium size machine, which machine? Going further, cost will decrease to point M rather than going to point N. Now you tell me what should I do? Should I still continue in the small machinery or should I go to the medium machinery? Simple, that's it. Now I am producing at 800. Going further, as expected, my demand became 1000. Now I am at point M. That means going further, my cost decreased. Later, my demand popularity kept on increasing. Now I am producing 2000 benches. How many benches? To produce 2000 benches, I have selected medium machinery, cost is minimum. Same way, my popularity kept on increasing. Now 2500 benches. Now again, time to decide. Should I still continue in the medium or should I go for the larger? Again, I thought, let me go to the larger. As I went to the larger, now my demand has become like 3000 benches. How many benches? Now it is minimum. Again, once again, decision making level. Now SAC4 I got. Now I need to produce, let's say, 4000 benches. How many benches? Again, decision making, 4000 benches. Now I got an order to produce 5000 benches. Now again, I went to the another bigger like this. Whenever your capacity is increasing, what is increasing? You should go for a bigger machinery, bigger plant. What is it? Bigger plant. What is that plant curve called as? SAC. Clear? Huh? Simple concept. Sir, we have conducting free marathon. Okay, superb. Anyone can come. Yes, anyone can come. We expected some 20-30 students will come and we allocated small classroom. My expectation was 20-30 students, but 50 students came up. Can I still go and continue to take marathon class in the small classroom? I should go to the medium size classroom. Okay, first day 50 students were there. Next day 80 students came. Even medium size classroom is not enough. Large classroom. Last day 150 students came up. Look, classroom is not enough. Go take that marriage hall and do one seminar. Clear up? So like this, whenever the capacity is increasing, I should go for a bigger plant size. Go for a bigger. And this is in case of short term. This is short term. SAC, SAC, SAC. Now this is for a 1 month. Let's assume for a month. Now Shashikiran decided in a whole year, in a whole I will produce 60,000 benches. How many benches? That is for 12 months. That means for every month, how many benches should I produce? So to produce 5,000, in which machinery should I operate? SAC4. That means my cost of producing benches on every single month should also be minimum. One whole year should also be minimum. That is my intention. So I decided I will produce at SAC4. Now I started operating for long run. Now I'm producing at SAC4. Now at this SAC4, I'm operating at point M. Where am I operating at? I'm operating at this point M. Even for one single month, cost is minimum. Whole year also cost is minimum. So this is what we call optimum plant size. Which plant size? Optimum plant or least cost combination. Which combination? See, until this least cost combination towards the left side, until least cost combination, this is called as economies of scale. What is it? Beyond this least cost combination, right side, this is called diseconomies of scale. What is it? See, this LAC curve is also U in shape. LAC curve is also dash in shape. Now listen to this very carefully next to 2-3 minutes. This is little tricky and this is where you guys will go wrong. Observe this black color dotted lines. These are tangent points. Which points? With the SAC curve along with the LAC curve. Now my question for you guys, listen, analyze, anticipate and then answer. Is LAC curve always tangent to SAC? Definitely yes. See, that is what this black color dotted lines. Now second question is little tricky. Is LAC curve always tangent to SAC at their minimum point? Then where it is tangent at minimum point? Only at optimum scale of plant. In the economies of scale, that is initially. What is it? That is whenever output is increasing, whenever output is LAC keeps on decreasing and it is tangent towards left side or decreasing side. Clear? Huh? See, this is the minimum point of SAC1. This is minimum point of SAC2. This is minimum point of SAC. That blue color line is the blue color dots is the minimum point, but that black color is towards left side. Which side? So LAC is tangent to SAC towards the left side or decreasing side. Towards which side? Or decreasing side. During which? Economies of scale. And LAC and SAC both are tangent at the respective minimum only and only at optimum scale of plant. Suppose if we produce beyond optimum scale of plant, cost will increase. Cost will. That means Shashikiran, you said you are producing 60,000 benches. Yes, I said 60,000, but now you are saying you are producing beyond 60,000. But how much beyond? I only don't know. That means you are operating still at SAC4, but you are producing beyond 60,000. That means now cost will increase. Now observe, when cost is increasing, is LAC curve always tangent to the SAC at the minimum point here? No. See, this is the minimum point of SAC5, SAC6, SAC7. But where it is tangent, this black color is towards right side or increasing side. Which side? Right side or increasing side. And we are speaking about long run. What are we speaking about? See, this long run is called as planning curve. Which curve? Planning curve. And short term is called as a plant curve. Which curve? See, my long run planning. Which run planning? Is based on short term plant size. Short term. That means both are interdependent with each other. This long run is decided first because of short run. LAC is derived because of SAC. LAC is always tangent to SAC. Yes, true. But is it always tangent at minimum point? No, wrong. It is tangent towards left side or decreasing side in the. It is tangent at the minimum during the. And economies of scale will exist up to optimum scale of plant. Beyond optimum scale of plant, it is called as diseconomies of scale. And we are speaking from long run perspective. Production function under long run is called as dash. Production function under long run. Law of returns to scale. There are three stages: IRS, CRS, DRS. Economies of scale is nothing but IRS. Optimum plant size is CRS. Diseconomies is DRS. That's it. This is LAC and SAC. Now tell me what was difficult in this. Sir, very difficult. Nothing. You just need to understand the logic. The question comes from tangency points. The question comes from optimum scale of plant. Now, one more way of asking question. Initially, what is it? When output increases, initially means economies of scale. Initially, when output increases, cost of production and LAC will be tangent towards the SAC at the left side or decreasing side. When LAC tangents or LAC is tangent to SAC towards its decreasing side, towards it is called. And this was the question. This was a difficult question. What bullshit? Initially, they have only said. Initially means economies of scale. At the higher level of output, it is economies of scale. That is what analyzing question matters. Initially means economies. At the higher level of output means. Now, at the higher level of output, when output is increasing beyond that certain level, that means beyond this optimum scale of plant, every additional unit will add more cost. Every additional unit will add to the production because of dash. It is economies of scale. Or also because of diminishing returns to scale. What is that diminishing return? More of variable cost, less of fixed cost. That's it. This was the concept of LAC and SAC. Clear? Understood? Anyone finding it difficult? So by this, average cost comes to an end. Next comes marginal. As I said, we only need the second part of the graph. We don't need the first part of the graph. But the general nature of MC curve will be dash in shape, U in shape. But we consider only second part, so we call it as dash in shape. What do you mean by marginal? One more additional, one more extra unit of output. Two formulas are there. Output continuous, output not continuous. But one more kahani may twist in the MC curve. And I have made you to write it in the class in the main class. Whatever the main batch we had taken. MC changes due to change in dash. Only and only variable cost. Marginal cost is varied or marginal cost changes only because of change in variable cost. Clear? Understood. Now, connecting to that marginal cost, we have an incremental cost. Which cost? Extension of marginal. See, marginal changes only because of variable, but incremental changes because of fixed as well as variable. Now, let's say, for example, Shashikiran was supposed to produce 101 benches. How many benches? But by mistake, I have produced 100 bench. That means one more extra. What is it? One more. That means I will not pay the rent once again. I will just incur raw material expenses. What is that raw material expenses? That is why I said MC changes only because of variable. Clear? So incremental cost is a cost incurred to produce dash batch of output. So listen to this. In January, I produced 100 bench. Cost of producing that 100 bench is 20,000 rupees. Now same 100 bench I am producing in February, but cost became 25,000. How much it has become? Sir, why sir? Same 100 bench, January 20. Same 100 bench, how come February 25,000? That is incremental. Why did this incremental happen? Due to change in business decision. Due to change in. So what kind of decision? Let's say, for example, I have acquired a new set of client. Let's say, for example, madam, what's your name? I forgot. Benita, right? Benita. Now, Benita is my client. Now, Benita comes and orders the bench. Shashikiran, I don't need this plain bench and all. I am using this for a Montessori students. I need Pokemon, Doraemon, Tom and Jerry. Even if the kid falls alarm, it should not hurt. You have to use some special kind of chemical. Now, there is a special requirement by the client. Because of that, I'm using one special chemical. And at the top, I'm using all that cartoon images. Because of that, my production cost increased to another 5,000. So remember, incremental cost can change because of both fixed as well as variable. Clear up? This is incremental cost incurred to produce one additional batch of output. Why did this happen? Due to change in dash decision. So incremental cost, example, see, we are changing our production line, replacing the worn out machinery and buying a new machinery. Now that new machinery is taking a lot of electricity and new production facility has been created, or I have acquired a new set of client. That new set of client has a special requirement because of that additional cost. So cost incurred to produce one extra unit. What is it? One marginal. One additional batch of output, incremental. Clear? Understood? So next comes sunk cost and opportunity cost. Which cost? Sunk cost and the beauty of this topic is we will explain it in a theoretical manner. In exam, they will ask a numerical question. Sunk cost, twice they have done it. Not once, twice. By the way, what is sunk cost? Cost once incurred, which cannot be. See our hero, he went to Darshan's first day, first show movie. Now let's assume he got one emergency call from the home. Let's assume your great grandpa is not feeling well. Come immediately. He will come outside from the movie. If he go back and give the tickets, will he get back the money? No. Cost once incurred, which cannot be recovered back. Advertisement expenses, R&D expenses, traffic violations paid, penalties paid. Or will you get back? Penalty income. In the business, is there anything like that? No. So boss, once cost incurred, which cannot be recovered back. That is called as sunk cost. Which cost? But they can be shown in the books of accounts. What is it? They can be shown in the books of accounts. Clear up. Opportunity cost. Now, this is most important along with sunk. See, what is sunk cost once incurred, which cannot be. But we can show them in the books of. But opportunity cannot be shown in the books of accounts. Let's say, for example, Shashikiran, rather than starting my bench manufacturing unit, in my final year of BCom, what is it, final year of BCom, there was a campus interview. Let's assume KPMG. Which company? Now KPMG had come for a campus interview. I went for a campus interview. One second. KP na. KPMG. Now that come for a campus interview. I attended campus interview. I got selected. They said, I will pay you 3.6 lakh rupee per annum, not month. 3.6 lakh rupee per annum. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯ್ತು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡೋದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತಾನೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಈಗ ಅದನ್ನು. So I thought, why should I work under someone? I will start my own business. I started my own bench manufacturing business. Which business? Bench manufacturing business. Now after 1 year, what is it after? Now I'm earning a profits of 3 lakh in my bench manufacturing. Now you will be like, hey, stupid Shashikiran. You could have joined KPMG, na? You would have made how much, sir? Like stupid fellow, you started bench manufacturing. How much are you earning? Now in my bench books of accounts, can I say, if I would have joined KPMG, I would have got 60,000 rupees extra. Opportunity foregone 60,000. Can I show that in books of accounts? No. Cost of next best opportunity foregone. What is it? Cost of next best opportunity foregone. That means like KPMG, let's assume Infosys and Deloitte's, even they had come. Now Infosys offered 3 lakh, Deloitte offered 3.2 lakh, but which is the best one? Now I should always compare with the best one. That is why cost of next best opportunity. What is it? Cost of next best opportunity foregone. That is called as opportunity cost. And especially this meaning of opportunity cost and the reason, both are important. Why will opportunity cost come into a picture? Because of the fundamental premise of economics. Resources are, and such resources can be used into the multiple ways. Now, Shashikiran, you can't do both together. You cannot start your own bench manufacturing unit as well as working in KPMG together. Any one you can select, either A or B. You can't be like A and B. That is what alternative uses. What is it? So because of this fundamental premise, boss, we need to always compare with what we have foregone. What is my foregone cost? What is mine? But can I record that in my books of accounts? Highly impossible. We cannot record that in books of, but which can be shown in the books of accounts. But these are the costs once incurred, which cannot be recovered back. What is the example of sunk cost? Advertisement, research and development, penalties paid. Like this, still many more are there. But now in an exam, you can expect a numerical problem from that area. Question number 25. What is the total amount of? In class, we explained it in a theoretical manner, but in exam, they will give it in a numerical problem. What is the total amount of sunk cost from the following information? Fuel and power, variable cost. Research and development, sunk cost. Rent paid, fixed cost. Wages, variable cost. Advertisement, sunk cost. 150 plus 5 total. Very difficult question. By the way, why it was difficult question? Because you didn't know the concept. That is why pustak mein nahi, mastak mein likho. Most important. Clear? First understand the concept, understand the logic. That is most important. Clear? Like this Still more questions are there. I will show. Going further. Clear? Okay. Next. Accounting and economic cost. See, this outlay cost, and I will come back. These are chota mota things. Clear? Accounting cost and economic cost. Which cost? Accounting cost and economic cost. Clear? Now you have to be very quick. I will ask you to solve some problems and all. Clear? Here there is one Katarnak question, full on twister, bouncer and all are there here. Now accounting, simple concept from Akhilesh sir point of view. That means accountant point of view. Whose point of view? Simple. Boss, what is that you are incurring expenses? Let us know. We will record it in books of accounts, which can be shown in books of accounts. What is it? Which can be? And from whose point of view is that? It is from the accountant point of view. So our Akhilesh sir point of view. And it is also called as direct cost or explicit cost. Next comes Shashikiran's point of view. Economist, which can be recorded along with that, which cannot be recorded. Sir, are you mad or what? You are considering both. Yes, I'm mad to take decisions in business. What is it mad to take? That means economic cost is used for the purpose of decision making. Now, Shashikiran, you had an opportunity of going to KPMG. You could have earned 3.6 lakh. But you rejected that offer and you started your own bench manufacturing. That means, stupid fellow Shashikiran, at least you should earn a profit of how much? Because you have foregone 3.6 lakh rupees of salary and you are starting your business. Now, at least 3.6 lakh. Now, that 3.6 lakh rupee, whatever I have foregone, can I show this in books of accounts? No. But I will consider that in my decision making. Consider that in my. So, which can be recorded plus which cannot be recorded, both put together, is called as economic cost, and it is from whose point of view? And it is also called as indirect cost and a part of implicit cost. It is not implicit. What is it? Part of implicit cost. Clear? Now, formula for economic cost is very simple. Recordable plus not recordable. What is it? Recordable accounting, not recordable opportunity. Clear? Which can be recordable plus which cannot be recordable. Both put together is called as dash cost. Economic cost. Both put together is called as dash cost. Next comes explicit plus implicit. Explicit means which can be expressed, which can be shown, which can be expressed out. Implicit means which cannot be expressed. Clear? Now, explicit and implicit can be the question in exam. And this is beautiful concept. This is where you guys will go wrong. Simple two differences are there. Explicit, easy concept from Akhilesh sir point of view, accountant point of view, which is actual monetary expenditure. How did you incur this actual monetary expenditure? You are hiring the factors of production or you are buying the factors of. You are incurring a rental expenditure, labor expenditure, wages you are paying, interest expenditure, all this recordable in books of accounts. What is it recordable in? Whose point of view? Accountant point of view. And this is a payment concept. Money is actually going outside business. What is happening? Money is actually going outside business. So what is explicit cost? These are actual monetary expenses, which are dash concept. Next comes implicit. These are not actual monetary expenses. What is it? Not actual. And these are not payment concept. These are, see, it is like Nityananda. Me talking to the outside me through the inner me from the outer me. God should only understand what he will speak. Same thing is implicit cost. These are factors owned by the firm and used by the firm. What is it? These are factors owned by the firm and these are factors used by the firm in the production process. Let's take one example. This building belongs to Shashikiran. Assumption. This building belongs to. Now, in this own premises, my own premises, I'm conducting my bench manufacturing business. And in my books of accounts, I'm showing as rent paid. What am I showing? Who is paying rent? Shashikiran. For whom is he paying? Shashikiran. That is, money is not actually going outside. We are receiving money. That is what? Receipt concept. Which concept? Clear? See, these are factors owned by the firm as well as used by the firm in their production. Or let's say tomorrow Shashikiran will start his own teaching classes. Shashikiran's economics classes, my own academy, only to teach economics class. I have only invested money. I have only set up the classroom, everything. I am only teaching to the students. And in my books of accounts, in my academy, salary paid to Shashikiran. Who is the owner? Shashikiran. Who is teaching? Who is getting salary? Who is paying salary? Shashikiran is paying salary to Shashikiran. That is implicit cost. A is equals to B, B is equals to C. In short, A is equals to Don't say this in elaborated way. I know what you are about to say. February 14th is coming up. I know. Fine, clear. Let's continue. So remember, implicit cost. Which cost? Implicit cost. That means not actual monetary expenses. These are dash concept. Here, the most important word which you remember is cost of production owned by the as well as used by the firm in their dash process. Clear? Understood? So this is explicit and implicit. Now let me make your life little more complicated because you're dealing with ICI. Now, Shashikiran, he started as one bench manufacturing unit. I have factors of production. What is that? Land, labor, capital. Now, land expects, labor expects, wages, capital expects, organization expects. Okay. Now, Shashikiran, you have sacrificed your employment in KPMG now. How much salary you could have earned? Shed and earn that year. 3 point. So this is like opportunity foregone. What is that? At least whatever opportunity I'm compromising, I'm sacrificing, at least that I should recover back in the form of profits, in the form of. So this total put together is called as my cost now. Now rent, every month I'm paying 10,000 now. Let's assume I'm taken some other premises, not my own premises. Every month I'm paying 10,000. That means 1,20,000 per year. Let's say I have paid a wages of 1,80,000. How much? 1,80,000 interest. That means I've taken a bank loan. For that, I'm paying interest of 1 lakh. Now, don't you think these three are recordable expenses? From Akhilesh sir point of view, accountant point of view, what is the accountant point of view total cost? 4 lakh. 4 lakh is the accounting cost. Clear? Now, how much is the opportunity cost? So, as per the formula, accounting plus opportunity put together, how much is the economic cost? How much? 7 lakh. 60,000. Now, Shashikiran, by selling his benches, how much should he earn? 7,60,000 or 4 lakh rupees? Now, got it. Why economics point of view is important. Shashikiran, you have compromised your employment 3.6 lakh. You could have made a salary of 3 point. You are compromising that. So also include that as an opportunity cost. I know you cannot show this in books of accounts. That is an opportunity cost. Accounting plus opportunity put together is an economic cost. Now you tell me by selling the benches, how much at least I should earn? Let's assume Shashikiran made a sales of 9 lakh. What is it? Shashikiran made a sales of 9 lakh rupees. Now, my question for you guys. Identify accounting profit. Sir, simple. 9 lakh minus 4 lakh. Sales is 9 lakh. Accounting cost is 9 minus 4, 5 lakh. So 5 lakh rupees is accounting profit. What is it? Now, how much is economic profit? Abba? And that is what, Tambi, 9 lakh minus 7 lakh, 60,000. How much is that? 1 lakh 40,000. See, from accountant point of view, you have made a profit of. But from economist point of view, you have made a profit of. Clear? Okay, kahani mein ek aur twist. Let's assume sales is 5 lakh. Now calculate accounting cost, economic cost. Sorry, already cost is defined. Okay, profit. Accounting profit, economic profit. Accounting profit, 1 lakh. Economic loss of how much? 2,60,000. Hey, what did you add for lunch, ma? With confidence, full on wrong answers. 2 lakh. See that 5. I said 5 is the sales. Clear up. Now economic cost is 760. So 5 minus 760 minus 2,60,000. Clear? From accountant point of view, there is a profit, but economist point of view, there is a loss. Yes, this can be a scenario. And they have also asked such question once. Let me show that. Now calculate and let me know the answer. Now calculate accounting cost, economic cost, accounting profit, economic profit. Done. See, exam question. Suppose the sole proprietor is earning a total revenue of 1,20,000. That means this is sales. What is it? Explicit cost, which can be expressed. How much? That means that is accounting cost. Accounting cost is how much? 95. And he could have worked in another company for 30,000. So 95 plus 30. 1 lakh. 25,000. So how much is economic cost? 1 lakh. 25,000. Clear? And they're asking which of the following statement is false. Now first identify accounting profit and economic profit. Sales is how much? Sales is 1 lakh 20 minus 95. 20. So accounting profit. Which profit? Accounting profit is 25,000. Now sales is 1 lakh 20. Economic cost is 125. Accounting loss. How much is accounting loss? Accounting loss. Economic loss. See, economic loss of. Now they're asking which is false. Which is? Now the firm have an accounting profit of 25. Yes. The firm incurred an economic loss of 5. Yes. Total economic cost is 30. No. How much is economic cost? And total accounting is 95. Yes. So which is false? Economic cost of 30 is false. So how much is economic cost? 1 lakh 25,000. Clear? See, such a kind of beautiful and silly questions will come, but it looks like very complicated or very difficult. Don't know how to do. That is why stop by hearting. First learn. Clear? Understood? So this is the concept of economic accounting, implicit, explicit. Same way, we have one more type of a cost called as private cost and social cost. Which cost? And again, this comes in chapter 7. It comes in where? 7. I will explain it chapter 7 only because anyhow, I have to repeat it once again. I will explain this straight away in the chapter 7. Clear? Now, last topic of this particular chapter. See, I said na two more chota mota topics are there. Outlay cost. Money is going outside. Money is going like accountant point of view. Money is going outside. See, final expenditure at some point of time recordable in the books of accounts. That is called as outlay cost. Clear up? Now, most important topic, shutdown point. Which concept? See, direct cost, indirect cost, accounting cost is also called as direct cost. Economic cost is also called as indirect cost. This is just a repetition. Just go through it. Read only concept. Now, important concept is shutdown point. Every single attempt, either in MTP, either in RTP, either in exam, definitely the question will come. Get ready. What is shutdown point? Simple concept. When should a firm close down its operation? What is it? When should a firm close down its? Clear? Simple concept. When they are unable to recover back their variable cost. What is it? Unable to recover back their? Then it is called a shutdown point. Simple. We are producing. We are selling. In that, I have two types of cost. Fixed cost and variable cost. I'm only recovering back my fixed, unable to recover back my variable. That means please close down. Shashikiran, don't operate. Even in that shutdown, two classification is there. Short-term shutdown, long-term. Now, this is important. Short-term and long-term shutdown. See, short-term is temporary shutdown, like COVID-19. Not just for you. Everyone is suffering a problem. So, for a temporary purpose, close down. Long-term shutdown, permanent, close it, goodbye, katam, gaya, tata. When AR lesser than AC. What is it? AR lesser than? See, AR curve. If you remember, I said AR curve is also called as demand curve. And AR is also known as selling price. AR is also known as clear. That means whatever the price that you are selling, that means per unit. Average means per unit. Shashikiran, you are selling every single bench for 180 rupees. But your cost of producing every single bench is 200. Clear? Selling price is much more lesser than your average cost of production. AR always lesser than AC. Permanent tata bye bye. Close down. You are a sick units. Continuously 2-3 years, continuously you are making the losses. AR lesser than AC. What is it? AR lesser than? Now, temporary shutdown. TR lesser or equal to TVC, or else we can also represent it in per unit. AR lesser or equal to. Sir, just now you said when a firm is unable to recover variable cost, they should shut down. But here equal to TVC, equal to ABC. When they are recovering also, why it is shut down? Simple, man. You are producing. You are selling the commodity. you are recovering back only variable. Recovering back
Only way.
any of fixed cost is loss, right? Whether you produce, whether you don't produce. Every month you should pay rent, right? Every month you are incurring fixed cost, right? Then why are you taking so much of effort producing goods, doing marketing, selling, and still incurring loss of fixed cost? So better, even though if you don't produce, let's say COVID time, rather than opening your shop, producing, selling, and recovering back only variable. Again, you have to pay rent, right? Again, you should pay salary, right? Even though if you produce, you will pay rent and salary. Even though if you don't produce, also you should pay rent and. But even after producing, even after, fixed cost is still a loss. So better don't produce. Better don't. For a time being, close down. For a time being. That means, remember, in short run, what does it in? Even though if you are recovering back your variable cost, even though when you are recovering back your only to the extent of variable or lesser than that, still it is called as shutdown. Still it is called as, see, two conditions are there. TR lesser or equal to TBC or else AR lesser or equal to, this is called temporary shutdown. Which shutdown? See, long-term shutdown is very simple. AR lesser than AC. AR lesser than, is that clear? And this is the most repeated. So what do you mean by shutdown point? When a firm is unable to recover back their variable cost, they are said to be in shutdown. There are two kinds of shutdown, short-term shutdown and what is the condition of short-term shutdown? Lesser or equal to variable cost. What is it? Lesser or equal to? But what is long-term shutdown? Always lesser than variable cost. Clear up? Or average cost. Always and always your selling price is lesser than average cost. By this entire chapter 3, unit 2 comes to an Khatam. Clear? Now we will go with the MCQs of theory of cost alone. What is it? Theory of? Only and only from theory of cost. I will go from reverse. September 25 attempt. I will start with. Yeah. Okay. Average production. Leave it. Plant curve is also called as SAC curve. Okay. TP, AP, MP. Theory of production. See, three questions they have asked. Bumper lottery. Again, IRS, CRS, DRS. Still you can answer the C. If a firm has more number of workers, that means you are including more and more workers, but total output starts at a dash rate. Output is increasing at diminishing rate. Last stage, which is that last stage? Diminishing returns to scale. Next, which of the following statements are correct? Now, the period will be considered as a short period if the amount of at least one, wait, theory of production question, let us leave it. Okay, this is about the factors of production, Cobb Douglas, yet to be done. 4 P's of marketing, product, price, place, promotion. Literally, September attempt was such easy questions they have asked. Calculate the average variable cost. By the way, what is the formula of average variable cost? Total variable cost divided by quantity. When the quantity produced is how much? Total cost to produce 100 units is how much? 1000. And total fixed cost is how much? Now simple, 1000 rupees is total cost. Fixed cost is 200. 1000 minus 200, that is total variable cost. 800. How many units? 100 units. 800 by 100. That's it. Bunch of questions. Shutdown point. See, actually there was a mistake in the previous attempt. They have not given any options as a particular answer, but there was one small error. See here, a competitive firm should shut down. What is the concept of shutdown? When the firm is unable to recover back their variable cost. What is the condition of short-term shutdown? AR lesser or equal to ABC. Long-term, AR is always and always lesser than AC. Simple. Total revenue is less than total cost. Is that so? No. Total revenue are lesser than marginal revenue. No. Total revenue is lesser than average variable. Suppose instead of total, if they would have given us average revenue is lesser than average variable. Yes. Short-term shutdown, na? Total revenue is lesser than fixed cost. No, none of them was an answer. Grace marks. In this attempt, one question was grace mark. And whoever has attended this, whichever option they had marked, grace mark. But to be frank, in option C, what is it in option? Instead of total, if they would have mentioned average revenue is lesser than average variable cost, definitely this should be the answer. Clear? Next. See here. Suppose the cost of producing 1,000 units of product by the firm is 15,000 and the entrepreneur has invested 50,000 in the business and normal returns by investing 50,000 is how much? What is the implicit? That means you have a savings bar rather than starting your own business. If you have shut and kept it in bank account also, you will get interest now. Like that 50,000 rupees should at least earn a return of how much? By the way, what is 10% of 50,000? That's it. That is the answer. They're asking implicit, what you are foregoing. Such a silly question. And for this, people thought full out of the box, full on everything, and they did calculated and they did wrong answers. See, implicit, man. What do you mean by implicit? Which cannot be recorded in the books of accounts. That means your own entrepreneur has invested. That means his own money. And normal rate of returns in the market for that 50,000 in the market, if you would have, let me say, invested in stock market, mutual fund, savings in bank account, you would have at least got 10%. That is what are foregoing? That 10% returns from that 50,000 I'm foregoing. That is 5,000. Next. I think that's it. That's it from the theory of cost. Wait, let us cross check once. Here. No. Here we have this. I think we did. This is taken care. This is taken care. This is theory of production. Theory of production. Theory of production. Which one? This one. Average product. Okay. Next, May 2025 term paper. Okay. I will clear. Okay. Theory of production. Survival theory of production. This actually you can answer, but still theory of production question it is. Linear homogeneous theory of production, production function, not the relation, average product, marginal, tortoise shell. Average product, marginal product, theory of production. See, tortoise shell question. Next. Total product starts decline. Actually, you can answer it. TP declines. Already AP concept we have done. It declines at the last phase, which is the last phase, stage 3. Negative return. ISO cost, ISO quant. Kindly solve this. 47 and 48. Simple question. See, they have given average fixed cost to be identified for the second unit. Second unit is 410. What is the total cost? By the way, how much is fixed cost whenever output is 0? Whenever output is 0. 5 minutes I'm winding up. Yeah. You 4 o'clock. Okay, chalo, you do it and come. Tomorrow we will continue this. Next we have a 4:15 class of CA Inter. Not a worries. This, do one thing. Do you have question papers? Have it or not? Okay, I will ask the team to share the question papers. Kindly solve it and come. See, May 25, Jan 25, September 25, June 24. Still 3 more papers. Theory of cost questions are pending. We will do it. Don't worry. Okay, chalo, we'll wind up for the day. Tomorrow we will continue. Clear up? Online students will continue tomorrow. A material you can download from the ArivuPro app. If you don't attend, you will not get any grace marks and all. Such question very, very rare. In this attempt, we had. Send in Malleshwaram branch. Okay, fine. Close. Okay, let's start. Hello. Okay, let us start. Audible? Okay. So welcome to your hold Godon. Let us get started. Okay, so in the previous class we finished until the theory of cost and I was supposed to do with the MCQs. We had a hard stop yesterday because of CA Inter class in the same classroom in the below. So we'll continue. Today we'll finish with the theory of production and then we will go with the MCQs. We'll finish everything and chapter 4, chapter 5, 1 and also we'll start with 6 today. Probably we'll complete 6. Time permits, we'll enter the 7 and also we'll see. Most probably we will enter. As you guys said, micro we don't need little in detail, macro we need in detail. So yesterday nenne idun correct agi munchene helididre istodge already chapter 4 mugidogiradu. Okay, let's get started. So Divya Sarathi, she has a doubt. Sir, potential price is also known as marginal utility. Yes, madam. And for both demand and supply, the shift of the curve, increase or decrease, will be the same if the other factor price. Yes, madam. Correct. Okay, any other doubts, online students or offline students, before moving to the Upcoming topic, next topic. Okay, so next topic is theory of production. So there are three major concepts in this unit. So one is about human wants, that's supposed to be discussed in consumer behavior, but I usually do it in theory of production. Factors of production, production function. So these are the three major topics. Are you guys humans? Yes. Do you have want? Limited or unlimited? Unlimited. So human wants are unlimited, but resources are limited. But human wants definition is DTM, desire, taste, and motives of a human being. What is it? Desire, taste, and motives of a human being is called as human wants. And there are three types of human wants. The very first one is necessary. Second one is comfort. Third one is luxury. Necessaries. That means essentials for life. Even in necessaries, there are three kinds. Basic necessary, necessaries of efficiency, and social necessary. Basic necessaries, food, clothing, and shelter. What is basic necessary? Food, clothing, and shelter. Basic essentials of life. Necessaries of efficiency. Now, Shashikiran, being a teacher, to teach you people, I need this mic, we need the system, TV, projection. These are my tools and equipments. What is it? Now, without the tools and equipments, I can't provide a service to the students. So, in order to earn money, Shashikiran has to work. In order to perform my work more effective and efficient way. What is it? More effective and efficient. I need lot of tools and such tools and equipment is considered as an efficiency. By using the tools and equipment, we can able to satisfy the human want. We can earn money. That is necessaries of efficiency. Last but not the least, social. Whether you like it or whether you don't like it, it doesn't matter. You should set and follow for the sake of society. That is called as social necessary. Clear? Early morning, as soon as you wake up, you should wake up from the right side. If not, something bad is going to happen. Your mom keeps on scolding. That is for the sake of society. As soon as you wake up in the morning, you should pray to the God. That is when your day is going to be good. After 6 o'clock in the evening, you should not sleep. If at all you sleep, Lakshmi will go out of the home. So until 6 o'clock, Lakshmi was inside your home. Because you slept, now Lakshmi went outside the home. See, all this social necessary. Next comes comfort, which provides better level of satisfaction. What is comfort? Which provides? That is called as comfort. Last but not the least, luxury. Luxury is of three kinds: harmful, harmless, and defense luxury. Harmful luxury, no doubt increases social status, but affects on human health. Best example, AC, refrigerator at your home. During summer time, even though you don't want to pick any article in the refrigerator, you will just go open the door. Why? Cool breeze will come. That's not cool breeze. Chlorofluorocarbon, CFC. That affects on your lungs. Still, cool breeze, sir. Summer. If at all you are in Chennai, you should always have AC. Because Chennai has only three seasons. Hot, hotter, hottest. It's not summer, winter, rainy. Hot, hotter, hottest. Next comes harmful luxury, which increases social status but does not affect on human health. If you have a bungalow, it will not affect on your health, but definitely it increases your social status. Next comes defense luxury. That is for sake of society. No, sake of society is a social necessary, but we are speaking about luxury. See, this is where sometimes exam questions has been asked. Defense luxury is not your CCTV camera, gun, or security guard, which can be readily convertible into liquid cash. What is it? Which can be readily convertible into gold, silver, bonds, bullions, which can be easily convertible into a liquid cash. That is called as defense luxury. Which luxury? Next comes characteristics of human wants. Human wants are, all wants cannot be. Wants are competitive and complementary. That means we use it together. I need cell phone. After cell phone, tempered glass. After tempered glass, back case. After that, SIM card. After that, AirPod. I use everything together. It's complementary and also competitive. And it is recurring in nature, one after the other. After cell phone, next laptop. After laptop, next new bike. After new bike, next new home. After that, new girlfriend. After that, new wife. Asian Paints had one advertisement. Naya gaadi, naya ghar, naya biwi, purana paint. Badal lo. Asian Paints. Now they had one iconic advertisement like that. Next, want varies with the time, place, and person. See, with girlfriend, cafe, coffee day. With local boys, local tea shop. Want vary with person. Want also vary with the place. If you are at home, you will sit and have the mom prepared food. If you are with friends outside, momos, crispy masala dosa with broomstick prepared, and also with time. It also varies. Early morning, evening. Let's say, for example, your preferences of, let me say, drinks. That means cool drinks. Cool drinks. In the morning is different. Evening is different. So it varies. Next, want becomes habits and See, if any visitor comes to your home or any guest comes to your home, coffee, tea, even though they don't like coffee, tea, now it has become like a customs and habits. Next comes, all wants cannot be satisfied. Why? Because human wants are unlimited, resources are. To overcome that, we have advertisement. We instigate you people through advertisement. We bring Virat Kohli, Sunny Leon, Katrina Kaif, Bolo Zuba Kesri. All this we bring. So people are getting instigated because of advertisement. Want also gets affected because of advertisement. So these are the characteristics of human wants. Next comes the concept of production. What do you mean by production? Converting raw materials into get ready. CA means come again. So it is not converting raw material to finished good. Adding utility to the subject matter to satisfy dash wants. See, it is not always converting input to output. We need to create utility. What do you mean by utility? Want a satisfying capacity of a commodity. In short, in the layman sense, satisfaction. What is it? Creating satisfaction is most important than converting raw material into a finished good. So, in order to create that utility, what is it? There are 4 alternative ways. First one, form utility by changing it from one form to the another form. Sir, I bought a cloth. I am giving to a tailor. Now he will cut, he will stitch, and then it will become a wearable attire. So we are converting that from one form to another. Next comes place utility, agricultural output. Do you buy the product in the farmland or in the marketplace? Now agricultural product is grown in a farmland. It has to be shifted to the marketplace in order to create utility. Next comes, see, notes, whatever that I used to give it in the class, you guys have written it. Now you guys have stored it. Now at the time of exam, it has been useful. Same way, whenever it rains, we collect the rainwater in dam, reservoirs, canals. And whenever the summer comes, when the rain is very less, we are going to use such water. That is called time utility, by storing the commodity and making it useful at an appropriate time. Last but not the least, ownership or possessional utility. Which utility? Ownership or, let's say you are going to your college library by mistake. I know you don't go to the college library unless and until to sleep or just to escape from your friends. So by chance you went to a college library, you have borrowed a book. Are you the owner of that book? No. Who is the owner? College. But you have a possession. You can use it, or you need to purchase that book and you should be the owner in order to create utility. So what are the 4 alternative ways of creating utility? First one, second one, third one, fourth one. Clear? So what is the meaning of production? It is the process of adding utility to the subject matter to satisfy human wants. See, it is not always converting input into an output. See, that is the secondary answer. Without human efforts. What is it without? We can never convert input into an. It doesn't mean that converting input into an output is called as human wants. That is wrong. It is the process of adding what? Process of adding utility to the subject matter. Clear? For last one, I will come to this factors of production at last. First, let me go to production function. Which concept? Now, this is the most important one. The whole theory of production concept lies on this one concept called as production. What is demand function? Relationship between price and demand. Same way, relationship between input and an output. What is it? Relationship between? Expressed in a mathematical equation is called as production function. So production function, quantity of output, is a functional relationship with land, labor, capital. See, these are inputs. Factors of productions are inputs. That is land, labor, capital, and by using it, we need to produce an output. See, simple logic. By using minimum inputs, we try to produce maximum. Here the term input refers to what? Factors of production, land, labor, capital, and see, such production function is classified into 2 kinds. How many kinds? Which are those 2 kinds? Production function. So production function is classified into 2 kinds. One is short run. Another one is long run. So if you remember in class, 100 bench example, 1 lakh bench example, I had explained. Now let's say I have a customer. Who was my customer? Benita. Now Benita placed me an order to produce 100 bench. Shashikiran is a bench manufacturer. Now she has given me 1 month of time to deliver this 100 benches. Now you tell me, I will be using inputs. Which are my inputs? Land, labor, capital. Now, in order to produce 100 benches in one single month, see, example is 100 bench in 1 month. What is it? 100 bench in 1 month. Now, you tell me, In order to just produce 100 bench extra, will I change my land? No. Will I change capital? Oh, Shashikiran, unable to produce that with one machinery, you need to invest on new machinery. Will I? No. Shashikiran, you are alone, cannot able to produce. You take your friend as a partner, merge with any competitor just to produce 100 bench. Will I do that? No. Now let's say I will inform my labor. See, pa, this 1 month I need to produce extra 100 bench. Come 1 hour early or leave 1 hour late. They will say, didn't you attend Suraj sir's law marathon? You can't compel any employees to work extra. We don't want to work. We have small children and wives. Sorry, wife, not wives. Small children and wife at home. We can't come extra hours and work and all. I have a very unsupportive staff. What is it? Very? Okay, just for sake of 1 month, I will appoint 1 or 2 laborers extra. That means I will only change labor. I will only change. So observe, in short run, did land change? Did capital change? Did organization change? What is the only element which changed? That means, can I say in short run, fixed elements are more? There are 3 factors which are totally fixed. Variable factor is only and only 1. So, I can say in case of short run. What is it in case of? Fixed factors. Which factors? And I also have a variable factors. Now, you tell me, in short run, fixed factors were more or is it less? But variable factors were only and only labor was variable. Clear? All the other 3 factors of production were fixed. Is that clear? Next, 1 lakh bench example. Let's say, for example, now Benita, she used 100 benches. She liked it. Now she wants to buy much more benches across India, whichever schools and colleges she is owning. In every place, she wants to change it to Shashikiran's bench. Now she will come back again on April 1st. What is April 1st? Happy New Year for, not Fool's Day. You will make fools to everyone else from that day. So Fool's Day for science students. Commerce student, it is Happy New Year. So on Happy New Year, she will come. She will say, Shashikiran, your benches were good. Now I need 1 lakh benches. What is it? 1 lakh benches. Shashikiran, when can you give me this 1 lakh bench? See, present production capacity, 1000 bench in a month. With my unsupportive staff, I am producing 1000 bench. Even if I produce one whole year, I can only produce 12,000 benches. But order size is how much? Now 1 lakh bench has to be produced. Now I will say to Benita, give me 1 year of time. What is it?
1 year.
1 year of time, I will produce 1 lakh bench and I will give it to you. Now I have a long run. What is it? Let's say more than 1 year or 366 days. What is it? 366 days. So that is what? When you go to do FD, your parents, for 1 year it is 6%. More than 1 year it is 6.2%. What is 1 year? 365 days. What is more than 1 year? 366 days. 6.2%. 0.2% extra. Like that 366 days I have as at a time. Greater than a year. Now I need to use my input. What are my inputs? Land, labor, capital. Now, let's say I already have a bigger land space. Let's say I already have a bigger premises. Now I will not change the land, but still I can change the land. What is it? I can change that. Okay, let's take an example. I will change the land within my existing land space. Within my existing, I can't produce 1 lakh benches. I have to take a new land space. And my unsupportive labor for 100 bench only, they said, did you attend Suraj sir law class? Now I have to also appoint more and more people. And I also have to take more and more machinery. That is capital investments. Even capital investments are needed. And let's assume, what is it? Let's Shashikiran himself managed to borrow loan from the bank, invest money, get the new machinery, appoint new laborers, buy the new land space for rent. That means organization is constant. But in reality, even organization can also change in long run. That means in long run, what is it in? Anything and everything can change. What is it? Anything and everything can? All the elements are variable factors. All the elements are variable. But in my example, I'm considering dash as fixed. But in reality, all the 4 can be changed. All the 4 are variable factors. Clear? So now land changed, labor changed, capital. Which didn't change? Organization. Now you tell me, fixed factor and variable factor component, which has more? Fixed factors are more or variable factors are more? Variable factors are than fixed factors. Do you agree? Wait, let me erase this. Okay, now in case of a long run, fixed factors are less, variable factors are clear. So this is an exam question. I will show. They have asked an exam question even from this area. Fixed factors, variable factors, short run, long run. So in case of short run, consider less than a year or a month or a week. Long run is always greater than a year. Short run 100 bench example. Long run 1 lakh bench example. Yesterday, if you remember, variable cost is inverted S in shape. Benita, why it is inverted S in shape variable cost? Hello, excuse me. Ante, Usha. Which returns to scale? Production function under? Stupidity. Law of variable proportion is short run. What is it? Law of variable proportion. That is the reason why variable cost was inverted S in shape. And there were 3 stages in that. Which are those 3 stages? SIR. Pakka. Sure. Pakka. Flip back the page, have a look. Law of variable proportion. Correct? In there, you there also. Still, people are not confident. Hey, next 1 month down the line, you are writing exam. Next, law of returns to scale. What is it? Law of returns to scale. So, how many stages were there in law of returns to scale? IRS, CRS, DRS. But one place I made an intentional mistake. Why variable cost is inverted S in shape? Is it variable proportion now? Law of returns to scale. Law of scale. Intentionally when I said variable cost is inverted S in shape because of law of variable proportion. Everyone are like, yes, it's law of variable proportion. That is law of returns to scale. Long run production function IRS, CRS and DRS. But average variable cost was J in shape. Average variable cost was? That is because of law of variable proportion. Production function under short run. SIR, SDR, SNR. Clear? So over there we had one more element. Certain point. What is it? Where average cost will become minimum. Average cost will become AFC and AVC both are equal. That is called certain point. So that certain point logic was there in law of variable. SIR, SDR and SNR. So be careful. This will be an exam question. That is why pustak mein nahi, mastak mein likho. Write in your brain. Understand the concept first. Why is variable cost inverted S in shape? Because of law of returns to scale. Production function under long run. IRS, CRS, DRS. Why is average variable cost J in shape? Law of variable. How many stages? 3 stages. Which are those? SIR, SDR, SNR. Certain point concept was from law of variable. By end of SDR, AFC and AVC both are equal. That is the point where average cost becomes minimum. Tortoise shell concept. Yesterday we discussed all of that in law of variable proportion. Already I have explained law of variable proportion. So this is production function. So production function is mainly of 2 types. Short run production function and long run production function. Short run production function 100 bench 1 month example. Long run production function 1 lakh bench 1 year example. Is that clear? Understood? Now in case of short run, in case of fixed factors are, variable factors are, but in long run, anything and everything can be changed. That means all the factors are variable, but I considered organization to remain fixed. So in long run, fixed factors are less, variable factors are. Is that clear? Understood? So let's get started. Let's go into the production function concept. So very first one, law of variable proportion, where production function under short run. So let us consider one example here or one assumption. See, whether it is short run, whether it is long run. Shashikiran was only the owner. Do you agree? So I will ignore organization. What do? I will ignore. I will only consider 3 factors of production. How many factors? I am ignoring. See, Shashikiran himself is the owner. He is only investing money. He is only borrowing from the bank. That is for the sake of example. To make you people understand law of variable proportion and law of returns too. I am ignoring organization and I am considering only 3 factors of. Now in short run, land and capital is fixed, only dash is variable. Labor is variable. Clear? See, observe. We assume there are only three factors of production, land, labor, and in that only labor is the variable factor, land and capital is a technology remains. Sir, why should technology remain constant? In real life, technology keeps on changing, na? Yes, but this theory was given in 1920s, 1930s, 1940s. Technological advancement was not that great. If technology gets advanced, why should I appoint extra labor? I can use the technology and I can produce 100 bench extra, na? I need not to appoint the extra labors at all. And what are the fixed factors? Land and we believe that there is no other land space available for a lesser rent. There is no other capital available for a lesser interest rates. Even fixed factor has no perfect substitute. Fixed factor has no perfect. These assumptions are important. Even from these assumptions, the questions will be asked. You should also know the assumptions of law of variable proportion and assumptions of law of returns too. So how many stages are there in law of variable proportion? 3 stages: SIR, SDR, SNR. Yesterday we discussed the same topic, certain point. Clear up. Along with this, there is one more way of understanding. If you remember, yesterday we discussed about more proportion, less proportion. After certain point, output will not increase, output will decrease. But there is one more way of understanding this concept. Proportion of fixed factor is more than variable factor. Proportion of fixed factor is equal to variable factor is more than. Now, this is important. This whole topic is important. Any twist and turn can be made in this topic and they will ask a question, and definitely one question in every attempt there will be a question from law of variable proportion. Now what is this? Let's take up an example. Now Shashikiran, in my bench manufacturing unit, I am appointing laborers. What am I doing? I am appointing, because labor is the only variable factor, right? Land, capital, both are fixed factor. Now I appointed a first labor. In a day he is producing 20 bench. How many bench? I appointed second labor. Both of them put together. Total concept is cumulative. Total concept is both of them put together they are producing 50 bench. Now all the 3 labors. I appointed third guy. All 3 put together. All 4 put together. All 5 put together. All 6 put together. I appointed 7th guy. Still it is. Sir, stupid fellow, not even working, sir, simply taking salary, this 7th guy. Okay, I appointed 8%. 8% is much more worse than a 7th guy. At least 7th guy is not working. Output was still same. This 8th fellow is disturbing the workers and he is reducing the productivity to 140. So this is the output level for different amount of laborers. Different amount of. Now let us identify average product and marginal product. Now what is the formula for average? Total by quantity. What is it? So average product will be total product divided by quantity. Marginal product has 2 formula, output continuous, output not continuous. Here labor is the important element. So labor output is continuous. So it will be total product of N minus total product of. Is that clear? Anyone finding it difficult? Okay. Now let us identify the average product and marginal. First one it will be 50 by 2. 90 by 3, 120 by 4, 140 by 5, 28, 150 by 6, 25, 150 by 7, 21.4, 140 by 8, 17.5. Next, marginal productivity. Only one single labor is producing 20 units, only one. Even marginal speaks about one additional, one extra. 20. Next, 50 minus 20, 30, 90 minus 50. 120 minus 90, 140 minus 120, 150 minus 140, 150 minus 150. Clear? Okay, let me randomly take one particular number. Okay, let's say 3. Now I have appointed 3 laborers. In a day, how many number of benches are they producing? Now I said, see boss, there are 3 laborers. They are producing 90 benches. That means every single guy is producing how many benches? That means first guy is giving 30 output, second guy is giving 30 output, third guy is giving 30, 30, 30, 30, all 3 30, 30, 30 put together. That is average. It may be true or, but the reality is marginal product. See, first guy is only producing, second guy is producing, third guy is producing. But what did I believe? All 3 of them are producing 30, 30, 30. But average product is not giving me true value. Which is giving me true value? Clear? Now let's assume you are in the place of Shashikiran. Now you are the owner. What is the maximum amount of laborers you will appoint? See, this is the values of their output. And the 7th guy is not even working, simply taking salary. See, production of the 7th guy is 0. 8th guy is a worse than 7th guy. He is disturbing the work and gone to minus 10. Now, if you are a owner, in the place of Shashikiran, how many number of laborers maximum you will appoint to get the maximum productivity? 3, sir. 6, sir. Next, 7. Okay, 3 raise your hands. 3 raise your hands. Straight. 3 raise your hands. Okay, welcome to CA. CA means come again. Wrong. Maximum productivity is at 150, na? Maximum productivity I am speaking about. Maximum production. So it is at 150. If you stop at third labor, you are only producing 90 units in a day. But if you appoint fourth guy, your production goes to 120. I know, sir, because contribution by individual labor was higher. Clear? That is called point of inflection. What is it called? Whenever marginal product is higher. Marginal product is the corresponding TP. What is it corresponding? See, 90 is called as point of inflection. What is it called as? It is not 40. Whenever MP is maximum. Whenever MP is, the corresponding TP is called point of inflection. Clear? And whenever AP and MP both are equal. What is it? AP and MP both are? That is where first stage comes to an end. That is SIR. When AP and MP both are equal, first stage comes to an end. That is SIR. So next, 2 answers are left out. 6 and 7. 6 people raise your hands. 6 raise your hands. One who said 6 raise your hands. Once again, CA means come again. Wrong answer. Answer is 7. It's not 6. When you appointed the 6th guy, how much is he contributing? I appointed the 7th guy. Only after appointing, I got to know he is not contributing anything. Did you had this knowledge even before appointing? Okay, sir, now you appointed 7th guy, right? Now you have knowledge, right? Now why don't you remove him? Now I can't, because whenever marginal concept becomes 0, what is it? Marginal concept becomes 0. That is called optimum utilization of resources. What is it called as? Optimum utilization of resources. Clear, sir? How, sir? 7th guy is not even contributing anything. You are saying optimum utilization of resources. How will you justify your answer? Now listen to this carefully. Let's assume our boys have planned to go for a Goa trip, never-ending Goa trip of boys. But this time they are serious. They thought, hey, after economics exam, this time for sure we want to go for Goa trip. 6 of the friends. How many friends? 6. Have planned, they have created one WhatsApp group, and they also decided, and they have already paid advance to car. They have booked one car, let's say Innova car. Which car? Innova car. Now how many seats are there? First one goes to driver. Next to driver, 1 person can sit. In middle, 3 of them can sit. Third, fourth and fifth, another 2 guys can sit at the back. 6th and 7. How many seats are there? 7. Now the 7 seats are fixed factors. Do you agree? Yes. Now let's say the first guy will come inside a car, driver. Now second person will come, third person will come, fourth person will come, fifth person will come, sixth fellow will also come inside. Now you feel like, sir, we are going for a long distance. We have luggage. Let's go comfortable and come back. But reality is you can also accommodate one more person. Now let's say, okay, 7th guy has also come inside. Now how many passengers are there? 7. There are 7 people inside a car. This is, see, there are 7 seats, there are 7 passengers. Optimum utilization of. Neither you are underutilizing nor you are over exploiting. Whatever fixed factor is there, to the extent of fixed factor, variable factor is also there. Let's go back. Yesterday, AFC is equal to average fixed cost is equal to average certain point. When was it? At the end of stage 2. At the end of stage. That means stage 2. Yes, DR is going to come to an end whenever TP is maximum, MP becomes. Whenever MP becomes 0, it is called as optimum utilization of resources. And the last but not the least, SNR, stage of negative return, because MP has become, TP started to decrease. Now if you remember, just few minutes back I said one more meaning is important. Fixed factor is more than. Fixed factor is equal to. Variable factor is more than. See, in stage 1, Innova car example, 7 seats are there. How many seats are there? That is fixed factor. Let's assume just 3 or 4 people are inside a car, or 5 people are inside a car. Variable factor is number of persons coming inside the. But how many seats are there? Still there are more seats left out. Number of students or number of passengers inside the car is very less. So that is what fixed factor is. That means still we have a scope to increase our production capacity. Next, by end of stage 2, 7 seats, 7 passengers. Fixed factor has become equal to. Just assume Shashikiran was standing in a bus stand. Students say, hey, wait, the torture fellow is in bus stand. Wait, I sir, what are you doing in bus stand? Waiting for flight. What will I do in bus stand? Bus only. Why sir, what happened to your motor vehicle? I have given for service. You don't know, today BMTC bus strike is going on. Bus will not come. Oh my god. Then what to do now? Where do you want to go, sir? Panshankari. Come sir, we will only drop you. We are going to Goa. On the way only. Now, Shashikiran, very thin guy. 8th person coming inside a car. Now you tell me, will it be comfortable? No. Until Shashikiran gets down, students cannot speak comfortable. They can't enjoy. Now, until Shashikiran gets down, now all the remaining students will be waiting. The stupid fellow who invited Shashikiran inside, for him full on bakra until going to Goa, he is the bakra. On him only full joke, comedy full, they will tease him like crazily. Now Shashikiran has entered the car inside. Now you tell me, when variable factors are more, that means now passengers are 8, seats are 7. Variable factor is more than fixed. Is it comfortable inside the car? Congested. That is what? Negative return. Which return? When variable factor has exceeded more than, that will give negative satisfaction, negative returns. That is what? Stage of negative returns. Clear? Understood? So another meaning of, another way of explaining the SIR, SDR, SNR. In SIR, fixed factors will be more than. In SDR, fixed factor will become equal to. In SNR, variable factor is more than. Clear? Understood? Remember Innova car example. Now you tell me at which stage every manufacturer prefers to operate. Stage 2. Which stage? Because by end of stage 2, total production is maximum, marginal production is. When MP becomes a 0, it is called as. Same concept yesterday we studied. In theory of cost also. Why average variable cost is J in shape. At the end of stage 2. At the end of. AFC, AVC both are equal. See here, by end of stage 2, SD, R, AFC, average fixed cost and average variable cost both are. Fixed factor and variable factor both are equal. That is what we call. And cost of producing every single unit, AC, is minimum. Average cost of producing every single unit is minimum. And the same concept in theory of production, productivity has become maximum. Productivity has become. Cost of production is minimum. Production capacity is optimum utilization of. That is what every manufacturer wants. We should not underutilize the resources. We should optimally utilize. Production should be maximum. Cost should be. All of this is possible by end of. Clear? Understood? Anyone having doubt? From this topic, any nook and corner question can come. And again, the question can also come from relationship between TP and MP. What is it? Relationship between? Relationship between TP and MP. Stage 1. When TP is increasing. Can you observe here? 20, 50, 90, 120, 140, TP is increasing. Now, MP will also, until point of inflection, until point of. So, when TP is increasing, MP will also increase. That is, TP increases at increasing rate. Until when? Until point of. Now here the deciding factor is point of inflection. Now after point of inflection, what is it? Now no doubt, TP is increasing. Observe, 90, 120, 140, TP is increasing, but MP started to decrease. That means after point of inflection, TP increases, but MP starts. That is, TP increases at decreasing rate. Which rate? Clear? So here the whole concept, the twister comes in point of inflection. Where does the twister comes in? Now point number 2, when TP is maximum. What is it? When TP is, MP becomes dash. when MP becomes 0, what is it called as? Optimum utilization of resources. Clear? Last but not the least, stage number 3. When TP starts decreasing, TP starts. MP is negative. What is that? MP is, when TP starts decreasing, MP becomes negative. See, same concept we studied in LDMU, customer point of view, same to same now producer point of view. In LDMU, point of inflection was not there. That means this whole first initial element was missing. If you remember, when TU increases, MU decreases. TU increases at diminishing rate. Next, when TU maximum, MU 0. Next, when TU decreases, MU negative. Same concept, customer point of view, utility. Now, same concept, producer point of view, product. Total product, average product, marginal product. Clear? Here, the twister is only and only this point of inflection. Until point of inflection, MP increases faster. After point of inflection, MP is not increasing. MP is. So, TP increases at decreasing rate. What is it? TP increases at? See, until point of inflection, TP increases. After point of inflection, TP increases. See, in both the phases, here as well as here, TP is. Until point of inflection, faster. After point of inflection, that's it. This will be an exam question. Be careful. I will show. They have asked. Multiple times the questions have come. Clear? Understood? Now, same thing. We are representing that in the form of graph. There is one small mistake here. This should be TP, AP, MP. TP, AP, MP. Now, my question for you guys. Below x-axis. This is x-axis, na? Which curve is going below x-axis? Which curve is not going below x-axis? AP and TP. Now, whenever TP is maximum, TP is? MP is? What is point of inflection? Point of inflection is a condition where MP is maximum corresponding TP. What is it? Is called point of inflection. MP is never called as point of inflection. Which is called as point of inflection? TP. That means whenever MP becomes maximum, corresponding TP is a point of. Until point of inflection. What is it? Until point of. TP increases. After point of inflection, TP increases. And when will stage 1 come to an end? Whenever AP and MP both are. When will stage 2 come to an end? Whenever TP is maximum, MP is. In stage 3, TP decreases and MP becomes. And will AP curve go below x-axis? And once they have asked this question in exam. Which among the following statement is false? Which among the following statement is? False. Wait, let me show the question. Why just to say in words? Chapter 3, chapter 3, chapter 3. Chapter 3. Which of the following is not true about the relationship between AP and MP? Which is not true? See the last option. Average product is. Marginal product becomes. No doubt. MP becomes a 0. But average product will never become. Which will become negative? So that question was from the graph. So from the graph, they have asked a question. Even graph is important. From the graph, they can twist it and turn it and ask you the question. Clear? Understood? So this brings to the tortoise shell concept. Yesterday we remember, do you remember we spoke about a tortoise shell? So what was the concept? First one we discussed, rate of increase or rate of. I asked you to be careful only in one single place. Which was that one single place? When AC is decreasing and remaining 3 corners, marginal is always greater than average. Okay, let us prove it with numericals. Now have a look here. 20, 25, 30. AP is increasing. 20, 30, 40. MP is also increasing. Now you tell me when AP, MP both are increasing, which is increasing faster? See 20, 30, 40. But here it is 20, 25. So whenever AP is increasing, whenever AP is marginal product is increasing faster than. Whenever AP is increasing, MP increases greater than AP. Whenever AP is maximum, AP is equal to. Condition satisfied. Next, observe, whenever AP starts decreasing, see 30, 28, 25, 21, 17. Here, MP is also decreasing, but 30, 20, 10, 0, 10, which is decreasing faster. Whenever AP decreases, MP decreases faster than AP. Now, condition satisfied. With numerical value, I am representing it. So, only and only in one place we have to be careful. Which is that one place we should be careful? Whenever AC is. Only in this one area we have to be careful. Rest remaining three corners, marginal is always greater than. This is called as rate of increase and rate of decrease. Any doubt in rate of increase and rate of decrease? Now comes a twister in the concept. Value concept. Which concept? Which concept? Value concept. Now you have to answer me this. Observe. 20, 25, 30. No doubt AP is increasing. MP is also increasing. Now is 30 value greater or 25 value greater? 40 value greater or 30 value greater? That means whenever AP is increasing, value of MP is greater than AP. Do you agree? Yes, sir. Condition satisfied. MP value is only greater than AP value. Hello, excuse me, respond, open your mouth. Whenever I'm giving a gap, that means you have to respond. Next, whenever AP is maximum, dash equals to dash. Now comes a twister. Now observe. 28, 20. Which value is greater? Which value is greater? 28. Which value is greater between these two? 25 and 10. Which is greater? 21 and 0, which is greater? That means when AP is decreasing, what is it? AP is? Decreasing. Dash value is greater than dash value. So in value concept, diagonal opposite, we should be careful. When things are decreasing, what is it? When things are decreasing, average is always greater than marginal. But when things are increasing, when things are decreasing, marginal is always greater than average. Marginal is greater than average. So the question can be asked in two different ways. Rate of increase, rate of decrease, or value concept. Which concept? In both the places, tortoise shell is the shortcut to remember. Rate of increase, rate of decrease, only one place you should be careful. That is AC decreasing. In case of value, when things are decreasing, whether AP decreasing or whether AC decreasing, when things are decreasing, marginal is always and always lesser, average is always and always greater. But when things are marginal is always greater than, diagonal opposites are same. Clear? Same concept if I would have explained yesterday. One case. Go over it. Clear? Understood? This is law of variable proportion. By this law of variable proportion comes to an one of the biggest topic of theory of production and most important from examination point of view. Either the question can come from relationship between TP and MP, or from the graph, or from the logic, or from the assumptions, or from the tortoise shell concept. Either value concept or either rate of increase or rate of. And production function under short run is called as law of variable proportion. Production function under long run is called as. In which stage fixed factor and variable factor both becomes equal? SDR. In which stage fixed factor is greater than variable factor? SIR. In which stage variable factor is greater than fixed factor? Negative return. SNR. That means when variable proportion is more than fixed proportion, negative return. Which return? When variable proportion is greater than fixed proportion, marginal product will be dash. Negative. Marginal product will be. When you are speaking from the graph point of view, which graph will never go below x-axis? AP and TP both. But which will be below x-axis? At which stage? SNR. Stage of negative return. Clear? So this can be question like this, twister and turns can be asked, and especially relationship between AP and when AP is increasing. What is it? AP is AP increasing. TP increasing. When TP increases at increasing rate, faster rate, greater rate. What is it? TP increases at increasing rate or greater rate. MP will be clear until point of What is point of inflection? Corresponding TP is called point of inflection. MP is not called as point of inflection. TP is called as a. Until point of inflection, TP will increase. After point of inflection, TP increases. Until TP becomes. When TP starts decreasing, MP will be. That is called which returns? Stage of negative returns. Clear? Understood? Anyone having doubt in any of this topic? Yes or no, man? Hey, respond, man. I will give break. Stupid fellows. Next comes law of returns to. Clear? Production function under long run. Now, one more extra additional example we will take, or assumption we will take. Assuming I already have a bigger land space. I already have dash land space. Now, every time whenever I appoint on one machinery, that is one capital, I will also need two labors. I also need. So, always 1:2 ratio. One capital, two labor. One capital, two labor. One capital. That is the ratio in which I will be appointing. Clear up. So, rest everything else is same. There are only three factors of land, labor and capital. Now only land is fixed, labor and capital is variable, and every time I will appoint two labor and one in the same proportion, 2:1 proportion. Which proportion? Two labor, one capital. Two labor, one capital. In that proportion I will be appointing, and there are three stages: SIR, SDR, SNR. Do you agree? IRS, CRS, DRS. See again, IRS more proportion, CRS same proportion, DRS straight away will come to the table. See, first unit that includes one capital, two labor. Second unit includes two capital, four labor. Third unit includes three capital. So, first unit has produced 50 benches in a day. First and second, both of them put together, they have produced. All three units put together. All four units. All 5 units. All 6 units. All 7 units. So, for us, deciding factor is marginal. So, one unit alone. So, it is 50. Next, 110 minus 50. 180 minus 110, 50, 60, 70, MP is increasing, IRS. Next, 250 and 180 minus 70, 70. Next, 300 minus 250, 335 minus 300, 335 minus 335, sorry, 350 minus 335, 15. So, 50, 35, 15, decreasing. Simple concept. TP is increasing, MP is also IRS. TP is increasing, but MP remains CRS. TP is increasing, but MP TRS. So, graph will be like this. IRS, MP increase, CRS, MP constant, drastical decrease. Which decrease? In MP is DRS. Clear? So, this is law of returns to scale. Production function under long run. Most easiest one. But here, connecting to this, there is one more topic called as Cobb-Douglas production function. Which function? One of the odd favorite area to ICAI. Multiple times the questions have come. See, there are two mathematical economists. Who are this? Mathematical economists, sir. Our own economists, what they said only, unable to understand. Stupid fellows. Mathematical economists. Now, they have also tried to explain law of returns to scale in the form of mathematical. Which are those equations? Q, quantity, is a function with K, L or L to the power of A, C to the power of 1 minus. This 1 minus A can also be written as B. Here, L stands for labor, C stands for. Same thing only we explained, na? 2 labor, 1 capital. 2 labor, 1 capital. But here proportion is different. 3/4 labor, 1/4 capital. Write this down. This is important. 3/4 labor. Labor proportion is 3/4. Labor proportion is 3/4. Rajesh, I will explain. Wait, finish this first. Labor proportion is how much? 3/4. Capital proportion is? Even this can be a question. What is the proportion of labor and capital in Cobb-Douglas production function? Clear? So they are using 3/4 of labor, 1/4 of capital. Clear? So this equation is important. What is the equation of Cobb-Douglas production function? K, L to the power of A, C to the power of. Or else this B can also be written as. See, in this, Q stands for, L stands for, C stands for. Now, this K, A and B, what is it? K, A and B are positive constant. Now, for us, only positive constants are important. If positive constants is greater than IRS, positive constant is equal to 1. Positive constant is lesser than 1. Clear? That's it. And this is one of the most favorite topic to ICAI. Many a times the questions have come either from the formula or either from this positive constants. Clear? They can also give a numerical problem on this. In MTP, in one attempt, they have given a numerical problem. Wherein which they have asked, let's say for example, like 3/4. What do you mean by 3/4? 0.75. 1/4. What is 1/4? 0.75 plus 0.25 is? That is CRS, constant returns to. See, if it is equal to 1, constant returns to. If the end value is greater than 1, IRS, increasing returns to. Scale, end value is lesser than 1, DRS, decreasing returns to. Only in one MTP paper, they have asked a numerical question from Cobb Douglas. In remaining, in exams and all, they have never asked a numerical. That means chances are more. Which they have never asked Allah. That is where chances are more to come. Clear? Understood? So by this, theory of, production function comes to an clear. Next automata concepts are there. ISO quant and ISO. Yesterday we discussed about indifference curve. What is the meaning of indifference curve? All those combination of two goods which give same level of satisfaction. Their customer point of view. Two goods, same level of satisfaction. Same concept, producer point of view. Two factor. That is called ISO. Yesterday, if you remember tea, biscuit, diminishing rate of substitution or diminishing marginal rate of substitution, same to same logic. Indifference curve, customer point of view. We discussed that in consumer behavior. Same from producer point of view is called as. We discussed about budget line, if you remember. All those combination with the given income and price level. Income line, price line is also called as budget. Same, that is customer point of view. Producer point of view is called as. All those combination which a manufacturer makes to spend equal amount of money is called as ISO cost curve. Indifference curve, budget line. Both should be tangent with each other. At the point of tangency, MRS or ROS should be same logic. No difference. But here we call it as ISO cost and ISO. Clear? Understood? And yesterday only we have discussed about economies of scale, diseconomies of scale. In that internal economies, external economies. Internal diseconomy, external. Clear? So this is the major portion of theory of production. That is production function concept. Which concept? This is where most of the exam questions from the theory of production is going to come. Clear? Especially economies, diseconomies. ISO quant, ISO cost. Cobb Douglas production function. Law of variable proportion. These are the hot favorite area to ICI. You observe any question paper you open and observe. There is a question from these areas. Clear? And next comes one chota mota questions. All these bachu questions. Donation of marks. That is called as factors of. How many factors of productions are there? Which are those four? And all these four factors of production is studied from the economist point of view, not from the accountant point of view. Land and building is an asset from accountant point of view, but land is not an asset from the economist. Then what is land? All free gift of nature. What is it all? Which is not created by a human. And characteristic features are most important. Repeatedly the questions are coming from this characteristic features. Land is perfectly inelastic in supply. What do you mean by perfectly inelastic? E is equals to 0. Price may increase, price may decrease, but quantity remains unchanged. Available land space on the earth, we can't increase it or we cannot. The total supply of land on the earth remains unchanged. That is what perfectly inelastic. And land is indestructible. You can't destroy the physical. Only fertility of a land can be destroyed. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, best example. Atom bomb. Only fertility is destroyed. But even today, Hiroshima, Nagasaki is existing. Next comes land is. You can't take your land. Let's say if you own a particular land space in Bangalore, if you are going to Chennai, you can't take that land and keep it in your pocket and go. Highly impossible. You can't move a physical land from one place to the land differs in. The soil quality of a land differs from one place to another place. Also land differs in. If you want to buy a piece of land inside the city, high price, outside the city, less price, in villages, even more, lesser prices. Next, land is a primary as well as. And this is important. What is this? Primary and passive. Primary means anything and everything has to be created on a land space. You can't construct a building on airspace. You have to create on the land. Without human effort, will land create everything on its own?
Without human, will land create building on its own? That is passive. Land is not active factor. Land is a, write that down. Land is not active factor. Land is a passive factor. Human intervention is needed to create matter on land. That is passive. Next comes labor. All human efforts. Which efforts? There are two kinds of human efforts, either physical effort or either a. Now Shashikiran teaching to ArivuPro students in marathon, physical effort or intellectual? Intellectual. Suppose Shashikiran is working in the construction field, physical effort. Clear? So it can be either physical effort or either it can be, which should result in, by the way, what is production? Adding utility to the subject matter. Don't say converting raw material to a finished good. So my efforts, that is physical effort or intellectual effort, should lead to the, and am I doing for free of cost? Monetary rewards has to be paid. That is called as labor. Labor and laborer are inseparable. Shashikiran and his teaching skills are inseparable. Shashikiran is a laborer. Whatever skill Shashikiran possesses is a, these two cannot be separated from each other. If I am teaching in ArivuPro Academy, Shashikiran is not selling himself. Shashikiran is selling his teaching skills. Shashikiran only sells us. But Shashikiran is a. So labor and laborer are inseparable. Shashikiran sells only his. Today if I don't take the class, suppose if I say holiday, can I use the same time tomorrow? No. If you don't use a labor in the day, the labor hour gets perished. Labor hour gets, and we are human in nature. We can't take 24/7 class. We need less rest. We need leisure time, and differs in. The way Akhilesh sir teaches is different. The way Shashikiran teaches is different. The way Suraj sir teaches is different. The way Sai sir teaches is different. It is not always one and all. It differs in efficiency. Yes, labor is ready to move from one place to another place, but not for a longer distance, only for a shorter distance. So labor is dash mobile. Labor has less bargaining. Shashikiran, you come and teach our economics to the ICU batch students. We will be pay you so and so money along with economics. If Shashikiran teaches something else extra and all, will they give extra money? Whatever predetermined agreed remuneration is there, we only get that. We have a very less bargaining. All of a sudden, you can't change the labor. Supply of labor is inelastic. Supply of labor is clear. It takes a time. In a very short period, in a very supply of labor cannot be changed. In a long time, we can change the supply of labor, but in a short period, supply of labor is perfectly inelastic. Clear? Understood? Next, capital. What is it? All man-made goods is called as capital. Sir, water man-made? No, that is natural. That is not a capital. Land man-made? That is the natural. That is not a capital. Clear up. Whichever is made by a human, all man-made goods, which has to further lead to them. So two condition. Condition number one, it should lead to further. Only when both the conditions are satisfied, then only we call it as a capital. But capital does not include and self-consumed goods. And let's say I constructed a building. Shashikiran is self-occupied. Let me say in the second 2 floors building, self-occupied in the ground floor. First floor I have given for rent. Second floor I am also giving it for a rent. That means only this first and second floor is leading to further productivity. This ground floor is not leading to. So this building is a partial capital. Building is a partial. Clear? Sometimes question can be asked. So a building created and self-occupied by the owner and part of the building is given for a rent. Is this a capital? Option A true, option B false, option C partially true, option D none of the above. Partially true. Only one portion is a capital, other portion is not a capital. In case of self-consumed goods and services, that is not a capital. That is not a. Is it clear? Understood? Next, types of capital. Bachu concept. Fixed capital, which is in one place, which cannot be moved from one place to. Circulating capital, like raw material, which can be only used for one single time. It cannot be used for a further, which cannot be used for a. And once they have asked a question from circulating capital. So next they can ask from fixed, they can ask from real, they can ask from human, they can ask from tangible, they can ask from individual, they can ask from. Once they have asked a question from See, that means it is used only for a one single purpose, like a raw material. See, the capital which performs its functions in the production in the dash use, and they're not available for like seed, fuel, raw material, real capital. That means physical, building capital, all the see, fixed capital, real capital looks similar while writing, and human capital, individual, skilled labor, unskilled labor, tangible and intangible capital. By the way, what is intangible capital? Goodwill, patents, copyrights, all this. Next comes individual. Best example, your cell phone only belongs to you. Next, social capital, road, bridge, dam, which can be used by everyone in common. That is called as social. Next comes another concept, capital or circular flow of money. What is it? Circular flow of? Shortcut to remember, CMU, creation, mobilization, utilization. What is it? Creation. So who creates the savings? Household. That means simple concept. Households and individual, general public. They work, they get salary. Will they spend the entire amount of salary? No. Some small portion they create as a savings. Where will you keep your savings? Bank. That means who creates the savings? Household. So creation of savings. What is it? Is done by households or individuals. So those money are mobilized. That means collected by whom? Banks and financial institutions. Now banks, after collecting that money from the households, what will a bank do with that money? Simply do puja? No, they will give loans and advances to whom? Business houses, corporates, and they will borrow that money from the bank and utilize that in their business to further generate more and more. That means, let's say, Shashikiran, I'm a bench manufacturer. I will borrow loan from the bank. I will do my business. I will produce. I will sell it in the market. I will earn profit. I pay salary to my staff. Again, that my salary, whatever I'm paying to the staff, that is belonging to whom? Like how Shashikiran is paying salary, every other business organization, they pay salary to the household. So collectively, as an household, when you are working, when you are earning income, when you are creating saving, when you are creating savings, that is the first stage, creation of savings. What is it? Creation. And where will you keep your savings? Banks and financial institutions, stock market, insurance market, financial institutions. So they will mobilize. Mobilizing means collecting. Those money is again utilized by whom? So this flow keeps on continuing. That is what we call circular flow of. In short, household savings as converted into business investment. What is it? Household saving is converted into business investment through the help of circular flow of money. This is the third one, capital formation. Which formation? Capital formation. Is that clear? Last but not the least, business organizer, owner, organization. That means he is the person or the particular entity which brings other three factors of production to one common place. Land, labor, and without owner, can you buy a land space? Without owner, can you appoint a labor? Without owner, can you invest money? That means he is the one who initiates business enterprises by way of resource. And our environment keeps on changing every now and then. Today people like the cake, tomorrow they don't like cake, they like pastry. After that no pastry, no cake, only cupcake. After that no cake at all, sir, we like only chocolate. So preference keeps on. Customer needs, customer taste, customer preferences keeps on changing. So environment is dynamic. So according to the dynamic environment, he should take advantages and he should bring the. How do you bring the changes? By way of inventions, and some innovations may work and some innovations may not. Whether it is profit, whether it is loss, who has to bear all the uncertainty? Owner. So these are the characteristic feature. One who brings other three factors of production into one common. Without owner, other three factors of production cannot be. So there are certain objectives and also as the problems. This is read-only concept. By chance, if you get a question from this, donation of marks. Once they have asked a question from organic, what all comes under the organic objective? That means proper growth should be there. No shortcuts has to be there. You have to follow ethical leadership. Which leadership? Year by year, you need to always have a growth rate. Next comes economic objective, not just your producing. Because of your production, it has to lead to the nation's GDP, nation's objective, social objective, human objective. All these are the 5 types of objective. Problem is all 5 cannot be achieved together. Any one can be achieved well, other can be achieved 50-50. So see, problems of entrepreneur, problem related to, because all the 5 cannot be achieved together. Sometimes you are in a wrong location, wrong size of business. And selecting and organizing your physical facility is wrong. Sometimes you don't have a proper finance, vitamin, credit facility is not given by bank properly. Your organization, top level, middle level, that is not organized in a proper manner. And 4 P's of marketing, product mix, place mix, price mix, promotion mix is not analyzed properly. Legal formalities, rules and regulation, Nirmala aunty will keep on changing one or the other thing. New rules, new regulation, new licensing. It keeps on coming. Again, it is a big headache. Next, last but not the least, industry. One industry, other industry doesn't have a good relationship with each other. Best example, agriculture and transport department. They don't have a good relation with each other. Logistics and agricultural logistics. Clear on? So these are the problems. So by chance, if you get a question from this area, jackpot. Read only concept. By this entire theory of production comes to an. That's it. Katham. Clear? Here the major concept is law of variable proportion, tortoise shell concept, and Cobb-Douglas production function and factors of production, especially characteristics of factors of. Okay, let's see. Let us see from the question paper itself. The normal returns on money capital invested by the entrepreneur. That means what is the returns on capital? Interest. Clear himself and his own business is an example of dash cost. Economic cost. That means whatever he has invested and whatever he has foregone, both put together. See, the normal returns of money capital invested by the entrepreneur himself in his own business is an example. That means factor owned by the firm and used by the firm. Which cost is that? Economic cost. Next. All those combination of inputs which are capable of producing dash level of output. Same level of output. ISO cost. What is it? Here producer point of view. Clear? If the same was asked from the consumer point of view. Budget line. Budget line concept. Pakka. What is indifference curve? Same level of satisfaction, but here are they asking satisfaction? No. All those combination of two goods which give same level of satisfaction. Two goods, I said, not two factors. See, be careful when you are reading. Two goods, same satisfaction, indifference. Two factor input, same level of output. ISO quant is related to indifference. Budget line and ISO cost is related. ISO quant and indifference curve is related. Customer point of view, producer point of view. Next, which one of the following is called as LAC? What are the three different names of LAC? Planning curve, least cost combination curve, envelope curve. The money cost of, again, I have to still do it in chapter 7. I skipped it. When I was revising, I said I will do this in chapter 7. Private cost and social cost. Cobb-Douglas, wait. Which of the theory holds the present, so again, chapter 7, it is present price of, Cobweb, that is. Here it is, some more questions. Chapter 3. Bachcho question. That to see 1, 2, 3. Three questions they have asked. Solve it. See, TP, MP they are asking. Here 160, 180, 200. All the three. Add up all the three. 540. 540, 680 and 540 difference. Now, simple. Add up all this. Or simple. 680 plus 120. 800. Clear? Now, they are asking, what is the marginal product of fourth unit? 140. Next, what is the total product of 540? What is the average product of? Hello. Average they are asking. What is the average product of fifth unit? Simple. 800 by 5. How much is 800 by 5? 160. That's it. Such a silly questions. And for the students will say, sir, exam is very difficult. Economics is difficult. Bullshit. Next. The U-shape long run average curve. LAC curve. Which curve? It is the U-shape. Can arise due to long run means law of variable proportion or law of returns to scale. You tell me what is difficult in this? Samarth is planning to buy a piece of land. He reads the characteristics of land and finds out one of them has to be. Which among this is not a characteristic feature of land? Land is immobile. Land is homogeneous. It is heterogeneous. Every place land is not one and the same. Right? Land is a passive factor. Yes, land is not an active factor. Next, supply of land is perfectly inelastic. Yes. Land is homogeneous. Next, this graph somewhere we saw. Rangoli competition yesterday. MC curve, J shape, ATC curve, U shape. And if you remember, I said MC cuts ATC and AVC from below and minimum. AFC curve is downward sloping curve. AVC curve is J shape curve. Clear? Now they are asking A, B, C, D. According A means MC, B means ATC, C means AVC, D means. Wow, what a difficult question it is. See, A means, B means, C is, D is. Very difficult question. Find the correct respective value for A and B. Calculate the total cost and marginal cost. Clear? Now you just have to identify these missing figures. Clear? Now A value. Simple. They have given total cost. Here they have given fixed cost. What is the total cost formula? Fixed plus variable. 21 plus 500. And next we are asking you to identify marginal cost for the 35th unit. Which unit? Observe, output is not continuous. Output is not. So which formula? Change in TC divided by change in quantity. Now 1900, 2600. Difference between these two. 700. 20 and 35 difference. So 700 by 15. So A is 2600, B is 46.7. See, that is why output you should observe. Output not continuous, formula changes. Next, which one of the following is a? By the way, what do you mean by circulating capital? Used for only one single time. That is raw material. Capital which is performing its function in the production for only just single use and not available for. That is called circulating capital. That's it. Approximately some 10 questions. That's it. Next, September 24 attempt. From here. At the higher level of, this I discussed in the class itself, graph, AC curve, AVC curve, AFC curve, Y, AVC is coming closer to the AC. That was the question, because fixed proportion is smaller percentage in the average total cost. Clear? Sorry, here variable, here fixed. The average fixed cost is smaller percentage comparing to average total cost. Solve this. Here again, bachu question it is. The firm is producing 5 units of output at the average fixed cost is 4 per unit. What is it? Average fixed cost is 5 units. Average fixed cost. AFC is 4. That means 5 into 4 is 20. That is total fixed. And for producing 10 units, their average cost is 7. That means average cost. 7 into 10 is, that is total cost. And they're asking you to identify what? Average variable cost for 10 units. We know the fixed cost, 20. We know the total cost, 70. 70 minus 20, 50. 50 is the total cost of producing. Total cost. Total variable cost. What is it? Total cost is 70. Fixed cost is 20. 70 minus 20 is total variable cost. That is 50 divided by 10. 50 by 10. That's it. Next. How is production in the economist sense different from the non-market activity preferred within the? Simple. They're asking about which among the following is not economic and non-economic. Production perspective from an economist sense and not from the economist. Involving in love and affection, non-economic. Exchanged in market, economic. Voluntary nature of activity, non-economic. Intangible outputs like satisfactions, non-economic. This is the only economic. These three are non-economic. Next, calculate this. Now, 0th unit of output. Which unit of output? 0th unit of output. I am not even producing anything. Will I have any kind of production? Oh, 0. Here also. 1 unit. So this will be 20. Next 50 by 2. 50 minus 20. Next 90 by 3. 90 minus 50. 40. Clear? Next 30 into 4. 120 minus 90. For this 3 marks. See here again. What is the marginal product of second one? Marginal product of 30. Next average product for third. 30. That's it. Next. When does the law of variable proportion or law of diminishing becomes? My first question. Long run production function, short run production function. Short run production function is law of variable. Law of returns to scalars. Got it? I said na, even from there questions will come. 100 bench example, 1 lakh bench example. See, next up. What is the primary characteristics of DRS? By the way, where do you become this IRS, CRS, DRS? Long run. In long run, DRS. That means TP is increasing, MP is total output increases at decreasing rate. Relationship between TP and MP question, but it is from long run. It is from long run. Next up. What term is used to describe the cost that remains fixed over certain range of, but suddenly jumps to the newer when output goes beyond a given limit? Yesterday I kept on saying definition is also important. Variable cost to 2 types. Once they have asked a question, this is semi-variable. This is the definition of the semi-variable cost. Stair-step variable. Clear? It remains fixed up to some extent. Suddenly jumps to new height. What is it? Suddenly jumps to 10 rupee per unit. Next 15 rupee per unit. Like this. It jumps to the sudden height. Same words. Word to word is given in the ICA material. Even in my material also it is there. Clear? Semi-variable. Stair-step variable. Next. Which of the following expenses is incurred in the cost of production and termed as a, in this, which is accounting they are asking? Research and development, sunk cost, advertisement, common cost incurred for general operations of business. General operations, that is indirect cost here. Incremental, general operations. Next, wages paid to worker employed in the expressed, which can be recordable. Accounting cost, sunk cost, already I spoke about it in the class. Theory we have explained, but they are asking numerical problem. Research and development, advertisement, 150 plus 5, total 155. That one more question. Shutdown point question. See here. When should the competitive firm consider? By the way, what is the condition of shutdown? When a firm is unable to recover back there. When the price, what do you mean by price? AR curve is also called as selling price. When the price is below the, when AR is lesser than ABC, shutdown point. That's it. These are the questions in September 24. Next, Jan 25. Which of the following is not a characteristics of? Land is heterogeneous, supply of land is fixed, land has multiple uses, is land active factor, what is factor? Next, Cobb-Douglas production function formula, Q is equals to K, L of A, C, 1 minus. This 1 minus A can be also written as B. Next, which of the following refers to the want satisfying power of goods and services? Utility. Again, table 3 question. See, such a donation of marks every time. Solve it. I know I've given the answers there, but still, you solve it once. Anyone finding it difficult, let me know. Karthik has already explained. Point of inflection, where MP becomes maximum. And the TP, whatever the value of TP is there, when MP is maximum, that is called point of inflection. Rajesh, clear? Done? Finished with the table? Done? Completed? Answer. Now, what is the average product of labor 6? 10. What is the total product of fourth labor? 44. Next, what is the marginal product of fifth labor? 8. Next, in short run. What is it in? Tortoise shell question. Now, I am not answering. You should only explain. When average cost falls, when AC falls, I asked you to be careful. Only this is the area you have to be careful. When AC is falling, dash decreases faster than dash. AC decreases faster than. But observe the question. The question is asked from the MC point of view, not from the AC point of view. So AC decreases faster than. That means MC decreases lesser than AC. MC decreases lesser than tortoise shell. Next. Initially, economies of scale and diseconomies of. Initially, the firm enjoys. Beyond. It refers with the internal. Internal economy is internal. Now, long run average cost curve is also called as or planning curve or. Now, this is another important area. Now, listen to this carefully. Why I usually ask students to read ICA material like a newspaper once is the reason ICA knows very well to take nook and corner some statements given by some economist. In ICA material, whenever you are flipping the pages, in bold letters, which letters? In bold letters, sometimes they have given the statements made by other economists for the same topic. For them. See, cardinal approach, ordinal approach. Cardinal means Alfred Marshall, ordinal means R.J.D. Allen, J.R. Hicks. That is the main person. But in between, some economist will come and give their way of explanation also. That they have given in the bold letters. Which letters? Any one question in the whole paper, they will choose from some nook and corner. Sometimes they will also not select it from the main material. Summary. In chapter 8, chapter 9, I will show that in the entire main content, the concept is not at all there. But in summary, in one nook and corner, that line is given. Narasimhan Committee. I will show that. That CRR, SLR concept was introduced by the recommendations of a Narasimhan Committee. One question they have asked. And it is not there in the main content. They have asked it from the summary. And there is one more question in chapter 8. Cross rate. Yesterday we were discussing now. A is equals to B, B is equals to C. Henceforth, A is equals to C. That is called cross rate. In the main content of chapter 8, chapter 9, it is not given. In summary, it is given. So, when you are reading ICA material, like newspaper, whichever is given in the bold letters, whichever is given in the, some stupid fellows, economists are there. They will also come and say, my point of view. That is this question. Samuelson is the answer. But most of them wrote your answer as either Cobb Douglas or Alfred Marshall. Who described production function is a relationship between maximum amount of output that should be produced with the required to make that output. So production function input to output. You also said production function is using limited input, we should produce maximum. Cobb Douglas production function comes in maximum, let's say long run now. Inky, pinky, ponky, father had a donkey. Finally, you will select any one now, either a Cobb or either Alfred. Definitely, Swizzy is not there. Swizzy comes in oligopoly. Kink demand karo concept. Swizzy is not there. So definitely it should be either Cobb or either. But reality answer is Samuelson. Clear? So summary you should read once. Whichever is given in the bold letters in ICA material once you have to read. There are certain questions I will show in the exam paper. In the main content, it is not at all there. But the words are there in summary. From the summary they have extracted and they have framed a question. Clear? Understood? Next, May 25 term paper. The form of capital which is performing its function only in the next survival, growth and expansion comes under which objective? Organic objective. See, Bachu question I said na, read only concept, jackpot. Two questions has been asked. See again, 1 second. Here, one more question is there. Wait. Circulating capital, organic objective. 20. 25 is also there. 1 second. The economy exists on which of the following two? Human wants are unlimited, resources are. Very difficult question. This is so. Next, the form of this we discussed. Returns to scale. What is it? That means law of returns to short run or long run. In long run, fixed factors are variable factors are. That means all the elements are variable. That is what I was kept on saying. In my example, I am taking land as fixed. But in reality, long run, each and everything is variable. Change in output as a result of proportionate change in law of returns to scale is long run. In long run, anything and everything can change. Linear homogeneous production, linear homogeneous straight line like this, where does it come? Constant, upward, IRS, linear homogeneous, constant, steep decline, DRS, constant. Now the minimum quantity of variable inputs that is required to produce a given yield of quantity of output is in terms of relationship between input and output. Already we spoke about this, which is not true. Average product will never become negative. Next, the total product starts declining. TP starts at which stage? TP decreases, MP also decreases. Negative stage. Last stage, na? See, in the first stage, that is SIR. In the first stage, SIR, what happens? TP is increasing, MP is also point of inflection. Point of inflection will work. In the second stage, TP becomes maximum. TP becomes, MP becomes 0. But they are asking TP. Which stage? Next, budget line or budget constraint line, which shows the various alternative combination of budget line concept, but producer point of view, factor. But indifference curve from producer point of view, ISO, quant. But budget line concept, now solve this. Now this is actually interesting, this question. See, 0th unit of output 200. By the way, what is this 200? When output is 0, TC is equals to TFC. Now they're asking average fixed cost for. I think yesterday we did this, na? We didn't solve this, huh? Okay, do it. Second unit, they're asking average fixed cost. 410 is the total cost. Minus 200. So 210 is average variable cost. Clear, huh? But they're asking here. So what is the fixed cost? For how many units? 2 units. So this is what you guys will go wrong, sir. 410 minus 200, 210. Bakwas, they are asking average fixed, not average variable. So average fixed is 200 fixed cost divided by quantity, 200 by 2. Diminishing marginal return starts to occur when? That means marginal cost you should identify. 200, 310 difference. 410, 310 difference. 500, 410 difference. See here, 110, 100. It was decreasing. Now it will break. Now that concept will break. 500, 604 difference. That means between 3 and 4. Now that concept of diminishing marginal returns got broke. It starts to break. It starts to between 3 and starts to occur. That means whatever diminishing was happening, that starts to occur. That means that breaks. That breaks. That is called 3 and 4. That is the language of your ICI. That is what the literature, even when you are reading from ICI material, that is how they have represented. Clear? That means whatever the diminishing trend was there, where is the diminishing trend getting broke? Or when it is getting breaked? 3 and starts to occur. That means it starts to break. It starts to break. See, 110, 100, 90. Getting diminished. And that concept got broke between 3 and that is the literature. That is how in your material they have represented. That starts to break. That starts to occur. That starts to occur between 3 and 4. Next, again, shutdown point question. See, every attempt, one or the other way, shutdown point question is coming. The firm should, when their total variable costs are not met. Yesterday we discussed this in the class. Clear? Okay, I will do one thing. Wait, I will show one more question. Now my students who have attended my regular class remain silent. Now others, solve this. Let's see. Mr. Shashikiran. I will show that question. Wait, let's see. How many of you can able to crack this? Let's see. This was actually an exam question in 2019. 2019 it was. Now solve this. I need all the four. Accounting cost, accounting profit, economic profit. I know definitely you guys will go wrong. And the students who have already attended my class, I have solved this question in my regular class also. Their entire class went wrong. Whole class went wrong. Solve it. Let's see who will get 4 on 4. Accounting cost, accounting profit, economic profit. Solve it. You have just 2 minutes time. Oh, then what? In exam, for every question, 2 minutes. Okay, consider 6 minutes. Done. Completed. Answers. Which is, what is it? 25,000. Accounting cost 25. Others, answer. Wait, accounting cost. Answers, others. 25 or different? 25. Others, now in online I got 1,20,000. 2,50,000. Okay, see, we have option B, option C is there. Next, option D. 1,70,000. Okay, next, option E. Any option E? Okay, four answers I got. Next, economic cost.
45,000.
90, 45, 75. 70. Wow, nice. Next, 80. Next, 8 lakh. Who is that? 8 lakh. 8 lakh 1 rupee. Auction bit is going on. Next, okay. Accounting profit.
75,000.
35, 75, 70. One question, multiple answers. Okay, economic.
20,000 loss.
20,000 loss. 5,000 profit. 30,000 profit. Next. 30,000 loss. Profit. Any other answer? Any other answer? 50,000 profit. Okay, let's consider. Let's start seeing what is your answers. Now, Nicole owns a small pottery factory. She makes 1,000 pieces of pottery per year and she sells them for rupees 100 each. Now, 1,000 into 100, 1 lakh. So, sales is how much? 1 lakh. Okay, superb. Now, we got the sales value. Let me also write that down. Wait, where is that? Where is that? Okay, now sales. 1,000 pieces into rupees 100. So it is rupees 1 lakh is the sales. Okay, next up. It will cost 20,000 for raw material for producing 1,000 pieces of pottery. So what is that 20,000? Cost of raw material. So that comes under accounting cost. Okay, 20,000 rupees, that is for raw materials. Okay. Next, after the 20,000, okay, now she has invested 1 lakh rupee in her factory and equipments. In that 50,000 from her own savings and another 50,000 borrowed it. That means 50,000 her own savings is there. Another 50,000 she borrowed from the bank for 10%. Now 10% on 50,000 borrowings. That is interest payable. What is it? Interest. So 5,000 rupees of interest liability is also there. That comes under the accounting cost. And there is one beautiful information is also given after that. See, observe. Assume that she could have loaned her money. That means her 50,000 savings is also there now. Total 1 lakh invested, 50,000 her own money, another 50,000 borrowing. Her own money was there now, 50,000. That she could have given a loan to someone and she could have got 10%. What is that 10% of 50? That is opportunity foregone. Opportunity cost. 5,000 interest. And along with that, now she could have worked in the similar competitive pottery factory and she could have made. That is also opportunity foregone. So 40,000 rupees is the opportunity foregone by working in some other factory. Now simple concept, accounting cost. Economic cost is accounting plus opportunity, 25 plus 45. 70,000 is the economic cost. So what is the sales volume? 1 lakh minus 25. So accounting profit, what is it? 75,000. Accounting cost is 25,000. Economic cost is, economic profit is 30,000. So how many of them got all the 4 correct? Accounting cost 25, accounting profit 75, economic cost 70, economic profit 30. All the 4 correct, please raise your hands. Other than my regular batch students. ICU students. In short, non-Shashikiran regular batch students. How many of them in them got all 4 correct? Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Straight. Only one student. What's your name, madam? Raksha. Only Raksha got the answer correct. Everyone, Damar. See, I clearly said even before showing this question, in my regular batch students, 100% of the class went wrong. 100% of the class. Even after instructing, still same story. Savings. One, savings, that money you are bringing as an investment. That is what? Opportunity. What is that? Interest foregone is an opportunity. Same money, if you could have given as a loan to someone, if you would have kept this money in a bank, you would have earned returns. Now we are speaking about the returns, what you are foregoing. Clear? Got it? Any doubts in this? Write down if you want. See, this was an exam question once. Like this, in between the class, in our regular batch, I will be keep on giving some doses like this in every topic. And I will remind them how beautifully you have learnt. Come again. See, I means come again. If you don't learn properly, come again. First of all, because of that come again only in ICU. Yesterday someone was asking, no, sir, 8 hours will be in the class only, sir. Why? Because you chose it. Done, finished. Let's go to the next topic. Online students, done. Abalashram students. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಮಾಡಿಲ್ವಾ ಇದು ಮುಂಚೆ? ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತೋರಿಸಲ್ಲ ಇತ್ತಾರ. ನಾನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೆಗೆದು ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. At least past 5 attempts paper, have you guys finished it? Have you guys solved, finished? Macro we didn't do. Why? Micro? Then you should have solved this, no? It is an MTP 2018. Sold, but I have that Kajana with me. From 2018 to till date, approximately some 4,000 questions are there. I have given to my entire batch students that it's up to them whether to solve it or not. They have to solve it by sitting. At the last day, I usually give that entire Kajana from 2018 to 2025. Whatever MTP papers are there, that was earlier economics plus BCK. So second part is not relevant now. Only first part, micro, is relevant. Done, finished? Okay, let's go back. Okay, I think we were discussing about May 25 paper, right? Yeah, May 25 paper. Next, solve it. What is the average variable cost for 20th unit? 20th unit average variable cost. So 0th unit, 100 is a fixed cost. So 320 minus 100, 220. 220 is total variable cost. And 20th unit. So 220 by 20, 11. Next, between 10 and 20. What is it between? What is the marginal? See, output is not continuous. So formula changes. 320, 220 differences, 100. 10 and 20 differences, 10. So 100 by 10. But most of the Mahan Bhavs in the exam, they wrote 100. I know. That's it. Next, September 25 term paper. See here. When the average product rises, tortoise shell. Average product as the result of increase in quantity of variable. What will happen to marginal? So when average product is rising, marginal product rises faster than. So marginal product will be more than tortoise shell. Next, which of the following curve is called as a? Solve this table. Once again, see, every attempt, full donation of marks is coming from theory of production from this table. TP, AP, MP, every time. Three questions they have asked this time. September 25 term paper. Divya Sarathi, in that 50,000 was her investment. Now that means from her own savings, she is putting it as an investment. We are not considering the investment. Only the foregone cost there. Done? Completed? Okay, what is the average product for the labor 3? Labor 3, average product. Next, what is the total product for fifth one? Next, what is the marginal product for the fourth one? If firm adds more number of workers, but total product starts at the TP increases at diminishing rate, diminishing marginal returns. Which of the following statements are correct? The period will be considered as a short period if the amount of at least one of the input remains during this period. That means go back 100 bench, 1 month. There one element was variable, more elements were fixed. No. This can be yes, but at least one element should be variable. But here they're saying in short run, any one element should be remain unchanged. Okay, partially answer is correct, partially answer is wrong. Okay, next, in the long run period, the time where all the factors of the productions are definitely yes. Statement 2 is correct. Next, statement 3, in short run, all inputs are fixed. No, all input except one. All input. Next, in the long run, all input except one is fixed. Hello, boss. In long run, all inputs are variable, not except one and all. That means 3 and 4 is definitely 2 is correct. 1 is kind of correct, partially correct. But see options. Wherever along with the 2 answer is there, that should be the answer now. There are 2 areas, 2 and 3. Definitely 3 is totally 1 and 2. That is the only left out option. To be frank, 1 is also not actually the correct answer. But along with the 2, they have tagged. That's why I'm considering 1 and. Next. Which are the 4 factors of production? Land, labor, capital, and Cobb-Douglas production function. Output is manufactured, producing, and inputs is used as. These are the 2 inputs in Cobb-Douglas, labor and capital. Which are the 4 P's of marketing? Product, price, promotion, place. Next, average variable. I think yesterday we discussed this. In theory of cost, we have done with the September 25. So we'll still do it once. Average variable cost has to be identified when the quantity produced is. And total cost is. Fixed cost is. So simple. Total minus fixed is variable. 800 is variable and 100 units. 800 by 100. 8 units is per unit variable cost. Average variable cost. Yesterday I said no, it was wrong. Grace marks was allocated this time. There was no option. Instead of total, they would have made it as average revenue less than average variable. This should be the answer. That's it. So this was the questions from chapter 3 in the past 5 attempts paper. Clear? Understood? Any doubt in chapter 3 before moving to chapter 4? Okay, now let us get started with the chapter 4. So in chapter 4 already we have completed with unit 2, that is equilibrium. Clear? Unit 1 and unit 4. 1 hour, full dumber. It will be unit chapter 4 is actually little tricky. In MCQ perspective. Which perspective? But concepts are easy. Because if you have understood 2 and 3, 4 is full of easy. So what do you mean by market? Market is a place where stupidity. Market is not place. Market is an arrangement or a situation where buyers and sellers contact. Buyers and sellers. Why do they contact? To exchange goods or for a value or consideration. Clear? That is the meaning of market. See, there are always 2 group of people, buyers and they contact either direct or indirect is virtual way. Internet, online, all this email. Product should be there. That is goods and services. It has to be exchanged for a value or. And most importantly, there should be willingness and ability to buy as well as. See, different classifications of market. Market based on area. Local market, regional market, national market, international. Market based on time, short term, long term, nature of transaction. What is the nature of transaction classification? What is it? Spot market, futuristic market, nature of transaction, spot transaction, future transaction, regulated, unregulated, wholesale, retail. We are not interested in any of this. By chance, if you get any question from this area, jackpot. Easy. But every time they're asking from the area. Especially regional market. Which market? Regional. Part of the state. Major city. Part of the major. That is regional market. One locality inside the city. That is local market. But part of the state. Or major city. Major regional market. Clear? So the questions are actually coming from regional market. Most of the times. That too bacho questions. Full on. Donation of marks. In this whole chapter, we are interested to understand market based on. So market based on competition is actually classified into 2 kinds. How many kinds? So which are those 2 kinds? Perfect and perfect, imperfect. So under the perfect competition, there is only 1 type, pure. But under imperfect, there are 6 types. How many types? Monopoly, duopoly, oligopoly, monopsony, Diopsiny, oligopsony. See, the word poly refers to seller. The word sine refers to buyer. Mono means single. What does it mono means? Dio means, oli means few. Clear? But we don't study about all the 6 kinds. We only study about monopoly and oligopoly. And there is one more type of a market which is combination of perfect and monopoly, that is called as monopolistic competition. Today the market what we are witnessing in the real world is monopolistic competition market. So in this whole chapter we are going to discuss about perfect, we are going to discuss about monopoly, oligopoly and monopolistic competition market. Only about these 4 types of market we will be discussing. Clear? There is one more superb question which can be asked. Suppose in an economy if there is only one single seller and one single buyer, only and only, my students, regular batch students remain silent. One single seller and one single, that market is called as bilateral monopoly. What is it called as? Clear? So that means only one single seller in the market and one single buyer in the market. Only one single seller. Monopoly. Seller means monopoly. One single buyer means monopsony. Clear? Duopoly. 2 dominant sellers. What is it? 2. That means there are few people but dominant is 2, like Ola, Uber, Swiggy, Zomato, like for example Indigo, Air India, like this. 2 people like Jio, Airtel, but still Vodafone is there but not that prominent. Only these 2 guys are like dominant in the market. Only 2 dominant sellers. Few means there are people who are like operating everyone. There is a stiff competition between each other. They are in single numbers. Which numbers? It is not a 2 digit, only a single digit. Few of them are selling, but many buyer many. Even in perfect, many buyer many. But what is the major difference between perfect and monopolistic? Major difference. Here homogeneous goods, here heterogeneous goods. Everyone is selling same commodity in perfect, but here not everyone is selling the same commodity. Clear up? So we'll discuss one by one we will get started. Clear up? See, under this we again have a concept of total revenue, average revenue, marginal revenue. Total revenue already we have discussed. What is it called as? Outlay, total outlay method. That is also called as TR. Next comes average revenue, total by quantity. Marginal, 2 formulas are there. Output continuous, output not. Clear? Now let us get started. Let us go with the perfect competition market. Which market? Perfect competition market. See, characteristic features are very easy. In perfect competition market, now we call it as a most idealistic market which is free from all kinds of defects. They say in this type of market, there is no problem at all. Always and always perfect. And this entire concept is unrealistic, myth. Point number 1, there are large number of buyers and large number of. And this is most important. Manufacturer is only a. Not a price. That means who will decide the selling price? Price mechanism, demand and. Every single time in this economy, demand and supply will decide the price, and not just that. Throughout the economy, prices will always and always remain. That means entire economy is operating at market equilibrium. Total demand is always equal to total. And every single manufacturer is producing homogeneous or identical goods and they are also called as perfect. This is myth, highly impossible. You tell me across the economy, will every manufacturer produce same type of goods and services? No, it will not at all be possible. And not just that, every single time prices are decided by demand and. Is it possible? No. Clear? That is why I said this market is myth, totally unrealistic in. Kindly solve this table. Make it fast. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Next 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Then what is it? But many of them got 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. I know that when you are solving, it will be 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Come to CA, all the best. Output is not continuous. If output is not continuous, which formula? Change in TC by change in quantity. So answer will be 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. That means what you have to observe is price column, AR column, MR column. All the three are one and done. Only and only in perfect competition market. Which competition market? P is equals to AR is equals to MR. So this condition gets satisfied only and only in perfect competition. And even when you are drawing the graph, this is how the graph will be. P is equals to AR is equals to MR. Y-axis, X-axis, price, origin. And this condition gets satisfied only in perfect competition. Point number 5. Free entry and free exit of firm into an industry. A firm will enter in two possible situations. Supernormal or normal. A firm will exit when there is a, that is what shut down point, permanent close down, loss. What is the condition? AR lesser than, AR greater than, supernormal profit, AR equal to, excuse me, someone is scolding very nicely. You guys only, yeah? Okay, so what is the condition of supernormal profit? Normal profit. Losses. So when will a firm enter? Firm enters in two possible situations, supernormal profit and a firm will exit during the, and buyers and sellers have a complete knowledge about them. Henceforth, there is no need of advertisement. There is no advertisement in an economy. That means everyone is selling same commodity. Product price remains same. And there is also no transportation. Even if you incur transportation cost, you can't charge to customer because you are only a price taker, not a price. And remember, in this type of a market, carrying cost, which cost? Are also called as selling cost. That means advertisement plus transportation. What is it? Both are absent. Both are. That means there is no carrying cost or no selling cost. And last but not the least, perfect mobility of factors of. Perfect mobility means factors of production, land, labor and capital can move from one person to without any kind of restriction. And you tell me, is it easy to move from one person to another person in the realistic market? No. That is why I said all these features are unrealistic in. That is only and only possible in which market? And this market is or unrealistic. The biggest myth is every manufacturer is producing homogeneous goods and everyone is selling at the same price and they are not deciding the price. Everything is decided by the market forces, demand and supply. Now comes the most interesting topic, firm equilibrium. Which equilibrium? Market important, important, important. Underline it 100 times if you want. Every time, like how shutdown point questions are coming, equilibrium questions will come. Production efficiency question will come. Clear? Now, simple concept. We understood about industry equilibrium. Total demand should be equal to total. And if you remember in chapter 3, I said MC curve is U in shape, but for us only second part of the graph is important, first part of the graph is not. Same question now. MC curve is U in shape. MR curve is horizontal. If firm equilibrium says MC should be equal to MR. What is it? MC should be equal to? There are two places MC and MR is equal. Point X and point. That means whenever we are drawing MC and MR. See, this is the MR curve. This is MC curve. See, there are two places initially and later. Two places MC is equal to MR. So, which one should we consider it as equilibrium? So, left side one or right side one? Right side one. Why? Because if you stop producing it initially, if you stop producing it, you have only and only incurred losses. You have not even seen the profit. If you produce beyond this, let's say if you are producing beyond 50th unit, slowly you will start seeing the profit. Until when? Until you come and achieve this equilibrium once again. That is at this level. Clear? That means MC is equal to MR, where MC cuts MR from below. MC cuts MR from below. Not from. Again, if you produce beyond this level, once again you will start making losses. Once again you will start making. Let's say for example you are producing at 500 units of output. That is maximum production efficiency. Maximum production. That means a firm will be having a production efficiency until MC becomes equal to. And MC should cut MR from, not from. And that is what is also called firm equilibrium. Maximum production level of output by the firm. MC should be equal to MR and MC should cut MR from. Initially, what is it? MC cuts MR from So we will not stop producing here. We will increase our output. That means if MC is greater than MR, what is it? MC is? That is in the later position. But initially, what is it? When MC cuts MR from above, MC cuts MR from, we will still increase our production. But if MC cuts MR from below, we will not increase production. We will decrease production. Clear? So that is the reason for a second part of the graph is important. First part of the graph is. So MC curve, we write it as J in shape, not as. Clear? Understood. So for me, second part of the graph is important. Now observe this point A. Let's say this is point B. Wait, let me write this. This is point B. Now this point A, this is MR curve. Point B is MC curve. MR is greater, MC is lesser. Revenue is greater, cost is lesser. Output increases. Output increases. Point C, this is MC curve. Point D, this is MR curve. Cost is greater, revenue is lesser. Should we increase output? We should decrease. See, revenue greater than cost. MR is greater, MC is lesser. Output increases. MR is lesser, MC is greater. MR is lesser, MC is greater. Cost is greater than revenue. Output will. Suppose MR, MC both are. Deciding factor is MC curve. If MC cuts from above, output will increase. If MC cuts from below, output will decrease. This is output logic in the firm equilibrium. Production efficiency is achieved at what point? MC cutting MR from below. First condition, MC should be equal to. MC should cut MR from below. Not from. That is firm equilibrium. So there are two conditions of firm equilibrium. Condition number 1, MC should be equal to. Condition number 2. Anyone having doubt in this? Clear? So now, when the firm is operating in the short run, what is it when the firm is operating in the? In perfect competition market, all the three possibilities are there. A firm can either earn supernormal profit, either normal profit, or either. But your normal profit condition is important. Where AR is equal to? When AR and AC both are equal, at this point of equilibrium, in class we have done in detail how to plot this graph, everything. At that point of equilibrium, P is equals to AR is equals to MR is equals to AC is equals to. Clear? So at the normal profit level of output in perfect competition market in short run, the condition of equilibrium, condition of short run equilibrium in perfect competition market in normal profit level of output is P equals AR equals MR equals AC equals. Clear? So in short run, all the three possibilities are there. Either a firm can earn supernormal profit, normal profit, or that is in dash run. But in case of long run, in case of only and only, they say, even though if we can able to make supernormal profit, we will not. Why? It will attract competition. It will attract stupidity. Everyone are selling same commodity. No one has the authority of deciding selling price. And you are saying competition. Bullshit. No competition, nothing. But they give a reason. If any one firm earns supernormal profit, Allah, by looking that, everyone else will also earn it. And it will attract competition. Hello, nothing. There is only and only exist in long run, and moreover free entry and free exit. Same condition everywhere. L as prefix. What is it? L as? So long run equilibrium condition will be P equals LAR equals LMR equals LAC equals. That's it. Normal profit condition is important, and especially long run. What is it? Especially? See, understand this. In short run, all the three possibilities are there. Supernormal profit, normal profit. But in long run, only and only. And what is the condition of equilibrium in long run? P equals LAR equals LMR equals LAC equals. Same condition in short run, but remove that L alphabet. P equals AR equals MR equals AC equals MC. Clear? Understood? By this perfect competition comes to an. That's it. Nothing much in perfect. But this is important. Clear? That is what? Assumption, Sriram. That entire market is myth. They are saying we can also still make normal profit. Even though we can earn supernormal, we will not. We will earn normal. Break, huh? 11:15 is the time. Till 11:30 is the break. Enjoy. Come back at 11:30. Okay, the next one. Monopoly. So in case of monopoly market, there is only just one single seller, but large number of buyers. Remember, in case of monopoly, the condition will be firm equal to industry. What is it? Firm equal to one single firm itself is called as an industry. And in monopoly market, they are a price maker. What is it? Monopoly market, they will decide the selling price because you are the only one single seller in the entire economy. Except you, there is no one else who is selling this goods and services. And you tell me, when you are deciding the price, would you like to incur profits or incur losses? Normal or supernormal? A monopolist will always try to earn a supernormal profit, and there is no concept of substitutes at all. You are the only single seller in the whole economy. There is no availability of a substitute, and not just that, there is an entry. No new company can enter the same industry or even a similar industry. There are mainly 4 types of entry barrier. First one is legal entry. The law of the nation will itself restrict anyone to enter the same industry. For example, printing up of currency notes. Only RBI can do that. No one else can do it. Atomic energy generation. Only government can do that. Others cannot do it. Like this, if there is a monopoly existing, sometime the law of the nation itself can restrict others to not to enter. That is called dash entry barrier. Next comes natural entry barrier. That is climatic condition will act as a barrier. Third one is business, also called as cartel. See, best example, OPEC nation, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. All these few countries will come together, they will form their own group, their own association. Only this association members can sell, no one else can sell. Last but not the least, investment. Even if government provides a permission, private entity cannot invest such a huge money. Best example, Indian Railway. Now railway is open for privatization, but no one is coming forward to buy that or start their own separate railway. What Indian government has done from 79 years, British government has done from such a huge investment, a private organization cannot do it. So that is an investment factor. So these are the 4 kinds of entry barrier. Which barrier? Entry. Legal entry, natural entry, business formation, and now comes the most important point of monopoly, that is price discrimination. What is it? Price discrimination. We charge different prices to the different customers for the same type of goods and best example, your college fees, general category different fee, SC/ST different fee, OBC different fee, sports quota different fee, NCC quota different fee. Teacher is same, learning is same, but fees is different. Price discrimination. And it is one of the common feature in monopoly to earn supernormal profit. And there are mainly 4 types of price discrimination. First one, personal price. It's my wish, I will discriminate the way I want. It's my business, I will do the way I want. Let's assume, Shashikiran, I have a cloth shop. I am the only person who is selling cloth in entire India. Assumption. Suppose if my student comes to my shop, 10% discount. My regular customer comes to my shop, 15% discount. If my relatives comes to my shop, 20% premium. Extra. Stupid fellows, you kept on scolding me, na? You will not do anything in life. Always comparing my result with someone, so pay the penalty. Extra. If my girlfriend comes, free. My wish, my shop. Personal price discrimination. Next comes geographical price. We will divide the market into different geographical region. North market, south market, east market, west market, central market. I will charge a different prices in different market. Price discrimination according to use. Let's say for example, Madam, what's your name? Now Divya will come to my cloth shop. She will ask, sir, I need white shirt. Why? I want to go for interview tomorrow for KPMG. 1000 rupees. Next, after she leaves the shop, cab driver will come. Sir, white shirt. Why? Cab driving. 200 rupees. Baba, daily wage worker. I'm giving 200 rupees. She wants to look good. So 1000 rupees. So according to use, we can still discriminate the price. Even according to time. Raincoat. You buy it in summer season. Less price. Rainy season. More price. So price discrimination according to use, according to or personal price discrimination, geographical price. These are the types of price discrimination. From this also question will come. And even degrees of price discrimination. First degree is based on what is consumer surplus? Extra worth of satisfaction which a customer can derive is called as consumer surplus. Now as a seller, I will try to extract as much as possible from you guys. I know that you guys are ready to pay more. You will bargain. Your mom comes 1 kg tomato 50 rupee. If your dad comes 70 rupee, you come 100 rupee. How much ever you are ready to pay extra, I will try to extract. That is first degree price discrimination. Second degree based on volume of If you are buying in bulk volume, lesser price. Lesser quantity, more price. Next, third degree, based on dividing the markets into different attributes. Let's say, for example, rich customer, mid-value customer, less value customer, male customers, female customers, or caste, reach, creed, anything. It's my wish. I will divide it on based on any kind of attribute. School going customer, college going customer, married customer, unmarried customer, single, committed, like this. I will divide the way I want by dividing into a different attributes and creating a, and I charge different price to the different sub-market based on different attributes. That is called as third degree price discrimination. Clear up? So these are the characteristics of monopoly. Point number one, single seller but large number of buyers. Second one, price always enjoys no close. There is an entry. How many types of entry barrier? Which are those? Legal entry barrier, natural entry barrier, business formation, investment factor, and firm itself is called as a. And most important point of monopoly is price discrimination. How many types are there? 4. Personal, geographical, according to use, according to. 3 degrees are there. First degree, consumer surplus. Second degree, volume of transaction. Third degree, based on different. And dividing them into separate sub. Now kindly solve this table very fast, quick. TR has to be identified. 20 into 1, 18 into 2, 16 into 3, 14 into 4, 12 into 5, 10 into 6, 8 into 7, 6 into 8, 48, 4 into 9, 2 into 10, 20. Clear? Next, average revenue. 20 by 1, 20, 36 by 2, 48 by 3, 56 by 4, 60 by 5. Okay, sorry, wait. 60 by 12. Next, 60 by 6, 10. Next, marginal revenue. First one will be 20. 36 minus 20. Next, minus 8 minus clear up. Now look at the board for a second. Now this topic is interesting. Observe. Only observe AR column and MR column. Now AR column 2018 differences to 2016 differences, 18-16 differences, 16-12 differences, 16-14 differences, 12 and 8 differences. That means every single time marginal revenue decreases double than average revenue. Marginal revenue decreases. Clear? And observe price column and AR column. That is why I kept on saying AR curve is also called as selling price. AR curve is also called as. And not just that, whenever TR is maximum, MRS. And observe TR from 20 it went to 60. 60 is maximum. TR increases, it becomes maximum, and then TR starts decreasing. So it will be bell-shaped curve like this. Increases, maximum, decreases. But AR curve keeps on decreasing, but AR will never become 0. But MR curve will also become 0, it will also become. So when we represent the same table in the form of graph, this is how the graph looks like. Initially TR is going to increase. Initially TR is going to increase. Next TR will become, and TR starts decreasing. Clear? Now observe, whenever TR is maximum, TR is, MR will be 0, AR will be E equal to 1. Point method. AR curve is also called as demand curve. Middle portion of demand curve is unitary elastic, upper portion relatively elastic, lower portion relatively elastic. Observe, initially whenever TR is increasing, TR is, MR is decreasing, but MR is still positive and E will be greater than. Clear? See, observe, MR is decreasing, but MR is still positive, E will be greater than. Whenever TR becomes maximum, MR becomes, E will be equal to. Next, when TR starts decreasing, observe, MR no doubt decreasing, but MR has become negative and E will be. Now all the relationship TR, AR, MR, all the three relationship is important. TR initially increases, becomes maximum, it will decrease. It is inverted U in shape, but AR curve will be keep on decreasing, it will never touch the x-axis. That means it will never become 0. AR curve is a flatter curve. AR curve is a flatter. And it is also known as selling price, also known as. But MR curve will become 0 and it will also become negative. So MR curve is a steeper curve. Clear? AR curve is flatter, MR curve is MR decreases double than. Whenever TR is maximum, MR is E will be. Whenever TR is increasing, MR will be decreasing, but still MR is positive, E will be greater than 1. Whenever TR is decreasing, MR will be decreasing, but MR has become E will be. Clear? Now this brings the third formula for marginal revenue and the most important formula. What are the first two formulas for marginal revenue? When output is continuous, minus 1. When output is not continuous, now there is a new formula, that is, in order to identify MR, we need average revenue elasticity minus 1 divided by elasticity. This is the new formula to calculate marginal revenue. When there is a information given about selling price is also called as, and elasticity information is given, we can identify the marginal revenue by using the third formula. So two informations is important, selling price and elasticity. What is it? Clear? So from this point, the questions are coming many a times in an exam. So be careful. Let's take up one random example. Assuming selling price is 20 rupee. Elasticity is 1.4. Minus 1 divided by 1.4. Do it. 1.4 minus 1 is 4.4. 0.4 divided by 1.4 into 20. 5.71. Clear up? So we can also actually identify the answer without even solving. Now see, simple common sense. What is the E value? E value is 1.4. 1.4 is greater than. That means MR will be positive. Suppose if E is equal to 1, that means MR will be. If E is negative, MR will be negative. That means E is lesser than 1, MR will become negative. If E is equals to 1, MR will be. If E greater than 1, MR will be positive. Clear? So this is the third formula to calculate the marginal revenue, and this note is important here. MR will fall double than. MR curve is. Hello, MR curve is. AR curve is. AR is also called as. Hence AR will never become. AR is also known as. When TR is maximum. Clear? Now firm equilibrium still remains the same. MC is equals to MR. MC should cut MR from below. Same logic satisfied. In monopoly short run. Monopoly. Two possibilities will happen. See boss, you are the only seller in the market except you. No one else is there in the whole market to sell the goods or services. Acceptable na? That means if people come and buy the product from you, they will earn supernormal. If they don't buy, loss. So only two possibilities are there in monopoly short run. Monopoly. Only and only two possibility. Either supernormal profit, if not, loss. Clear? But if you are operating in long run, you are the only seller except you, no one else is there. That means you will only and only earn which profit? So in case of long run, we will only and only earn. Clear? So monopoly short run, two possibility. Supernormal profit or, but in long run only and only. Now comes the most interesting topic and the important topic from examination point of view. Price discrimination. What is it? What is the meaning of price discrimination? Charging different prices from the different customers for the same type of goods and services. It is called as price. Clear? Now remember, because of price discrimination, we earn supernormal, also called as abnormal profit. Supernormal profit is also called as. In order to follow price discrimination, there are four essential conditions. Number one, you should be the only and only person selling in the market. That is, you have only a monopoly. Except you, no one else is there, and you should be able to separate the, like North Indian market, South Indian market, East Indian market, West Indian market, male, female, rich customer, low value customer. It's up to you. Classify it on any basis. You should be able to separate them. And in that separate market, there should be different elasticity of. Most important, there should be no possibility of. Let's assume that I am, let me say, selling a chocolate in North India as well as in South India. In North India, intentionally I will sell it for high price. In South, I will intentionally sell it for lower price. All the way from North, the person should not come to South, buy it here, go back and sell it in. Resale is not at all. So what are the four essential conditions of price discrimination? Existence of different elasticity in this separate market and no possibility of Now, there is one beautiful numerical problem which I had explained in the class related to the price discrimination. Solve it. Let's assume selling prices 30. Market A and market B. What is it? Market A and market B. In market A, elasticity value is 2. Market B, elasticity value is 5. Identify MR. See, selling price is given. Elasticity information is given. Market A, what is the new MR value? What is the MR value in market B? MR value of A, MR value of B. MR value of market A, MR value of market B. 15 and got it? Anyone finding it difficult? That means when you sell one more extra unit in market A, marginal means one more extra, right? One more additional. If you sell one more extra unit in market A, you will earn 15 rupees. But Shashikiran, if you sell one more extra unit in market B, you will earn. So where should I sell one more extra? As expected, I will shift my supply. Whatever I had the products in market A, I will shift that supply to market B because I don't want to sell more units in A, I want to sell more units in B. Because I will get 9 rupees in excess. See, 24 minus 15. How much is that? 9 rupee. So I will earn 9 rupee in excess by selling in market B rather than selling in market. Now, after shifting supply, what happens in market A? In A, supply will become lesser, but demand will be. This is excess demand. Which demand? Long ago, very long ago, yesterday we discussed about this. When there is excess demand in an economy, what will happen to the effect of price? And since I moved a supply from A to B, in market B, supply increased, but demand is not so much. Demand is lesser, but supply is. This is excess. When there is excess supply in the economy, what will happen to the price? Can you see the price has been discriminated? One market more price, another market. Now, after discrimination of price, now this is most interesting. Listen to this carefully. Since price went up, MR value will also go up. Here price decreased, MR value will also. Now after discrimination, what is it? After, now MR of market A, let's assume it will become rupees 20. MR of market A has become rupees and MR of market B, what is it? MR of has also become rupees 20. That means now both the market MR has become same. In both the market dash has become same. But price is not same. Price is different. Now, if you sell one extra unit in market A, you will earn 20 rupee. One more extra unit in market B, still. That means you can't shift the supply from one market to another market now. Limit has been reached. It doesn't matter where you sell. Whether you sell it in market A or whether you sell it in market, you will earn rupees. Now, after discrimination, what is it? MR of both the markets will become equal. MR of both the markets will become, MR of market A has become equal to MR of market. This is the conclusion of price discrimination. After discrimination, what is it? MR of both the market is equal, but prices are not equal. One market more price, another market. See, in which market we will increase price, which market we will decrease price. MR of market A is 2, MR of market B is 5. But 2 means lesser comparing to 5. 5 means E greater than 1 now, more elastic. 2 means lesser, so less elastic. That means simple concept. Market where there is less elastic. Market where there is, we will increase the. Market where there is more elastic, we will. But after discriminating the price, MR of both the market will become. That's it. This is the concept of price discrimination. When we represent the same thing in the form of graph, in the form of, let's say market A, elasticity was 2. Market B, elasticity was. In market A, elasticity is lesser. So see, demand curve is a steeper curve. Demand curve is a E lesser than 1, steeper. E greater than 1, flatter. And the market where there is less elasticity, prices will. Market where there is more elasticity. See, in market B, it was more elastic now, 5 value. So prices will decrease. See, comparing. OP1 is greater, OP2 is lesser. In market A, prices are more, market B, prices are. And when we compare both the market together and merge it, we have an aggregate market. Which market is there? Now, in this aggregate market, there is a bend. Such bend is called as kink. What is it called as? That means there is a kinked demand curve which is convex to the origin. What is it? Now, what is the reason for this kinked demand curve which is convex to the origin? Because of price discrimination. Because of. And the most important point here is above the kink is relatively inelastic, below the kink is relatively. Now, this is important. From this area, you can expect a question. In monopoly market, below the kink region, below the is dash elastic. Above the kink region is. And what is the reason for this kinked demand curve? Price discrimination. And such kinked demand curve is dash to the origin. And after discriminating the price, MR of both the markets are equal. And remember, MC curve. Which curve? That is called supply curve. AR curve is called as a demand curve. MC curve is called as a clear. Here supply perspective we are not understanding. Only demand perspective. Which perspective? Clear. This is the concept of price discrimination in monopoly. Such price discrimination will always and always lead to supernormal profit. Which profit? So the concept of price discrimination has led to a dash demand curve. And such kinked demand curve is dash to the origin, which is combination of relatively elastic and relatively. After discrimination of price, dash becomes equal. MR of both the market becomes. And my question, in which market are you going to increase price where there is less elastic? In which market are you going to decrease price where there is? That's it. More elastic, price decrease. Less elastic, price increase. After discrimination of price, MR of both the market. But kinked demand curve gets established because of price discrimination, which is dash to the origin. That's it. This is the concept of price discrimination. Clear? And price discrimination will always make a supernormal profit to be achieved in monopoly market. Clear? Understood? Same topic in our normal class. We have almost taken 2.5 hours. Point by point explanation, line by line explanation we have made in detail. But here we can't go like that, line by line, because it is a revision class. Which class? We believe that you have revised once and second round of revision is happening in the class. So this is the second round. I believe. I know not even first round has happened. I know it very well. So straight away people after closing the books in the economic class, now they are opening in marathon class. Not even opened at home. I can make out by looking into the face. How many of them are understanding? How many of them are not understanding? Few of them are like Tare Zamin Par. Why did I come to the class? It's going like one Shatabdi Express. This guy is not even taking a break to breathe also. Like that he is speaking. If we have to complete the portion, we have to go like that. If not, I have to skip some topic. Clear? Understood? Still alive? Still alive? I am unable to listen to the voice. Still alive? Okay, let's go for the next topic. That is oligopoly. What is it? What? Okay, Sriram, can you summarize the kinked demand? Man, still wait. Kinked demand is also there. Once again, it comes in oligopoly. I will summarize it both together. Okay, next oligopoly. Oli means? Poly means? There are few sellers in the economy but large number of buyers. What is it? Few sellers but large number of. And there is a close interdependency between everyone. One will say, do you have salt in your toothpaste? One will say, we have chakke, lavanga, pudina, all pulao masala items, double red. One will say, our shampoo will make your hair softer. One will say stronger. One will say dandruff free. Close interdependency. Like how price discrimination is important in monopoly, price rigidity is important in. What is price rigidity? If any one stupid fellow increases price, others will not. But any one stupid fellow decreases, others will. They will never compete in terms of increasing price, but definitely they will decrease the price. That is called price rigidity. Like how price discrimination was important in monopoly, price rigidity is important in. And there is an existence of. What is that selling cost? We bring all this brand ambassador, Sunny Leon, Virat Kohli, all Ajay Devgan, Bola Zuba Kesri, everything to instigate people and to sell more and more goods in the market. So there is an existence of. Now comes the most important area where you can expect the questions in the exam. Types of oligopoly. There are 5 types. First one, pure and. In pure oligopoly, all these few sellers are selling homogeneous or same type of goods and. Let's take an example. Cement industry. Now Birla Cement, ACC Cement, they don't have flavors in that. Pudina flavor, lime flavor, mint flavor. Everyone are selling the same commodity, homogeneous goods and services. But differentiated goods and services like your shampoo, toothpaste, one for stronger teeth, one for whitening of teeth, one for biting the teeth. I'm just giving example. One for stronger hair, one for dandruff free, one for hair only full free. Next, heterogeneous. What is it? Heterogeneous. So it is pure and differentiated. Next comes open and closed. Open means any new firm can enter, no restriction is there. Closed means new firm cannot enter, there is a collusive and your ICA loves this collusive oligopoly. Many a times the questions have come. All these few sellers, whoever is there, Allah, they will come form one group. They will sell at common selling price. They will form it. And they sell at a common selling price. That is collusive. Competitive, stupid fellows, you sell at common. I am not ready to sell it. I have my own pricing strategy. I want one kidney of customer. Apple. That is competitive oligopoly. Next comes partial and in this partial oligopoly, there is a price leader. Out of this few, any one fellow will be dominating, and whenever this price leader changes the price, others will also. Presently, Jio is a price leader in telecommunication market. If Jio changes, Airtel will also change. Vodafone will also change. Like this, price leader exists. That is in partial. In full oligopoly, no price leader, nothing. We will fight with our own pricing, our own strategy. No leader, nothing. Even if leader exists, I don't mind about you. That is full oligopoly. These are the two areas where ICI loves the most, and they will be keep on asking question between collusive and partial. Clear? Next comes syndicate and organized. Syndicate oligopoly is like Pushpa movie. All the smugglers, they will form one group. Everyone sells at a common person. That is what syndicate. All these few sellers will form one group. Everyone is selling through common syndicate. Everyone is selling through organized oligopoly. We will decide ourselves what should we produce, how much price we should sell, who should sell where. Everything is decided by ourselves. Everything is decided by firm organizes themselves. That is called as organized. Now comes Sweezy's model. Which model? That is called kinked demand curve of oligopoly. So this kinked demand curve was first introduced in the oligopoly market by Sweezy, also called as Sweezy model. Which model? Kindly write down if you have not written. Sweezy's model. So that Sweezy's model is introduced in the oligopoly kinked demand curve. But in monopoly kinked demand, if you remember, graph was dashed to the origin. But here it is concave. What is it? So it is concave to the origin, and the reason for the kinked demand curve is price rigidity, and below the kink is relatively inelastic, above the kink is relatively clear. But in monopoly market, it was dash curve, it was convex or concave. Convex. Below it was a relatively elastic, above it was a relatively, but complete opposite in monopoly. See, above it is elastic, below inelastic. But in monopoly, above elastic, below, above inelastic, below elastic. Clear? One is concave, one is convex. One is Sweezy model, other one is just because of price discrimination. In Sweezy model, that is because of price rigidity. Sriram, clear? Conclusion made between both the price discrimination. Clear? From both the aspect, you can expect a question. In monopoly, price discrimination is made because of supernormal profit intention. Which intention? Supernormal. Monopoly concept. Price discrimination is created because to earn a supernormal profit. After discriminating price, MR of both the markets will become equal. But in oligopoly market, reason is price rigidity, and it is concave to the, also called as Sweezy's model. Which model? By this, oligopoly also comes to an. Next comes cocktail of all. That is monopolistic competition. Perfect and monopoly mixed. Today, in the real world, whatever the market we are witnessing, that is monopolistic competition market. Manufacturer has a liberty. You can bring any changes, any modification. Best example, Dettol, antiseptic liquid. Now Dettol hand wash, Dettol soap, Dettol sanitizer. Tomorrow they will come with Dettol toothpaste, kills 99.99% germs. You will buy. They can bring any modification, any changes in their product, but they are not the only person. They have to compete with others. They have to what? So there are large number of buyers and large number of. There is a free entry and free existence of selling cost. Already these 3 pointers we have discussed. We need not to speak about this once again. Clear? When will the firm enter supernormal profit and normal? When will the firm exit? Now, the most important point of monopolistic competition market is brand loyalty. What is that? Customers are brand loyal. Madam, do you take bath? She's like, 1 second. Which shampoo do you use? Which shampoo? Vimal. Shampoo gana keliddu. Vimal pan masala alla gano. Indulekha Bringa hair oil. That is oil. Indulekha shampoo is also there. I didn't knew this. New information for me. Now let's say she wanted to go and buy Indulekha shampoo. She will go to shop 1. She will ask for Indulekha shampoo. But shopkeeper will say, no, we have dog washing and all. Clinic Plus Chick. In India, that is what Clinic Plus and Chick is used for now. And we have Sunsilk, Dove, everything. Now, will you buy that? She will go to next shop and she will buy the same Indulekha. Brand loyalty. So, you can find that brand loyalty in which market? Like how price discrimination is in monopoly, price rigidity in oligopoly, brand loyalty is important in monopolistic competition market. And in this type of a market, there is a product differentiation. Always manufacturer will try to say, we are best, we are superior, we are amazing, they are bakwas. Ariel, it will take away the dirt in 1 wash. Other brands, 5 wash. Pour, money also pour. Vanish, yes, money also is vanishing. See like this, they differentiate their product with their competitors' product. So these are the characteristic features of monopolistic competition market. Now comes the important aspect in short run. See, in short run, what is it in? There are only 2 possibilities, supernormal profit and loss. Madam, where did we study the supernormal profit and loss in short run? Which market also we witnessed the supernormal profit and loss in short run? Monopoly. What is it? See, it is realistic market. See, my intention is to run a business only for 1 year. Only for 1 year. I know it, boss. I'm not going beyond 1 year. So, intentionally, I will try to make supernormal profit. If people come and buy the product, supernormal. If they don't buy, the only 2 possibilities are there in short-run monopolistic competition market. Either supernormal profit, if not. But in long run, this is important. We need to maintain dash stock. That is excess capacity left out. That means you can still make supernormal profit. But you are not earning supernormal profit. You are only and only earning a. Why tomorrow, like Jio, some stupid fellow comes to my market and starts disturbing, I should also reduce my selling price. Na? Only when price decreases, demand will increase. Even though there is a scope to make supernormal profit, we will not. Why? In future. What is it in? Future. If any strong competitor enters the market, see the conclusion. If any strong competitor, then we utilize the. So by the way, what is buffer stock? Let's say I have a capacity of producing 1000 benches in a month. How many benches? 1000. Intentionally, I will be producing only and only. This difference is buffer stock. See, intentionally, I am operating at point A. See, at this point A, AR and AC both are equal. Normal profit. I can achieve supernormal. See, I can come down the cost to point B. Cost will be point B. Selling price will be point A. So this region can be supernormal profit. But I'm not doing that. Intentionally, I'm operating only at this point A. That means at 800 level of output. If any strong competitor comes to the market, then I will utilize this buffer stock. Now my cost of production goes down to point. When cost of production itself is decreasing, can't I reduce selling price? Yes. We know that very well. When price decreases, demand. So to attract customers, then I will utilize this buffer stock to reduce my selling price as well as cost of production. So even though I can make supernormal profit in long run, I will not. I will only and only operate at normal profit by maintaining dash stock. So where will the buffer stock concept come in? Monopolistic competition market, long run. Monopolistic competition market, and this is realistic. Anyone who wants to survive in the long run, you need to maintain buffer stock. If you don't maintain buffer stock, you will become like Rahul Gandhi. Goodbye, Katam, Gaya, Tata. Nah, no one gives value to you. Clear? Huh? So this is the chapter 4. Monopolistic competition market. Clear? Huh? Now comes the comparison between all the 4 markets. Now this is important. Comparison. And especially this table is important. Now listen to this very carefully. Exam questions are going to come from this price elasticity column. Which elasticity column? See, in perfect competition market, P is equals to AR is equals to MR. Do you agree? P is equals to AR is equals to MR. That means you have a perfectly elastic curve. Which curve? E is equals to infinite. What is it? E is equals to? Infinite. That means you are highly inelastic or highly elastic. What is that? Perfectly inelastic means highly elastic or highly inelastic. Perfectly inelastic. My question is perfectly inelastic is highly elastic or highly inelastic? Highly inelastic. If it is perfectly elastic, that is E is equal to infinite. E is equal to, that is called highly elastic. What is it called as? Highly elastic market is perfect competition market. Perfect competition. Clear? See, from this column, you can expect a questions. So, monopoly market. You are the only seller, except you, no one else is there. No one else. E lesser than 1. That means price changes to large extent, demand only changes by some small extent. Inelastic. Relatively inelastic. What is it? Relatively. Price changes by large extent, but demand changes only by small extent. Clear? Next comes monopolistic competition. What is it? E greater than 1. Even though if you change your price by small extent, people will shift to the competitor. They will jump off because more number of sellers are there. Oligopoly market, kind of inelastic. What is it? Clear up. But usually question comes from monopoly and perfect competition market. Clear? Now, there is one more type of a market. Actually, no one noticed it. We didn't speak about pure competition. Which competition? By the way, what is pure competition? It's a part of perfect competition. Remember, in today's world, there is no country which is following a, but the elements of pure competition is followed. So, by the way, what is that elements of pure competition? If at all, there are large number of buyers and sellers, manufacturer is only a price, uniform, homogeneous goods and free entry and free. If first 5 points are satisfied, that is called as agricultural sector. Stock markets is an example of pure competition. That means elements of pure competition is followed in the world, but none of the countries are following the perfect competition market. The major differentiation between perfect and monopolistic is homogeneous and heterogeneous goods. Which goods? In perfect, everyone is selling same commodity, but in realistic market, monopolistic competition market, we are not selling the same type of goods and services. We are selling a differentiated goods and services. Clear? So this is the one major differentiation which we have to learn. And then comes behavioral principle. Already we have finished behavioral principle. Behavioral principle 1, that is related to shutdown point. Which point? When should the firm produce? When they are able to recover their variable cost. When should the firm not produce? When they are unable to recover their. That's it. When is the production efficiency is achieved? Maximum profit level, firm equilibrium, MC equal to, and when MC cuts MR from, that is production efficiency. Until there, production has to be made. Beyond that, if you make, you will incur losses. That is firm equilibrium, behavioral principle 2. Both of which we have already done. By this entire chapter 4 comes to an khatam. Any doubts in chapter 4, let me know before moving to the next topic. Chapter 4, let me know before moving to the MCQ questions. Any doubt? Chapter 4, unit 2 already we have made. Done? Okay, look at the board. June 2024 paper. When firm is in dash market, oligopoly market, comes to the common understanding with each other either by fixing the price or output or both. Everyone is selling at a common price, everyone comes at a one roof and everyone decides to sell at a common understanding and sell. That is collusive oligopoly. Chapter 4, unit 2 already we have done, so I am not going to that once again. Next, in which market price elasticity of the demand is AP is equals to AR is equals to MR. Next, when marginal revenue becomes TR maximum MR. Very difficult question these all are. Economics exam is very difficult. Next, electric company sells electricity to farmers at rupees 3 per unit, while the rate charged for industry is for farming different rate, for industry different rate. What is this called as? Next, which features of monopolistic competition differs from the only in terms of goods? One is homogeneous, other one is product differentiation. That's it. One more here. In which form of market patents, copyrights given by the government is to protect the intellectual property? You have got a legal rights protection. Only you can do it, except you, no one else. That is legal monopoly. What is it called as? Or natural monopoly. What is it called as? Natural monopoly. The relationship between AR and of can be stated as, by the way, what is meant by AR? Selling price. MR decrease as double than AR. Already we said na, MR curve is steeper, AR curve is flatter. The slope of MR curve is twice the clear. Sometimes I will ask approximately 12-14 questions from chapter 4. But usually just 10 questions has to come. That's it. Next, September 24 attempt. Supply curve, that is MC curve, of the perfectly competitive firm. Which firm? In the short run, the position of MC curve lies above the minimum point of. This is nowhere related to chapter 4. It is chapter 3. MC cuts AVC and AC from below and minimum. Below and minimum. See, that is what? Minimum point of average variable cost. Clear? Next, three major smartphone manufacturers, Alpha, Beta and Gamma, dominated the smartphone market. These companies are in a constant competition for the market share and innovation. Which type of market share or which market structure is this? Three of them are there, not two. Two means duopoly. Three means oligopoly. Next, identify the marginal revenue. This is very difficult question. This is unit 1 is, unit 2 is, unit 3 is. You need to identify the. We know the total is cumulative of marginal. That means 10 plus 5 plus 3. How much is 10 plus 5 plus 3? Very difficult question. Next, which market covers a wider area such as few adjacent part of the. Even before starting this chapter only I spoke about the city, state. If it is national market, whole nation. International market, beyond the nation. Local market, one single locality. Clear? Next. Already we have done, taken care. Next. Talcum powder market is an example of which of the following type of oligopoly? Is it collusive? Everyone, are they selling at same price? Open oligopoly. Anyone can come, anyone can go. In the question, they have not spoken about barriers at all. So, it is. There is nothing called as imperfect now. Yes, but according to the question, this is. Because they are not selling at common price. And the question never speaks anything about entry or exit. So, only left out option is. See, they will play around like this sometime. I said now, one question will be like this, some tricky. Not even difficult. It will be little tricky. Next, a software company engaged in. Nothing. Price discrimination comes only in. Monopoly. Next, according to kink demand curve theory of hypothesis, in the dash market, oligopolistic market, why does the demand curve facing the oligopoly have a kink at the prevailing price level? To create confusion among customers. To make demand curve visually interesting. The segment above the price is, below is, yes, it is concave na. Above is highly elastic, below is inelastic. It is a graphical error. I said na, above, below, both you need to understand in the kinked. Next, a market structure where there is only. Even before starting this chapter, I asked single seller, single buyer in the economy. Monopolistic competition. Which competition? Is characterized by many sellers, many buyers, but different goods and differentiated product. Few means oligopoly. Here, identical means perfect competition. Condition of. By the way, how many conditions are there? Which are those two conditions? MC should be equal to MR. MC should cut MR from. The market structure in which all firm individually are the. Now you tell me. Chapter 4, economics, full difficult. Such a bachu questions is coming in exam and student. Oh, very difficult are economics. Why? By the way, you didn't learn the concept. If you have learned the concept, what is difficult here? You are only seeing the questions. What kind of stupid questions they are asking? Not even CA standard. Hardly one or two question comes difficult. That's it. Sir, in class it looks easy. After going back home, we know. That means you have to learn. That is what, not by hearting. Next. Price elasticity of a demand for the firm under the simple P is equals to AR is equals to MR. Price elasticity. That means selling price. AR curve. That is horizontal. That means E is equal to infinite. Clear? Next. Many sellers. What is it? Offering. Not identical. Many sellers, same product, perfect. Many sellers, different product. Next, which is the third formula for MR? E minus 1 by E. Next, total revenue will be maximum. When TR is maximum, MR is 0. E will be equal to relationship between TR, AR and MR. I said now all the three are important. Monopoly graph, flatter curve, steeper curve, TR curve, bell-shaped curve. When both demand and supply, chapter 4 unit 2 question. Next, identify the correct below mentioned conditions for the equilibrium under the firm equilibrium. By the way, what are the two conditions of firm equilibrium? MC should be equal to, MC should cut MR from, see, MC equal to MR, MC should cut in a positive way. Below means it is going up, now up means positive slope. So 1 and option D. Next, market for soaps and detergents. That is actually MTP question. This is same to same, control C, control V they have made in this attempt. And they have said monopolistic. That means large number of buyers and large number of downward sloping, highly in, just now I spoke about this. Highly inelastic. What do you mean by inelastic? Price may go up, price may. It's up to your wish to charge the price. Highly inelastic demand. What is it? Highly inelastic. Which market? Monopoly market. Highly elastic. Perfect competition. Clear? Next. Market characterized by the monops. I need not to read further. Just single buyer is there. Next. Assume that when price is rupees 20, quantity demanded is, so 20 into 9, 180. And when price becomes 19, quantity demanded is 19 into 10, 190. They're asking you to identify. So present is 10th unit, previous is 10th unit 190, previous unit 180. 190 minus 180. Very difficult question. Average revenue is also called as, also known as selling price. When decrease in chapter 4 unit 2 question. Next, when a perfect competitive firm earns dash, when average revenue is more than average cost. AR greater than AC. Also called as abnormal profit. Next, in oligopoly. What is it in? When the industry is dominated by one large firm. In oligopoly, industry dominated by price leader. See, 15 questions they have asked from chapter 4. Next, May 2024. Sorry, 25. Calculate. Average revenue is given, elasticity is given. Which formula? Third formula. What is that formula? AR E minus 1 divided by E. Do it. Simple. 3 minus 1, 2. 2 divided by 3 into 45. Here. Which of the following is not a feature of homogeneous? Very large number of buyers and sellers. Firm is a price taker. Yes. Inelastic demand. What is it? Highly elastic. P is equals to highly elastic, that is. Is it inelastic? Damar. Again, shut-down point question. Which type of market allocates productive resources to the and helps ensure these resources are used effectively? Resource, labor market or factor market. Resource. Resources, factors of production, resources, inputs. Factor market. See, in question only they have given an answer. Producers taking the resources. Input. What is that input? Factors of production, land, labor, capital and which market? The firm will make a maximum by expanding the output to the level where MC should be equal to production efficiency. What is it? See, maximum profit. Making maximum profit means production efficiency. Equilibrium first condition. What is that equilibrium first condition? Marginal revenue is equal to production efficiency. That is behavioral principle 2. The question of behavioral principle. Next. What will happen to the equilibrium price? Chapter 4, unit 2 question. Which of the following is not the feature of the barriers to entry? Yes. No close substitute? Yes. Market power? There. Single buyer. If it is single buyer, which of the following is not a condition of? The seller should be able to divide the markets of at least 2 or more sub-markets. Yes. Essentials of price discrimination. The seller should be a, that means monopoly power. The price elasticity for the product should be different in the different sub-market. Yes, elasticity is different. And there should be possible for the buyer from the lower market to. Is there a possibility to resell? No. Option D, second degree price discrimination. Volume of transaction. First degree, consumer surplus. Third degree, attributes. Second degree, differentiated quantity. That's it. Here, 1 second. Kink demand curve of oligopoly is also known as. Assume the price is rupees 30, quantity demanded is. See, again, same marginal revenue question only. See, 19th unit, 20th unit. Just multiply 30 into 19. Next, 28 into 20. So, 20 minus 19. 560 minus 570. Minus 10. Most of them made positive 10 and went wrong. That's a silly question. See, present is 20. Previous is. So, present minus previous. 20th unit is 560. 19th unit is 560 minus 570. Now, oligopoly market in which there are few comes to the common understanding to fix the price, output, everything. Collusive oligopoly, everyone sells at a common price. Collusive, I said na, collusive, partial. Collusive, most favorite question to ICI. That's it. Last but not the least, September attempt paper. Chapter 4, we got it. Under which of the following forms of market structure the firm cannot influence the price? Where firm cannot decide the price? In supply, chapter 4, unit 2, chapter 4, unit 2, taken care. Wrong question. Yes, madam. Aluminium industry is an example. Aluminium, everyone is saying same aluminium, na cement industry, iron and steel industry, aluminium industry. Everyone is selling the same product, no difference at all. Kink demand curve was found in, also called as Sweezy's model. Which one of the following is? To maximize the profit, yes, supernormal profit intention, enjoy economies of scale production, maximum production and selling at economies of scale. What is that? Economies of scale. Least cost production. What is it? To hold excess stock. Where does excess stock comes into picture? Monopolistic. That means even B is also not answer. C is also. Next, to secure equity through. That is discrimination. Post discrimination. MR of both the market will become equal. They are asking which is not the objective. That means B is also not answer. C is also. See, in monopoly, we never spoke about economies of scale. But economies of scale concept never came in market concept. Where did it come? Theory of production, theory of excess stock was there in monopolistic competition from the same chapter. Option C. Sometimes when two answers are there in the option, you should go with the most suitable answer. What is that? Very best answer. Now both are wrong. B is also wrong. C is also wrong. But in this, B is related to chapter 3. C is related to chapter 4. Two options are wrong. I see, know how to play with you guys sometime like this. That is what I'm saying. Not every question comes like this. Hardly some 1 or 2 questions they will play like this. Next. Which of the following is a fundamental cause for creation of? Fundamental. You are the only seller. That means no one else should enter. Barriers to entry. Next, a food chain introduces a new burger with a unique to differentiate itself from there. That means competitors are there. Uniqueness, competitors, although similar burger option exist in the market, customers, their product as distinct. These type of market structure has been referred as monopolistic. Competitors are there. You are trying to sell a unique product, not the same product. Many sellers, same product, perfect. Many sellers, unique, different product. Next, identify the correct formula. First formula, TRN minus TR. Next, when chapter 4, unit 2 question. Next, which type of firm has a monopoly or a market power to charge the price over and above the marginal cost and earn the positive profit? That means you are a price setter. You have full control. Monopoly firm. Clear? That's it. These are the questions from chapter 4. Now tell me, economics is difficult. Major concept of micro is done. 2, 3 and in next 1 hour, full micro damar. 1 and 5 will just take 1 hour to revise. It will not take much time. Chota chapter it is. 1 and 5. Let's go to chapter 1. Before going to chapter 1, any doubts in any of the topics in chapter 2 and chapter 3, let me know. We'll go to chapter 1 now. Once we are done with micro, we'll take a break today. Similarities, but in collusive oligopoly. Now, what is the main collusive? Everyone sells at common price. But here, I am not ready to sell at a common price. We will sell with our own prices. Both looks similar. But in organized, you all will decide and then you will sell. But in collusive and the other one, competitive, will you decide each other? In collusive, just common, but in organized, not just for selling price, even for production, quotas, everything you will organize yourself. Only among those few people. Okay, done. Stop discussing, listen. We will at least complete chapter 1 before taking the break. Clear? Hello, auntie. Sure. Done, na? Yeah, break become ivaglene. Okay, 1:15 I will give a break. Don't worry. Once we run with the chapter 1, we will take the break. But here in chapter 1, unit 2 is important. What is it? Basic problems of economy and types of. Okay, let's get started. See, very small unit. It doesn't get much, let me say, complicated. Only 3 areas you can expect questions here. One with the intro part. Adam Smith is called as father of. He has written a book by name, An Inquiry into a Nature Causes Wealth of Nations, popularly called as Wealth of, in 1770. And he was the first person to systematically define this subject, so he is called as a father of. But there was a problem with this definition. He was only focusing on wealth. So later, welfare definition was given by Alfred. He is called as father of modern. We only have fathers in economics. No sister, no mother, nothing. Only and only father. One is father, another one is modern. And macroeconomics father? John Maynard Keynes. Clear? Okay, now listen. Economics is derived from a Greek word. Oiko and nomia. Le. Aitana. Chalenta kutkal raitu. Oiko means household. Nomia means. In short, according to the Greek language, it is the art of household. So, fundamental problem of economics. Human wants are. Resources are. So, we need to have a choice making. Clear? So, wealth definition, Alfred Marshall, welfare definition. There is one more definition. Economics must be neutral between ends. Economics must be neutral between ends. Who made this statement? Lionel Robbins only. Only one girl is answering. Entire class is remaining silent. Stupid fellows. I want answers from you also. Economics must be neutral between ends. Who made the statement? Lionel Robbins. Economics is study of welfare. Alfred Marshall. Economics is study of wealth. Adam Smith. Clear? And scarcity definition, growth definition and all were there. They have removed from your syllabus. Clear? Wealth, Adam Smith. Welfare, Alfred Marshall. Next. We are not interested to study about general economics, what you have studied in your 11th and 12th. We are interested to study about business. What is business economics? Simple concept. Taking right decision at right time. What is it? Taking right decision at? In a technical manner, they said rational business decision making. In front of you, multiple options are there. Which option, if you choose, you will be more profitable. That is called rational business decision. The steps involved in rational business decision making. In front of you, there are many alternatives. Collect information about all the alternative. Choose your productive resources, that is inputs, land, labor, capital, and which are limited. Inputs are limited. That can be put into alternative. So, out of this available alternative, after collecting all the information, take a right choice, which will make you to achieve your organizational goal. And reject the wrong choice, select the right. In short, business economics is a rational business decision making which fills the gap between economic theory and business. Whatever Adam Smith, Alfred Marshall have said, economic theory, that may apply today or may not apply. So, whatever today, we need to take a solution as per the practical approach. That is called pragmatic in approach. Which approach? That means business economics is pragmatic in nature. We will not just follow the theory. We will also consider the present business practices. Clear? And to take such decision, we are highly dependent on microeconomics. Highly dependent on? By using economic tools like demand, supply, cost, price, competition. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4. Clear? Demand, supply, Chapter 2. Cost, Chapter 3. Price and competition. That means microeconomics is the main deciding factor for business economics. So, business economics is highly dependent on microeconomics. So, who defined this concept of business economics? John Dionne. Clear? He was the person who defined this concept of business. Next comes micro and micro means small, macro means large. Micro means individual aspect. In detail, macro means entire economy as a. Microeconomics is price theory. Macroeconomics is full of assumptions and unrealistic. Macroeconomics is no assumptions, full of. And microeconomics is worm's eye view. Microeconomics is. Micro means internal, macro means nature of business economics, whether economics is science or arts, both. In order to call it as a science, 5 conditions are there. Systematic body of knowledge, answers should be measurable, answers should be predictable, there should be tools to measure the systematic body. That means hierarchy should be there, step by step, we should learn the advanced level. Answer should be law of demand, formula method, ARC method, we are able to calculate answer, we are able to measuring, and also predictable. If price increases, demand. Yes, we are able to easily predict, and also there is a tool, utils is a tool to measure utility. So economics is satisfying all the first 4 conditions, but it will not satisfy the answers in economics is not applicable throughout universe. What is the demand in India is not the same in US, not the same in Pakistan, not the same in Australia, not the same in Abu Dhabi. Demand, supply and aspects of economics is not universally. Henceforth, economics is not a pure science, economics is a art. And what is art? Practice of knowledge is called as an art. Practical application of knowledge into business. What you studied in theory, you should implement that in real life. And that is what we are doing in business. That is what we are doing in economics. What we learnt in theory, we also implement that in reality. We know people don't buy goods just like that. Buy one, get one free offer, Munyamma Day offer, Manappa Day offer, Big Billion Day, Amazon Festival sale. We do it. People get attracted. So what we learnt in theory, that has to be implemented in practice. Science is theoretical, art is practical. If we analyze economics, we have elements of both. So economics is science as well as. Next comes the most important topic. Now this concept can be connected with any topic of economics. They can connect with any topic of economics. So we know that economics is both science as well as. So when we call it as science, there are 2 more classifications under science. Positive science, normative science. What is it? Positive science? See, in class I have given one beautiful example. Doctor example. Shashikiran is patient, unable to eat water, drink food. Symptoms of Shashikiran, unable to eat water, drink food. I will go to a senior doctor, left hand side, all the senior doctors. They will ask me to go blood test done, reporting done, everything. And after they will get to know, Shashikiran, stupid fellow, in your body alcohol content is more. You are drinking alcohol like water. Liver damage. That is why the problem. Now senior doctor will say, what exactly is my problem? They will say what it is, and they are more concerned with the facts. See, blood test report, scanning report, everything. Based on the reports only they said. And what is the cause and what is the cause? Drinking of too much of alcohol, effect kidney tumor. Cause and effect relationship, and they will never give any kind of solution. They will only define the problem. So they are called as. and they will never pass any kind of value suggestion. All the senior doctors are one and the same. I went to second senior doctor, same happened. Third senior doctor, same happened. I said no money. They said tata bye bye honey. Get lost. That means everyone are same. All of them are uniform. This is positive signs. Clear? Positive signs is like senior doctors. They will say what exactly is the problem. They will say systematic body of knowledge, what it is. They all are one and the. They will just define the. That does not pass any kind of value. They are more concerned with. They speak about cause and. Full opposite is normative. Like junior doctor just recently cleared MBBS. They want to become good name, fame, everything. Their main objective is being ideals, like role model, idol. And they will not exactly say what is the problem. They will say what it can be, what ought to be. What is it? What? Ought to be. They are not precise about what exactly is the problem. Clear? And junior doctor will give suggestions. They will pass value judgment. So they are called as prescriptive. But the biggest trouble with the normative is they are not at all concerned with any kind of no blood test, no scanning, nothing. By looking into me only, they will say this is the problem. That is the problem. They are not at all concerned with the. They will just say how things should be. I asked doctor, no money. I want solution. Don't worry. Night before sleeping, Allah, take one bowl of water, put some badam inside it. Morning you drink that badam water, throw the badam. I'm just giving example. That means they are not at all concerned with any kind of facts. They will just say how things should be. So this concept can be connected with any topic of economics. Now let's say for example, law of demand. All other things remains constant. If price increase, demand. Is it making any statement or giving any solution? Making just a statement. That means just defining the problem, not giving any kind of solution. That means positive. Or they will give one scenario like this. In Bangalore, 70% of youngsters are addicted to smoking. They're speaking about facts, positive signs. Now there is a heavy rain expected in Bangalore in next 1 week and schools and colleges are advised to close down. Suggestion also given. Problem is also said. See, like this throughout economics, any topic can be merged with positive and clear, understood. So this is the difference between positive and. So the doctor example, senior doctor is like positive signs, junior doctor is like clear. Who is concerned with facts? Who is not concerned with facts? Who will speak about cause and effect? Who are ideals? Whose main objective is being uniformity? Who will give suggestions? Who will not give any suggestion? Who is prescriptive science? Who is descriptive science? Who will say how things should be? This is the exam question, especially last 3 points. This last 3 points is where exam questions are going to come the most. Clear? And later I already spoke about pragmatic in approach, already taken care. That means we don't just consider theory, we also consider the present business practices. So business economics is more and more of pragmatic in its approach. It tackles the practical problem which the firm faces in the real. See, it doesn't matter just to know how to run the business. It is not sufficient. You should also have a knowledge of other subjects. Let's say if you're running a business, you should know what you mean by accounts, what do you mean by taxation, what is marketing. That means business economics is not independent. It is interdependent. What is it? With other disciplines. That is what? Interdisciplinary in incorporating the tools of other. You should also have a knowledge of mathematics, management theory, accounts and. So if you are running a business, it's not just about how to run a business. You should also have a knowledge of other subjects. And not just that, even various other economic tools, you should have a knowledge. But business economics alone is an incomplete element. That means you should know about Nirmala aunty, what is her mindset, how much tax she is living, what is environment law in your country, what is forex rates, all this other aspect, like what is the general price level in your country, what is the income earning capacity, employment level, government policy, tax, interest rate, industry relation, all this knowledge should be there. But business economics never speaks any of this. That is why it is called as. And to take decision, that is right decision at right time, we only consider economic tool like demand, supply, cost, price. That means you are only considering micro. Business economics is mainly based on. Clear? See, business economics is largely based on microeconomics. As a business manager, you are largely concerned about achieving only about your. And since business economics is concerning about the decision making aspect and it is highly dependent on. And there is one more concept, difference between general economics and business. It is there in ICM material, that difference, last point, which is inclusive, which is Exclusive. See, business economics is a part of general economics. Clear? Huh? But general economics is not a part of. So, business economics is a part of. Clear? Huh? That one differentiation, they are asking question multiple times. That you have to be very clear. Understood? By this chapter 1, unit 1 comes to end. That's it. Unit 1 is not that important. Here, only two ways of asking question. Positive signs. That is the major area where question is going to come. If not economics as science or economics as art. If not there, micro and that is where the questions are going to come. By mistake, if question comes from any area, jackpot, donation of marks. Father of economics. Economics as science and arts. These all are bachu question. Next comes the most important area, central problems of an economy. What is it? See, if I ask it in a layman terms, what are all the problems of the country? Sir, unemployment, poverty, corruption, blah, 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 blah. You will give a big list. But from the economist point of view, whose point of view? The biggest drawback or biggest problem is from the allocation of resources, because human wants are, resources are, such resources can be used in the. So, how do we allocate resource is the major issue. Based on allocation of resources, there are four basic problems in an economy. The very first problem, what to? Second one, third one, fourth one. What provision has to be made for economic growth and development? Clear? So, very first problem, what to produce is also called as problem of choice making. In your country, what type of goods and services are you going to produce? Is it durable goods or single time use or superior goods are? And it's not about what goods you are producing and even in what you are producing these goods and services. Okay, Shashikiran decided I want to be a bench manufacturer. Okay, I decided what goods. Next, how are you producing? Using more of labor or using more of technology? Is it capital intensive or labor? Now, being a country like India, we have more capital or more labor? Labor is available for cheaper cost. Cheap labor ka dukan, India. So, we have to use more and more of which technology? So, in short, it is nothing but choice of technique of production. A capital surplus country will choose capital intensive, labor surplus country like India will choose. So, second problem is about choosing the technique of production. That is called as how to. And Shashikiran, bench manufacturer, okay, you decided by using more and more of. You are producing. Next comes the most important problem. Who exactly are your targeted customer? For whom are you producing these goods and services? Is it based on class of society? That means upper class, middle class, lower class. Or is it based on any targeted segment like age group, school going people, college going people, office going people, or any classification? Who is the targeted customer and do they have the ability to purchase your goods and services? This is the third problem. For whom to? See, first bench manufacturer, you decided you will produce with the labor, and then you decided your educational institutions and coaching centers are the major targeted customers. Now comes the another biggest problem, sustainable development practices. Which practices? That means you cannot use all the resources for just present consumption only. You should make provision. Provision means setting aside the resources even for future generation. Simple, meeting the needs of present generation without compromising the needs of. That means resource should be used for present as well as preserved and protected even for. If you use all the resources for just present consumption only, you will not have an increment to produce in the future. Best example, say water campaign. Drinking water is hardly just 1% on the globe. We have only 2% of sweet water. 98% is salt water. So we need to protect the water, save the water. You cannot waste the water. You cannot just leave the tap. Preserving, protecting. What provision are we making for dash growth? In short, sustainable. These are the four basic problems of an economy. Such basic problems of an economy is mainly because of. What are the four basic problems of economy? What provision has to be made for economic growth and development? Clear? Next comes the most important topic, types of economic system. See, before, let me say, recently, some 50-60 years ago, we were still under the ruling. Hardly there are few countries on earth today who are still under the ruling. Best example, Middle East. One beautiful country. Which is that? Saudi Arabia. Still under the king. Autocratic ruling. North Korea, totalitarian state. Kim Jong-un, North Korea. Clear? Only few countries. And remaining, any of the nations you consider, any one out of the three economic system they are following. Capitalistic, socialistic. Mixed economy. And this is the one of the most important topics. See, capitalistic means control is there for the private enterprise. Who is controlling? Socialistic. Control is with the government. Such government is called CPA, Central Planning Authority. Mixed economy, as the name says, combination of both capital as well as socialistic. Clear up? Now listen to this very carefully. Let me go little in detail, one by one. And in class, I have also made you to write down the few important pointers, separate pointers in the class. If you have that notebook, superb, amazing. For the other students, you have to prepare on your own now. I will explain. After explaining, you have to prepare on your own. See, simple. First, I will explain capitalistic. Capitalistic has three different names. Free market economy, laissez-faire economy, private run economy. Which are the three different names? Free market economy, laissez-faire economy, or if you want, turn on the recording in your phone, audio recording, you can keep it if you want, if your wish. But these are the shortcuts to remember. And in my regular class, I made them to write properly. Capitalistic, socialistic, proper differentiation. Hey, audio recording, not video. Behind you, ma, behind you. We have a Mustafa part 2 in the class. We had one Mustafa in the class. There is one Kannada comedy you have seen, Sadhu Kokila's old movie. There was one student in the class. Every time when I explain something, when I ask them to write, he will come with the phone like this. So his name itself was Mustafa. And even in Chennai, where is she? I think one student was there now from Chennai. We had one more, son of Mukesh Ambani. Pushpa movie was example for them. Chalo, fine. Okay, we'll continue. Okay, listen. Capitalistic economy. Three different names. Free market economy, laissez-faire economy, private run economy. Point number one, the most important characteristic feature, majority. The word is called as what? Majority. Not complete. Majority of factors of production, economic resources, land, labor, capital, organization are owned by private enterprise. Which enterprise? Private. And remember, private enterprise, profit motive or welfare motive? Profit. Their main intention is to earn the profit. And market are completely decided based on market forces. Price mechanism will still operate. Demand and in this type of market, now rich becomes much more richer and poor remains. Poor. And that means there is a high inequality in distribution of income and wealth. In these type of market, they only listen to the demands of rich people. Whatever the demand created by rich people, they try to satisfy the needs of rich. They are completely neglecting the poor because their profit intention, profit motive, only when they satisfy the needs of rich, they can earn more and more. And the biggest important point in capitalistic economy, consumer sovereignty. What is it? That means choice making ability of a customer is not restricted. That means as a customer, you can choose from whomever you want to buy. No restriction either from manufacturer A, B, C or D. With anyone you can go and buy. No restriction. And the biggest point of capitalistic, there is a laissez-faire approach. That means government intervention is almost zero. Entire operations are controlled by private. Government will not at all interfere. Almost zero intervention of government. Complete free hands to private. Complete. That is the reason exploitation is more in this type of an economy. And as per your syllabus, developed nation. Which nations are following a capitalistic economy? So these are the characteristic features of capitalistic. Most important, laissez-faire. Zero intervention of government. Complete freedom to private. Consumer sovereignty not restricted. High inequality in distribution of income and wealth. Highly profit motive. Majority of the factors of production and economic resources are in the hands of private, and there is a right to property. What is it? Create as much as wealth as possible, property as possible. No one is going to restrict, no one is going to question, government is not going to interfere. That is right to property. These are the features of capitalistic. Next, opposite, socialistic. Three different names. Command economy. What is it called as? Command economy. Centrally planned economy and public run economy. See, capitalistic private run, socialistic public run. Such public run, public is called as CPA, centrally planned authority. That is why CPA run economy. Which economy? CPA. Okay, now let us compare. Capitalistic economy, majority of the resources are in the hands of private, but here complete resource. Which resource? Complete economic resources and factors of productions are in the hands of CPA. Such government is called as centrally planned authority. And capitalistic economy was profit motive. Socialistic is? Capitalistic economy was still operated based on market forces, but here no market forces, nothing. Completely controlled by CP. Consumer sovereignty is totally restricted. In capitalistic, as a customer, you can choose between manufacturer A, B, C. Here, no choosing, nothing. Every manufacturer is producing same type of goods and who will decide what to produce? CPA. That's why customer doesn't have any choice. Consumer sovereignty is completely restricted. And in this type of an economy, equitable distribution of income and wealth. But capitalistic economy, unequal distribution of income and. But here equitable distribution of income and. In capitalistic, full freedom to private. But here no freedom, completely restricted. No freedom at all. If at all you are in socialistic economy, what to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce, what price to sell, everything is decided by CPA. No freedom to private at all. And in capitalistic economy, right to property was there. But here, in socialistic economy, licensing is existing. What is existing? For each and everything, private enterprises has to take license. Clear? And last but not the least, in capitalistic economy, what was the last point? All developed countries for the example of capitalistic economy, but socialistic economy today at present there is no country which is purely socialistic. No country which is but the elements of socialism as per your syllabus is China, Vietnam, Cuba. China? Still there are few more countries which follows the socialism practices, but not purely socialism, but not purely. And this concept of socialism was introduced by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Karl Marx and in their book called as Communist Manifesto. In the book called as published in the year 1848. Published in the year. This is the differentiation between capitalistic economy and socialistic. Clear? Other than this, advantages, disadvantages, whatever we just discussed, the same pointers are given in the form of advantage and clear. See here, encouraging economic activity, maximum efficiency, dynamic environment, economy keeps on changing, rapid economic growth is there. These are the advantages of. Next comes disadvantage, unequal distribution of. Business will be more. Why? Because dynamic environment and consumer are exploited. Only rich people's demand is listened, poor people demand is never listened, and misutilization of productive. Over-exploitation will happen in capitalistic economy. Is that clear? Advantages and disadvantage. Next comes socialistic economy. Complete private ownership or public ownership. There is no freedom and social welfare motive. Planning mechanism is going to work. CPA is going to work and there is no and absence of consumer sovereignty, restriction on the freedom of equitable distribution of income and wealth, merits and demerits, socialistic economy, optimum utilization of satisfaction of customer, equitable distribution of income and see, still more pointers are there. Main pointers I have mentioned here. Still more is there. You can just go through it like a newspaper in the ICA material. Disadvantages, inaccurate calculation of. Government will never calculate the cost on time, perfectly, correctly, always decision making is lagging and bureaucratic. One stupid fellow agrees, another stupid fellow will never agree. To make it as a rule or implement it, it will take a lot of time. Concentration of power only in the one who has a government power, one who has an influence, he will get a better services and faster services. And all this corruption, everything, red tapeism, everything will be higher. Next comes mixed combination of both capitalistic and see combination of both private and public sector. And there is a planning economy still operates. Planning and price. What is it? Price. Both will operate. That means demand and supply will also function. Even planning mechanism will also function. And balance the regional. See, backward regions are concentrated by the government. Cities are concentrated by the private. Dual system of pricing exists for the same services. Best example, India, schools and colleges. Private schools, public schools, different price. Private healthcare, public healthcare, different price. And there is a freedom of enterprises. That means consumer sovereignty is not restricted to the customer. You can choose between private and public. And private sector has a competition and they are mainly public sector is for a. And in private sector, price mechanism will solve the basic problem of economy. What to produce, how to produce, whom to produce, what provision. Here, who will solve the problem? Government. Government will interfere. Government will decide. And competition exists, but it is only limited to consumer sovereignty. There is still a freedom of occupation. Now, more than merits of mixed economy, demerits are important. Now, Schumpeter, you are another best friend of economics. You will always come in between to every topic. He will say this mixed economy is nothing like a capitalism in an oxygen. It is like temporary advantages you are giving to the working class of society and you are also cheating the people. So mixed economy is nothing like a capitalistic model only. Very temporary advantages you are giving. And in the mixed economy, it is very difficult to, because balancing between both private and public is highly difficult. And in this kind of economy, there is a Nirmala Anti Pro Max. All this will be there. Heavy taxes will be there in the mixed economy. Example, India, 18%, 40%. See, and advantages, they will have advantages of both, blah, blah, blah. This is just a read only. But disadvantages are important. And the most important point of mixed economy, still inequality in distribution of income, and it is like a capitalism in the face of socialistic model. In the face of, so existence of both, but still dominance of capitalism. But in books, they will say dominance of socialism. Government has little upper hand. Government has little. But in reality, in India, government doesn't have any kind of hand only. Everything is controlled by private. Best example, Indigo. See, government already created a rule. 6 months back only they implemented. But Indigo said, no, get lost. Now, indirectly, they are only creating pressure, Indigo, by disturbing all the flight operation. Monopoly, man. Almost 60% market share. So next, don't worry. Next, every sector will happen like this. Next, already your people have welcomed red carpet to Jio, na? Next, Jio will start playing around like this. IPL match. Shut and pay this. If not, I will not telecast. By the way, next 2027 and later, IPL auction bidding is going down. Do you know why? One beautiful sector got banned in India, na? Betting. They were the major investors on advertisements in all this IPL, all these apps. 7,000 crore rupees of money was just spent on advertisement. 7,000 crore. Now that entire industry of 7,000 crore wiped off. Now whoever comes forward to buy that IPL telecasting license, he cannot make a profit at all. Major revenue is to come from advertisement, betting applications, all this, Dream 11, My IPL, Rummy Circle, all these people, damar. They can't advertise, nothing. 7,000 crore approximately advertisement industry, damar. So till 2026-27 starting, Jio has the rights. After that, Jio has backward. Now Jio said, no boss, I am not taking. Only left out option is one more, Sony Live. If Sony Live also backs out, Netflix, Amazon Prime and all will never buy. Because that is not their forte at all. Now IPL valuation automatically, damar, already 20% dropped. After this ban of all betting applications. See, their entire business was based on betting application. They don't worry, they will bring back. There is only small differentiation between game of skill and game of gambling. They will use this mantra and they will try to bring that back. Don't worry. And they will say you can't invest money, only like that you will play. And next they will come with new law. You can invest money up to certain. See, in India, everything is possible. Thereby this, the entire chapter 1 comes to an Khatam, clear? Okay, we'll see the MCQ question. Hardly it takes 10 minutes, man. Only 5 questions are there in every attempt. Not beyond 5 questions. ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಚಳಿ? As backside? Is it chilling? Is it cold over there? Their summer is going on. Okay. Hello. The faster we finish the MCQ, we are going to take the break. Which of the following is covered under the behavior of firm, factor pricing, economic conditions of the sector of the people? Next, overall level of savings and investment. Overall level, that means entire nation as a whole. Macro. Next up, under pragmatic approach. Which approach? Macroeconomics is abstract and purely. Sorry. Microeconomics is abstract and purely. And it analyzes economic with unrealistic. See, microeconomics is full of assumptions and unrealistic in nature, that considers only and only based on theoretical approach. Next, what is the nature of business? How it is applied branch of economics. Business economics is positive as well as clear up. Practical solutions is given to the problem. See, problem also defined, along with that solutions is also taken. Taking right decisions at right time to achieve organizational goals. So it has positive as well as, see, it is positive because it will say what it is. Normative because it will provide us a Making right decisions at right time, decision making ability, what should we do, what we should not do. That is the reason. Next, Mr. X has been given a task of segregate normative and non-normative statement. Help him to identify which one of this is the part-time working hours for the student should be suggesting. See, it should be 25 hours per week. In different elements, it was just making a statement. That is positive statement. Only this part B was the normative statement. That's it. I think only 4 questions. One more. 5. Fifth one. Among the following, which statement differentiates business economics from the other? It helps in proper decision making in a particular business entity. Clear? And see, it involves farming, macro farming. Concentrates only on the economic. Non-economic is not considered. Any business problems business problems are there. It has to be considered. Taking right decisions at right time. It helps in fulfillment of needs for the as well as the entities. No, we never speak about individual and entity. Entire economy as a whole and business decisions as a whole. So it helps in proper decision making in the particular business entity. Next, September 24 attempt. Chapter 1. Price in capitalistic economy is determined by. Next, Sarah runs a lemonade stall. Her decision making involves assessing the demand for her pricing strategy and also maximizing her. She's speaking only about the lemonade business, only her. That means, in which economic activity or in which economy the material means of production, that is factors, capital, mines, etc. are owned by entire economy as a whole. CPA, Central Planning Authority. Now, which of the following is related to the total arrangements for the production and distribution of goods and services in the, that is economic system. Which type of economic system? System of the economy. Next, business economics is basically concerned with for a decision making purpose. That's it. These are the 5 questions. Next, Jan 25 attempt paper. Buyers ultimately determine which type of goods and services are needed. What is it called as? Which one of the following is not one of the basic problem? Did we add something called as where to produce? Nothing. Next, which of the following is an example of a normative is suggestions? See, the demand for goods and services will increase if the price factor. That is a fact. Next, government should increase tax on liquor to reduce its consumption as normative. Next, the decrease in interest rates will lead to increase in, again, factor. An increase in government spendings will reduce the, again, cause and effect relationship. Option B. Which of the following does not? Why not? Cause and effect it is. Where is cause and effect? Positive or normative? Alright. Which of the following does not describe the nature of? Normative in nature, abstract and purely theoretical. That is, microeconomics is abstract and purely theoretical. It is an art. Yes. Next, it is also incorporating the elements of, yes, macro analysis, not decision making. Decision making is only on the micro. Option B. So even D is considered to be an answer, but not appropriate answer. B is more and more appropriate answer. That's it. These are the 4 or 5 questions. Next, May 25 attempt. Which of the following is not a merit of an? Is it collective ownership? Faster economic growth? Yes. Higher degree of? Next, innovation and technological progress? Yes. Collective ownership comes in socialistic economy. Next, the microeconomic theory mainly does not deal with which of the following? That is macro. Demand and supply, production and cost, inventory management is micro. But stages of business cycle, that is introduction, growth, maturity, decline, that is macro. Even before starting economics only, I said business cycle is not from micro, it is from the macro. Which of the following is not the correct about the business economics with reference to the business economics as a narrow scope in comparison to Yes, general economics is wider scope. Business economics is a narrow scope. Business economics helps in proper decision making in a particular business entity. Yes, economics is applied branch. Economics is not applied branch. Business economics is the applied branch of economics. Wrong. Next, business economics includes the analysis of issues like demand and yes, business economics is mainly based on micro environment. Option C is wrong. Command economy, another name. That's it. Last September paper. People are already like, sir, bitpudi sir. An ice cream company is planning to expand its business. Before making the decision, it studies various economic factors such as customer preferences, pricing, employee wages, ideal location for its outlet. Only for that outlet. Micro. Next, which of the following statement is true related to relative inequality in income distribution? Socialistic is equal distribution. Next, freedom from hunger is guaranteed. Yes, equitable distribution of income and yes, customer sovereignty gets restricted. Yes, statement 2 correct. Market forces have a major role. No. Where is market forces working in? Capitalistic. Buyers will determine what kind of good. Only statement is correct. Next, the important feature of mixed economy. There is a coexistence of private and public sector. Which one of the following is not characteristics of profit, freedom of enterprise, competition, collective? No, collective ownership comes in. Socialistic economy. See, by this entire chapter 1 also comes to an. Now the time is 1 o'clock 6 minutes. We are starting on dot and 2 o'clock 7 minutes. 1 hour, on dot 1 hour I'm going to give. Don't worry. Niranjan, not Niranjan da. You are off nobody. Okay, the next unit, that is chapter number 5. Business cycle. Close the door. Bye-bye. Attendance is done. Okay. So we had finished with the chapter 1 until chapter 4. Now we are going ahead with the chapter 5. So chapter 5 speaks about business cycle. So one of the most important topic from exam perspective as well as to understand macroeconomics. There are only 5 topics in this chapter 5. And from all the one single individual topic, you can expect a question. So 5 questions will come in the exam. 5 topics are there. So in total 5 marks each. Clear up. So let us get started. Business cycle, also called as economic cycle or trade cycle. All the uncles and aunties, now I will start asking question. Whoever is disturbing in the class, get ready. Now, trade cycle will get affected with all the multiple activities in the economy. Like it series of activity gets affected. If any one parameter changes, all the parameters gets affected. Let's take up an example. Let's assume demand in the economy is increasing. So why did the demand increase? Sir, people are earning more money. That is the reason people are demanding more. So why income has increased? Now when demand goes up, should we produce more or should we produce less? That means output should increase. In order to produce more, should we appoint more people or less people? So employment will also increase. When demand is increasing, income is increasing, automatically price levels will also. Why? Because in order to appoint more people, produce more people, you have borrowed more loan from the banker. Bank credits have also gone up. You have an obligation to repay with interest. So price level will also increase. If prices are increasing, your profitability will increase. If your profits are increasing day by day, automatically you will be paying more salary to your staff. Even their income earning capacity will. When income increase, once again demand will. Again the cycle continues because they are earning more income, their standard of living is. And output is increasing in the economy. So GDP in the economy will also. See, all the series of activity got triggered. So any one element in between getting triggered, all the elements gets triggered. So henceforth, remember, business cycle is recurrent. What does it business cycle is? That means it occurs again and again, occurs periodically, but I can't say always at a regular interval. That means, sir, January we will be in expansion, February will be in peak, March will be in contraction, April will be in trough, and again May we will come to recovery. No, I can't predict like this. So few business cycle have long ending and few business cycle have. But we can never predict business cycle even before it occurs. What is it even before it? And the stages of business cycle. See, as per your syllabus, the first stage is expansion. Second stage is third stages, fourth stages, and recovery is not a stage. But every business cycle starts from trough. Where does it start from? From the trough, it will come to recovery. From the recovery, it goes to expansion. From there, it goes to. From there is a contraction phase. After that, again, it come back to trough. But there is one more phase, which is not explained in your syllabus, but it is helpful to understand chapter 7 and chapter 8. That is one devil phase called as depression. What is it called as? Depression. Clear up. So in short, we need to understand about the expansion, peak, contraction, depression, trough, recovery. And business cycle is recurrent. What is it? Business cycle is? That means it occurs again and again like this. But it does not have a specific duration of time. That means to complete this one cycle, it may take a day, month, week, year, decade, anything, or any particular stage. Expansion can be for single day, single week, single month, or it can be for a decade. We can never predict business cycle even before they occur. And few business cycle are long ending and few business cycle are. See, the red one is a long ending. Blue one is a short ending. So we can never predict business cycle even before they occur. So these two statements are most important. Many times the questions have come from this statement. Business cycle is recurrent and occurs periodically. That means again and, but not always at the regular. Business cycle does not have a specific duration of time. Few business cycle are short ending and few business cycle have. Clear. Now, how many stages are there in business cycle? And every business cycle starts from the trough it comes to expansion phase. See, from the trough it comes to expansion and finally it goes to, from the peak it comes to, and finally it goes to, like this similar ups and downs continues. Clear? So let us understand the business cycle one by one. So remember, this horizontal line is a reference line. Now I will introduce a new product to system or into the economy. Two things may happen. Either product becomes successful or product becomes failure. If it is failure, straight away depression, trough. If it is successful, it comes to expansion, next goes to. Clear up. Now let's say I introduce a chocolate by name Gone Mad. Which mad? Okay, people like the chocolate. Now demand has to increase. Obviously, if demand is increasing, production increase, employment increase, all this parameter starts increasing. And not just that, in the expansion phase, an economy will also face inflation. What is it? Inflation. Clear. And there will be inflation, general price level keeps on increasing. And when the economy is doing well, when the economy is performing well, profitability is increasing. In order to control this inflation, what is it? Now, monetary authority will also increase interest rate. Monetary authority will increase. That means this has a connection with chapter 7 and chapter 8. That means in any economy for it matter, to control fluctuations, either in the form of inflation or either in the form of deflation. So there will be economic policy. Which policy? Now such economic policy is of two types. First one is fiscal. Fiscal policy. Second one is monetary policy. So this fiscal policy is the one which is created by the government of the nation. Monetary policy is created by the central bank. Which bank? So which is the central bank in India? So under fiscal policy, there are two important tools. The very first tool is a government expenditure. Second one is a, under monetary policy, there are 7 different elements. Combined, I call it as an interest rate. What do we call it as? Now, simple question. Why do inflation or deflation occurs in the economy? The primary root cause is change in money supply. Change in money supply. See, suppose in the economy, if money supply increases beyond what it is needed, if money supply goes up, if everyone in the economy starts getting more and more money in their hand, automatically what happens to the demand? Increases. So when money supply increases, demand will, people will start spending more money, general price level will increase. So to control inflation, what is it to control? Now government will not spend much money. That means government expenditures will decrease and Nirmala aunty will become active. Tax rates will increase. Since you guys have more money in your hand, when you are spending more and more money to buy goods and services, Nirmala aunty wants to control that. Because already there is more money in the economy. If you demand more and more, prices will increase. Much more. Already inflation is there. If prices keeps on increasing, that is a disaster. So tax rates will increase. On the other side, monetary authority will also increase its interest rate. It will increase its. See, that is the reason. In the expansion phase, when there is a inflation, interest rates will also complete opposite when there is a deflation. Now, when the economy is not performing well, so when will there will be a deflation in an economy? Deflation occurs whenever there is a contraction. When economy is not performing well. Now, complete opposite. When economy is not performing well, that is the responsibility of a government to spend more money. Nirmala aunty will reduce the tax and interest rates will also decrease. So, this is the effect of inflation and deflation in the economy as a government through fiscal policy and they try to control. So, this fiscal policy, this is what we study in chapter 7. Monetary policy is what we study in chapter. So, there is a connection from chapter 7 as well as chapter 8. So, an economy will face inflation during expansion, deflation during contraction. That means whenever we are in the expansion phase, which phase? So, in the expansion phase, all the economic variables will be seeing an upward trend. Which trend? And we are appointing more and more people to work, to produce more. So, involuntary unemployment will be almost. That means people are willing to work, capable to work, they are getting the job. Unemployment problem is almost zero. That to which unemployment? See, any economy will face two kinds of unemployment. Voluntary unemployment and involuntary. Voluntary unemployment. That means I am ready to work, capable to work. That is one case. But I am not ready to work. I have done engineering. Should I work like an office staff? Oh, no, I don't want. That means voluntary unemployment. Even though work is available, I am not willing to work. But nation cannot solve such problem. Nation has to always focus on solving the. That means I am ready to work, capable to work, but I am unable to find the right job. Such kind of involuntary unemployment will be almost. And during the expansion phase, there is expansion in as well as standard of. Other stupid fellows, open your mouth and respond. Not only 5-6 people in the class. 80 is the class strength. Offline, online, put together, respond. So, remember, in the expansion phase, all the variables like output, income, employment, price, profit, standard of. Everything will be. See, there is a high level of output and high level of. And employment. Interest rates are. Why? To control inflation. To control. And there is a large expansion in the. Because people are demanding more, we should produce more. So, we borrow more loan and we produce and we will also done the business. And also, large expansion in bank credit. Effective utilization of capital and overall business. But the biggest trouble of expansion phase is inflation. We need to control and there will be dash employment in the economy. And there will be full employment of resources and the level of economic activity will be because of that GDP starts increasing. So in which phase the GDP of the economy starts increasing? Expansion phase. When things are going up like this continuously, it will reach to which position? Usually peak will be for a shorter duration of time. See, when Shashikiran is becoming successful by introducing a chocolate called as gone mad, when he is increasing price, still demand is increasing, my competitors, will they look it and remain silent? They will come with a similar product, they try to sell for lesser price and they will now name it as come mad. Shashikiran called it as gone mad. Now they came up with a similar product and they will name it as come mad. So definitely now automatically customers gets attracted. Now they are unable to, let's say for example, sell more units. So once you go to peak position, next is contraction. Economy starts declining. But in the peak position, things will be at the maximum. What is it? Things will be at the maximum. See, highest level of it causes rise in as well as and there is an upswing in the and economy reaches the also called as usually this will be for a shorter period of time. The top level or the highest level of the business cycle where manufacturer ends up in gaining higher level of and usually for a shorter period of time. So once you are achieving successful heights, greater amount of profit, be it your neighbor country or competitive country will not remain silent. Even they will come up with a similar product and sell it at a lesser price. Slowly your economy starts going to the downwards trend. Which trend? Downwards. That is called as. Now whatever we said, Allah, everything is going up, that everything will start now coming down. That is called contraction. Entry phase of trouble. What is it? This is the point where the trouble starts. But beyond this, there is one more biggest trouble called as devil phase. That is called as depression. See, any economy for it matter, as a government, by using their fiscal policy, they should control the disaster in the economy during the contraction itself. By mistake, if economy slips to depression, fiscal policy will not work. Fiscal policy will not work. See, we discussed about that in chapter 7. Again, pump pricing, compensatory spending concept will come. There, in order to make you people understand, I'm bringing the elements of depression in chapter 5 itself. Remember, fiscal policy will work only till it will not work in depression. So, government has to be very careful. Boss, when economy is not performing well, when economy is seeing a downward trend, now you guys have to buckle up. You guys have to make sure that economy bounce backs. So, at the contraction, whatever we said, increasing trend, now everything starts. Employment, output, price, profit, GDP, every aspect will start decreasing. See, that is a turning point from peak to worst position. In between best, in between the worst, we have a contraction, or also called as a. During this recession phase, economic activity will, demand starts, overall production, even further investment plans are also. So why sir, further investment plans? Because periya payi, devil is waiting, depression. So we don't want to take risk. So manufacturer will become dash mindset. Businessman will lose the confidence and he will become a negative mindset and he is not ready to invest money. And see, there is a continuous decline, steady decline in output, income, employment, and there is a reduction in the bank credit. Now banks will also stop giving credit. And why? Even businessman is not interested to take credit. Economy not performing. When economy is not performing, what will I do by taking loan? When people are not ready to buy, and investment opportunities will also decrease. Expansion in the business will. Now comes the beautiful point. Stock market. Business creations will. People starts losing the. That is what we call recession phase. In the name of cost cutting, MNC companies, all big organizations start throwing out their people because economy is not performing. Economy is seeing a downwards trend, and the disaster phase is called as a. So depression, there is a continuous decline. What is it? Continuous. In output, income, employment, price, profit, there is a continuous decline in the standard of living and dash sets in. And this is where we will have a dash crisis. See, contraction of bank credit because of financial crisis. There is a high level of unemployment. There is a fall in output and GDP. Dash sets in. Depression sets in. So this depression is like a worst phase that will make the economy to suffer a lot. So we should never allow depression to set in. When we are at the contraction phase itself, government has to take an appropriate measure and bounce back the economy. By mistake, if economy slips down to depression, what does it slips down to? This is worst phase. So everything will be in the disaster level. Everything will be in what? Disaster. Even firm shutdowns, there are several production facility. That means there is a temporary shutdown. Which shutdown? Clear? When the aggregate economy becomes the lowest and price, profit, everything comes to complete bottommost or the lowest position. That lowest position is called as a. After reaching the trough, now slowly economy will try to bounce back. And it may take a time. See, as we said, any phase, it can be for single day, single week, single month, or even a year, even a decade. We can never predict. Whatever we saw the best performance in expansion, worst performance will become in depression. And when we see the downward trend, that is when trouble starts. Trouble starts in contraction. Trouble becomes extreme in depression. So any economy should not allow, or the government should not allow the economy to slip down to depression. Why? Because in the contraction itself, economy faces. Unemployment problem starts increasing. Interest rates will fall. Interest rates will. And there is where the Keynesian concept of liquidity trap comes into a picture. Which picture? People will start holding liquid money. Why? Because of adverse effect. Economy is not performing. Economy may become even more worst, even more. And moreover, people started losing job. Unemployment problem. Boss, when I had money, when I was earning well, I used to keep money in bank. One way I am losing job. Upon that stupid fellow, interest rate is also going down in depression. Bank is also not giving me a good interest rate. Now why should I keep money in bank? First of all, I lost job. Economy not performing well. Even your interest rate is also decreasing. So why should I keep money in bank? So I will start withdrawing money and I will be holding money in my hand. In which phase I will start holding money in my hand? That is what financial crisis. What is it? Clear? So during the depression phase, people will start losing confidence. See, due to less interest rates in the bank as well as unemployment problem in an economy, people start holding the and availability of bank credits will. That is what we call financial crisis. What is it? Financial Finally, when economy slowly starts recovering, that means some new invention, new innovation will happen. Slowly demand starts picking up. Slowly economy will start seeing the good phase. Which phase? That is when manufacturer will once again become to a positive mindset. Which mindset? Positive. Now slowly things starts turning from the worst phase towards the best phase. In between the worst and in between the worst, best and worst, what do we have? Recovery phase. In this recovery, this is not the stage in business cycle, just a position to understand. So which are the stages? Expansion, peak, contraction, trough. Even depression is not there in your syllabus. I'm only explaining it to make you people understand chapter 7 and chapter. Even depression is not part. In your chapter 5, depression and trough has been clubbed. What is it? Depression and trough has been clubbed and they have explained it together. So even if you are reading from ICA material, depression and trough, what is it? They have clubbed together. They have not explained in separate manner. Clear? Now, in the recovery phase, employment starts. Slowly, revival becomes. See, during this period of recovery, there is an expansion and rise in. Demand starts. Production. That causes increase in. Now, business expansion will start. Again, business will bounce back and stock market gets. Clear. So these are the stages of business cycle. Mainly there are 4 stages. Which are those 4 stages? Expansion, peak, contraction. So expansion first phase, peak second phase, third contraction, fourth. Trough is the starting point of the business cycle. As per your syllabus, recovery is not the stage and depression has been clubbed along with the trough. And this dotted line is the economic growth rate. Which growth rate? That means year by year economy is going flat like this or going up like this or going down like this. So that represents the growth rate. What does it represent? From year by year. So these are the stages of business cycle. Remember, where will the manufacturer become negative mindset? Manufacturer becomes negative mindset during the contraction phase. Where will he become a positive mindset? And whenever there is an upward trend, positive mindset. Downward trend, negative mindset. Economy faces inflation in, deflation in. Whenever there is an inflation in the economy, or deflation in the economy, fiscal policy and monetary policy should operate to control them. Whenever there is inflation, inflation means more money is there in the economy. What is there? More money. Deflation means less money. So what is the prime cause of our inflation or deflation? Money supply. Whenever money supply varies, either it leads to inflation or if money supply increases in the economy, inflation. Already there is more money in the hands of people. So government should cut down its spending. All infrastructure creation, all the spendings of government has to cut down and tax rate has to increase. And interest rate should increase. See, remember, tax rate and interest rate will go hand in hand. If tax increases, interest will also increase. Tax decrease, interest will also increase. And this is what we call counter-cyclical fiscal policy. Which policy? Introduced by John Maynard Keynes in 1936 post the Great Depression of America. When was the Great Depression of America? 29 started. Greater effect happened in 30. COVID also started in 19, but lockdown happened in 20. Got it? Same way. It started in 1920. So we call it as COVID-19, but lockdown was in 2021. Started in 19. Say Great Depression of America started in, effect was in 30. So in 1936, John Maynard Keynes, so-called father of macroeconomics, he was the one who introduced this counter-cyclical fiscal to save the world from the devastation of Great Depression of America. So tomorrow, get ready. I will not be explaining what is Great Depression and all, which is not a part of your syllabus. Kindly go back, you will Google uncle, YouTube auntie, what all happened in Great Depression. Kindly analyze, understand and then come to the class. Clear? Now, whatever we discussed along with that, 4 more extra points we should remember. How many extra points? 4. So, which are those 4 more extra points? Number 1. This all the changes in the economy generally occurs in which economy? That means changes in business cycle affecting one country, affecting another country. All this generally originates in the free market economy or capitalistic. Agricultural sector will not get much affected. Secondary and tertiary sector gets more affected because of changes in business cycle, and it starts in one country, it also affects the, and it is very much difficult to predict business cycle even before that. These are the 4 points which you have to remember. Rest everything we have understood. It occurs periodically, but not always at regular interval. Not always at. It has different. It affects all the economic. It affects the well-being of the. Clear? Now, why should we understand business cycle? For the purpose of dash making. Taking right decision at right time. Somewhere we heard this right decision, right time. Which concept is that? Business economics. So in order to take the correct decision, it is not just about business economics. You should also know how is your economy performing. Whether your economy is in the right stage or whether it is in a bad stage, whether it is good to invest, whether not good to invest. That is why manufacturer positive mindset, negative mindset. When to expand business, when not to expand. Just assume when economy is not performing well, if you bring in more money and pump into the economy, you are monkey and your friend is Venki. For sure. So any business for it matter, they should be knowing when to expand, when to invest, when to come with new product. So for that, even business cycle matters. Business cycle. So business cycle is used for a decision making purpose in an organization. What kind of decision? Policy, profit and wealth, taking right decisions at. There is something called as cyclical business. That means business whose fortune is closely linked to the growth of economic growth rate. What is it? Business whose fortune is closely linked to the rate of economic growth rate. That means especially construction industry, iron and steel, cement, most of the infrastructure industries. Which industries? They are called as cyclical business. Only when economy performs well, they will also perform well. If economy doesn't perform well, they will also not perform. Did you see anyone during the COVID building their dream house, bungalow, demand for cement, iron and steel, everything increased? No. So that is cyclical business. Clear? Huh? So remember, this causes one question compulsory you can expect. Why business cycle occurs? There are two causes, internal cause and external. Internal causes inside the country, external causes outside or between the country. Internal causes what? Inside the. External causes outside or between the. So remember, internal causes due to change in. Next, due to change in. Why will investment change? Because of psychological factors of the manufacturer. Positive mindset or negative? See, optimistic, positive mindset. Pessimistic. Clear? And even because of changes in. Somewhere we saw this government spending and tax rate. Fiscal. Government expenditures and. Why will this government expenditure and tax rate has to change? What is the root cause of inflation or deflation? Even in your entire syllabus, even if you see the length and breadth of your ICA material, they have never explained about fiscal policy in chapter 5. They have not explained about inflation and deflation in chapter 5. But causes, they will speak about those points. That is why I wanted to explain this economic policy, inflation, deflation, counter-cyclical fiscal policy, connection to chapter 7 and chapter. That is why I said interconnections are there. It is more of macroeconomics, not of micro. So what are the internal causes of business cycle? Because of change in. Next, because of change in. Because of change in. And tax rate. Next, because of change in. Why will money supply change? Because of. Next, due to psychological factors of positive mindset trend. When will be in a positive mindset? Upward trend. When will be in a negative mindset? Downward trend. So these are the internal cause. Now the question can come like this. Which among the following is not the internal cause of business cycle? What is it? Which among the following is? Internal cause of business cycle. Same way. Which among the following is not an external cause of business cycle? What are the external causes? Number 1. When there is a war going on between two countries. Best example, Russia and Ukraine. When war is going on, will Ukraine come and say, hey India, come, let's do business. Hey, stupid, go first win the war. Okay, when a war is done, what to do business with you? Where is your nation? Full devastated. First go reconstruct. Post-war, reconstruction. What is it? War, post-war. And if the nation's population is growing day by day, demand not just only in one place, even in the other. Demand will. Next, due to change in. Best example, ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. Next, due to change in. Tsunami, earthquake, volcanic eruption. All this will affect on the business. So these are the external causes. Which causes? Number 1, war, post-war, reconstruction, population, technological growth rate, natural factors. So kindly mark this as important. Every time one question is going to be asked from this area. I said now only 5 topics are there in chapter 5. And from all those topics, one question you can expect. There is a last topic and most important topic, that is economic indicators. Which indicators? See, I said you, it is highly impossible to analyze, estimate, gauge the changes in business cycle. We can't predict. What is it? We can't. But our economist will not sit silent. They will use some statistical tools. What is it? In order to predict the further performance of business cycle. Is it practically possible to do? No. And they are not just predicting. After predicting, they are also, from tomorrow, COVID 4th wave is going to come. I predicted it may happen or. So they are not always and always. We always try to predict the next phase of the business. So such stupid fellows are called as. Clear? So remember, it is highly impossible to predict business cycle. But our economist will not sit silent. They try to predict as well as analyze the further performance of the by using the dash tool. And such stupid fellows are called as. And there are three types of stupid category in that. Leading indicator, lagging indicator, coincidental. Kindly mark it important 100 times. Every paper, one question from this area, definitely it's gonna come. Definition, meaning, example, all the three are important. Most of the time question comes from example. Leading indicator, as the name says, leading. He will change even before economy changes. I said now from tomorrow COVID 4th wave will come. I am leading indicator. Something is happening. Even before that I will analyze, predict and I will only change. I will start maintaining 6 feet distance. I will start wearing mask. I will start using sanitizer. If any student comes, hey, don't come near me. Go. From there only ask it out. All this dramas I will do. That means I am a leading indicator. Which indicator? I will change even before the economy starts to follow some change trend or pattern. Example, change in new order for capital in. These are the examples of which indicator. Next comes lagging, tubelite fellow. He will change. Oh, in my bench manufacturing unit, sales has decreased. Why? Economy not performing. From tomorrow, 10 people fired. Get lost. Don't come. I have to decrease my production. I will change after. What is it? I will change. The economy starts to follow some change trend or pattern. That is called as lagging indicator. Next comes. Neither I will change before nor I will change later. I am going to change along with the economy. What is it? I am going to change. And I will speak only about the present. See, it is a measurable economic factor that speaks about the current state of the economy. Such indicators are going to move along with the, but they will never show which way the economy is heading, but it will tell where we are at. What is the present GDP? What is the present inflation? What is the present industry production? Only they speak about the present activity and present performances. That is what we call current state of economy is estimated by the coincidental, leading, lagging, coincidental. See, even in ICM material, they have given the definitions of leading, lagging and coincidental. Even that is important. Once the question has been asked from the coincidental indicator, from the definition point. But most of the time, the questions have come from this before, after, present. Clear up? And examples. These examples are important. So, this whole concept of types of indicator is important. Types of oligopoly. Types of indicator, most repeated questions. Clear up? And even here, what are the internal cause and what are the? See, whole unit has got only just 5 topics. The very first topic is explanation about this business cycle. Any one question will come from any of this stage, either from any of the stages, any one question is going to come. And one question comes from this intro part, especially from these 2 lines. Clear up? Next question comes from this leading indicator, lagging indicator and coincidental. Next, 4th question comes from and decision making. Last but not the least. Only 5 topics, 5 questions in exam. By this, entire chapter 5 comes to an end. That's it. Nothing much in chapter 5. Clear? But one of the most interesting topic to understand macroeconomics, especially fiscal policy, monetary policy, inflation, deflation, positive mindset, negative mindset. Clear up? Those interconnections are there. In your syllabus, depression is not there. Depression is merged along with the trough. See, clear? Don't get confused. Depression, I explained it separate because to make you people understand chapter 7 and chapter. Clear up? Which are the 4 stages of business cycle? Expansion, peak, contraction, trough. Recovery is not the stage. Depression is not the. Recovery is just an explanation in your syllabus. Every business cycle starts from, goes to recovery, after expansion, after peak. Next, trough. Recovery is not a stage. Clear? And depression is not explained, but I explained it in separate. Clear? Understood? Okay, chalo. Let's see the exam question. June 2024. Chapter 5. Which is the external cause of change in government spendings, macroeconomic policy, psychological factor, technological shock. Technological changes, population growth, technological changes, natural factors. These all are the external factors. War, post-war reconstruction. Next. Just calculate how many questions have come. That is the first question now. Usually 4 or 5. Sometimes lucky enough means 6. Variables that change. Lagging indicator. Hey, nice man. Only 2 questions. Yeah, only 2 questions in June attempt. Okay, chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. Six, 5. When there is a fall in the level of and fallen, producers does not instantaneously recognize the pulse of an economy. That means tube-light fellow is not recognizing it. That means economy is going up or coming down. Contraction. Next, what is the term for the lowest point of the economic cycle is called as? I said not trough and depression is clubbed in your syllabus. Trough and depression. Business whose fortune is closely linked to the rate of economic growth rate are called as? During what time production of weapons and arms is going to increase? And in recovery phase of business cycle, the process of reversal is initially felt in usually labor market. That means appointment of labor. Now, if you need to produce, you should appoint more people. If you're not producing, unemployment will increase. So initially it is getting felt in labor market. That's it. See, 5 questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next, Jan 2025. Chapter 5, chapter 5, chapter 5. No. Which of the following is not a characteristics of? They occur periodically, they are recurring, and it occurs at a regular interval. No, they have different stages like expansion, peak, contraction, trough. Yes, option C is wrong. Not always at regular interval. Variables that changes. Tube-light fellows. An exchange in stock price, new order for capital and consumer good is an example of leading indicator. Which of the following is not an internal cause of business? Change in demand, change in investment, change in government spendings, technology. Technology comes in external. Clear? Next, when entrepreneurs are pessimistic. What do you mean by pessimistic? Negative mindset about the future market condition. That means economy faces the in their economic activities. That's it. These are the 5 questions. Next, May 2025. During the upswing phase of business cycle, the involuntary unemployment is the level of national income and expenditure declines rapidly. Actually, answer is depression. because rapidly, because depression is a part of tough. Next, in all kinds of businesses, different phase of business cycle generally occurs at, it doesn't have a proper regularity. Next, an indicator which is giving information about the rate of change of the or contraction. That means they're speaking about present. What is the rate of change of expansion or contraction? Coincidental indicator. See, this is the definition. I said in ICM material, they have given this statement. Even in my material, I have given this. Clearly, I have given one big good chart. And I have mentioned the meaning, definition, examples, everything over there. So these are the question. Okay, one more is there. Sixth question. There is a war going on between country A and country B between last 2 years. Now the country, both the countries have signed a peace agreement after the war has come to an end. Now both the countries have started to. That is post-war reconstruction. Which causes is that? That's it. Next September attempt. The advent of mobile phone, which lead to a boom in telecommunication industry. What does it boom in the? Exemplifies that the external cause. Which kind of external cause? Telecommunication, technological. Which of the following best describes the economic condition during the bad trades in the business cycle? Falling price and higher unemployment problems will increase. Business cycle typically consists of which of the following phases? They're asking which are the phases? Expansion, peak, contraction, trough. Expansion, peak, contraction. See, remember, stagflation is not the stage. Recession is a stage, but recession is called as a contraction. Clear? Depression is not a stage. Recovery is not a. Stagflation is not a. See, this is the 4 stages as per your syllabus. Next, which of the following is true about the duration and intensity of the business? Business cycle have a fixed duration. No. Business cycle exhibits same duration and intensity across all the economy. Business cycle varies in their duration and intensity, but they share a common features. Yes. Economic well-being gets affected. Demand gets affected. All these features are same. Business cycle does not vary in duration and intensity. It will vary. So answer is option. Clear? So these are the 5 questions from the chapter 5. Clear? By this, entire chapter 5 comes to an. Any doubts in any of the topics from chapter 1 to chapter 5? Online students still alive. So let us go to the chapter 6. Official entry to macroeconomics. Clear? So one of the biggest chapter of the macro, chapter 6. There are 2 units here. One is national income accounting, other one is Keynesian theory. Both the units are interesting. Clear? So it may take little time. Today, shall I extend the class little? Shall I finish off chapter 6 today? If I finish off chapter 6 today, definitely tomorrow we can wind up the remaining things. 7, 8, 9 and 10. 10 hardly will take 15 minutes to explain. There my work is very less. Your work is more. I will instruct what to be done there. Entire chapter is filled with data and information. You need to prepare a chart and stick it on the wall. You have to just look into that. I will explain what all is important there. So technically we will be remaining with only 7, 8 and 2 hours. Every chapter, total 6 hours. Kadam tomorrow. Today, if at all we finish this chapter 6. Any of ICU students has to be there till 8 o'clock, na? 9. Oh, upgraded, huh? Last year it was till 8. 8:30 now. In between 8 to 9. 9 only, yeah. Nice. Morning? Morning 8 to night 9. Nice. Central jail syllabus. Food, snacks and all. If at all we provide the proper jail only. Okay, chalo, let's get started. Okay, chapter 6, national income accounting. See, to understand the national income, there are 8 concepts and 3 methods. How many concepts are there? 8 concepts and 3 methods. Clear? So, 8 concepts. Which are those 8 concepts? GDP, GNP, NDP, NNP, personal income, disposable personal income, private income, per capita. And there are 3 methods. How many methods are there? 3 methods. So, which are those 3 methods? First one, value added method or product method or industry origin method. 3 different names are there. Next comes income method. And the third one is So the whole concept is just about this 8 concepts and 3 methods. They all the uncles there, all the 3 of them. I can listen, man, till here. Now, the very first concept, GDP, gross domestic product. So, the people, okay, even before starting the class, how many of them in the class have not understood this chapter? Please raise your hands. How many of them have a conceptual clarity missing in this chapter? Because I am planning to go with the shortcuts, because my students know that. What is a shortcut to remember? Just 3 shortcuts are there. If you remember the 3 shortcuts, international income is done. Conceptual clarity missing. Please raise your hands, raise your hands, raise your hands. Straight. Chapter 6. Oh, entire chapter 6 as a whole. Oh, almost half of the class. Very nice. Beautiful. Okay. 15 marks guaranteed. Every attempt 15 marks will be from the chapter 6. You observe. Unit 1, unit 2 put together. 50. You can't neglect chapter 4. You can't neglect chapter 2. You can't neglect chapter 6. These 3 chapters put together approximately 50 marks. 50. So chapter 6 definitely 15. Either any one, either 2 or either 4 will be for 15 marks. So another chapter is for another 10 marks, 40 marks approximately. No, it's not 50, sorry, 40 marks. Just by these 3 chapters, there will be 40 marks. So you can't ignore at all. And next month, chapter 8 and chapter 9, 20 marks, 10 plus 10. Okay, let's get started. So 8 concepts are there. Which are those 8 concepts? GDP is the very first concept. Let me go alphabet by alphabet. First alphabet, G. G stands for gross. See, simple concept. When we speak about gross, that means including depreciation. What is it? Including depreciation. See, gross stands for including depreciation. Clear? Now, in your accountancy, we have gross profit and net profit. Do you remember? Trading account, P&L account. So, from the trading account, we will get a gross profit. If I subtract indirect expenses, that indirect expenses depreciation, I will get net. What do I get? Net. So, from gross, when you subtract depreciation, I will get the net. So, second alphabet is domestic. So, simple concept. What do you mean by domestic? So, remember this shortcut. Category A, Category B, Category C. Let's assume this is India map. What is it? India map. Assume India map. Now, inside India, there are 2 sets of income that can be made. Indians producing inside India. What is it? And foreign companies, that is multinational companies producing goods and services in India. What is it? In India. That is called domestic. Inside. What is it? Inside. Land space, air space, up to 12 nautical miles of seabed, movable assets, immovable assets, High Commissioner offices and embassy located outside India. What is it? That means High Commissioner offices, passport office. Like that, we have a visa office now. That is called High Commissioner office. Whichever foreign country embassies are there inside India, that place is not Indian territory, foreign embassy. Same way, an Indian embassy, an Indian High Commissioner office located elsewhere, outside India, that is an Indian territory. Clear? Ship, aircraft, an Indian aircraft. Let's assume an Indian aeroplane has landed in Australia, Sydney. No doubt, Sydney is not an India territory. Sydney airport is an Australian territory. But inside the aeroplane, an Indian aeroplane, space inside that aeroplane is an Indian territory. Movable, immovable. Immovable means oil rigs, ports. Let's assume. Okay, let me take an example. Now, this is India. We have Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Clear? And near Andaman and Nicobar Islands, we have a oil rigs, which is immovable. What is it? Immovable. And definitely beyond 12 nautical miles of seabed. Up to 12 nautical miles is a domestic water. Beyond 12 nautical miles, Andaman Nicobar is definitely beyond 12 nautical miles, and near to Andaman Nicobar, we have a oil rigs of Indian government. Now that immovable asset. And same way, if an aeroplane is flying, space inside the aircraft, what is it? Space inside the is a domestic territory of India. But an aircraft might have gone and landed in Thailand. Thailand airport, let's say Phuket airport. Now that Phuket is not an Indian territory. But after landing, that space inside aircraft, that means inside this classroom, like this, inside the aeroplane, that is Indian territory. What is it? Same way, ship. That is what? Movable, immovable, up to 12 nautical miles, land, air. These all are called as domestic territory. What is it? In such domestic territory, there are 2 different ways of earning income. One, Indians producing goods and services inside India, along with That is foreign companies producing goods and services in India. What is it? In inside India. That is what? In India. See this? Which includes foreign companies earning where? That is forming part of domestic. Forming part of? Clear? Gross domestic product. Gross means including depreciation. Domestic means including foreign companies earning in earning. Clear? Now, GDP can be understood in two different ways. How many different ways? GDP can be understood in two different ways. One is based on expression. Second one is based on calculation. So, based on expression is also there are two kinds. How many kinds? GDP at nominal value. What is it? Or we call it as nominal GDP or GDP at real value. At which value? Or we call it as real GDP. Real GDP, nominal GDP. And based on calculation, GDP at market price, GDP at factor cost. What is it? GDP at factor cost, GDP at market price. So simple. GDP can be understood in two different ways. First one expression, second one based on expression nominal GDP, real GDP. Based on calculation, GDP factor cost and GDP. So listen to this carefully. This is where you guys will go wrong. This is where numerical problems will come. Exam questions are going to come, especially from nominal price and real. Clear? So remember, Shashikiran, let's assume he started teaching in 2017. When did he started teaching in? 2017. Let's assume I was teaching 100 students. How many students? So this is the quantity. And let's assume I was charging a fees of 2000 rupees. I was charging a fees of 2000 to teach economics. Now 100 students into 2000 rupees I am charging. This is the fees, price. And this is the quantity. Number of students is the quantity. Now 100 into 2000. What is the value? That means my value produced is 2 lakh. Now Shashikiran in 2025. Shashikiran in 2000. Let's assume I'm still teaching same 100 students only because I had one classroom. In that classroom, beyond 100 students, I can't teach. I can take only admission of. But price, will it be still same from 2017 to 2025? No. Now my present price for teaching economics is, let's assume, 5,000 into 100. Now, sir, good now. Your value, 2 lakh to 5 lakh. What good bullshit. I'm still teaching. Did my production capacity increase? What increased? Clear? This is because of inflation. Because of? Inflation. Clear? See, for me, increase in price is not important. What is important? Increase in productivity. Increase in? Okay, let's assume Shashikiran is teaching 500 students. How many students? 500. In 2025. When I started my teaching career in 2017, I will consider this as a base year. Which year? Base year. So, my base year, I was teaching 100 students and my price was, I was earning. Now, in 2025, present, Shashikiran is teaching. Fees is, what is my total earning? Now, this is nominal GDP. Which GDP? Present year price, present year quantity. Present year quantity, present year price. When I multiply, what I get is dash GDP? Nominal, but I'm not interested in nominal GDP. I'm interested in real GDP. Why? Because Shashikiran, prices have gone up because of inflation. I'm not interested in increase in price. What are we interested in? Productivity. So Shashikiran, you are teaching 500 students. So don't consider this 5,000 price. Consider the base year price. Consider which year price? So as per your base year price, now how much are you earning? So this is called real GDP. Which GDP? So listen to this carefully. Real GDP changes only because of change in production, not because of change in price. But nominal GDP can change because of price as well as production. For me, which is important? Which is not important? So remember, sometimes Shashikiran, as I said, I would have still taught only 100 students only. Because of increase in price, my GDP value may look bigger. That is nominal. Nominal includes inflation. Nominal includes? We need to remove inflation from that nominal value. So we will derive real GDP. We derive what? So when did Shashikiran started teaching? How many students I was teaching? How much was I charging fees? 2000. So total earning? 200,000. This is base year price and base year earnings. Clear up? Now in 2025, I am teaching how many students? 5. Good na? From 100 you are teaching. This is what is important to us. Last year, how much were you teaching? This year, how much are you teaching? Same way, in your country, how much goods and services are you producing this year? How much were you producing last year? How much you guys were producing 5 years ago? Increase in productivity is important, not increase in price increases because of inflation. But productivity increase is considered as important aspect, not an increase in price. Clear? Understood? This is the main differentiation between nominal and. But there is one problem. Every time we can't straight away calculate real GDP like this. For every commodity, we don't have a base year price. We don't have a. Okay, let's assume Shashikiran started COVID vaccine manufacturing. What is it? COVID? Tongue twist will happen sometimes in the flow. Full marathon express is going on now. Sometimes it will happen. COVID vaccine. What is it? I started producing that in 2022. My base year is? Did I had COVID vaccine in 2017? That means I introduced this new product in 2022. For the product which I introduced in 2022, I don't have a base year price. So I will consider present year price. First, I will identify nominal GDP. What do? I will identify and convert that nominal GDP into real GDP. Convert the nominal into real GDP. Because for every commodity, I don't have a base year price. I don't have a. So how do you convert nominal into real GDP? Simple formula we have. Real GDP equal to nominal divided into 100 divided by price index. So this price index is nothing but GDP deflator. What is it? That means I also need a deflator value. In the exam, they will only give you this deflator value. Suppose if they have not given, they will ask you to identify deflator. How to identify GDP deflator? GDP deflator is nominal clear? Hardly 4-5 students are responding, others are spectators, like India-Pakistan match. Anyhow, we know India is gonna win. But still, for the sake of business, we do India-Pakistan match, na? So like that. Anyhow, they know Shashikiran will explain why to respond. So stupid fellows, after lunch you should respond. So what is the formula for GDP deflator? Usually deflator value. Deflator is also called as price index. What is it called as? So simple. Deflator is nothing but measurement of inflation. What is deflator called as? Wait, let me go to the concept. See here, GDP deflator. GDP deflator is also called as measurement of. That means in the present year price, comparing to base year. Comparing to how much inflation is there. Shashikiran, you started business in 2017, na? In 2017, you are charging 2000 rupees price. But in 2025, you are charging. So in this, how much of inflated value is there? That is what we call deflator. That is what we call. So we need to remove that inflation value from the present 5000. So for that, I need this deflator value. What is the deflator formula? Nominal GDP divided by real GDP into. Clear? So let's assume my nominal GDP. Let's say, for example, it is 5000 rupees. Present. Shashikiran is charging. Into 100. Let's assume. Deflator 119. What is it? I'm just taking some random figure. Solve it. 100 by 119 into 5000. Consider round figure 4200. Just for a sake of example. 4000. That means Shashikiran, what you are charging present 5000. In this, there is a inflation. How much of inflation? 800 rupee. By removing that, the real value is how much? Clear? Or else they might give you other way around. They will give information of real. They will ask you to identify them. So we also have a formula to identify that. So what is a nominal GDP formula? Nominal GDP equals into price index divided by. So shortcut to remember. Look at the board. Remember any one aspect. Either remember from nominal perspective or either remember from. See, example is nominal. Nominal is divided by 100. Real is divided by. Simple. Any one you remember. Opposite is going to be the different formula. Nominal is divided by. Real is divided by. Clear? So what is the real GDP formula? Nominal into 100 by price index. What is nominal formula? Real into price index by. How do you identify price index? That is nothing but deflator. Deflator is nominal by real into. That's it. And this is where exam question will come. And this is the first hot favorite for ICI. Beyond this, hot favorite Pro Max is there. Inflation. And every attempt you can find one or the other question from the inflation. Clear up? So inflation formula. Now inflation formula is similar like our marginal formula. Which formula? Present minus previous. Same way. Deflator of present year. What is it? Let's say year 2. What is it? Deflator of? Minus deflator of year 1. What is it? Deflator of year? Divided by deflator of year 1. What is it? Deflator of? Into 100. Into? 100. So this is the formula for inflation. Inflation calculation. Is that clear? So formulas are important. If you don't remember the formula, donation of marks will be like returning the donation back to ICI. To be frank, in every attempt, minimum 2 to 3 questions will come from numericals. From chapter 6 unit 1 and chapter 6 unit 2 another 2 to 3. To be frank, out of 15 marks, approximately 5 to 6 marks will be numerical. And all the 5 to 6 marks is like donation of marks from ICI. They can't straight away pass you people, na? So they are giving such a bachu question, silly question. If you don't remember formula, gone case. Clear? Anyone having doubt with the formulas? So what is the formula for inflation? Present year minus previous year deflator. That would deflator value. Which value? Deflator of present year minus deflator of previous year divided by deflator of into. That is inflation. Now let me show the exam question. Calculate the inflation from the exam question itself. Chapter 6, chapter 6, chapter 6. Chapter 6, 6, 6, 6. Question number 41 to 43. So they have only given the deflator value. See, remember, whenever deflator is 100, what is it? That is base year. Clear? Whenever deflator value is 100, that is base year. So here base year is 2020 and 21. So they are asking you to identify the inflation rate for the year 2021 and 22 between the bacho question 154.25 minus 100 divided by 100 into. Hey, wait. 21 and 21 and financial year 22. For these two. 21-22 is a previous. 22-23 is present. So this is present. This is previous. So between these two. 168.40 minus 154.25 divided by 154.25 into 100. Clear? Next, in which financial year the nominal GDP and real GDP is same? Nominal by real into 100. That means base year they are asking. Base year is 2020 and 21. Remember, for base year, which year? Nominal and real both will be same. Let's assume 5,000 rupees Shashikiran is charging in 2017. Now also 5,000. Let's assume nominal and real both are same into 100. Nominal and real value will be same for base year. Only for the base year, deflator value will be 100. Deflator value will be nominal and real value will be same only for base year. Next, in which financial year price level has? That means deflation they are asking. Simple, 100, 154, 168. From 168 it has dropped down to deflation. That is 2023 and clear. Okay, one more question. Calculate. They have only given deflator value. You need not to identify at all. Simple. They are asking for the year 3. Year 3 means now 144 minus 125 divided by 125 into 100. 15 point. Such a silly question it was. Clear? Okay. Now, wait. Let me give you the questions of nominal real. Question number 26. 26. Question number 26. Got it? So they're asking you to identify real GDP. Real GDP formula, nominal into 100 by price index. Nominal into 100 by. Here, see, they have only given the nominal value. They have only given the price index. See, this is called donation of marks. And what is another name for nominal GDP? GDP at current price. Real GDP is also called as constant price. GDP at constant price. See, difference between real GDP and nominal GDP. That is important. See, real GDP, nominal GDP. Nominal GDP is also called as GDP at. Real GDP is also called as GDP at. Dash changes because of price. Dash changes only because of productivity. See, nominal GDP is a change in the output due to changes in the. But here we take only. And nominal GDP changes because of price as well as. But real GDP changes only because of. Dash includes inflation. Nominal. Dash does not include inflation. See, nominal GDP can change without any real increase in physical output. Shashikiran was teaching 100 students in 2017. Even now also 100 students. But fees has. Because of that value of GDP will. Yes, without increase in real physical output, nominal will change. But real will never change without increase in physical. Which will give you valid result. Which will give you misleading result. Clear? This is important. From this area, definitely question will come. Either from nominal, real or from the inflation. Most hot favorite question of ICI. Clear? In every place, remember, you need to have a knowledge of formula. If you don't know the formula, gone case. Clear? They clear. Next comes real GDP, nominal GDP taken care. Now comes GDP at market price and GDP at factor. One of the most easiest concept. GDP at factor cost. What is it? GDP at? See, factor cost. That means cost incurred by the factors of production. What is it? Cost incurred by them? By the way, what are the factors of production? What does land expects in return? Labor, capital, organization. But life cannot be so simple with ICI like this. So the actual simple formula for GDP FC is rent plus wages plus interest plus. But life cannot be so simple. So what ICI did was same formula will make it little complicated. Little maja should come na. So we said there are three important components. How many components? Compensation of employee. What is that compensation of employee? Wages or salary? What is it? What are the remaining three things after paying wages or salary? That is called operating surplus. What is it called as? And along with that, we will add mixed income of self-employed. Mixed income of? What is mixed income? Simple. When capital and labor is given by the same person. Like doctor, after completing MBBS, he is starting his own clinic. He has only invested money. He is only giving consultation in the clinic. Clinic is set up by doctor. Consultation is also given by. From the fees collected by patients, I can't divide between, okay, in this 200 rupee, 150 rupee for setting up clinic, 50 rupees for giving consultation. No, I can't divide. When capital and labor is invested by the same person, when you can't bifurcate between capital income and labor income, that is called mixed income of self-employed. Which income? Especially developing nations and underdeveloped nations, including India, we will have a lot of mixed income of self-employed. Lawyer, chartered accountant, teacher, company secretaries. So we have a lot of mixed income. So also include that mixed income. So whenever I ask the FC formula, which formula? FC. These three things you have to inform me. What are the three components in FC formula? Operating surplus, mixed income of, and what is the first alphabet here? Gross. Gross means including. So that's the reason at last add. This is GDP FC. Clear. There is one more formula I will explain after market price. After the. Now comes GDP at market price. See, simple concept. We are selling the product in the market. What are we doing? We are selling the product in the market. For that, first we should produce, na? That means GDP at factor cost. What is it? But when we are selling, Nirmala aunty will not be silent. Hello, my share. Plus indirect tax. What is it? Plus indirect tax. And sometimes we would have received subsidy from Modi uncle. So add Nirmala aunty, separate Modi uncle. Simple. Whenever you are selling the product in the market, what is it? Whenever you are selling the product in the market. So from the factor cost, from the add Nirmala aunty minus Modi uncle. Clear? Suppose if there is any Modi uncle present, that means subsidy given. Only if there is a subsidy, then subtract. Why? You are selling in the market. Clear up. Sometimes they will not give a separate information for indirect tax and subsidy. They will club this and they will give it as net indirect tax. If that is the case, you should add net indirect tax. Clear? Simple. When you are selling in the market, Nirmala aunty present. If you are not selling this in the market, that means Nirmala aunty absent. Opposite to GDP FC. GDP market price minus Nirmala aunty plus Modi uncle. This is NIT. Now NIT has to be minus. Clear? So kindly remember this. So shortcut to remember, only when you are selling in the market, Nirmala aunty present. If you are not selling in the market, Nirmala aunty minus. When Nirmala aunty is minus, Modi uncle present. When Nirmala aunty present, Modi uncle minus. Clear? Understood? See, simple concept. If at all you have to identify market price, what is it? End result is market price. That means we are starting from factor cost. We are starting from where? And we are selling in the market. So plus Nirmala aunty. Minus subsidy or Modi uncle. Clear? Huh? Next, suppose if we are starting from market price and we have to go to the, that means we are going back, reverse. We are just going to production cost. So minus Nirmala aunty. Nirmala aunty, get out. Clear? So this differentiation you should know. Along with this, I also thought one more differentiation. Initially, gross and net. Gross means including depreciation. What is it? Including? Depreciation. Clear? If at all you subtract. One second. I know. Now suppose if you subtract depreciation. What is it? If you subtract? So you will get which value? So how do you convert gross into net minus depreciation? How do you convert factor cost into market price? My heart skipped its beat now. From factor cost, if you are going to market price. Now from the production, you are going to sell it in the market. Nirmala aunty plus Modi uncle minus. When you are going back from the market to factor cost, that means you are going back to your godown. You are not selling this in the market. So minus Nirmala aunty plus subsidy. Clear? Yes. Understood? Now listen to this very carefully. Let me teach the shortcut for national income concept. See, every time whenever we are producing the goods and services, we always start from GDP market price. Where do we start from? GDP market price. Clear? Huh? So first alphabet. What is this first alphabet? G. Now we are converting the G into N. That means we are going for NDP MP. What we should do? Clear? Huh? Yes. Now let us convert the second alphabet. See, first we have converted the first alphabet. G has been converted into N. Now let us convert the second alphabet. D has to be converted into domestic to national. What is it? Domestic to national. So listen to this example first. Later you will understand. Now, inside India, category A and category B. What does this category B? Foreign companies coming and producing in India. Same way, our Indian companies would have also gone outside and producing outside India. Na? That means in some other country that is in their country. Like how this category B is there. An Indian company might have also gone outside India. That means Indian MNCs. What are this? These are Indian MNCs. Clear? So now let's take an example. Assuming Indians producing inside India. Let's assume 1 lakh crore. How much? Foreign companies coming to India producing in India. Let's assume 25,000 crore. How much? Value added has been created. Now MNCs of India gone outside and they are producing, let's assume, worth of 30,000 crore. Now don't you think we should pay this 25,000 crores to the respective country and we should receive this? See, plus 30 minus 25. This is called as NFIA, net factor income from abroad. What is it called as? Net factor income from abroad. Clear? Now, what is the formula of this net factor income from abroad? Simple. Factor income receivable from abroad. What is it from? Minus factor income payable to abroad. What is it? Factor income? See, as per my example, receivable from abroad is 30,000. Payable to abroad is. So net effect is positive. Clear? So simple concept here. Whenever you add NFIA to GDP, say GDP plus NFIA. What is it? GDP plus? Now the second alphabet gets changed. This will become GNP. What does it becomes? From domestic to how do you convert that into national? Adding? That's it. Simple. This NFIA value can either be positive or either it can be. Because that is just an adjustment between receivable and payable. Now let me ask you this question. Suppose, what is it? If NFIA is positive, GNP is greater than GDP. Do you agree? That means if NFIA is positive, GNP will be greater than. Suppose if NFIA is negative, what is it? NFIA is GNP will be lesser than. We should only pay money outside India now. We are not receiving much money. We should only pay more and more money outside. So remember, NFIA is just a differentiation between receivable and payable from abroad. Clear? So now listen to this carefully. Anyone having doubt with NFIA? So that is GNP concept. Now we understood how to convert first alphabet. First alphabet is converting G into. Same way. How do we convert the second alphabet? Suppose we have GDPMP. Now I need to convert second alphabet and make it as GNPMP. So what do I do now? Add. Now straight away second alphabet got converted. Clear? Understood? So how do you convert the first alphabet? G to N minus depreciation. How do you convert second alphabet? D to N? Add NFIA. Clear? Okay. Now let me take up a fresh concept. Wait, let me ask you this question. Let's assume I have GDPMP. What do I have? GDPMP. Okay, let's go alphabet by alphabet. First I will convert G. G has to be converted into N. So what should I do? So it becomes. Okay, now first alphabet is done, dusted, taken care. Now let's go to the second alphabet. Let's convert the second alphabet N. So what should I do now? Plus. Now everyone remain silent. White shirt. Stand up, ma. You only da white shirt. How do you convert market price into factor cost? Market price into factor cost. Napa? What should I do? Magic? Direct tax? Add direct tax. What do you mean by CA? Hey, chartered accountant. They are like fixed. What do you mean by CA? Come again. Real name is chartered accountant. And that too they are full confident. CA means come again. Next town gide abba. Don't worry. I clearly said all the three. Get ready. Next time coming with the questions. Sit down, stupid fella. Concentrate here. Don't chit chat there. I know February 14th is coming. Rahul Gandhi is not Prime Minister in India still. Ade problem agirada. No, ಕೆಲವೊಂದು legal ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಣೋ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನ. ಅದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆಚೆ ಕಡೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇಂದ ಸಿಗೋ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. Okay, now MP has to be converted into. So minus Nirmala aunty. Clear? That means in order to convert GDP MP to NNP, we just need three differences. How many differences? First difference, gross to net depreciation. Second difference, domestic to national. Next difference, market price to factor cost, indirect tax and. So remember the ultimate NNPFC. This is what we call national income. So the whole concept of national income is just a difference between three elements. Just a difference between gross to net differences, domestic to national differences, market price to factor costs. See, concept is very simple. Suppose if you have got a gross, if you have to go for net, what you should do? Or else, suppose already you have a net, you have to go back to gross, what you should do? Add Paka? Correct? Huh? Okay, now let's assume you already have domestic. You have to go back to plus, or else already you have is a, you should go back to what you should do. Clear? Huh? Or else, let's say for example, you have as a factor cost, but you should identify the minus, or else you have a market price, you should go back to factor cost. Clear? So ultimately, we are going to start from GDP MP and we need to reach NNP. NNPFC is called. The whole concept of national income is just dependent on three differences. First difference, gross to differences, depreciation. Domestic to national differences. Market price to factor cost differences. Indirect tax and subsidies. Clear? Understood? This is national income. That's it. Nothing big beyond this. The whole concept of national income is just to understand three differences. First floor in the second floor eek bandidini. Next to second in the third bartini. Wait, man. Clear? Understood? Now, we were understanding about the concepts of GDP. What is it? See, GDP can be understood in two dimensions. First one is expression, second one is under expression nominal and under calculation factor cost and see, any doubt in nominal and real. Formulas are important. Nominal GDP, real GDP, GDP deflator, inflation formula. Which formula? Inflation formula. And everyone remains silent. Factor cost formula. Three components. Three components of factor cost formula. What are the three important components? Others remain silent. Next target compensation of direct employees. What is the trade employees? What does it come? Compensation of employee? Next. Other one. Which is that other one? We are only giving option to evaluator. Other one. Why depreciation? Stupidity. GDP, FC. First alphabet G. G stands for gross. That is why we are adding depreciation. You left one more important component. Explain mixed income. What is that mixed income? Profit coming from chartered accountant, cost accountant. How? Write the same. They will say CA means come again. When capital and labor is provided by the same person and when you can't differentiate between capital income and labor income, such mixed income is called as mixed income of self-employed. Sit down, stupid fella. Clear? Understood? Any doubts in this? See, we are going to start with GDP MP. Ultimately, we should derive NNP. Clear? So, there are two different ways of understanding GDP. One is based on expression, other one is based on clear. Nominal is done, real is done, GDP factor cost. See, even this formula is taken care. GDP MP minus Nirmala aunty plus subsidy. Clear. And there is one more small topic. Difference between factor cost, base price. If you remember very long ago, chapter 1, when I was discussing about, I said there are two types of indirect tax. Product tax and that's it. We are splitting that as a product tax and production tax and we are calling it as a difference between factor cost, base price, market price. Simple concept. First, we will be having a factor cost. Which cost? Factor cost. Now, we have a factor cost. That is cost of factors of production, land, labor, capital and for that, we are adding production tax. Which tax? That means license fees. And if there is any subsidy received for the production purposes, for getting the license, that is production subsidy, minus So when you subtract the production subsidy and add the product tax, what we get is base price. Which price? Base price. Is that clear? Now for this base price, now we will add the product tax, that is GST. Clear? So product tax is added minus product subsidy. What is it? So ultimately what we derive is called as a market. So straight away, rather than converting from factor cost to market price, we are splitting that indirect tax of two elements and we are separately showing it. In between, what we get is called as a clear, madam? Understood? Anyone having doubt? So by this entire GDP concept comes to an. And while calculating GDP, few things to be included and few things to be excluded. Simple. More than inclusion, exclusion list is most important. See, inclusion is only final goods and only value added. Which added? Value. That means output minus input value. Which value? Output minus. And only present period production of goods and net change in inventory. See, that net change is closing stock minus opening stock. There is a mistake here. So it is a closing stock minus. And depreciation. Depreciation is also called as CCA. Stands for consumption of capital assets. CCA stands for what? Or they might give it in a different name. Fixed capital consumption. Which capital consumption? And production boundaries and own account production. Even if you have produced for self and if you have consumed for self, if it has led to value creation, if it has led to value creation, add it. We have to include it. Clear? Next, exclusion list. Now this is amazing. First one. Incomes received but not earned. That means government is giving some compensation, scholarship to students, old age pension along with tension by government. All these are transfer payments. All these are. That means it is not leading to any production of goods or just money is getting transferred from one person to. Sir, why we should exclude? Because for us real GDP is important. Real GDP considers increase in productivity. But here money is just getting transferred from one person to. Production is not happening. There is no leading to any production of goods or. So we are excluding the transfer payment. Same way, non-economic activity. Sir, my mom preparing breakfast at home. But leading to production, na? Yes. Can you define market value? Breakfast 50 rupee, lunch 80 rupee, dinner 100 rupee. Market value cannot be decided in non-economic. So even though non-economic leads to production, we can't decide a dash value. Market value. We can't decide the. So we are excluding it. Clear? So in the first case, production itself is not happening. But in the second case, production is happening, but market value cannot be. So exclude it. Next term. But there is one twister here in second-hand goods. See, suppose Shashikiran bought a car in 2020. I am selling that in 2025. Let's say I bought a car for 5 lakh. Now I am selling this car after 5 years for 2 lakh rupees. Now I can't take this 2 lakh rupee value because already you have taken 5 lakh rupee in 2020. But if there is any commission, royalty, profits earned, what is it? Commission, royalty or? Suppose let's say for example, I will give my car to Mr. Dhoni uncle. Now Dhoni uncle will sell this car to Mr. Jadeja uncle. I gave it for Dhoni uncle 2 lakh rupee. Dhoni uncle sold it to Jadeja uncle for 2 lakh 50,000 rupee. 50,000 profit. What is it? That is generated this year. Only that profit, commission or royalty or any margins, only that should be included. But value of second-hand goods, what is it? Should not be included. Clear? Next comes intermediate consumption. That means which goods are? Semi-finished goods value should never be considered, and any kind of financial transaction which is done for avoiding the taxes or evading the taxes or any illegal way, that value should never be included. These are the exclusion list, not only in GDP, in the entire national income. In the entire national income, we will exclude those values. We will exclude those. Next comes GNP. What is the second alphabet? Simple. From domestic, if you need to add NF. NFIA can be either positive or NFIA can be either negative. Already taken care. GDP plus NFIA is called as GNP. And see there, I have given one example. IBM company. By the way, IBM, Indian company or foreign company? Foreign company. International business machine. They are the one who introduced ATM machine to entire world. IBM company, a foreign owned firm earning profits where? India. So where should it come? GDP or GNP? GDP, because it is India. in India. Next, Shashikiran company, an Indian-based company doing business in where it should come? NFIA, receivable from abroad. So it will come in GNP, not in GDP. Next comes C. Net domestic product. What is the first alphabet? Net means same from GDP. You have to just subtract depreciation. That will become NDP. What it will become? NDP. And every single time, whatever you calculate, first value will be always a. That means NDP MP. What is it? NDP MP. Clear? FC, three components are there. If you remember, which are those three components of FC formula? Now don't write as minus depreciation. Only if it is G, we will add it as plus depreciation. So N means minus depreciation. Hello, classroom is empty. There is no students. If there is a students plus students. If there is no students, you should not write as classroom minus students. Clear? That means you are like depreciation now. If there is a student plus depreciation. If there is no student, don't mention it as depreciation. That means if the first alphabet is N, first alphabet is N. Don't write as minus depreciation. This is wrong. You just leave it empty. Only and only if the first alphabet is G. Then you should write it as clear. So this is the concept of NDPFC, factor cost. Next comes NNP, net national. What is the first alphabet? N means minus. And what is the second alphabet? What is that national? That's it. From the GDP, subtract depreciation, add NFIA. That means even it is also an outcome of dash value. That means it is NNP MP. But what do you mean by national income? National income is NNP at factor cost. NNP at. But what we got is NNP at. By the way, how do you convert that market price into factor cost minus Nirmala and T plus MP as converted into? That is national income. So in short, what is national income? National income is a factor income. What is it? National income is a? Because it is FC, na? So it is a factor income accruing to whom? That means domestic, na sir. Normal residence means domestic. Yes, it is a domestic income within the country during the particular. For that you are adding that means you are first identifying NDPFC. What are you identifying? NDPFC. For that you are adding NDPFC plus NFIA. This D got converted into N because of adding NFIA. This is national income definition. See here. It is the sum of domestic factor income. What is domestic factor income? NDPFC. And that means adding net factor income from abroad. This is called national income. Also observe. That is why I didn't explain the national income initially. See the definition of national income here. National income here is a. Because NNP and FC. NNP, first alphabet N stands for net value of all the economic goods and service. That means final goods and produced in the. That means sir, second alphabet is D. Yes boss, for that you are adding that means simple logic here. First we are going to identify NDPFC. For that we are going to add. So ultimately we will get this. So in short, national income is a money value of all the final goods and services produced where? That is what NDPFC, as well as produced outside India by our citizens. That is NF. So first identify NDPFC, for that add NFIA. So automatically it will become NNP. NNPFC is also called as. So out of 8 concepts, first 4 damar already national income. We got to know what it is. Clear? About this is national income. For that people who struggled so much in 11th and 12th, they skipped this chapter only. They didn't even learn. Such a silly chapter it is. Only 3 differences you should know. Domestic means difference between what and what. Domestic. NFIA and national. Simple. We are going to play with NFIA. We are converting domestic to national by NFIA. We are converting gross to net by depreciation. Market price to factor cost by Nirmala auntie and Modi uncle. That is indirect tax and subsidy. Just 3 differences. You are playing with just 3 differences. In some places adding them, some places subtracting them. There is nothing much here. Clear? Okay, let me show one numerical problem. Let's see how many of you have understood or not. Solve this numerical problem. Let's see. And my students whoever has already solved in the class, remain silent. You know where exactly they will go wrong. Solve this. Simple concept. Hardly it takes us 30 seconds to solve. There are two problems. 30 seconds plus 30 seconds. Total 1 minute. Done. Hey, what is there to do that, man? Already 30 seconds enough, man, to do this when you know the logic. Let's see. Let them do it. It is less of national income, little trick with mathematics there. 437. What are they asking us to identify? NDP. What is the information given? GNP. Now let's go alphabet by alphabet. Here what we need is, what they have is, so what should we do now? Clear? Next, what we want is, what they have is, reverse. Add minus, and what they are asking is, what we have is, so how do you convert market price to factor cost? That's it. Now straight away take the value 430 minus depreciation is 12 minus NFIA. NFIA you should identify. Factor income receivable is 16, payable is, so it is minus 2. What is it? Clear? So that means minus of minus 2 minus indirect tax 22 plus subsidy 15. So it is 430 minus 12 plus 2 minus 22 plus 15. Answer is 413. How long it took? How many of them got 413? Raise your hands. Still half of the class didn't get the answer, stupid fellows. Minus into minus is plus. Clear? Nothing to do with economics there. It was just with the mathematics trick. Understood? Okay, next problem. Solve this. And here it is not net income tax, net indirect tax. So it is net indirect tax. Now minus 10. That is minus 10, minus 10. Answer. Okay. 410 is the answer. Okay, let me show one more question. Let's see how exactly you guys will crack that. Let's see. Yes, do this. Question number 8. Use your brain little. Read, ma. First line. Calculate the average value of depreciation when the GDP MP of the country for a particular year is 1,100 crore. Net factor income from abroad 100 crore. Value of net indirect, that is NIT they have given. Indirect tax minus subsidy 150. National income is 850. They have given GDP MP, national income, both the information. They are asking you to identify depreciation. $200. How many of them didn't get the answer still? Easy question, that is Bachu question, to be frank, this is. See, what are they asking us to identify? Depreciation. Now, they have also given national income now. What is national income? NNP. What is the first alphabet here? For that, if I add depreciation, what will I get? Simple. You need to identify GNPFC now. Already we have GDPMP now. Now, simple. We need to identify GNPFC. We have as GDP MP. Now, GG matching. Here N needed, but D is given. So, plus NFIA. We have market price, but they have to go back to factor cost. How do you go back to factor cost? Indirect tax plus. So, this is the value of NIT. Clear? So, simple. Now, take up 1100 plus NFIA 100 minus 150. So, it will be 1200. It will be 1000. 10. So, we got GNPFC value. GNPFC is 1050. And we also have national income. It is. So, 850 minus what is equals to 1050? 200. That's it. Value of depreciation is common sense. Use your brain little. Clear? So, let's go to the next topic. Personal. See, one of the easiest topic. It is an income earned by the household sector. What is it? Income earned by the? From all the sources. What is it from? Either they are earning by themselves or non-profit institutions serving them with the household. See, simple concept. National income. What is it? See, step number 1. First, you should identify national. For that, you should add incomes received but not earned. Somewhere we saw that incomes received but not earned. Clear? We are just receiving the money. That means coming to the hands of an households. That is why you add that. But sometimes you have earned some income, but you have not receiving. Provident fund, PF. Clear? Or you have invested on some company shares. Dividends yet to be declared. Undistributed profits of corporate. What is it? Profits of corporate or contribution to employees through social security. That means provident fund. Which fund? That's it. That is the income earned by the household sector. Whatever the income that as an household sector we are earning, that is called as which income? Personal income. Is that clear? Understood? Next comes, see, numerical problem, not that important at this moment. Don't worry. Disposable personal. Personal income minus personal income tax. That is direct tax. Which tax? That is what we call the concept of YD. What is it? Income minus direct tax. This is called disposable personal income. Clear? Next comes. These are the main material which I used to make them to solve the problem and all. Okay. Private. See, simple concept. It is an income earned by the private sector. Which sector? From all the sources, either within the country or even the. Enough. This should be enough. Clear? Next comes per capita. In short, national income divided by population of the country. That is also called as average income of the. Represents dash in an economy. Okay, let me ask one more question. Let's see how many of you will answer. Dash represents economic well-being in the country. Economic well-being in the country. Real GDP. Real GDP represents economic well-being, but there is a lot of disadvantage to that. Clear? That means GDP is not the real measurement of economic welfare. Later we will discuss all that. But the answer says, as per your syllabus, dash represents economic well-being. Real. Dash represents standard of living. Total income of the nation divided by total population. Suppose in our country, if at all we start distributing the income earned by the country to every single person, how much each person gets? That is called per capita. Clear? These are the 8 concepts of national income. GDP, GNP, NDP, NNP, personal income, disposable personal income, private income, per capita. There is one more concept called as GDP per capita income. Which concept? GDP per capital income. That means real GDP. What is it? Real GDP divided by population of the country. That means how much of goods and services we are producing, if at all we distribute it to the population. how much value of goods and services each person gets. How much value of goods and services? That is real GDP per capita income. What is it? Real GDP. Clear. Dash represents economic well-being. Dash represents standard of living. Clear. Understood. The next concept, measurements of national income. What is it? One of the most easiest topic out of this three. Now, income method already I have done. I have to just correlate with the topics. Nothing much over there. Clear? So, there are three methods of calculating national income. One is product method. Second one is income method. Third one is expenditure method. Product method, income method, expenditure method. All three methods put together. There is one more concept called as circular flow of. Long ago, very long ago, just today morning, we discussed something called a circular flow of money. CMU, creation, mobilization. Household create savings. Banks will collect that money. Banks will give the loans to business person. They will do business, earn profit, again pay salary to household. Again, household will create a saving. Again, it will come to business. Again, it will go to household. Household to bank. Bank to business. Circular flow of money. Same concept. We have one more element called as circular flow of income. See, whenever we are producing goods and services, that means we are using factors of production. Without using input, can we produce an output? So when we produce goods, what is the meaning of production? Adding utility to the subject matter. What is it adding? That is what? Value creation. That is called value added method in the process of producing goods and. So that is called value addition method. Value added method. That is producing goods and. In order to produce goods and services, we are using factors of production, land, labor, capital, and. Are they available for free of cost? What does land expects? Labor, capital, organization. That is what? Distribution of income. Income method. In order to produce these goods and services, we are using factors of production. They are paid factors. Which factors? So in order to create value, we are also generating income. That income goes to the hands of household. End of the day, factors of productions are owned by household. Land belongs to some household only. Labor is nothing but household only. Capital, that is CMU. Household saving has been put into bank. Bank is giving us a loan. That is also belonging to household. Even business is started by some household. So all the factors of productions are owned by whom? So income is going to whom? After household receiving income, will they sit silent? They will spend. That is what? Expenditure method. Which method? So when you are spending money, that means you are creating once again demand. Since you are creating demand, again we are producing. Simple. We are producing, income is getting generated. Income got generated, so they are spending. Because they are spending, again we are producing. Circular flow of income. Production, distribution, disposition. What is it? Production, distribution, disposition. Like how CMU was there, Allah. This is called PDD. What is it? What is it? PDD. Production leads to value added method. Distribution leads to income method. Disposition leads to. This is called circular flow of income. Clear? Now straight away let me go to value added method. Life is very simple in value added method. Remember this. Value added means output minus input. What is it? But life cannot be so simple with ICAI. They want to complicate your life. Now listen to this example carefully. In value added method, we consider the entire economy as a whole. What do we consider? And we distribute that as a three sector. Primary sector, secondary sector, and. Now every sector is further divided into subsector. Like subsector 1, subsector 2, subsector 3, 4, 5, 6. But space constraint, I have only taken 2. And subsector is further divided into units. Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3, Unit 4. Now let's say Shashikiran bench manufacturer. Bench manufacturing, will it come in agriculture, manufacturing or service? Now let's say furniture manufacturing comes under subsector. Under that furniture, plastic furniture, wooden furniture, steel furniture. Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 3. Let's say wooden furniture, Unit 1. So like this, every economy is divided into 3 sectors. Every sector is further divided into. Every subsector is further divided into production and service units. Production and. Now we need only value added. What is it? Now Shashikiran is producing the bench for 500 rupees. And I am planning to sell this for 700. Input is 500, output is 700 minus 500. That is value added. Now I need value added by all the units. I get to know the value added by subsector. Value added by all the subsector. I get to know the value added by one individual. Value added by all the three sectors. What is it value added by? I get to know the gross value added by the entire economy. That is GVAMP, nothing but gross domestic product at market price. Which part? What is it? Gross value added at market price is nothing but gross domestic product at market price. So how do we identify this gross value added? As I said, value added by all the units, subunit. Subunit to sector, sector to all the three sectors put together, gross value added by the whole country. Gross value added by the whole country. Clear? But that is not that simple like how I am saying. There is a numerical value here. Numerical calculation. Simple. GDP MP is nothing but value of output. What is it? Minus value of input. Value of output minus? Now, value of output can be further understood as sales plus change in stock. What is it? Sales plus minus value of input. Remember, value of input can also be called as intermediate consumption. Which consumption? Clear by using this. Now, change in stock already we know. Closing stock minus opening stock. Which stock? See, this is how we will identify GDP MP. And we guys are already expert how to convert GDP MP into NNP. We already know. We only need GDP MP as a first step. From this GDP MP as a first step, we know how to convert that into national income NNP. In value added method, how do you identify this gross value added? That is nothing but GDP. How do you identify value of output minus value of? How do you identify value of output? What is it? Sales minus change in? Sales plus change in stock. How do you identify change in stock? Clear? Now solve this problem. Let's see how many of you can able to get the correct answer. Question number 27. Identify the gross value added at market price. Sales value 750, opening stock 300, closing stock 200, intermediate consumption 250. So value of output is sales plus change in stock. Change in stock is closing minus opening. $400. Paka, you got it? Anyone finding it difficult? Same procedure. See, whatever I just wrote here. Same procedure. Value of output is sales plus change in stock. How do you identify change in stock? Value of input is also called as intermediate. See, we will derive GDP MP. Now, from GDP MP, we know how to convert that into. See, this is the first way of asking question. Now, second way of asking question, they will split into primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary. They will give value of output of primary minus value of input of primary. We need to do. Then we will get to know the value added. What is it? By primary sector. Same way. Value of output of secondary minus value of input of secondary. We will have to get to know value added of secondary. Next, value of output of tertiary minus value of input of tertiary. Now, value added by tertiary. How is that? Let's take one example. Value of output of primary sector 500 crore. Value of output of secondary sector 700 crore. Value of tertiary sector 300 crore. Now, intermediate consumption of primary sector minus 200. Here, let's say minus 500. Here it is minus 100. So, kindly solve it. 500 minus 200. 700 minus 500. 300 minus 100. 200. Now add up all this three. So 700 crore is GDP MP. This is the second way of asking question. Clear? Till now they have never asked. So that chances are high. Clear? So from the value of output minus value of input, they have asked a question. All we need is to understand this GDP MP. Once we get GDP MP, we know how to convert that into. Okay, now let me ask you this question. From gross value added at market price, if at all I subtract depreciation, what do I get? What is this net value added at market price is nothing but NDP. That is what they have done in your ICI material. See, straight away, first they will identify gross value added, value of output minus value of. Now, from that gross value added, they will subtract depreciation. We will get to know. From this net value added, they are converting MP into FC. What are they doing? Converting. And finally, they will add NFIA. That is what national income. Na? First, we have to identify NDPFC. For that, you should add. That is what we call NNPFC. Is that clear? Understood? Clear? Hello, audio? Yes, sir. Now, while calculating value added method, few things to be included and few things to be. Now, what all to be included? Own account production, whether it is fixed asset, whether it is circulating asset, whether it is own occupied property, anything you produce and consume for self, add it. Any second hand goods, subtract, but any profit, royalty, margin earned from that second hand good, add it. Clear? This is value added method. Which method? Next comes. If you remember FC formula, 3 important components were there. That's it. These 3 things put together, what do we get? Only and only the first 3 things put together, what do we get? What do we get? Only and only 3 components. Only the first 3 components put together. For that, if you add NFIA, what do you get in return? That's it. This is income method. FC formula. For that FC formula, just add NFIA. Straight away, when you add NFIA to the 3 components, we get NNP. That is national income under income method. Which method? See, factor payments made by the residents as well as the in the domestic territory. See, that is NDPFC. First, we are identifying what? NDP. For that, finally, we are adding dash. NDPFC plus NFIA is NNP. See, what all to be included? See, mixed income of self. Only and only labor income and also non-labor income like dividends, profits from the corporate, before taxes, royalty, commission, undistributed, all this. So, these are inclusion list and these are exclusion list. Like, for example, transfer income should be excluded. Income from second-hand goods, illegal transaction. Last but not the least, expenditure. See, simple concept here, expenditure method. Now, look at the board. We will identify GDP MP. How do you identify GDP MP? C plus. In this, C stands for household consumption. What is it? Business investment. Government expenditure. Here X stands for. M stands for. So, these are the 4 components which we need to understand. When we add household consumption plus business investment plus government, that means spendings made by household, spendings made by business, spendings made by government and international trade. So, when we add all these 4 components, we get GDP. From GDP MP, we have to just convert that into. This is expenditure method. Nothing. Only procedure is how to get GDP MP. How to get? In case of value added method, it is value of output minus value of. In case of expenditure method, that is C plus I plus G plus X minus M. But in income method, straight away we will get NNP, FC. Only in value added method, only in expenditure method, first step is GDP MP. In income method, straight away first step itself is NNP, FC. Clear? This is the 3 methods of calculating national income. Clear? Now, this topic is important. Another 5-10 minutes, we'll wind up the class. Don't worry. Tomorrow we will text you. Abba, you're in the mukti siktu, but finally. Anyhow, I can't finish it tomorrow. Definitely, we have to also take classes on Monday. Sunday, I will not take class. Only one life. Only one wife. Only one private life on Sunday. Why for that also? Why? From past 40 weeks, we are also working on Sunday. 40 weeks. That means whole year. Almost not even a single Sunday we have taken off. For the first time, in between 1 or 2 Sundays, we are taking off. You're like, Sunday you're not taking. That means, sir, they will ask us to come and sit here and study from 9 o'clock, sir. Yes, please come and sit and study. Let it be. Now, I will ask them to cancel the test and prepone that to Sunday. Yeah, simple. Now, what is your problem? Test is the problem or economics marathon is the problem? Huh? Both are problem. I was actually supposed to take only from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. I'm actually extending till. Hello, madam. After Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, even if I take, that is non-economic activity for Shashikiran. But still, I'm taking. There is no monetary reward. Market value cannot be decided. But still, we are taking. But if you say don't want, oh, we can merge it. Not a problem. We only take until monetary activity. Non-monetary, we can skip. Nah, because you guys said, sir, we need little elaborated in macro. That is why I'm also extending the class little more. If you don't want, please let us know. No, we'll extend, not extend, right? Why simply unnecessary? For Shashikiran also trouble. Stupid fellows, Tanda. Okay, next, system of regional accounts in India. Okay, listen, another 5 more minutes, we are done. See, I will ask you to read and come this theory part. Self-explanatory, I will explain what is this all about. All bakwas things are there, don't worry. And definitely one question will come from there. Now, so that too, they may ask her, but chances are there. Till now, if at all you see the past question paper, one question is coming from the theory area. Okay, now, system of regional accounts in. Hello, uncles and aunties, silent. Hey, disturb, we'll go till 5 o'clock. Anyhow, you have to be there till 9 o'clock, na? Not for you, na? And then we will make you also to sit, don't worry. You are dealing with Shashikiran. You ask the regular batch students. When I say something, I will not do. When I don't say something, definitely I will do. Okay. System of regional accounts in India. By the way, what is this regional account? See, like how we are calculating whole nation's income, like that we also calculate state-wise and district-wise income. What is it? See, there are 28 states in India. We will also calculate 28 states GDP. So we get to know which state is performing well and which state is not. And we can concentrate as a government to prepare new proper plans, policy for the upliftment and development of that particular state. So that is called regional accounts. Which accounts? Regional. And we also calculate state income as well as union territory. We call it as net state domestic product. And we calculate that state income and also we divide it with the population. That is per capita state income. Which income? Like how we are calculating per capita income and how we are calculating GDP for the whole country. So we will also calculate GDP of every state and per capita income of every state. And not only state, we will go inside the state. What does it will go? Inside. Sometimes we also calculate it for a district level estimate. That means inside the Karnataka state. Now all 29 districts are there now. Which district is performing, which district is not? Who is contributing to state income, who is not contributing to? See, whole agenda of calculating this regional accounts is we believe strong states will make strong nation. What is it? Strong states will make? Strong nation. If all the states are contributing, all the states are contributing. Now that will make the whole nation to grow. So we cannot just concentrate on some 4-5 states and we can't say a nation is growing. Boss. Think about Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Mizoram. There are also still more states who are not at all performing. Kindly make them to perform. Clear? So we will also calculate state level estimates and union territory. Now this is the favorite question for ICI. Central Statistical Organization. What is it? They are the one who is going to prepare the state estimates. They are the one who will going to prepare the clear. Now remember, at the state level, at the Directorate of Economics and Statistics. Directorate of. In reality, now listen, this is where the twister comes in. Directorate of State Income and Statistics or Directorate of Economics and Statistics are the one who is responsible for the preparation of state income units. But who will assist them to prepare? So don't get confused with this word preparation in both the places. It is always prepared by State Directorate of Economics and Statistics. It is always and always assisted by Central Statistical. See, this is the most repeated question in the exam. CSO and State Directorate of Economics and Statistics. Let me show that. Wait, let me show the question itself. Why to simply say out of words? Okay, supra-regional, this is one second. There is also one more question. Which of the following organization is responsible for? That means assisting them. Who is responsible for assisting or compiling all the information together? Central Statistical. Next, one more question. Wait. Let me show that. The state level estimates are typically by the state income units of the respective state. Which organization is primarily responsible for preparation? Directorate of Economics. And now along with this, there is one more important information. See, sometimes whenever there is a central government services which is provided between two states, like railways, telecommunication, insurance. Now let's say, for example, I want to go from Bangalore to Chennai. Now the service is given by the Indian Railway, where it is starting from Karnataka state, ending at Tamil Nadu state. Now I can't allocate this income just for one single state. Such transactions are called as supra-regional sectors. Which sectors? And such supra-regional sectors are always allocated based on relevant indicators. Which indicators? See here, while preparing the state income estimate, there are certain activities such as railway, communication, banking, insurance, and central government administration, which cuts the state borders, and the economy contribution cannot be assigned just for a one single state directly. Such transactions are called. Now, these estimates of supra-regional activity are compiled by the economy as a whole and allocated to the state based on which indicators? Question number 81. In the preparation of state income estimate, certain activities like railway, banking, insurance cuts the state borders, and those economic contribution assigned for more than one single state is known as. Clear? So, hot favorite question is from that. Who is going to prepare? Who is going to assist? If it is cutting the state border, what is that called as? Clear? That is the most repeated questions in the exam. Year by year, they are completely asking those questions. By this, 99% of your national income comes to an. There is only one topic, majorly, that is GDP and welfare. See, boss, I will give it as a brief. I want you to read and come. When we are preparing GDP, if you remember GDP, real GDP is called as better measurement of economic. But in reality, it is not. Because when you are calculating GDP, you only and only consider, what is it? You only and only? What do you consider? Productivity of the nation. That's it. Except productivity, did you consider health of your citizens? No. Did you consider any standard of living? No. Did you consider any other parameters like, for example, good quality of life, leisure time to your laborers, or any kind of negative activity, let me say crime, dacoity, accidents? If those things are increasing, let's say if the road accident increases, no doubt that will generate more medical treatment, car repair services. Now, because of that car repair, spare parts has to be produced, production increases, medical services will increase. That will form part of your GDP. But year by year, if that accidents increases, is it good to your economy? If more and more people are committing crime, is it good to economy? Did you consider any of this? Did you consider non-economic activity? No, but that will also lead to happiness, na? Every time you can't just consider economic activity. Sometimes you will go to your holy place, you will volunteer there in the temple, and that you feel happy. Suppose if you are helping your mom at kitchen, you feel happy for that. But even though sometimes it leads to production because of non-market value, because of you don't include non-economic, but every time economic alone is not important, even non-economic is. But you are never considering that. So GDP is an inadequate measurement of welfare. What is it? See, there are many reasons for this. See, income distribution and GDP per capita is not same. Let's assume per capita income. Let's take a random example. 30,000 rupees per month. What is it? If you get 30,000 rupees in villages, you are like a king. You don't even need 15,000 is enough. But still another 15,000 you will save. But in city, 30,000 not even enough for 2 weeks. Same per capita income, different standard of living in two different places in the city. Income distribution, what is happening in the country, and your GDP per capita is a completely. measurement of welfare. And technological advancement is happening now. Because of that, production is increasing, not because of your labor. Whenever technology improves, production capacity. But there is also one more side effect because of technology. Unemployment problem will. Did you tackle any of this? No. And also production which is hidden because of illegal activity. Suppose in your country day by day illegal activity increases. Is it good to economy? But did you consider any of this in your national income? No. And non-market production and non-economic. You never included. Even non-economic also important for the life, boss. And also disutility of loss of. Now they say that, boss, in Japan, China and all, people work for 12 hours a day. That is why their country's GDP is increasing faster. In India, we work 8 hours, but in reality, only 4 hours. Namesake 8 hours. So, we are actually losing out another 4. We should also make it as 12 hours a day so that our GDP will increase. Stupidity, leisure time is also important. You should spend some quality time with family. You should go out with his friends or with his wife. Not wives, wife. Clear, go out and eat one ice cream with the kid. Leisure time is important. Resting time is important. You can't say that whenever we give a resting time, that is leisure time, is making us a loss for rise in our GDP. And economic bads like crime, pollution, traffic congestion. Did you include any of this? In the name of production, air pollution, water pollution, everything is polluted. Is it good to economy? Voluntary works rendered without expecting any kind of non-economic activity. Did you include it? And there are certain distinction. Production that makes us better and production that only prevents us becoming from worst. Best example, policeman service. Production that is preventing us from becoming worst. Policeman is protecting us from the crime. If you are spending lot of money on policeman protection, that means in country crime rate is it good to economy? No. And production that will make us better. Hospital services after meeting with accident in the road. But if number of accidents keeps on increasing in your country, is it good? You are nowhere considering any of this. And how can you call GDP as a better measurement of economic welfare? So a calculation of national income and GDP is totally inadequate. That is not complete measurement of welfare. Welfare is different. GDP is. Don't compare welfare and GDP as one and the. For namesake, Indian economy is the third largest growing economy in the world by surpassing GDP. Only GDP. No per capita income, quality of life, air, water, food, nowhere. So when you want to compare A to Z everything. Don't compare just with GDP. Clear? So that is the problem of India. And see, same limitations and same production hidden from the government authority, non-market production, disutility of leisure time, economic bad, voluntary works, production that prevents us from becoming. Other limitations, see, definition of national income is not proper. Whatever we call definition, gross domestic product plus NFIA, that is inadequate definition. And there is no proper distinction between final goods and which is final, which is intermediary. Suppose as an household, you go and buy a milk from the shop, final good. As a sweet shop owner, if I go and buy intermediary. So what is final, what is? And there is a problem of when government spends it, not included, but that is also income to people. From that they buy goods and services, demand is increasing, but there is a problem of transfer, not leading to production, just money is getting transferred from one person to service of durable. See, car was produced in 2020, car met with accident in 2025, spare part was produced in 2024. While servicing, I have used a spare parts of 24, car produced in 20, spare part of 24, service given in. You say only present year production, none of these are in present year. That is the problem. Service of durable goods and difficulty to incorporate distribution of. Proper distribution will not happen in India. Inequality is very high. Rich is becoming more richer and richer. Poor is remaining. And how do you value new goods at the COVID vaccine? Base year price where it is? No. And also government services, voluntary services, and also valuation of government. Can you say policeman, what is the value of services he is providing? Are you calculating based on his quality time or just a fixed salary? Are you calculating like, okay, this is the quality of service policeman has given. Because of that, we are giving a salary to him. You are not quantifying the quality of work. You are just giving a salary. That is the problem. And also data is not at all reliable. Best example, you guys only. See, you have something called as income certificate to your parents. When you are joining college, they will ask for income certificate. In reality, your parents might be earning 10 lakh. But income certificate is shown as 1 lakh. Why? Zero we invented, sir. When we want, we will put. When we don't want, we will remove. See, first of all, data disclosed itself is not proper, inadequate. We can't rely on that data to calculate, and also non-monetized sectors are there. We can't even estimate the real value created, and also self-consumption. How many of them will come and say, boss, this is what I produce. This is the value added. Include that in GDP. self-consumed goods and services, where how do you get to know the value? Problem. And also illiteracy and in India we have very much. For namesake we are educated, rank holders are there, knowledge who wants it, sir? Only marks we need, and moreover illiteracy and ignorance, and also occupational, primary, secondary, tertiary, that is not proper. And how do you estimate the fixed cost? That is depreciation. In accounts we have straight line method, return on value method, everything, but in economics what is the method in which you are calculating depreciation, and how do you correctly estimate this is the depreciation for the present year? These all are the problems. Sir, you are tupifying so much for national income. Is there any usefulness? Yes. International comparison. How is our Bikari nation performing next to us? How are we performing? They are nowhere fit for comparison, but we always compare. But when you are comparing left side, also compare right side, anti-Indian you are. Yeah. We can only compare towards top left, not towards top right. When you compare towards top right, anti-Indian. So we have to, international comparison will come. How we were performing 3 years ago, how we are performing now. Government can come up with a policy, and how much economic welfare has been created in the country, and how different sectors are contributing, primary, secondary, tertiary, and what is the national income statistics from the past 5 years, 10 years, and also international. Based on all this information, we come with policies for growth as well as controlling the, and not just about previous and present. We also forecast for the future, how we have to be in the. This is why usefulness. By this, chapter 6, unit 1. Should we do MCQs or tomorrow? Tomorrow, sir. Enough, sir. Tomorrow, sir. Definitely, we have to extend the class on Monday. No other option. Sunday I'm not taking. Monday. Appa? Human in nature. Leisure time is needed. From morning 9 o'clock. Appa? Okay. For you, one challenge, man. I will give half an hour time. Just half an hour. I will give you this place. Half an hour, please come and engage the class continuously. Only topic. Day 6 hours, da. Human in nature. We did a characteristic feature of labor. Labor is perishable. Human in nature. We need time. Clear? Okay, chalo. Monday we will extend. Sunday take a rest. Even for me also rest little for my throat. So Monday we will continue. Tomorrow definitely we can't finish. Highly impossible. Chalo, bye bye. We'll meet you guys tomorrow. Can you explain expenditure method once again? Karthik, simple. Spendings made by household, C. Spendings made by business, I. Spendings made by government, G. International trade, X minus M. 4 components put together, GDP. Karthik, clear? Okay, bye-bye. Okay, kindly revise and come. Before coming to the next class, make sure that you are revising the next topic, Keynesian theory. Revise it and come. Five hours, 58 minutes class today. Now what I will do for 2 minutes, simply speak to you, Arva.
So let's get started. So in the previous class, we were discussing about the concepts of national income. So we had finished with the unit 1. Now let us get started with the unit 2, that is Keynesian theory. One of the most interesting topic, again, most weighted chapter from the examination point of view. So let us get started. So in the Keynesian theory, there are total 4 topics are there. How many topics are there? 2-sector model, investment multiplier, 3-sector model, and 4-sector model. So all these 4 concepts are important from examination perspective. So let us get started. The very first concept will be 2-sector model. So in the 2-sector model, we have a component of C and I. So if it is a 3-sector model, C plus I plus G. If it is a 4-sector model, C plus I plus G plus X minus M. So in 2-sector model, we only consider C and I. C stands for household, I stands for business investments, clear up, consumption that is made by an household. So this 2-sector model is hypothetical. That means it is unrealistic in nature. In real life, we don't have any such nation without a government or without governance. We need to always have, let's say, some authority or some regulatory body to control with the rules and regulation. But in a 2-sector model, we only and only have household and business firm. And in the 2-sector model circular flow, households, they are the one who will hold all the factors of production. Household will hold all the factors of, and they will provide that factor services to the business firms. The business firms, after taking these factors of production, they also pay the factor payments. Now, land expects rent, labor expects capital expects, organization expects. So households will provide factor inputs to the firm, and in return, firm makes the factor payments. Now income is received to the hands of the household. Now households will spend that money by the business firm. Let's say, for example, I'm going to spend it on those which firm has produced the goods in short, by spending money, I will buy goods and household plan is equal to matching with the firm's plan. Whatever household is planning to spend, that exact amount of money firm will get as an income. Whatever firm is spending in the form of factor payments, same amount of money is again spent by the household to buy goods and services produced by them. That means money is equally balanced between household and firm. There is no leakage in the economy. There is no concept of money getting saved. There is no concept of money going outside the system. So between these two, households and firm, plans are always matching. Household plan is always matching with the firm's plan. Clear up. Now the formulas are most important. Now in this particular case, in two sector model, when we speak about equilibrium concept, which concept? Aggregate demand should be equal to aggregate supply. AD should be equal to AS. Now the AD component is an expenditure side. What is AD component? AS component is an income side. So whenever we are spending money, that is expenditure. So either we consume or either we save. Either we consume or either we. That is in income, not in expenditure. So remember, in general, what is income formula? We will consume or we will. But the entire concept of Keynesian theory is a AD-sided model. Which sided model? That means whatever we are discussing, C plus I plus G plus X minus M, this entire concept is a demand-sided model. Which sided model? And in the two-sector model, we have only two elements, that is C and I. And AS side represents income. What is income formula? C plus. Yes, so this will be C plus. Yes, now CC gets cancelled. So in short, I is always equal to, by chance, if household create any kind of savings, if you remember circular flow of money, household creates savings, that money will go to the bank. Bank again gives it as a loan to the business people. So savings of an household is converted into business investment. What is it converted into? Is that clear? So this is two sector model equilibrium where I is equal to, yes, AD should be equal to AS. AD is an expenditure, AS is an income side. So when we write a national income equation, it will be C plus I. Y is equals to what? See, this Y is a AS component. C plus I is an AD component. That means AS is matching with the AD. So, and we also know that I is equal to, yes, that means instead of writing as yes, I can also write it as income is also consumption plus investment, because we know that yes is equal to I. That is the reason instead of writing yes, we can also write it as I. Is that clear? Okay, let me make your life more simple. Let me just take the simple formula. Consumption plus savings. What is it? So income is consumption plus saving. C stands for consumption. And S stands for savings. Now, what is consumption formula? See, income formula is consumption plus savings. Let's say consumption will be income minus savings. Same way, savings will be income minus consumption. Do you agree? Now, if at all I have to write an equation, it is A plus B of Y. What is it? A plus? But savings will be minus A plus 1 minus B of Y. Anyone having doubt in this equation? So in the regular class, we would have gone in detail with explanation. What does A stands for? Autonomous. A stands for? B stands for induced. That means let's take up an example. Assuming Shashikiran is earning an income of 15,000. How much is my income? In this 15,000, let's say every month I should pay the rental expenditure. So I have a rent to be paid. Rental expenditure, let's say it is 4,000 rupees. And my remaining lifestyle expenses. Which expenses? My lifestyle expenses, I'm going to spend, let's say, another 6,000 rupees. So 4 plus 6, 10. What is my income? So what is the remaining savings? So remaining savings is 5,000. My total consumption, what is the total? Is 10,000. See, in this consumption, there are two elements, autonomous and this is induced. Autonomous is nowhere dependent on income. That means whether I earn 15,000 or whether I earn 18,000 or whether I earn 20,000, it does not matter. Every month I should pay rent of how much? If my income increases, will my landlord come and ask me, Shashikiran, your salary increased, you give 1,000 extra rent? Will he ask? No. Whether I earn more or whether I earn less, autonomous will always remain constant. Autonomous is nowhere dependent on income. But which is dependent on income? Induced. If I'm earning more, I will spend more money. I will go out for movie one more extra time. I will go out for outing. I will go out for a trip. I spend more money. So induced portion is dependent on income. Autonomous is not dependent on income. Clear? So that is the component of A and B. Now remember, this B has got two different ways of understanding. B is also called as slope of consumption curve. Which consumption? Which consumption? Regular consumption, what we make on a daily basis. There is an autonomous component and induced component. Clear? And this B is also called as marginal propensity to consume. What is it called as? So B is also called as slope of consumption curve, and B is also known as marginal propensity to. So what is that marginal propensity to consume? Change in consumption divided by change in income. Whenever our income changes, automatically the consumption will also. That means, let's say, Shashikiran, you are getting 15,000 salary. Now let's assume your salary increases to 20,000. Still, I need to pay rent of how much? 4,000. But my lifestyle expenses will increase. Let's say my lifestyle expenses from 6,000, now I'm spending 9,000. How much am I spending? 9,000. Now both put together, 9 plus 14, 9 plus 4, 13,000. So what is the remaining money? See, 7,000 is my savings. That means now earlier consumption was how much? Now consumption is how much? So can I say change in consumption? What is it? Is 3,000. And what is the change in income? 5,000. So what is the change in savings? 2,000. So 5,000 rupees my income increased, consumption increased by 3,000. So can I say this is going to be like 3,000 divided by 5,000? What is 3,000 divided by 5,000? 0 point. That means 60% of my change in income and spending. Same way, this 1 minus B. What is it? This 1 minus B is also called as MPS. What is it called as? MP. Marginal propensity to save. Marginal propensity to save is change in savings divided by. So in my example, how much did the savings change? How much did the income change? So kindly solve it. 2,000 divided by 5,000. How much is that? 0 point. Now observe this very carefully. 0.6 plus 0.4 put together is. That means MPC plus MPS. What is it? MPC plus MPS put together should be equal to. Value of MPC will be between 0 and 1. Value of MPS will also be between 0 and MPC and MPS both put together should be equal to. Clear? Now same way we also have one more concept called as APC. What is it? Average propensity to consume. That is total consumption. What is it? Divided by total income. Total consumption divided by. So in short, it is C divided by Y. What is it? Same way, we also have APS. What is it? Total savings. What is it? Total savings divided by total income. Total savings divided by. That is S divided by Y. What is it? S divided by. So C by Y. So total consumption. Shashikiran, your total consumption is 13,000. But your total income was? So 13 divided by 20. What is it? 13 divided by 13,000 divided by 20,000. What is the value? 0.65. Same way. Shashikiran, if you are spending 13,000, that means you are saving 7,000 out of your income of 20,000. So 7 divided by 20. 0.35. Now observe 0.65 plus 0.35. 1. That means APC plus APS put together should also be equal to. The value of APC and value of APS will always be between 0 and 1. What is it between? This is the concept of two-sector model. Remember, in a two-sector model, we are understanding in detail about consumption, in detail about the savings. What is consumption equation? Consumption equation. A plus B of Y. A stands for autonomous. B stands for induced. B is also called as MPC, marginal propensity to consume. And in case of savings function, minus A plus 1 minus B of Y. What is 1 minus B called as? MPS minus A. That is opposite of this autonomous. Only after spending the autonomous, I can create saving. Until and unless if I don't spend the autonomous, I can't create the savings. And what is MPC formula? Change in consumption by change in income. MPS formula, change in savings by change in income. MPC plus MPS put together should be equal to MPC value will be between 0 and 1, greater than 0, lesser than 1. MPS also greater than 0, lesser than. Like MPC, MPS, we also have APC and AP. APC, total consumption by total income, that is C by Y. Even the value will be between 0 and 1. And even APS value will be between 0 and 1. So remember, APC plus APS put together value should be equal to. Any doubt in this? So this is the very basic essential concept of the two-sector model. Clear up? Live. I'm there here. Don't worry. Why you? Recording. Anyhow, relay is happening here. Recording is fine. Clear? What is it, sir? Can you use C bar instead of A? You can, but why do you want to confuse your life so much, Karthik? Why do you want to complicate it? So make it simplified, na? So let's go ahead. See, aggregate demand, AD component. Which component? So under the AD component, we have C and I. Consumption, it is nothing but function of income. Elaborated form, we have written it as A plus B of. A stands for autonomous, B stands for induced portion. And when we are representing that in the form of graph, this is how the graph looks like. See, observe this dotted line. This is autonomous. That means whether I earn less income, more income, it doesn't matter. Every month you should pay rent of how much? That is stagnant. And if your income keeps on increasing, Shashikiran 15,000 was there, next to 20,000, next 30,000, next 40,000. If income increases, my autonomous or induced, which one will increase? Induced. That induced is also called as B, and B is also called as slope of consumption curve. Slope of which curve? Consumption curve. Clear up. And we also discussed about MPC, change in consumption by change in income, also called as B. Clear up. And next comes APC, total consumption by total. So kindly solve this table. So savings. So opposite of consumption. Simple. We are not even earning any income, but we need to spend 50 rupees. That means savings will be minus 50. What is it? And 100 rupees is the income, but spending is 125. That means minus 25. Here it is 0. 300 income, 275 spending, positive 25. 400 income, 350 consumption, positive 50. 500 is the income, 425 is the consumption, positive 75. And what is APC formula? Total consumption by income. 50 by 0, math error, infinite. Clear up. So remember, whenever income is 0, whenever APC will be infinite. Clear up. Next, 125 divided by 100. 1.25. 200 by 200. 275 by 300. 0.916. 350 by 400. Point. Next, 425 by 500. 0.85. Now observe this very carefully. Whenever income is increasing, APC keeps on decreasing. Whenever income increases, APC keeps on. Clear. But observe MPC. Now identify MPC. First one we can't identify. Undefined. Change in consumption. 50 and 125. Changes 75. 0 and 100. Differences 100. So 0.75. Same way. 125 and 200. Differences 75. 100 and 200 differences 100. So it is 0.75, 0.75, 0.75, 0.75. Clear. That means whether income increases or whether income MPC remains. But when income increases, APC. Whenever income is 0, APC. Clear. Next comes savings function minus A plus 1 minus B of Y. MPS, change in savings by change in income, also called as 1 minus MPC plus MPS. Both put together should be equal to value of MPC or value of MPS will be between 0 and Next comes APS. APS value will be total savings by total. Now identify, solve this problem. They are asking us to identify average propensity to save. What is the formula for average propensity to save? Total savings by total income. They have given consumption of 200, income of. In income, if you are saving, sorry, consumption is 200. So in 1000 minus 200. So savings will be 800. So now it will be 800 divided by 1000. Answer is 0.8. Next, they have only given savings 450. Income is 1200. 450 by 1200. 0.375. Clear? So such kind of silly questions will also come in the exam. So we just discussed about this table. See, whenever income is 0, APC will be infinite. When income increases, APC decreases. But whether income increases or decreases, MPC remains. Is that clear? See, we are not discussing much about AS side because entire Keynesian theory is a which-sided model? Demand-sided. That is C plus I plus G plus X minus M. So it is a demand-sided model. Supply side. AS side is called as ex ante or planned aggregate supply. That is anticipated. What is it? Sir, I want to score 98 out of 100 in economics. Anticipation is 98, but after writing exam, you got 90. That is ex post. What is it? So we are not speaking about ex post. We are speaking about ex and anticipation. That means planned. What is that we are going to achieve? Planned. So planned aggregate supply in the economy. So that is dependent on income of a consumer. So AS side represents the income. What does it AS side represents? See, it is equal to dash national income. That means income is consumption plus savings. That is what instead of Y we are representing as AS. Clear? See all the formulas. Just now whatever we discussed, consumption equation, savings equation, income formula, MPC formula, APC formula, MPS formula, APS formula. Now see, concepts are very simple. Whenever we are earning income, either we consume or either we save. Same way, I can say change in income can also be written as change in consumption plus change in. Clear up. Now let's say, for example, if I have to identify only and only consumption, that means income minus. Same way, change in consumption is change in income minus change in. Or else there is one more formula. What is that one more formula? Change in income into MPC. What is it? Change in income into? So kindly mark this important. So this is important. You guys will forget this. Most of the times question will come from this area. Same way, if I have to identify savings, that is income minus consumption. If I have to identify change in savings, can I say change in income minus change in consumption? And same way, we can also write it as change in income into MPS. What is it? Change in income into? This is one more formula which you guys have to write. Same way, we also have another formula for identifying change in income. What is that? One more formula to identify change in income. Multiplier into. Multiplier into change in investment. This comes in investment multiplier concept. Next one, after two sector model, investment multiplier, we will discuss that. So these are the three formulas which you guys have to remember. Most of the times in exam, this is where the questions are going to come and you will be wondering how to solve them. Clear? Understood? See, graph is very simple here. They are speaking about change in consumption divided by change in income. 45-degree line is the aggregate supply line. Which supply line? Here they have only mentioned C line. So we need C and I. One more line. I should come here. So C plus I. This becomes AD line. This will be equilibrium. Next we will discuss that formula. See here. I spoke about this equilibrium. AD should be equal to AS is an income side. AD is an expenditure side. Expenditure component is C plus I. Income component is C plus CC gets I is equals to. Same thing is represented in the form of graph. See, this is only C line. Only and only C. This is A portion, autonomous. Now C plus I. One more I line will come. Whatever as an household, you guys will create a saving. See this portion. Same line will come here as I. Clear up. Now let's dot it and let me represent. See, this is the portion of savings. Same to same will come here as investment. So C plus I should be matching with C plus. Yes, this is the portion at equilibrium, it will match. And at the same level, S is equals to I. This is two sector model graph, equilibrium graph. Clear? Now, this statement, this is important. Now listen to this carefully. Keynesian said, who said? See, boss, when economy is at equilibrium, economy is at, there can be full employment or lesser than full employment or even greater than full employment. But our classical economists, which economist? That means before 1929, there were classical economists. These guys said, see, boss, economy will always and always achieve full employment equilibrium. Which employment equilibrium? Say this is supply, this is demand. So this is the price and this is the quantity. Now, in the Keynesian theory, which theory? Now, x-axis will not just represent the quantity. X-axis along with quantity, it also represents income. What does it represent? Income. That means at this equilibrium level, whatever that we are producing, the quantity, we say that we are always operating at full employment. Always operating at, there is no unemployment problem at all. Economy will always achieve full employment at the point of equilibrium. This is what classical economists said. Who said? That may be true or may not be. That is what Keynes argued. Boss, no, economy can also achieve less than full employment equilibrium. Let's assume this is the new equilibrium, even. See, at this dotted line, we are not producing at full employment level of output. The output level, what we are producing here, let's say Shashikiran, I'm a laptop manufacturer. Who is Shashikiran? Now, let's say by appointing 1,000 people, let's say in an economy, there are 1,000 people who are ready to work, capable to work. I have appointed all the 1,000 people. I have appointed all the, and by appointing all the 1,000 people, I can produce 50,000 laptops. How much? And even people are ready to buy 50,000 laptops. Demand is also 50,000, supply is also. And we are producing 50,000 laptops by appointing everyone. And this is what classical economists said. Every time it will happen. But Keynes said, no, boss, no. If there is an insufficient spending in the economy, when people are not spending enough money, they will not demand 50,000 laptops. Now, let's say they're demanding only 40,000 laptops. How much? Now, you tell me as a business manufacturer, now you want to produce 40,000 laptops or 50,000 laptops? Now, to produce 40,000 laptops, do you need all 1,000 employees to come and work? I don't want. Let's say I will only and only appoint 800 employees to come and work. To produce 40,000, I just need 800 employees. Now you tell me, is economy full employment? Still unemployment problem is there at the point of equilibrium. That is what happened during Great Depression. Keynes argued economy need not. Economy achieve always and always full employment equilibrium. It can be even less than full employment equilibrium. What is it? Or sometimes even greater than full employment equilibrium. Or it can also go like this. Now people are demanding 60,000 laptop. How much? But maximum you guys can produce is only at only 50,000. You can't produce because you have appointed each and every fellow who is ready to work, capable to work, everyone. You can't produce. Then what I can do? Only and only increase the price. Clear up. So Keynes said economy can achieve less than full employment or even greater than. There is no rule that every time economy should be always at full employment equilibrium. This is the main base for the Keynesian theory. Without understanding this base, you will not even understand any of the concepts in Keynesian theory. So remember, classical economists and neoclassical. Classical are the one who are before 1929, who explained that government intervention is unnecessary. Government need not involve at all. Economy will always and always achieve dash employment equilibrium. But Keynes said, boss, it may happen or it may. And moreover, disaster created in 1930. Where were you guys? Classical economists. Now, why didn't you solve this problem? You said, no, economy will always achieve full employment. Government intervention is unnecessary. Government need not involve. Automatically, things get adjusted on its own. Where are you guys? Then why didn't you solve this Great Depression of America? That is when in 1936. Which year? John Maynard Keynes. He came up with the concept. He has written a book by name, The General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money. Initially itself it is there. See, 1936. The general theory of employment, interest and money. This was advocated by John Maynard Keynes, a British economist. He explained about the phenomenon, how to tackle the recessionary forces and inflationary by using counter-cyclical fiscal policy. Which policy? Yesterday we discussed, this is the one. Counter-cyclical fiscal with the active intervention of government in the form of fiscal policy, in the form of, and this is what Keynes argued, economy may achieve a full employment equilibrium or may not achieve a full employment equilibrium, especially for Great Depression of America. The reason for insufficient spending. What is it? Because of insufficient spending in the economy. Economy has achieved less than full employment. People, rather than demanding 50,000 laptop, now they are only demanding. That means people are not spending their money enough in the economy because of lesser spending, insufficient spending. Economy has achieved less than full employment equilibrium. What is it? Less than. See, this last 4 points are important. See, Keynesian equilibrium with equality of planned aggregate expenditure and planned aggregate need not take place at. There is no rule that every time economy should achieve equilibrium at the full. There is a possibility that still the rate of unemployment is. In the Keynesian model, neither wages nor interest rates will decline, even though there is a problem of high unemployment and excess. Why, sir? Why interest rates cannot decline, wages cannot decline? Simple. Now people used to demand 50,000 laptop. Now they are only demanding. So I'm not appointing all 1,000 people. I have fired 200 of them. I'm only appointing 800. 200 people have lost jobs. Now I can blackmail my existing employees. Hey, if you don't want to work for lesser salary, get lost. There are unemployed people. I will take them and I will make them to come and work. If you do that, if you reduce wages, if you reduce, income will. If income decreases, demand increase. Hey, who is that stupid fellow? If income decreases, demand decreases. If income decreases, demand much more. That means people now not even demand 40,000. Next, they will demand less than 40,000 laptop. That means for a fire, you should have put water. Now you are putting petrol. If you reduce the wages of the customer, automatically, your employees, automatically their income earning capacity will decrease. Their salaries will decrease. If their income decreases, their demand will decrease. That means again problem will be much more higher. And if you reduce interest rates in the economy at that point of time, boss, as a customer, why will I keep money in bank? I will get better interest. If I'm unable to get a better interest, will I keep money in bank? No. If they don't keep money in bank, where will the bank give loans to business person to do business? So in the abnormal high unemployment problem, Keynes said neither wages nor will decline and output will always remain less than. See, your full employment is at 50,000 laptop level, all 1,000 people have appointed. But now economy has achieved less than full employment. That means you need only 800 people to work. You need to produce only 40,000 laptops. That's it. So because of insufficient spendings in the economy, all this problem got created. So this last 4 points are most important. Is that clear? This is two-sector model, hypothetical model. Which model? Now see here, this is how the question comes from the two-sector model. Calculate marginal propensity to consume and marginal propensity to, from the following data, where the economy is in equilibrium, their national income is 2,500, autonomous consumption, that means portion of A is 300, investment is 100. That means now Y is equals to C plus I. This is equation. They have given Y value. How much is Y value? And consumption function, it can be written as A plus B of Y. Clear up? And plus I. In the place of C, we have to write it like this. Now, as per the given information, only A value is given. 2,500 is equals to A value is plus B of 2,500. That is what? B itself is called as marginal propensity to consume. Na? That is what they're asking us to identify. And we know that MPC plus MPS put together should be equal to 1, and they have also given I value, so it is plus 100. Now simple concept, 300 plus 100 is 400. Now 2,500 is equals to 400 plus B of 2,500. 500. So 400 will come to LHS side. So it will become 2100. That means 400 minus 2500 minus 400. 2100 is equals to B of 2000. So simple, 2100 divided by 2500 is equals to be 21 divided by 25. What is it? 0.84. We know that MPC plus MPS put together should be equal to. Now, in order to identify MPS, it is 1 minus B. That is 1 minus 0.84. So how much is MPS? MPS will be 0. That's it. Hardly it takes 30 seconds to solve. If you have a knowledge, Allah, hardly 30 seconds. It will not even take beyond 30 seconds to solve. Now, second problem. Anyone having doubt in the first problem? Now, second problem. See here. An economy is in equilibrium. Calculate national income. What are they asking? Calculate. That means they're asking us to calculate value of Y. Clear? Huh? And autonomous is given. How much is autonomous? 100 plus marginal propensity to save. MPS is given. That means this is 1 minus B. So opposite of this is B. Now what will be the B? 0 point. Investment is given 200. Now Y is equals to C. In the place of C, autonomous 100 is given plus 0.8Y plus 200. So Y is equals to 300 plus 0.8Y. Now this 0.8Y will come to LHS. So it is Y minus 0.8Y is equals to 300. In short, 0.2Y is equals to 300. In short, Y is equals to 300 divided by 0.2. Y is equals to 1500. That's it. It is not even economics class. Now mathematics class is going on. So Keynesian theory is more of mathematics, less of economics. See once again. Now, suppose the consumption of an economy is given as C is equals to 200 plus 0.6Y. Investment is 10 plus 0.2Y. Identify the equilibrium. See, Y is equals to C plus I. In the place of C, 20 plus 0.6Y plus 10 plus 0.2Y. 0.2 plus 0.6 is 0.8. That will come to LHS. Now it will become 0.2Y is equals to 30. Y is equals to 30 divided by 0.2Y is equals to 150. Clear? Understood? Next, fifth problem. You only solve it. I know answer is given there, but still I want you to solve it. See, they have given value of C. They have given value of I. They're asking you to identify equilibrium income, consumption, savings. See, common sense. We know that S is equals to I. How much is the I value? 100. So savings already identified. Savings is 100. See, common sense. S is equals to I. They have only given I value. Now, how much is I? 100. That means savings is also 100. That means already we identified savings. That means we need to identify just income and consumption. Now, income is equals to C. 7 plus 0.5I plus 100. So 0.5I will come to LHS. 0.5I 107. Y is equals to 107 divided by 0.5Y is equals to 214. We also know savings it is 100. Consumption is income minus savings. So in short, it is going to be 214 minus 100. It is 114. That's it. Sir, you are going too fast, sir. That means you should practice at home. Clear up? And these are our bachu questions. Chiller, first standard level questions, these all are. Next, problem number 6. This is much more easier. Do it, solve it, solve it. Let me know the answer. Solve it. Solve it and let me know the answer. This guy, see, finally Shashikiran from bench manufacturer changed to laptop manufacturer. Marathon, na, so we have to be faster. So change in example. Answer. Simple concept, man. Y is equals to 250 plus 0.8Y plus 300. 0.2Y plus 550. So 550 divided by 0.2. Answer is 27. That's it. We already know the I. I is equals to, yes, that is 300. So next consumption will be 2450. Clear? So next problem. See, this is even more easy. S is equals to I. S is minus 10 plus 0. 2y is equals to 50. Minus 10 will go to RHS. It will become positive 10. So is equals to 60. So y is equals to 60 divided by 0.2. So end of the day answer is 300. Clear? And they're asking permanently it will increase investment by 5 crore. That means instead of 50, we should consider it as 55. That's it. Next up. Same to same. C is given, I is given. So this is how but 2 questions are going to come in the exam. Clear? Next comes inflationary gap and deflationary. That is what I explained as a laptop example. The simple concept. What is inflationary gap? There is excess demand in the economy. What is there? So there is an excess demand in the economy. See, by using everyone in an economy at full employment, Q star is full employment. What is it? Q star is? I have appointed all the 1,000 employees and I'm producing 50,000 laptops. But in the economy, demand is 60,000 laptops. How much? But we can only and only produce maximum how many laptops? I have appointed each and every fellow, whoever is ready to work, capable to work, every single guy I have appointed. I can only produce maximum 50,000, but demand is how much? Now I can't increase my production. So what I will do? I will increase my prices. Same, yesterday Shashikiran started teaching in 2017. He was teaching 100 students for 2,000 rupee. Now same 100 students only. Instead of 2,000, I will charge 5,000. So because of which my x-axis speaks about output and income. Now my nominal output, nominal income will increase. Real output, real income still remains same. Real values will not change. Only nominal values will increase. Why did it increase? Because of increase in. Now I will only increase the price for my product. Instead of selling, let's say 5,000 rupees per laptop, I will sell it for 7,000 rupees now. Whoever can afford 7,000, only those people will come and buy this 50,000 laptop. Not everyone will come and buy. Now there is a gap created between G and F. This is because of excess demand. Because of that is called inflationary gap. By increasing the price. What is it? By increasing the. Now nominal income, nominal output will increase and new equilibrium is achieved at point E. That means in an economy, output is still the same. Real output is still the. Because of increase in price. Now nominal income, nominal output has gone to point M. I'm still producing 50,000 laptop only. But I have increased the prices. Because of that, my nominal income has increased and it has achieved an equilibrium at point E. And this happens during the expansion phase of business cycle or whenever there is an inflation in the economy. Which kind of inflation? Demand pull inflation, excess demand in the economy. And whenever there is a expansion phase. Which phase? Expansion. See, business cycle expansion. This is inflationary gap. Which gap? Opposite to this is a deflationary gap. See, boss, we can produce 50,000 laptops. How many laptops can we produce? At the full employment level, 1,000 employees put together, we can produce 50,000 laptops. But demand is only 40,000 laptops. People don't want to buy 50,000 laptops. They want to buy only. Now you tell me, should I appoint each and every fellow to produce? No. Now I need to produce lesser. I need to produce. I will cut down by reducing the employment because I need to only produce 40,000 laptop. This is what happened in the Great Depression. Insufficient spending. Which spending? Because of which economy will settle down for less than full employment equilibrium. What is it? Less than full employment? I know I need just 800 people and now instead of appointing 1,000, now I appointed only 800 people. Why did this happen? Because of shortage in demand. What is it? That means excess supply is there in the economy. Now demand is not more. Which is more? Excess supply. Whenever demand is lesser, supply is more and that leads to deflationary gap. Which gap? And such kind of unemployment is called as demand deficient unemployment. Which unemployment? Called as cyclical unemployment. Which unemployment? And this happens during the contraction phase of business cycle. Which phase of business cycle? Or we also call it as a recession phase. This is the concept of inflationary gap and inflationary gap excess demand. Deflationary gap excess supply. Inflationary gap price will increase. Deflationary gap insufficient spending. This is what do you mean by CA? Come again if you write wrong answers like this. Clear? Understood? Understood? Hey, respond, man. Early morning, still at least 40 minutes of class done. And already people are like, what is happening today? Things are going like so fast. I clearly said Shatabdi Express will start. Revise and come. See, whichever topic you feel, sir, I'm unable to understand this. Do it little in detail. Let me know, stop me. Only those concepts I will go in detail. Remaining topics I will be revising. On a day one itself, I said, whichever topic you feel. Sir, I have never understood this topic. I want this topic to be done once again. Let me know that particular topic. I will go detail. Remaining, I will go in revision mode. Clear? Huh? Okay, next, investment multiplier. My favorite concept of this chapter. See, what is the formula for MPC? MPC formula. What is it? Change in consumption divided by change in. Now, this investment multiplier is dependent on MPC. Now, what is investment multiplier? Whenever I change my investment, I need to earn more and more income. I need to earn more and more. Okay, let me ask one basic question. Now you answer. Now Shashikiran wants to start a new business, not laptop, not pension. I want to start a new business next to two schools and colleges. I'm having two concepts, let me say two business in my mind. Stationery shop and chat shop. All this. Panipuri, Golgappa, chat shop, pizza, burger, all this. Or stationery shop. Which one should I open? Chat shop. Because see, preferences are very clear. Because you people spend more money in the chat shop. So simple. Where people are ready to spend more money. Where people are ready to. There as a businessman, I'm ready to invest more. There as a businessman, I'm ready to income cancel. So connection is where people are ready to spend more. There as a businessman, I'm ready to invest more. So there is a direct connection between MPC. When people spend more money, when people spend, we will earn more income. So simple concept. Now let's assume MPC. What is it? And MP, yes, I will take into consideration. Investment multiplier is K. See, there are two ways of understanding multiplier. The very first formula for multiplier, as I wrote now, change in income because of change in investment, or else reciprocal of MPS. What is it? That means we can also write it as 1 divided by 1 minus B. What is it? 1 divided by, in short, reciprocal of MP. Yes, clear. See, by using the same formula, what is it? By using the, what is the main formula of multiplier? Change in income divided by change in. By using the same formula, we can identify change in income. That is what? Multiplier into change in investment. Got it? I said now one more formula is there to identify change in income. Multiplier into change in investment. Clear up? Okay, let me erase this at the moment. Not required. This one. Okay, what did I say? There is a direct connection between MPC and multiplier. Now let's say people are spending just 10% money, saving 90%. Next, people will spend 30%, they will save 70%. Next, people spend 50%, they will save 50%. Okay, next, people spend 60% and they will save 40. Next, people spend 70% and they will save. And people spend 80% and they will save 20%. Next, people spend 90% and they will save. They will spend complete money, zero savings. Let's assume. Now, as per the formula, reciprocal of MPS. What is it? Reciprocal of? Now, take out calculator. 1 divided by 0.9. 1 divided by 0.9. 1.11 times. Money will increase only by 1.11 times. Next, 1 divided by 0.7. 1.42 times. Okay. Next, 1 divided by 0.2. 2 times. Now, see the magic. 1 divided by 0.4. 2.5 times. Next, 1 divided by 0.3. 3.33 times. Next, 1 divided by 0.2. 5 times. Next, 1 divided by 0.1. 10 times. 1 divided by 0. Infinite times. That means now observe. When people are spending more money, multiplier is also increasing. By chance, if people save more money, multiplier values are decreasing. See, people are saving 90%, only spending. My money will get multiplied only by 1.11 times. Next, another 20% spending increase, savings is only. Now 1.1 became 1.4. Next, 50-50. it has become 2 times. Next, observe, for every 10%, 60% spending, 40% saving. From 2 times, it became 2 point. Now savings reduce it. Now spending increase it. Spending became 70%. Saving became how many times money is increasing? Now see the magic for every 10%. For every. Now instead of making people to spend 70%, if I make people to spend instead of 3.33 times, money will increase. 5 times. That is why we'll bring Sunny Leon, Virat Kohli, Katrina Kaif, everyone as brand ambassador, and we instigate you people to spend more. That means, suppose if you are spending 70%, if I make you to just to spend another 10% extra, my money rather than increasing 3.33 times, my investment rather than multiplying 3.33 times, it will multiply by. Suppose if I become successful to make you people spend 90%, na, Dhamaka, 5 will become doubled. Just for 10% increase in spending, my multiplier doubled. And this is like highly impossible. We know it. But in India, it is possible. We can make people to also spend more and more money by taking credit also. Credit card is there. Life runs on EMI. No worries. If I make them to completely spend the money, my money will multiply how many times? Infinite times. That means when spendings is increasing, multiplier is also. So that means MPC and multiplier. What is it? MPC and multiplier are dash related. MPS and multiplier is dash related. Now you tell me, I want people to spend more money or spend less money. If people spend more and more, my multiplier value will also increase more and more. That is why I want people to spend more and more. So what is multiplier? How many times my income will go up because of increase in I have invested money. How many times my income is going to increase? Is it 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, 6 times, 10 times? So that depends upon MP. More the MPC, more the multiplier. MPC and multiplier are dash related. Direct or positive relation. MPS and multiplier. So I want people to spend more money or spend less money. That's it. That is why brand promotion, Instagram influencers, they have been paid like thousands, lakhs together to make you people bakra. When you people after becoming bakra, if you spend more money, company will earn more number of times of their investment as an income. That is investment multiplier. Clear? But this logic will not always work. Why? Sometimes stupid people like Shashikiran is there to influence you, save money. If you save today, money will save you tomorrow. So you should not spend money. That means there is something called leakage. What is that? Now, because of leakage, see, this is what I already explained the formula and logic, MPC multiplier positive relation, MPS multiplier negative. Now there is a leakage. Now what is leakage? Simple concept. When you don't spend your income on present produced goods and services. What is it? Present produced. Then it is called as leakage. That means you are buying the commodity which is not of present produced. Some last year produced. Let's say instead of buying a new car, you are buying a second-hand car. Let's assume in the country, if everyone wants to buy only second-hand car, then what will a car manufacturer do? Where will you produce the new car? Wage, full gone, manufacturing unit to employment opportunity, everything tossed. That means if you don't spend your money on present produce, see, if you don't spend, not spend on current produced of goods and that will lead to leakages. When the leakages are stronger, leakages are multiplier will decrease. Leakage and multiplier is negatively related. What is it? Leakage and multiplier is clear. Now, what are the reasons for leakages? Number one, payment to Nirmala aunty. Taxes. When you pay more and more tax, your disposable income decreases. So because you have less money in hand, you will spend less money. Next, when you keep idle, if you keep 100 rupees in your kijori at home, that will not put 10 rupees as grandson. It will never do that. So if you keep idle cash, that is also a leakages. Next, existing stocks are bought. And most danger, not just existing stock. If you, money is leaving country, money is leaving the, and if you're buying existing stocks and bonds, not an IPO, already there is a stock, one person is selling, another person is. You have invested on a company, that company has not declared dividends, undistributed profits of corporates, and debt repayment, and most danger. If economy is already working at full employment, 1,000 people are ready to work, 50,000 laptops are produced, 50,000 laptops are also sold. When that condition is satisfied, if you bring more investment, if you bring That means you are increasing money supply. When you increase money supply, inflation increases. That means when economy is already in equilibrium, if you pump more money in the name of investment, that will increase inflation. What is it? That will increase? That will act as leakage. Prices are increasing because of inflation. That price increase is not making more income to manufacturer. That price increase is happening because of inflation. So if economy is already at full employment, you should not pump in more money in the name of investment. If you do that, economy will not increase, rather inflation will increase. So these are the reasons of leakages. Payment of tax. What is it? Payment of tax, idle cash, existing stocks, importing goods. All these are the leakages. If stronger the leakage, what is it? Multiplier value keeps on decreasing. Clear, understood. Now, this is where exam questions will be asked. Now, this is how MCQs. Now, whatever we have discussed from the morning, that is important area. This is where numericals will also come. Have a look here. An economy, investment expenditure increased by marginal propensity to consumers. They are asking you to identify change in income and change in savings. What are they asking to identify? First of all, tell me the formula for change in income. Multiplier into change in investment. What is change in savings? Change in income into MPS. I said na new formula important. That is where exam question comes. Now, what is the given information in the question? Investment expenditure. That is change in investment. What is it? And they have given MPC. What are they given? Now, simple concept. They have given change in investment. They have given MPC. Boss, here I need change in income. What do I need? First, we should identify change in income. For that, first I need multiplier. What is multiplier formula? Reciprocal of MPS. We know MPC plus MPS put together is equal to 1. If MPC is 0.8, MPS will be. So 1 divided by 0.2, 5 times. How many times? Now 5 times of investment change at 400 crore. 4 5s are. So change in income is 2000 already identified. Now 2000 into 0.2, 20% of 2000. How much? 400. See, we got both the answers. Hardly takes us 30 seconds to solve. Only when you know the logic. For that, first you should know formula. If you don't remember the formula, to white 1 red fix. When ICA wants to donate mark, when you don't want to receive donation, CA means come again. Next, solve this. An increase in investment by how many crore? So investment has increased by 400 crore. National income, that is change in income, has increased by 1,600. What are they asking you to calculate? Marginal propensity to consume. See, they're asking you to identify MPC. Now, there are 2 steps in the question. You need to solve in 2 different steps. Number 1, see, we have information about change in investment and change in. By the way, what is the formula for multiplier? Multiplier is change in income because of change in investment. Income has changed 1,600 crore. Investment has changed by 400 crore. 4 fours are. So 4 times. And we know also there is one more formula, that is K is equals to 1 divided by 1 minus B. That is MPS, reciprocal of MPS. Now K value already we know 4. 4 is equals to 1 divided by 1 minus B. 1 minus B go to LHS. 4 will come to the denominator RHS. So 1 minus B is equals to 1 by. So what is 1 by 4? 0.25. So 1 minus B 0.25. Minus 0.25 go to LHS, minus B comes to RHS. 1 minus 0.25 is equals to B. So in short, B is also called as MPC. How much is MPC? And this is how the exam question come. These kind of questions will be in the exam. So 2 different formulas should be used and 2 different ways of solving the question. Clear? Understood? This is how exam question is going to come. So next problem, you only solve it. 11th problem. In an economy, investment is increasing by 600 crores. So that is change in investment. What is it? And the marginal propensity to consume. They have only given MPC. MPC is 0.6. They're asking us to calculate total change in income. That means change in income you should identify, and consumption expenditure. Which expenditure? That means change in consumption. So change in income, change in consumption. By the way, what is the formula for change in income? Multiplier into change in investment. What is the formula for change in consumption? Change in income into MPC. See, you should know the formula. When you know the formula, you will solve it in just 30 seconds like this. Answer. 1,500. So change in income is 1,000. Change in consumption is 900. Clear? Understood? So by this, the second concept, investment multiplier also comes to an end. So two sector model, damar. Investment multiplier, damar. Next comes three sector model. Life is very simple with three sector model. See, listen. AD is equal to AS. What is it? AD is equals to? AD component is expenditure. Now it is C plus I plus G. What is it? C plus I plus? Now AS component C plus S plus T. Now what we need to understand is G and T. One, government is spending money that comes under AD side. What is the income to the government? Tax. Tax is the income to the government. Now as we know that C and C gets cancelled. C gets cancelled. When C and C gets cancelled, ultimately I plus G is equals to S plus. That means G is always equal to T. That is balanced budget. Which budget? So whatever money that the government is receiving in the name of tax, same amount of money government is spending. So national income equation will be Y is equals to C plus I plus G. Now in the place of C, when we are writing equation, there is a twister. Now A plus B of YD. What is it? A plus B of? Since government is there, Nirmala aunty is also present. When Nirmala aunty is there, tax is present. When tax is also present, subsidy is also present, or transfer payments. Which payments? That means Modi uncle is also present, Nirmala aunty is also present. That means whenever there is a government existing, there are three components will come into picture. One is government expenditure. Second one is tax. Third one is transfer payments, TR. So remember, this transfer payment is always adjusted in disposable income. Government expenditure comes under AD side. Tax comes under. So transfer payments, where does it come? Disposable income. Clear? And also, we know the formula of disposable income. Just yesterday, we solved the problem. So what is disposable income? So disposable income will be income minus if there is a transfer payment plus TR. Only when there is a transfer payment, we will add it as a plus TR. Clear? That's it. This is three sector model. And in three sector model, there are four ways of solving question. Sometime, listen to this very carefully. Multiplier formula. So what is a multiplier formula? Reciprocal of MPS or change in income by change in. Now suppose if tax is given as a function, that means now tax, they will not give it as a whole value. Tax, they will give it as a function like this, T dash plus small ty. See this capital T dash, that is autonomous tax. What is it? The small t, this is induced. What is it? If tax is given as a function, multiplier formula will be dash 1 divided by 1 minus b of 1 minus t. This is multiplier formula. So remember, when tax is given as a function, what is it? Tax is given as a, or an equation like this. The multiplier formula will change. This will be the multiplier formula. Is that clear? So that's it. This is three sector model. Nothing much. When they are asking you a question in three sector model, they will always ask you to identify the numerical problem. They will also give information about government expenditure. Which expenditure? And they will give information about tax. Or sometimes if they want to play around with you, if ICA wants to screw up your happiness, they will ask you to identify the multiplier by giving tax as an equation on function. Now equation as function of tax is given. That means multiplier formula will change. Clear? This is three sector model. Nothing much in the three sector model. See, government expenditure, tax. Government expenditure is an injection. That means money is pumped into the system. So that comes under AD side. And tax is a leakage. Tax is a leakage, comes under AS side. Clear? So tax is an income to the government. So income, AS side. Government expenditure, spendings, AD side. Clear? And same assumptions, everything goes good. Only these two things will come into picture. Equation will be C plus I plus G. Now in the place of C, we have to write it as YD. Now what is the formula for YD? Income minus if there is a transfer payment plus TR. What is it plus? TR. Clear up. Next, see, circular flow, not important because of MCQ. See, I said now 4 different ways of asking question. One lump sum tax, straight away. See, 1 divided by 1 minus B. Now, suppose if tax is given as a equation, what is it? Tax is given as a, see, tax as a function, T dash plus small ty. If that is the case, see the multiplier formula? 1 divided by 1 minus B of 1 minus T. Clear up. So this is 3-sector model. Next comes the 4-sector model. Which model? That is much more easier. See, simple concept. In 4-sector model, AD component. Which component? C plus I plus G. What is that? C plus I plus X minus M. That means it is an open economy. But in 3-sector, it is closed economy. International trade was not there. Now AD component is C plus I plus G plus X minus M. Equilibrium will be AD is equal to. Now in the form of AD, we have to write C plus I plus G plus X minus M. What is it? X minus AS component will be C plus S plus. One second, what is wrong with the stylus? C plus S plus T. Now observe, tax is an income to the government expenditure. Already we discussed this in the 3-sector model. Now, just a few minutes back, we discussed about leakages. What do you discuss about? Leakages. And there was one more component in the leakage. Leakage. Import is also called as leakage. What is it? Import is also called as, whenever there is a leakage should come under AS side. That is why minus M will come to RHS side. Before that, we will cancel both the C and C damar. So that means it is I plus G plus X is equals to S plus T plus M. Clear? So initially this M will be under the AD side, subtracted under the AD side. What is it? So that goes to the RHS. So it will become the plus M. So final equation is I plus G plus X is equals to S plus T plus M. So this is 4-sector model. So in the 4-sector model, there can be 2 scenarios. Exports can be greater than imports, or imports can be greater than. If import is greater than export, that is called net imports. What is it called as? See there. In case of imports, that is M is greater than X. That means GDP of the country will be greater than GNP. NFIA will become negative. What is it? NFIA becomes? In that case, here C plus I plus G plus X minus M, 4-sector model equilibrium is at point E. But 3-sector model equilibrium, C plus I plus G, 3-sector model is at point F. That is YO income. 3-sector model income is greater than 4-sector model income. This is 4-sector model income. This is 3-sector model income. 3-sector model income is much more away to the origin than 4-sector model income. This happens only when GDP is greater than GNP. That is, imports are greater than export. And this concept is called as net import. What is it called as? By this, entire Keynesian theory comes to an. That's it. 3-sector and 4-sector is more related to mathematics. Only 2-sector, we have a lot of logic. Most of the question comes from the 2-sector and investment multiplier. Is that clear? Let's go to exam question. Yes, madam. ಯಾವ್ದಮ್ಮ 3-sector ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇದುವರೆಗೂ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನೇನಕ್ಕೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಅದನ್ನ ಕೇಳಕ್ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, household, they own all the factors of production. They will bring that factors of production to factor market. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ business ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. Business will pay the money that will come to household. ನಿಮ್ ಕೈಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಇರ್ತೀರಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. You will spend money. Product market, you will come and buy goods and services. And you also pay taxes to whom? Government. Any transfer payment receivable from government. If by chance any money left out, you will save. Clear? Next, business people. First, they will borrow a loan from the bank, finance market, and they will buy raw material from the product market. Also, factor inputs from the factor market. Now, they will produce goods and services, and they will bring that to the product market. They will sell and they will earn income. They pay taxes to the government, and any subsidy received from the Government. That's it. And government. Government will collect taxes from both. They give transfer payment to household, subsidies to business. If government does not have money, government will also borrow from finance market. Even government will buy goods and services from product market. That's it. Clear? By this, entire Keynesian theory comes to an end. So flip back page, have a look. Any doubt in Keynesian theory, let me know. About four sector model. Simple, da. When import is more, you should only pay more money. Let's assume I'm exporting 500 crore, importing 700 crore. I should pay 700, I should receive 500. So minus 200 net imports. That means in that case, from my country, I should only pay money rather than receiving money. So NFIA becomes negative. Clear? Graph usually ಕೇಳಲ್ಲ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿ MCQ ಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ wait four sector is C plus I plus G plus X minus C, that is equilibrium at point E. But three sector model is C plus I plus G, that is at point F. So point F income is more greater than point E income. That means four sector model national income is lesser. Three sector model national income is greater. That means because of negative factors in foreign trade. Clear? Let's go to the exam questions. Okay. Did we discuss the national income exam questions yesterday? Unit 1, we didn't do one. Okay, we'll do it both together. Now see that the gap arising in the Keynesian model of the macroeconomy when the equilibrium level of aggregate production achieved in the falls. That means whatever we are producing is falling short. Fall short of what could be produced in the full employment. I can produce 50,000 laptop, but we are only and only producing. So that is falling short. Which kind of gap it is? Contractionary gap. Clear? Next. Which is not the reason for leakage. Part of increment in income, use it for payment of debts. Yes, that is a leakage. High liquidity, just holding liquid cash in hand. Yes, leakage. If you pay more and more tax to Nirmala aunty, leakage. Distributing profits to corporate. No, when you distribute, income will increase. So this is not the leakage. Next, solve this, solve this. Find the aggregate demand. When consumption is 2000 crore, investment is 700 crore, government spending is 750 and total exports 150, total imports 50. Four sector model they have asked. Y is equals to C plus I plus G plus X minus. Solve it, solve it. 3000. Able to get this? See, usually from three sector, four sector, they will ask such bunch of questions. Major complication comes only in two sector and investment multiplier. Next, disposable personal income. By the way, what is disposable personal income? Personal income minus direct tax paid by the individual minus indirect tax paid by the direct as well as indirect tax contribution. Whatever you pay to Nirmala aunty, either in the direct form or either in the indirect form. So income minus tax. Tax is both direct as well as indirect. Next. Solve it. Question number 14. In a three sector model, C is given, I is given, G is given, TR is given. That means in YD concept, it is Y minus T plus TR. So do it, do it. This is the equation. Solve it. Done. Answer. Answer. 2, 4. Yes. Did you get this correct equation? Able to get the equation? Okay. Now look at the board. 0.8 has to be multiplied with all the three. So this becomes 200 plus 0.8y. 0. What is this wrong with stylus today? Something is wrong. 1 second, man. Yeah. Minus. What is 80 percentage of 150? 120. And what is 80 percentage of 75? 60. Now let me add this two together. So plus 2 together, I said added. Now 0.8y. Now the 0.8y will come to LHS side. So y minus 0.8y will be 0. Now 200 plus 60 plus 350 plus. So it is 490. So minus 120. How much is that? 490 minus 120. That is, madam, don't skip the step. Wait, what is 200 plus 60 plus 350? So don't skip the step. Already we have intelligent fellows. Clear? Now minus 120. 490. Clear? 2450. Next. The nominal and real GDP represented in 2015 is 5,000 crore and 6,700. Nominal is 5,000. Real is. That means nominal is lesser than real. That means value will come less than 100 now. Deflation. Clear up. So comment on the level of price. They're asking us, what is it? Comment on the level of price. That means 5,000 by 6,700. 0 point. Base year index itself is 100. Here it is 74 percentage. That means less than 100 price levels are fallen. Next. Joseph runs a shoe company in US. He earned profits by its Indian manufacturing operator. So what can be treated as? Now in India they're operating. So it will be a part of India's GDP and US based company doing business in India. So it will be a part of India's GDP, but it will be a part of USA's. Category A, category B, category C, same question. Next. Inflation, your favorite question. Solve it. Solve this. Inflation rate for 22 and 23. They're asking for these here. First, identify the deflator value. So 1250 divided by 850 into 100. 147.0. Okay, 5 or 6, whatever. Next, 1500 by 940 into 100. 159. So simple, 159.57 minus 147.05 divided by 147.05 into 100. 8.51 and it is positive because see 2023 value is greater than 2022 value. So answer should be in. And deflator will be 147.06 and 159.57. Such a silly question. Next, identify. Same problem we solved in the class. An increase in investment by 500 crores has led to increase in national income by 1,000. They're asking you to identify marginal propensity to consume. Both the steps has to be identified now. First, multiplier formula. Change in income because of change in investment. Income 1,500, investment 500, 3 times. So next use this formula. 1 divided by 1 minus b of k. That is k is 3 times 1 divided by 1 minus b. Solve it. Don't just look, solve it. 0.67. Everyone able to get the answer? 0.67. Okay, next. Gross value added at market price. They're asking gross value added. By the way, what do you mean by gross value added? Value of output minus intermediate consumption. Value added method. Next, which of the following is true related to marginal propensity to? It is always between utility, lesser than utility, but greater than 0. That means value is between 0 and 1. Next, net factor income from abroad is positive. That is NFIA. What is it? Is positive. If NFIA is positive, GNP will be greater than. That means GNP MP will be greater than. And same thing, GDP MP is also smaller than. Both are answers. In this attempt, both A is also correct, D is also correct. Next. Income received by the household sector, including non-profit institutions serving household, is called as. Income received by private sector within India as well as outside India is also called as private income, private sector of the economy. But here it is income received by them. The investment multiplier is defined as ratio. Whenever you see this word ratio, that is formula. Change in income divided by change in investment. Formula. Just they have given formula in the form of statement there. I think so. That's it. That's it. Next, September 24 attempt. The ratio, once again, ratio means formula. Nominal divided by real is GDP deflator. Solve it. The GDP deflator for the country for the year 2020 is 140.75 and the 2021 is 157.33. What will be the inflation rate for 2021? So 21 minus 20 divided by 20 into 100. Deflator value 157.33 minus 140.75 divided by 140.75 into 100. 11.78. Next, if the GDP at market price is 6,700 crore and depreciation is, they're asking you to identify NDP. Was GDP, NDP, difference. Depreciation. G should be converted into N. G to N is minus, simple question. 6,700 minus 5,000, sorry, 530. 6,700 minus 530. Very difficult question. Next, suppose the consumption of an economy is given as C is equals to 30 plus 0.5y and investment is 12 plus 0.15. Find out equilibrium. Two sector model C plus I. Put this both together, add it. That's it. Answer. Hello, don't, let's look into the board. Solve it. I want everyone to solve it. Answer. Able to do it? 120. Next, which of the following refers to dash? Mixed income of self-employed. By the way, what do you mean by mixed income? When capital and labor is given by the same person and we can't split it. Combination of factor payments which are not distinguishable. What does disposable personal income represent? That is an income earned by an individual. Either we can consume or either we can. That means second formula of disposable income. Either we consume or either we. But what is the formula? Actual formula? Income minus tax. But after the payment of tax, whatever income that is in your hand, either you consume or either you save. Next, what are the phases of circular flow of income? Production, distribution, disposition, value added method, income method, expenditure method. Which of the following is not the limitations of computing national income? Issue of transfer payment, yes, that is a problem. Service of durable good, yes, car was produced in 2020, accident in 25, spare part produced in 24. Yes, problem is there. Difficulty to incorporate distribution of income between primary, secondary, tertiary sector, yes, problem. Quality improvement due to No. This was not the limitation. Quality improvement due to technology is a significance, not the limitation. Next up, which method measures the contribution of each production enterprises in the domestic territory of the country over the by considering the production of each industry level less intermediate, output minus intermediate. Which method was that? Value added method is also called as product method, industry origin method. Two different names are there. Next, in the three sector model of closed economy, what are the three components? What are the three components in three sector? Consumption, investment, CIG. According to Keynesian theory of income and employment, national income is aggregate demand, AD-sided model. Entire Keynesian theory is a which-sided model? AD-sided model. And they're asking which of the formula is not a correct formula for NNP. See, NNP, MP, first alphabet N, here first alphabet G, G to N. What should I do? Correct. NNP, MP, first alphabet N, here also first alphabet N. Next year, first alphabet, but here first alphabet plus NFIA. Correct. Next, NNP, MP, GDP, MP, year N, year G. G to N minus depreciation. Here it is D, here it is N plus NFIA. Yes, correct. Next, NNP, MP, here also N, here also N. But why did the depreciation come? Wrong. Clear? Next. State level estimates are typically Directorate of Economics and Statistics. What will be the total income if the value of average propensity to consume is 0. They have only given APC 0.45. By the way, what is the APC formula? APC will be C by. They have only given APC value 0.45 is equals to consumption. They have only given 900 divided by X. We need to identify the change in income. So simple, 900 by 0.45. Very difficult question. Next, what will be the GDP MP? You need to identify what? On the basic following information, GNP MP is given because we need D, but they have given us. So how do you convert N to D? Minus NF. That's it. 1100 minus 200. Very difficult question. Very, very difficult question in exams. Wow. See, how many questions were there? Just calculate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Just 15. Yesterday I said, nah, from chapter 6, just 15 marks will come. And if you ignore that 15 marks, go with the. You can't ignore chapter 6 and you can't ignore 2, 3 and 4 also. Any one chapter out of 2, 3 and 4, 15 marks will come. Any one chapter out of 2 or either 3 or either 4. Any one. It depends upon the exam paper setter. Okay, next Jan 2025 paper. The consumption function is a functional relationship between aggregate consumption and aggregate disposable. So consumption function is A plus B of YD. YD, aggregate disposable income. The value of all final goods and services produced where? Produced where? If it is in the country. Gross domestic product. Next, if GDP is more than GNP, domestic is greater than. Very difficult question. Next, which of the following is not true about? It is income received by household. Yes, that is personal. It includes even non-profit institutions serving household. Yes. It measures the actual current income received for the person only from the production. No, even transfer payments gets included. It excludes retained earnings. Includes retained earnings. So option C is wrong. Calculate. Next, calculate average propensity to save. Total savings by total income. They have given consumption, income. So 1200 minus 300. 900. So it is 900 divided by 1200. Very difficult question. Marginal propensity to consume is always less than 1 but greater than. Repeated question. Next, product method or value added method is also called as Income disposal. Industry. So that is another name. Industry origin method. Next, calculate three sector model. 24th question. Solve it. Solve it. Hey, what happened to the cameraman? Solve it. Solve it. Solve it. After that, solve it. Solve it. Next, 25, 26, 27, 28. See, continuous back-to-back numerical value questions. Which one? 24th, huh? One second. Okay, 1 second. Y is equals to 8 plus 0.6 y minus t. Minus t. If there is a TR, transfer payment is there. Okay. Plus I. How much is I? 60. Plus G. How much is G? 10. Now kindly solve it. 0.6 has to be multiplied with these two. So it is 8 plus 0.6y minus 6 plus 70. Okay, I will add this together. Now 0.6 coming to LHS side. 0.4y. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Okay. Now, kindly solve it now. So 0.4y it will become. So 8 is positive and 70 is positive. So it is 78. 78 minus 6. So in short, 72 divided by 0.4. How much is that? Hey, who said that man 210? It doesn't matter. See, I means ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಇದೇ ಬ್ಲಂಡರ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. Next. Question number 25. 25. 750. Able to get the answer. Next. Find real GDP. Nominal. I think we did this in the class. Next. This also we did in the class. Next. Nominal GDP is GDP. Next, investment multiplier is defined as ratio. Ratio means formula. Change in national income due to change in. There is one more formula. Reciprocal of MP. Yes. Once again, ratio to total consumption by total income is average propensity to. Very difficult questions in exam. While using which method? Which of the following is? While calculating national capital gains, no. Windfall profits, that means any profits from any other kind of gambling, betting and all, no. Income from sale of second hand, no. But any kind of commissions and yes, included. See, just calculate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15, not even 16, only year 2, na? 15 questions. Next, May 2025. Which of the following organization is responsible for national income accounting calculation? Central Statistical Organization. I think this we did in the class. Inflation calculation. Next term. Which of the following is defined as gross national product of the country under the concept of first one gross, including depreciation, national, including NFIA. So it is a market value of all final goods and services produced within the domestic territory, including net factor income from abroad. Next, gross domestic product at factor cost is calculated, which is the correct formula for GDP FC, GDP MP minus Nirmala Aunty plus subsidy. Which of the following is included in the calculation of retained earnings? No. Yes or no? Following is included in calculation of personal income. Retained, yes or no? Retained earnings. Retained earnings means undistributed profits of corporate. Is it included? No. Unemployment compensation. Yes. Transfer payment. Indirect business tax. That is government's income. Contribution towards socio. That is subtracted. It is not included. It is substituted. Unemployment compensation. Which of the following is true in relation to? It is the income earned both by factor as well as transfer income from all the sources within the country as well as outside the country. Which of the following is true with respect to the base price? They're asking which is the correct formula. Here also grace mark. Actually, see, base price, factor cost plus production tax minus production subsidy. But they have given it as plus. So this plus should have been minus. So this was grace marks actually. Next, which of the following is an indicator for the dash measures the standard of living? Dash measures economic welfare. Real GDP. Next, the amount of money in the hands of the individuals that is available for consumption or saving. Either we consume or either we disposable personal income. Under Keynesian theory of determination of national income, the assumption that consumption increases with an increase in disposable income, but the increase in consumption will be always ABC concept. We don't spend every money. Whenever income increases, ABC keeps on decreasing. So less than increase in disposable income. We don't spend everything. That is induced part they are speaking about. Next, which of the following is true? MPC plus MPS put together should be equal to. That's it. Again, another two more questions are there here. Even this was also chapter 6 only. Railway, all the supra-regional sector, we did in the class. Next, according to which of the following not a sector to be included in the foreign trade that gets included in the fourth sector? Under Keynesian theory of national income determination, which of the following term is given as a demand for money, liquidity? This also comes in chapter 8. Don't worry, I will explain it in chapter 8. Keynesian theory is always about liquidity preference. This is chapter 8 question, not a chapter 6 question. So calculate 1. This is also related to 6 as well as 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. One interconnection, 15, total 15. One was connected with chapter 8. Next, last but not the least, September 2025 attempt paper. This we did in the class itself. 3 questions, already taken care. Next, solve it. Question number 44, solve it. If the consumption function C is equals to 10 plus 0.5y and investment is 200, then what will be the equilibrium level? 420. Nice number. Suits you guys. Solve it. Don't just give a random answer. Solve it and let me know the answer. 210 divided by 0.5. Next, the maximum value of multiplier. What is it? Maximum value of will be 1. When it will be 1? When MPC is 1. Maximum value of multiplier is infinite. Stupid fellows. Maximum value of multiplier will be what? Infinite. Money will multiply infinite times when people completely spend money. Now, what is the minimum value of multiplier? 1. That is when MPS is equal to 1. What is it? MPS is equals to? See, formula is 1 divided by MPS. If MPS is 1, 1 divided by 1 is. That means people are completely saving money. They are not at all spending. So maximum value of multiplier is infinite. Infinite it will become when MPC becomes. Minimum value of multiplier is 1. That is when MPS is equal to 1. Not okay, here. MP minus 1. MPS is 1. Clear. Next. Calculate. That means depreciation. Same question I made you to solve in the class. 200 was the answer. Depreciation. Find the missing figure. Same to same. Solve it. Consumption function. They have given GDP MP. NNP MP. Now simple concept. What are they asking? Depreciation. We have which value? NNP MP. For this N, if I add depreciation, what will I get? Stupid fella, first observe the question properly. For this, if I just add depreciation, it will become GNP. Simple. Identify GNP MP. We already have GDP. Here D is there. We have to convert this into. That means just add NFIA to this 8,000. How much is NFIA? So 8,200 minus 5,600. Common sense. What is 8,200 minus 5,600? That's it. Common sense. I know, commonly lacking with people like you and me. Next. 3 different interlinking phase of circular flow: production, distribution, disposition. Next, calculate net factor income from. They are asking us to calculate what? NFIA. What they have given? What they have given? NNP. Wow, what a difficult question. Here it is D, here it is N. Difference between this D and N is called as NFIA. They just 12,000 minus 10,000. What a difficult question it is. Appa, so much of difficult question. Next. GDP deflator is greater than. Nominal is greater than real. Nominal is greater than real. If it is lesser than 100, real is greater than nominal. Next, Gamma Limited, a South Korean company earning profits by its manufacturing. That means it becomes GDP of India, GNP of South Korea. Clear? Repeated question. These all are like repeated, almost repeated questions. See, that is why I said past attempt was a once in a lifetime attempt. Such easy, silly questions had come. In September attempt, one of the students scored 93. I said 98 was the target. But even that broke. Solomon, 95. I even conducted the podcast now with him. I think 92 he got. 92. One more student, Coimbatore, 95. I said once in a lifetime attempt this was. Such a silly questions it was. And you tell me what is difficult in this? All 15 questions, so I say is like, take it for free. Muft mein le lo. Marks. Muft mein le lo. That is how literally they have donated marks like crazily in the economics paper. See here, the national income increases by 500 crore to 2,500 crore. 500 to 2,500. Difference is 2,000 crore due to increase in investment for 200 crore. 2,000 by 200. 10 times. And they're asking what? MPC. Calculate. 10 is equals to 1 divided by 1 minus B. Calculate, do it. Same question. We did this in the class. Same to same question. Zero point. Got it? Next up. The slope of consumption function represents slope. Slope means B. What is B is also called as? That's it. Clear? Next, last but not the least. This is actually important, market. Hello. Can you come down? I will give a break now. See, this is actually there in the ICA material. I said, read ICA material like a newspaper once, highlighted. Sometimes they have given information in the form of highlighted. Simon Kuznets and Richard Stone. These are the one who pioneered in the national income. Better write it in your book. Simon Kuznets and Richard Stone. It is given in ICA material. Very first line in the national income statement. These are the two economists who are pioneered in the national income accounting. I said, sometimes from nook and corner from ICA material, any one question they will pick like that. This was one such question. Simon Kuznets and Richard Stone. They are the one who pioneered in the national income accounting. Next. See there, if the country has following economic data, GDP MP 2,000 billion, indirect tax 250, subsidy 100, they're asking you to identify FC, MP to FC conversion minus Nirmala aunty plus subsidy 2000 minus 250 plus 100. Very difficult question. Next, average propensity to save. What is the formula? Total savings by total income. No, they have only given APS. APS is 0.4. Total income is 25,000. You need to identify total saving. Simple. Total savings divided by 25,000 into 0.4. 0.4 into 25,000. Very difficult question. Very, very difficult. So by this, entire chapter 6, including past 5 attempts exam paper questions, comes to an clear. Just take a chota break for 5 minutes. There is some technical issue with the camera. They need to resolve this. Only just a 5 minutes short break. What is it? 5 minutes? Short break. So that we are cutting down the next break by 10 minutes. What is the time, by the way? Okay, we do one thing. Take break and come back. 15 minutes proper break. Come back. We will start exactly at 11 o'clock. Today, I may extend the class. If possible, we'll try to finish it today by extending. I may not confirm. Depends at 3 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, until which topic we are, that defines. If at all I'm already in chapter 9, then I will extend the class and I will finish it off. If I have not entered chapter 9, still in chapter 8, then we will take a break and we'll continue Monday. Okay. So we are done with the chapter 6. Now we are starting with the chapter 7. So chapter 7 in total has got 4 units. How many units? Unit 1, Unit 2 and Unit 4 as a connection. Unit 3 is about the budget concepts. So Unit 1 is actually the most simplest topic and also easy to remember. It speaks about fiscal functions as an overview. What is it? Fiscal function as an overview. So what does it matter? Now, why government has to invariably perform? Why government has to intervene? Why government intervention is mattered? If you remember, I said before 1929, classical economists said that government need not to interfere. Economy will always and always be at the dash employment equilibrium. Full employment equilibrium. Now, at this full employment equilibrium, there is no shortage arising at all. Economy will always and always be operating in a perfect manner. Which manner? But it may happen or it may not happen. Now, let's say Mr. Shah Rukh Khan, a very rich individual who is earning 50 crore rupees per year. On the other side, Shashikiran, let's say a poor farmer who has fallen sick and who needs to get an operation. Operation cost us my 50% of annual income. Now, will Shah Rukh Khan identify Shashikiran and will he provide any kind of help to Shashikiran? No. That is why government has to intervene. Government will collect taxes from rich people like Shah Rukh Khan, provide welfare services to the poor people like Shashikiran. So, if government is not existing, what is it government does? So, distribution of income is not going to happen in a fair manner. So, equitable distribution of income and wealth is not possible. So, we say that economy has to perform along with the government intervention. Along with which intervention? Especially economic variables will not automatically perform, like rural job creation, population control or inflation controlling. All these are possible only with the help of government intervention. See, already we have spoken about the role of government in economic system. See, every nation has a basic problem. What to produce, how to produce, for whom to produce, and what economic provisions has to be made for economic growth and development. Now, and also there are 3 types of economic system: capitalistic, socialistic, and a mixed economy. So any one out of this 3 will be the nation following. Depending upon that, the basic problems in the economy will be tackled. Same way, the role of government in the words of Adam Smith. Why government has to perform? What does Adam Smith spoke about? The government intervention. See, Adam Smith also said, boss, even I am a follower of a free market economy, that is capitalistic economy. But there are 3 places exclusively government has to perform the resource allocation role. Which allocation role? So which are those 3 areas? National defense, maintenance and justice of rule of law, and highly beneficial public institutions and public. Only in this 3 area alone, government has to conduct the resource allocation, except the nation should follow free market economy. And especially the disaster happened in 1930, post which government importance have started to increase. Even today, some nations have a greater control, some nations have a lesser control. Still, nations are expected to have a control in the nation. That is, government of the nation is expected to have a control in the nation. Clear? That is from the words of Adam Smith. Next comes from the words of Richard Musgrave. What is it from the words of? And the book written by Richard Musgrave is called as The Theory of Public Finance, established in 1950. And he was the one who came up with the concept called as three branch. So which are those three branch taxonomy? The very first one, allocation function. That is, resource allocation is not proper in the economy. If it is left to the hands of private, the stupid fellows will either overproduce or they will underproduce. They don't produce in a sufficient manner. And next comes redistribution of income and wealth. In a country, rich is becoming more richer and poor is remaining. So government has to intervene to collect more taxes from the rich and give the benefit to the poor. And next, last but not the least, macroeconomic stabilization, like economic performance, inflation, exchange rate stability. Like this, there are lot many macroeconomic stability. See these two. Allocation and redistribution is micro function. Stabilization is a. So let us get started one by one. One of the smallest unit, it is allocation. See, we believe that perfect allocation is only possible in which kind of market? But in real life, none of the market is perfect competitive. We are imperfect or monopolistic competition. So they say that in real market, private goods will always have a sufficient allocation of resource in the market. But public goods will not have a, let me say, sufficient. It is always and always insufficient. Why? Because public goods works based on expenditure switching, based on government's revenue and government. But private goods will mainly characterized by market and supply demand. That is price mechanism. So that is one of the biggest issue in any particular economy for that matter. Private goods are always allocated in a sufficient manner to operate in the market. Public goods are not always sufficiently allocated to operate in the market. When government doesn't have much control and private people have got a control for resource allocation, either they will or overproduce. That will lead to market failure. So because of imperfect competition in the real world, we don't have a perfect competition. What do we have? And to some extent, there is an existence of monopoly power. Resource allocation is not happening properly. All the stupid fellows, intentionally, they will produce lesser quantity and they will sell it at. And market will also fail because we are unable to provide a dash good, collective good, which everyone is using in common. Along with that, we have a problem of what is this externality? Pollution. Because of the production, we are polluting environment. Because of pollution, also markets will fail and factors are not mobile. Immobility of factors of production is leading to unemployment and inefficiency. And we never get correct information at correct time, and inequality in distribution of income and well, these all are the factors which is making a allocation of resources more complicated and markets are going to fail. That is the very first one. That is resource allocation function. Now government has to intervene to correct this resource allocation. Why? What is the reason why government has to intervene for the resource allocation? Because in order to improve the economic performance, we need to go with the government expenditure and tax policy. Which policy? Somewhere we have seen this government expenditure and tax. Fiscal policy, counter-cyclical fiscal. So we need to always go with the fiscal policy concept. And government has to decide who and what will be. And in India, Nirmala Aunty decides who and what. Everyone and everything is taxed. And how and what the public revenue will be. To increase our wealth, politicians' wealth, our son, grandson, next 5-6 generation has to sit and eat nicely. They will not be in India, they will be abroad. Cost of living is high, na? So for that, we need to become richer. And it is concentrated by the provisions of the optimum mixture between the public goods and resource allocation should be proper in the socialistic resource allocation, and we have to take back the resources from the hands of private and we have to give it to the. So some examples, what government is doing. Like what we said, the government has to intervene, government will decide, blah, blah, blah. See, government may directly produce the economic goods like electricity, public transport. And once they've asked this question in terms of resource allocation, and government may influence the by giving some incentive or disincentive, or government through competition act. Which act? See, remember, this comes again in chapter 10. Earlier in India, we had something called as MRTP Act. What is it? MRTP Act of 1969. Now we have abolished it. In replacing this, we have come up with the Competition Act. Which act? Of 2002. See, under MRTP Act, all this private institution who had investments of greater than 20 crore, greater than, they will come under MRTP. Government was never allowing them to become a monopoly or super big. Government used to always control them with rules and regulation. Later, we abolished it and we replaced it with the Competition. By using Competition Act, we are going to control on all the merger, all kinds of new regulations, acquisitions, and we are going to provide a fair competition. And government has introduced a licensing, controlling, minimum wages, all this, and government has also set the administrative frameworks. Why have you done all this, government? In order to maximize the. So that is allocation function. Which function? And next comes redistribution of income and wealth. See, simple logic. Take from rich and give benefit to them. For that, we prepare a budget. We will also collect from the rich people in the form of progressive tax. Which tax? If you are earning more, you will contribute more. Even in terms of indirect tax, if you are buying luxury goods, you will contribute more to GST. Essential commodity, lesser to GST. So in short, income and wealth among the individuals are uneven. We need to follow a equitable distribution. For that, we are following a dash welfare state. For the people, of the people, by the people. Now it has been changed. First by the people during election. After that, for the people. If they speak much, kill the people. Some 2, 3, everyone will learn lesson. Simple. Democratic welfare state. Clear? So there should be effective demand with the level of income of an household has to improve. See, simple. Whenever the income of the household increases, their demanding capacity will. When they demand more and more, we have to produce more and more. So proper distribution of real output will happen among the population. For that, first and foremost, we should concentrate on the level of income in the hands of. So for that, we have got a lot of schemes government has come. See, redistribution of income, equitable distribution of society's output, and we are giving importance to below poverty line people. We are giving fair price shops, highly subsidized prices, and providing equality in income, wealth, and opportunity. And people who are having hardship, especially, we are protecting them. And also, everyone should enjoy the minimum standard of. In books, everything is written, not in real life. Next comes example. Government is following a. Nirmala aunty is collecting more tax from the rich people and poor people will be getting the benefit, and proceeds from the tax is used for social welfare activities like below poverty line, highly subsidized prices, food grains are given, employment reservation is there. Simple. My dad joined, after that son will join, after son, grandson will join. Full on reservation. And regulation for manufacturing and sale of certain products which are harmful for health and well-being of the 100 meters from schools and colleges should be tobacco zone. After 100 meters, you do whatever you want. But 100 meters should not be tobacco zones and all. Next, special schemes for the backward region, vulnerable sections, and also we are giving importance to which state? A democratic welfare state. From the people, of the people, for the people. See, these are how government should function. Government, but they will never. And last but not the least, stabilization function. Which function? That is macroeconomic stability. What is it? That means, boss, economy 1 year it is performing well. Next year it may perform or it may not perform. That should not happen. Year by year progress should be there. Year by year performance of the economy should be in a better manner. So for this, your best friend will come. Who is that? King said, generally market will not automatically generate the, or they will not bring the price. So government has to involve to pursue deliberate. Government should involve, government should frame rules and regulation in order to bring the. So because of business cycle, which is natural phenomenon, which will tend to occur and make fluctuations in the economy, sometimes performs well, sometimes it will not perform. So because of that, there is a lot of instability which gets occurred. As a government, we need to control on all this, provide labor, employment, and proper capital. Overall output and income should be balanced in the economy. General price level, that is inflation, has to be controlled and balanced in the international payment. We should not import more, and rate of economic growth rate should be increasing year by year. This is what government has to do and needs for stabilization. Why we need it? Because there is a lot of, because of inflation and recession, we need to control, and there is also a problem of lack of growth and development where inflation and unemployment will exist side by side. And also we have a problem of contagion effect. That means business cycle, it affects one nation and also it also affects the, it starts in one country, it affects the That is what we call contagion effect. So government should come up with the government policy in the name of fiscal policy. Which policy? And through the fiscal policy, government has to control. Government has to. So in the fiscal policy, which policy? So how government is going to control? See, under the fiscal policy, we have two important parameters. How many important parameters are there? Two important parameters. So which are those two important parameters? Simple concept. Government expenditure and whenever there is inflation in the economy, government should spend less, tax rate should increase. Whenever there is a deflation, government should spend more, tax rate should same to same. On the expenditure side, government expenditure will inject more money to the system. If government increases the tax, that reduces the disposable income. See, when government spends more money, money will come to more people. That is, household will get more money. If government increases tax, disposable income will. When economy is not performing well, when economy is in recession, who should spend more money? And they should cut down all types of taxes or adapt combination of both. When economy is overperforming during the inflation, government expenditure should and tax rate should increase. And in terms of budget, when economy is overperforming, when government is not spending more, government spending is less, tax rate is government is receiving more money, but government is spending less money. We will have a surplus budget. Which budget? In order to slow down the economy during the inflation phase. When there is a deflation, there is a deficit budget because government should spend more money, but government is not receiving more money in the name of tax. Shortage is there, which is there. And this will happen during deflation. So surplus budget during inflation, deficit budget during deflation. By this, unit 1 comes to an end. That's it. Unit 1 doesn't have much bigger things. From the words of Richard Musgrave, three-branch taxonomy. What is it? Three-branch. Allocation, redistribution, stabilization function. That is important, clear. One of the smallest unit and important unit. Next comes unit number 2, one of the important aspect. Market failure and government intervention to correct market. Now, first of all, why markets are going to fail? Because of imperfect information. There are two things, complete failure and partial failure. Which failure? Complete failure means entire market itself is missing. Market itself is not there. Partial failure means market is available, but we are not selling at the right quantity. We are selling at the wrong quantity or we are selling at the wrong price. So there are four main reasons for market failure. First one, monopoly power. Second one, externality. Third one, public goods. Fourth one, incomplete information. Monopoly power are also called as market. When you are the only seller, you have an authority of deciding your own price. Since you are the only person in the economy, you are exploiting. Intentionally, you will produce lesser quantity and you try to sell it at a higher price. What you will do? Intentionally produce a lesser quantity and try to sell it at a except you, there is no one else is there. So you will always and always try to exploit customer and you will make the markets to become intentionally by keeping the prices and the output than equilibrium demand and supply. This leads to market failure because of monopoly power. Next comes the important, that is simple. Now let's take one example. Shashikiran, I am a bench manufacturer. Now I have a customer. Where is my customer, by the way? Benita, absent, huh? Okay. Now, Benita has a special requirement. Let's say Chotamon, Pokemon, Dorabeam, Tom and Jerry, all that smooth finishing. Because of that, I'm using one chemical. Now I'm discharging that chemical straight away into river water. Straight away into. Now, because of Shashikiran's production, river water is getting polluted. Now, when I was selling my product to Benita, did I also include the damaging cost? No. In my selling price, the cost of damage is never included. Cost of damages, that is called externality. Now, externality can be two things, either positive or either. That means externality will not always lead to negative aspects. Even there can be some benefits because of externality. So such externality can be either from the customer point of view or from the Benita's point of view, customer, Shashikiran point of view. So either the actions of a customer or either the actions of a producer. Either it is bringing the cost or either it is bringing the benefit to the society, which is not reflected in the, that is called externality. Externality is also called as spillover effect Third party effect or such externality can be unidirectional or see simple. What is unidirectional? Now you are going and sitting and studying at your home, but your sibling now they are watching TV with loud noise, music, dancing, and all. They are disturbing you. Unidirectional. Only one person is disturbing the other person. Now you got offended. You will say them multiple times. They are not listening to your words. So what you will do? You will go out, take the remote, turn it off, bang on their head once with the same remote, and come back. First they disturb. Now you are also disturbing. That is called reciprocal. What is it? So because of externality, either it can lead to positive effect or either it can lead to, see, positive effect is bringing benefit, bringing negative effect is bringing a disadvantages, costs. Clear? So what is that positive, negative? Let me explain. See, positive externality, negative. Positive externality can come either in the or either in the same way. Negative externality can also come either in the or either in the. So what? How do we define? Okay, let's take up an example. Positive production externality. See what happens in externality. Parties to the contract will not get affected. Third party to the contract gets. Okay, let's take up an example. Assuming Shashikiran will appoint some 5-6 students as my interns in my company, in my market research company. Now I will train you people. And after 2 months, I said, I will only take you as an employee. I said, I will give 30,000 salary per month. You're like, what, 30,000? Your competitor has offered 40,000 salary. Now, who trained you? Shashikiran. Who is getting benefit? Competitor. See, contract was between student and Shashikiran. We are the parties to the contract. But now benefit is going to my third party, competitor. See, positive production externality. Because of production, there is a positive effect. There is a that the benefit is going to third person. Benefit is going to positive production. Same way, positive consumption externality. Let's assume early morning you are going to yoga class, gym class. Because of that entire day, your activities have increased. Your mood has been performing. Your mood, performance, everything has gone up. Your productivity has increased. Now you went for gym. You went for yoga class. Contract is between your yoga class, gym class, and between you. But benefit has been to your boss. Your work productivity has increased. Third party gets affected either in positive way or either in negative way. Next, negative production externality or negative consumption. Bench example. Shashikiran manufacturing bench. He is discharging the chemical straight away into the river water. Because of which fisherman. Let's assume Mr. Dhoni uncle is fisherman. Now Mr. Dhoni uncle is unable to catch more fish. Now Benita and Shashikiran are parties to the transaction. Because of our transaction, Dhoni uncle, fisherman, is getting affected. Next, negative consumption. A person is smoking. Now, a person who stands next to him, passive smoking, they get affected. So, because of your negative consumption, the other person is getting affected. See, in movies and all, they show now 8 p.m. he will go to bar and he will drink 8 p.m. drink, and at 9 p.m. he will go to home and he will start fighting. Neighbors will get full entertainment. See, negative externality, negative consumption. What is it? Negative consumption externality. So these are the 4 types of externalities, mainly 2 kinds: under positive, subdivision 2; under consumption, subdivision 2. See, positive production, positive, negative production. Same thing I have given in detail here with example. Whatever I just given example now, same to same things. Clear up. Now comes private cost and social cost. Which cost? Now, this is important. Private and social. Now, remember, Shashikiran and Benita, we both are parties to the contract. Now, Shashikiran, whatever the cost of producing his benches, land, labor, capital, organization, marketing expenses, transportation, everything, direct as well as whichever is incurred to produce the goods and services, that is private cost. Which cost?
Private cost.
But I'm not including that damaging the river. Whatever chemicals I discharge, Nala, that is called as external cost. That is the cost of damages. What is it? Because of an externality. Such cost of damages are always borne by which party? Who is not a party to the contract. Now I should consider both private cost, that is cost of producing by using factors of production, along with the damage cost. Both put together is the real cost to the same like economic cost. Accounting plus opportunity, same way. Private plus external put together is, see, it is the total cost to the society either on production or either on consumption. That includes both private cost borne by individuals who are directly involved in the transaction together with external cost, who is the third party incurring the effect. So private plus external put together is social. Clear? So in short, for us, the biggest drawback comes from the negative externality. So for us, we have to be more careful with the negative because it is creating lot of damages, lot of that has to be reduced in the market. So government has to intervene, government has to take up the actions. So that is the second reason for market failure. First reason is monopoly power or market power. Second reason is externality. Third reason, kindly mark it important. So public goods, private goods. Difference between these two has to be identified. See, major four differences are there. Public goods, which everyone can enjoy in common without even paying for it. But private goods, you have to pay. If you don't pay, they can exclude you. But in public good, you can't exclude a person from using and getting the benefit. If you want to use a public road, will you pay for it? No. But if you want to come and sit in marathon class or let me say ICU batch or regular classes without paying, can you come and attend? No. Private goods, you have to make a payment. That means if you don't pay, they can exclude you. Public good, even though without contributing, you can still use it. So public good, non-excludable. Private good, excludable. Suppose if someone else is using the road, can you also use it together? Yes. But let's say in the class, if someone else is, let's say, occupied that particular bench, can you, my bench get lost? Can you? Boss, rival risk is there. What is that? In private goods, there is rival risk. That means if someone else is using simultaneously, you cannot. But in public good, no rival, nothing. If you are using, even others can also use it. See, public good, non-excludable, non-rival. Private good, excludable, and both will derive utility. That means even public goods will derive utility. Private good will also derive. But in private goods, one must pay. Public good, one need not to. And in private good, you can exercise private property rights. Hello, boss, this cell phone is mine, only mine, I can use it. You can exercise your private property right in private good, but you can't exercise private property right in public good. The biggest drawback of private good is marginal cost is involved. Which cost? Suppose 100 students have joined a batch. 101st student will join. Now Shashikiran should also concentrate that 101st student. I should also solve this down. Material has to be given by the academy, space, everything. There is an additional cost involved. Which cost? Is involved to provide additional services in a private good. If 100 people are using the road, if 101st people will use the road, will government incur any extra cost? No. Additional marginal cost is zero. Additional marginal cost is in public good, but additional marginal cost is existing in private good. Clear up? See four differences. First one, rival, non-rival. Second, excludable. Private property rights exist in private goods, but public goods, there is no private property rights. Additional marginal cost. What is it? Additional is involved in private goods. It is not involved in public goods. See, public goods, you can't divide. You can't have it in an individual manner. That road belongs to me. That highway belongs to me. That high court belongs to me. You can't. You cannot divide. You cannot the public good, but you can divide the private good. You can exercise private property rights. And public good, biggest disadvantage, they don't work based on demand and supply. What is it? Public goods will not work based on, but private goods will work based on demand and supply. See, this is the major differentiation between public goods and private goods. And this concept of public good is introduced by Paul A. Samuelson in the book called as Pure Theory of Public Expenditure, published in 1954. Difference between public goods and private goods is most important. See, public goods will create, they are collective in nature. You need not to make any payment. So they are non as well as non. But the biggest problem of public good is free rider problem. You are not at all ready to pay, but you want to enjoy benefit. Same like your friend's birthday treat. He will pay the money. You will enjoy the treat. So you are not equally contributing, but you want to just enjoy the benefit. That is the biggest drawback of which good? Clear? And public good cannot be characterized by indivisibility. You can't divide. That road belongs to me, that highway belongs to me, and additional resource cost is, you will not incur any additional resource cost. And unique feature of public good is they do not conform to the settings of, that is demand and supply. Public goods are characterized as two things: public consumption goods and public factors of production. Next comes private goods. It will yield utility, but you must. So you can exercise. It is rivalrous. It is. And private good does not have a free rider problem. If you don't pay, you cannot use it. So you are totally excludable. Clear? Additional resource cost is involved. You have to incur additional cost. Clear? And they will be working based on market allocation. That is based on demand and so that is a major difference between private goods and public goods. The biggest drawback of public good is free rider problem. That means others will pay, you will enjoy the benefit. If this problem is created, that means now people is not ready to pay. What is it? People is, or they are not expressing their willingness to pay. What is it? Expressing their. Then how will public? That means how will government get to know how much goods we should produce? What is the actual demand? That is the problem. If everyone tries to follow this free rider, for everyone it becomes impossible. Now government, or leave about government, a capitalistic economy, that means a private firm, as a profit motive firm, will he come up with any public goods? No. What is the motive of the private firm? My intention is profit, but if I have to give it for free of cost, will I come and provide that? No. I'm not interested. So if everyone tries to follow this free rider, free rider will become impossible for everyone. And even government will start coming up with excludable public goods. Which goods? Next, we will discuss government intervention to market failure. Clear? Next comes the most important of all, incomplete. The last reason for market failure. Which reason? For market failure. Once again, paying money for all toll gates. Yes, excludable public goods. I will explain that. Divya Sarathi, wait. Yeah. So incomplete information. By the way, what do you mean by complete information? Buyer, seller, both have a full knowledge. What is it? Buyer and seller both have a about what we are entering as a transaction, and then you will take a wise decision. Which decision? But in incomplete, one person has full knowledge, other person does not have a. Now let's say, for example, Shashikiran wanted to buy a car. You know what's your name? Charan. Let's assume Charan is a second-hand car dealer. Now Charan is cheating Shashikiran. Charan knows that that car has gone 2 times faulty like this. Rishabh Pant, which where car accident happened, same car is trying to sell me. Now let's say, for example, Charan, sir, this car, you just put the start button, you just press it, sir, it goes like rocket. No problem, sir. Amazing car. Fully will give build up. But he know very well, car has met with an accident. 2 times it has done a roller coaster ride. And you know it very well, car has some defects, but he is not disclosing that to Shashikiran. Shashikiran has a incomplete information. Charan has a complete information. When there is an imbalance in information, what is it? We end up taking a wrong decision. We end up taking a clearer. Now, what are all the reasons for this incomplete information? Number one, the information what you are asking is highly. Now, Shashikiran sir, you said to save money now, put in mutual funds. My dad is asking next year, what will be the returns in mutual fund? How will I know? Depends upon market performance. Sir, you said to invest in gold ETFs, so silver ETFs. Next year, what will be the ETF return in silver? How will I know? Market, because boss, what you are asking as an information is highly. No one can provide it. That is the reason sometimes you end up taking wrong choices. And in many cases, customers are unable to get quickly, cheaply, sufficient information about the best price as well as the best of the different products. So they end up taking wrong decision. And sometimes customers will, its true cost or true benefits of the product, and they are uncertain about many matters in the economy about their true cost and true. Now I will say this watch is used by Raja Chola, 11th century. I want to sell this for 1 crore. After that, after buying, they get to know, boss, this watch is produced by Titan just 2023. Now you are unable to understand. You are uncertain about many matters in the economy, and people are also, they are not aware of many matters in the. So that is why we can make people many much pakra by bringing brand ambassadors and saying this product is amazing, ultimate bombard, pakwas and all. Next we will end up making a, because we have a incomplete or inaccurate data. So these are the reasons for incomplete. See, this is one of the hot favorite area for ICA to ask question. Along with this, types of incomplete information. What is it? The very first one, asymmetric information. What is that asymmetric? Same second-hand car example. When there is an imbalance in information. What is it? That is called as asymmetric information, because one party know more fact than other person. So we end up taking a wrong decision because of imbalance in information. When we call imbalance in information as because of this asymmetric, we end up taking dash choice, wrong choice. That is called adverse selection. This imbalance in information is also treated as nimbe handina tondare, lemon's problem. Which problem? That means lemon is referred as a defect. That means defected products are there in the market and we end up choosing the defected product because of asymmetric information. Now Charan misguided Shashikiran. Because of that, Shashikiran is buying that worst car, which has met with an accident. So that is what? Market is flooded with lemons. And we know that, Charan, you have cheated me. Next time, whenever I come, whatever Charan say, I will not believe. There will be some hidden defects. So I will always value the car in an average quality. Which quality? See, used car market. A used car seller knows about the vehicle quality than the buyer. That is called as asymmetric imbalance in information between the buyer and okay. Now, because of that imbalance, we will end up taking a wrong selection or wrong choice. Which choice? One more example, insurance example here. Insurance example fits well. Now let's assume Charan and Shashikiran, we both wanted to buy insurance. Let's assume Shashikiran is unhealthy fellow, unable to eat water, drink food, liver damage. Example, we had normative and positive signs. Now Charan is a healthy fellow. Now we both will apply for insurance. Now insurance company has suffered a lot of losses in COVID. Now they want to recover the loss. So they will quote high premium for both Shashikiran as well as for Charan. No, Charan will back out. Hey, stupid fellow, insurance guy. I am healthy fellow. For safety purpose, I wanted to take insurance. You are quoting me 25,000 premium per year. Even for Shashikiran, 25,000. Even for me also. 25. How come Shashikiran is unhealthy fellow? For him, you charge 25. I am a healthy person, na? Why did you charge high premium? No, I don't want insurance. He will back out. Now, insurance company will only select whom? Shashikiran. For sure, one or the other day, Shashikiran gets hospitalized. Now, who has to pay bill? Insurance company. That means insurance company has done a right choice or wrong choice in selecting their customers. Wrong choice. Adverse selection. Even car example, second-hand car. He full bluffed information. Because of imbalance in information, Shashikiran will be selecting a which car? Defected car or good car? Adverse selection. It is a situation where asymmetric information. By the way, what is asymmetric information? Imbalance in information about the quality eliminates the high quality goods from the market. See, used car market, lemons problem, health insurance. Next comes moral hazard. Which hazard? That means when the cost is borne by some other person. Now, insurance company, Shashikiran took insurance. As expected, Shashikiran got hospitalized. Now, Shashikiran is least bothered whether doctor will check simple procedure or doctor will do complicated. I will not pay money. Now, who will pay money? Shashikiran was least bothered. Later, when bill came, insurance company said, Shashikiran, I'm not paying. Shashikiran, you had a problem with liver. Why did doctor take your brain scanning? Irrelevant. Shashikiran, you could have observed. You could have informed doctor. You could have taken proper necessary steps to measure what is the doctor is doing. You are least bothered. You are morally not responsible. That will become a hazard now. That will become a... Now insurance company will back out. Insurance will not pay. Now who should pay? Shashikiran should only pay. Moral hazard. When you have an opportunity, but you didn't take care, a reasonable care is not given. Because of which an harmful act has been occurred. Which has been occurred? Now you will become full responsible for that harmful act. Insurance company backed out. Insurance company. One more example. Now let's say Shashikiran has taken a car insurance. Because there is a car insurance, I will be driving very carelessness. I went and banked somewhere. Now insurance company will claim, okay, they will get it repaired. Once again, it happened the same. Again, insurance is there valid for 1 year now. I will drive very carelessness. And again, I met with an accident. Now insurance company will say, stupid fellow, last time only I warned you, right? You would have been more cautious, right? Now intentionally you are doing an accident. Now I will not give a compensation, get lost. Moral. When the cost is borne by someone, I will act careless. I will act because of your carelessness. Now you should only bear the consequences. That is moral. That is you are not morally responsible. Clear? That is becoming as a moral hazard. So ICI has one soft corner towards this question every time. Either question can be asked from the asymmetric or from the moral hazard. Anyone. If not from this area, reasons for incomplete information. There is one love between the incomplete information and ICI question paper. In every paper, you can find that question. Clear? So these are the 4 reasons for market failure. Which are the 4 reasons? First one, monopoly power or market. Second one, externalities. Third one, public goods. Fourth one. Now, because of these reasons, when markets fail, what is it? Markets. Now, government has to intervene in order to solve that failure. So, government intervention to solve the market power. Government intervention to correct the externality. Government intervention to correct the public goods and merit goods and demerit goods. Government intervention to correct the information. Government intervention to correct the equitable distribution of income and wealth. Already we did this, nothing new in this. Redistribution function of Richard Musgrave. Collect more money from the rich and give benefit to the poor. That's it. This is already done. So these 4 are most important. Clear up. The very first one, government intervention to minimize which power? So how does government is going to do? Simple. MRTP Act was there now earlier. We scrapped it. Now we have been replaced with the competition based act that is called as competition. Now only and only under competition act we are going to regulate. We will not allow someone to merge, acquire and then become monopoly, become super duper unfair competition means and all. We will not allow. Everyone should get the fair chance, equal chance to sell their goods and services. Only and only in case of inventions and innovation. What is it? Inventions and under intellectual property rights, IPRs, copyrights, patents, trademark. Only in that one scenario we will grant you exclusive rights under the patents and copyrights law. Except under this patents and copyrights law, under any circumstances, we will never grant you exclusive rights. Everyone has to be treated equal. Everyone has to get the fair chance to sell their goods and services. And moreover, we are making the markets to be more and more liberalized. LPG, privatization, liberalization, globalization. We are reducing rules and regulation. We are making everyone to get the equal participation chance, especially previously monopoly area. Which area previously? Like energy, telecommunication, all that we are reducing. And also we are controlling on all the mergers and we will not easily allow for mergers and acquisition. We will scrutinize, we will take care. Only if it is economically feasible, we will. If it is creating unfair competition, no, we will not. We are also putting a top cap. You can't sell the product beyond this price. This should be the maximum price. And how much profits you can take or returns on regulations. And also, we are giving more power to consumer. Customer complaints, consumer association complaints, will take it very serious. And we are bringing tough investigation for any kind of cartelization. You all will come together like Pushpa movie, unfair trade practices and all. If you do gun case and unfair practices are never allowed. And also restriction on which power. You can't sell the product only to just one single buyer. You have to sell even to others. And also reduction in the import controls. Earlier, lot of restrictions was there for import. Now, slowly we are reducing. And if you don't listen to any of this, we have one Brahmastra. What is that? You don't listen my words. Okay, from tomorrow, that industry belongs to only government. No private can operate. Nationalization. So this is how government intervenes in order to correct the market power. Clear? So this is government intervention to correct which power? Next, government intervention to correct. So for us, biggest drawback is from which externality? Negative externality, because that will lead to lot of disadvantage. So we have to focus. So we should control the negative externality and we should promote positive externality. Whatever social returns are there, that is benefits. Returns means benefit. That should be maximized and social cost. Disadvantages should be. So for the 2 types of activity, government does direct control and market-based control. Both are important. Both are. And this is where most of the exam question comes from nook and corner. They will also take from the examples of government, what they are doing in real life. From there, they will ask the questions. Clear? Understood? Still alive?
Yes, sir.
Respond, man. After the break also, you people are not responding. It looks like I think I should complete today only. If I also extend on Monday, you people will be like sleeping. See, now also no response. Okay, let's continue. Next comes. What is it? So straight away government will intervene. Government will impose. Straight away government will say what to be done, what not to be. So government will control in a direct manner by way of providing prohibition or setting a strict rules. What is it setting a? Like tobacco advertisement, 100 meters from the schools and colleges should be tobacco-free zone. No smoking in public place. In India, no one smokes in public place. Have you ever seen anyone next to bakeries and all in that corner place and all, anyone smoking? No one, because it is smoking in public places. And government may pass any kind of law in order to alleviate the negative effect of the externality. Yes, we have it in India. We have something called as environment. So what is the main act of, what is the main role of this Environment Protection Act? To protect environment. When you don't give a proper money under the table. Until and unless we will be protecting. You can do anything. Give one suitcase under the table. Only when you don't give under the table, next like Big Boss and all, we will close it for one day because money didn't come to us properly. Only you guys are making money. So see, Papa, there are some resorts outside Bangalore. They don't pollute at all. They will destroy. See, what is your act? Environment. Only if I allow you a chance to protect, you will come and protect. If I destroy completely, what you will come and protect? Simple. And also, we will only fix the emission. How much you should emit. That means we are only saying how much you should pollute. We are fixing that emission standard. Only according to that you should pollute. If you exceed beyond that, penalty will come, jail we will put, like how we have put many people. Next term. Government can also charge the emission fees. See, we will only charge emission fees for how much you can emit and how much is the fees for it. And government may also form a but State Pollution Control Board. What is that you are doing? Controlling pollution. When under the table, if money doesn't come. Next, we have separate ministry for that. Ministry for Environment and Forest and Pollution Control Board of India. What is the job? Controlling pollution, protecting environment. Oh, really? Air pollution? Not at all there. Hey, Delhi doesn't even have 0.1% of pollution at all. Bangalore, you guys are polluted, man. See, construction is going on so much. Delhi, is there any construction going on? No. Hey, that is fog, man. Not pollution. You don't know. Go and get the eye test. Next, government may limit the amount of certain pollutant released into water and air. That means whenever you're polluting, you need to limit. Let's say, for example, you can't pollute so much. Bhopal gas tragedy, one example. Like that, it should not happen. So government will say, boss, you need to install something called as pollution abatement mechanism. This mechanism will say how much you are polluting. Any hazardous chemicals are there, you should filter that. Only non-hazardous has to be released. Hazardous has to be filtered and taken out. So this is a direct control. Which control? Next comes the second one, market-based policy. Under the two things are there. The very first one, pollution tax. Second one, cap and trade system. Both are important. See, pollution tax. This was introduced by Pigu. Who introduced it? So it is also called as Piguvian tax. Which tax? Now see, Pigu said, see boss, government, if you call up all the stupid fellows, polluters, manufacturers, you call them and conduct a meeting and you ask them not to pollute, they will say yes in front of you. But they will definitely do it. So do one thing, call Nirmala Aunty. Nirmala Aunty is only best for all this. Levy tax. On every single product that they are producing, levy the tax. And not just on every product. When they come to ask permission, license, then also production tax, product tax, both you levy. Now, Pigu said you have to levy the tax on the externality itself. Don't wait until they come and sell the product in the market. When they are planning to produce, when they are, you have to give a license for them, collect huge amount of tax, even to give a license. Automatically, their cost of production will increase. Their selling price will also. Automatically, in our country, price sensitive people are there. If the prices are more, will they buy the product? No. But people forgot that there is something called as relatively inelastic demand. Even though price increases by large extent, demand only changes by alcohol, cigarette, socially undesirable good. This is biggest disadvantage. If the product is socially undesirable, tax will have no effect. Now, without losing a customer, manufacturer will shift the tax burden to end customer. Instead of buying 5-beer bottle, he will come and buy 4, but he will definitely buy. We are not going to lose any customer. And not just that, if you keep on increasing taxes like this, end of the day, customers will be the affected, not the producer. He will be polluting by paying taxes. End of the day, the burden of tax goes to whom? And if you keep on increasing tax like this, some foreign companies will say tata bye-bye to your country. Now, if they move out of your country, GDP will decrease. Production in India, inside India will go down. GDP gets affected. Employment gets affected. So, tax is having both advantage as well as disadvantage. You should make polluters to pay. That is good. But Identifying the right amount of tax is also one biggest problem. How do you know that this is the right amount of tax? Product price plus this tax put together is equal to social cost. Put together is equal to. How do you identify the right amount of tax? There is a lot of difficulties. See, problems in administrating the pollution tax. Discovering the is the problem, and demand, if it is, tax will have insignificant effect, and they will burden, all the tax burden will be end of the day shifted in the form of, so customer welfare will decrease, and the method of taxing these polluters have lot of limitation. That is a costly administrative. You should open one, let me say, Department of Direct Tax, Department of Indirect Tax, CBDC, CBEC, for them salary, again for them bungalow, transportation, everything. Administration cost is very high, and this method does not provide any kind of genuine. And also the pollution tax also has a negative consequences on the as well as foreign investments. When you put more and more taxes, foreign companies will say tada bye bye and they will leave the country. They will go to some other country where tax rates are lesser. So these are the problems related to Pigouvian tax or pollution tax. So that was the first method, pollution tax. Second one is, now this is super. In reality, even in many countries, they're following carbon credits. Heard about carbon credits? Carbon trading. That is the one. That means now government has to issue license. Now you want to produce. Let's assume you are an iron and steel manufacturer. Now without taking license, you can't produce. Now intentionally government will give a lesser license. Which license? Or to produce number of units. Suppose you want to produce 1 lakh units. Government gave a license for only to produce 80,000 units. Like that, for everyone they will issue lesser license. They will issue, and they will say these are tradable license. Which license? Either you can use it or you can sell it to someone. Now, any intelligent fellow, he will never use that license. He will sell it to someone at a high price and he will make a profit. Let's assume Charan. Now, Charan is an intelligent fellow. He will sell the license. Let's assume he got a license to produce 50,000 units. How many units? But he asked for 1 lakh unit, but he got only license for. Even in that 50,000, he will only use 20,000 units to produce his commodity, and another 30,000 license, let's assume he's selling to Shashikiran at high price. Now, Shashikiran, one who bought that license at high prices, can I sell my product in the market for lesser price? And now Charan, intentionally, he will sell his product for lesser price and he will create disturbance in the market. Already he made profit now. Now, boss, either you can use this license or you can also sell this license too. If you sell the license, you will make more profit than producing the goods and selling in the market. That means end of the day, you are not, let me say, controlling pollution. You are creating a pollution by giving license to pollute, but giving lesser license. What is it giving? And you are asking them to sell that license rather than using that license. That is what today we call carbon credits, carbon trading. So this is cap and trade system. Which system? That is the second method through which you can control pollution, but you can't eliminate pollution. Still, pollution will be there, but to some extent you can control. These are transferable license. What is it? Intentionally, government will issue fewer permits than the free pollution level, and these permits are tradable. One who sells them, he will earn a nice amount of profit. One who uses the permits, he will not make the nice amount of profit. So in India, we are experimenting on this cap and trade system with various names, various forms. And even the cap and trade system has an advantage, and even it has got an. See, it is not stopping the environment from pollution. You are only giving an incentive them to pollute. And if the firms have some monopoly power, all of them will come together and they will join hands. And if they start producing, then your cap and trade system will not work. And how do you identify this exactly? This is the cost of trade, that is equal to private cost plus externality is equal to social cost. And these costs will make an additional permits for them to pollute much more, and they will charge them to the customer without even losing the customer. So this is the second one, cap and trade system. Which system? Clear, understood. So externalities, what is it? Are controlled by the government in two different ways. Number one, direct prohibition. That is direct control by the government. What is it? Direct control by them. And second one is market based. Now, under market-based policy, there are two variations. One is pollution tax. Second one is cap and trade. This entire concept is important. From this, any nook and corner, they can frame the question. Clear up. And this is to control negative externality. Which externality? Now, how do we control positive externality? Sir, can't they initially ask license for more quantity? They can't. Intentionally, government will give lesser, na? They know last year how much you produced. They have a data for each and everything. Oh, if that is the case, everyone will intentionally ask more and they will get lesser. They know it anyhow, I will get lesser. They will intentionally ask more. But year by year, they know what is your production capacity, right? Based on that, you have to ask. Even if you are asking unreasonable, they will not even give license. Clear on? Okay, next one. In order to control positive externality, sir, what is controlling positive externality? That means you should increase their consumption, which brings benefit, Allah. If it is left to the market, they will never produce in sufficient quantity and they will never consume in the sufficient quantity. So you have to encourage its production and consumption. So how do we do that? By giving subsidy. To whom? Either to producer or either to most common practice is giving subsidy to the now government will provide a subsidy. When the government provides subsidy to producer, his cost of production will decrease. So he can produce more units or he can sell the commodity for lesser price. Whichever has a benefit. When they sell it for lesser price, people will consume more unit. People will consume. And see, a subsidy to the producer will lower their cost of production. And government is paying a part of their cost of the firm in order to promote the production of the goods which are having the positive externality. One best example, agricultural subsidies for fertilizers, especially for farmers. And sometimes government may not only just provide subsidy, government will only come to the market directly and they will only act as an in order to produce and provide the goods and services which are having a positive like public education, healthcare, fundamental research, and government will also join hands with the private people in order to improve the environment qualities, which provides positive externality like afforestation, reforestation, production of water bodies, treatment of sewage and toxic waste sites. So government can only directly involve, not only just by providing subsidy. So the most common practice of promoting positive externality is by providing the either to the producer or either to the but in India, we have a practice of providing subsidy directly to the producer. So this is the second problem which government is going to intervene and solve. First one was market power. Second one was externality. Now comes the third one, merit goods and demerit. Understand what is merit and what is demerit. Merit means which are socially desirable. Socially, which brings benefit to society, which brings like positive externality. Socially undesirable, they are negative goods. Which goods? Which affects the society, which harms the society, like alcohol, cigarettes, all this. Socially desirable. What is it? Socially desirable goods are called as a merit good. Socially undesirable goods are called as a so because government is intervening, the consumption is encouraged for socially desirable goods. Sir, how? Government is only giving benefit. Government is only giving encouragement to consume such kind of a goods. Sir, why? If at all government does not involve, can't they provide more and more merit goods? No, as a private player, you are profit motive. And moreover, such merit goods are Sir, private goods are rival and excludable. Now. Yes, pa, there is a public benefit. Which benefit? But it looks like private good. Like for example, schools and colleges. Have you ever seen any private schools and colleges teaching for free of cost without charging fee? Any private hospital giving treatment for free? That means which brings a social benefit. Which brings a but you have to pay for it. If you don't pay, you are excluded. And if someone else is using, you can't use it. So they are called as merit goods. Which goods? Merit goods are socially desirable and we should encourage its consumption. But the biggest drawback is they are rival and excludable and they are limited in. And if you are not ready to pay, you can be. And that involves dash marginal cost. In order to produce one more extra unit, there is a positive marginal cost and substantially dash externalities involved. Positive externalities involved in the consumption of such merit goods. So therefore, if at all we just leave it to the market, they are underproduced or under consumed through the market mechanism and social welfare will not be maximized. So government has to intervene. So how government will intervene? By forming their rules and best example, free and compulsory education for the children between the age group of 6 to 14 years. No child labor is encouraged. You have to shut and go to the school. It is free. We are not even charging anything. Rules and regulation by providing subsidies to the producer in order to produce more and sell more and more, or directly government will only provide that goods and services like government hospital, government schools, government healthcare, government research centers, and also government joins the hands with the private people to provide such goods and services. See, all these examples are important. From these examples only exam questions will come. All the examples are important. See, whatever concept we are learning, based on that, what government is doing in real life. See, regulatory determines how private activity should be conducted. That means now schools and colleges, you select whichever student you want, 90%, 95%, 98% and all. But what has to be taught in the syllabus? Who will decide that? Government or private? That is what. See, government will control the activities of private, what to be done and what not to be done. And government can also prohibit some types of goods and services, or government can set the standards and also issue the mandatory to others. Applies. Compulsory, you should wear helmet while riding vehicle. Road and all, we will not improve. Potholes will be there. You shut and wear helmet. If you fall, your life is important. Without paying tax for 30 years, you can't die soon. First pay taxes, minimum 30, 40 years. We have to loot you people. You can't die soon. First you have to pay tax, later you die. We don't mind. First you should get diabetes. For that, we will conduct all lab tests and all. Every month we will take money. And our pharmaceutical industry should improve. Na? You should be the main customer. So minimum 20, 30 years. After that, suppose if anything goes wrong, then cancer comes. For that, we will promote more plastic products, plastic water bottle, plastic paper cups. For namesake paper cups, that is plastic. If you put hot milk, hot coffee and tea, plastic will leach. You're taking microplastics. Hey, you should consume this all. You should be alive. So wear helmet. You should not die faster. Next, government. Compulsory immunization. Whenever COVID comes now, compulsory you should take vaccine. Have you taken vaccine? Show me the certificate. Then only I will allow you to come inside the bus. Come inside the train, come inside the mall. If not, I will not allow you to come inside. See, compulsory immunization can be insisted to help other individuals, also society at large. Government could also use the legislation to encourage the consumption of the goods which has got a, see, helmet, seat belt. Additional option, compelling individuals or consumers to consume certain goods and which provides the external, like Right to Education Act, free and compulsory education for the children between the 6 to 14 years of age. And if there is a contagious disease, you are forced, individuals are to take medical treatment. If you don't take the treatment, entire road lockdown. No one can come out. Shut and go take treatment. And there is a merit goods which are directly provided for by the government. There will be substantial demand for the same. Yes, see, COVID vaccine. If we would have asked people to take vaccine by paying 1,000 rupee, will they? No. So we gave it for free. By giving 1,000 rupee free, we know how to take 10,000 from you. Tax rate increased in all. Petrol tax increased. Edible oil price increased. Every essential goods and services price has started. See, we have Nirmala auntie. She know how to take care. You give it free in the left side. You take double, triple, 5 times of that from the right side. See, that is what we provided for. Don't worry. Congress government has made Karnataka to flatten already by giving free. See, the effect will come after 5 years, not now. Immediately effect will not be there. See, simple appa, ಒಂದು ಬೀಜ ಹಾಕಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಅದು ಗಿಡವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಟೈಮ್ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ. ಹಂಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ನೀವು ಇವಾಗ ಅಗದ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಮೇಲೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಹೋಗಿ ಬೀಳೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಮ್ ತಗೊಳುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಇಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸೇಲ್ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ. Already. But no one is ready to buy because they know nothing is there inside. Next. Government intervention in case of demerit. That means merit goods, socially desirable. Demerit goods, socially undesirable. What is it socially? Clear? See, customers are not the best judge of welfare of the demerit goods. They will overvalue because of imperfect information. You go and ask any drunkard fellow, he's drinking good. Amruta adu. After drinking, you never know where you are sleeping, but peaceful sleep will come. Whether it is inside your home or is it in the Kochamori. It doesn't matter. See, they will overvalue. They are never a best judge of welfare. And the consumption of such demerit goods are having negative externality on the society. As a husband will drink, he will go and start fighting. Entertainment for full neighbors. Entire society as a whole will get affected. Now, the government should intervene in the marketplace for the discouraging the production as well as I see we are imposing 40% tax on cigarettes in goods and 300% excise duty on alcohol. ಏನಪ್ಪ
25 sir.
ಏನು
Cost of one water.
ಅಲ್ಲ 25 ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಅದು one entire whole bottle of any whiskey, alcohol, whatever it is hardly like 25 rupees to 300 rupees is the bracket of production. Depends upon your quality, bottle, style, design, everything put together. Simple. They add 1 zero for that extra and they will sell it in the market. Full profitable business, yeah. See, cigarette, alcohol, intoxicated drugs, these all will come. And see, every good cannot be classified as a demerit good. Say, let's say, for example, every demerit good is not socially undesirable. Like, say, for example, steel manufacturing. Which manufacturing? No doubt, production of steel will cause pollution, but steel cannot be called as socially. But no doubt, steel is a demerit good. Every demerit good is not socially undesirable. That bifurcation should be known. Now, government will intervene to correct the problems from the. So, what government will do? Government may do the complete ban of demerit good. So we have done in Karnataka, all shishas and all hookahs are completely banned. Cigarette is possible. Hookah and all no. And even in Gujarat, consumption alcohol is completely banned because Gandhi born state. No, dry state. Next, see, through persuading, that means through negative advertisements and all, we are influencing people and we are saying what are the damage associated. See, on cigarette packet, there is a clear-cut warning. On packet, right, not on cigarettes. Our boys, they're neglected. And also when you go to movie, I was Mukesh, I was consuming tobacco, all this. Unfortunately, doctor is unable. See, negative advertisement. What is it? Negative advertisement. In India, if government does anything negative advertisement, that becomes positive advertisement. Because such a beautiful advertisement they will give. And next, Akshay Kumar will come. Hospital के सामने करके फुफू कर रहे हैं, क्या हो गया? बाबी बीमार है. No, in his entire life, Akshay Kumar's very first brand endorsing is cigarette. In his entire life, the very first endorsement of Akshay Kumar is cigarette. Now, same person is coming and saying, don't smoke. Wow, amazing. And tomorrow, Akshay Kumar came and said, Bolo Zuba Kesari. And day before yesterday, I was seeing just one content. One of the not influencer, one of the Shah Rukh Khan has actually he got offended. One of the celebrity, she asked, just say once Bolo Zuba Kesari on the stage. One of the celebrity has asked Shah Rukh Khan to say once say Bolo Zuba Kesari. He got offended. He said, don't teach your bap how to something he has made. That means it should be asked. See, in any country for it matter, show the advertisement what your big celebrities are doing. We can clearly say what is that they are making the youth to lead. Are they misleading or are they guiding them in a right direction? Now, the total, everyone should ask. Suppose tomorrow, if you find Akshay Kumar, ask him to, are you consuming Vimal Pan Masala? Offer him, you consume. They will never, but they will make nice bakra. See, end of the day, they just want his money. You give money, they can also promote poison. You give money, they will promote anything on the earth, which they don't consume it in their life, but they will promote. That is the reality. See, advertising, promotion of demerit goods in whatsoever manner is completely, yeah, in books. Strict regulations to limit taxes. What is it? Limit taxes, especially to the vulnerable groups like children and see, 100 meters, we have already created trouble now. After 100 meters, you do whatever you want. Next, regulatory control on special restrictions like tobacco should not be advertised in any manner. Alcohol cannot be advertised in any particular manner. High taxes are attracted under the GST Council. Now it is 40%, not even 28%. And government will fix the minimum price of the demerit goods below which it should never be. Government will say, and see, government fixes the minimum price below which it should never be exchanged like cigarette, alcohol. They are highly inelastic. Even though if government fixes the high prices still without losing customer, manufacturer will shift the burden to the. What if, sir, government bans it completely? There is a problem. That will start with them. If they do the total ban. See, in our country, everything has a trouble. So we should know how to balance things. Next comes government intervention in case of a. See, what is public good, non-excludable, non-rival? Then why government should intervene? Free rider problem is there now. No one is ready to contribute, but everyone wants to enjoy the. So how does government will intervene? By way of excludable public good. See, the very common method followed is by granting license to the and build that public facility, and government will control. Government will have a strict watch, and government will only control the entry fee, toll charges, toll free. No, nothing toll free. Shut and pay the toll and then go. See all this. In such a way, government will regulate the level of entry fee that can be chargeable to the public, and government will keep a strict watch on the functioning of such license which is given to the private firms. And also there are certain goods and services which government will never and ever allow the private person to operate. Because if it is allowed to private, that will create lot of damage, like scientific approval of drugs, providing security in airports, atomic energy generation. Even though this can be done by private, government will never allow. Government will only and only government will do, because it will proven to be damage to the society if it is left to the clear. And next, price control. Now this is important. Price floor, price ceiling. See, price floor, also called as minimum support price. Which support price? See, government will say, boss, don't worry, agricultural farmers. If the market price, market demand and supply price goes below the minimum support price, what I have guaranteed, I will only buy from you. Don't even sell it in the market. Let's say pulses. Now, farmer will come and say, boss, government, you said minimum I will pay you 150 rupee, but in the market today price is 75. Don't sell in market. You give it to me. I will only buy. Now, government will only procure through their government procurement system. Which system? See, the main objective is to guarantee them with a steady price, and government agencies will only procure such particular goods at the MSP which is set by the government. So what will government do by procuring? When there is a good harvest, they will acquire at the minimum support price. When the summer comes, no rain happens, when shortage comes, they will release this stock. Whenever there is a shortage in supply, whatever these guys have stored in their godowns, they will release that. So minimum support price, price of floor, name itself says floor. Floor means minimum price. What is it? Price ceiling. Ceiling means maximum price beyond which you can't sell. Now let's say tomorrow 1 kg tomato becomes 150 rupee per kg in the market. Let's assume government will intervene. Government will say no one in the market can sell tomato beyond 75 rupee. Now government has set a price. That is ceiling. Ceiling means maximum price, above which it should never be sold. As per demand and supply, it can be 150 rupee, but you can never sell beyond. If it is demerit good, that ceiling will be higher than market price. We saw now one beer bottle, suppose if it is 150. Now government will come and say, no, you should sell minimum 250. That is the reason. See, boss, we are more concerned about your health and safety. That is why we are charging high prices for demerit goods. And end of the day, I get revenue. That is alag baat hai, that you should never think. So we are more concerned about your health and safety. That is why price ceiling is higher level, or price floor itself. That is called price floor for demerit goods, much more higher than market price. Clear? But for essential good, that will be lesser than market price. Clear? This is called price control measure. Price floor and price ceiling. What is it? Price floor and price ceiling. Clear? So next, fourth reason, government intervention to correct information failures or incomplete information. Important. Now, government has made it mandatory. What is it? Government has made it to disclose information. What is it? Accurate labeling and content disclosure has to be made. All the nutritional information, ingredients which you are using in the food products, everything has to be compulsorily disclosed at the back side of the label. Sir, who will see backside, sir? For us, print is important. Green color image is there. That means natural. Bullshit. That is the problem with our country. Anything advertised in green color label, that means natural. Fresh tomato ketchup. Fresh tomato ketchup is a brand name. It doesn't represent. First of all, that doesn't have tomato only. Turn back. See. Tomato itself is not there, but the name says fresh tomato ketchup. That is brand name. Like how we have Good Day biscuit. Like that brand name is called as fresh tomato ketchup. So next, mandatory disclosure of information. SEBI has instructed, boss, for all your investors, you should say, why are you raising money? For what purpose you are taking? In your prospectus, A to Z information has to be provided, and also public dissemination of information to improve the knowledge. That means, whenever you call a person, caller tune is coming now. If someone calls you by name of judge, police inspector and all, if they try to digitally arrest you, don't believe these are fraudsters. Public awareness. What is it? Government has to do that. That is called public dissemination of information. Now, I don't know, many of you know this or not. Bank websites have been changed. You know that? Now, all the bank websites at end, it will be like .bank.in. This is mandatory at last. For example, SBI .bank.in. So this domain cannot be used by any other person. Only RBI approval, this domain can be given. Only banks have this website at the end called as bank.in. Now, hereafter, every banking website, the official website of the bank has to end from bank.in. So that is the official website. Any scamsters trying to send you any link and all, if you try to press now, it will be very much clear. Only bank.in should be there. If that last bank.in, that means there should be bank.in. This should be the website name. That is the genuine website. If any other website comes, that is not at all a genuine website, fraudster websites. So like this, government has come up with all the rules, regulations. See, regulations on even advertising, setting the advertisement standards to make advertisement more and more, and less misleading. Yes, we will mislead you. Less misleading, like Horlicks, taller, stronger, sharper. Tayari jeet ki, bullshit. Tayari diabetes ki. Taller. I've never seen a person after drinking Horlicks, he has become taller. Sharper, waste fellow. Leave about sharper. Full sugary drinks it is. See, less persuasive. You can mislead a person, but less misleading. See, government itself agrees. In India, FSSA is one big joke. Government authority to don't even, especially Ministry of Health and Safety, Food Security, they are one another big joke in our country. Now, last but not the least, government intervention to correct equitable distribution of income and wealth. What is it? Government intervention for equitable distribution. Simple. Collect more from the rich people and give benefit to them. See, progressive income tax. If you are earning more, pay more. Targeted budget allocation, unemployment compensation, transfer payments, providing subsidy, social security schemes, job, land reforms, gender sensitive budget. So government will intervene. Government will collect more money from the rich and they will redistribute that income to the poor in the form of equitable distribution to the society in the fair manner. That is the main intervention of government. But sometimes because of government intervention only, there is going to be a failure. Government should know where to intervene and where not to intervene. Sometimes because of government intervention only, it will create a fresh and new problem. What is it? See, we cannot always assure that government intervention will always resolve the problem. Sometimes government failure may occur, and in order to correct the market, government entered. That will only lead to more and more consequences and fresh problems will be created. Sometimes government intervention will only cause the wastage of, and it will create a fresh and more serious problem. So as a policy makers, we should know when to intervene, when not to intervene, what actions to be taken, what actions not to be. Clear, understood. By this, unit 2 also comes to an unit 1 and unit 2. But unit 4 has a connection with unit 2. What is it? Unit 4 has a connection with unit 2. Clear? So let us go to unit 4 now. After completing 2, straight away we'll go to unit 4. Because unit 3 is about budget. Budget is one small, chota unit. I will explain. But most questions will come from budget only. If there is one attempt, out of 10 questions, 7 questions have come from budget alone. Usually 10 questions they will ask from this chapter. Out of 10, 7 alone, just 7 questions out of 10. Only and only from budget. Clear? Okay, before going to this unit 4, flip back the page, have a look, any doubt, let me know. Public good, non-excludable, non-rival. Merit goods ಅಲ್ಲಿ rival and excludable. ಅಂದ್ರೆ private market, the entire concept is explained from the private firm's point of view. Merit goods ಅಂದ್ರೆ schools, colleges, hospital services, fire protection, waste management, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ merit ಅಂದ್ರೆ which brings benefit to society. But they are not available for free of cost. You have to pay for it. If you're not willing to pay, you can be excluded. ಈಗ schools, colleges, in free ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ, you have to pay. But that brings benefit to you. See, private consumption providing public benefit, like chartered accountant. Now, can you become chartered accountant for free of cost without even paying fees, without even attending classes? No. But after getting qualified, you are providing public benefit only now. But are you going to provide that public benefit for free of cost? No, even you will charge, which brings benefit to the public. Okay, let us continue. Let's continue. Okay. Okay. See, now markets have been failed. Government will intervene to correct the market failure. But end of the day, government has to function in a proper manner in order to make sure that economy is growing, economy is expanding, economy is improving year by year. For which we need a dash policy. Fiscal policy. Such fiscal policy includes government expenditure and taxes. What does it include? Government expenditure and see, during an inflation, there is already more money in the hands of people. So government should not spend more money. Government will reduce its spending, but government will increase the during deflation. Money is not at all there in the economy. So government should increase its government expenditure and reduce the tax. Clear up. Now, along with this, there are another few more instruments. One is budget. Already I spoke about budget. See, whenever there is a inflation, whenever there is a surplus budget, which budget? So we follow surplus budget. Whenever there is a deflation, we follow deficit budget. Is that clear? Now, whenever there is more money with the hands of people, we will borrow money inside the country. What do? We'll borrow money. That means public borrowings will increase. Which increase? Whenever our general public itself does not have a money, whatever we borrowed from you during inflation, Allah, we will give back. That means public borrowings will decrease. Public borrowings andre ಜನರ ಹತ್ರ ಸಾಲ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು government. During inflation, general public have more money in the hand. So government will borrow more from you. Internal borrowings inside the country. Bonds issuing. Clear up. Open market operation by open market. RBI. All this they will conduct. Treasury bills, bonds, they will issue. That means government will borrow money from general public whenever you have more money. When you have more money during that is expansion phase of business cycle. When economy is not performing well, whatever we borrowed from you, Allah, we will give it back. So public borrowings will decrease. So these are the four instruments of fiscal policy. Four instruments of number one, government expenditure. Number two, number three, budget. Number four. Now there are two ways of fiscal policy. How many ways are there? Now, whenever there is an inflation, that means already there is more money in the market. We need to cut short that money supply, and people are demanding more and more. We should reduce that demand. Do you agree? So, government will reduce its spendings, increase its tax, and this is what we call contractionary fiscal policy. Which fiscal policy? When economy is not performing well, we need to improve the performance of economy. So government will spend more, reduce the tax. This is called as expansionary fiscal policy. See, any one you will follow or combination of both. Any one or combination of. Clear up. See, this whole unit has four concepts. Out of that, first two I already explained. And the very first concept was there, na? Objectives. I have done it Keynesian theory itself. Classical economist, neoclassical economist, all those. That is the introduction part. See, our classical economist said that economy will always and always achieve full employment equilibrium. Government need not to intervene in the form of fiscal policy. Deliberate actions by government is unnecessary. What is it? Deliberate. That means government need not to come with separate fiscal policy, control as per the will and wish of government. No, not required. But after Great Depression of America, no answer. That is when government interventions became famous. Fiscal policy creation became more and more important. And at the same time, we always said that, boss, we are always following a which-sided policy. Which is that demand-sided policy. C plus, I plus, G plus, X minus M. And suppose, now listen to this. There is one scenario where I have to support classical economists. Suppose if there is a full employment in the economy, like how our classical economists said, Allah, if there is already full employment in the economy, then we have to never bring with the fiscal policy. If you come with a fiscal policy, that becomes unnecessary. That becomes what? See, if an economy, if it is already producing at the full employment level, that does not require any kind of government actions in the form of Things are already in a proper manner, boss. Things are already in control. Why do you want to deliberately involve with your new rules and regulation? Same way, if economy is already in full employment, you don't have to bring new investment. That will act as leakage. Already we discussed this in the leakage. Same way, if economy is already in the full employment, we don't need a government intervention in the form of a clear up. So there are four concepts which we are going to discuss. One is objective, second one is automatic stabilizer and discretionary fiscal. See, that is what automatic means. Automatically things get adjusted. Government need not interfere. That is automatic stabilizer. Discretionary means government has to involve. Government has to frame its own rules and regulation. Government has to control things as per inflation and deflation in the form of fiscal. That is a discretionary, nothing much. Clear up. So first one, objectives of fiscal policy. See, simple boss. There are four main objectives. First one, achieving a maintaining, accelerating that means improving the rate of growth in the economy, equitable distribution of income, and these are the four main objectives of fiscal policy. But the problem is we can't achieve all the four together. Suppose if you want to achieve equitable distribution of income and wealth, that is contradicting with the rate of economic growth rate. If you're focusing on rate of economic growth rate, you can't achieve a equitable distribution. Same way, developed countries, which country? Have a different priority. Developing nations will have a different priority. See, for a developed country, their first priority is stability. Next comes. But for a developing nations like India, first priority is economic growth. Next employment. Next. So developed nations have a different priority. Developing nations will have a different priority. It is not always one and the same. Is that clear? Next comes automatic stabilizer and discretionary fiscal policy. What is it? Automatic stabilizer and the fiscal policy. By the way, what is this? Automatic stabilizer. That means government need not to involve. As our classical economists said, now economy will always and always at full employment. These are built-in fiscal mechanism. Which mechanism are there? That will operate automatically. Things get adjusted automatically on their own. Government need not to interfere with their own fiscal policy. Nothing. Taxes, government spendings tend to change automatically. So there is a built-in tax and expenditure mechanism that will increase during recession, that will decrease during inflation. So government need not involve deliberately in the form of fiscal policy. Things get automatically adjusted. That is called as automatic stabilizer. That is what classical economists said. But Keynes said, no boss, every time it is not possible. Government has to intervene. Deliberately, government should intervene in the form of fiscal policy by considering their government expenditure, government tax, employment, price for, that is public borrowings. With all this, that is called as deliberate policy actions taken by the government. That means we are indirectly controlling the GDP of the nation. So fiscal policy is a powerful tool for managing the economy, and it is the ability to influence the GDP, that is expenditure method. GDPMP. What was that expenditure method? GDPMP. I plus G plus X minus M. This is what we called as AD side. See here, aggregate demand side. So it is the right side of the equation, that is on aggregate demand side, where government is going to take actions in the form of tax rate and government expenditure, that is fiscal policy. Government will control G directly, and indirectly that will control C, I and net exports. This is called discretionary fiscal policy. Which fiscal policy?
Discretionary fiscal policy.
Clear? Understood? Next comes types of fiscal: expansionary fiscal policy and contractionary. Now you tell me when you should expand your operation. When economy is not performing well, that means when there is a deflation, what you will do? Government expenditure should, tax rate should either follow any one out of these two or adapt a combination of both, though that will happen during the recession phase. When government expenditure is more, tax rates are lesser. So we have a which type of budget? Deficit budget. Which budget? See here, it is a deliberate policy by the government in order to increase the demand in the economy and increase the level of economic activity. It is designed to stimulate the economy during the dash phase of business cycle, contraction phase of business cycle. So expansionary fiscal policy should ideally lead to a larger government deficit. So there is a deficit budget. What are the problems of this? There will be fall in GDP. Economy is not performing well now. So GDP will fall, demand will fall, consumer spendings will fall, unemployment will increase. So how do you tackle that now? Government has to decrease all the type of taxes and government has to increase its spending or adapt a combination of both. Adapt combination of next contractionary fiscal policy. Now economy is overperforming. Because of that, there is an inflationary gap or inflation. Now you need to adapt opposite. Government should stop spending, reduce its spending and collect more and more. It is designed to restrict the level of economic activity during the overperformance during the inflation phase. So contractionary fiscal policy will lead to a larger deficits or lesser deficit. Lesser deficit, that means surplus budget. Which budget? Now, problem of inflation, higher demand in the economy, customer is spending more and more money. Because of that, inflation increases, general price level increases. General price level will increase. Next, measures taken. Number one, government spending should decrease. Increase all type of taxes or adapt a combination of both. This is contractionary fiscal policy. Clear? Next comes instruments of fiscal. Here, one topic is most important, especially government expenditure. See, already I spoke about these instruments. There are four major instruments: government expenditure, tax, budget, public borrowings. Now, the very first one, government expenditure. Current expenditure, capital expenditure, transfer payment. Current expenditure is to run the government on a day-to-day basis. Capital expenditure is investments on infrastructure. Transfer payments, providing benefit, income received but not earned. See, government expenditure will impact directly by giving more money to the hands of people or restricting the money from the hands of people. If government stops spending, what is it, government? Money will not go more to the hands of the people. That is a direct effect. Which effect? Indirect effect. Even government expenditure will act as a multiplier. What does it act as a? See, when government spends money, Allah, even that money will be revolved in the system. That expenditure keeps on circulating, expenditure keeps on revolving. So, suppose in an economy, there is a shortage of 1,000 crore. What is it shortage of? And government knows that money will circulate 5 times. How many times? That means now government will not bring 1,000 crore. Government will only bring 200 crore. 200 crore will multiply by 5 times. 200 into 5. So government expenditure will also work as a multiplier, and multiplier has a direct connection with marginal propensity to consume. What is it? Marginal propensity to clear. Next, government expenditure will also rectify the inflation. When there is inflation, should government spend more money or spend less money? When there is a deflation in the economy, government should spend more money. And let's go back to chapter 5 yesterday. If you remember, I said government fiscal policy will work only till contraction. By mistake, if economy goes to fiscal policy will. So there are two measures: pump pricing, compensatory spending. Now, in order to revive back the economy, there is only two options. How many options are there? Which are those two options? Pump pricing, compensatory spending. So what is this pump pricing? Let us understand. Hero, red color dress. Yes, ma'am, stand up. Let's assume today you will get 5 crore rupees in one gunny bag. When you are going for lunch, you found one gunny bag. There is 5 crore rupees in that gunny bag. What will you do with this 5 crore? Sir, I will invest. Let's assume you invested 1 crore. Now, after that. Yo, I wish you should get the money. Your friends 2 crore. Sharing is caring. Wow, nice. Let's assume you will not do that. What you will do? Remaining money. Like what? Give some example. Wait. Sir, you will buy car, new home. After that. Private charter, flight. After that. Okay, let's, madam, shut up, madam. You only, yeah. What's your name? I forgot. Raksha. Suppose you got 5 crore, what you will do? Sir, first makeup kit. Okay. Invest. Okay, 1 crore you invested. After that, like what you will spend? Give some example. What all you will spend? Don't say I will buy teddy bear, chocolate, and all. Something sensible. What you will do? A backbench I will never ask. Don't worry. You guys are full busy in your own world. I know that. I'm observing from the past 2 hours. Car. She will buy one car. After that, new home, a new gold. Most important, gold. How can a female forget gold, sir? Gold. Okay, sit on. Sit on both. See, like this. Suppose, just assume in an economy, if everyone gets more money, what is it? Everyone gets. Everyone starts spending, na. That means it is like an electric shock to the, let me say, a nation. If government pumps in one huge money inside the system, automatically, sir, from where will government get that huge money? Simple, two options. Either borrow from outside or print your own nation's currency. Monetization or external borrowings. What is it? Monetization or? Like this, government will pump one huge money inside the system. What is it? Government will pump one huge money inside the system. Now, once everyone starts getting more and more money in the hands, let's say, for example, they will start earning more, they will get more money. You will start demanding more, na? Automatically demand will skyrocket. In order to match the demand, now production should, employment should, economic activity should. See, it is as simple. Person is about to die. He's in ICU. At last moment, when every hope is done, last final option, electric shock. But I've seen that two iron box kind of a thing will be there. Small one device. They will turn on the electricity. They will go and put it on the chest. The person will bounce back. So it is like an electric shock given to the economy. Government will pump a huge money inside the system. Automatically demand will shoot up. Now, in order to meet the demand, production increase, employment increase, economic activity increase, that is all. We are bouncing back. What is it? We are. That is first option. Pump pricing. That is giving electric shock to the economy. Second one, compensatory spending. Which spending? See, these two stupid fellows, C and I, is not at all spending money. Who is not spending money? As a compensation, whatever they were supposed to spend, that only who is spending now? Only and only government is spending. Something is wrong with the stylus today. Hey, 1 second. Now, only and only government will spend. Who will spend? So, C and I will not at all spend money. Only and only government will spend money, including what these two stupid fellows were also supposed to spend. That means it is like a slow treatment. Slowly, government will start pumping more and more, more and more, more and more, more and more, more and more. That means these two people are not at all spending. Instead of these two people, including that, even government is only spending. One point of time, people will get more money. Slowly, demand will increase. It is not like electric shock. All of a sudden, demand increases. Slowly, it will improve. So, one is electric shock. Other one is government hospital treatment. You will get cured. Not 5 days and all, just 50 days. Like that. That is called compensatory spending. Clear? So, these are the two left out options. By chance, if government or the nation enters into depression, deep trouble. Which trouble? So this will be the questions. Get ready. Pump pricing, compensatory spending. Remember, fiscal policy will not work when the economy slips down to depression. To make an economy come out of depression, what are the two options available to the government? Pump pricing and compensatory spending. Is that clear? Understood? So this is the first instrument, that is government expenditure. Is that clear? Next, see, as I said, how will government get the money to pump in so much of money? Two options. Number one, print your own nation's currency note. That is called as monetization, or borrow the huge amount of money from outside the country. Is that clear? So that was the first instrument. Second instrument is Nirmala anti-department. So we know how to control the tax. Whenever we increase tax, disposable income will decrease. So we will play around with the tax during the recession and depression. We will reduce the tax. What is it? We will, whenever there is a inflation, we will come up with new tax. We will increase the existing tax rates. Everything we will do. Clear? So that is tax. Already we have discussed. Budget, I will not speak now. I will anyhow speak in the budget unit. In detail, I will discuss over there. Last but not the least, what is it? Public. What is it? Public debt borrowings. No, there are two forms of borrowing. One internal and second one, that is place of borrowing. Either I will borrow inside the country or else forms of borrowing, market loan and small savings. Market loan usually for a long-term purpose. Even there is a short-term in market loan by just issuing the treasury bills, and government expenditures are met by the short term by issuing any kind of long-term capital bonds. What is it? Long-term. Or if it is a short term, we are going to issue the treasury bill. Less than a year, short term, more than a year, long term. But these are negotiable instruments. Which instruments? But small savings are not negotiable instruments. Let's say general public has created some savings in post office. So government will give an option. Boss, you give me that money, I will give you a certificate. I will give you a NSC, National Savings Certificate. Which certificate? And there is one more, SGB. Heard about the sovereign gold bonds. Now they have stopped. Gold prices are lifetime high. So government stopped issuing this. So you can't sell this instrument in the market. Suppose if you have bought a treasury bill, you can sell this whenever you want money. If at all you have a capital bond, whenever you want money, you can sell it in the open market. So these are negotiable. Market loans are, but small savings are not negotiable. Only you can take back that money after predetermined time. After which time? Predetermined time. Is that clear? So this is public borrowings. That is instrument of a fiscal. So total there are 4 instruments. How many instruments are there? So which are those 4 instruments? Number 1. Number 2, tax. 3. Fourth one, public debt. Clear? So these are the 4 instruments. Now, if any economy has to progress in long run, has to progress in, they have to concentrate on certain area. Area number 1, you have to focus on sustainable, most important infrastructure spending, and that too modern infrastructure. And also government has to focus on research and development for the long-term economic growth and capital formation for human, that is physical capital, has to be created. And not just that, your tax structures has to be framed properly, because tax has both advantages and so you should have a well-designed tax policy. Which designed tax policy? So like how you are collecting tax, you should also give subsidy to your farmers. Like this spendings, whatever the money you are collecting the tax, on what purpose you are spending that money, corrective spending should be there in order to make sure that markets are not going to fail. And you should also impose which tax? In order to control the externalities. To control what? Externality. And also kindly provide subsidies in order to promote positive externalities. So these are the areas which a nation has to focus for a long-term growth and development. Which growth and development? These are like mandatory elements. These are like very basic essentials which a nation has to focus on their long-term economic growth. Now, finally, Indian government understood the importance of. Now they are providing, but not in quality manner. When rain comes, highway will be divided into 2 parts. Simple. Kerala, 2, 3 multiple national highways have been split. Full on. It has happened. Next, all beautiful infrastructures we are getting. Next, inequality in income and same story. Collect from rich, give it to them. How do you do that? By way of and indirect tax, both progressive and regressive. Collect more and more money from the rich and give a benefit to the poor. How? Luxury goods collect more tax. Basic essential goods, lesser tax. And also see poverty alleviation program, giving free or subsidized medical, education, housing, essential commodity, infrastructure for selective basis, various social security schemes, and subsidizing for the mass consumption, and also public procurement, giving subsidies and strengthening the which capital. See, but there is also trouble in this. If you collect more and more taxes in the form of progressive tax, the rich people will not be interested to produce and save more. See, that will have a negative effect. See, discourage them to work and also to invest. So, right level of tax has to be identified. See, tax is acting as both advantage as well as. Same way, if you're giving too much of benefit to the poor people, even that will discourage them to work and. Hey, my leader is there, he's giving for free. His son will come, he will also become leader and he will also give it for free to my son. People are not interested. We have na Amma canteen, Chittappa canteen, Dodappa canteen, Appaji canteen, Ammaji canteen, Indra canteen. All this, see, problem. High redistribution will also create a trouble. So everything has its own advantage and clear. So these are the Fiscal policy to eliminate inequality in income and wealth. This brings to one of the most important topic of the unit, that is crowding. Clear? So before moving to crowding or flip back the page, have a look. Any doubt, let me know.
Sir, there is progressive taxation, sir. But then when it comes to the corporate entities taxation, that's then why do they continue?
That is company tax. Corporate tax is different. Progressive. Progressive is on income and wealth. What is that? As an individual, you are earning the whole income in your 1 year. Wealth you have created, on that you are paying. Slab rate system. Company, that is corporate tax is different. Don't worry, come to Inter. Paper 2, law is there. Company law.
Sir, full policy I did that.
Yeah.
Where you have slab rate, how much have you got it?
For them 22 percentage. Just for you 30 percentage. You earn salary, pay 30%. You run a company and earn profit 22%. Simple da. You buy a tractor for farming. We will levy more and more taxes. And interest rates on taking a tractor is just 13%. You want to buy luxurious car, Mercedes Benz, just 8%. Our banks will also discriminate. You want to buy a car, Mercedes Benz, BMW, luxury car, car loan 8%, tractor loan 13%. See, boss, you are in India. Welfare democratic state. For the people, of the people, by the people. Which people, we didn't discuss that. But by the people, that's it. ಅದೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಪಂಪ್ ಪ್ರೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಆಲ್ highly impossible in India. By mistake, if you do pump pricing ಅಲ್ಲ, see why I will say, if you do pump pricing, you will inject one huge money inside the system. But if your nation doesn't have a capacity to produce so much in a very shorter time, that will lead to hyperinflation. Zimbabwe, automatically demand will go up, but you are unable to meet the demand. Excessive price will happen. Inflation will exceed like crazy. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದೊಂದೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ 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 ಖರ್ಚು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಪ್ರೊಕ್ಯೂರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ತರದ ಖರ್ಚು ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಲೋನ್ಸ್ ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡೈಸ್ಡ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ರೇಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡೋದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನ ಪಂಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಒಳಗಡೆಗೆ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಟ್ಟೆ ಟೈಮ್ ಒಂದೇ ಸಲಿ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ, ಹಂತವಾಗಿ ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. Simple. When government spends more money in the system, general public will get more money in the hands. When you get more money in your hand, will you sit silent? No, you will demand more. If you demand more, production should, employment will, overall economic activity increases. So to do that, we are not doing all of a sudden. Slowly we are doing one by step, step by step, one by one. That is compensatory. Overall expenses. See, government expenses are two things: current expenses, capital expenses, transfer payment. Muru expenses. Clear? Okay, let's go to the next topic. Yes or no, man? Respond. Okay, look at the board. Crowding out. What is the concept? So, which one? Price ceiling. See, price ceiling means maximum price. Let's say for food grains in India, we have a price ceiling. Let's say rice. Tomorrow, 1 kg rice becomes 300 rupee per kg. Can general public afford? Now, government will intervene. Government will say, boss, this should be the maximum price, beyond which you should never sell. Food grains. Usually on food grains, there will be price ceiling and price floor. When will price ceiling comes into picture? When it is an acute shortage in the market. And if price skyrockets, where in which people can't afford it. See, they don't go for luxury goods. Usually price ceiling comes for basic necessities of life. Price floor is like a minimum price. See, this is the minimum which I will give. Agricultural product, MSP, minimum support price. For a farmer, you don't worry, boss. You have grown tomato, or let's say you have grown pulses, or any kind of food grains. Suppose in the market, 1 kg has become 75 rupees. Don't worry, I am there. I will buy you for 100 rupees or 150 rupees. Government is deciding, don't worry, in the market, even if price goes below, I am there. In India, for sugarcane, MSP is there. Food grains, MSP is there. There are various agricultural crops for which government has decided the MSP, not now, just 20 years ago. And 1.5 times. What is it? It will come in chapter 10. 1.5 times of your cost of production, MSP is decided. And that too just 20 years ago, not now. And there is one movie in Kannada, I don't know how many of you have watched, Naveen Shankar, Chhatrapati. That is a movie. And he will explain about this MSP. Government has fixed 20 rupees per kg for tomato, MSP. And he said, I will only give 20 rupees. If you have guts, go grow 1 kg tomato for 20 rupees and show. Government said, boss, don't worry. I will buy it for
20.
per kg. And he said, boss, I will only give 20 rupees. If you have a guts, grow that 1 kg tomato for 20 rupees and show. Highly impossible. These MSPs are decided 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. They have not revised at all. And even today, it says that 1.5 times of your cost of producing the crop. Now, slowly they have made it two times. But as per your syllabus in chapter 10, 1.5 times. How many times?
1.5.
Suppose if you are incurring a cost to produce, let's say, for example, 20 rupees for tomato, that means we will give 30 rupees. There is a ceiling 1.5 times or this money, whichever is lower, whichever is lower. Out of these two, whichever is lower. And there also condition is there. You guys are in foundation now. Only A we are speaking about. Next, B to Z come to inter and final. Simple. Clear? We are just showing you trailer now. We'll just show trailer. Come to inter, we will show the first half of movie. Come to articleship, second half of movie. Finals is climax. Full dhamaka it will be. Okay, let's continue. Crowding out. What is the concept? Now, when economy is not performing well, what is it when economy is? That means deflation. What is it? Deflation. What should happen to interest rate? Dave, for you guys only respond. What should happen to interest rate? Decreases. Why? Because economy is not performing well. When interest rate goes down, automatically people will withdraw money from their bank account rather than saving money. They will withdraw, they will spend money in the economy. They will spend money in. Okay, interest rate should decrease when economy is not performing well. Okay, super. But our government has to increase its spending. Na? Why should government increase spending? Because economy not performing well. If government spends more money, end of the day, money will come to the hands of people. People will spend more, demand will. Production should. Economic activity will. Okay, super. Now, government does not have money. Government has to borrow money. Now, where you should borrow? Outside. Because your economy is not performing well. So, you should borrow from outside. But our thumbs up fellows. Thumbs up fellows. Andre Kannada Bejaragattama, a bet and maklu andre. Are politicians. See, if I say that in Kannada, people get offended. A bet and maklu andre bejaragatte. So, in style, we call it as thumbs up fellows. See, there are certain words, if you use local language, effectiveness is more. If you use it in English, effectiveness will not be there. For example, same if I said, to behave like a planet. No effect. So, we can't straight away scold people. Na. So, with the style, we call thumbs up fellows. Now, our thumbs up fellows. Now, rather than borrowing loan from outside, now they will borrow loan from. Now, you tell me, being a general public, if you want to give loan to government, when interest rate is more, will you give loan, or when interest rate is less, will you give more loan? Interest rate is so simple. Our thumbs up fellows increase at interest rates. Why did they increase interest rate? To borrow loan from general public. Okay, super nice. Economy is not performing well. Economy is interest rate. Now, better returns now. Economy is not performing well, but government bond interest rates are increasing. So you will give loan to whom? Government. Why did government borrow the loan? To spend in the economy. Okay. Now you gave money to government. Why interest rates are high? Now your money government is spending in the economy. With which intention government is spending? If government spends, money will go to general public. General public will demand goods and demand will. Production will. Economic activity will. But nothing is going to happen. Why? Interest rate is as planned. Government borrowed loan from you. They are spending money in the economy. When government spends money in the economy, once again money will go to the hands of the public. When public gets the money, what government expected, you people will spend money, demand will, but you will not. You will save. Why? Interest rates are high. You will again give loan to government. Again government will spend. Again you will get money. Will you spend money? Again you will give loan to government. Why did government spend money? With the intention of increasing demand in the economy, intention of economic activity should. But is it happening? Why didn't it happen? Because of that is what we call crowded out. Whatever you thought, that plan is not working. Complete opposite. One small mistake by our thumbs up fellows. One small mistake. That entire logic of fiscal policy collapse. That is called crowding out. This is the limitation of a discretionary fiscal policy while fighting the recession. The main root cause of this crowding out is increase in interest rate during the contraction phase of business cycle. What is it? Decrease in interest rate during the contraction phase of business cycle. Whenever there is a contraction, whenever there is an economy will face deflation. During those time, interest rates in the economy should. But our thumbs up fellows, they made interest rates to increase. Because of increase in interest rate, will consumption increase or consumption decreases? But what was the main intention of government to make a consumption to be in the contraction phase? But what is happening? When people itself is not consuming, businessman, will he invest money? See, consumption and business investment both are. Why did this happen? Because why did you increase interest rate? To issue bond. To issue the government is issuing the bond in the open market for that interest rate increase. Because of that, household consumption and business investment decreased. And this is what we call crowded out. Your entire fiscal policy will collapse. It will not work. And this kind of effect is not just for short term. This will have a long term impact. Which impact? So that is the reason our elected representatives, stupid fellows, should know when to increase interest rate, when to decrease interest rate, when to spend more money, when not to spend more money. So we have such a very beautiful elected representatives who have not even stepped into school also, and who doesn't even know how to take a oath. Now recently in UP, one incident happened, not UP, sorry, Bihar assembly election released, one of the elected MP, not MP, sorry, MLA, elected MLA. Even after having a script in hand, she doesn't know how to read, how to take oath. She wanted one of the let me say one other person stand next to her and read that, and this lady was explaining. She was taking the oath. So, very beautiful elected representatives we have. Just 70% of our parliament MPs are criminal background people. Just 70. And out of that 70 percentage, 30% doesn't even have any educational qualification. This is the reality of our country. See, in order to become any office boy in any government office, SSLC is mandatory. 10th standard is mandatory. That is, to become an office boy in any of the government office, you need minimum 10th standard. But to run the country, you don't need education. Very beautiful democratic system we have. See, this crowding out is all because of interest rates. If interest rate increases, why? Because government has to issue the bonds. Because of that increased interest rate in an economy, when economy is not performing well, business, investment, household consumption both will decrease. And this is what we call dash crowded down. This is the limitation of which fiscal policy? Any fiscal policy. Simple man. Government has to spend more money. But government does not have money. Government has to borrow money. From where? Outside. But stupid fellows, what they did? Inside. In order to borrow from inside, what they did? When they increased interest rate inside the country, when economy is not performing well, households started to consumption decreased, savings. So business borrowings also. Instead of demand increasing in the economy, demand. This is what we call crowded out. What is it called as? It is complete opposite of compensatory. In compensatory, only government was spending, but economy was getting boosted. But here economy will never get boosted. During that means depression, this crowding out is less likely to happen because fiscal policy will not at all work. And this crowding out will have a lasting impact. Which impact? That is for a longer term. So last topic of the unit 4, limitations of fiscal policy. What is it? Limitations of fiscal. Point number 1. Just now we discussed. Second one, decision making lack. First of all, recognition itself is always led by government. Taking decision is also late. Implementing also late. Impact is also. And government, you ask them, why did you do it late? Because we have a lack of. And we are uncertain when inflation will come and when deflation will. You only said, chapter 5, highly impossible to predict business cycle even before that. Okay. So because of that, and we have an integrity issue also. Hello, my leader did this bridge. Hello, my government sanctioned the money. Hello, our government gave permission. They end of that is stupid fellows for the sake of society only, na. No, Modi is great. No, Pappu is great. Rahul Gandhi, nickname. So all this integrity issue. Which issue? Integrity issue. That means political interest is more bigger than, let me say, social interest. There is self-interest. What is it? Political propaganda or this promoting self-interest instead of social interest. In India, we have this pro-max level. Now, best example, today morning I was actually thinking, I have to come past Jainagar. See, my place is almost near to the Banshankari. From the Banshankari, I have to come towards this Koramangala. Today, some stupid fellow's birthday is there. Road full of banners. Road full of banners. Entire Jainagar is filled with banners. And I was just thinking, why we call it as a third world country? Why are we going to remain as a third world country? Because of the stupid things. Taxpayers' money. Very beautifully, they are utilizing it. Karnataka government in the state, Karnataka, one of the MLA's birthday is there. Same constituency. Entire road, entire area filled with banners. Simple. Now, taxpayers' money is utilized in optimal manner. And wherever you see banner, wherever you see flag, wherever you see that stupid faces. See, if any person has visited outside India, be it any country, at least some good nations, let's consider a random example, Thailand or Indonesia, Germany, Georgia, Kazakhstan, not Pakistan. They are not even fit for comparison. Kazakhstan, which is next to Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, like Middle East, any country, you will never find one single banner like the stupid fellows. And leave about that. On the bridge, whenever you're passing by a bridge, now there is a joint for the bridge. Whenever a vehicle passes, that jerk will come, dadak, once up. You don't believe, man. I've been traveling for most of the countries. I've never seen in any of the countries, even though you are traveling on a flyover, you will never find that single jerk, even at the connection of that bridge. Road is proper. And here we pay road tax. Why? Not to see the road. Road tax is paid for the purpose of not to see the, because road itself is missing, only potholes are there. See, this is the reality. See, all this political self-interest is more and more important. We will remain third world country. This is the reason. And youngster is never interested in politics. And our political people are highly educated people. And they know what kind of decisions has to be taken when. And all free. Like this, keep on giving free. One day, country is only free. Next, cost is involved. That means in order to do anything, government has to be done. Cost is involved. Government incurs huge cost. See, simple. One session of parliament, which happens in the central government. Yesterday I was just going through the data. Just 7 crore rupee expenses will happen for just one single sitting of parliament. One parliament session, actual cost incurred by the government is 7 crore. One single parliament session cost.
Canteen is there, sir.
Hey, that is वो अलग है, ये अलग है, वो बाद में बात करता हूँ. Next, intense, what is it? Instantaneously changing government spendings and tax rates. See, we can't keep on always changing the government spendings and tax. See, there are certain government expenses, like say bridge construction, defense expenses. Because of inflation, we can't reduce. Let's say some gestation period will be very high. Dam, if at all we are constructing dam, it will take 7 years or 10 years. Now, because of inflation, now you are asking me to reduce spending. No, boss, it is impossible. The increase in creates not only burden for the present, even for and public work cannot be adjusted. Along with the movement of the, there are certain huge projects like highway, dams, which has a long gestation period. Some urgent public works cannot be for the reason of expenditure cutting and also deficit financing. That means shortage. We are keep on borrowing now. That will increase us the burden and also purchasing power will go down and our value of the currency will also decrease when you keep on borrowing. And government, if they compete with them to borrow money. Now, no doubt, private people also need money to run business. Even they will borrow. If you are also competing with the private people to borrow, interest rates will increase automatically. And if the interest rate increases during the contraction phase of business cycle, automatically crowding out is going to happen. Now, private people will back out. Private people will not borrow the loan. The economy is not performing well. Their investments will decrease. But government cannot stop investing. Government cannot stop cutting down their expenses. During the contraction phase, you should only spend more money. That means you should borrow more money. And you are borrowing at high interest rate. And that will lead to crowding out. By this, entire unit 4 comes to an. So only unit 3 is pending. That is budget. So take a break. It's already like 1 o'clock. We'll start back the class at 2. Clear? 1 hour break. Probably today I can't finish. Highly impossible. I can only finish with the budget and I can take up unit chapter 8. Chapter 8, probably even 2 units can be done. Third unit is not possible. So definitely Monday. The class has to be taken on Monday. Bye-bye. We'll meet you at 2 o'clock. Already? The 2 o'clock ಹೇಳಿದ್ ನಾನು. ಬೇರೆ ದಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ 3-4 minutes extra ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಏನಾಗಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಡಿಮೆ. Okay, 2 o'clock, 2 minutes we will start. Okay, the next unit. So we are done with the chapter 7, unit 1, unit 2 and unit 4. Now let us get started with the unit 3. So unit 3 speaks about what? Budget. So kindly come to the budget chapter, one of the easiest chapter, and most of the questions have been asked from the budget chapter. Okay, stop speaking, have a look. Okay, so remember, budget is a financial blueprint. What is budget? Budget is a financial blueprint. It speaks about anticipated incomes and anticipated expenditures of the government. That means in the upcoming financial year, what is the total amount of money that we are expecting to receive and what is the total money that we are expecting to spend. So it speaks about anticipation. See, these are not an accurate value. These are just an anticipated values. Is it clear? So remember, every year budget is presented on 1st of February. When is budget presented? February. Let's say next upcoming budget will be presented on 1st of February 2026. That is for the upcoming financial year. So the financial year is going to start on 1st of April, that is 2026, until 31st of March 2027. So for the upcoming financial year, so this is going to be the anticipation year. And on the same day, whenever we are preparing the budget, there can also be one more important aspect. So there can be a revision. What is it? There can be a revision for the ongoing financial year. See, the ongoing financial year is 1st of April 2025. It gets completed on 31st of March 2026. See, when we are presenting this on 1st of February and March, still 2 more months is pending in this ongoing financial year. Do you agree? So even related to this ongoing financial year, if there is any shortage of money, we need to, let me say, revise the budgets. Even the revised estimates. Which estimates? Revised estimates will be presented. So the upcoming financial year's anticipation is the primary importance. Along with this upcoming financial year, there will be a revised estimates. Which estimates? So these are the two informations or 2 different years information every budget is contained. Remember, every single year budget is presented on 1st of February. Only and only in the election year. Which year? Budget is presented twice. See, in 2024, there was a central election. So during the election year, as planned, on 1st of February, interim budget will be announced. Which budget? Interim budget will be announced. Once election is done and the government is formed, actual budget. Which budget? So only during the election year, budget is presented how many times? Twice. Rest remaining, budget is only presented once. And budget always contains anticipation of the upcoming financial year. What does budget contains? Anticipation of the upcoming financial year. Clear? Along with the revisions for the ongoing financial year. Except this, there is one more information which budget will contain. That is actual value. Which value? Of the previous financial year. See, this is present financial year. Still 2 months is pending. Suppose today, if it is 1st of February 2026, that means present financial year 2 months is pending. Upcoming financial year, we are preparing the estimates. The previous financial year. Which financial year? Previous financial year. That is 1st of April 2024 to 31st of March 2025. Already this financial year is completed. For that, we are going to provide actual values. It is like a result card. Which card? After writing exam, you will get your marks card, right? So it is a progress card of the budget. So we don't have that much importance given to this. Only for these 2 financial years, we are giving importance. Primary importance is for the upcoming financial year and secondary importance will be for the revision for the ongoing financial year. Budget is presented twice only during the election year. Rest every single time. Budget is only presented once. Clear up. And budget is mainly classified into two kinds: revenue budget and capital budget. See, revenue, which are recurring in nature, which is repeated. Every now and then we are incurring that expenses, we are receiving that money, that is coming under revenue budget. Once in a year, like infrastructure spending, some huge money which is received or huge money which is spent, that comes under the capital budget. So under revenue budget, we have revenue receipt and revenue expenses. Capital budget also, we have capital receipt and capital expenditures. Now, revenue receipt plus capital receipt put together is called as total receipt. Revenue expenditure and capital expenditure put together is called as, when we speak about types of budget, what is it? Types of budget. First one, balanced budget. Which budget? So in balanced budget, total receipt is equal to total expenditure. And in case of imbalanced budget, which budget? So in case of imbalanced budget, there are two elements: surplus budget. Which budget? So in surplus budget, total receipts are greater than total expenditure. But when there is a deficit budget, which budget? Deficit budget, total receipts are lesser than total expenditure. So surplus budget will be during the time of inflation. Deficit budget will be during the time of. Is that clear? So remember, whenever we have a deficit, deficit means shortage. Let us call it as a budgetary deficit. Which deficit? Budgetary deficit. That means total expenditure is greater than total receipts. What is it? Total expenditure is greater than total receipts. That is called as budgetary deficit. Which deficit? Budgetary deficit. That means in the overall budget, our receipts are lesser, expenditures are greater. That means in the overall budget, we have a shortage. That is called as which deficit? Budgetary deficit. Now, suppose if I only consider revenue budget, which budget? Let me ignore capital. If I only and only consider the revenue budget, if revenue receipt is lesser than revenue expenses, what is it? Revenue receipt is lesser than? That is called revenue deficit. Which deficit? See, whenever we have a deficit, this revenue portion should never be more. That means for your regular day-to-day operations of government only, you don't have a proper money. So that will show the very bad sign. That will show the very. So remember, revenue deficit should never be the major part in the total deficit. So we have a budgetary deficit. Now, this budgetary deficit, excluding borrowing, what is it? Budgetary deficit excluding borrowing. So kindly remember this word. What is it? Excluding. We call it as fiscal deficit. Which deficit? Fiscal deficit. So this fiscal deficit questions will be asked more number of times. So be careful. So whenever you are writing answer or whenever you are reading the statement, if there is a excess of expenditure, what is it? Excess of over the receipt excluding borrowing. If you see this word, excluding borrowing, that is called as which kind of deficit? Fiscal deficit. Now, for this fiscal deficit, let's assume if you exclude interest liability, which liability? That means we have taken lot of borrowings now, previous years. Now, for those borrowings, we need to pay interest every year on year. Suppose if you subtract interest borrowings from the fiscal deficit, we get primary deficit. Which deficit? And this is the one of the odd favorite question to ICI. So every single time the numerical questions have been asked from the fiscal deficit and primary deficit. Wait, let me show the question calculated. Fiscal deficit, primary deficit, fiscal deficit, primary deficit. So there will be numerical problems. Fiscal, primary. Chapter 8. See here, question number 62. If the primary deficit is 20,500 crore and the net interest liability is 3,500, they're asking us to identify. Remember, fiscal includes interest liability, but primary does not include interest liability. Now, 2,500 plus 3,500, how much is that? 24. This is dash deficit, fiscal. So from the fiscal, if you remove interest, from the fiscal, if you remove, what do we get in return? Primary deficit. So this is one of the favorite question. Multiple times the questions has been asked. Fiscal deficit, primary deficit. Fiscal deficit, primary deficit. See, concept is very simple. First, we will have a budgetary deficit. Which deficit do we have? So what is budgetary deficit? When the total expenditure, which expenditure? Total expenditure is greater than total receipt. That is called as budgetary deficit. For this budgetary deficit, if there is a word called as excluding borrowing, that is called as a fiscal deficit. From the fiscal deficit, if you subtract interest liability, primary deficit. Clear? So remember, fiscal deficit is always calculated as a percentage of GDP. What is it? As a percentage of what percentage of the nation's GDP do we have a borrowings to be made? That is, fiscal deficit is whatever that we are arriving that includes the total borrowings money. Which money? Total borrowings money. Is that clear? So this is the background about the budget. So remember, budget proceedings will be initiated by the budget division. Which division? See, under the Ministry of Finance. Under which organization? Government Ministry, Ministry of Finance. There are various departments and division under that budget division. Which division? Budget division. Budget division is responsible for preparation of a budget. So 6 months in prior. How many months in prior? In prior for announcing a budget. When do we announce a budget? 1st of February. Clear? 6 months in prior to the 1st of February. That is August and September. Whereas in the mid of August and September, budget division will send a circular to all the central government administrative departments, state governments, for everyone. And they will ask them to send the estimated receipts and estimated expenses. What is it? Estimated receipts and estimated expenses. Clear? So we will collect the information, they will compile it, and they will also take an expert's opinion. Which opinion? And finally, they will draft the budget, and such budget is presented on when? 1st of February. When is it presented? 1st of February. See, the finance of the government of India is traditionally controlled by Ministry of Finance. So under which the Ministry of Finance, we have a budget division. Budget division is responsible for comprehensive scheduling for carrying out the preparation of the budget activity. So budget activity is classified into 3 stages. First one is preparation. Second one is presentation and enactment of budget. And last but not the least, execution of budget. See, budget preparation, as I said, budget division is going to issue the circular to all the ministries, states and union territories and autonomous bodies. They collect the data, estimated receipts and estimated expenses, and they conduct the pre-budget consultation with various experts like social welfare expert, agriculture expert, labor, Niti Aayog, various economists and state governments. And then they finally prepare the budget and they will present the budget in the parliament. And this budget presentation will be also divided into 3 classifications. First one, budgetary estimates. Estimates for the upcoming financial year. Clear? And any kind of revised estimates for the ongoing. 2 months is pending now, February and March. And actual values of the year preceding current year. That means previous year. This is how the legal terms are. We straight away don't call it as a previous year. When we are writing year preceding current. What is preceding of current? Previous. Rather than writing previous year in a simple term, we never write it. So we want to make life complicated. So actual values of previous year, revision for the ongoing, and estimation for the upcoming. But these 2 informations are important. This is just like a progress card. Last one is like a marks card. Clear? So budget speech is of 2 kinds. Part A, macroeconomic situations in an economy. Presently, what we are doing, what is our GDP, where all we are facing problem, where we are focusing, what is the new scheme that we are planning. For that, where will we get the money? Tax proposal. And budget document, important. Mark it as important. This is where most of the times the questions are going to come. So there are 4 important documents in the budget. In that, first 3 are utmost important. The very first document, AFS. What is the first document? Stands for Annual Financial Statement. AFS stands for what? Annual Financial Statement. Under this AFS, there are 3 more another documents. That 3 more documents are Consolidated Fund, Contingent Fund, Public Account. The most important account of the government is Consolidated Fund. Even 1 single rupee should be withdrawn or 1 single rupee has to be deposited to that. Government's approval, that is Parliament's approval is needed. Cash approval is needed. So all the receipts that is raised by the government and all the money borrowed and all the loans given, everything will come under the Consolidated Fund. Along with that, emoluments, that is benefits given to President of India, benefits given to Judge of Supreme Court, high official ranking personnels of India, their salary and their benefits, everything gets included in the consolidated fund. So that is the very first component of annual financial statement. And also remember the article number. Many a times the questions have come from even article number. Article 112 speaks about annual financial statement, and that includes three important aspects: consolidated, contingent, and public account. Consolidated is the most important account of government funds, and next comes contingent. As the name says, contingent, that means emergency purpose. How much? 500 will be at the control of President of India. If there is any emergency situation arises, you can use this 500 crore and subsequently you should take the parliament approval. Initially, you need not to take the parliament approval. When you should take the parliament approval? After using it, you should take parliament approval and you should get back the funds. Whatever money you have withdrawn out of 500, you should give back that fund. See, return that funds out of consolidated fund. That is contingent. Last but not the least, what is it? Public account. As the name says, public account. This money belongs to general public. The banker is what a government is acting as. That means general public money is with the government. Government is just a banker. Government is using that money at an appropriate time of maturity. Government has to pay this back to the general public. That means this money does not belong to government. So parliament approval is not required. What is it? It is not required to take the approval of the parliament since it is a general public money. Article 266 subsection 1. Clear? So even article numbers are important in the scenarios. Be careful. Clear? So these are the most important components of annual financial statement. Next comes demand for. Simple. Which ministry, which department, which state is asking how much of money, for what purpose they are asking money. That is called as demand for grants. And most important, vitamin M. From where will Nirmala aunty get money to spend? That is called as all the tax proposals, any new tax, continuation of existing tax, everything will come under that finance bill. See, any kind of new tax, modification in existing tax, continuation of existing tax beyond the period of approval that will be approved by the parliament, that is called as a finance bill. So remember, annual financial statement. Under annual financial statement, three important elements: consolidated, contingent, public account. Demand for grants. That means which department, which particular ministry is asking for how much of grant. That is Article 113. Clear up. And next comes finance bill. Article 110, wherein which how much money are we going to collect in the form of levying new tax, continuing existing tax, all this. That is called finance bill. These are the three important documents of the budget. Along with that FRBM Act, statement mandated under which act? FRBM, Fiscal Responsibility and Budgetary Management Act. These are just statements along with 9 supporting documents. 9 supporting. So these are the budget documents. Which documents? Along with that, there are another 2-3 elements which you need to remember. See, bulletin, cut motion, appropriation bill. See, appropriation, that means approval letter. Which letter? See, you guys are asking money now. Let's assume Karnataka government, you are asking so and so much of money for implementing some Pradhana Mantri dash dash Yojana. Now, we are allocating that money for you. That means it is like an approval letter to withdraw money from the consolidated fund. Bulletin, that means Parliament will be having fixed time to debate, either to agree for that money or not to agree. Once that period of discussion is over, once the period of discussion is, Speaker of the Lok Sabha, Speaker of the puts all that outstanding bill, that is grants, whether discussed or not discussed, for the voting of the house. That means Gumpal Govinda concept. Whether discussed or not, everything will be approved once. That is called as bulletin. Cut motions. That means if you have already allocated some funds. Now some ministers are not, no, not required. Why so much and all? In order to reduce the funds. What is it in order to? Which we have already allocated because of any grievances or any kind of disturbances, that reduction in the motion. What is the reduction in the? Will be made in the form of cut motions. Now all these are terminologies. Now same thing is given in the form of story here. How first we will introduce it in the Lok Sabha, general discussion will be made. After the first discussion adjourned, the parliament will not be debating and it will go to standing committee. Once the standing committee gives approval, next it will come to Rajya Sabha. Once that bill is passed, next again it will come to the cut motions. After that, finance bill will come into picture. Finance bill has to be approved within 75 days. Next comes the collating process, and next comes the finance bill, vitaminium, from where the money comes from. And budget is of maybe two types: balanced, unbalanced, or imbalanced, surplus, deficit. And I already spoke about budgetary deficit, revenue deficit, fiscal. Fiscal deficit is most important. When you see this word, excluding borrowing, what is it? That is which deficit? Fiscal deficit. And fiscal deficit is always calculated as a percentage of GDP. And primary deficit we discussed. Primary deficit, that means fiscal deficit minus net interest liability. That is called as primary. Next comes outcome budget. That is what? Report card, progress card. Clear up. So these are the budget terminologies. See, until this point is most important. This is where most of the questions are going to come. The first half of the chapter. See, there are also, like how, if you remember, we discussed about leading indicator, lagging indicator, coincidental indicator. Meaning is important. Examples are important. Same way. See, meaning of revenue budget, meaning of capital budget, and what all comes under revenue receipt, what all comes under revenue expenditure, what all comes under capital receipt, what all comes under capital expenditure, meaning and the examples. Everything is important. Okay, interest liabilities. Where will it come? Do we pay interest regularly or once in a lifetime? Regularly. That means on a regular basis, you are incurring that expenditure. That comes under revenue expenditure. Loans borrowed. Some huge money we are borrowing from what? Capital receipt. Or we have only given loans to some state government union territory. We are recovering that loans. Capital receipts. See, even in capital receipts, there are two types: debt capital, non-debt capital receipt. What is it? Debt capital and non-debt capital receipt. Even in the revenue receipt also, there are two classifications. Which are those two? Tax revenue, non-tax revenue. Tax is the biggest source of revenue to the government. Other than tax, this IPL broadcasting, railway services, general administrative services, medical treatments, these all will come under non-tax revenue. Which revenue? See, even under revenue receipt, two classification: capital receipt, two classification: tax revenue, non-tax revenue, debt capital, non-debt capital. What are the non-debt capital receipts? Recoveries of loans and advances. We have only given loan to someone, we are recovering back, or we are selling the government assets, liquidation of government assets, or some PSU was there now, public sector enterprise. We are selling the ownership of PSU, divestment. What is it? Divestment, liquidation, and recoveries of loans and advances. These three are non-debt capital receipts. What is it? Non-debt capital receipts. See, somewhere, see here. Non-debt capital receipts, recoveries of loans and advances, sale proceeds of the government assets, divestment of the public sector undertaking stakes. So these are non-debt. Debt means we are borrowing loan either inside the country or either short term or either long term. So these are the major topics of budget. This is where most of the questions are going to come in the exam. Hereafter, what we discuss, that is just a general discussion. See, sources of revenue. Some from where and all we are going to get money. Now, under the budget, that is Ministry of Finance, like our budget division is there. We also have a Department of Revenue. Under Department of Revenue, we have CBDT, Central Board of Direct Tax, and Central Board of Indirect Tax and Customs. Direct Tax Board and Indirect Tax Board. Now, they are responsible for the revenue matters in the country, both revenue receipt and capital. So what all comes under revenue receipt? I said tax revenue, non-tax. So these are the examples of tax and these are the examples of non-tax. And again, under the capital, we have a debt capital receipt and non-debt capital receipt. So elements of debt and elements of non-debt. So this is important. Sometimes from example also questions are going to come. Meaning and example, both are important. Same way, like how we have a revenue department, we also have an expenditure department. That is Department of Expenditure, which comes under Ministry of Finance. In this, there is one beautiful concept called as public debt management. Which debt management? This is like very nice concept. What do? We need money. So we borrow loan from the general public. We borrow first loan. What is it? We borrow to repay this first loan, we will borrow second loan. To repay second loan, we will borrow third loan. To repay third loan, we will borrow fourth loan. That means kere neerannu kerege challi. Simple. There is a gade in Kannada. So take first loan. To repay that loan with interest, so take the second loan. To repay that second loan, take the third loan. To repay third, take the That means in reality, you will never repay loan. This process keeps on continuing. That is called as public financing. What is it called as? That is one of the major important tool for controlling the inflation and deflation in the country. And for that, we have a specific name called as public debt management. That is called public debt management. Clear? Some from there you can expect a question. And see, debt management strategy. You should get the debt for a lowest cost of borrowing, minimize the risk. Market development. Which development? Government bond market development. Which market? Government bond market development. Now, this is important. If you are borrowing any kind of loan inside the country, what is it? That means through RBI. RBI conducts something called as open market operations. Which operations? Or RBI issues the treasury bills for collecting short-term cash requirements. And RBI can also provide loans, not just for the central government, even for the state governments. And that procedure is called ways and means advances. That is temporary loan provided for short term. That is 90 days, 3 months. And such loan is called as ways and means advances. Any debt that is borrowed within the country, who is responsible? RBI. Any debt borrowed outside the country, who is responsible? Ministry of Finance. Specifically under the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs. Department of Economic Affairs. Clear up. Under Ministry of Finance, we also have Department of Economic Affairs. They are more and more responsible for external debt. And whenever we borrow more and more loans, our nation's currency gets depreciated. Again, this question I will ask tomorrow in chapter 9. Get ready. If anyone's left, you will get nice scoldings. So whenever the nation borrows currency, whenever the nation borrows or loans from outside, our nation's currency will depreciate. We will reduce our nation's value, currency value. So internal debt, who is responsible? RBI. External debt, who is responsible? So if you remember, there was 4th important document in budget. Which were the first 3? Annual financial statement, demand for grants, public debt. Next comes FRBM Act. Statements as per the FRBM. This objectives is important. Once the questions have come from the objective. See, public debt management. So that means we should not borrow unnecessary loans. We have to reduce unnecessary subsidies. Expenditure should be reduced. If at all we are keep on expenditures are increasing, we will be always under the debt. This public debt management and also a Department of Expenditures will try to control the spendings, but our stupid politicians will never listen. All free. They are spending a lot of money and every single year we are in deficit. Where are we in? And see the shortage, whatever the debt that we are borrowing, internal debt. 147 lakh crores. These rupees are in crores. And external, outside, 4,83,000 crore. But see, from 2023 to 24, from 147 lakh, it has become just 164. See, internal debts. Now, first loan will take, to repay will take second. To repay second will take. To repay third will take. That's it. 3 times more than external. See, 5,22 external, 164 lakh internal. Internal debt is almost 3 times more than the external debt. As them stupid fellows, why did you borrow more loan? One reason, COVID. To combat the COVID. And also now we have come up with something called as G security market. Which market? Like how you invest in your stocks and shares as a retail investor. Now you can open a G security account. That is RBI Retail Direct. What is it? RBI Retail. You can straight away invest in the bond market through RBI. That means official begging by government. Hello boss, I need money, give money. For that, I will give you treasury bills, government bonds. So development of a government security market called as G security market in the form of RBI Retail Direct. When did they started? During COVID. That is official begging now. Clear? This is budget unit. Major question comes from the first half of the story. Whatever we discussed, that first half of the story is where the major questions are going to come. Especially from the sources of revenue, sources of expenditure. They're very minimal chances. And their internal debt, external debt. Internal debt, RBI is responsible. External debt, Ministry of Finance, especially Department of Economic Affairs. So they are responsible. That area. And debt management. Which management? Debt management strategy. From there you can expect a question. So this is your entire chapter 7. By this chapter 7 comes to an clear. So what would happen in case when loan should be taken for payment of interest on loans? Yes, we are doing that. Even to pay that interest also we don't have proper money. There is a shortage every year. More and more loans we are borrowing. That is what debt burden is increasing. Every year we are paying the debt. We are not even repaying the principal amount. Only debt interest we are paying. Only and only interest we are paying. Done. By this entire chapter 7 comes to an. Flip back your page, have a look. Any doubts in chapter 7, let me know before moving to the next topic. We'll go to the exam questions. When smoking is completely banned by the government in schools, public parks, bus stand, etc. This is an example of government intervention to control negative externalities. Which externality? Especially negative consumption externality. Direct control by the government to control which externality? Next, the policy designed to restrain the level of economic activity of the economy during the inflationary phase. When there is a inflation, which kind of fiscal policy? Contractionary fiscal policy. Next. When the government offers unemployment allowances to the youth and imposes higher taxes to the rich, collect from rich and give it to poor. What is it called as? Redistribution of income and wealth. Next, who is responsible for economic stabilization? That means fiscal policy and that is what economic policy to bring economic stabilization and income distribution. Central government. That is the central government of the nation. The allocation and distribution functions are primarily micro, but stabilization is macro. Richard Musgrave, 3-branch taxonomy. Market failure is described as inefficient allocation of resources in the economy. When resources are misallocated, that will lead to market failure. Approximately some 10 questions will be there, sometimes up to 12 also. Chapter 7. In the period of sluggish economic activity, that means slow economic activity, the rate of utilization of resources are lesser. Fiscal policy aims to compensate the deficiency of the primary spending. So, when we are compensating, that means only government is spending. What is the intention of boosting in order to increase the aggregate demand by aggregate spending? See, when people spend more money, that will lead to increase in aggregate. So aggregate expenditure of government increases. That means when government spends more money, automatically in the economy demand will increase. When demand increases, automatically economy gets boosted. That's it. One more here. The money cost of production included by the firm, such as wages, raw material, lighting, heating. That means your direct cost of production. Private cost, cost of damages to the society, social cost, external cost is nothing but cost of externality. But here they're asking about the money cost of production, just a cost incurred to produce your goods and services that comes under the private cost. Okay, next, September 24. Sarah is considering purchasing of a used car from the private seller named John. Now, John claims that car is in the excellent condition, has never been in the accident. However, John is aware that car has a significant damage due to the past accident, but he has repaired it without disclosing this information to Sarah. He is selling the car. Based on the above case scenario, the concept of the economic scenario illustrated as Lemon's problem, asymmetric information. What is it? Asymmetric. Imbalance in the information. One party to the contract has more information, other party does not have the information. We did this in the class itself. Next, the article of the Indian Constitution. This was actually GK question. In this attempt, September 24 attempt, there were some 2-3 questions which is GK questions has been asked. Totally out of the syllabus. And even one of the element was there in the summary part. See, articles of the Indian Constitution contains 268 to 280 One GK question it is. Next, Richard Musgrave introduced a three-branch taxonomy. And what is the roles of government in the market economy? What are those three branches? Allocation, redistribution, stabilization. See, under this is another GK question. Till date, Supreme Court has given a verdict related to GST rules. Who can bring the changes in the GST rules? Central as well as the state government. When was that verdict given? May 2022 verdict. This was there in the summary. Some nook and corner they have given. That is why I kept on saying, na, read summary, read summary. In this attempt, some 2-3 questions was asked like that. Next, see, under institutional responsibility for the which debt? Who is responsible for external debt? Ministry of Finance. Specifically under Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic. Both are answers. Department of Economic Affairs comes under the Ministry of Finance. So B and C both were answers. Which actions can be taken during inflation? Government expenditure should decrease. Tax rate should increase. See, levying of new tax to raise the existing tax and also implement. That means strict measures to reduce strict measures in the tax and reduce the government spending. That means we'll bring strict measures in the economy and we'll also reduce the government spending. Both B and C. Both were answers. Actually, ICI, whichever out of these two, they had marked the they have given the marks in this attempt. Next, which of the following are considered as tools of? By the way, what are the tools of fiscal policy? Government expenditure, tax, public debt, budget. Next, which of the following figure of the country A in the particular financial year? They're asking us to identify. How do you identify primary deficit? Fiscal deficit minus net interest liability. 24 minus 2. 22. Now all revenues received, loans raised, and all monies received by the government in repaying the loans are credited. That means what is the most important account of government? Everything gets reflected in the consolidated funds. That's it. Next, Jan 2025. Government directly produces an economic good without even private. They will only come, they will only provide the economic good, like public transport services are allocation function. Which function? Straight away, government will only intervene and government will allocate the resources and they will only provide the services. Next, non-debt capital receipt. Just few minutes back we spoke. Recoveries of loans and advances. Next, which of the outcome of the policy are not visible? What is it? That means you have taken decision, you have implemented, but you can't see the result. Impact lag. Next up, excess of government total expenses. What is it? Excess of? Over the total receipt, excluding borrowing. When you see this word excluding borrowing, what is that? Fiscal. If this word excluding borrowing was not there, budgetary deficit. Now the receipts, which neither creates any liability nor causes reduction in the asset, revenue receipts. Which receipts? We are receiving the money, tax money. When you receive the tax money, that will not reduce any liability or it will reduce any kind of an asset. That is called as revenue receipt. I said, example is important, meaning is important. See, questions are coming. Next. The progressive direct tax system. Progressive means when you have an ability to earn more, you should also contribute more, pay to contribution more to the tax burden. Next, which constitutional body aims for fiscal federalism? That means financial commission. This was actually a little GK question. Financial commission. That's it. Now one more is there. Cap and trade system. Which system? Government intervention to correct the externalities. Cap and trade system. That's it. Next, May 2025. What does the term lemons means in the lemons problem developed by Jock Ackliff in reference to the used car market? Lemons problem. That means both poor and good quality used car will be there in the market. But we always value the bad quality car than good quality car. See, simple. Now, Charan is trying to cheat me. Now, next time when I go, I know that even if a genuine car is shown by Charan, will I consider that genuine car in a genuine way? No. I will consider the genuine car in the bad manner. That means I have both poor quality as well as the good quality. But we always try to give a better value for the poor quality car and we never judge the good quality car in the right way. Even though if a genuine car is there, I treat that genuine car in my bad way. Which way? Bad way. Next, which of the following is one of the key functions of the fiscal policy and aims at eliminating the macroeconomic? What is the formula of social cost? Next, which of the following is not a characteristics of public good? Because public goods are non-excludable. Next, which of the following is a nodal department for overseeing the public financial management under the central bank? Public finance, Department of Expenditure under the Ministry of Finance, public expenditure. Statutory disclaimer, mutual fund investment are subject to market risk. Please read all scheme related documents before investing. Government intervention to correct the information. Article 112, annual financial statement. Which of the following information regarding the receipts and expenditures of the government is not present in the budgetary estimates of ensuring? Yes, we are estimating, and next we are drawing budgetary estimates of current. Yes. Revised estimates of finance. Yes. Actual expenses of the current. Actual expenses of previous. So this is not a part of budget. Option D. Now here, during the budget proceedings, the Speaker of Lok Sabha, once the prescribed period of time is over, all the outstanding bill are put together for voting of the Parliament. Bulletin. Which of the following is not true? What is it? Which of the following is regarding the of the government? An economy producing at full employment does not need any actions in the form of fiscal policy. Yes, we don't need. Same explained. I explained it in leakages. If economy is already at full employment, government deliberate actions are unnecessary. Government deliberate policy is called fiscal policy. Yes. Tax policies are a part of fiscal policy. Yes. Fiscal policy is a supply side. Fiscal policy is a demand side. Option D. That's it. Next, September 2025 attempt. Last. Which of the following is an anti-inflammatory measures to put downwards pressure in the aggregate demand? That means there is an inflation in the economy. Demand should be reduced. So what should a government do? Reduce the government spendings. Next, Article 275 of the Indian Constitution deals with statutory grants in aids for the union and certain state. That means government is only giving the loan. This is there. It is there in the ICA material summary. That is what I said. Now, one question in the question paper, some nook and corner they will pick. Any one or two question. Hardly one or two question they will pick. Next, who introduced the concept of collective consumption? By the way, what do you mean by collective consumption good? Public goods. Paul A. Samuelson. Next, if the government's revenue receipt of the year is 10,000 crore, capital receipt excluding borrowing. Capital receipt still yet to be borrowed. Now, capital receipt. Now, 10,000 plus 2,000. Total receipt is how much? 12,000. See, one is revenue receipt, other one is a capital receipt. So, total receipt is 10 plus 2, 12,000. And current revenue expenditure is 12. Capital expenditure is 12 plus 5. 12 plus 5. 17 is expenditure. 10 plus 2. 12 is receipt. Receipt is 12. Expenditure is 17. What is the shortage? Very difficult question it is. Next. Contractionary fiscal policy typically involves reducing government spendings and increasing the tax. That is what now contractionary fiscal. Clear at the time of inflation. Next, the government uses the proceeds from the progressive tax to supply essential food grains at highly subsidized price at below poverty line. That is called as. Next, right to children free and compulsory education. Government intervention in case of a merit goods. Now, Alex has comprehensive car insurance which covers the cost of repair. If the car is damaged in the accident, as a result, he drives more. Carelessness, moral hazard. Same example I took in the class. Car accident. Next, under Article 266 subsection 1, public account. See, article number is also important, I said na. Next, dash is defined as a excess of total expenditure over the total receipts, and it is difference between all receipts and expenditure. That means no word excluding borrowing is there. Expenditures are greater, receipts are lesser. Budgetary deficit. If the word excluding borrowing was mentioned, fiscal deficit. Now the situation where the market does not supply the product at all, despite the fact such products are wanted, complete market failure, total missing market, total. That's it. These are the questions from chapter 7. You tell me, man, was it so difficult? It was easy. See, one more question. Chapter 7. Dash includes a stable and transparent tax structures, better tax compliances, and reduction of subsidies. What is it? Reduction of subsidies and encountering or encouragement for the. There's actually chapter 10 that is called as fiscal reforms. That is fiscal policy. Under the fiscal policy, we will always try to improve the government performance and also betterment of the economy. We are reducing the role of government and giving importance to the private, especially after LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization after 1991. That is called as fiscal reforms. Which reforms? So it includes both 7th chapter and 10th chapter, both combined together. It is clear. So these are the questions from the chapter 7 from the past 5 attempts, 2024 and 2025. Clear? Understood? So by this, entire chapter 7 comes to an end. So better we'll do one thing. We'll go to chapter 10. Today we'll finish chapter 10. So tomorrow I will take with 8 and 9. Not tomorrow, sorry, Monday. Or should I go for 8? 8 is full technical. Keep wasting the time. I will extend the class then. Okay, we'll do one thing. I will finish 10. After finishing 10, if time permits, I will also go with 8. See, till 4 o'clock is the class. Till 4. See, 8 unit 1, if I do, I have to go with unit 2 and 3 also. 8 continuation is there. The money, demand, money, supply. And after that, monetary policy. There are 3 units. And chapter 5 has 9. Okay, we'll do one thing. I will finish with chapter 10. If time permits, chapter 9, unit 1, theories of international trade is there. That is one shorter chapter is there. That we will finish. Chapter 9, unit 1 we will finish. Okay. By the way, chapter 10 will hardly take 15 minutes for me because more than I am explaining things, you guys have to do it. So by the way, tomorrow holiday is there now? My class is not there means according to me holiday. By the way, test is there, right? Which chapters? I have to say. I will ask him to give from 1 to 7 and also include 10. Okay, I will do one thing. I will ask Nitin. Don't inform them the chapter name. But this is what chapters I have completed. Out of this inky, pinky, ponky, you take any one chapter and you will give it. I will ask him. You want my question paper? You want stupid fellows, man. Oh, you want only easy papers, huh? I have seen ArivuPro papers. First standard papers it is. Not even economics. Such a easy question. If you really want to know what is CA level, I have my papers. At least the tip of your eyes has to get wet. At least tip of your eyes has to get wet. Huh? You saw my material, la? The questions in the material. La? I leave that. My regular batch students, classroom discussion paper is there. That is one more. Their bouncers are there. In that, questions are like typical bouncers are there. And chapter 2 is easy. Chapter 3 is okay. Chapter 4 full bouncer. And chapter 6 is like next level questions are there. So in my class, I will make sure that you are learning properly. And if you are attending my class, you have to learn. And see, to be frank, I'm saying scoring in economics is never a difficult task. By the way, anyone failed in economics in the previous attempt? No one in the class. Huh? Which subject you went for a toss? Law, maths. Accounts, anyone, by the way? Anyone, any science students? There will be, sir, accounts also, sir. Okay. Science student, commerce student, but accounts difficult, Hey, record mode, Akhilesh sir, okay, chalo, fine. I'm next to ಯಾರು ಬೇರೆ faculty ಬಂದು how is economics are boring, sir, theory, irritating. ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಏನಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ. Okay, chalo, let's get continued. Okay, now, as I said, chapter 10, I'm not explaining much. Now, there is a homework which I will be giving. You guys have to do it. So, get ready. So this entire chapter is filled with information and data. Filled with information, and I will instruct you what all are the important places where you should concentrate. Now, once again, stop discussing. Okay, listen. Hardly 15 minutes it will take, man. I'm instructing, that's it. You guys have to read here, say where and all the questions are going to come, what all kinds of questions are going to come, I will instruct. See, there are five major topics in this chapter. See, first one, ancient India. What is it? How India was. That is full of information, full of data. I will just show some samples. What kind of questions can come. And under ancient India, British rule is also there, and historical ruling is also there. King, queen, those time, and under the British rule, those concepts. After the independence, now we created our own disaster. So post-independence is split into two kinds. What is it? Post-independence is split into. Okay, let me make your life simple. Pre-independence. What is it? Pre-independence, two things are important. One is ancient. One is ancient India. Second one, India under the British rule. And post-independence. What is it? 1947 to 1980. That's the disaster phase. And 1980 to 1990. That means slowly reformation started. It was unheard or unseen. And next comes 1991 and later, LPG concept. After this is where most of the exam questions are coming. 70% of chances are there after this level. Whatever is there from 1991 and later, new economic reforms, fiscal reforms, monetary reforms, industrial reforms, all those, including example, government projects, government schemes, Pradhana Mantri, blah, 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 Yojana, Pradhana Mantri, dash, 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 Yojana. What is it all about? What is that speaks about? Every bloody damn thing is important there. And after this, what you have is a simple concept. Primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector. See, post this is where most of the exam questions are. Very less chances in the initial area. And even if they're asking a question from the initial area, ancient India and post-independence, these two till date, they have asked a question. Clear up? Like, what was the population of India dependent on agriculture post-independence? 73% of India's population. Clear up? What percentage of India's population was poor post-independence? What was the literacy rate of India? Like this, complete numerical questions will come. And this chapter you can't avoid. Because 7 marks. How many marks? Every single attempt. I will show. 7 marks will be asked. Every single attempt, 7 marks will come. See here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. In few attempts, 10. But there are 2 questions which is merged even with the other chapter. See, 7 and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 questions are there. In September attempt, how many questions? 8 questions. Okay, next in the May attempt, let me show. First, let me show the number of questions. Based on that, you will get to know. You want to ignore it or what? 7 questions, so definitely will be there. In one attempt, September 24, they have asked 10 questions. No, I will show that way. No, see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. 8. Approximately 8 only, not even 7. 8 questions. Next, Jan. Not this one. September 24, 10 questions had come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Only 6 questions here. Only 6. In this attempt, 10 questions, full on Tamaka. See, from 91 to 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if you are unlucky, you can expect 10 questions. If you are lucky, you can expect 6 questions. Standard is 7 or 8. Standard is 7 or 8. See, what kind of questions will come? See, first understand. Which of the following statement is true in respect of the objectives of the national data and analytics platform. This comes in Niti Aayog. This comes in Niti Aayog. This concept is in Niti Aayog. Next, which of the following is not the aim of methanol production? This comes in agricultural sector. Sorry, methanol not. See, these all are agriculture related, but this is industrial waste. No, wrong. Next, DPIIT. Now see the full form. They will play around with English, not even with concept. What is DPIIT? Department of Promotion of Industry and see the option B ones. Industrial industry. English exam allu ingala ಆಟಾಡ್ಸಲ್ಲ. Economics alla ಆಟಾಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. So you should be very clear. Even if you read this and read this, there is no much difference. Industrial, industry, nothing big difference. But actual meaning is industry. But most of sir industrial. But there is also industry. Proper one is industry. Full forms. Next, see Indian Developmental Update report was published in 2022. Who does this? World Bank. Next, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Registration Certificate, Udyami, Bharat. See, industrial this is. And next comes, see, Pradhana Mantri dash 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 Yojana. See here. Which government scheme supports and promotes organic farming as well as for the implementation of soil and agriculture related information, Pradhana Mantri Krishi Vikas Yojana, and on which day National Institute of Transforming India, that is Niti Aayog, was set up 1st July 2015, and new industrial policy was announced in 24th July 1990. Which of the following features is a green revolution, high yield varieties of seeds and scientific cultivation, agriculture. See, observe agriculture related, industry related, and especially 1991 and late. That is where major questions are coming. See, next, transportation and storage comes under which sector? Tertiary sector. You observe what is the kind of questions that is coming. First, you observe the kind of questions, so you can easily make out. So each and everything is important there. I can't say this is. I can say whereas maximum importance should be given. Maximum importance should be given from 1991 and later. That is where most of the questions are coming every single time. Now observe here. Which of the year onwards India followed the managed exchange float? I will speak about this. This comes in chapter 9 also. 1993 and onwards. Till 1991, we had a fixed exchange rate. Slightly we liberalized it post 91 and completely managed float we went in 1993. Full forms, year of establishment, date of establishing. Even that is a question. See, production of milk comes under which sector? Primary sector. Which of the following sector FDI is not? In the chapter 9 it is. This is common sense question. Statutory recognition or statutory restrictions are imposed in the capital market by which organization? SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of. That is the one which frames rules and regulation. Now, during the British period, see British period, very first question in the 2 attempts, you saw the British period question. During the British period, modern industry was a loop-sided development. That means India, we concentrate more on cotton and jute. Next, see Pradhana Mantri dash 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 Yojana. All this. Which policy was adapted to ensure world-class industrial infrastructure, attain cutting-edge technology and boosting FDI and local investments in textile sector industry? Sorry, Mitra, PM Mitra it was. I said minimum support price is fixed by the government of India how many times? 1.5 times. What is it? 1.5 times, 1.5 times. See, dash facilities are improved access for Indian government data, NDAP. This comes in Niti Aayog question. Clear? See, this is the kind of questions what you can expect. Let me show that. Wait. Which of the following best describes the pre-British, that means ancient India, self-sufficient villages, cities with the center of commerce and pilgrimage? Next, with reference to the replacement of FIR, this I explained already. If you remember, MRTP Act was replaced by Competition Act. Same way, I will also explain this in Chapter 8, Unit 3. FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act is there. Like that, in FDI also, we had Foreign Investment Promotion Board. That was replaced with Foreign Investment Facilitation Portal. And see, India ranked in 2022 Global Innovation Index. This comes after 1991 concept only. 40th rank. Next, which policy replaced the merchandise exports at India scheme, export-import trade? RODTEP. Next, early liberalization. I said just a few minutes back. Early liberalization was seen in 1980s to 90. See, early liberalization question. See, early liberalization was witnessed in 1980. See, what percentage of India's population was dependent on agriculture for livelihood? Even today it is 47. During the time of independence, it was 73. All this data is important. See, which government scheme focuses on providing financial support for farmers for supporting crop loss and crop damage? That is crop insurance facility. Pradhana Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. See, all this yojanas, everything is important there. See, this is the kind of question. See, to be frank, I'm saying out of 8, if you have just gone through like a newspaper also, out of 8, scoring 5 is not difficult. Or scenario 50% you consider out of 8, 4 marks. To be frank, it is easy to score 4 marks in this chapter. But if you ignore, you are going to lose 8 marks. So don't ignore. Most questions are going to come from 1991 and onwards, especially industrial, agricultural. That is where most. And all these government schemes. When did Niti Aayog got established? When did that particular scheme got established? What is the ranking of India? PMI index, Purchase Manager Index, Global Ranking for Innovation. All complete chapter is filled with data and filled with information. So my suggestion, take out whenever you feel an information is there. For example, I will show just 1 or 2 examples. I will show. See here. India during the pre-British era, economy was having self-sufficient villages along with the cities, which were center for commerce, pilgrimage, and administration. You already saw this question once. There was a question, and it is believed that what is it? It is believed that India had 1/3 to 1/4 of the world's wealth. See, these are the data. This is where you will get the question. Clear up and see Chanukya, Kautilya's, Arthashastra, and it includes 7 vital elements. Which are the 7 vital elements? King, minister, farmland, partisans, treasure, military, allies. Next, pre-British era. Now, during this British era, these are the stupid fellows who introduced the concept of zamindari system. They claimed that we were the one who brought all this industrial revolution in India, but stupidity. They were not encouraging us. They were positively discouraging. What is it? Positively? See, they were positively discouraging the development of industry in India. And Indian population, hardly 0.4 percentage was dependent on industry in 19s. And at the time of independence, hardly 1.4%. See, this is important. These kind of datas. This is where exam question comes. See, after independence, India was rural, inhabited, illiterate, and we were poor. Life expectancy was only 32 years. Literacy rate was only 18 percentage. Clear? Jawaharlal Nehru's, that is centralized economic system, planning commission was brought in, and industrial resolution. See, these are 1956. What did I said? 1990 and later. That is where most important. Clear? And Hindu growth rate 3.5 percentage between 3 decades. All this, and this one disaster phase. See this one. See, economic performance during the 1965 to 1981 was worst in Indian independent history. So this war, what is that closed economy we were following? Almost I have highlighted majority of the things in my material. Whatever is most important. Clear? So this entire chapter is filled with data and information. So you need to prepare a chart or prepare self notes. Prepare self notes and read it and come. And still, if you find it difficult, Monday, anyway, I'm taking the class, Allah. Sir, no, sir, this particular portion I'm unable to understand. This particular paragraph I didn't understand. Or this particular concept, what is it all about? What is this expansion? What is that used for? Whichever area you get a doubt, come up with the doubt. Monday, I'm going to clarify that. If you have any doubt in this chapter, I'm there to clarify. But your job is to read, prepare chart, prepare self notes, entire data, entire information, prepare it and stick it on the wall. Better observe it. Enough. See, to be frank, I'm saying out of 7 or 8, scoring 4 is easy. Another 2 to 3 questions will be little tricky. So don't lose out that 8 marks. Arams you can get 3 to 4. Clear? So by this entire chapter 10 comes to an still. It is open-ended only. If you still have any doubt, if you still want any clarifications, I'm always there to help you. Clear? Understood? Okay, let's go to chapter 8. Okay, chapter 9. Okay, chapter 9, unit 1. Theories of international trade. What is it? One of the interesting unit and small unit. What is it? Interesting unit and small. In detail. Comparative advantage. Absolute advantage. In detail. Okay, chalo, fine. See, whichever you guys ask, I'm going to do it. See, like this, I want to know which one you want me to do it in detail. Okay, let us understand. Chapter 9, Unit 1, Theories of International Trade. See, boss, first understand what do you mean by international trade. See, trading means exchanging of goods and. Now, international trade does not include only just goods and services. Along with that, it is an exchange of goods and services as well as resources between the countries. But exchanging this is complex, not an easy task. When you are conducting the trade activity between the state only, it is difficult, and between the country it is much more difficult. Why it is difficult? Because multiple currencies gets involved, shipping business gets involved, documentation procedures are there, rules and regulations are totally different between your country and their country, and there is a taxes involved, quantity restrictions involved, not just rules, regulations are also there, rules and regulation, taxes. Because of all these parameters, so remember, tariff refers to taxes. What does tariff refers to? And barriers, that is rules and regulation. What is that? Rules and quota means quantity restriction. Quota means quantity. Clear? So remember, any country for that matter, if at all it is entering into international trade, they should have mutual benefit with the other country. What should be there? That means international trade should be always and always mutually beneficial. And international trade is much more complicated than the domestic trade. To understand this, there are 5 theories. How many theories? First one, theory of mercantile view, theory of absolute advantage, theory of comparative advantage, Extra-Holland theory, HO theory, last but not the least, new trade theory. In this little advances HO theory. Rest remaining 3 is Bacho. First one is not even a theory at all. First one says we should only and only export. Mercantile view says what? We should only and only export. We should not at all import. We should impose barriers to import. That means we should never import. We should only and only. Why? When we export, we will earn money. During those time, 300, 400 years ago, currency concept was not there. Precious metals, gold, silver, copper, bronze, they used to trade. We will earn specie. What do we earn? Specie refers to precious metals like gold and silver. That means we should only and only export. We should only and only. No imports. That is called zero sum game. Only one country will gain, another country will lose. One country will, another country will. But sir, don't you think international trade should be mutually beneficial? Yes, but first theory is not mutually beneficial. That means international trade should not be zero sum game. What is it? Not be zero sum game. But mercantile view is a dash game. Mercantile view is a. But international trade should not be a zero sum game. That means it should be dash beneficial. Mutually beneficial. Clear? First theory, anyone is having doubt? Okay, next. Theory of absolute advantage. What is it? Theory of? Okay, now let's take an example. India and USA. What is it? India and? Now we are only considering this theory of absolute advantage based on the concept of labor. Based on the concept of? Is that clear? So we are understanding this concept based on the labor incorporated in the production. Labor incorporated in the. That means, let's say India and USA. We are considering 2 important crops, rice and wheat. To produce 1 kg rice in USA will take 10 hours. How many hours? India will take. Who is better? India is taking lesser time, na? India is better. Clear? And to produce wheat, what is it to produce? USA is taking. India is taking. Who is better in wheat production? USA. That means who will take lesser number of labor hours? They are better. Now that means India, you are good in rice productivity. USA, you are good in wheat productivity. So India, you produce rice and you export that to USA. USA, you produce wheat and you export that to. Mutually benefiting trade is possible. Sir, why can't we only produce both? Human wants are. Resources are. You can't produce each and everything. Resources are. So whichever you are good at, You shut and produce that and you export it to another country, whichever you are not good at. Whoever is producing at a better time, you import it from them. This is mutually benefiting trade. This concept was introduced by your father of economics, Adam. Adam Smith said, boss, international trade is not a zero-sum game. That means mutually beneficial. Whichever country will take lesser number of labor hours. What is it? Lesser number of? That nation is better in production. So India is better in which productivity? USA is better in which productivity? So India has an absolute advantage in rice productivity. USA has an absolute advantage in wheat productivity. Is that clear? Next. Sir, what if India itself is having better productivity in both the crops? Now you said India was good in one, USA was good in another. Mutually benefiting trade was possible. Now what if India is only good in production of both? Now how can mutually benefiting trade is possible? Yes, still it is possible. Sir, how sir? Just now you said whoever produces with lesser number of labor, they should produce and export. Now India is only good in both. India is only good in both the productivity. Now, how can mutually benefiting trade is possible? Yes, boss, still it is possible. Now, remember, we have to compare. We have to and take the ratio. We have to take the. Now, USA is taking how many hours to produce rice? 10. India is taking how many hours? Now, can I say it is 5:1? Clear? Now, wheat, USA is taking 20. India is taking. So, can I say it is 4:1? Clear up. So it is 5:1 and 4:1. No doubt. India is good in both. Can I say India is more good? What is it? India is in rice comparing to wheat. India is 5 times better in rice productivity. India is 4 times better in wheat productivity. No doubt. India is good in both. But where you are more good at, you select that, you forego wheat. Why? You can't produce each and everything. Resources are limited. Now listen to the statements very carefully. India is having advantage in both. Do you agree? USA is having disadvantage in both. Do you agree? Now you answer me. India is having greater advantage in which crop? USA is having lesser disadvantage in which crop? Lesser disadvantage. See, India has advantage in both. USA has disadvantage in both. More disadvantage in rice, less disadvantage in. That means India has more advantage in 5 times better. USA is bad in both. It is 5 times bad in rice, 4 times bad in where it is less number of times bad. Wheat productivity. So that has to be selected. That means better country, greater better. Bad country, lesser bad. That means a good nation, one who is producing both in an excellent manner, India. Greater advantage is chosen by India. Lesser disadvantage is chosen by USA. Greater advantage, lesser disadvantage. Now, both are considered as comparative advantage. Which advantage? When we compare, India has a greater absolute advantage. Adam Smith point of view. Absolute advantage is whose point of view? India has a greater absolute advantage in which productivity? USA has a lesser. USA has an absolute disadvantage. Absolute. In which productivity? So we are only speaking from Adam Smith point of view. That is theory of absolute advantage. Greater advantage India rice. Lesser disadvantage USA wheat. Now both are considered as comparative advantage. Greater advantage India, lesser disadvantage USA. Still mutually benefiting trade is possible. What is it? Mutually benefiting trade is? So simple. Take out ratio. Greater ratio advantage country. Lesser ratio disadvantage country. Now same concept is also explained by Eberler. Now Eberler will confuse your life. Eberler said consider opportunity cost. Which cost? Now what did Eberler said? See boss, India, you are producing rice with 2 hours. USA is producing rice with. India, you are producing wheat with. You are producing wheat USA by 10 hours. Now simple. Only consider India. What is it? Only consider. Don't even touch USA now. Only consider India. Now let's say India is producing rice by compromising wheat. What is it by compromising? That means any one can be produced. I can't produce both now. Opportunity means next best opportunity foregone. India, you didn't produce wheat. You are producing rice. In how many hours? If the same 2 hours, instead of producing rice, if you had produced wheat, if you had produced, how many kgs of wheat can you produce and how much are you foregoing? How much are you foregoing? Simple concept, man. Selected by other. What is it? Selected by? Now, India selected which crop? How many hours needed? Foregone which crop? How many hours needed? What is 2 divided by 5? Take out the, do it, man. 2 divided by 5. That means you are compromising 0.4 kgs of wheat productivity to produce 1 kg rice. Rather than producing 1 kg rice, if you had produced wheat, you will produce 0.4 kg of wheat. You compromised wheat in order to produce rice. That is opportunity cost. Do it inside the country. Do it. Simple. Selected by other. What is it? Selected by? Now 2 by 5, 0.4. Next, 5 by 2. That means in this 5 hours, India could have produced 2.5 kgs of rice, but you didn't do this. You are producing just 1 kg of wheat by using this 5 hours. So inside the country, identify opportunity cost. Now do it for USA. 10 divided by 20. 0.5. Next, 20 divided by 10. Clear? Now what is written inside the bracket is opportunity foregone. What is it? Opportunity. Now compare between the countries now. Only rice. Now India has foregone how many kgs of wheat? USA has foregone how many kgs of wheat? Who is foregoing lesser? So India, you shouldn't produce rice because your sacrificing is lesser comparing to USA. USA should sacrifice 0.5 kgs of wheat, but you are sacrificing only. So India, you produce rice. Now compare with wheat. Now India, how many kgs of rice is it sacrificing to produce the wheat? But USA, who is sacrificing lesser? So USA, you produce wheat. India, you produce rice. So this will lead to confusion. First, inside the country, opportunity cost. Second step, between the country, compare the opportunity cost. There are 2 steps here in Haberler concept. So why confusion in life so much? Life should be simple. Take out ratio. Take out greater ratio, advantage. Lesser ratio, disadvantage. Clear? Greater ratio, advantage. Lesser ratio, disadvantage country. India is having advantage in both. Greater advantage is there in India for India with rice crop. Lesser disadvantage for USA is with wheat. Greater advantage, lesser disadvantage. In the advantage, more advantage. In the disadvantage, lesser disadvantage. These two comparison is called comparative advantage. Which advantage? This is called comparative advantage theory developed by David Ricardo. Who developed it? And it is one of the oldest theory given in 1817. When? 1817. Clear? Understood? They respond, man. I will leave the class at 4 o'clock. Storm bed fellas. So out of 5 theory, 3 theories damar. Mercantile view, we should only and only export. We should not at all. In absolute advantage, whichever nation produces at lesser number of labor hours, they should produce. In comparative, if one nation is good in both the productivity, still mutually benefiting trade is possible. Now listen to this carefully. In absolute advantage and comparative advantage, our deciding factor is labor hours. What is it? Deciding factor is? We were considering only labor as an important factor of production. What are we considering? Labor as an important factor of production. But in HO theory, which theory? We don't just consider labor. Along with labor, we will also consider capital. What do we consider? Now, 2 important elements are considered. Clear? So remember, in terms of absolute and comparative, only one important parameter. Which was the one important parameter? But in HO theory, now listen to this carefully. There are 2 steps in HO theory. How many steps are there? So which are those 2 steps? Okay. See, number 1. Let's consider same country as an example. India and USA. What is it? India and? Now you tell me, in India, we have more laborers or more capital? USA. See, in whichever country where you can produce the commodity by using lesser cost of production between labor and capital. That means simple. In India, you can produce, let's say Shashikiran bench. In India, bench can be produced by using labor as a cheaper cost. But USA can produce the same bench by using machinery, because in India, labor is available for cheaper cost. But in USA, machines are available for cheaper cost. Labor salary is extremely high because labor shortage is there. So let's say rice and wheat. What is it? Rice and, if you compare, okay, India, can you produce rice by using labor at lesser cost? Okay. USA, what you can produce a rice by using your labor? Whoever produces at a lesser cost. Whoever produces at a, now considering labor as well as capital, we need to compare. See, in India, labor intensive technology, which intensive? We can produce at a lesser cost, but USA can produce capital intensive technology at a lesser cost. So simple, all labor intensive work, India will produce and export it to USA. All capital intensive work, USA will do it and they will export it to India. This is step one. What is it? This is called production mobility. Which mobility? So production mobility is a step one. Now step two, we will send laborers from India to USA. In USA, labor is shortage now. Labor salary is extremely high now. So in India, more and more laborers are there now. From India, we will send laborers to whom? In USA, what is more? In India, what is not there? USA shut and come and invest in India. So first we will produce the goods and we will send the goods. First production mobility. After production mobility, there will be a factor mobility. Which mobility? We don't produce the goods. Rather, we will send the factors of production only. From India, we are sending laborers to USA. USA will come and invest money in India. So step one, production mobility. Step two, factor mobility. Now what happens? In USA, laborers were shortage. From India, laborers went to USA. Now cost of labor will come down in USA. In India, money was not available. Loan taking interest rate was very high. Now since USA has invested in India, availability of loans have increased. Automatically, interest rates will decrease. In India, labor has gone from India to USA. In USA, labor price decreased. In India, capital price. So in both the places, prices have become equalized. So henceforth, HO theory is also called as factor price equalization theorem. What is another name of HO theory? That means simple concept. In absolute advantage, comparative advantage, we were only considering labor as an important factor. Which as an important factor? Labor as an important factor. But in HO theory, we don't just consider labor. Along with labor, we also consider capital. Labor and both are considered. In HO theory, two steps are there. First is production mobility. Second one is factor mobility. Production mobility and factor mobility, both put together, it will lead to factor price equalization theorem. In both the places, now the prices of factors will reduce and it will become equalized. Is it clear? Understood. So this is HO theory. Which theory? Clear? Understood. Flip back the page before moving to last one. New trade theory. Done. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Next, globalization theory, also called as new trade theory. What is another name of globalization theory? See, simple concept. Same product is exported as well as same product is imported. Sir, what mad fellows are what? Same product is exported as well as same product is. Best example, car. We also produce car in India. From India, we will export car. And we also import cars from other countries. Sir, why? There are two reasons. How many reasons are there? Reason number one, we have produced in large scale production, unable to sell everything in our country. So we are also exporting. And because of popularity, what is that popularity called as? Network effect or bandwagon effect. We are also importing the popular cars from the other country. So same product is exported as well as same product is imported. Reasons are economies of scale and bandwagon effect. So that is called as new trade theory or globalization theory. This is an extension of HO theory. What is it? Extension of an HO theory. Usually this happens in lifestyle goods. Which goods? Clear. And this HO theory was also elaborated by Paul Krugman. Paul Krugman said, see boss, what did HO theory said? Labor rich country will produce the labor intensive goods and they will send it to capital country. Capital country will produce the capital rich goods and they will send it to labor country. But now after 2008 he said, boss, there is no rule that only labor and capital country has to exchange. We are observing one capital country, another capital country is also doing the same. Sweden and USA. Sweden is a capital rich country. USA is also a capital rich country. Even in USA, there is a cars manufactured and they are also importing cars from Sweden. Even Sweden manufactures the car and they are also importing the cars from USA. That means two capital countries are exchanging goods and services between each other. But what did HO theory said? Labor country will exchange it with capital country will exchange it with labor country. But there is no rule that it should still continue. Equally, same ratio of capital and labor countries are also, even with this example with India, it is true. India, Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, both are capital rich country or labor rich country. Labor. We are also exchanging between each other. That is what is identified by Paul Krugman. So these are the 5 theories of international trade. So how many theories are there? Which are those 5 theories? First one, mercantile view. We should only and only export. We should not at all. Second one, theory of absolute advantage. Who introduced it? What did Adam Smith said? Boss, whichever country produces with lesser number of labor hours, they are better. They should produce and export it to other country. So international trade is mutually beneficial. Who spoke about this mutually beneficial international trade? Adam Smith. In which theory? Absolute cost advantage theory. What if one country itself is specialized in production of both the commodity? Can we still have mutually benefiting trade? Yes. Who explained that theory? David Ricardo. What is that theory called as? Simple. Take out ratio between the country. Advantage country will choose the greater ratio. Disadvantage country will choose the lesser ratio. Still mutually benefiting trade is possible. Absolute cost advantage and comparative cost advantage was only considering labor as an important factor of production. What is it? Labor as an important factor of production. But in HO theory, we don't just consider labor. Along with labor, we also consider. So there are 2 steps in HO theory. First, production mobility will happen. We produce goods and we will send. Next, we don't produce goods. We will send the factors of production only. So we will consider labor as well as capital. Labor rich country will produce labor intensive goods and they will send it to capital country. Capital rich country will produce capital intensive goods at lesser cost and they will send it to labor rich country. This is step 1. In step 2, we don't produce goods. We will send labor from India to USA. USA will invest money from USA to India. That is, capital is invested in India. Because of this, both the steps, in both the country, prices of factors of production becomes equalized. Henceforth, HO theory is also called as factor price equalization theorem. Last but not the least, globalization theory or new trade theory. Same product is exported as well as same product is imported. What is the reason for a same product exporting and same product importing? One, economies of scale, bandwagon effect or network effect or conspicuous necessaries. Conspicuous necessaries are That is what conspicuous necessaries. Conspicuous consumption is luxurious consumption. Conspicuous necessaries are also called as demonstration or bandwagon effect. Clear? Understood? So this brings to the last topic, benefits and costs of international trade. Now, why do you want to do an international trade? Because I'm specialized in certain goods and services. Only I will be producing that, and I have created a market worldwide. High effective use of high level of consumers will get the wide domestic goods and foreign goods, and because of competition, we will have a lower price. Economies of scale production will happen. Technology will be shared between the country. Division of labor will happen, and better international relationship. And precursor to, before going to another country and establishing, first we used to send the goods. Now that is what before FDI. Precursor. Precursor means before FDI. Next, helps to increase the by exporting more and more, and helps to increase the, when you are producing and exporting to another country, because of production, GDP will increase. In order to produce, employment will increase. Access to new material at new market. Full opposite is cost. Dependency on another. By one or the another way, we will be dependent on some other country. Political turmoil. Best example, Donald Trump, stupid fellow. He will not be silent. One or the other tariff he will bring. And also, strategic importance only to certain industries like telecom and defense. Not all industries will grow, and scarcity of goods will happen in the, because you're interested to export more now to earn money. Suppose if you're importing more and more, you should only pay money to the foreign country. That will lead to depletion of foreign exchange reserve. What is it? And infant industry of your industry will get affected because of this free trade. All these big companies from foreign will come here. They have huge money, huge influence. But your small chota mota people of your country cannot survive in front of them. So infant industry means small industries of your own nation gets affected because of this free trade. And because of this international trade, business cycle gets fluctuated very faster. See, quick transmission of trade cycle and rivalry in risk and trade association due to changes in the government policy. Donald Trump best example here. Clear up? So these are the advantages, disadvantages of international. By this, we are done for the day. So we are left out with chapter 8 and we are left out with chapter 9. In chapter 9, only one single unit has been completed. In chapter 8, 3 units are there. Chapter 9, 4 units are there. Total 7 units are there. Approximately, I need 5 hours. How many hours? By mistake, if I finish it in 4 hours, before lunch break only, tata bye-bye. By mistake. What is it? It will never happen, but still, we are expecting that it may happen. Assumptions. Clear up? So Monday, we are going to wind this up. Clear? So today, I'm leaving half an hour early. Clear? I could have also taken unit 2, but still, why to torture much? Enjoy. Jilo, please, in the anyhow, tomorrow holiday. You don't have my class, but you have your normal activities. Clear up? Monday, same time, morning 9 o'clock till 4 o'clock. Clear up? Chalo, bye-bye. Online students still alive? Okay, bye-bye. We'll meet you guys tomorrow. Okay, revise and come. Chapter 10. Kindly read it and come. Good morning.
Good morning.
So finally, we had done with the concepts of chapter 9, unit 1. Today we'll continue with the unit 2. And once we are done with the chapter 9, then we will straight away enter the chapter 8. That will be the last chapter of discussion of macroeconomics. Clear? So unit 1 that speaks about theory of international trade. There are 5 theories of international trade. Mercantile view, absolute advantage, comparative advantage, HO theory, and new trade theory. Now, after understanding the theories of international trade, now let us go understand the trade policies. What is it? Trade?
Policy.
See, what do you mean by policies? Those kind of rules and regulation which are created by the nation to conduct international trade. What is it to conduct? So such kind of rules and regulation will be related to exports and imports, like what we allow, what we don't allow, and what are the agreements, like when we enter into bilateral agreement with some other country or with a group of country, multilateral agreements. Clear? And especially this chapter consists of 3 important topics. One is tariff measure, second one is non-tariff measure, third one is export related measure. See, tariff refers to taxes on imports and exports. That is called tariff. Non-tariff is rules and regulation. And export related, like what we allow, what we don't allow, what is export tax, all those parameters we shall be discussing. The very first one is a tariff measure. That is, in short, duties are taxes imposed on importing or exporting the goods and services. Why? We need to discourage importing the goods and services. We need to export more and more goods. We should not encourage them to import more. That's the reason we are imposing a barrier. And the biggest advantage of imposing a tariff is Dash gets a revenue. Government gets the revenue, and we are protecting our domestic firms from the foreign competition. That means we are not allowing a foreign people to come and get dominated. We want our own domestic people to be dominated. So to protect my domestic manufacturers, any goods coming from outside, we are levying a tax. We are making sure that those goods, that is foreign goods, are not available in our country for a cheaper cost. Intentionally, we'll make it more expensive than a domestic goods. And mainly there are 15 types of tariff. How many types are there? So which are those 15 types? Tariff as response to trade distortion. Now this has a connection. Before that, we need to speak about this 11th and 12th. That is bounded tariff and applied tariff. Which tariff? Bounded tariff and applied tariff. So what is bounded? See, remember, between WTO members, between which members? We have already agreed. See, let's assume that between all the 164 member countries of WTO, this is the tariff that we will charge. Let's assume 10%. So we will only charge 10%. You can never go beyond bounded tariff. If at all you have to charge beyond bounded, you need to negotiate with the trading partner. You have to compensate them for the losses. What does it compensate them for the? And then only we can increase. See, once we are bound, the tariff becomes permanent. Members can only increase its level after negotiating with the trading partner and compensating them for the possible losses. So once we are bound between the WTO members, tariff rate becomes permanent. Okay, we decided 10%. So that is the maximum level beyond which you can't charge. Can I charge less than 10% what we have agreed? Very much yes. And such tariff is called as an applied tariff. Which tariff? Applied tariff. So bounded tariff between WTO members, that is a legal commitment not to raise it above a certain level. That is the maximum level of tariff. Applied tariff, if at all you charge lower tariff than what you have agreed, that is called as which tariff? Applied tariff. But sometime, some nation will start dumping the goods into another country, especially like China. Now they produce in excess. They are unable to sell in their own country. Now they will be starting to dump in the nearby countries like India, Nepal, Bangladesh. Now, in such cases, WTO will say, boss, you can charge even beyond bounded. You can charge even beyond. But in general scenario, you can never charge beyond bounded tariff. But in order to stop dumping activity, which activity? Anti-dumping duty can be levied and WTO agrees. Yes, boss, you can charge even beyond bounded only in order to protect your nation from such dumping activity. Which activity? So that is called which duty? Anti-dumping duty. And suppose if the country which is dumping now,
Dumping, sir. Will your country's currency depreciate or appreciate?
usually that relates to trading activity. That is nowhere related to, let's say, for example, exchange mechanism at the moment. See, suppose if at all you're exporting more, you will earn more money. But your intention to export is to dump your excess produced goods. And you're intentionally trying to sell there at a lesser price. So profitability gets affected, but not the currency rate. See, whenever exports of the country increases, automatically you will earn more. So your country will become more stronger. Appreciation will happen. But now the country for whom they are dumping, they will get trade affected. That means their country people, they are more focusing on buying that foreign goods. Why? Because even lesser than your domestic commodity, let's say you're a toy manufacturer in India, I'm a toy manufacturer in China. Intentionally, I will come and sell it at a very lesser price. If you are selling at 100 rupee, I will sell at 80 rupees. So automatically people prefer to buy this dumped commodity. So to protect the nation, so we are only speaking from the trade activity here. In terms of exchange rate mechanism, definitely yes, there will be positive effect. Which effect? When you export more and more, because you need to earn. But here you will not earn much because you are selling at a lesser price. Which price? Even lesser than a domestic price. Clear? Okay. So countervailing duty. Let's say, for example, if Chinese government gives a subsidy, first of all, the stupid fellows are dumping. Upon that, if Chinese government gives a subsidy to dump, Now, let's say Bangladesh government got to know, oh, China, you are giving subsidy to dump your excess produce. Then whichever goods coming from China, I will charge extra tariff. Which tariff? Because the Chinese government is giving a subsidy to their manufacturers to sell their goods abroad. So we charge additional duty called as countervailing duty. See, anti-dumping, countervailing. The difference is in countervailing, subsidy is involved by the exporting nation. But in anti-dumping, there is no subsidy involved. In both the cases, we are charging beyond bounded tariff. What is it charging? And WTO guidelines will agree in order to protect from dumping activity, you can charge either anti-dumping duty or countervailing duty, except in this one dumping scenario, you can never impose a tariff which is beyond bounded. What is it which is beyond? So maximum what you can charge is bounded. See, WTO guidelines will allow both anti-dumping and countervailing duty, even if it is greater than the bounded tariff. Why? To protect the country from dumping activity, you can levy anti-dumping or countervailing duties. Clear? See, in general, we can never go beyond bounded tariff, but only to protect the country from dumping activity, then we can charge which tariff? Or countervailing duties. Is that clear? Next comes specific tariff, fixed monetary tax. What is it? Per unit. Let's say I will import a car. For every car, 1 lakh is a tax. Whatever can be the value of a car, whether car value is 50 lakh, 20 lakh, 5 lakh, 50 lakh, 1 crore, whatever is the value, fixed tax. Which tax? That is called as specific tariff. Which tariff? Here the tax, let me say tax value is fixed. Let's say 1 lakh rupees is the tax of a car. Whatever might be the car value, 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 20, 30, 40, 70, 80, 1 crore. What is the tax that you are payable? 1 lakh. That is fixed monetary tax on per unit. But in ad valorem, that is fixed percentage. Which percentage? Like 10%, 15%, 20%. Now the nation will decide. This is the fixed percentage tax. Which tax? That is called as ad valorem. Fixed monetary tax, specific. Fixed percentage, mixed tariff. Now we will calculate in terms of both ad valorem as well as specific. What is it? Ad valorem as well as whichever is greater. Whichever is, see, end of the day, government wants revenue in the form of tax. Whichever brings them more revenue, that will be considered as a tax. See, that means we will calculate ad valorem or specific. What is it? Ad valorem, whichever is greater, that is considered as a tax. That is called as mixed tax. Here the word most important is this or. What is this? If instead of or, if the word and is there, what is there? That means it is not any one out of the two. Now we are charging both. We are charging, that is called as compounded tariff. Which tariff? Clear? Any one out of the two, whichever is greater, mixed tariff. But we are charging both. Ad valorem, for that we will add specific. Ad valorem, for that we will add. That is called as compounded tariff. Next comes variable tariff. Which tariff? See, sometimes you have heard that. Sir, I had asked my friend to get one cell phone from Dubai, sir, because in Dubai phones are cheaper. In USA, phones are cheaper. Now, Nirmala auntie thought, okay, is that so? How much cheaper? In India, 1,30,000. In USA, 1 lakh. What is the difference? Pay the tax here. That is called variable. Whatever is the excess price, whatever is the in the domestic market, whatever the shortfall is there, now that is considered as a tax. That is called variable. What is it? See, up to 2 units, it is allowed. Even in your, let me say, if at all you are bringing from US or Dubai to India, you can bring 2 units. That's it. Maximum is 2 units. You can't bring beyond 2. If at all you're trying to get beyond 2, variable tax is there. You have to pay the difference value. Which value? Next comes escalated tariff. Which tariff? Now this is easy. If you import raw material, taxes are lesser. If you import finished goods, taxes are higher. And there is always a special relevance. We don't want developing a nation. Which nation? Without adding much value, we always want them to only just to send raw material. Let's assume if India is importing, let's say, anything from Bangladesh, we want Bangladesh to send only raw materials, not a finished goods. If Bangladesh tries to sell finished goods inside India, we charge higher taxes. If they send raw material, like textile material, less tax. Finished cloth, higher tax. So variable tariff is what about? Variable tariff was variable. difference between domestic price and international price. That is considered as a taxes. Escalated means raw material lesser tax, finished goods. Next comes MFN, most favored nation tariff. Which tariff? See, simple. Nearby countries. Which countries? Will form one small group. See, I'm explaining in a different manner. First, I will explain preferential tariff. Next, I will explain the MFN tariff. First, I'm explaining preferential now. See, nearby country. Which country? Will form their own one small group. Let's say India, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Nepal, Bhutan, Mauritius. Let's assume we will create our own one small group and we will trade between ourselves. Now, let's assume Maldives. It may not be WTO member. It may not be, but still part of my group. So whichever that small group is there, they will charge lesser taxes between themselves. That is preferential. What is it? But in MFN, between WTO members, already we have agreed a tax now, bounded. So that is usually lesser. Between any non-WTO member, if at all you trade, higher taxes. Let's take an example. Assume South Korea is a WTO member. North Korea is not a WTO. Now with South Korea, we will charge as per bounded tariff. With North Korea, higher taxes. Why? Because North Korea is not the member of. Clear? Between WTO members, lesser tax as agreed, bounded. Between non-WTO members, higher tax. Clear? So that is called as MFN tariff, most favored nation tariff. Which tariff? Most favored nation tariff, but preferential. You may be WTO member or may not be a WTO member, but nearby country. Which country? Will form their own small group and they will charge lesser taxes. That is called as preferential tariff. Examples are important. Many times in an exam, from the examples question has comes here. NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement. This is between Canada, Mexico and USA. ASEAN, Association of South Asian Countries. SARS, South Asian Association of Regional Cooperation. GSP, Generalized System of Preferences. So these are the examples of preferential. Next comes technical tariff. Which tariff? Based on different technical specifications. So what is this technical specification? I will import one EV car. For EV battery, additional tax. Now let's say old car 10%. For every kg of battery, for every another 50 rupees extra. That means based on raw material, technical specification, different spare part, different tax, different component, different tax. I will say. Now in the car, metal items, different tax, plastic items, different tax, wires, battery item, different tax. That is called technical tariff. Which tariff? Quota. Quota stands for quantity restriction. Which restriction? Up to certain quantity, either no tax or lesser tax. Now I will say, in India, if any importer is importing agricultural units or agricultural any kind of materials like rice, jowar, maize, ragi, pulses, anywhere, up to 10 quintal, up to no taxes, zero tax. After 10 quintal, 10% tax. See, either I will not even charge anything up to certain quantity, or I may charge lesser tax, less 5% tax up to 10 quintal. Beyond 10 quintal, 20% tax. Either no tax or lesser tax up to a specified quantity. If that quantity exceeds, higher tax. Next comes prohibited tariff. Which tariff? As the name itself says, prohibited. My intention is itself is to not to import that commodity. Intentionally, I'm going to charge the higher price. Which price? 500% tax, 300% tax, 200% tax, 700% tax. That is what? Prohibitory. What is it? Import subsidy. By the way, this is not at all a tax. Government is only giving benefit. Government is only giving subsidies to import, either on every single unit or total volume of the bill, or every single unit or total volume of the bill. So these are the 15 types of tariff. Which tariff? From any of this 15 types, you can expect a question. Clear up. Now, what is the goal? Main important, government will get a revenue. What is it? Government will get a government will carry out which activity with that money? Social welfare activity. We'll collect more from the rich people and we give benefit to the poor people. And we protect which industry? From the import substitutions. And also imposition of tariff will reduce the. So these are the main goals and impacts, almost the same. We see we want to control the volume of international trade, especially imports. And if we want to export more and more, and we want to make imported goods more and more expensive, tariff will discourage the production in the production of efficient producers from the rest of the world, and we encourage our inefficient producers in the domestic territory. That means there might be some excellent fellow who is producing these goods. We are not encouraging him to come to our country and sell. We are still protecting our own people like SBI, come after lunch break every time. So we are always protecting our own people, even though they are lethargic, stupid fellows, not even effective. Still, we want to protect our own people. And tariff encourages consumption and production of which good? Domestically produced goods rather than buying the foreign. Most important, tariff will bring dash to government. Revenues to the government. Clear? So these are tariff measure. Which measure? Clear? Next comes non-tariff measure. That means, see, tariff is a visible measure, which is universally acceptable. Every nation uses that. Everyone visibly, they will levy the tax when foreign goods are coming inside. But sometime, we can't always levy the taxes. We will restrict them with the help of rules and regulation. What is it? That is called as non-tariff measures. These non-tariff measures are invisible measures. Which measures? That will control the international trade. And most important, this non-tariff measures cannot be imposed every single time. You can only and only use it under certain circumstance. Under which circumstance? Certain circumstance. You can't impose the non-tariff measures every single time. So under non-tariff, there are two things: technical, non-technical. Under technical, we have two elements: SPS and TBT, sanitary and phytosanitary, and technical barriers to trade. Under non-technical, there are 13 types. How many types? See, in short, tariff is also 15 methods. Non-tariff is also 15. But under that 15, 2 and 13, we are splitting in the name of technical and. Now, technical is most easiest here. SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary measures. See, we are protecting human life, animal life, plant life, biodiversity life from any kinds of additive, pest, toxin, contaminant, or disease-causing organism. Best example, COVID, China, disease-causing organism, toxins. So if any substances are present in your product, which is coming to my country, which can affect even my human life or animal life, plant life, or rare species, biodiversity life, because of any kind of additives in your product, pests, contaminants, toxins, or any disease-causing organism. Now I have a complete rights to ban your product or prohibit it for a time being and impose all the measures related to quality and hygiene requirement. So in short, I don't want your product at all. Get lost. Because your product can affect my animal life, plant life, or biodiversity life. That is called as SP. Yes, clear up. Next comes TBT, technical barriers too. Like I asked you to give it in a triangle shape. You made it square, rejected, get lost. I asked you to put upwards arrow mark, but you have put leftwards arrow mark, rejected. That means all technical specification. Which specification? Like size, shape, design, labeling, marking, packaging, and functionality, performance. All this comes under the TBT. Whatever you have instructed, as per that rules and instruction, the product has to come. If there is any deviation, we can still reject that product. And remember, this TBT will apply to both food as well as non-food products. Which products? And once they have asked this question, TBT applies to food as well as non-food products. Clear up. So remember, under technical, we have SPS and TBT. What do we have? SPS and TBT. Clear up. SPS, animal life, human life, plant life, biodiversity life, all those. TBT, technical barriers to trade. Clear up. That is related to size, shape, packaging, labeling, content requirements, all those. Next comes non-technical. What is it? See, under technical measures, we had animal life, plant life, human life, shape, design, everything, SPS and TBT. Under non-technical, 13 is there. Number 1, import quota. Which quota? Quantity restrictions on imports. As I said now an importer has to get license from government. Without taking the license from government, you can't operate. And when you are taking a license, we will say what quantity you can import and what quantity you can't import. That is called binding and non-binding quota. Up to free level, I have given you permission. Only up to that extent you can import. That is binding. In non-binding, you can also import beyond that free level, but you will be charged additional taxes. You will be charged. Next comes one more type, absolute quota and tariff rate quota. In absolute quota, there is no origin restriction. Which restriction? See, you can import from anywhere on the globe, but only quantity restriction is given. But in tariff rate quota, quantity, origin, both restrictions are there. Oh, goods is coming from Syria, ban. No, I don't want. Iraq, no, I don't want. Pakistan, no, I don't want. So we have a restriction. What do we have? on quantity as well as the origin. That is called as tariff rate quota. In absolute quota, only quantity restriction is there. Origin restriction is not specified. Next comes embargo. Simple. Total ban. What is it? I don't want to import at all. Completely we are imposing a ban. That is called as embargo. Next, this is interesting. Government procurement policy. Which policy? See, when government is purchasing goods from you, now government has certain rules and regulation. Now let's assume I'm the government, I'm the chief minister of, let's say, Karnataka state, or by PM, I'm the next prime minister of country. Let's assume. Now I will say, see boss, we want to make our country alternative energy hub. So I want you people to manufacture more and more of alternative energy like solar energy, wind energy, thermal energies. Also not thermal, sorry, wind energy, solar energy. Now let's assume solar power panels. You guys install. You guys generate electricity. I will purchase from you. But I have one condition. At least 70%. At least you need to use the raw materials components to set up your solar power plant from my domestic people. You can't import any kind of components. Yes, up to certain extent. What is it up to? Government can impose a restriction when government is procuring. See, government procurement policy. When government is only buying from you, government will say, was up to certain extent, up to certain percentage. You need to domestically procure raw materials and then you should produce the goods. Yes, this up to certain extent, but you can't impose complete restriction. Which restriction? 100% you should have used a domestic component. If you have used even one small nut bolt from the foreign importer, I will not buy energy from you. They can't say like that. See, up to specified percentage. What is it up to? They can impose a restriction. So let's say 10%, 20%, 30, 50, 70, 80, 90, anything. But you can't impose 100. But once Indian government did that and they lost a case in WTO. Indian government said, boss, if I want to buy energy from you guys, you need to 100% use the components of a local content. Then only I will buy. And in WTO, we have something called as national treatment principle. Which principle? That means treat your neighbor's goods. Treat your as how you treat your own goods. That means if you don't want, impose embargo. What do you mean by embargo? Ban, total ban. But after importing, what is it? Now you can't discriminate between domestic good and foreign good. See, because you have already collected taxes. After collection of taxes, now you can't discriminate. If you don't want those goods to be coming inside your country, impose embargo. Don't even allow that. See, simple man. Now your mom and dad would be saying, even next home kid is like my kid. What is it? Next home kid is like my kid. So boys, no line, square, hexagon. Even she is your sister now. For your mom, she is also like a daughter. Even next to home daughter is like my daughter. So now officially she has become your sister. No star, line, rectangle, square, hexagon, nothing. So treat your neighbor. Treat your as how you treat yourself. As how you treat. That means neighbor's goods. Whichever foreign goods is coming inside Allah. Now you can't discriminate between them. See, once you have levied a tax, once the good has come inside your country, now you can't discriminate between this is a foreign good, this is the Indian good. You need to treat both as one and the. If you don't want, impose embargo. Don't even allow that goods to come inside. But once that good has entered your country, now you can't discriminate. That is called as national treatment principle. Which principle? And India violated this national treatment principle and India lost these cases. So remember government procurement. When government is buying some goods and services, government can impose a restriction up to certain percent, like 10, 20, 50, 70, 80, 90. But you can't say that 100%. How much percentage? We should only and only buy from domestic source. No, you can't say like that. You can specify the percentage. You can specify the. That is called government procurement policy. And India violated which principle? Clear. Next, trade-related investment measures. Which measures? Now, simple. Let's assume, Shashikiran, let's assume that I'm a car manufacturer in India, like Maruti Suzuki. Let's assume. Now, government said, Shashikiran, you can import. How much? Whatever you have exported last year, in that up to 70%. In that up to. Hey, why, man? Because 30% shed and take from my domestic people. If I don't keep this rule, you will import all the spare parts from the foreign and you will produce it here. So at least some portion has to be procured domestically. That means last year, which year? Whatever you exported, let's assume Shashikiran exported goods worth of 100 crore. How much? This year, I can import the 70% of last year export earnings. What is it? Last year export earnings. That means 2024-25, if I have exported 100 crore, in 2025-26, in that just a 70% I can import. Remaining 30% shut and buy from my local market. That is called trade related investment measures. Which measures? Now government is imposing restriction. Boss, you can't 100% take everything from the abroad. You have to also take local support. You should also buy a components from the local country. So you have to at least some portion, some percentage of automobile manufacturing or any kind of heavy machineries and industry. You should use a local requirement. Which requirement? Next comes marketing and after sale services. Let's assume now Rado watch, Switzerland, mainly based from. You can come and sell that product in India, but you can't have your official service center. That means you can only come and sell in India. You can't have after sales services. You can't have. That is called as marketing and after sales. You can only come and sell, but you can't do an marketing and after sales. Then what will people do? My local content people will do. My Titan will do that. You come and sell. Ferrari, you want to come and sell car in India? Yes, come and sell. But you can't have a Ferrari official service center. Who will do? My Maruti will do. Tata will do. Mahindra will do that. My local people will do the services for your product. But you can only come and just sell the product in India. You can't conduct an after sales services. Next comes financial measure. Which measure? See, in this financial measure, the major motive is to create obstacles to finance. Let's say Shashikiran want to import one spare parts for his car manufacturing, which is not available in properly in India. Let's say available, but not a quality product is available in India. Now I want to import it elsewhere from the abroad. Now government of India intentionally they will create a trouble to me. They will say, Shashikiran, you really want to import that? Yes. No, use it from local. No, Shashikiran is like, no, I don't want. Okay, do one thing, Shashikiran. Whatever you're importing, 3 months in advance you pay the money. How many months? Which stupid fellow will do that? I know that you will not agree for this. I don't want you to import that. But you are not listening to my words. So I will dictate the terms of payment. What should be the terms of payment? Or FEMA, Foreign Exchange Management Act. They will never clear the funds at all. Without foreign funds, I can't import. Intentionally, finance, they will restrict for me. They will ask me to pay taxes 3 months in advance. Or some portion of money has to be paid 6 months in advance, 3 months in advance. Like this, they will create a financial burden. Which burden? That is called financial measures. Price control measures. Intentionally levying extra taxes to make the product expensive, whichever I'm importing from the abroad. Why shut and buy from local market? Why are you buying from abroad? See, that is why WTO said you can't use this non-tariff measure every time. Only and only under certain circumstance. You cannot import this you cannot impose a non-tariff measures every single time. Next, non-automatic licensing and prohibiting. Now let's assume Shashikiran wanted to import one spare parts. 2024-25 government gave me a license to import it. Now when I go to ask for a license once again 25-26, now they're saying no license, get lost. Hey, last year you gave, yes, that is last year. Did I say every year I will give license? Automatic licensing will not happen, boss. Last year I gave a license. Only 1 year I gave you the license. This year there is no guarantee that I will give you the license. Non-automatic licensing and prohibiting. Next comes measures affecting competition. I will not give permission for everyone to import. I will only give permission for Mr. Bambani or Adani, only for them to import, or my own state governments or my own government bodies. Only they can import and they can sell it in the country. Not everyone can import and sell. That is called as measures affecting the competition. Next, distribution restriction. Who can sell? Who cannot sell? After importing, who can do the reselling and who cannot do the reselling? That is the one. Last one, administrative. Sorry, 11th one, administrative procedures, intentionally additional rules and regulation, new license, new certifications. One or the other, I will bring in. You will not get the license on time, so you can't import the goods on time. Next, rules related to see, if some goods are coming from some country, we don't allow. If spare parts also comes for the manufacturing, let's assume car is coming from Sri Lanka, but spare parts has come from Pakistan. Let's say car is sold from, let's say for example, Singapore, but all the spare parts, chassis, tires have come from Iraq. I don't want. Plus, I have some restriction. Even if there is any spare parts used, I don't allow. I will ask for a certificate of origin. What I will ask for? Certificate of origin. Only after clearance, then I will allow this goods inside my country. If not, I will not allow this goods inside my country. Last but not the least, safeguard measure. Which measure? See, already the imported products have become more and more in my country, boss. Already I'm unable to sell that for a temporary purpose. Which purpose? See, for a temporary purpose, domestic market is injured or threatened with a serious cause because of surge of them. So for a time being, I'm restricting you. Because see, we have a sentiment, especially during COVID, boycott Chinese product, boycott China. We did that. We never allowed Chinese product to come. Even IPL, title sponsor, Vivo IPL, we removed and we said Tata IPL. Now, Chinese people also learned very nicely. Okay, Indian people, we know how to do Bakra. So instead of making us made in China, we will make it as made in PRC, People's Republic China. Most of the Indians thought PRC, Persia. Stupidity, People's Republic China, PRC. Same that. What do you mean by USA? There is one more USA inside India. Do you know which is that? Ulhasnagar Sindh Association. Ulhasnagar Sindh Association. That is called Made in USA. Yes, we can easily mislead other people. I'm not lying you, boss. My USA means your Ulhasnagar Sindh Association. But you thought United States of America. Is it my problem or your problem? Your problem. What to do? Next, export related measures. So what we export and what we don't export. Sometimes we'll impose a ban on export because in our own country only there is a shortage. Stupid fellow, and you are expecting me to give you a permission to export more and more. No, I don't. Next, export taxes. Still you want to export, pay the tax here also, pay the tax in importing country also. Next, export subsidies and incentive. Government will only give an encouragement to you to export. They will give a subsidy and they will also provide incentives for a manufacturing, tax concessions, all this. And voluntary export restraint, quantity restrictions of export. What is it? It is an informal quota, wherein which how much you can export and how much you cannot export. Quantity restriction. Which restriction? That is called as voluntary export restraint. By this, the entire unit trade policies comes to an see major three topics: tariff, non-tariff, export related. In that, the question comes from tariff and non-tariff, especially under non-tariff, technical and non-technical. Under technical, SPS and TBT. Under non-technical, there are 13 different types. How many different types? Is that clear? Understood. By this, chapter 9, unit 2 also comes to an. Now, let's go to unit 3. Unit 3 is a continuation. What is it? Unit 3 is a from the unit 2. I explained about bounded tariff, if you remember. What was bounded tariff? Between WTO members, we have agreed we can't charge the taxes beyond the bounded tariff. Suppose if you want to charge beyond bounded, what you should do? Sit, negotiate with your trading partner, compensate them for the losses, and then sitting and negotiating. Trade negotiation. When we have any kind of conflict between our trading partners, we need to negotiate. Whenever you are negotiating, that will formulate new international trade rules. What will it formulate? New international trade rules. New rules and regulation gets created. And this is a multiple level of meeting, not just a single round of meeting. At one single sitting, oh, everyone will agree. They will agree for few things. You will not agree for few things. It is a multiple round of meeting engaged between the nations and the other stakeholders who have a conflicting issues, who have a in an international trade. So it is a complex interactive process. Which process? Complex interactive process. Clear? Trade negotiation. Now RTA, Regional Trade Agreement. Which agreement? Very simple concept. Now, if you remember, I spoke about preferential tariff. Which tariff? Nearby countries will form their own small group and they will be charging lesser taxes. That is for nearby country. And there is no rule that every time you should form a group between nearby country. Even the countries which is not in the same geographical location, even they can form their own small group. Best example, BRICS nation. Which nation? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Now Saudi Arabia and Indonesia is also adding to that. Clear? So BRICS nation. Now we are not in the same geographical nation. We are in a different geographical location. We have formed our own small group to reduce all the barriers, restrictions. That is called RTA. When nearby country form their own small group for, let me say, improving the trade practices, preferential. Even though if they are not nearby, different geographical location, they come together to form their own small group. That is called as what? RTA, Regional Trade Agreement. Which agreement?
Regional trade agreements.
Clear. Understood. So that is RTA. There are 8 types of regional trade agreement. How many types are there? Now, this 8 types are important. From this, the questions will be asked. Now, meaning is also important. Example is also important. So they will ask with the example. I will show in the exam question. Along with the example, they will be asking you the questions. Clear up. Now, I usually take up one lunchbox example in the class. So between the students, there is one small group, sharing of lunchbox. Now, I can't go on giving that example. That example will only take 20 minutes. Okay, let's say a group of country. What is it? Clearly not be in the same geographical, or they can be in the same geographical. Clear up. Now, between themselves, let's say between this group of country, between themselves, between some 5 country, there is no restriction. Free trade is happening. Which is happening? You can send goods. I will send goods to your country. No restriction. But any outsider, with any, we have a common rules, like 10% import duties has to be charged. Clear up. So 10% we are going to charge. Between the members, no restriction. Any outsider, we have a common tax. We have a which tax? That is called as trading block. What is it called as? Next, let's say, hey, no boss, we can't have a common taxes every time. See, China is little friendly with us. USA is not friendly. Now, how can I charge China and USA both as 10%? No. We'll do one thing. It's up to you now. Whichever country they are dealing, you enter with your own trade negotiation with the nation. But between our group, no tax, nothing. Between ourselves, completely free. With any outsider, earlier we had a common tax. See, this common external tariff was there. No. Now we don't have common. Now we will eliminate all that common, and you can enter into relationship with other. You have a freedom now. You have a, let's say, for example, if India wants to do a trade with Japan, let's assume India, BRICS nation. Between BRICS nation, no rules, no nothing, no barriers, nothing. Now, for example, Japan is not a BRICS nation. Now, if India is dealing with Japan, now I will charge 15%. Suppose South Africa is dealing with Japan. South Africa has its own rules. Let's say they will charge only 2%. It's up to you. But initially, you guys, everyone in the BRICS, you guys have to charge a common tariff with outsider. But now, no common tariff. It's up to you now. You decide as an individual country what you want to charge with other. So that is called as free trade area, also called as preferential agreement. Which agreement? NAFTA follows us this. Which are the 3 countries involved in NAFTA? Canada, Mexico, and USA. These are the 3 countries. And next comes customs union. Which union? See, between ourselves, free trade between the members. We can send goods and services. Now, between outsider, common rules. What is it between outsider? Common rules. Now, not just for the exports, even for the imports. Export, import, both there is a common rule. Common 10%. Clear up. Next come common market. Which market? Common market. See, between ourselves, not just free trade of goods and services, even free flow of factors of production. What is it? Free flow of land, labor, capital, and now earlier it was just a free trade, only goods and services. Now between ourselves, free flow of factors of, along with the free trade and common regulation with non-member. Common regulation with step 5, everything same. Free trade between member, free flow of factors of production, common rules with non-member. But between the members, common central bank and common currency. What is it? Common central bank and European nations have a common currency called as Euro, and European Central Bank has their common central bank. Clear? That is called as monetary and economic union. Which union? Clear? Next comes unilateral trade agreement. Which agreement? One country opening its doors to another country. You send the goods, I will not impose any tax, nothing, because your economy is not performing well. I will support. Let's assume India will say to Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka, you send the goods to India, you sell it in India. I will not impose any barrier. Only and only for you, I'm opening my gates. Unilateral. Which lateral? Bilateral. Between two countries, there are rules and regulation. Now, India, Japan. India has its own rules. Japan has its own. We are agreeing to this, let me say, rules and regulation, and we are conducting the trade activity between two country bilateral. If one country opens the door to another country without any restriction, that is called as unilateral. Clear? And remember, suppose if you enter into an agreement between group of country, what is it between? That is called multilateral. What is it called as? Clear. Understood. Next, we will come to the last part of this unit. This is actually the very smallest unit. GATT and WTO. What is it? Hardly it takes another 10 minutes to do it. In this, only read-only concepts are more. There are 3-4 common questions which is going to be asked. That 3-4 common questions you have to be very careful. Clear up. Now GATT. General Agreement for Tariff and Trade. See, after Second World War, what is it after? John Maynard Keynes, your best friend of macroeconomics, he wanted to set up 3 world-class institutions and to save the world after the Second World War and not to happen any further like this. So he suggested to establish IMF, World Bank and ITO. IMF and World Bank got established, but ITO didn't get established. Why? There is one Kirik kid called as USA. He didn't agree to become a member, so all capitalistic economies also backed out because USA follows a capitalistic. Once upon a time, Russia, presently called as Russia, USSR, they used to follow socialistic. So because of this Kirik kit, that ITO didn't get established. As a secretariat, as a time being, we established GATT, General Agreement for Trade and Tariff. It was only and only dealing with goods. It was never covering services and IPR. That itself became a trouble. After the Second World War, now this GATT was wanting to, let me say, member countries to, let me say, do a trading activity without any kind of discrimination, without barriers. They had good objective, but GATT had a limited powers. GATT had a, and it was only dealing with goods. And it started losing relevance after 1980s. After when? 1980s, because world trade started increasing leaps and bounds, services started increasing, new inventions, innovations started increasing, but none of them was covered. GATT only covered with goods. So, 8th round of meeting after the Second World War, the 8th round of meeting is called as a Uruguay round. Which round? In this Uruguay round, all the 123 member countries of GATT signed and they wanted to establish WTO. They wanted to establish what? Which is a wider one, which covers goods, services, and intellectual property rights. Everything. TRIPS, we call it as trade-related intellectual property services or rights. Clear up? Now, remember, 8th round of meeting is a Uruguay round. In that Uruguay round, they reshaped GATT into WTO. And especially from 1980 and later, GATT started losing its relevance. So, these pointers are important. Why it started losing relevance? And biggest hangama, even today, is agriculture. Agricultural trade liberalization was the biggest debatable topic. Even then, even now, even then, whenever they discuss agriculture is the biggest drawback because every nation is not self-sufficient with agriculture. Population is growing day by day. They are unable to feed their own country's population and they are asking it to give permission to more and more export, more and more liberalize agriculture trade. No, for a time being, we'll support. Going further, we don't support. And globalization trend started increasing post 1980s and GATT didn't have much powers to support that. And services, intellectual properties was never covered. Clear? And this was just a treaty and many members were not following it in a serious way. So because of all these issues, GATT started losing its relevance. And finally, the Uruguay round, that is the 8th round of meeting, they established what? They established a WTO. Today, 95% of international trade is controlled by WTO. There are 164 member countries of WTO. And remember, WTO started its operations on 1st of January 1995. Clear? And that covers all the 3 goods, services, and intellectual property. Member countries have to go ratify in their parliament about the international trade. The WTO rules are final and abiding. Then only you are a member. Now, objectives are important. See, now WTO will act as a forum for even trade negotiation between any kind of issue between the members. They will resolve that issue. They will be acting as a forum for negotiation and administrating the trade agreements. Whatever the agreements you guys have signed, whether are you guys following it or not, is there any deviation? See, national trade policy will be reviewed and also they will assist which countries? So WTO will always give more and more importance to which country? Developing countries in their policy issue, technical assistance, training, cooperation with other international organization. In short, these are the 6 key objectives of WTO. Setting the rules for international trade, creating a forum for trade negotiation and further liberalization of trade, resolving any dispute between the members, and transparency in decision making, international economic institutions and global economic management cooperation has to be created, and most importantly helping which countries? Yes, Mahiro, tell me. That is started enforcing, established in 1st of Jan, started conducting its operations from 1st of July. I was about to explain that. They started in 1st January, but operations was started on 1st of July. Clear? Even SEBI, it happens the same. SEBI got established in 1988, but SEBI got its powers in 1992. Like that. Yes, ma'am. They will specify when did it started its operation, when was it established. Question will be very clear. Clear up. So this is related to WTO. See, WTO structure. There are 3 levels. Ministerial conference, topmost level. They will meet once in 2 years. General Council, they will meet several times in a year. They are the one who will actually run the show. Under General Council, we have Goods Council, Service Council, and TRIPS Council. Clear? And all this, just read only concept. But go through it like a newspaper. Treaties, agreement, principles, and I have given a shortest form. Shortest form too. Remember, clear up all these pointers. This is important. See, national treatment principle. Treat your neighbors as how you treat yourself. Both WTO and GATT works based on national treatment principle. See, these are the 13 or 14 different agreements are there, not 14, 16 different agreements. Next comes Doha round. Which round? 9th round of meeting. See, 8th round of meeting was Uruguay round. 9th round of meeting is a Doha round. Even in the Doha round, the most controversial topic is agricultural trade. And next comes G20 economy. So global 20 economy. Now, these members of G20, you should remember. Once they have asked the question, which among the following is not a member of G20 economies? They have asked a question. Clear up. And what is their main intention? Whenever there is a disturbance in the world, these 20 global economies will come. They will form a group and they will start creating their own rules and regulation. Initially, they created because of COVID-19 pandemic and also Russia-Ukraine war. Previously, 2008 financial crisis, Iranian nuclear program, and Syrian civil war. These are the different times that they have met. Even today, there are some restrictions related to pandemic, and already 52 export restrictions related to food, feed, and fertilizers are maintained. In that blah blah percentage, that is specifically related to pandemic. So especially the question can come from this area. These are the 20 global largest economies. They have formed their one small group. Clear? This is related to G20. That's it. This is unit 3. Nothing much in unit 3. RTAs are important. Types of RTA important. Guiding principles of WTO. GATT. Why did it lose relevance? All those small storytelling questions will come there. Clear? So this is related to unit 3 of chapter 9. Now we will enter to the most important unit of chapter 9. That is exchange rate and its economic effects. What is it? Exchange rate and its economic effects. Now, this entire unit I will split into 5 parts. How many parts? In this part number 2 and part number 5 is connected with each other. I will take these two together. Clear? Now, first one, foreign exchange rate. By the way, what do you mean by foreign exchange rate? Value of one nation's currency in terms of another. That can be expressed in 2 different ways. Direct quote and indirect quote. Which quote? Suppose if the left side currency, that means let's say $1, today it is 90 rupee 14 paisa. Clear? So $1, that means left side, this is called as base currency. And right side, this is called as counter currency. If base currency is a foreign currency and counter currency is a domestic currency, that is called as direct quote. What is indirect quote? Left side, base currency is a domestic currency. And right side, counter currency is a foreign currency. That is called as indirect quote. Which quote? In India, we follow the direct quote. This direct quote is also called as European quote. Which quote? That is rupee per dollar. What is it called as? Rupee per dollar. In short, what is the value of one nation's currency in terms of another nation's currency? That is called as exchange rate. There are 2 ways of expressing it. One is direct quote and another one is Indirect code. What is direct code? Base currency is a foreign currency. Counter currency is a domestic currency. Suppose if base is domestic and counter is foreign, that is called as an indirect code. So why do we need exchange rate? To buy goods and services, to borrow money or lend money, to become party to unperformed future exchange contract, forward contracts, and also for acquiring or any selling of assets and liabilities in the abroad. Now comes the important area, foreign exchange rate regimes. What is it? Foreign exchange rate? See, mainly there are two types of exchange rate regimes. Very first one, fixed exchange rate. Which exchange rate? So who will fix this? Government of the nation. Who will fix the exchange rate? Government of the nation. So the government of the nation is going to decide the exchange rate. That means what is the value of one nation's currency in terms of another nation's currency. Okay. So what is the value of one nation's currency in terms of another nation's currency? So who will decide? The government of the nation. But the biggest drawback of this fixed exchange rate is you need to maintain huge foreign exchange reserve. What you should maintain? Huge forex in order to support. And inflation is controlled. What is it? Inflation doesn't work at all. Inflation is controlled, totally controlled. Let's say, for example, in India, till 1991, till which year? We had a fixed exchange rate. That means government of the nation will say what is the value of $1 in terms of Indian rupee. Let's assume $1 is 75 rupees. This is fixed exchange. Government has decided. When did they decide? Some 5 years ago. Until government changes this value, it remains fixed. So it will encourage international trade. What does it? Encourages international trade. How? Because the values are lesser now. Today, in reality, as per demand and supply, it is $1 90 rupees. But as per government decided value, $1 is how much? That means to buy $1, I don't need 90 rupees in India. Let's assume if India is following fixed exchange rate, I just have to pay how much? 75 rupees. So many people will be interested to conduct international trade in India because of fixed exchange rate. The second type of exchange rate is a floating exchange rate. Which exchange rate? Floating exchange rate. Now this is decided by demand and supply. That is market forces. Which forces? Market forces. Demand and supply will decide the exchange rate. Now I need not to maintain huge reserve. I just need to maintain adequate reserve. Which reserve? Adequate reserves in order to support the exchange rate. And inflation is not controlled. That means inflation will work. Inflation will work. Inflation is not at all controlled. Now this will have more and more flexibility. What is it? But here it has more and more stability. What is it? That means exchange rate will not at all change. That is the reason why, because of the stability in nature, it was encouraging the international trade. But here it will make international trade more and more complex or riskier. It will make international trade risky international trade because of its flexibility in nature. Because today when you enter transaction $1.90, tomorrow it may become $1.92 or 85 or 87. God only knows. It is changing every single day, fluctuating because of demand and supply. Because of this exchange rate fluctuation. What is it? That will make international trade more complex. It will make international trade more. See, these are the two main types of exchange rate. One is fixed exchange rate. Another one is floating exchange rate. As per floating exchange rate, today $1 is 90 rupees. So who will decide the fixed exchange rate? Government. Who will decide the floating exchange rate? Market forces. To follow the fixed exchange rate, we need to maintain dash reserve, adequate reserves or huge reserve. Huge reserve. To support that exchange rate, we need to maintain huge reserve. But in floating, we need to just have an adequate, where inflation is not controlled, floating, where inflation is controlled, fixed. Clear? See, this is the main difference. And fixed exchange rate has more and more. But floating exchange rate has more and more flexibility. Because of the stability that will encourage more international trade, foreign investments will be bought. Because your exchange value risk is very low. But here, because of its flexibility, there is a risk in conducting international trade. This is the major differentiation between fixed and floating. Now, under floating, there is one more type. What is it? There is one more type under the floating. That is called as managed float. Which float? Or dirty float. See, in this dirty float or managed float, government will not involve directly. Rather, government becomes participant. What is it? Government or foreign currency departments or whatever your central bank is there. Allah. So, government of the nation will become participant. Government or central bank will be participant in exchange market. In which market? To control fluctuation in international trade. That means if any one particular currency is getting too much of fluctuated, let's say dollar. Yesterday it was $1.90, tomorrow 92, next 95, 97. Like this, if it is fluctuating too much, now the nation's government or the central bank will not fix the rate. They will not fix the rate. They will become participant like you and us in the exchange market by selling or buying the domestic currency. By selling or buying the... See, if government completely involves, what is it? If government completely in deciding the exchange rate, that is called as which kind of exchange rate? But government becomes a participant. What is it? Government will become a participant in the exchange market by buying and selling their own domestic currency to control fluctuation. What is it? That is called as managed float or clear. So remember the extent at which government is involving, extent at which government is, that will show the alternative system. If government completely involves, that is called as... If government becomes participant in the exchange market to control fluctuation, the T float or managed float. This is what India follows. India follows the managed float. India follows which float? See, from 1993, from when India started following a floating, until 1991, India had a fixed. 91 and later, partially they reduced the rules. It was like partially floating and partially fixed. And from 1993 onwards, completely floating. Was it completely? So these are the two main types of exchange rate: fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate. Which exchange rate? Fixed exchange rate and floating exchange rate. Under floating exchange rate, there is one more element called as a managed float. Clear? So remember part 2, foreign exchange rate regimes. The exchange rate regime is a system by which country manages its currency with respect to the foreign currency. And it is the method by which the value of the dash currency, domestic currency in terms of the foreign currency is determined. Foreign exchange rates are determined by the demand and supply, but government can those exchange rates in the various way. Complete intervention is fixed. Partially intervening in the market, floating. See, the extent and nature of government intervention in the currency market defines the alternative system of the exchange. First one completely decided by the market. That is called as floating. What is it called as? And government becomes just a... This is called as managed float. And government is only completely determining. This is called as fixed. So fixed exchange rate, floating exchange rate. So already I explained both in detail. And India follows managed float. Clear? So remember, for us, which is important? Fixed is important or floating is important? Floating. Why? Because we need flexibility rather than stability. We know that it encourages international trade, fixed exchange, but you are doing value in some 5 years old, 7 years old. You want to trade 7 years old or 5 years old value or present value. So floating exchange rate is more important than fixed. That means we encourage more of flexibility rather than stability. What is it? We encourage more of flexibility rather than stability. Is that clear? Understood. Next one. Now this is important. Nominal exchange rate, real exchange rate, real effective exchange rate. 3 concepts are there. How many concepts? 3 concepts. Nominal, real, and real effective exchange rate. So what is nominal? Simple concept. Today at which market is operating? That is floating exchange rate concept is there now. See the rate at which today the market is operating. That is called as nominal exchange rate, the rate at which the market is running at present. So today $1 is equals to 90 rupees. This is called as nominal exchange rate. Which exchange rate? Nominal exchange rate. Now comes real exchange rate. Now we are not considering the present value. Rather, we should consider the exchange rate in terms of goods and services. In terms of what? Okay, let's take up an example. Now, 1 kg tomato. What is it? 1 kg tomato. Now, in India, let's assume it is 70 rupees. How much is that? Now, in USA, let's assume it is $2. How much is that? $2. Now, what is present value? $1 is 90 rupees. So, as per that, how much is $2? That means, Shashikiran, what we get in India for 70 rupees, that we get in USA for. Now you tell me in terms of goods, is the value same? No. In India, you get 1 kg tomato for, but in USA, you will get it for 180 rupees. So in terms of goods, in terms of what is the exchange rate? So we have a formula. See, nominal exchange rate. So today, what is the present exchange rate in the market? 90 rupee into domestic price of tomato. How much is that? 70 into foreign price in according to Indian rupee. $2 is 180. So that is foreign price. Now do it. 90 into 70 by 180. 30. That means $1 is not 90 rupee. Stupidity. $1 is just 2 rupees. In terms of goods and services. In terms of that is called real exchange rate. What is it called as? So real exchange rate is the rate at which the value of one nation's currency is trading with another nation's currency in terms of goods and services. What is it in terms of? That is called real exchange rate. What is nominal exchange rate? Today, the rate at which the market is operating. What is it? The rate at which? That is called nominal exchange rate. Next comes real effective exchange rate. We need to go back to GDP concept, nominal GDP, real GDP, deflator value. Which value? By the way, how do you identify deflator? Nominal GDP divided by real GDP into 100. So they will give a deflated value. Now let's say today $1 is 90 rupees. And let's assume deflator value is 120. Deflator value is, do it, 90 divided by 120 into 100. 70. That means $1 after removing that inflated value. After removing the, because deflator speaks about inflated value, na, measurement of inflation. After removing inflation, $1 is not 90 rupee. $1 is only. That means that 15 rupees of inflation is there in the dollar. Clear? That is called real effective exchange rate. Which exchange rate? Nominal exchange rate. Today at which market is running divided by price index. That price index is nothing but deflator value. How do you identify deflator? Nominal by real into 100. Remember, when real effective exchange rate increases, what is that real effective exchange rate? That is called appreciation of domestic currency. What is it called as? Appreciation of domestic currency. Now, most of them will have this confusion. What is appreciation? What is depreciation? Now, listen, $1. Today it is 90 rupees. $1 is how much? Suppose tomorrow $1 will become 80 rupees. $1 will become 80 rupees. This is increase in value of domestic currency or decrease in value of domestic currency. Increase in value. That means our domestic currency value got increased. Sir, how sir? 90 became 80. No, decrease now. Up, I'm not going with numerical. Earlier, to buy $1, I used to pay 90 rupees. But now I should only pay. Good or bad? That is what? Domestic currency value got appreciated. This is called as appreciation of domestic currency. If rupee is getting appreciated, dollar is getting depreciated. Now, whenever this appreciation happens, that means real effective exchange rate. What is it? Is increasing. Is now the effect. Let's say, Shashikiran, I'm a bench manufacturer. I used to sell one single bench for $1. That means earlier, for same bench, I used to earn how much? 90 rupees. Now, same bench, if I sell, how much will I earn? Am I interested to export more now? Automatically, exports will decrease. Shashikiran used to import a chocolate packet for $1. I used to pay how much? But now, same one chocolate packet. So, I will import more. So remember, whenever appreciation of domestic currency happens, exports will decrease, imports will increase. Whenever real effective exchange rate increases, exports will decrease, imports will increase. Is that clear? Now, let's take opposite. $1 was 90, but now $1 has become 100 rupees. This is called as depreciation of domestic currency. What is it called? Shashikiran, earlier when you sell one bench, you are earning 90 rupee, but same one bench now you will earn. So my exports from the country will. But when I was importing chocolate packet, I used to pay. But now I should pay. What will happen to imports? So this is called real effective exchange rate decreasing. Real effective exchange rate. So kindly write this down. What will happen to exports and what will happen to imports whenever there is an appreciation or depreciation? First write this down. Now I will connect part 5. I said now part 2 and part 5 I will do it together. Now I will connect this to part 5. Okay, let's continue. Completed. Okay. See the same unit, last part number 5. So already I spoke about difference between fixed and floating. See, whenever we call it as appreciation and depreciation, that comes under. If the same happens under fixed exchange rate, we call it as deliberate downward adjustment devaluation, deliberate upward adjustment revaluation. Whatever we call appreciation in floating, that we call revaluation in fixed. Whatever we call depreciation in floating, that is called as devaluation in fixed. Clear up? See, appreciation, depreciation comes only in the floating rate. Revaluation, devaluation comes in the fixed exchange rate. Is that clear? Understood? So this is the concept of appreciation, depreciation, revaluation, and devaluation. Clear up? Okay, let's continue. Real effective exchange rate is done. Now, foreign exchange market. What is it? Simple. It is an electronically linked network between banks, institutions, and brokers and other dealers who will transact money for bar. 7. Clear. That means one or the other nook and country, nook and corner in the world, there will be some international transaction taking place. So that is the reason. It is electronically linked network between all the banks, institutions, brokers, and other dealers who will be transacting 24 bar. And it is the market where the foreign currencies are bought and sold against one another. It is always over the counter market. You will go to the counter, you will give one nation's currency and you will take the another nation's currency. That is called as foreign exchange market. There are two types of transaction, current transactions and see, you will go, you will give the money, you will exchange it now. Current. Future transaction. That means futures and options, F&O. Have you heard? Futures. So that means you will enter into a contract today, but executable in the near future. Future transaction. Like in your contract act. Executable contract. What is it? Executable contracts. It's like that. Clear up. So that is part number 3. Rest remaining things. These are like chota mota commercial banks, brokers. They will have their own rates. Either you can buy from them or you can ask your bankers to get it from the other dealer. or other brokers where there is the rates are lesser. Clear? Next, nominal exchange rate and real exchange rate. Nominal. What is it? Nominal. Today at which the market is running. So understanding is from two different perspectives. One is from demand side, other one is from supply side. My suggestion, any one angle you understand, either from demand or either from, don't mix up both. My suggestion would be always go with the, because in micro we have understood demand concept in detail. Clear up. See, what is demand side? People are asking for foreign currency. They are demanding foreign currency. What are they demanding? Why? Money is leaving the country. Money is, see, either they're investing in abroad, they're buying goods and services from abroad, unilateral transfers is happening. Let's say, sir, my cousin is studying in abroad, sir. Their parents are sending money every month, unilateral transfers. Money is going from India to other country, only one-sided. Or we are purchasing goods and services, or we are making investment income payable abroad. A foreigner has come and invested money in India, or he has acquired some asset in India. Every month we are paying rental income to him. Every month the returns are going. That is foreign investment income. Which investment? Foreign investment income payable to abroad, or purchasing any foreign assets, foreign stocks and foreign bonds. I'm investing in US stock market, or I'm going and buying some flat in Dubai. I'm acquiring foreign asset, or I'm going and opening one Swiss bank account, or I'm acquiring any direct ownership in the real capital in Burj Khalifa. Let me say I'm buying one apartment flat there. So I'm just giving an example, or any speculation and hedging activity, buying at one place and going and selling in other place, and speculation activities. For these all purposes, I need a foreign currency. So we are demanding foreign currency. What am I doing? See, whenever you demand foreign currency, that means you are giving Indian rupee. You are asking for a foreign currency. That means money is going outside India. Money is going outwards, outflow. Whenever outflow is happening, Allah, remember, wherever the demand is increasing, that currency will appreciate. Now people are giving rupee and they are demanding what? That means let's assume dollar. Dollar will appreciate, rupee will, because demand is increasing for which currency? Whichever currency's demand increases, that currency gets appreciated. That currency gets. Now let me explain opposite of this. Supply. That means money is coming inside India. What is it? Money is coming inside India. Now from the foreign, money is coming inside India. That means they are bringing dollar. They are asking what? Rupee. That means demand is increasing for rupee. See, again, I said now, whichever demand increases, that currency gets appreciated. Opposite currency gets. Now they are bringing dollar to India. They are giving dollar and asking for rupee. That means they are demanding for rupee. So supply of dollar increased. Supply of dollar. Money is coming inside. When money comes inside, they will bring dollar and they will ask rupee. So whichever demand increases, that currency get appreciated. Or what is it? Whichever supply increases, that currency gets depreciated. That currency gets, any one way you should understand. Clear? See, if you try to understand from both the perspective, full dal khichdi inside, you will not understand. So my suggestion, always go with demand side. Easy to understand. So remember, whichever nation's demand or currency's demand increases, that currency gets, opposite currency gets. See, under the nominal exchange rate, we are deciding the exchange rate based on demand and supply. Do you agree? See, the point where demand and supply intersect. This is supply, this is demand. Let's say this is for the dollar. So this is the price. Let's say today it is 90 rupee. So this is demand for dollar. This is supply of dollar. So 90 rupee. Let's say demand increases. Demand increase, RHS shift. Now this is new equilibrium. New equilibrium even. Now at the new equilibrium even, currency value went up. That means 90 became 95. Appreciation or depreciation? Depreciation. Whenever demand increases for dollar, demand increases for rupee gets depreciated. I said now, whichever demand increases, opposite currency depreciates. Clear? See, this is from demand perspective. Now this is D1 of dollar. Demand for dollar has gone up. See, whenever demand is increasing for dollar, automatically dollar gets appreciated, rupee gets. Now complete opposite work. Now let's say demand, supply. This is equilibrium. Okay, this is supply of dollar. This is demand of dollar. Now it is 90 rupee. Now let's say supply increased. RHS shift. Now supply increased for dollar. Now S1. Now this is new equilibrium. That means value of domestic currency went down. That means it has become 85. It has become, that means rupee got appreciated, dollar got depreciated. I said now whenever supply increases, supply automatically rupee gets appreciated. When dollar demand increases, rupee gets depreciated. That is why understand from any one perspective. Either demand or either supply. Easiest way is to understand from the demand side. Suppose if supply increases, that means people are bringing more dollar inside India. Supply increases now, that means people are bringing dollar. They will give dollar and they will ask what? Rupee. So rupee got appreciated. Dollar got, because supply of dash increased. Supply of dollar increased. Now see here, 90 became 85. 90 to 85. What is this? Appreciation of rupee means depreciation of dollar. That's it. Clear up? So this is the part number 4. Demand and supply side. See, demand increased, supply increased. Clear up? So this is what is the numerical charts. Part 5 already I explained. Clear? Understood? This brings to the last topic of unit 4 of chapter 9. Very shortest way to remember. Come back. Impact of currency appreciation and depreciation. Shortcut. I've also given in the form of shortcut. Come to the shortcut part. Say simple. Whenever currency gets appreciated, let's say $1, which was 90 rupee. Now $1 will become 85 rupee. How much it will become? What is this called as? Rupee appreciation. When rupee gets appreciated, what will happen to imports? What will happen to exports? Imports will decrease. Exports will increase. So pay opposite. Exports will, imports will increase. Clear up? Now see that whenever Indian rupee gets appreciated, that means domestic currency is becoming more and more stronger. Foreign currency is becoming cheaper for Indians, and Indian goods are becoming costlier for foreigners. See, Indian goods have become costly for foreigners, so imports are decreased, and foreign goods have become cheaper for Indians. So we are importing more and more. Now India will start to import more and export less because of domestic currency appreciation, and exports will decrease. Whenever domestic currency gets appreciated, our value increases. Now our exports will decrease. Now suppose if Indian who wants to travel to abroad, that becomes cheaper. Earlier to buy $1 you was to pay how much? But now you will buy $1 for. If any foreigner coming to India, earlier if he brings $1, he was getting how much? But he will get only. So Indian traveling to abroad will increase and it becomes cheaper. But any foreigner visiting to India will become costlier. Now let's say for example, Indian, let's say Shashikiran, he bought one flat in Dubai, na, Burj Khalifa apartment and all. I always want Indian rupee to depreciate. Whenever I'm getting rental income every month, for every dollar, instead of getting 85, I should get, suppose if reverse happens, $1, 90 becomes $1. I will get lesser money now. So as an investor, if Indian who has invested in abroad, I always want foreign currency too, Indian currency too. But if I have borrowed loan, I want Indian currency to appreciate. Why? When I borrowed loan, $1.90. When I'm repaying $1.85, I need not to repay 90. I will repay 85. See, if Indian who has borrowed from abroad, I always want foreign currency too, domestic currency too. See, I borrowed a loan when $1 was. When at the time of repayment, $1 has become. I need not to repay 90. Now I will repay it. Shortcut to remember, when currency gets appreciated, currency gets, now reverse, when rupee gets depreciated. Let's say for example, $1, it was 90 rupee. Now suppose if $1 becomes 100 rupee, $1 becomes, now rupee got depreciated. When rupee gets depreciated, what will happen to exports? Increase. Imports. Now Indian goods are becoming cheaper to foreigners. For $1, earlier they used to buy goods worth of 90, but for same $1 they can buy goods worth of See, Indian goods will become cheaper to the rest of them. So our exports will, but we don't import much because for us imports have become costlier and foreign goods will become costlier too. Since we should export more, we should produce more or produce less. To produce more, employment opportunity increases or decreases. Simple. GDP growth rate will happen because you are producing in India. You need to export from India, so you should produce. When you are producing in India, GDP will increase, employment will increase. That leads to improvement in the current account value. But the one problem is that whenever currency gets depreciated, inflation will increase. Both inflation, demand pull and cost push. Sir, how? Since you are exporting more and more, stupid fellow, you are not concentrating for the demand inside the country. Your interest is to only and only. So inside your country, you will create a shortage. Even though demand is there, you will not supply more. You will supply demand more, supply less, excess demand. Whenever it happens with the excess demand, prices will inside your country. And not just that, imports have become costlier now. So you are not importing much. But you can't stop importing everything, life-saving drugs, petroleum products. Still, even though if it is costly, you should. When you're importing itself is at high price, will you sell them in India at high price or less price? Cost push inflation. Because you can't sell that imported commodity at a lesser price. Now we should sell that also at the higher price. Clearer? And see, Indian foreign traveling will become. And Indians who have borrowed from abroad, our cost of borrowings will increase. I borrowed at $1.90, but at the time of repayment, I should repay at 100. Cost of borrowings are increased. So good things, bad things. Good things of depreciation of currency. GDP will, employment, export, current account value will, our foreign exchange reserves will increase because we are exporting more and more. We will earn money now. Next, bad things. Cost of traveling to abroad will, cost of borrowings from abroad will, cost of essential imports will increase. Total inflation will increase. By this, entire unit 4 of chapter 9 comes to an end. Clear? Flip back. Moving to the last unit and the most important unit, FDI and FPI. Two questions will come. One to most repeated question every time. Types of FDI. That is most repeated question. Go through this before moving to unit 5. Any doubts in any of this? Let me know. Devaluation, reduction in the value of domestic currency. Revaluation, increase in the value. That means it'll have an appreciation at the karadvala. Same, we will call it as revaluation. Depreciation, devaluation ಅಂತ ಕರಿತೀವಿ. This is under fixed. Appreciation, depreciation under floating. Just exchange rate. Which system is the nation following? In India, now we call it as appreciation, and till 1991, we used to call it as devaluation. Managed float comes as a part of floating only. Under floating, it is managed. So it is appreciation and depreciation. Clear? Understood? In class, almost we would have taken some extra numericals, extra kind of scenarios. You need to write which currency appreciates, which currency depreciates. All that in detail we had done in the regular class. Normal class, we have done that. So if I want to do all that, today also we will not finish the entire economics marathon. Already first 3 days though, we have gone like full detail almost for everything. Done. Let's go to the next topic. Okay, next comes FDI and FP. Straight away, let me make your life simple. I will give the difference, major difference between FDI and FP. Foreign portfolio investment and foreign direct. See, simple. Investments on assets or infrastructure. What is it? Assets are in the country. That is called as FDI. Investment it on the capital market or securities market. Capital market or it can be hedge fund, mutual fund, retirement funds, any funds, securities market. That is called as FPI. The major differentiation is greater than 10% investment, FDI. Lesser than 10% investment, FPI. What is that? Greater than 10%? Lesser than 10%? FPI. And FDI is always and always for a long-term investment. Here it can be either or long-term investment. And whenever we invest in the FDI, I always want a management authority. What is it? And control. What is it? In decision making. In which making? Decision making. In decision making. Clear? But here, no management, no control. No management or no control. Purely speculative motive. Which motive? That means, boss, I will come to your country. I will invest it in securities market. Once the fund reaches the top level, I make nice profit. I will take out that money. I will say tata bye bye. I don't want any ownership. I don't want any managing control, nothing. And when you come to India, when you are producing in India, what is it? When you are producing, it will improve and provide employment opportunity. But here, no GDP, no employment, nothing gets impacted. Clear up. And the biggest advantage of FDI, that is a long-term investment. You can't take out the money so easily. It will be there in India for a very longer duration of time. And you have invested where? Assets on infrastructure of the country, and you need to have dash control. Clear up. So that is the reason we are giving more and more importance in the country on FDI, not on FPI, especially till 1991. Until which year? We never allowed foreign companies to come inside India or foreign goods to come inside India. Only after 1991, we allowed FDI in the country. Now, how do we enter India? There are two methods. How many methods? Automatic route approval. Which approval? Or government approval. Which approval? Government approval. See, these are the two different ways through which you can enter India. One is under automatic route, another one is under the government approval. And there was one more. Third type was there earlier. That is called as Foreign Investment Promotion Board. Now it has been scrapped. Now Foreign Investment Promotion Board has been replaced with Foreign Investment Facilitation Portal. What is it? Foreign Investment? So remember earlier, we also had a third type of entry, that is Foreign Investment Promotion Board. Presently, there is no Foreign Investment Promotion Board. That has been replaced with what? Foreign Investment Facilitation Portal. Now, after entering India, okay, either we enter through automatic route or either we enter through government approval. Okay, after entering India, how do we perform? What is it? How do we perform? Either by having a subsidiary company status. Which company? Either wholly owned subsidiary or partially owned subsidiary. You are under some Indian company. That means what is that? Under some Indian company. Now remember, even today, not for every FDI business, Government of India has allowed 100% investment option. Even today, for few FDI, 26% you can come and invest. That's it. That means remaining 74% of ownership is under Indian company. You are under an Indian company. You are under an. And for few companies, 49%. And for few companies, 74%. And only for few company. And even for few company, prohibited. You can't come to India at all. FDI is completely prohibited. For example, now, be careful. In chapter 10, when you are reading, and even in chapter 9, when you are reading, there are certain statements. Wait, let me show it. Insurance business. Which business? Earlier, it was 49% of FDI. But now they have made it as 74. Wait, I will show that it is there. I don't know how many. See here. Insurance company FDI ceiling is raised from 49 to. Earlier it was 49%. Now they can invest up to ICICI Lombard. ICICI is Indian. Lombard is not Indian. Bharati AXA Life Insurance. Bharati is Indian. AXA is not an Indian. Now that AXA is under the Bharati. Clear? So, like this, in many sectors, the FDI ceiling has been increased. Same way, in few sectors, FDI ceiling has been cut down. And few, we are not even allowing them inside India at all. Boss, you are completely prohibited. What is it? You are completely. You can't even come inside India. You have been totally restricted. Tata, bye bye. See, this is prohibition list. Lottery business, gambling and betting, chit business, Nidhi company. This is NBFC, non-banking finance company, collecting the funds from members and giving it as a loan. Trading in transferable developed rights, real estate business, manufacturing of tobacco and tobacco substitutes, and activities specifically reserved for a public sector. That means atomic energy generation and Indian railways. So these are the area of prohibition. What is it area of? FDI 0%. Clear? So in few business, 26, few business, 49, few business, only for few, 100, and even for few, completely prohibited. Clear? So how and all we can start the FDI business in India? By being a subsidiary company. Which company? Or through franchising. What is it? McDonald's, Subway, KFC, Burger King. These all are franchisee models. Clear up? Or else equity injection. Which injection? You will come, you will put equity greater than 10%. What is it? Anything greater than 10% of equity injection is called as an FDI. If not equity, retained earnings. What is it? Retained. Retained. That means whatever that you have earned as a profit in India, you can reinvest that in India, or else merger and acquisition. What is it? Mergers and acquisition. Clear? Merger and acquisition is also one more road. Greenfield investment. Which field? Greenfield investment. Complete 100% fresh investment. This facility was not at all there in India. You have come to India, you are investing. And also brownfield investment. Which field? Brownfield investment. Already the facility is there. You are coming to India, you are acquiring that and you are operating. Or else you can also go with JV, joint venture. What is it? Clear? See, being a subsidiary company, franchising, equity injection, retained earnings, mergers and acquisition, greenfield, brownfield, joint venture. These are the various forms through which you can operate in India. What is it? How can you enter inside India? Automatic route or government approval. Is that clear? So let us get started. FDI is most important point. From the FDI, majority of the questions are going to come. Clear? See, investment of greater than dash percentage, investment of greater than. See, it can be defined as the proceeds by the resident of a home country. That means some foreign country. Let's say a person from USA. He is coming and investing in India. India is called as a host country. India is called as a, and he is gaining dash rights. He is getting the voting power in the public or private enterprises by a non-resident individual. Voting rights is based on your equity participation. Clear? And where investor acquires dash, investor acquires an assets. That means he is investing on the assets in the host country, such as movement of capital, and he is having dash ownership, management, and control in the assets what he is holding. And it is always and always dash term investment. Long-term investment, direct investment comprises only the initial transactions as well as between the enterprises, and also all any further investments made or retained earnings made. Clear up, and it will improve dash and dash in the country. Employment and GDP. See one example, Suzuki from Japan has entered into joint venture with the, has entered into ways of performing equity injection, joint venture, merger acquisition. See, joint venture with Government of India to set up Maruti Udyog Limited. Only technology has come from Japan. Employment and GDP has increased in India. See, either you can bring through equity or whatever profits you earn, you reinvest it, or even by providing. Sir, what is this? Giving loan is FDI. Yeah. In general, giving loan is never FDI. But if any person has a stake of greater than 10%, what is it stake of? And then if he gives a loan, I have given one example at last. Let me show that example straight away. Wait, in the last, here, John extended loan to Victoria, a power production firm in which John has a stake of. John has a stake of greater than. If any individual has a stake of greater than 10%, and then if he provides an, now that loan money is also called as, see here, lending loan is not an FDI, but if a person holds a stake of greater than, and then if he provides a loan, then that is considered as an FDI. Clear? So in generic, giving loan is never called as an FDI. But if you have a stake of greater than 10%, and then if you give a loan, that money, loan money is also called as an FDI. See, FDI can be made by individual, incorporated or unincorporated, public or private, enterprise, associated groups, government and estates, and trust, and any other combinations of the above. They can invest. How do you invest? By opening a overseas company, including establishing your or even your branch, or through joint venture or joint development of any natural resource, purchase and annexation. That means taking over. Now, this is most important. Every attempt, one question will be there from types of FDI. There are 4 types of FDI. How many types are there? The very first one, horizontal direct investment. Which investment? Horizontal direct investment. That means I'm coming to another country and doing the same business. Let's take example, Yamaha. What is Yamaha known for? From Japan, they came to India and they're also starting the same bike business. That is horizontal. Next, vertical, similar business. Let's say Yamaha from Japan. They will come to India and they will start manufacturing tires. They will start manufacturing similar business now. See, if it is a similar business, which business? That is vertical investment. Similar business. If it is same to same, horizontal. Next comes conglomerate. Totally different. Yamaha from Japan will come to India. Rather than doing motor vehicle business, they will start selling musical equipments, guitar, pianos. Yes, Yamaha has it. Guitars, piano, musical equipment. That is called as conglomerate investment. Which investment? And next comes two-way direct investment, exchange offer. Yamaha, you come to India and you invest in India. We Indians will come to your country, Japan, and we will invest it in Japan. That is called as reciprocal or two-way direct investment. Which investment? Reciprocal or two-way direct investment. Clear? Next comes modes. Already explained about it. Opening up of a subsidiary or associate company greater than 20% stake, or equity injection, acquisition, merger and acquisition, joint venture, greenfield investment. And once they have asked this question, in India, 100% FDI under automatic route is approved under brownfield investment, especially airport projects of brownfield. Last attempt, the question has come. This 100%. I will show that. Clear? Now, what are the reasons for investing in FDI? See, simple, common sense. Number one, I want to expand my product market. In your country also, I will come and expand. In your country, resources are available abundant. I will come to your country, and your country is cheap labor ka dukan. We can pay 30,000 salary and we can appoint 5 people. For the same 1,50,000 in USA, I can only appoint 1 person. But in India, for same 1.5 lakh, 5 BCom students can be appointed. Technology is improving in your country. Bangalore, IT hub, next term, to earn. This is main reason. And I want to diversify my risk. That means new product, new country, Yamaha, musical equipments. Rather than starting that in Japan, they started in India. That means new product, new country, diversifying, and tax burden. Nirmala auntie said, don't worry, you come to our country. We will not exploit you. We will exploit our own people and we give benefits to you. Tax benefits are there, and avoiding the trade barriers. All this technical, non-technical, all this tax barriers, precursor to FDI. If you remember, I said, no, barriers will be there. It is not that easy to send the goods. Nirmala auntie will impose all the taxes and all. Next, in your country, environment standard is very low. We will exploit. We can pollute river. We can pollute air. No one will ask. But in my country, Europe and all, we can't do it. So all the manufacturing setups are there in Asia Pacific continent. Go to Hyderabad. River is completely dead. Pharmaceutical industry. Ahmedabad, another best example. Hyderabad, Ahmedabad. And textile, Tirupur. Next level exploitation of natural resources. See, we are exploiting. In India, no one has. Environment standards are very low. And political environment is good. Modi said, come exploit. I don't ask you much question. And political stability. No strong opponent. What he will do, stupid fellow. He will just hold like a constitution like this. We are the protectors of constitution. Stupid fellow. You people only have changed multiple number of times in your ruling. Next term. High interdependency is there. Clear? So one or the other way, either for manpower, either for resource, either for technology, we are one or the other way, we are interdependent with each other. Internationalization of business. That means my product should be available in multiple countries like Nestle, 190 nations. Product is available. Geographical advantage. Your country is located in such a beautiful way that we can connect it to the east as well as we can connect it to the west. Example, Afghanistan. Three continents it will connect. Middle East, Europe, and also Asian continent. And sometimes even we can go upwards. Even biggest Asian country, Russia. they can cater. So it is in the right in the middle, and growth rate in your economies in India is the fastest growing economy in the world. We also want to exploit you people and take advantage. That is the reason. These are the reasons. Advantages and disadvantages of FDI. See, large varieties of goods will be available because of foreign company coming to India. Competition will increase, so they will start selling at a lower price. Now, foreign company will also compete with our domestic company. Domestic monopoly gets eliminated. Positive competition environment. They will bring high-end technology and they will improve our employment. Effective use of environment. Bullshit. Over exploitations here. See, exploitation of natural resources. They will bring capitalistic technology, which is not at all suitable for India, which is labor-rich country, and they will only provide discriminatory employment, like low-level employment, all decision making and all in their country only. And they will bring outdated technology, and we call it as a high technology, stupidity, excessive exploitation of natural. Over a period of time, these stupid fellows will only grow and they will become over the period of time. So this is what FDI history before 1991 we never allowed. See, abbreviations are important. FEMA, SCZ, Foreign Investment Promotion Board, LPG, all this automatic route, government route. Government has initiated more and more actions, liberalization of rules and regulations, simplification, automation to encourage more and more FDI. We have signed one agreement called as MIGA to protect the foreign funds and 100% investment in multiple sectors. We have established FEMA under RBI to regulate foreign companies coming and acquiring in India or trading in India, merger, acquisition, greenfield investment, foreign technology collaborations. All this we are encouraging more and more. Clear? So FDI done. Next FPI, complete opposite, less than 10% investment, investment in stock, bonds, etc. There is no management control, either short term or long term. They are more and more of opportunistic to make the profit, and they will bring a huge money inside the country and they will take out huge money outside the country. So that will make domestic market more and more volatile. If they remove more money at a time, from past 2-3 weeks, what is happening in Indian stock market? Same. They are selling and selling, going almost 17 lakh crores has been sold in just 2 weeks. Money is leaving the country. Stock markets are tumbling like crazily, and there is no impact on employment and GDP. These people are more concerned about the safety of their funds. Anything small things goes wrong, they will say tata bye bye, and they will never provide employment, GDP, nothing. See, portfolio capital movement to recipient country potentially has the higher returns and profit. Where I can make higher returns, higher profit, I will come. And we are more and more concerned about our safety. If any investor confidence is shaken, capital will move fastly from one country to another country. That will make the host country capital market become more and more volatile. It's FPI, full opposite of FD. Where this entire chapter 9 comes to an clear, understood. Total 5 small units are there. How many small units? 5 small units are there. Clear? Let's go to the exam questions. Chapter 9. Okay, let's start from the September 25 attempt only. Equity injection means they're bringing equity capital. That means my stake of ownership. More than 10. Anything greater than 10 is considered as FDI. Anything lesser than 10, overall requirement in that 10 lesser than 10 is FPI. Anything more than 10%, then you have an ownership in the company. You are like a minute stakeholder. If it is less than 10, that means your intention is just profit motive, not to control the organization. Clear? Okay. Chapter 9. Okay, we'll get started here. See, ABC Limited, a company based in country A, imports machines from the country B recently. Country A introduces the measures that requires all importers to pay of the total value. If you remember, I said government will dictate the terms 3 months in advance. Financial measures. Clear. Which of the following constitutes the group of countries that have a free trade agreement among themselves and they can apply common external tariff trading block? RTA, types of RTA. Next, country X has seen an increase in their appreciation of currency of country X. Real effective exchange rate has increased. As a result, country X goods are becoming more and more expensive for the foreigners, because when your country currency gets appreciated, exports will decrease, imports will increase. Clear? And imports are for the other country has become cheaper. What is the likely effect? Now exports of country X will be less competitive. Next, in which of the following forms FDI 100% investment is allowed? But most of them wrote greenfield. And especially airport project. Clear? Brownfield. Next, who proposed that the country should export goods in which there is a greater absolute advantage, lesser disadvantage, greater advantage, comparative theory. David Ricardo, see, comparatively less comparison is made. Next, an anti-dumping duty is a protectionism tariff that the domestic government imposes on importer that is believed that prices below their fair market value. When the prices are lesser than their fair market value, then we will impose to make our products and the foreign products to be equalized or sometimes even greater than my domestic price to discourage the foreign price. Which of the following is not an example of technical barriers? By the way, what is technical barriers? TBT, animal life, plant life, human life, biodiversity life, eco labeling, quality, organic certificate. Clear? Sorry, animal plant is SPS now. Sanitary and cyto. Sanitary, technical barriers, shape, design, all this. Also, eco labeling, quality, organic, next import, quota, quantity restriction. Next, US based cell phone service provider expands its operations in India by offering some same business which they were doing in. Next, the government of India has imposed a tariff on steel products as under 5% on ad valorem or mixed. Which of the following is not the advantages of fixed exchange rate? An increase in speculation or the exchange rate movement. Whenever speculation happens, nothing is going to move. Fixed exchange rate, who will decide? Government. And they're asking which is not the advantage. In fixed exchange rate, nothing is going to change until government is going to change the exchange rates. That's it. May 25. Hey, where is chapter 9? Initially, yeah. Chapter 9. The theory of which of the following statements are? It is based on money cost. Opportunity cost. Wrong. Next. It is positive in nature. No. It will give us solutions. Now, positive signs will only just describe the problems. Only facts. It is normative. Yes. And does not take into account a factor price. No, we don't consider land, labor, capital, organization price. Yes. We only consider labor as an important factor, but we don't consider the prices, price differentiations in them. Yes, 3 and 4. 3 and 4 are correct related to comparative cost. Next, which one of this is the main reason why GATT lost their relevance in inadequate institutional structure and dispute resolution? They didn't add a proper dispute resolution between the member country if they have a conflict. Next, ad valorem tariff, fixed percentage, keyword here, fixed. A tariff that is set higher, that no imports, that means discouraging, prohibitory, most controversial topic. Next, long-term investments, FDI, speculative in nature. It helps developing the country. Government and central bank are not participating. Floating exchange rate. Next, an investment in which one investor establishes a business activity in the foreign country with the different from the main purpose, but in some way, but in supplement, similar business. Vertical investment in trade policy reforms includes removal of licensing procedures for policy reforms they are asking about. Clear? Next, an appreciation of the currency or a stronger currency makes the domestic currency more valuable. Our country value is increasing, so it is making more and more valuable so that we can buy more units of the foreign currency now. Larger units. Valuable, larger. Next. That's it. Approximately some 10 questions will come. Next, June 25 attempt. Opening only we got the questions. Jan 25. Now, which tariff is calculated on the basis of the specific content of the imported goods? Based on different spare parts, different taxes, specific content requirements of the imported good. Duties are payable based on components and related items. Technical tariff. Which tariff is expressed either on the basis of value of goods imported or both, either any one, whichever is higher, mixed tariff, the system in which nominal tariff rates on imports of manufactured goods are and intermediary raw material goods are lesser, finished goods high price, raw material less price. Escalated tariff. Which of the following is a measurement of protecting human life, animal life, plant life, sanitary and site of? Now, with regards to international trade, European Union, Customs Union. Next, factor endowment theory. Extra-Holland theory is also called as factor endowment theory or factor price equalization theorem. HO theory. Investments which are reciprocal. You come and invest in my country, I come and invest in your country. Can you observe in every paper, one question is coming from types of FDI. That is the most common repeated question. A total ban. Now, the theory of comparative advantage was given by. Next, which scheme? Okay, chapter 10, this is. Okay. Which act was initially aimed for regulating large firms which had, this is also chapter 10, MRTP Act, I said now, monopoly creation restrictions. Okay, which of the following country is not a member of G20? Argentina, India, Mexico, Tunisia. Tunisia. They are not a member. Next, which of the following sector FDI is not atomic energy? Next, September 24. In this, that asked 2 GK questions. I said now, September 24, they had asked 2 GK questions. Till date, how many RTAs are existing? 313. 9. This was GK question. Next, suppose the exchange rate from India to Euro. 1 euro, 80 will become 1 euro. 80 to 85. Appreciation or depreciation? Depreciation of Indian currency and appreciation of. Next, principles of absolute advantage theory. That is the ability to produce greater quantity of goods using the same amount of resources, that is labor, as compared to another country. North American Free Trade Agreement is an agreement between NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement between America, Canada, Mexico. TRIPS, Trade Related Intellectual Property Rights, full form. Next, cross rate. I said now, A is equals to B, B is equals to C. So in short, A is equals to, that is called as cross rate. Now let's say, for example, in many countries, you can't straight away exchange it. Let's assume India and Laos. Laos is next to Thailand. Now Laotian Kim, that is the currency of a Laos. Now in India, when you are exchanging, you can't straight away get the Laotian Kim. That means from Indian currency, IND to US dollar. Again from US dollar to Laotian Kim. That means we don't know the rate of Indian currency to straight away to Laotian Kim. We are comparing that with the US dollar. That is called as cross rate. Which rate? This is there in summary. This is not there in the main content. It is there in the summary. Last, after reading the ICA material, at last summary is there now. In the summary, they have given this. Next. What is the main difference between foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment? FDI is physical asset, FPI is on the financial asset. Now, foreign companies invest in India to benefit from the country's particular investment privilege, such as tax brackets and the comparative lower salary tax advantage, which is this foreign direct. Reasons for FDI. Next, the tariff where WTO members bind itself with a legal commitment not to raise. Which of the following is covered under the technical barriers to trade, both food as well as non-food products? That's it. Last paper, June 24. Here we have to search. They have not given in the continuous manner. The total ban. Repeated question. Mercantilism, that means only and only we should export. We should not at all import. Aggressive exports over the import for accumulating the wealth. Now, number of units, a foreign currency exchangeable to the 1 unit of local currency is called as. That means base currency is an. The number of units of foreign currency exchangeable to 1 unit of the. That means 1 Indian rupee is equals to $0.9. Base currency is a domestic. Counter currency is a foreign. See, 1 unit of local currency, indirect quote. Not there. Theory of comparative cost is dash in nature and it will dash takes into account the factor price difference. It is positive statement. Theory of comparative. First it will say what is the difference and it does not. What is it? By the way, positive or normative? Normative and does not. Option D is the answer, not B. Option D. D is the answer. Next, which is not a component of FDI according to IMF. See, that is portfolio investment. Portfolio comes under FPI, foreign portfolio investments. Next term, a duty levied on fixed percentage ad valorem. Under the WTO agreement, countries cannot normally discriminate between their trading partner because they are called most favored nation. Between WTO members, less tax. Non-WTO members, higher tax. Next up, an increase in real effective exchange rate. That means appreciation. Exports will decrease, imports will. That will lead to loss of trade competitiveness. We are unable to export more now. So loss of trade competencies. That's it, I guess. One more is there. Among the following, which is not an outcome of a tariff. See, tariff creates a trade distortion. Yes. Tariff increases government revenue. Yes. Tariff creates obstacles to trade and decreases the volume of import, and production in the importing country experiences a decrease in well-being. No. Option D. Now, the group of country that eliminates all kind of tariff among the trade among themselves, but has a common external tariff on trade with the outsider is called as customs union. See, common tariff for both import as well as export. Common regulation, both import as well as export. European Union, example, customs union. See there, RTA types, you have to be careful. Now, that's it. So these are the questions from chapter 9. So by this entire chapter 9 comes to an clear. Take a break, 15 minutes. Come back. Today I will take the class till 1 or 1:30. I hardly need 2 hours to finish the chapter 8. So once we are done for the day. Clear? Take a break, come back. 15 minutes break. Now the time is 11. We'll start back at 11:15. On dot 11:15, I will be starting the class. Okay. So the last and the final chapter, that is chapter 8. So chapter 8 has got 3 units. How many units are there? Unit number 1 that speaks about money demand. Unit number 2 is money supply. And unit number 3 is about monetary policy. So let us get started. Unit number 1, money demand. So before that, there is some small, chota things. That is, what do you mean by money? What are the characteristics of money? All these are your 11th and 12th syllabus. Same to same. So what do you mean by money? Money is a set of liquid financial asset. What is that set of? Variation in the stock. That means the quantity of money, if it varies, automatically that will impact on the overall economic activity. So money will act as a means of payment, store of value, medium of exchange, transferring of purchasing power. And also before we had a barter system. From the barter system, we entered into a coin standards. From the coin standards, later we entered into a paper currency. That paper currency is nothing but a that is materially worthless. What is it called as? Materially. We need to keep a backup reserve. Such reserves will be in the form of gold or forex. That is called as a reserves. Based on the backing of reserves, we are using it as a dash money, fiat money. That is paper currency. Now, from this fiat money concept, which is materially worthless, considered as a legal tender from the eyes of law. If law stops recognizing to consider it as a legal tender, that is what we call it as demonetization. What do we call it as?
Demonetization.
Clear up. So these are the nature of money, general characteristics, same 11th and 12th concept. Now from the paper currency, now we are moving ahead towards the digital currency. Which currency? That is CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency. Central Bank, or also called as e-rupee. What is it called as? Not your phone pay, Google Pay. So we have a digital wallet separately for it. That is called as a e-rupee concept. Clear? So from the barter, metal standard to fiat. Fiat money is nothing but paper currency. Now from the paper, next we are moving towards the digital currency. So this was the intro part. Which part? Same year, 11th and 12th standard syllabus, nothing new over there. So I didn't go much in detail. Now from this particular portion, we are going to have little detailed discussion. Demand for money. What is it? Do you guys need money? Why? To buy goods and services and satisfy our wants. That is called as derived demand. Which demand? In order to buy goods and services as a store of value, and in order to have a liquidity preference. Which preference? I need liquid money in my hand. I am having a liquidity preference. Along with this liquidity preference, I also have a dash demand, derived demand. So these are the two main important demand for money. What is it? Demand for money. I need liquid cash in my hand. Along with that, to buy goods and services. These are the two important demand. And there are six theories. 3 plus 3. What is it? 3 plus 3. Total 6 theories of international trade. How many theories are there? International trade. Demand for money. See, concentration. So theories of demand for money is 3 plus 3. What is it? 3 plus 3. Clear? So first 3. So understand this. Let me give it in a very simplest manner. Now the very first theory is a Fisher's theory. Which theory? Fisher's theory is also called as QTM, quantity theory of money, supported by our classical economist. Which economist? Before Great Depression of America, economy will always be at full employment, equilibrium. Government intervention is not at all important. Now they said, boss, money is only and only used for a transaction purpose. Which purpose? So QTM said money is only used for a dash purpose, transaction purpose. Yeah. Money is only and only used for a transaction purpose. Next comes the second theory, that is Cambridge approach. Which approach? So money is used for a transaction purpose as well as precautionary purpose. Next comes Keynesian theory. Keynes. Now three different purpose: transaction purpose, precautionary purpose, and speculative purpose. Which purpose? So these are the first three theories, which is most important. The QTM, set for a transaction. That means money is only and only used as a transaction motive. And it will focus on AS side. Which side? Aggregate supply side. But Cambridge approach will focus on AD side. Which side? So first let us understand the QTM. Money is only used for dash purpose, transaction purpose. And the formula is very simple. MV. Wait, I will write it in the other way. Price, transaction, M and V. See, that means in an economy, if money supply changes, which changes? Automatically the price level of goods and services will also change. See, this is AD component, AD side. This is AS component. That means in an economy, let's say there is 200 rupees, but the product price is 250 rupees. Can we able to buy? Highly impossible. Now the prices should also become 200. Suppose in an economy, let's say there are 300 rupees. How much of money is there? Now prices will also shoot up to 300. That means there is a direct connection. Which connection is there? Between money supply and price level. If at all money supply changes in an economy, if money in the hands of people increases, they will start demanding more. So general price level will also increase. So remember, there is a direct connection. Which connection is there? Between money and price level. Now let's say, for example, Shashikiran is buying the chocolates. Chocolate is rupees 100. Chocolate is rupees. That means there is an availability of money also rupees 100. Let's say I'm buying the chocolate for 5 times in a month or 5 times in a week. That means number of transaction is 5. That means number of times money getting circulated. Number of times money getting velocity. What is it called as? Is also 5 times. Velocity is dependent on transaction. Price is dependent on money. First, money supply changes, price will change. If number of transaction changes, velocity change. So that means there is a direct connection between M and P, V and T. Whenever M changes, P changes. Whenever transaction changes, velocity changes. So in short, MV is equal to PET. What is it? MV is equal to? And in an exam, whatever in a theoretical manner we are understanding, they will give a numerical problem based on this. And once they have done it, and very nice numerical problem, and they will play around with the options. Question number 71. In an economy, the money supply, that is M part, 500 crore, the velocity of money is 5 times, and the number of transaction is 10,000. Calculate the average price level. Now, what did we decided just now? MV is equal to PET. What is it? MV should be equal to P and T. Now, money is given. How much is that? 500 crore. And the velocity is 5 times. Number of transaction is 10,000. Now, they're asking for average price. What is it? Clear? That means now simple. 5 into 10,000. How much is that? 5 into 10,000. 50,000. Is that correct? Hello, we are doing it wrong. 500 into 5. Clear? That means this is AD component. This is AS component. So AD separate, AS separate. Now, why should we need to merge? So 500 into 5. How much is that? 2,500 crore. Now, the question is, how many times, let's say 10,000 times of the price, it will become 2,500 crore. Now the question is very simple here. Clear up. So we need to have M and V divided by T. What is it? M and V divided by T. Now 2,500 divided by 10,000. 2,500 divided by 10,000. How much is that? 0.25. So we got an answer as 0. But the problem is, in the question, they are given in the form of, but options are in. See, we have to be careful. So question is in crore, options is in thousands and lakh. Now, simple common sense it is. See, let's say, for example, 1 crore is nothing but 100 lakh. Do you agree? Now, 0.5 crore is nothing but 50 lakh. Do you agree? Now 0.25 is nothing but 25 lakh. But most of them got confused and they wrote it as even 25,000. So answer is 25 lakh. Is that clear? Anyone finding it difficult? So you should know how to convert that into a decimals or into a ratio part. Clear? So MV is equal to PET. What is it? MV is equal to? So this is AD side. But I said you, QTM focuses on AS side. And this is only with respect to actual money. Which money? Actual money. We don't just keep money in our hand. We also keep money in bank. So there is something called as M dash, P dash. This M dash is nothing but credit money. Which money? Credit money. And this is credit money velocity. So the formula will be P into T. What is it? P into T is equals to MV plus M dash V dash. The money is only and only used for a transaction purpose. Which purpose? And the Fisher theory gave importance to the supply side. Which side? They never gave importance to the demand side. In the demand side, they just said you need to multiply price into transaction. So when you multiply price and transaction, we get to know the demand side. And demand is a function of transactional relationship. Which relationship? Transactional relationship. Clear up. See, at last I've also explained about the CMV plus M dash B dash is equals to PT. MV is equals to PT. Actual money, actual and credit money. Clear? Now see there. The aggregate demand, AD, of money is a transaction purpose. Dash purpose. So QTM only focuses money as a dash purpose, transaction purpose that can be expressed as the number of transaction. If the T increases, the greater will be the demand for money. Now, Shashikiran, 100 rupee chocolate instead of buying 5 times. If you buy it 7 times, if you buy it, so it will become 100 into 7, 700. Clear up. So the main purpose is a transaction. If number of transaction increases, the total number of transaction multiplied by the price level represents the demand for money. And money is only used as a, that is QTM. Next comes neoclassical approach, also called as Cambridge approach. That means our neoclassical economists after classical, that is Alfred Marshall, Biggu, Robertson, Keynes, they have put forward different approach to QTM. Now they said money is used for transaction as well as precautionary. So the money demand is the proportion is K of nominal income, proportion of. Now in this formula, once they have asked a question, what do you mean by Y? What do you mean by Y is there? What is PY? What is P? Average price level. What is K? Proportion. That is Cambridge K. Clear up. Even they will ask a question from such formulas also. Wait, let me show them. Chapter 8. See here. What is the term? Y represents in MD is equals to proportion of PY. What does Y represents? What does PY represents? Nominal income. So we should also remember the components of the formula. Clear up. So in neoclassical approach, we consider dash motive as well as. So what is money demand? Money demand is a proportional of nominal income. Proportional of. So what is the total demand for money? Proportion. Let's say 20% of my nominal income, I will hold it as a demand for money. So proportional of nominal income. Now money is used for both dash purposes and precautionary purpose. They say, see boss, money will come once in a month, but expenditure has to be made throughout the month. So we need to have a temporary award, that is store of wealth, temporary store of. See, I don't spend money on one single day itself. Every single month, I will get salary on first of every month. I will spend the money, whole money will I spend on first of every month? No, I will store now. I will have to buy something after 1 week, after 15 days, after 20 days. So temporary store of wealth. What is it? Temporary store of, or also called as temporary award. What is it? Temporary. So remember, in QTM that will focus on supply side. Cambridge focuses on. See, QTM was only flow concept. Money was just a spend, but here it is also stored, stock concept. In QTM, money was only transaction motive. In Cambridge, money is transaction as well as precautionary motive. In QTM, it is just a medium of exchange. Here, along with medium of exchange, store of value. QTM and Cambridge. Now comes the real theory. Keynesian theory. See, the first two. Transaction and precautionary is dependent on income. But speculative is dependent on interest rate. Speculative is dependent on what? Okay, let us take an example. Now, let's say on 1st of January 2026. 1st of January 2000. Let's assume that I'm purchasing the bond. Now, let's say the bond price, BP, I will write bond price was rupees 100. And the interest rates in the market is 12%. Wow, superb, sir. High money is there. Now you tell me, will I keep money in my hand where interest rate in the market is very high? I will invest. That means I will convert my cash into bond. That means my cash holding, speculative demand for money. Which demand? speculative demand for money, will it be more or will it be high? Not even more, less. That means when interest rate is more, interest rate is, I will not keep money in my hand. Rather, I will invest it on the bond because I will get good returns. I will get good, let's say, after some 6 months, let's say on 1st of July 2026. Now, let's say bond price has become 500 rupees. Now, interest rate is just, present interest rate is how much? 4%, lesser. No, I will not, I don't want to keep money in bond because even my bond values have gone up now. That means I have 400 rupee capital gain. Which gain? Capital gain. See, boss, I invested at 100 rupee. Now I'm going to take out at 500. That means 400 rupees of cash gain. Capital gain. Clear. Now, if I just hold this 500 rupee, 4%, I will get 20 rupees. I want 20 rupee or I want 400 rupee. So when interest rate is low, I will sell it and I will hold money in hand. So speculative demand for money will increase. That means money which I'm holding in hand for a speculative purpose. Which purpose? That is mainly dependent on interest rate. If interest rate in the market is more, my demand to hold money will be less. Which money? Speculative demand for money. Suppose if interest rate is less, my speculative demand to money holding will be higher. So it is dash related, direct or indirect. Same as bond price and interest rate. See, when bond price is less, interest rate is more. When bond price is more, interest rate is less. That means interest rate and speculative demand, negative relation. Same as bond price and interest rate. They are also negatively related. Clear up? Interest rate, bond price, negative. Same way, speculative demand and interest rate is also negative. So there are two types of returns. One is capital gains, another one is an interest returns. Which return? See, returns on investment, that is interest. And also I earn a capital gain. Clear up? But we only speak from the interest point of view, but also we have a capital gain. If you just hold money in your hand, simply if you are holding money in your hand, will it put extra 10 rupee, 20 rupee? No. Opportunity cost of holding money is, rather than simply holding money in hand, we should invest. We should. So that is what my demand for money is, not to just buy goods and services, not for the sake of emergency. My demand for money is also for speculative purpose. Which purpose? This is Keynesian theory. Remember, transaction and precautionary motive is dependent on, if you earn more income, you will also spend more money. You will also save more money. But speculative money, speculative motive is based on, if in the market interest rate is more, I will not keep money in my hand. I will keep less money. In the market, if interest rates are higher, I will not hold money. If interest rates are lower, I will hold money in my hand. So speculative motive is dependent on, transaction and precautionary is dependent on. Clear us. Right away, we'll go to speculative motives. Here, the speculative motive refers to people desire to hold in order to take advantage of attractive investment opportunity for which we need a cash. According to Keynes, people will demand to hold money balance to take advantage of dash change, future change in rate of interest, same as future change in. That means presently I'm investing money when rupee, it is 100. In future, interest rates will become, or in future, bond price will become. My present investment is to take advantage of future change in bond price or future change in interest rate. Today, if I'm investing money, my intention is to take advantage in the future changes in bond price, or it is also called as future change in interest rates. Clear? Huh? So speculative demand for money is dash related with the interest rate, same as market price, bond price and interest rate. They are also inversely related. See, suppose if the current interest rate is higher, let's say if the present interest rate is 10% and we expected the critical interest rates to be 6%. I expected it to be 6, but presently it is. Will you hold money in hand or will you hold it in the bond? Bond, boss, I will convert all my speculative money into bond. See, at the higher rate of interest, we will convert our cash into, or let's say if the current rate of interest is lower, just to 4%, but I expected it to be critical interest rates to be 6, but it is not 6. Presently it is 4. At the lower current rate of interest, we convert our bonds into a liquid cash. Clear? Any doubts in this? So in short, transaction motive, precautionary motive is dependent on, but speculative motive is dependent on. So the total demand for money, what is in total? Is a demand for all the three: transaction, precautionary, and this is Keynesian theory. At the high rate of interest, let's say if interest rate is 10%, we will not hold cash in hand. Zero. See, money holding as a speculative. If interest rate becomes 6%, 50-50. If it is becoming 4%, more in cash, less in investment. Just 2%, more in cash, very less in investment. Clear? Understood? So this is speculative demand. Now comes one of the beautiful topic, liquidity trap. If you remember, I explained about crowding out. Which concept? When economy is not performing well, if our thumbs up fellows, if they borrow loan inside, they will increase the interest rates. That will lead to crowding out. Now, when economy is not performing well, if interest rate becomes almost zero, what is it? But it's of no use keeping money in bank. Interest rate is like almost zero, like 0.5%, 0.2%, 0.1%. Even today, in reality, Japan interest rate is 0.5%. In Japan, people, they don't wish to invest money at all. They will be only buying goods and services. People will not even keep money in their bank account or maybe in the investments. They will hold everything in hand. That is what liquidity trap. What is it? When interest rate becomes almost zero, when interest rate becomes, speculative demand for money will become perfectly elastic. What do you mean by perfectly elastic? Infinite. Whatever money that you supply to the market, everything will become horizontal or parallel to the x-axis. Parallel to the, people will only and only hold money at the given interest rate. And moreover, interest rate is like almost zero. And in real life, the Bank of Japan has experienced a Keynesian economic theory of liquidity trap. Even today, interest rate is only 0.5%. Now, this statement is important. The speculative demand for money will become perfectly when the interest rates for the speculative demand is parallel to the x-axis. Why will this happen? Because the interest rate is like almost zero. This is called liquidity trap. So these are the first three theories of international trade. First one is Fisher theory, QTM. Second one is Cambridge, neoclassical. In Fisher theory, money is only used for a transaction purpose. And in case of QTM, money is used for transaction and Keynesian theory, money is used for transaction, precautionary, speculative. Speculative money is dependent on transaction and precautionary is dependent on speculative demand and interest rate is dash related. Clear? Understood. When interest rate is more in the market, we will not keep money in hand. Speculative demand for money will become lesser. When interest rate is less in the market, then we will take back all our investment and we will hold more speculative demand for money higher. Clear? Understood. So these are the first three theories of international trade. Which theories? First three theories of. Next, post-Keynesian theory. What is it? So after Keynes, three more theories have come into a picture. Inventory approach. Which approach? That is like storytelling, all the three. Easy. Now, Baumol and Tobin. Who introduced it? Baumol and. Now, Baumol and Tobin said, see boss, whatever name you guys call it as speculative motive, precautionary motive, end of the day, I call it as a transaction purpose. Which purpose? And money is like any other inventory held. Money is like any other for a transaction purpose. That means you call it either for safety, either for investing, whatever. Money is like any other inventory, like closing stock. Variation in this closing stock will affect. Now, simple. Whenever you convert your cash into bond, what is it? Whenever you convert your cash into, there is something called as brokerage charges. Whenever you convert, you should pay brokerage charges. If you convert more times, you will pay more and more brokerage charges. Without converting, if you just hold cash in hand, opportunity cost. So you should convert in such a proportion that bond market transactions has to be lesser and returns from bond market should be higher. Clear up. You should earn more money from bond market without even investing. If you simply keep cash, that will not put extra money. So there is an opportunity cost. But you should not convert more times. If you convert more times, you will end up losing money in the That's it. That is called as inventory approach. Money is held like any other inventory. Money is held like, you call it any name, transaction motive, precautionary, speculative, everything put together, we call it as a transaction purpose. Money is like any other inventory held. Money is like any other, and it is viewed from the inventory management. If you just keep money in hand, opportunity cost. Clear? If you go and keep it in your demand deposits, no interest, nothing. Savings deposit, some interest. But if you keep it in bonds and shares, good interest, but also there is a risky. So you should know in what proportion, in which particular place you should keep the money. Don't convert more times and lose brokerage charges. Pay more and more money in the name of brokerage charges and you will lose out money. If you don't convert, if you just keep it simply in your hand, opportunity cost. Which cost? Opportunity cost is involved. Clear? Next comes, this is beautiful. My favorite it is. Friedman's theory. Milton Friedman. What is it, Milton? Said you should consider future income's present value. Which income? Future incomes. Let's take up an example. Assuming today, 2025 December, one plate pani puri 40 rupees. One plate pani puri in 2030, 2000, one plate pani puri 100 rupees. That means what will be 100 in 2030? Today it is how much? That means future income. Let's say in 2030, if you are earning 100 rupees, today its value is. That is what. Whenever you're investing on asset, whatever returns you will get, that is in future. That is in. Consider that future income's present value. Let's say, Shashikiran, you're investing on a car to drive it as a taxi, to draw it as a taxi. Now you're investing 7 lakh. You're investing. Okay, now Shashikiran said, I am buying a 7 lakh rupee car. In future, in 5 years, I will earn 15 lakh from this car. When I will earn this 15 lakh? 5 years down the line. But Shashikiran, today, what is the value of this 15 lakh rupee? What is the present value? Which value? Of your future income. See, this 15 lakh rupee is a future income. You will earn this in 2030. But how much is the value of this 15 lakh in 2025? So discount the value. Present value has to be calculated for the future income. Which income? Let's assume same discounted rate, index, everything we took. And we identified this 15 lakh rupees present value is 6 lakh. 15 lakh rupees present value is? Shashikiran, how much are you spending on car? What is the present value of this 15 lakh rupees? Hey, bad investment, man. Presently, you're investing 7 lakh. The present value of future income is only. That means you are getting 6 lakh rupees in return at present. Bad investment. Don't do it. Suppose if this 15 lakh rupees present value is 9 lakh. Shashikiran, you are spending 7 lakh on car. Good investment. Go ahead. That is what. Milton Friedman considered future income's present value. In statistics, you had something called as time value of money. Same concept. Mathematics. I'm non-maths, non-stat students. By mistake cleared in CACPT. Don't worry. So consider future income. What is it? Present value. Clear? So Keynes considered present income, present value. But Friedman has considered future income's present value. That is Friedman's restatement of quantity theory. Which theory? Quantity theory. See, we have permanent income. Which income? Of all your investment. What is that it will earn? If you are keeping cash, zero returns. Bond, interest as a return. Stocks and shares, dividends as a return. If you keep it in savings bank account, interest rate. If you keep it in time deposit, which deposit? FD, much more better return. What is it? Much more better returns will be there. Clear? So there was a question. Time deposits to demand deposit ratio. If this increases, that means banks will have more money to give more and more loans. If you are keeping money in time deposit, next it will come. Unit 2, I will explain about this. So if you keep in time deposits, FD, you will get much more good returns than savings deposit. Clear? But still consider your future income's dash value. That is Friedman's restatement. See, different asset classes are there. Money, zero returns. Interest will be on. Dividends you will earn from equity. See, present income, discounted interest rate. Reduce that value by using discounted interest rate. Either keep money in the form of or cash, that is liquid money, bond, equity, physical capital, or human capital. And there is a positive relationship with respect to price. Year by year, price keeps on because of inflation. And if you simply hold money in your hand, there is an opportunity cost that has got an inverse relationship. If time passes, value of money keeps on decreasing because of inflation. Because of today you have 100 rupees in your hand. If you go to Pani Puri shop, you will get 2.5 plates. After 5 years, same 100 rupee will only get you one plate. That is killing the value. Clear? So there is an inflation rate. That is positive inflation rate. Which inflation? This brings to last theory, behavior towards risk. Simple. That is given by James Tobin. Who gave it? See, James Tobin said, see boss, any person for it matter, you should always take a combination of safe and risky assets. 50% safe, 50% risk. Or if not, go with less risk too. They are called as risk aversion theory. Which theory? So slowly start investing, slowly understand the market, then you increase your risk. So this is recommended, or this is recommended, but this is never recommended. Straight away invest in high risk and slowly, oh, I made a mistake. Then you are reducing. Don't. Or if you don't want to take a risk, only just keep money in hand. Opportunity cost is higher. What is it? So what is the combination of risk that you are planning to take? Is it mixture of safe and risk or low to high? You are called as risk aversion. Any risk aversion will never choose a more to less. And this is like stupidity. Like our great grandfathers. Just keeping money in locker. That money will not put extra 10 rupee. But money value keeps on decreasing because of positive inflation. That is opportunity cost. By this entire unit 1 comes to an end. Total 6 theories. How many theories? First 3 theory. QTM, Cambridge, Keynesian. After Keynesian, which are the post-Keynesian theory? Inventory approach, Friedman theory, behavior towards risk. Clear up. Baumol and Tobin. Which theory they give? Inventory approach. Milton Friedman. James Tobin. Behavior towards risk. Especially they will ask the names of the person who introduced this. Clear up. By this unit 1 comes to an end. Any doubts in unit 1 before moving to unit 2? Now unit 2 is my favorite. Because my favorite topics are there. Money multiplier, credit multiplier, M1, M2, M3, M4 calculation. That is one of the most favorite question to ICI. Money supply. See, unit 1 spoke about money demand. How much money are we demanding in the economy? Clear up. But when demand is there, to equivalent matching that, there should be supply. Now remember, when we speak about money supply, there are 2 important sources of money supply. How many important sources? The very first source, primary source, that is central bank. Which bank? In India, RBI. RBI is the one who prints currency and they will circulate the currency into the economy. That is the primary source. Secondary source, commercial bank. Which bank? In borrowing and lending activity. Which activity? Borrowing and lending activity. Let's say, for example, Mr. Shashi, he went and deposited 100 rupees in a bank account. How much did I deposit? 100 rupees in a bank account. Now RBI will say to commercial bank to maintain reserve. Let's say 10%. That means 10% money bank has to keep aside. That is rupees 10. And remaining money is how much? Now this balance 90 rupee, now bank can give it as a loan. Let's assume Mr. Kohli uncle will come and borrow loan. From whom? Bank. That is bank A. How much? 90 rupees. Clear up. That means now Kohli uncle can withdraw how much? 90 rupees at any point of time. Now Kohli uncle has a loan account. Shashi uncle has a savings account. Now Shashikiran can withdraw. Kohli can withdraw. But in reality, bank has only and only. But liability is 190. How did this extra 90 rupee come into picture? By way of giving loan. This is called credit money. Which money? Now this credit money doesn't have any backup or reserve. See, our normal money, whatever issued by the central bank, gold, forex, they will be keeping as a reserve. That is why the statement is given on the note. I promise to pay the bearer a sum of rupees 50, 100. There is a backing, but credit money, there is no backing. So there are 2 sources of money supply, which is the primary source, central money, central bank money, high powered money. What is it called as? There are 3 different names for it. HB, high powered money, or monetary base. What is it? Or fiat money. Which money? 3 different names are there. High powered money, monetary base, or fiat money. So that is the primary source of money supply. Which is the secondary source of money supply? credit money created by commercial bank. Clear? So even before understanding this in detail, first we should understand the concept of money supply, stock concept and flow concept. Which concept? See, simple it is. Stock. What is the total currency printed and circulated by RBI? Printed and that is called as in that stock. How much is with the availability with the for the transaction purpose? That is called as flow. Now we need to understand, by the way, who is this public? Whom do we call as a public? So rather than understanding who is called as public, understand who is not included in public. That is important. So who is not included in public? Government and banking system. Who is not included? Government and banking. That means producers of money. One is primary source, second one is secondary source. So these two people are never called as a public, and these people's money is never a public money, like interbank deposit. One bank keeping money with the another bank. Money held by government and the banking systems are not included in public money. Clear up? So in short, government and banking system, these are producers of money. They are excluded from the definition of public. Then except these two, everyone else, including foreign central bank and foreign international organizations like IMF, World Bank, who are keeping their money with the RBI, even that is called as public definition. See, we have understood the definition of public in a theoretical point of view, but in an exam, they will give a numerical problem. Question number 93. Calculate currency with currency in circulation. Yes, in the hands of public. Coins in circulation. Yes, in the hands of public. Coins or cash with the with whom it is? Which is not with public. And coins with bank, not with public. Add this two, subtract this two. That's it. Whichever is with the public, add it. Whichever is with the bank, subtract that. Do it. First to do you add, next to do you subtract. We have understood. See, we understood in a theoretical form, but the question comes from the numerical way. Clear? What is the answer? 2,62,548. Clear? Okay, one more question. Solve it. Question number 56. Notes in circulation added. Circulation of rupee coins added. Small coins added. Cash on hand with whom? Only this last one subtract. First three added. Very difficult question. And you don't worry. Even people have made blunders in such questions. Even after understanding definition of public, see, there can be any such kind of numerical problem. See, we saw MV is equals to PT. We explained in theoretical, but they're asking numerical. We understood public, who is not included in public, but they're asking numerical from that. See, any theory concept can be converted into practical numerical. You should be knowing the concept to solve them. Clear? See, common sense these all are. So remember, whom do you call as a public? One who is not a producers of money. What is it? One who is not a who is that producers of money? Government and banking system. Who is that government? Central, state, and all local bodies. What is government? Central, state, and all local bodies. And what is banking system? One who accepts which deposit? Current account, savings account, deposit. And one who come under the Reserve Bank of India. They are called as banking system. Clear up. Next, sources of money supply. Already I spoke about this too. High powered money and credit. High powered money. That is a money issued by the that is the primary source of money supply in the country. And that money is also called as fiat money. What do you mean by fiat money? Materially worthless. Clear up. And that fiat money depends upon the decisions taken by the central bank and authorities, that is government confirming it. How much money should be printed and supplied. Credit money, that is created by the commercial bank in the process of borrowing and lending activity along with the public. Even this money of lending, how much to be given as loan, how much not to be given as loan. Even that is decided by the RBI, central bank. That means directly and indirectly, who is controlling the money supply in the country? RBI, CBDC, central bank digital currency. Even that is called as a legal tender, but it is printed in a different form, digital. So it is called as a digital rupee. In India, cryptocurrency is not a legal tender. That is classified as an asset category. Which category? Now, this brings to the main topic of your syllabus. M1, M2, M3, M4. Measurements of money supply till 1966 and 1967. RBI in themselves used to calculate the money and they used to call it as a narrow money. Which money? That is M1. And later, 1967 and 68, they went with a little more broader concept of money and they call it as AMR, Aggregate Monetary Reserves. And later, from 1977 and later, they came up with 4 measurements. How many measurements? So M1 is also called as narrow money. M3 is called as broad money. M1 is most liquid. M1 is M4 is least liquid. M4 is dash liquid. And one of the most hot favorite question to ICI in terms of numericals. In terms of what? That is M1, M2, M3, M4 formulas. So what is M1 formula? Currency notes and coins with public. Demand deposits with them. That is called CASA deposits. Other deposits with RBI. These 3 things put together is called as M1. Next comes M2. M1 plus savings deposit with post office savings banks. Savings deposit with post office. Next M3 is net time deposit. That means fixed deposits, FDs. Next, M4 is M3 plus total deposit with post office excluding national saving certificates. These are public money with the government. If you remember budget chapter, consolidated fund, contingent fund, public account. Which account? Government has borrowed loan from general public by giving certificates, tax benefits. So that money is not with the public now, it's with the government. That is why we are subtracting that from the M4. So which is most liquid? M1. Which is least liquid? Which is called broad money? Which is called narrow money? So all these 4 formulas are most important. In an exam, you can expect a numerical problems from all these 4 formulas. Which is, no, I will say this. New formulas are there. NM1, NM2, NM3. Now, broad money in the sense, it should also consider from the banking system alone. What is that? But now in M4, to be frank, we call it as L1, L2. That also includes financial institutions. That is why we are not considering. M3 is considered as a broad money because it is from the banking system. Which system? M4 includes post office. M3 is the last for banking, time deposit. We are only considering whichever is there under the banking system. Only banking system is considered. Non-banking, we are never considering. So broad is M3, not an M4. Clear up? Okay, now solve the questions. Wait, let me show the exam questions. Now you solve it. Now, question number 49. Done? Answer. 5 lakh. 60. 8,000. There is one more M3 question. Here, which of the following is not included in M1? Demand deposits, currency with public, other deposits, time deposit. Where will time deposits will come? M3. And see, there is one more beautiful question which is in the summary. I said, nah, some questions will be asked from the nook and corner of summary. This is about broad money. Which money? This they have played around with this. Broad money includes currency deposit with aggregate maturity up to 2 years, deposit redemption up to 3 months, and debt security up to 2 years. And this, to be frank, this should never be asking at all. It was little complicated. Only one question. What is it? I said, nah, in your entire paper, some 1 or 2 GK questions will come. Or any one question from the summary, somewhere nook and corner. See, to be frank, in every paper out of 100 marks, either in micro 1 GK, macro 1 nook and corner, some 2 to 3 questions, they will ask from nook and corner or from the summary. Not out of 100, 10 marks, 15, hardly 2 or sometimes just 1. Expectation is 1, but if they want to screw your happiness, 2 or 3. They can go up to 3 marks like that, or worst scenario 5 marks. Worst scenario. But till now 5 it has never come like that. Maximum is 3. 2 GK, 1 nook and corner. Clear? One more problem is there. Wait, I will show. I think September attempt only. Calculate M3. M3, first M1. After that, time deposits has to be added with that. Done. Answer. 3, 4. Clear? Now, there is one twister here. Superb twister. Wait, let me straight away open your ICI material and let me show it. There is a high chances there is one area where till date they have never asked it, but I am expecting that they will be asking the question. So get ready. ICAI, close it. BOS knowledge portal, chartered accountant, new study material, CA foundation, English medium. Consider May 26 onwards only. Better. Next, someone will be watching this in the YouTube also now in the future. It is same. There is no changes in that particular material. Chapter 8, Unit 2. Now, at last I said, summary important, summary important. Now see, in your syllabus, when you are understanding, they have only explained about M1, M2, M3, M4 formula. Which formula? M1, M2, M3, M4. But at the summary, they have also changed it. Reserve money, NM1, NM2, NM3, L1, L2. Can you see that? M1, M2, M3, M4. After that, reserve money. Which money? Can you see the second line? Reserve money equal to currency in circulation, bank deposits with RBI, other deposits with the RBI. Now see here at the top. Can you see complete top, second line. First line, last corner. Reserve money equal to currency in circulation, bank deposits with RBI, other deposits with RBI. Now see, the formulas have changed. NM1, NM2, NM3. L1, L2. See, till date, they have never asked this. There is a high chances. And the information is in summary. Information is in. And next unit, there is one more. Narasimhan Committee, CRR, SLR concept. Even the question already they have asked. That is from the summary. In the main content, information is not there. Content is in the summary part. So remember, along with M1, M2, M3, M4, kindly look into this and go. Reserve money formula. NM1 is nothing but M1 only. NM2, NM3, L1, L2. See, this can be the question because ICA is good in asking such kind of questions from summary. And this information is already in the summary. Clear? Understood? So be careful. In this area, you can also expect a question. Till date, they have never asked it. So there is a high chances. Which chances? High chances. Clear? Next comes the superb concept. Money supply and money multiplier. Which concept? See, first we will understand money supply. Along with that, I will explain money multiplier. For that, we need to understand behavior of 3 different people. Number 1, behavior of RBI. Next, behavior of commercial bank. Which bank? And behavior of general public. See, very simplest concept, but people will confuse here. See, what is this? RBI has to print high-powered money and they have to circulate. So, money supply should increase as a stock variable. As a which variable? And whatever this RBI is printing and circulating money now, we believe that commercial banks is not keeping excess reserve. Which reserve? See, if you remember, I gave this example. See, 10% is a reserve. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where did it? Here. See, Shashikiran is depositing 100 rupees in the bank. Banks are keeping reserve of how much? See, this is a required reserve. Which reserve? Which will be specified by RBI. Who specifies this? Now, RBI asks them to keep 10%. We believe that commercial bank will only and only hold They will not show any extra talents like extra 2%, 1% and all. We believe whatever RBI has instructed. Commercial banks will only follow those instructions and they will only keep required reserve. Which reserve? But sometimes commercial bank will show extra talent. Excess reserves they will hold. Required reserves plus excess. Required was 10. These guys kept another 2% extra. Now what is total reserve? Total reserve is 12%. Whenever commercial banks holds excess reserve, multiplier value will decrease. Multiplier value will, that means number of times that money is getting circulated in the economy will decrease. How? Because the formula is very simple for multiplier. 1 divided by RRR. What is it? 1 divided by, Appa, not your Rajmouli's Raudram, Ranam, Rudiram, RRR. That is one stupid movie. Leave it. Now this is 1 divided by RRR. Clear, Ram? So remember, 10 percentage, 0.1. So 1 divided by 0.1, how many times? 10 times. How many times? That means money will multiply 10 times. Suppose if RBI prints 500 crore, that money will multiply 10 times and it will ultimately become 5,000 crore. Now, commercial bank, now, RBI asks them to keep a reserve of 10 percentage, but these students, not students, these stupid fellows, they kept 2% extra, total of 12 percentage. 1 divided by 0.12. How much? 8 point. Now same 500 crore, instead of multiplying 10 times, it is multiplying only 8.33 times. What is the end value? 4,000. See that? Instead of becoming 5,000 crore in the economy, now it has become. Now see, why did this happen? Because of just this 2% extra reserve. So whenever commercial banks maintains excess reserve, multiplier will automatically decrease. So excess reserve and multiplier are inversely related. Same way. Okay, let's assume our commercial bank is not showing any extra talent like this. They are only holding required reserve. But sometimes my general public will show extra talent. How? By maintaining more cash in the hand. By maintaining more. That is capital C is equals to small c divided by small d. Clear up? Small c. I made a mistake. One second. Small c. That is cash reserve. Small c is equals to capital C divided by capital D. That means if people hold more cash in the hand rather than depositing money, automatically multiplier value will go down. I want general public to deposit more money in bank, not to hold money in hand. Clear up? If you hold more and more money, now let's assume RBI printed 500 crore and pumped into the system. Commercial bank didn't maintain any excess reserve, but general public is holding 500 crore rupees extra cash in hand. Nullified now, one credit to one debit, multiplier effect 0. Same way. Now, sir, general public is not showing extra talent. Commercial bank is showing their extra talent. RBI printed 500 crore rupees of extra money and pumped into system. These stupid fellows are keeping 500 crore excess reserve. One credit, one debit, nullified effect 0. Clear up? So we believe that all the three people's behavior has to correlate and work together. RBI should print more currency and they should pump into the system. That money will come to commercial bank without keeping any excess reserve. By just holding required reserves, which is set by the RBI, that money has to be given as loans to the economy. And general public, when they get money in their hand, they should not keep more cash. Rather, they should deposit more money. So joint behavior of all the three. What is the joint behavior of? Will define money multiplier and money supply. Money multiplier and? So what is that? First we will understand money supply. So money supply is multiplier of monetary base. That means RBI printed 500 crore and pumped in. Now this money is getting multiplied by how many times? 10 times. So 500 multiplied by 10 times. How much is that? 5,000 crore is a money supply. Clear. Now same formula. Multiplier is money supply divided by monetary base. What is it? Multiplier is money supply divided by monetary base. Total money supply 5,000 crore. Monetary base was 500. So how many times? 10 times. And I also explained one more formula. Small m is equals to 1 divided by RRR. Clear? Understood? So this is the concept of money supply and money multiplier. We believe that commercial banks should not keep excess reserve. We believe that general public should not hold excess cash in their hand. Clear? So remember, high powered money, the central bank's behavior is mainly on external factors. Which factors? That means how much money is needed in the economy, that has to be calculated. Based on that, RBI has to print the currency note and pump in. But general public behavior is an internal factor. That is up to you. How much of goods will you buy? How much of money you want to hold? When you will spend? When you will not spend? That is mainly on your internal factors. Now that is endogenous, internal. But RBI behavior is an external. So in short, combined behavior of all the three. So joint behavior of central bank, commercial bank, and general public. That will define the money multiplier approach. So for that, very first one is monetary base. That is high powered money issued by the central bank. So the concept of money multiplier approach. First, we will understand money supply. What is money supply formula? Small m is equals to MS, money supply. Money supply is equals to multiplier into monetary. By using the same formula, multiplier is money supply divided by monetary base, or 1 divided by, and there is also third formula. Which formula? Third formula. Now this third formula is already explained this. Suppose if it is 10%, 5%, see, simple. Whenever required reserve ratio decreases, multiplier value will. So they are inversely related. Which related? Suppose if commercial bank keeps excess reserve, automatically multiplier value decreased. Excuse me, someone is scolding very nicely. You guys only, yeah? Last day climax movement also. Okay, nice. Next, it is a joint behavior of high powered money issued by the central bank and behavior of the commercial bank with respect to the excess reserve and behavior of the general public in respect to the currency to deposit ratio. Which ratio? See, small e, it is not R, it should be small e. Small e is ER divided by D. That is excess reserve divided by deposit. See, whatever I just explained, the same to same explanation is given here. In terms of general public, what is it in terms of? If you remember, I said time deposits to demand deposit ratio. If you keep more money in the time deposit, which deposit? Comparing to demand deposit. That means you bank know it very well, boss. Next 1 year, you will not come and touch this money. When you are not coming and touching this money, they can easily give loan to someone. Suppose if you just keep your money in savings bank account, you have phone pay, Google Pay, checkbook, ATM. Whenever you want, you will withdraw. Suppose if you keep your money in current account, that is demand deposit, you will not even get any interest. If you keep your money in the savings account, which account? You will get some returns. What is it? You will get there? Some returns. Clear? But if you keep money in the time deposits, better returns. And moreover, bank is also full happy. You will not come and touch that money for next 1 year. So we can give more and more loans and advances. Clear? So as a customer, you have an option. You want to keep it in the demand deposits, or you want to give it in the savings deposit, or you want to keep it in the time deposits. But before that, we should make sure that our people are having more and more of dash habit. If like my grandfather, great grandfather, if everyone is keeping at home in Kajori only, then that will not put additional 10 rupee as grandson and all. So we have to keep money in bank. Banking habit should be increased. Banking habit should be. So in short, summary, joint behavior of central bank, commercial bank, and general public defines the concept of money multiplier approach. Now there is one more formula. Now listen to this. So what was the formula for money supply? What are all the formulas of money supply? MS is equals to multiplier into monetary base. Clear? What is multiplier formula? Money supply divided by, or else 1 divided by RRR. Now there is one more addition to this formula list. 1 plus C divided by R plus E plus C into H. H is high powered money. What is it? H is? See, small c is currency to deposit ratio. Small e is excess reserves to deposit ratio. Small r is nothing but required reserve ratio. So what is the new formula for money supply? 1 plus c divided by r plus e plus c into h. If you just remove this h, that is money multiplier. And from this area, you will expect a question. There is one problem which I have also solved in the class. In Grady's land, required reserve ratio is how much? Currency in the hand, people's hand deposit made us excess reserve. Let's assume, for example, they have not given this. Instead of billion, they have given values in million. See, here values are in, here value is in. Now you should convert this million into, see, common sense. What do you mean by 1 billion? What is it? 1 billion? 100 crore. 1 billion. 1 is 100 crore. 1 second. For 1 second, my heart skipped from left side to right side. Wow. 1 million. What is it? Is 10 lakh. Clear up. Let's assume Shashikiran has 1 billion. Assume. Shashikiran has 1 billion. Now I'm donating 10 lakh rupee. I'm donating. Now my question, how much percentage? What is it? Did I donate in my wealth? Calculate that. Without this, you will not be able to convert. Simple. Let's assume Shashikiran has 100 crore with him. In this 100 crore, I donated 10 lakh rupees to some cause. How much percentage of my wealth did I donate? Hey, commerce students, CA students. Huh? How much percentage? 0.1. See, it is very easy to understand. Observe. Once again, look at the board. See, 100 crore, consider it as 1%. What is it? 100 crore, consider it as? Can I say 50 crore is 0. Oh, wait, 1 second. I will make your life much more simple. 100% I will make it. Why 1? Let's say it is 100%. This will become. So 10 crore will become 1 crore is also called as 100 lakh. What is it? 1 crore is also called as what? 100 lakh. So it is how much percentage? So in this 10 lakh, what is it? That is 0.1 crore. That is 0.1%. Clear? See, whenever we are writing this percentage in the form of decimals, in the form of 100% is called as 1, 50% is 10% is 1% is 0.1% is. Got it. Now, simple question. 800 million into 0.001. Na? Pakka. We should convert this into billion. Na? Million has to be converted into billion. So do it. 800 into 0.001. Got it? See, we got the value. 0.8 billion. Suppose if they haven't given, your ICA is very good in playing around like this. They want to confuse your life. So be careful. So we got the value of excess reserve. Excess reserve is how much? Excess reserve is 0.8 billion. Wait, let me erase this. This we don't need it now. Now, by the way, what is the formula? Small m. What is it? Small m is equals to 1 plus c divided by r plus e plus c. Now we got to know the value of e. E is 0.8. E taken care. Now r is also taken care. See, r value is also given. Now you need to identify with c. What is c formula? Small c is capital C divided by. That means 400 divided by 800. Answer is 0.5. What is the answer? Now we got all the values. So 1 plus 0.5 divided by 0.1 plus 0.8 plus 0.5. So it is in short 1.5 divided by 0.608. Answer 1.071 times. Correct? I don't have a calculator. What you guys? Oh, wrong answer. No, sorry. E value, we have made a mistake. Sorry. Wait. Yeah. We have made a mistake. 1 second. E value is wrong. See, this is what confusions will happen sometime. Wait. Excess value is 0.8 billion of 800 billion. That means small e. This is excess reserves divided by deposit. That means 0.8 divided by 800 we should have made. That is 0.00. This is the value of E. Sorry, we made a mistake. Clear up? So now solve it. 1 second. We made a mistake there. Now what is the formula of small m? 1 plus E divided by R plus E plus C. Sorry, 1 plus C. So 1 plus 0. Divided by 0.1 plus 0.001 plus 0.5. 1.5 divided by 0.601. Answer. So 2.49 times. That is 2.5 times. Clear? So don't make a mistake. See, here we made a mistake. We straight away took 0.8. So that was just an excess reserve value of billion. We should use that formula, ER divided by D. Clear? So this is the another way of solving it. So this brings to one more beautiful concept. Monetary policy and money supply. What is it? Monetary policy and simple, man. Already we have 1 divided by RRR. Na? That means when there is a change in reserve, what is it? When there is a, that will also lead to change in money supply. And once they have asked this numerical question also, let me show it. Wait. Question number 73. See here. If the required ratio is 0.1 and there is an increase in reserve, that means change in reserve. What is it? By 1000. What will be the change in money supply? Just now we saw the formula. What is it? Change in money supply is 1 divided by RRR into change in reserve. That means 1 divided by 0.1 into 10 times of 1000. Clear? Understood? So next, effect of government expenditure on money supply. See, already RBI has created a balance in the economy. Now, when government borrows money, what is it? When government, see, state government is borrowing money, that is called as cash and needs advances. Why? Let's take an example to pay salary to their staff. What is it? Salary to their. Let's assume in an economy already there is a balance. Balance has been made. Stability has been created. Now, Karnataka government, let's say 100 crore rupees, they are borrowing loan from RBI. Why? To pay salary to their state government staff. Now, RBI will give loan to government. Now, government will pay salary to their staff. Where is the salary account of staff? With RBI or with commercial bank? Now, RBI will say to commercial bank, see boss, I am given 100 crore rupees of loan to Karnataka government. Now, money supply will increase by 100 crore. So, to create balance, you create excess reserve. Which reserve? Worth of this 100 crore. One credit, one debit. Balance once again created. That is called effect of government expenditures on money supply. Clear? Last but not the least, credit 1 divided by RRR. Same formula. Let's continue the same example. Now, Shashikiran, he went and deposited money in the bank. Okay, let me increase that value. Wait, I will erase this all. Now, let's say Shashikiran went and deposited 1000 rupees. How much did I went and deposit? What is 10% of 1000? 100. What is the remaining money? 900. Now, Mr. Kohli uncle borrowed a loan of 900. Now, Mr. Kohli uncle, he will go and buy, let's say, goods from Mr. Dhoni uncle. Which uncle? Now, Dhoni uncle will go and deposit this money to Bank B. Which bank? Bank B. Now, again, Bank B has to keep a reserve of 10%. That is 90. What is the remaining money? 810. Okay. Now, let's Mr. Ronaldo Krishnanna. Cristiano Ronaldo. That is what? Krishnanna Ronaldo. Now, he will come and borrow the loan from Bank B. Now, let's say he has borrowed a loan of 810 rupees. Now, he will go and buy some goods from Mr. Messi uncle. Now, Messi uncle will go and deposit this money to Bank C. Now, again, 10% reserve. How much is that? 81. Remaining money? 729. Now, the 729 rupees is taken as a loan from Mr. Sachin uncle. See, like this process keeps on continuing. That means, see, concept is very simple. An initial deposit, which deposit? As a capacity of multiplying, by how many times? By how many? That is called credit multiplier. That depends upon this reserve. Depends upon this. What is the formula of credit multiplier? 1 divided by RRR. How much was the percentage? 10. So it is how many times? How much is the initial deposit? 1000 rupees. So 1000 rupee multiplied by 10 times. What is the credit multiplier in total? That's it. This is credit multiplier. Two numerical problems I have given, solve it. Now in exam also they have asked this question one. See there. What will be the total credit created by the commercial banking system when the initial deposit is how much? And the required ratio is 5% and 8%. So 1 divided by 0.05, 20 times. How many times? And next 1 divided by 0.08, 12.5 times. So how much is the initial deposit? 3000. So do it. 20 times of 3000. Answer is 60,000. Here 12.5 times of 3000, 37,500. Can you observe the value? Same 3000 money, instead of becoming 60,000, it just became 37,500 just because of increase in 3% reserve. Increase in. That means if the percentage of reserve goes up, multiplier value will decrease. So reserves and multiplier value will always have a dash relationship, inverse relationship. Clear? Understood? One more problem. Solve this. This is also easy problem. 10%, 12.5%. 10 and 12.5, 1 lakh is the deposit. So simple, 10%, 1 divided by 0.1, 10 times. And 1 divided by 0.12, 8 times. Clear? So 10 times into 1 lakh. 10 times into 1 lakh is 10 lakh. Here, 8 times into 1 lakh is total 8 lakh. That's it. So get ready. These kind of questions will also come in the exam. By this entire unit 2 of chapter 8 also comes to an. So finally, we are moving to the last but not the least. RD takes us 20-25 minutes. So I will give a break at 1:30. Straight away, wind up the class at 1:30. Clear? Probably 1 hour is what I'm keeping as a buffer. Still, half an hour needed. MCQ 150. Worst scenario 1:30. Clear? So last but not the least unit, monetary. One of the most easiest unit. But the questions will come from the area. RBI questions, CRR, SLR, repo rate, reverse repo rate, open market operations. All these questions will come. So majorly 2 topics are there. Number 1, monetary policy. Organization structure for monetary policy decision. Under this monetary policy framework, 3 subtopics are there. First one, objective. Second one, analytics, also called as transmission mechanism. Third one, operating procedures. Now let's get started straight away without wasting the time. Objectives of monetary. There are 2 objectives, primary objective and other objective. Under the primary objective, there are 4 points, but here you have only mentioned 2 na. Yes. The third point is exchange rate stability has been moved to the primary. And point number 4 is inflation targeting. What is it? Inflation targeting. So that is the last topic. This is the one. Organization structure for monetary policy decision or inflation targeting. So kindly write down in the material. So exchange rate stability is now under the primary, and fourth one is inflation targeting along with price stability and economic stability. So these are the 4 primary objectives. Other objective, rapid economic growth, debt management, long-term moderate interest rate, adequate flow of credit to the production sector, availability of a long-term interest rate to the investment purposes, and also G security market, official begging, budget chapter. I said now, developing the G security market. So these are the objectives of monetary policy. Which policy? Objectives of first one, DMARC. Next, analytics or transmission mechanism. Now, simple concept. How interest rates, what is it? How will affect the economic activity as well as inflation in the economy. See, already we have decided about the interest rate affecting inflation. See, in chapter 5 business cycle only I explained. Whenever there is a inflation, interest rates will increase. Whenever there is a deflation, interest rates will, tax rate and interest rates will go hand in hand. It will go together. Clear? First we will change tax rate. That will affect on dash and dash. Now you tell me, when will you people save more money? When there is an interest rate higher in the market or lesser? Who is that lesser? Hero. Nay. You people will deposit more money to the bank. You people will save more money to the bank whenever interest rates are. So savings will increase when interest rates are more. Same way, Keynesian theory also explained. When will you invest more money? When you get a better interest or lesser interest? Simple. In an economy, if interest rate is more, we will increase investment. But suppose if interest rate becomes, will you invest money? Will you save money? Rather, I will spend it on goods and that's it. Lower interest rate on loans encourages households to borrow more money, but higher interest rates will make the people to borrow lesser money in terms of borrowing. In terms of, we need to always have a dash interest rate. Either it is for household or either it is for them. We always want interest rates in the economy to decrease in order to borrow, in order to. But if you are saving money in form of bank deposit, you will not save more. Why? Because interest rates are lower. That is called a savings and investment channel. Next comes cash flow channel. Boss, when will you keep more cash in the hand when interest rates are less? Liquidity trap. What is it? Liquidity trap. See, monetary policy will influence the interest rate, which affects the decisions of an as well as decisions of an in keeping the cash for spending it on goods and that is important channel because if there is a liquidity constraint, boss, highly impossible. Banks cannot borrow much more. Let me say banks cannot give much more money because already people have borrowed to the maximum extent. So remember, whenever interest rates are low, whenever interest rates are, people will try to hold more cash in the hand rather than investing. See, reduction in the bank lending rate, that means borrowing rates. Now people are interested to come and borrow. I will borrow money and I will invest it on asset. I will invest it on. Best example, your mom. See, gold price is increasing day by day, day by day, day by day. Will your mom look into that and remain silent? She will go borrow a loan from your dad by saying some or the other thing she will buy. That means when interest rates are low in the market, that will support asset prices. That will support what? Asset prices. People will be borrowing money and they will invest it on the asset. Same households and business gets from the deposits. That money will be lesser. So a reduction in the reduces the income that they get from the deposit. So they may choose to restrict. So remember, interest rate is the main deciding factor. If interest rate is more, we will deposit. If interest rate is less, we will borrow and we will buy asset. Clear up? Say same asset price and wealth channel. So whenever there is a lower interest rate, that will support the asset price. We will borrow and we will invest it. Next comes exchange rate. Already I spoke in detail, in length and breadth. Clear up? Appreciation, depreciation. What will happen when we borrow money, when we don't borrow money, whenever there is an appreciation, whenever there is a currency appreciation. Let's assume in the overall world, interest rates are higher. In India, interest rates are. You tell me, will you come and do business in India? No. Will you invest money in India? No, because interest rates are lower comparing to rest of the world. I will set it up by to India. I will take back my investment. I will go out. See, for me, returns is important, boss. If interest rate in the overall world is higher, in India it is lesser. Automatically, I will take out my money. When money is going out, exchange rate gets affected. Now, this comes the important organizational, operating procedures and instruments of RBI. Of whom? In short, functions of RBI. What is it? Functions of. So there are two different ways RBI will affect. Number one, directly. Number two, clear up. So RBI functions quantitative and qualitative tool. Which tool? Quantitative tool and qualitative tool. So quantitative, two things are there. Now remember, from this also exam questions will come. Now they will ask, which among the following is not a quantitative tool? Which among the following is not a quantitative tool? So be careful. Now quantitative, required reserve ratios. What is it required? RRR. That is what I kept on saying now. RRR, RRR, CRR, SLR. Cash reserve ratio and statutory liquidity. So what is it? Let's explain. Let's assume a customer will go and deposit 100 rupees in the bank. This gets divided into three parts. Part number one, let's take 10 rupee. Part number two, 30 rupee. Part number three, 60. Now, out of this 100 rupee, this 10 rupees has to be kept with RBI. Another 30 rupee, a bank has to keep with themselves in the form of gold. What is it in the form of? Or RBI approved security. Which approved security? Only and only an RBI approved security. This is called as SLR, statutory liquidity ratio. As the name itself says, liquidity. This is CRR, cash reserve ratio, where bank has to keep with whom? They don't get any returns for this. So portion of deposit, what is it? Which a bank has to keep with whom? Bank has to keep with RBI. That is called as what? CRR, cash reserve ratio. Now a portion of deposit a bank has to keep with themselves in the form of or RBI approved security, that is called as, and the remaining money, this can be utilized to give loans and advances. Clear? CRR, portion of deposit which a bank has to maintain with, for which they don't get any returns. A portion of deposit which a bank has to keep with themselves in the form of gold and RBI approved security. That is called as SLR. CRR, SLR. See, gold and RBI approved securities. The interest what they get from this RBI approved securities vary. But in case of CRR, they will not get any kind of return, nor see, they can never lend, nor they can earn any interest or any kind of profit. Open market operation. See, simple. Whenever there is inflation in the economy, what is that? Inflation in the economy. Now, RBI wants to reduce that money supply in the economy. Now, RBI will sell security. RBI will, say in India now, people are interested to buy government bonds, government, let me say treasury bills. So you people have more money in your hand during inflation. So RBI will sell security. RBI will sell. So you people will buy the security. Money will come from general public to the hands of RBI. Whenever you have more money, I will take off that. When economy is not performing well, you people are you don't have money now. Whatever securities I sold to you during the time of inflation, now RBI will come and purchase that back. RBI will come and purchase that back. That is called as buying. RBI will buy security during deflation. RBI will sell security during inflation. Clear? Understood? Buying and selling of government securities to control liquidity in economy. To control, that is called open market operation. What is it called? Clear? You want the break at 1 o'clock, at 1:30, then shut and respond fast. The whole class is like, here 2-3 girls are like only, I'm repeatedly asking the same question, stating that okay, everyone will respond. Everyone like, I know today class is fast. I clearly said yesterday, holiday was there, read and come, revise and come. Was marathon class you are attending, not the regular class. Marathon class means you have already revised a topic. Any doubts, any clarification, that has to be made here. Revision, quick revision is happening. And you are expecting me to do like a regular class. Was 100-hour syllabus, regular hour class. One small topic, if I take, full storytelling will come, full examples will come, half an hour, 45 minutes will go for one topic only. If I do like this, I need 20 days to finish marathon. I know today already people are like, Shashikiran, why are you increasing the speed like this? First 3 days was up. To be frank, for me, the class timings was only from 9 to 1 and 4 days. 4 hours into 4 days, how much is that? 4 4s are 16. That is for crash course or marathon, whatever you call. But what is the time I'm taking? In a day? Already 3 days. 6 3s are? Now plus 4 buffer. This is actually buffer time which I'm taking. Budgeted is what I'm taking is, in that you people, Shashikiran, you are going fast. What fast? Monangat, already have exceeded time. Already we have exceeded time. And in that you people wanted few topics in detail. Upon that 5 past year question papers. And now people are like, to be frank, for everyone it was allocated only 16 hours. But Akhilesh sir, how many hours he took? Almost 20. 26. See, 26. More than allocated we are taking. Nitin sir, almost 30. 30, 35 approximately has taken. Allocated is only. That is what? 16 is economic activity. Anything beyond 16 is non-economic activity. But still, okay, fine. That's okay. And they said, today you have a test. And I cancelled it. They said, yesterday they will give. Sunday, did you write the test? Huh? And they said, no, sir, you can't take it beyond 3 or 4 days. Sir, you finally finish this within 1 o'clock. They said, no, not possible. I said. And in that also, from 1, I have extended till 4. Regular days also. And now people are like, stupid fellows, Tandu. Respond. If you want break, if you want me to finish at 1:30, respond. Nah. If not, definitely I will only finish. Okay, jokes apart. Open market operations. So buying and selling. What is it? Buying and selling of government securities. Which securities? To control inflation and deflation in the economy. That is called as open market. So what are the quantitative tools? Under reserve ratio, we have cash reserve ratio and clear. Next comes qualitative tools. Marginal requirement. Which requirement? Okay, let's say our Krishnanna Ronaldo. He has one corner site in Koramangala and he wants to construct one complex mall. Let's assume that corner site value is 10 crore. How much? 10 crore rupees of corner site value. Now he will take this documents of 10 crore and he will go to bank. Now our Krishnanna Ronaldo will ask for a loan of 10 lakh. Now bank manager will scold, stupid fellows. Other than playing football, you should also know finance. RBI said we can't give 100% value of your collateral. 100% value of your. That means what you are pledging. We need to keep some margin. That means safety stocks. Like tomorrow, like Vijay Mallya, you will come and take loan and you will say, Tata buy to country. Am I SBI to live like that? No. So I can't give 100% value. I will only give, let's say, 80%. That means you can only take how much loan? Remaining 2 crore, that is 20% of value is a margin against a collateral. That is a safety stock, wherein which you can't borrow 100% of your collateral. You can only borrow lesser value than your collateral. Who will decide that safety stock? RBI. Now let's say Krishnanna, he came up in 2025 with one document, he got it 80% loan. Next year he will come in 2026, same 10 crore worth of some land value. Now this time RBI has increased the marginal requirement because inflation is there in economy. Now this time marginal safety is 30%, we can only give. Last year he got 8 crore loan, now we will only get 7 crore loan. So who decided that marginal requirement? RBI. Next comes, if you remember I said, commercial bank has to keep money only and only in which security? That means you should only and only keep in. You can't keep it in any other securities and all. RBI will morally pressurize, morally persuade the commercial banks to follow the rules set by the RBI. See, RBI will convince banks to keep their money only and only in the, rather than any other certain, or be it anything, not just with respect to security. Whatever rules that RBI makes, I know you may like it or you may not like it. Shut and follow that. I will morally pressurize, morally persuade, morally sue you. That is called morally suasion. Selecting credit control. That means for what purpose to give loan, what purpose not to give. Will they give loan for speculative business? Only they will give loan for selected industry. Even for few selected industry, they don't give a loan. Go and take education loan for doing CA. Let's see. They will not give. UPSC exam. No. BCom, they will give. Engineering, they will give. Because they know even if you're unemployed, I know how to get the money from you. But competitive courses and all, we don't give. See, for whom to give loan, for whom not to give. What purpose to give loan, what purpose not to give loan. That is called as selective credit control. Which control? Now comes the beautiful topic. In class, actually, year after now, one big story will come. Full one movie, first half, second half of movie is there. We will create one full story, and based on that story, I will connect the topic every time. But today, definitely, if I touch the story, 1 hour will go. Don't mind. So minimum, even if I want to concise it, and even if I want to give the story, half an hour will go. Not required. So straight away, we'll come to the topic. See, marginal stabilization scheme. Which scheme? Under that, we have a concept called as policy rate or bank rate. What is it? Policy rate or? Which was existing earlier. Which was existing. But now today we don't have. That means whenever commercial bank has to borrow loan. Whenever commercial bank has to? From RBI. From whom? Earlier, there was an option of long-term borrowings. Which borrowings? But now we don't have. We have scrapped this bank rate. Now, presently, we don't have a bank rate. Then what do you mean by bank rate? Rediscounting of eligible commercial bill. What is it? Of eligible commercial bill. Okay, let's take up an example. Mr. Dhoni uncle and Shashikiran uncle. We both are partners and we both are doing business. We both have taken a raw material from Kohli uncle. Which uncle? And we said to Kohli uncle will pay after 2 months. Will pay after 2 months. We don't have money. Let's assume we have taken, let's say, goods on 1st of January. 1st of 2026. We said to Kohli uncle, we will pay you. Why Kohli uncle, Papa, every time? Hardik uncle, Hardik Pandya uncle. Best suitable to example, actually. Hardik Pandya uncle. From him, we have taken raw material. Let's say we have a bench manufacturing unit. We have taken raw material as a wood. I said to him, we will pay after 2 months. That is on 1st of March. 1st of 2026. Okay. Now Hardik uncle is like little smart. So kindly sign a bill of exchange and give it to me. Shashikiran and Dhoni uncle signed a bill of exchange stating we both are liable to pay you. Let's assume 50 lakh rupee. How much? On 1st of March. But in between, there is one important day, 14th of February. There is an emergency for money. But when will Shashikiran and Dhoni pay money? Until then, Shashikiran and Dhoni uncle will not pay the money. But emergency is on 14th of February. If not, he doesn't give a diamond necklace to new girlfriend. She will say tata bye. Problem. So what he will do? Hardik uncle will take this bill of exchange. Hardik uncle will take this bill of exchange. He will go to banker. He will get it discounted. He will get it. Okay, now 50 lakh rupee bill. Banker has discounted and he has given 45 lakh rupees to Hardik uncle. The very next day, madam, what's her name? Vishnu Priya. Long ago, very long ago, some 5 years ago, assuming she got married during COVID time. Her relatives and all has given some monetary rewards worth of 70 lakh. Worth of? Don't expect 7 rupees also. Example. How much? 70 lakh. Clear? Now that money has been matured. FD she had kept for 5 years. Now that money got matured. Now she will come to bank manager. Now bank manager says come after 2 hours. SBI na. Come after lunch break. Come after 2 hours. We will arrange the 70 lakh. But the reality is just yesterday. Whatever money was there. For Hardik uncle, they have discounted and they have given the money. Now no money. So finally for Big Daddy, they will go and approach RBI. Now RBI knows each and every transaction made by this commercial bank. Na? They will ask, yesterday you have discounted one bill of exchange to Hardik. Na? Get that bill. Now RBI will rediscount. RBI will. So kindly remember this word rediscount. See, first initial discounting was done between Hardik Pandya and banker. That is customer and banker. Now rediscounting. Which discounting? Is happening between the bank and RBI. Now, whenever RBI rediscounts the bill, the interest rate what they charge is called as a, and that was a long-term borrowing. Which borrowing? Now this facility has been scrapped. Now it is no more existing. Now it is no more. Now RBI controls the credit facilities to commercial bank only under LAF facility. Which facility? Liquidity Adjustment Facility. Which facility? Now, if you remember, I said you, RBI should get some portion of money from the deposits. Some portion commercial bank should only maintain. Now, if they don't maintain this proper CRR and SLR, that is when emergency will come. Now, RBI said, don't worry, I am there. I will help you. But no long term and all, only short term. What is it only? Now, whenever RBI gives a loan to commercial bank and they will not give it for free of cost, they will charge an interest rate. Let's take an example, 8%. Just for the sake of example, this 8%, whatever they are charging for a short-term purpose, that is usually for just 14 days. How many days? Very short, only 2 weeks. Very short period it is. This 8% is called as repo rate. This is called as lending rate of RBI. What is it? Lending rate of. Whenever RBI lends a loan to commercial bank, the rate of interest charged by the RBI for a short-term purpose is called as dash rate. Repo rate. Clear? Now, let's say sometimes commercial bank will only have more money with them during the time of inflation, expansion phase of business cycle. If at all that money is still with the commercial bank, stupid fellows, they will give unnecessary loans and they will increase money supply. Now, RBI will say, I know you have more money. Give that money to me. Now commercial bank will say, stupid fellow, when I came to ask you a loan, did you give it for free? No, should I give it for free? I will charge 1% lesser than this. 1%, that is reverse repo. Whenever RBI gets the funds from commercial bank, or whenever commercial bank, their excess funds, which funds? Keeps their additional fund in RBI. This is called as borrowing rate of RBI. What is it? Borrowing rate of RBI. Clear up? Whenever RBI itself borrows from the commercial bank, the interest rate charged by the commercial bank, that is 1% lesser than repo rate. 1%. That is called as reverse repo rate. So this will come under LAF facility. Which facility? Now RBI controls the giving of credit or taking of money from the commercial bank only under this LAF facility. Market stabilization scheme has been cancelled. It has been abolished. Now, whatever once upon a time, we used to call it as a bank rate now. Once upon a time, long ago, very long ago, this bank rate. Now it has been converted as a penalty rate. Which rate? For not maintaining sufficient CRR and SLR. Okay, now let me extend the same example. I forgot your name. What's your name? Now, Vishnu Priya had an emergency, let's say SBI Bank. He went and asked a loan from RBI. Now, after Vishnu Priya, next day, another new customer will come. Madam, what's your name? Now, Divya will also come and ask back her money. Now, again, SBI doesn't have money. Once again, SBI will go to RBI. Additional emergency. What is it? See, first time, genuine emergency. Now, once again, there is an emergency. Now, this time, RBI will help, but not under this repo rate. Now, under the concept of market stabilization facility. Which facility? Sorry, marginal standing facility. Clear on? Now, the second time, one more emergency is there. That is called as marginal standing facility. This time, no doubt RBI will help, but not at the repo rate, 1% extra. 1% than repo. This is what we call penalty rate. Which rate? Earlier, that penalty rate was called as. Now, bank rate has been scrapped. Bank rate is no more existing. Clear? Huh? So, simple. Anything emergency comes up, don't worry. RBI will help under LAF facility. Liquidity adjustment facility. Once again, there is an emergency. Why did it come? Because you are not maintaining proper CRR and SLR. Now, this time I will help, but not under LAF facility, but this time under the marginal standing facility. Now, I will charge how much percentage greater? 1% higher than the repo rate, and there is a restriction to give a loan. I can only maximum give 1% of your SLR security. How much percentage of that which security? That's it. That is the only thing which I can do now. I can't give beyond 1% of your SLR security. That is the highest. And that is what today we call it as a penalty rate. Once upon a time, long ago, it was called as a bank rate. So what is bank rate? Rediscounting of eligible commercial bill. Write down. I know you people have not written that. Stupid fellows. Write down. It is a rediscounting of eligible commercial bill by an RBI to commercial bank. It is a rediscounting of eligible commercial bill by an RBI to commercial bank for a long-term purpose. Now, presently, RBI will never give a loan for a long-term purpose, only and only short-term purpose. Clear? It is a rate at which RBI rediscounts eligible commercial bill. Is it always 14 days as per your syllabus? 14. But now they have removed that word called as 14. Earlier, before updating syllabus, they mentioned it as 2 weeks or 14 days. Now they have removed that word also, 2 weeks or 14 days. They didn't specify. They have just mentioned short term, but still safer side. We can't believe your ICI. That's why I mentioned that 14 days or 2 weeks. Clear? Done? By this, the first major topic of this unit comes to an end. So especially CRR, SLR, repo rate, reverse repo rate, bank rate, this is where you will get the question. And especially this marginal standing facility. Now they have asked this question once. What is the maximum amount of MSF rate that RBI can lend to commercial banks over and above the repo concept, 1% of the dash value, SLR security value. That's it. That is a maximum. Clear up. This brings to the last topic of your whole syllabus. Organization structure for monetary policy decision. Very simple concept, easy concept. Again, you will get the questions in the exam. See, RBI and Government of India. What is it? RBI and I've created an agreement. I've created an called as Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. What is this agenda of creating Monetary Policy Framework Agreement? In order to control inflation. In order to control, they have come up with inflation targeting. What is it? Now, in order to have this proper inflation targeting, they have established something called as Monetary Policy Committee. What are they established? See, simple. Reserve Bank of India and Government of India has an agreement called as Monetary Policy Framework Agreement. Under this agreement, they have set up a Monetary Policy Committee. Why they have set up this monetary policy? In order to have a proper inflation targeting in the country. That means maximum tolerable inflation rate in the country. Now, as per your syllabus, remember, once in 5 years, now Government of India and RBI will decide the tolerable maximum inflation rate and minimum inflation rate. And what is that we should achieve? In short, inflation targeting. What is that inflation? As per the recent syllabus, whatever you have, inflation targeting is 4%. What is the target? 4%. Maximum tolerable is 6%. Minimum tolerable is 2%. What is the minimum tolerable? What is the maximum tolerable? But what is achievable? 4%. And once in 6 months, RBI will come up with something called as Monetary Policy Committee report, or we also call it as a Monetary Policy report. Which report? In this Monetary Policy report, which comes in once in 6 years, they will say what are all the 6 months, once in 6 months. They will say what are all the sources of inflation from which we are going to get for the next upcoming 6 to 18 months. For the next upcoming. Clear. So remember, monetary policy report is published by the RBI every 6 months once. And they will say where and all we are getting the inflation for the next upcoming 6 to 18 months. And we are considering consumer price index inflation. Which inflation are we considering? So as per the recent, that is from 5th of August 2016 to 31st of March 2021, we need to achieve a target of 4%. What is the target of? With a maximum tolerable of, minimum tolerable of. Sir, what happens if we are unable to achieve? That is called as failure. What is it called as? In any 3 consecutive quarter. What is it? Any 3 consecutive? Appa boys, not the quarter what you are thinking. Every 3 months once is called as 1 quarter. April, May, June, Q1, quarter 1. July, August, September, quarter 2. October, November, December, quarter 3. January, February, March, quarter. In any 3 consecutive quarter, if the upper tolerable limit exceeds, if it is more than upper tolerable limit, then it is called as failure. Same way, in any 3 consecutive quarter, if the target is less than lower tolerable, then it is also called as failure. It is also called as what? And this inflation targeting, which concept? Inflation targeting was suggested by the Ujit Patel committee. Which committee? Which was published in January 2014. And they suggested we need to make this inflation targeting as a dash objective of monetary policy. That is why when I was discussing about primary objective, I made you to write that 4th point. Primary objective is inflation targeting along with exchange rate stability. 3rd point was exchange rate. 4th point is inflation. See, simple concept. RBI and the Government of India has come up with a new agreement. Under that agreement, they have established Monetary Policy Committee. Now, as per this Monetary Policy Committee, they have to make inflation targeting as per the recommendations of the Ujit Patel. Now, we have kept a target. Now, once in 5 years. What is it? Once in? We will keep a target. Now, presently, the target is with the maximum tolerable of, minimum tolerable of. Clear? And once in 6 months, we come up with a report called as. In this report, we will say what are all the sources of, and we try to forecast them for the upcoming 6 to 18 months. In any 3 consecutive quarter, if the target goes more than 6%, then it is called as an. In any 3 consecutive quarter, if the target comes less than 2%, it is still called as an. And this inflation targeting is not new only to India. It has already been adapted by. And going further, what is it going? We'll also start keeping a dash targeting, nominal GDP targeting, like how we have a inflation targeting at present. Going further, we are also having a thoughts of making nominal GDP as also a target, and we need to achieve that target for nominal GDP. By this, entire chapter 8 comes to an khatam. Clear? Flip back your page, have a look before moving to MCQ. See, as I said, 1 o'clock I will be done, MCQs will be pending. So flip back the page, have a look. Any doubt before moving to the MCQs of chapter 8, let me know. ಡಿಫ್ಲೇಷನ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಇಂದ. ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ಡ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಯೂಶಲಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯೂಶಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಟ್ರೆಜರಿ ಬಿಲ್ಸ್ ಕಳ್ಸಿದ್ರು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಟರ್ಮ್ ಟ್ರೆಜರಿ ಬಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲೆಸ್ ದನ್ ಎ ಇಯರ್ ಅದು. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎನಿ ಸಿ ವಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಎಸ್ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಡೆಟ್. ಮೆಚುರಿಟಿ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ನೀವು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೇಬೇಕು, ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ. ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಬಾಂಡ್ ಫಾರ್ 1 year. Once that 1 year is done, on the maturity date, with interest, I should repay money. Na? Sometimes government will do it even before that. Why? Because there is a deflation in the market to pump in more money. Public debt management concept, budget. Clear? Done? Understood? Okay, let's go to the next talk. Next MCQs. No, okay. Only just 50 questions, 50 questions. Then what? Every attempt, 10 questions will come, 5 papers, 50 questions. Minimum it takes 15 minutes, 1-5. For me, 15. For you, I know, minimum 1 hour you need. Next, calculate. Currency with the... calculate, solve it. Notes in circulation, added. Rupee coins. Yes, small coins, added. This one, subtract. First 3 you add, last one you subtract. 22,80,880. Fine. Everyone got the same answer? Okay. Next. People desire to hold cash in order to exploit any attractive investment opportunity that requires a cash expenditure. Which money is that? Speculative. That is taking advantage of future change in bond price. Next, fiat money. Currency. Note. Next, the transaction demand for money. Which money? QTF purpose. Transaction demand for money is directly proportional and positive function with the income. Transaction and precautionary is dependent on income. Chapter 8. Reduction in the government spendings, increase in the tax, and increase in the... When will you increase interest rate? Inflation. Why do you do that? For downward pressure in the... Already aggregate demand is more. We need to put that down. So to create a downward pressure in the aggregate demand and slow down the economy. So chapter 7 and 8 put together it is monetary and fiscal policy. Both them. Next term. What is the concept of liquidity trap? When interest rate becomes perfectly elastic, that means horizontal or parallel to x-axis. What is the money multiplier in the monetary system? It is the ratio related to change in money supply to the given change in... That means MS by MB. Formula. Next. Broad money, M3. What is the broad money formula? Currency with the public, demand deposits with the banking system, plus time deposits with the banking system. No, chapter 8, M3. Just now we did. No. The open market, by the way, when will government purchase that back? Whenever there is a deflation. Open market sale during inflation, open market purchase during deflation. The open market purchase of the government securities by RBI will increase the reserves. That means when bank reserves increase, money supply will also. That means that will keep more money in the hands of a bank. When bank gets more money, automatically money supply will. That will make the money flow into the tax system, banking system. Now this question is from the summary from the summary part. Next, among the following, which one is not a channel of monetary policy transmission? By the way, turn back your page. Monetary policy transmission, savings and investment channel, cash flow channel, exchange rate channel. Did we had international trade channel? No, we didn't had international trade channel. See, first concept. Clear on? See, I said now, which is not included. Such kind of questions will also come. That's it. Next September 24, MV is equals to PT. We did calculate this. If the monetary base in an economy is through an open market operation by the central bank and the money supply is, this is MB, this is MS. So money multiplier is MS by MB, 1000 by 250. Answer is 4. Next, this we did in the class. Which of the following is not a common means of value, medium of exchange, unit of account, easily reproducible? Can you duplicate it easily? No. The concept of risk aversion theory was given by James Tobin. That is behavior towards risk. Which type of currency is issued by the central bank? Also called as high-powered money or monetary base. What is the correct formula for excess reserve? Total reserve minus required reserve. Let's say total reserve is 12%. RBI asked them to keep is only 10%. Extra talent shown by the commercial bank is 2%. Next, once in 6 months, which report is published by RBI? Monetary policy. See, which says is the forecast of next 6 to 18 months. Next, reverse repo rate. Which repo rate? Repo minus. By the way, what is repo plus 1% called as? MSS rate. Now, new rate. Clear? Next, real money. What is it? Nominal money adjusted to the price level. That is real effective exchange rate money adjusted to the price level. That's it. So these are the 10 questions. Next, Jan 25 attempt. Which of the following is not a characteristics of money? Generally acceptable, easily transportable, effortlessly recognizable, easily reproducible. Repeated question. Easily reproducible is not the feature. Next, the currency issued by central bank. Repeated from the previous attempt. Next, following attempt also there is a repetition. Next, considering that the money multiplier is 1 point. Already they have only given 1.5 money multiplier and there will be increase in the money supply by 600 crore. They're asking about MB, monetary base. See, we know that capital M is equals to M into MB and money supply divided by monetary base. 1.5 is equals to 600 by MB. So 600 by 1.5. Mathematics, not even economics. This we already solved in the class. Which is called as penalty rate now. Mahan Bhavs, many of them wrote bank rate. By the way, today bank rate is not existing. Bank rate is converted as an under which facility? Most of them also went and wrote B. Liquidity adjustment facility. Summary question I said now. Who recommended that? CRR and SLR question. Narasimhan committee. Money created by the commercial bank is called as central bank. Fiat money or high-powered money. Under the concept of money supply, the term does not include Solve this. 55th question, solve it. Credit money. 1 divided by 0.15 into 12 lakh. 1 divided by RRR into initial deposit. 1 divided by 15% into initial deposit 12 lakh. How much? This already we solved in the class. That's it. Next, May 2025 attempt paper. Bank avails a marginal standing facility rate. What is the maximum at which they can avail the SLR? This made it in the class. This also we have taken there in the class. This is also done in the class. Liquidity trap. What is it? Liquidity. Interest rate is nearly zero and people wants to hold cash over the. They don't want to invest in bank. They want to hold in the cash. Next, time deposits to demand deposit ratio. We said now we have to keep more and more money in the time so that banks can give more and more loan. See, what is the likely impact on increase in time deposits to demand deposit ratio on the banking system and monetary expansion? It leads to higher availability of a free reserves and consequently increase the volume of multiple deposit expansion of monetary expansion. And this already we did in the class. September, I think this was May. Last paper. Now see excitement will be there. Calculate. For initial deposit of 6 lakh, credit creation is calculated as 50. That means initial deposit was 6, credit creation was 50. That means now odd one out options you need to make. 6 by 50. 0.12. So what is 0.12? 5%. Next, which of the following is not a? By the way, what are the quantitative? Required reserve ratio and open market operation. Required reserve ratio includes CRR and SLR. Selective credit control comes in qualitative. Now, which of the following statements are true in respect to cryptocurrency? Crypto is not a legal tender. They are classified as an asset category. They are achieving a significant legislative no recognition at all. They are not legally recognized. Yes. They are not categorized as money. Yes. In India, it serves as a legitimate form. No. 2 and 3. Next, if the money supply is 1000 billion, monetary basis. Very difficult question. MS by MB. Money supply 1000, monetary base 200. 1000 by 200. Next, what is the primary objective? Which objective? Of monetary policy in most of the country. There are 4 primary objectives. Which are those? Price stability, economic stability, inflation targeting, exchange rate stability. To maintain the balance between price stability and next formula for marginal standing facility. But here there is one mistake. Actually, there is one mistake. Plus MSF rate plus 1. But it is actually incomplete. Here they could have given plus, let's say, for example, any of the other liquidity adjustment facility or minus liquidity adjustment facility. At that point of time, only option 1 would have been an answer. But since nothing is given, just they have said plus 1, both 1 and 3. And moreover, see, there is no individual options, connected options. So 1 is also correct. 3 is also partially correct. So 1 and 3. Like this, some stupid options will come sometime. You have to be very careful to differentiate. And if you remember in past attempt, shutdown point, there was one error. Total revenue was given instead of average revenue. See, you should be able to identify that. Next, according to whom? Milton Friedman. What did Milton Friedman said? Future incomes, present value. Future incomes. How does the price level as an determinant affects the nominal demand for money? If there is a rise in price level, that increases the demand for. If the asset price goes up, that increases the demand for money to invest on that particular asset. When the speculative demand for money becomes which money? Speculative demand, perfectly elastic. Liquidity trap. This already been finished in the class. Last question. Which monetary tool is used to check the temporary liquidity mismatch in the market due to foreign capital inflow. That means short-term temporary liquidity mismatch will be corrected by open market operations. By this, your entire syllabus and the revision comes to an. Oh, one second. Already we did this. Monetary and fiscal introduction. Wait, which of the following is not the focus? What is it? Of monetary and fiscal sector reforms. Restricting foreign investment. No, we are not restricting. That is exchange rate comes in. That's not the one. So restricting foreign investment. That's it. By this, entire syllabus comes to an. Katam. Clear. Finally, torture comes to an end. Finally, clapping apart, torture done. So any particular topic, any particular question, any doubt, before winding up with the class, if you have any doubt in any topic, you want me to do it once again, or particular topic you have a doubt, let me know. And PG students, you can take a break, you can leave. Anyhow, I know you are feeling hungry, you can leave. If anyone has a doubt in any topic, or you want me to explain anything once again, let me know, I can do that. So make sure that you guys revise it, attend the test. By the way, when is the next test? Tomorrow only. Chapter wise is going on or micro macro? Three chapters, that means whole syllabus is divided into 3 papers. What? All easy papers only they are giving. I saw only chiller papers. Repeat it, chiller. Because Shashikiran is not setting the paper. Attend mock exam. This time attend mock exam. I bet that at least the tip of your eyes has to feel the term. Water. It will become wet, don't worry. Microeconomics full on blasted this time. Easily in mock exam. Are you guys writing mock exam? ArivuPro mock exam. Arivu mock paper. Arivu mock series. Nimgilba. Question paper keli. Leave that. As for the question paper, attend. See, let's see out of 100 how much you guys will score. Micro have blasted that. Macro have made it neutral. Anyhow, macro you will only keep self-flood though. So macro have given proper standard. Micro full blasted. Definitely in that 15 micro, will not even score 20. I know it very well. At in between, some 1 or 2 questions have given easy. Minimum 30 questions twisted, not even tough, twisted. So attend. If anyone gets the opportunity, mock master. So I had set a question paper for the mock paper. Attend the test. Let's see. Clear? Chalo, bye-bye. All the best for your exam. Meet you guys in CA. Inter. There also. Torture comes at last. Strategic management. SM. Last paper. Last subject. Paper 6B. Strategic management. Clear? Bye-bye. We'll meet you guys in CA Inter. Sir, the test conducted only for ICU. No, you can ask. Mock master, that was open for everyone. Anyone could have attended. You will have to register. You have to pay it, I guess you have to register. But still you can ask them. Any mock master is done. You can take the question paper now. Take the question paper. Message ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. Is mock master done? ಮುಗಿತಾ? ಮುಗಿದಿದ್ರೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಹಂಗಾರೆ. Okay, chalo, bye bye. You just text me up, man. Or you just ask ArivuPro Academy. Just text to the team. They will send you whatever the material, question paper, help@arivupro.com. Or just contact the, if you are ArivuPro student, then help@ArivuPro. Help@ArivuPro. If you are a ArivuPro student. If you are not an ArivuPro student, then kindly call them. There is a contact number now. My contact number. Registration is closed up. For which one? When is the mock masters? I think you said it is finished. It's finished. You attended. How was the economics paper?
No, sir.
Same question paper you attend, you guys. Okay, bye bye. We'll miss you guys. Bye bye. Wait, I will close this recording.